Chapter 1. Draco confined Fianna within the room of requirement, watching as her figure faded from sight at the door. Once the fear dissipated from her face, a leisurely smile graced her lips. Seated upon the sofa with her feet propped up, Fianna lifted the warm coffee before her, yet her thoughts drifted back to their first encounter. It was at a ball where Harry nervously presented her with an invitation, his eagerness bordering on clumsiness. Catching sight of Draco lurking at the corridor's corner, she accepted Harry's invitation with a smile. The ball. Harry twirled her in a flurry of movement, yet her gaze remained fixated on Draco, not far away. His companion was a girl from Slytherin, whose name escaped her, but it was evident that Draco's attention was far from his partner. Her eyes narrowed at the girl attempting to converse with Draco, finding her presence utterly irritating. When the festivities concluded, Harry gallantly escorted her back to the common room. She felt Draco's intense gaze burning into her from behind, and, in a moment of impulse, wrapped her arms around Harry's neck, embracing him tightly. Harry's body stiffened abruptly, a deep crimson flush creeping onto his cheeks. Oblivious to his reaction, her focus remained solely on Draco, who concealed himself around the corner. The days that followed were rather mundane, save for Harry's increasingly fervent affections and Draco's dance partner, who had been confined to the infirmary due to a rash. Draco clandestinely trailed her as usual, while she feigned ignorance, growing closer to Harry in front of him. Eventually, she discerned something amiss with Harry within the depths of his eyes. She recognized the shadow of Draco's malevolence. That gaze could not belong to Harry, could it? Feigning ignorance, she found herself kissing Harry in an empty classroom for the first time. Their lips met, a tingling current coursing through her body as she entwined her arms around his neck, exuding both passion and initiative. He faltered for a moment, only to be consumed by a sudden surge of anger, his intense emotions rendering his movements both urgent and fierce. Fianna closed her eyes in satisfaction. After the kiss, she leaned against Harry, breathless, as he held her tightly, fury radiating from him. The final spark had been ignited now. All that remained was to observe Draco's reaction. Indeed, within a few days, Hermione handed her a note indicating that Harry wished to see her in the room of requirement. Giggling behind the note, she recognized the familiar handwriting of the Malfoy family. He was indeed meticulous. Stowing the note away, she carefully selected a flowing red silk gown, eagerly anticipating their meeting. As expected, Draco slammed the door shut, informing her that Harry would not be coming. She feigned a look of fear, precisely as he desired. He pinned her wrist, the taut muscles beneath his shirt igniting her fascination. She maintained a facade of fragility, yet her eyes, cloaked in the dim light, voraciously devoured him. She glared at him defiantly, resisting his kiss, as the darkness in his gaze deepened, seemingly on the brink of eruption. After a single encounter, he tossed her a vial of potion. His eyes wrapped in obsession, cloaked in affection. Concealed beneath a heavy shroud of gloom, he transformed the room of requirement into the most comfortable of sanctuaries, then coldly commanded her never to think of leaving. Fianna mused that such desires were unattainable. Her obsessive possession and morbid love lay hidden beneath layers of pretense and truth. She and Draco were kindred spirits, though he was far more candid than she. Sipping her coffee delicately, Fianna calculated that Draco had likely departed, prompting her to don her attire and vanish into the ether. She understood all too well that without certain capabilities, she could not remain by his side. Her fervent absorption of knowledge since her first year had indeed bestowed upon her considerable leverage. Stepping lightly into the potions classroom, Fianna concealed herself in the corner, observing the girl who had sidled up to Draco, her lips curling in disinterest. Draco distanced himself from the girl with evident disdain, issuing a harsh warning. Fianna relished the sight of the pale girl, teetering precariously as she squinted with delight. Draco deftly prepared the potion ingredients, casting them into the cauldron. His chiseled profile appeared even more enchanting under the dim light, and Fianna gazed at him, entranced. The class swiftly came to an end, and Fianna slipped out early, waiting in the corridor, only to unexpectedly find Harry there as well. She concealed herself nearby, observing the anxious and furious expression on Harry's face, her gaze drifting away in boredom. Students streamed out, and Fianna quickly spotted Draco amidst the throng. His face bore little expression, yet inexplicably, she discerned a hint of urgency in his eyes. "Malfoy, you've hidden her away, haven't you?" Harry stepped forward, blocking Draco's path, his fury nearly igniting the green of his eyes. "What madness is this?" "Step aside." Draco, disinterested in engaging, frowned and reprimanded him coldly. "You can't leave. We found evidence of your potion brewing. It was you who transformed into me to deceive her. It must be you. I've informed the professors. They'll be here shortly. You can't escape." Harry brandished his wand at Draco, his anger unmistakable. A throng of students surrounded them, whispering and pointing in hushed tones. "Potter, which nerve have you misfired? Get out of my way." Draco feigned disgust. Though the color in his eyes dimmed, he likely hadn't anticipated Harry would uncover evidence so swiftly. Fina thought this as she crouched in her corner, watching the unfolding drama. Before long, Professors McGonagall and Snape arrived, and Fina held her breath, carefully avoiding the swish of Snape's robes as they billowed past her. Clearly, Draco had not anticipated this turn of events, faced with Harry's irrefutable evidence. His defenses crumbled at a visibly alarming rate. "Draco, I can hardly believe it," McGonagall exclaimed, evidently convinced by Harry's claims, her gaze fixed on Draco with a look of dread. "I believe this matter should be escalated to the headmaster." Professor Snape's gaze swept over Draco, and the boy's FOD appeared to the professor as naive as a child's play, easily pierced through to Mr. Malfoy. "I had presumed you possessed a modicum of intelligence." Professor Snape's deep voice resonated. At the very least, one would expect a semblance of Slytherin style. With that, his gaze subtly swept over to where Filna crouched in the corner. She pondered for a moment whether to emerge and rescue Draco, or to await their arrival to rescue herself. Noticing Professor Snape's penetrating look, she wisely opted for the former. Finding a secluded nook to change into her outdoor attire, Filna dispelled her invisibility charm beneath the staircase, then ascended slowly, feigning ignorance. "Good afternoon, Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall." She greeted them with a cheerful tone, feigning surprise as if just noticing the current situation. "Oh, Harry? What's the matter?" A collective gasp erupted as her voice drew everyone's attention, their focus converging upon her. She beheld Draco's alarm, Harry's delight, Professor McGonagall's confusion, and the satisfaction in Professor Snape's eyes. "What has transpired?" Filna feigned the wide-eyed innocence of a startled fawn. Seeing this, Harry stepped forward, wrapping his arm around her. "Thank goodness you're all right." Draco, evidently bewildered, could not mask the flicker of malice that crossed his expression at the sight of Harry's embrace. "What is going on?" Professor McGonagall appeared utterly perplexed, her gaze shifting between her and Harry. "Where have you been these past few days? Did he imprison you?" Harry, catching Professor McGonagall's questioning look, inquired, pointing an accusatory finger at Draco. "Mr. Malfoy?" Her tone was laced with doubt and distance, while Draco's demeanor darkened. "Why parents wished for me to return home to address some urgent family matters. Hence I was unable to inform you in advance, but my father had an owl deliver a leave of absence. Request to the headmaster," she explained, her expression earnest and guileless. "Oh, I'm so relieved to hear you're safe. I just conveyed a message to Professor Dumbledore. I believe we should consult him." Professor McGonagall exhaled with relief, her faith in Filna's words evident. Harry's expression also softened, the sweetness of affection enveloping her. Draco remained silent, his eyes fixated on Harry's arm encircling her. Professor Dumbledore soon arrived, momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. "My children, what has happened here?" Professor McGonagall leaned in to offer a brief explanation. Dumbledore's gaze, magnified by his crescent-shaped spectacles, settled on Filna's before he could finish. An owl swooped in through the window, colliding into Dumbledore's embrace. "Oh dear," Professor McGonagall gasped. Dumbledore, however, maintained his composure, unrolling the letter to inspect its contents. "It appears to be a leave approval form from Mr. Carmen," he remarked, narrowing his eyes at Filna. Vermeer. She rushed forward to take the exhausted owl into her arms, tears streaming down her cheeks. Gasping, she gently stroked its feathers before lifting her gaze to Dumbledore, saying, "Professor, I apologize. Father must have sent Vermeer with a letter while he was in Oceania, and the journey was just too far, which is why it has only just arrived." Professor Dumbledore squinted slightly, his gaze moving from the owl to the tear-streaked face of Felena, and then to the letter in his hands that he spoke. "In that case, children, it appears there is nothing for us to be concerned about. Is there? You may all return." Professor Snape was the first to lead Draco away, followed by Professor McGonagall, and soon the students dispersed. Felena cradled the owl, gently smoothing its feathers, feeling Dumbledore's gaze upon her for a moment before she turned to leave. She let out a soft sigh of relief. Harry approached her quietly, offering his support. His tone was filled with guilt. "I'm sorry. I thought Malfoy had taken you away." "It's all right, Harry. I know you were concerned for me. Would you take me back to the common room?" "I'm feeling a bit tired," Felena replied with a gentle smile. "Of course," Harry said, his ears reddening as he lowered his head. Chapter 2. Upon returning to the dormitory, Felena avoided Hermione's questioning gaze and dove under her covers, utterly exhausted from the past few days. Seeing her asleep, Hermione ceased her inquiries, casting a worried glance over her before quietly leaving the dormitory. When Felena finally awoke, the outside world had dimmed slightly. She stretched luxuriously, pulled on her school robes from the wardrobe, and stepped out of the dormitory. It was time to address those troubles. In the common room, Harry sat idly on the sofa by the fireplace. As he noticed her emergence, he hurried to greet her, a shy smile gracing his face. "You're awake. Would you like to get something to eat?" Felena caught sight of the blush on his cheek for a moment before breaking into a radiant smile. "Sure, I'm quite hungry." He gently touched her arm, tentatively seeking her hand to hold, his shy smile deepening. "Let's go." He always behaved this way, conducting gentle tests before any contact considerate yet somewhat mundane. As the quintessential couple of Gryffindor, Felena and Harry were almost always the center of attention, effortlessly adorned with sweet smiles as she obediently followed his lead. The moment they entered the Great Hall, Felena felt an especially intense gaze from the Slytherin table. Draco's infatuation with Felena had become a well-known secret among the Four Houses. Although he had never publicly acknowledged it, and they had little interaction on the surface, there were always those who reveled in gossip. "Hey, you guys are here!" Ron exclaimed, bouncing up from the long table and waving to Harry and the others. "Over here. Come join us." Harry also noticed Draco's gaze. He shot a fierce look back at him, while Felena, in turn, glanced at Draco in response. His gaze, dark and brooding, swept over the intertwined hands of the two before shifting to Felna's face, as if he sought to pierce her very soul. Storms brewed within his gray eyes, suppressing the emotions simmering beneath the surface. Felna's expression was one of innocent simplicity. She blinked, casting a bewildered and unfamiliar glance in his direction, and then sweetly shook Harry's hand, inquiring, "What's wrong, Harry? Is there something over there?" Harry averted his gaze, the warning on his face transforming into an embarrassed smile. "It's nothing. Shall we go eat?" "Certainly," Felna replied softly, allowing him to lead her to the long table, aka the dining table. Harry exhibited utmost gentleness, listening to Ron's exaggerated tales while meticulously cutting her steak and placing it on her plate, a gesture he often performed. Perhaps Felna's portrayal of an innocent, knave girl was too successful. No one found it suspicious. Even when Harry occasionally faltered, those around them would kindly assist her. A parasitic plant that could only thrive by clinging to others. This was the persona Felna had crafted for herself. 4 years at Hogwarts had firmly established her image. Even the professors had grown accustomed to it. Among a group of impetuous, passionate Gryffindors, her gentle and kind demeanor made her quite popular, earning her affection from Professors McGonagall and Flitwick alike. Of course, she did not expect someone as astute as Professor Dumbledore to fall for her ruse, but at the very least, he did not regard her as a troublesome concern. After a delightful meal, Harry invited Felna for a stroll outside, to which she readily acquiesced. The evening breeze carried a hint of chill as Harry removed his outer robe and draped it over her shoulders, tentatively wrapping his arm around her. Felna obediently nestled into his embrace, her gaze drifting towards a corner of the green robes hidden behind a tree as she gently encircled Harry's waist with her arms. After sufficient closeness, Harry raised his hand to smooth the hair that the wind had tousled behind her ear. "Shall we head back?" "All right," Felna replied, allowing him to guide her toward the castle, while an unseen hand discreetly waved a wand within the confines of his sleeve. Suddenly, a note fluttered to the ground at Draco's feet from behind the tree. 8 o'clock, 8th floor. Draco tightened his grip on the note, observing the couple as they walked away before turning back toward the dungeon. Upon reaching the Gryffindor Tower, Harry intentionally engaged Ron and Hermione in conversation in the common room, while Felna feigned fatigue, covering her mouth as she stifled a yawn. She leaned closer to him and whispered, "I'm so tired I think I'll head back to sleep." Noticing the redness at the corners of her eyes, Harry, concerned for her well-being, gently embraced her. "Go on then. Good night. Sleep. Well, it'll be very quiet when I return," Hermione added. Felna bid them good night, appearing dazed as she made her way back to the dormitory. Once in her room, she selected a white satin dress to wear, emptied her wardrobe's contents in her bed, and performed a simple transfiguration spell to transform them into her likeness. Having completed these preparations, Felna looked at the figure lying peacefully asleep on her bed, satisfied with her work. She then cast an invisibility charm upon herself and quietly slipped out of the dormitory. In the communal lounge, Harry and his companions were still seated on the sofa, engaged in hushed conversation, which held no interest for Felna, who hurriedly made her way to the 8th floor. Within the room of requests, Draco sat idly on the bed, lost in contemplative thoughts. As Felna closed the door with a slight noise, he lifted his gaze to meet hers. "Oh, Draco." Felna feigned an awkward expression, gripping her wand cautiously as she approached him. His eyes followed her movements, the wand carelessly tossed to the other side of the bed, yet a subtle thrill danced across his features. Filna furrowed her brow at him, but he broke into laughter. Filna, you truly astonish me. Filna raised an eyebrow in confusion. Observing her puzzled expression, he finally chose to enlighten her. Were it not for my godfather's revelation, I would have genuinely believed you to be a tender and delectable little bunny. Filna arched her brow once more, this time in astonishment. She had envisioned countless ways of revealing her true self, yet never anticipated being outed by Professor Snape. Oh, how dreadfully mundane. Filna suddenly deflated, sitting beside him with a lackluster demeanor. I had thought I could deceive you until graduation. He suddenly exerted his strength, pinning her onto the bed, gazing intently into her eyes. Given the circumstances, should I no longer maintain my facade? Stripping away her disguise. Filna transformed from her previously delicate demeanor, a provocative smile dancing on her lips. Oh. His hand slowly glided down her waist, his lips brushing against her collarbone. Leave him. No. Filna, reveling in the moment, squinted her eyes, her hand entwining around his neck, drawing her body closer to him. Why? He abruptly tightened his embrace, exclaiming, leave him. Fiona felt the tempestuous emotions surging within him and gently caressed his back. Calm down, my dear, it is not the right time yet. I have a plan. Gradually. He found solace in her embrace. What plan? He inquired. A rather splendid one, she replied, brushing her lips softly against the curve of his ear. He is still of use. Draco whispered in her ear. I am far more useful than he. Fiona gently stroked his golden hair, cradling his head in her embrace as she let out a soft sigh. Have you been troubled by many worries lately? Draco stiffened in her arms, remaining silent. I am unaware of how much Professor Snape has disclosed to you, but I am well acquainted with your circumstances. Draco propped himself up, squinting at her intently. Fiona gazed steadily into his eyes, where a mixture of doubt, confusion, struggle, fear, and a subtle, scarcely perceptible pain lingered within his gray irises. I shall not abandon you. He continued to scrutinize her, as if attempting to unravel the veracity of the situation, with a snap of her fingers. Filna conjured a small sprite into the air with a resounding pop. It was her very own house elf. Miss, Lily is here, the elf exclaimed in a high-pitched voice, startling Draco, who was caught off guard. Fiona extended one hand to grasp Draco's, while the other delicately lifted her wand. I shall never leave Draco. I will never betray him. I shall love him eternally. 3 golden threads entwined around their hands before vanishing, sealing an unbreakable vow. She understood Draco profoundly, and this gesture bestowed upon him a profound sense of security. Indeed, Draco regained his composure and gazed at her, his affection unveiled for the first time without any pretense. Lily, perceptive as ever, discreetly withdrew. I love you. You ought to know this, yet I wish to express it with my own lips. Fiona smiled as she spoke to him. Indeed, I know. I love you as well, he replied, lowering his head to press his lips against hers. As their lips met, passion ignited, and another night unfurled before them. In the early hours of the following day, Fiona gently roused Draco from slumber. I must return. Do not go, please. Can you not leave him? Draco mumbled, pulling her into his embrace. Be good. He still has his uses. But it won't be long. Just wait a little longer. Will you? Fiona leaned in to kiss him, and he sluggishly opened his eyes, gazing at her with mild discontent. No hugging him, nor kissing him. Do you require an unbreakable vow, Mr. Malfoy? Fiona raised an eyebrow, smiling at him. Oh, I believe I do, he replied lazily, leaning in to kiss her once more. Fiona evaded his lips, playfully twisting a portion of his chest. Keep your distance from the girls. Hiss, do you require me to make an unbreakable vow? He squinted at her. I believe so. Fiona leaned in to plant a kiss on his cheek. Unfortunately, I must take my leave now. With that, she felt no lingering attachment and rose from the bed. The early morning at Hogwarts was still devoid of life. Fiona cast the invisibility charm and stealthily made her way back to Gryffindor Tower. The common room was empty, with the fat lady murmuring something behind her, which she chose to ignore as she headed straight to the dormitory. Hermione was fast asleep, her bed appearing just as it had when she left, suggesting she had not noticed her absence. Fiona retrieved her wand and tossed her clothes into the wardrobe, then wearily nestled under the covers. Chapter 3. She had scarcely drifted into slumber when Hermione roused her. Wake up, Fiona, we're going to be late. Hermione rushed to her side, gently rubbing her face. Oh dear. Fiona groaned, rubbing her eyes and glancing at the bustling Hermione. What time is it? If you wish to have breakfast, it would be wise to rise now, Hermione replied, her hands continuing their swift motions as she turned to look at Fiona with exasperation. All right, I'll get up now. Fiona, feeling exhausted, propped herself up. Relieved that Draco had left no marks on her from the previous night, otherwise, she would have struggled to rise. Hastily donning her clothes and gathering her books, Fiona joined Hermione in the common room, where Harry and Ron awaited them. "Good morning," Harry greeted with a smile, his gaze fixed on Fiona. "Did you sleep well last night?" "Quite well, let us go," she replied sweetly, linking her arm with his as they proceeded forward. Upon entering the hall, Fiona immediately spotted Draco seated at the Slytherin table, his intense gaze fixed upon her arm entwined with Harry's, effectively averting her eyes. Fiona retracted her arm and pretended to massage her neck. "It seems I didn't sleep well last night. My neck is a bit sore." Harry turned back. Concern etched on his face. "Would you like me to help you with that?" Fiona hastily waved her hand, reassuringly saying, "It's all right. It should be better soon." After finishing breakfast, the group made their way to the cellar, where their first lesson of the day was potions. Professor Snape stood at the podium, surveying the room before finally resting his gaze upon Fiona. "Today, we shall conduct a test. You will pair up to brew a love potion. I expect to see your finished products before class concludes. I will randomly select a few of you to sample your concoctions," he paused. A sinister smile creeping across his face as he added, "Perhaps 2 of you might find yourselves poisoned." He directed his gaze towards you and Harry, flashing a chilling grin. Fiona had always partnered with Harry in potions, and her potion-making skills typically hovered around a respectable level. However, the prospect of crafting a love potion alone felt daunting, especially with Harry beside her. A wave of despair washed over her. This particular assessment did not allow for self-selection of partners. Thus, Professor Snape continued, "Miss Granger will pair with Mr. Weasley, and Mr. Malfoy will be teamed with Miss Vet." Fiona discreetly exhaled, positioning herself beside Draco. "Mr. Potter and Mr. Longbottom shall be a pair," she announced. With that, Snape cast a more sinister smile at Harry, declaring, "Now, let us commence." Fiona cast a glance at Harry, just as he lifted his gaze to meet hers. Their eyes intertwined in the air, and Fiona discerned the emotions reflected in his gaze: frustration, fear, but predominantly anger. Harry briefly surveyed Draco, who stood beside her, and she adeptly donned an expression of disdain mixed with sorrow, prompting Harry to reluctantly divert his gaze. Draco, keenly observant of their interaction, deftly continued to handle the potion ingredients while lowering his voice to inquire, "What's the matter? Are you unhappy?" Fiona replied in a hushed tone, her expression devoid of emotion, "I am utterly in love with you." The potion-making session between Fiona and Draco proceeded remarkably well. Draco's occasional, discreet gestures of affection brought her immense comfort, enveloping the atmosphere in a haze of flirtation. Finally, with merely 5 minutes remaining before the class concluded, Draco successfully completed the potion. "Oh, let me see. A potion of remarkable success. Slytherin earns 10 points, Professor Snape remarked as he approached their potion, entirely disregarding the presence of Fiona, a Gryffindor. Of course, given her minimal contribution, it was only natural that she received no points, and she felt no grievance about it. However, Harry held a different perspective. "Professor, if you have noticed, I believe the potion was a collaborative effort between Fiona and Malfoy. Shouldn't Gryffindor receive points as well?" Harry stated, meeting Professor Snape's gaze resolutely. Snape narrowed his eyes and swiftly approached Harry, elongating his tone as he spoke. "Indeed, I have observed the repugnant, greasy mass emitting a foul odor from your cauldron. If you dare to call it a potion, Gryffindor loses 20 points. Harry, indignant, opened his mouth to protest, but Hermione, standing behind him, grasped his robe to silence him. "Enough," Snape declared, surveying the room before taking his place at the podium. "Next, I will select a few individuals to consume their own concoctions." The atmosphere grew tense, and Fiona could even hear the sound of someone swallowing nervously from a nearby table. Draco, under the cover of his ample robes, firmly held her hand. "Now, Miss Granger, Mr. Malfoy, please have your partner drink the potion you have brewed," Snape instructed, arms crossed as he stood at the front. "Professor Snape, this is not in accordance with the rules," Harry interjected, concern etched across his face as he glanced at Fiona. "Mr. Potter, this classroom is not yours to instruct me on how to conduct it," Snape retorted, narrowing his eyes at him. "Gryffindor loses 20 points. Now, drink," Snape commanded, leaving no room for dissent. Fiona swore she had seen a smile playing at the corners of Draco's mouth. The taste of the potion was decidedly unpleasant. Fiona took a hesitant step back, gazing at the clear azure liquid bubbling in the cauldron. Draco quietly slipped his arm around her waist, leaning in to whisper reassuringly in her ear, "Do not worry, it tastes delightful." Fiona nervously swallowed, choosing to place her trust in him. "Ron, Having resolved to face death with valor, raised the potion to his lips and drank deeply. No longer hesitating, Fina followed suit, lifting the potion to her mouth. The peculiar taste she had imagined did not materialize. Instead, the clear liquid flowed into her mouth, leaving in its wake a delightful scent of green apples. As she swallowed the potion, Draco's lips brushed against her ear with an air of casualness, whispering, "This is my flavor. How could it possibly be unpalatable?" Fina was taken by surprise as a flush crept across her cheeks. Professor Snape's gaze fleetingly brushed over her and Draco before shifting to Ron and Hermione. At that moment, Ron was gazing at Hermione, his ears and face growing increasingly crimson. Fina cast a glance at them, only to be drawn to Harry, who was fixated on Malfoy beside her, his expression as cold as if he had just been kissed by a Dementor, his hands trembling with barely contained fury. Curiously, despite having consumed the potion, Fina felt nothing at all. Glancing at Draco beside her, she furrowed her brow and whispered, "Is there something amiss with this potion?" "I feel absolutely nothing." Draco turned his head to her, lowering his voice to her ear as he replied, "The amortentia is ineffective on those who are already in love." Flushing with embarrassment, Filna gently pinched his lower back with her hand. He chuckled softly, discreetly taking her mischievous little hand into his palm. Professor Snape observed both groups of students having consumed the potion, a subtle smile gracing his lips as his silken voice resonated once more. Class dismissed. With that, he strode out of the classroom without hesitation. Barely had the hem of Professor Snape's robe slipped through the doorway when Harry leaped in front of Draco, furiously shouting, "Malfoy, I challenge you to a duel." Hermione, trailing closely behind, caught up with them, casting a worried glance at Filna before grabbing hold of Harry. Before she could utter a word, Ron rushed up, forcefully pulling Hermione away from Harry, his tone laden with sorrow. "Why do you have to pull him? You could have pulled me instead." The scene descended into chaos. Draco cast a disdainful glance at Harry before arrogantly addressing him, "Mr. Potter, perhaps you should first manage your own affairs." With that, he brazenly wrapped an arm around Filna's waist and departed, having just consumed the love potion. Filna naturally followed him without hesitation. Harry seemed to be ensnared by Hermione and Ron. He urgently called out to Filna several times, but she feigned ignorance, hastily trailing after Draco as they exited the classroom. Once free from Harry and his companions, Filna and Draco strolled hand in hand across the campus, savoring this rare moment together. Numerous onlookers regarded them with a mix of astonishment, anger, and disdain, their whispers echoing around them, yet the pair chose to remain oblivious. Navigating through the crowd, they reached the banks of the Black Lake and sat upon the grass. Draco reclined, resting his head on her lap, while Filna gazed down into his eyes. They exchanged silent glances, the reflections of one another becoming increasingly vivid within their eyes. "Malfoy? Filna?" Two voices abruptly interrupted their shared gaze. As Filna regained her composure, her heart raced within her chest, while a faint blush crept upon Draco's ears. The one who spoke approached, and Filna looked up to see it was the Weasley twins. Draco's previously gentle demeanor visibly morphed into one of sarcasm, clearly displeased by the interruption. "So it is the Weasley family. Did Mr. Weasley not instruct you to refrain from interrupting others?" "Oh, I forgot, Mr. Weasley must be preoccupied with earning a living. Otherwise, you might not even manage to afford a meal," Draco remarked, casting a scornful glance at them. The expressions of the Weasley twins turned cold. Filna, reluctant to disrupt such a splendid day, swiftly stepped forward and gently interjected before they could speak. "Let us find another place. I wish to be alone with you." Draco cast a languid glance at them, then rose to follow her lead. After taking only a few steps, one of the Weasley twins called out from behind, "Filna, you." Fina quickened her pace, pulling Draco away from the area. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore listened intently to the portrait's discourse, his crescent-shaped spectacles slightly narrowing, concealing the glimmer of insight in his eyes. Chapter 4. Throughout the day, Fina remained nearly inseparable from Draco, while Harry and his companions seemed to have vanished, leaving the two undisturbed. Unfortunately, the curfew approached swiftly, and despite their reluctance, they had to part ways. Draco attempted to entice her to the room of requirement, but before he could unfasten the third button of his shirt, Fina swallowed hard, resolutely leaving him and returning to the Gryffindor Tower. She feared that lingering any longer would lead her to succumb to temptation. Today was not the day, for she had unfinished business. The common room was sparsely populated, with Harry and his friends seated on the sofa by the fireplace. Upon Fina's entrance, they turned to her in unison. Hermione rose and hurried to Fina's side, her eyes filled with concern as she assessed her, tentatively inquiring, "Are you all right?" Fiona gazed at her in confusion, asking, "What is the matter?" "I'm perfectly fine." Hermione, exasperated, cast a glance at Harry and Ron, gently shaking her head. Harry's head drooped, indicating the lingering effects of the potion. Adopting an innocent facade, Fiona cheerfully grasped Hermione's hand to share. Today Draco took me to. Before she could finish her sentence, Hermione abruptly seized her hand, hastily leading her toward the girls' dormitory while soothingly saying, "Let us talk when we get back. There are too many people here." Fiona, seemingly bewildered, followed her footsteps back to the dormitory. Upon entering and closing the door, Hermione gazed at her with a serious expression. "Fiona, did you just see Harry?" "Yes, I did." "Why?" Fiona replied with a look of confusion. Hermione hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at her, before finally sighing, "It's nothing. Let us just get some sleep." Fiona maintained a dazed expression as she obediently nodded her head, changed into her pajamas, and climbed into bed. Clearly, everyone was waiting for the effects of the potion to wear off. The rhythmic sound of Hermione's breathing soon enveloped the room, and Fiona quickly succumbed to slumber. The following morning, she was once again roused by Hermione's eager voice. "Oh, Fiona, wake up, it's time to get up." Felina rubbed her eyes and sat up in a daze, her voice barely above a whisper as she murmured, "What time is it?" With 40 minutes remaining before class, and the first lesson being herbology, which required a considerable trek, it was imperative to rise swiftly. Observing that Hermione's eyes remained barely open, she resignedly nudged her out of bed and took it upon herself to gather Felina's textbooks into her bag. Fiona tidied herself up and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, thanked Hermione for organizing her bag. Hand in hand, they exited the dormitory together. As usual, Harry and Ron were waiting at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Harry hesitated, casting a glance at Fiona, who greeted both of them with a composed expression. "Hi, good morning." Tentatively, Harry took a step forward and extended his hand towards her. Fiona gazed at his hand in confusion, then turned her eyes towards Hermione, appearing utterly at a loss. Hermione subtly shook her head at Harry, prompting him to retract his hand, a strained smile adorning his face as he suggested, "Shall we proceed to dine?" Harry and Ron strode ahead, while Fiona linked arms with Hermione, a scene that had scarcely occurred since her romance with Harry began. In the hall, the members at the Gryffindor table cast looks of shock and pity, while Draco at the Slytherin table regarded Fiona with satisfaction, raising his glass in her direction. Fiona unabashedly winked at him. At that moment, Hermione stepped forward, seemingly casually interposing herself between the two, and gently suggested, "Let us hasten to our meal, lest we arrive late for class." A fleeting expression of disappointment crossed Fiona's face, which she quickly masked with a polite smile and a nod in response. The meal was tasteless to her, a mere formality. Harry, who usually tended to Fiona's needs at the dining table, seemed preoccupied today, leaving her to eat in silence. While the long table of Gryffindor erupted with laughter and chatter, a palpable tension enveloped their corner, where they finished breakfast in somber quietude. This silence persisted until the conclusion of herbology class. As the lesson involved repotting mandrakes, each student donned oversized noise-canceling earplugs, rendering conversation an impossible endeavor. When the class bell rang, Fiona removed her gloves and earplugs to engage in conversation with Hermione. However, mid-sentence, her voice faltered and her expression turned cold. Hermione, sensing something amiss, gently inquired, "What's wrong?" Fiona shook her head and glanced back at Harry, who was engaged in conversation with Ron and seemed oblivious to her presence. Her complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Hermione seemed to grasp the situation and gently wrapped her arms around Fiona without uttering a word. "I consumed a love potion yesterday." Fiona's voice trembled, choked with emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Hermione soothingly embraced her, whispering, "It's all right. We understand. No one will blame you." "No, I cannot," Fiona said in a state of turmoil, shaking her head in distress, tears streaming down her pale cheeks, her eyes reddening. I'm sorry, she uttered, seizing her backpack and dashing out of the classroom. This morning, there was only one class, and Fiona hurried back to Gryffindor Tower, bursting into the dormitory and burying her face in the sheets, weeping bitterly. Before long, Hermione followed her in, and upon seeing Fiona trembling on the bed, she quietly closed the door and approached her, wrapping her arms around her shoulders. "Fiona," she called softly. Fiona slightly lifted her head, revealing her swollen eyes as she looked at Hermione. "I didn't mean to. Hermione, filled with compassion, gently patted her back and held her close. It's all right. We all know Harry doesn't mind." Fiona shook her head vigorously, struggling in her embrace. "No, I have made up my mind. I want to break up with Harry." Her words seemed to carry an immense weight of sorrow, and upon finishing, she collapsed onto the bed, weeping openly. Oblivious to Hermione's astonished gaze. What? Break up? Why? Hermione gently patted her back. You need not feel this way. Harry will understand. With a trembling voice laced with a hint of resolve, Filna declared, No, I cannot disregard his reputation. It is all my fault. I must break up with him. Hermione, wishing to offer further counsel, was interrupted by Filna. I am sorry, I am exhausted. After a moment of silence, Hermione ultimately refrained from speaking again, letting out a sigh as she exited the dormitory. With afternoon classes approaching, Filna had not gone out for lunch, nor had Hermione returned. Noticing the time, she retrieved a mirror to inspect her swollen eyes, yet feeling it insufficient, she rubbed them vigorously until faint red veins appeared before shouldering her bag and leaving the dormitory. In the common room, students were gathered in small clusters, conversing, but fell silent upon seeing Filna emerge, their gazes turning towards her, oblivious to their stares. She walked stiffly towards the exit. Her classmates had witnessed her tearful departure earlier, and by now, they must have all been informed. Along the way, many cast sympathetic glances her way, which she ignored, her eyes vacant as she made her way to the history of magic classroom. Harry and his friends had not yet arrived, and Filna chose a seat in the far corner of the back row. Mechanically, she took out her textbook and laid it on the desk, staring vacantly ahead. Soon enough, Harry and his companions entered the classroom. As soon as he stepped inside, Harry's gaze swept the room, landing on her, and he walked straight towards her. Ron seemed inclined to follow, but was halted by Hermione. Filna. Harry's voice carried an edge of anger. Ferna turned her head slowly towards him, her eyes swollen and bloodshot, devoid of their usual luster. His voice softened as he pleaded. Please, let us not part ways. I truly do not mind. Harry's voice, tinged with a raspy quality, responded, I cannot act as if nothing has transpired. We must end this for the sake of both of us. For the sake of both of us? Harry's voice suddenly rose by several octaves. Look at yourself now. Is this what you call for the best? Filna had never seen Harry in such a manner, momentarily rendered speechless. Noticing her apparent shock, Harry endeavored to temper his anger and spoke. Filna, it was merely a minor experiment, nothing of great significance. Let it go, shall we? Tears welled up in Filna's eyes as she recalled their words. Let us break up, please, for your sake. I do not wish to burden you. Behind her, there were those who hurled harsh insults, for there were indeed many who admired Harry. Harry stood frozen, seemingly at a loss for words. Professor Binns entered the room, compelling Harry to return to his seat. Chapter 5. Throughout the entire class, Filna endeavored to embody the essence of a heartbroken soul, struggling with her feelings of rejection. The moment the bell rang, she seized her bag and dashed out of the classroom, disregarding the calls behind her. The next class was Transfiguration, and for the first time, Filna found herself grateful for Professor McGonagall's strictness. Throughout the lesson, Harry could not find an opportunity to speak with her, as she continued to wear an expression of deep sorrow. When the bell finally rang, Hermione and Ron swiftly exited the classroom, while Filna prepared to slip away with her bag in hand. However, Harry, quicker in his movements, seized her arm from behind. Can we talk? At that moment, Draco, who has been over organizing his belongings, paused and glanced at the two. Fiona discreetly winked at him. Draco raised his gaze to meet hers, and after a moment, lowered his head to continue packing his bag. Harry, oblivious to their interaction, noticed Fiona's prolonged silence and tentatively reached out to grasp her hand. Startled, Filna instinctively withdrew her hand and turned to him, her eyes brimming with tears. All right, let us converse, she said. Draco exited the classroom, leaving only the two of them behind. Filna turned to face him, and Harry gazed at her for a moment. He gently raised his hand to touch her eyes, his tone as tender as ever. Does it hurt? Fiona shook her head, tears spilling from her eyes and falling onto his fingers. Let us part ways. I truly cannot forgive myself. Harry's fingers trembled slightly, his emerald eyes fixated on the tear that had fallen, his voice barely a whisper. Why? Filna closed her eyes in anguish, whispering to herself, I cannot convince myself. You deserve better. Harry, with his head hung low, murmured, there is no possibility for us anymore. Is there? Ferna opened her eyes and gazed into the depths of his emerald green irises. After a moment of silence, she lowered her head and murmured, I am sorry. Harry suddenly smiled faintly, his pallid complexion revealing a profound look as he regarded her. All right, I understand. Fiona did not lift her gaze. Tears fell to the ground with a soft patter. Harry circumvented her as he exited the classroom. Fiona stood quietly in place, her head bowed. allowing tears to fall softly to the ground. After a while, the classroom door closed, and a familiar figure stepped before her, opening his arms to embrace her. He whispered gently in her ear, "Do not weep. If you continue, I shall grow envious." Ferna encircled his waist with her arms, pressing her face against his chest as she wept uncontrollably, gasping for breath. "I couldn't stop crying, thinking you were going to leave me." Draco, feeling helpless, gently tousled her hair and softly reassured her, "Do not cry. I am here, and I will not abandon you. Even if you wish to escape, you could not." Fiona looked up at him, sniffing as she said, "I don't want to run at all." Draco chuckled softly, pulling her back into his embrace with a tender tone. "How are you so adorable?" In the soothing cadence of his voice, Fiona gradually found her composure, noticing her tears had ceased. Draco retrieved a small vial of potion from his pocket and handed it to her, saying, "This is an anti-inflammatory. Consume it, and it will be beneficial for your eyes." Fiona shook her head, tucking the potion into her bosom. "Not just yet. Would it be acceptable to consume it in the evening?" Draco appeared to have anticipated her response, retrieving a two-faced mirror from his pocket and presenting it to her. "Contact me when you drink the potion. I wish to witness you consume it." Fiona widened her eyes at him, exclaiming, "You don't trust me." Draco, leaning down, gently kissed the corner of her lips and reassured her, "Not at all. I merely fear that the potion may be too bitter, and thus, I wish to accompany you." Draco appeared steadfast, leaving Fiona with no choice but to reluctantly nod in agreement. After a while, as the curfew approached, Fiona retrieved a mirror to inspect her reflection, noticing her slightly faded red eyes with dissatisfaction, and raised her hand to gently rub them. Draco softly grasped her hand, his tone tinged with exasperation. "Are you truly a witch?" With that, he produced a vial of potion from his pocket, stating, "Here, this is prepared just for you." Fiona looked at him with a grimace, her tone filled with hesitation. "I think it might be quite nice to give it a little need." Draco feigned seriousness, his expression stern as he commanded, "Drink it all." Fiona, feeling a sense of grievance, reluctantly accepted the potion and, pinching her nose, downed it in one gulp. Contrary to her expectations, the peculiar taste did not manifest. Instead, a faint essence of green apple lingered in her mouth. Fiona looked up at Draco in surprise, only to find him wearing a look of amusement. Incensed, she glared at him and exclaimed, "You did that on purpose." Draco playfully pinched her nose and replied with a smile, "When have I ever given you a potion that was unpleasant to taste? Reflect on it." Upon consideration, it seemed he was indeed correct. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Fiona nestled against him, playfully nuzzling his chest as she cooed, "I knew Draco would treat me the best." He gently pinched her cheeks, pulling them slightly as he articulated, "Knowing is good." As the effects of the potion took hold, Fiona felt a swelling sensation around her eyes. Upon retrieving a mirror, she confirmed her suspicions. Her eye area was indeed red and puffy. Observing this, Draco enveloped her tightly in his embrace for a brief moment of silence before releasing her and casually stated, "We should head back. The potion will only last for 2 hours. That's sufficient." "Good night, darling," Fiona replied with a tender smile. Draco leaned down and bestowed a kiss upon her lips, murmuring, "Good night, Mrs. Malfoy." Upon returning to Gryffindor Tower, Harry and his companions were seated on the sofa by the fireplace, engaged in conversation. As Fiona entered, the common room fell silent, all eyes turning towards her. Hermione seemed poised to say something, but Fiona paid no heed, hastily making her way to the dormitory. Once inside, she closed the door and collapsed onto her bed, rolling over in exhaustion. Acting truly was tiresome. With Hermione yet to return, Fiona rose to draw the bed curtains, casting several spells to ensure Hermione would not overhear her conversation with Draco, before comfortably slipping back into bed in her nightwear. "Draco?" Fiona took out the two-way mirror, and soon Draco's face appeared on the other side. "I'm here," he replied, appearing somewhat drowsy, his eyes half-lidded as he glanced at her. "Have you finished?" "Almost," she responded. "Drink that potion." Draco yawned, propping himself up against the headboard, his nightwear slightly askew, revealing a glimpse of his well-defined collarbone. Fiona gazed intently at his collarbone, responding unconsciously, All right." Draco appeared to have discovered something amusing, chuckling as he observed her dazedly swallow an entire bottle of potion. Fiona gazed at him with a perplexed expression. "Had I known you were so easily captivated by male charm, I would not have exerted myself in concocting potions of exquisite flavor." He appeared to be quite pleased, his teasing tone imbued with warmth. A teasing smile danced upon Philena's lips as she provocatively tugged at her collar, deliberately unfastening her buttons one by one with languid grace. Draco's gaze trailed her every movement, fixated on the expanse of pale skin that gradually revealed itself, causing him to swallow hard. Noticing his growing fascination, Felena, with a mischievous glint in her eye, snapped the mirror shut just as she was about to unfasten the button at her chest. Damn it! Draco's frustrated voice echoed through the air, prompting a delighted laugh from Felena. Good night, Mr. Malfoy, she declared, abruptly severing the connection. Whether Draco could find slumber thereafter, she did not know, but she blissfully drifted into a restful sleep. The following morning, Felena awoke early, feeling invigorated as she stood before the mirror. Her complexion had returned to its usual state, and the bloodshot veins in her eyes had faded. Hermione, still ensconced in slumber, stirred as Felena approached her bedside, gently patting her. Hermione? It's time to rise. Oh, dear, Hermione exclaimed, her eyes fluttering open in confusion before she leapt from her bed in alarm. What time is it? Am I late? Do not fret. There is still ample time, Felena replied, gently restraining her. I simply woke up a bit earlier today. As Hermione regained her composure, she regarded Felena's restored smile and cautiously inquired, Are you feeling all right? A radiant smile blossomed on Felena's face. Very well. Hermione appeared relieved, her entire demeanor relaxing. That's good to hear. I was quite worried about your condition yesterday. Felena embraced her and nuzzled. It's all right. Thank you. Confronting Hermione was not a daunting task. However, as she and Hermione stepped out of the dormitory and beheld Harry and Ron waiting at the door, the challenge arose. Oh, hi. I mean good morning, Harry stammered, yet his gaze remained resolutely fixed upon Felena's eyes. Felena inwardly lamented the situation. Indeed, he spoke again. I have pondered your words from yesterday seriously. Since you cannot let this matter rest, let us part ways, and I shall court you anew. Fiona turned around in astonishment to gaze at Hermione, who, feeling guilty, averted her eyes. It was evident that this idea had originated from her. Felena shook her head gently, her tone soft. I'm sorry, Harry, but we cannot be together again. Why? Harry seemed to struggle to comprehend. Felena's face bore an apologetic smile as she said, I'm sorry, I thought we had clarified everything yesterday. However, Harry seemed poised to say something further, yet Felena did not grant him that opportunity. If we do not head to dinner soon, we shall be late, she interjected, interrupting Harry's words. Hermione, observing her expression, chimed in, Oh, for heaven's sake. We must hurry to the dining hall. Upon their swift arrival at the cafeteria, they noticed that Draco was absent from the table. Felena cast a fleeting glance in his direction before averting her gaze, finding solace as she settled down at the Gryffindor long table to eat. Gossip spread rapidly, and thus no one seemed surprised by her decision to sit apart from Harry. A third-year girl approached Harry shyly, posing a few inquisitive questions. With Draco's absence from the hall, Felena found her mind elsewhere and hastily finished her breakfast before heading to the potions classroom. Inside the classroom, most students had already gathered. Draco sat at the front, engrossed in fiddling with something, oblivious to Felena and the others entering. To avoid any awkwardness, Felena chose not to pair with Harry. Hermione appeared inclined to switch places with her, but Ron firmly clutched her hand. There were no solo Gryffindor students present. Felena glanced at the Slytherin girl beside Draco and, with a gentle smile, approached Zabini seated behind Draco. May I join your group, Mr. Zabini? Chapter 6. Draco disapprovingly lifted his gaze to her, then turned to the girl next to him, saying, You should team up with Blaise. Reluctantly, the girl acquiesced, grumpily shoving Felena aside to take her place next to Zabini. Fina turned to Draco, raising an eyebrow delicately. Draco smiled subtly, bowing with an air of arrogance. I wonder if I have the honor of being grouped with Miss Vit? Fiona's expression turned cold, and her tone was no longer the usual gentleness. I'm sorry, Mr. Malfoy, but I believe I am better off in a group of my own. With that, she found an empty seat and sat down decisively. Draco narrowed his eyes as he glanced at Harry, then shifted his gaze back to her. I heard you broke up with Potter. What is the matter? Have you finally realized he is merely a talentless scarhead? Harry's face flushed crimson as he drew his wand, aiming it at Draco. Shut up. Draco tilted his chin and shot him a sidelong glance, the mockery evident on his face. The great savior Potter has finally parted ways. The Weasley family's pauper must be overjoyed. This time, Ron also drew his wand. Fina stepped forward, positioning herself between Draco and Harry Ron. Her back turned to shield them from their wands, and cast an indignant glance at Draco. On what grounds do you make such assertions about them? Draco's smile faded slightly, his eyes narrowing to conceal the darkness within. On what grounds? Perhaps you would like to pair up with me, and I shall enlighten you on the matter. Before she could respond, the classroom door swung open abruptly, and Professor Snape strode to the podium, casting a brief glance at them. I believe it is imperative that you all recognize we are in the midst of a lesson. Now, return to your seats. Harry and Ron, seething with frustration, lowered their wands and sat down. Just as Fina was about to return to her own seat, Professor Snape's voice resonated once more. For this class, you will work in pairs to concoct a forgetfulness potion. Those without partners should form pairs at once. With that, he narrowed his eyes and regarded her once more. Fiona paused abruptly, seating herself rigidly beside Draco. Professor Snape averted his gaze. The method of preparation is on the blackboard. Now, let us begin. Fina cast a fleeting glance at Harry, who sat awkwardly at the table, flanked by Ron and Hermione, both of whom appeared somewhat anxious. Harry's gaze drifted toward Fina, their eyes meeting in a silent exchange. Have you seen enough? Draco whispered through gritted teeth beside her. Fina was taken aback, glancing towards Draco, and hurriedly distancing herself from him. A tempest brewed in the depths of Draco's eyes, almost palpable in its intensity. Fina lowered her head to evade his gaze, seeking refuge in the folds of her robe as she grasped his hand tightly. Oh, Mr. Potter, do you perhaps believe yourself so formidable that you no longer need to heed the professor's counsel? Professor Snape's silky voice resonated. I apologize, Professor, but I lack a partner. Harry murmured, his eyes cast down, his hands awkwardly entwined. Then you shall team up with Mr. Longbottom, Snape remarked, a sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Reluctantly, Harry shuffled over to Neville, who recoiled in terror, appearing on the verge of tears. The sudden emptiness in her palm drew Fina's attention back. Draco had withdrawn his hand, now focused on organizing the potion ingredients, his downcast eyes betraying a hint of distress. What troubles you? She inquired softly, leaning in closer. He remained silent, slightly turning away to avoid her proximity. Fina arched her brow, a delightful smile gracing her lips. Are you feeling envious? Perhaps the laughter in her voice was too evident, for Draco glanced up at her, his gray eyes filled with a sense of grievance. Filna was momentarily taken aback. Before she could fully discern the emotions lurking in his eyes, he averted his gaze and resumed his meticulous handling of the potion ingredients. I was wrong, you know that. I only love you, Filna whispered tenderly, leaning closer to him. Draco slightly turned his head, attempting to evade her proximity, yet Filna, ever observant, noticed the flush of crimson spreading across his ears and playfully nipped at them. Draco inhaled sharply, abruptly raising his gaze to meet hers, revealing an unguarded depth of emotion that left her momentarily breathless. Lowering her head, she feigned stirring the cauldron and spoke softly. We shall meet at the room of requirement later. Today, both Gryffindor and Slytherin had but a single class. And Filna returned to her dormitory to don a shimmering silver gown, casting an invisibility charm upon herself. In the common room, Harry and his friends were seated on the sofa, engaged in lively conversation. As Filna passed by them, a particular word drifted into her ears, Malfoy. Intrigued, she halted to eavesdrop on their discussion. It must be that Malfoy has slipped her some potion. You know how he harbors feelings for Filna while being your sworn enemy. Ron remarked with a shrug. Hermione frowned in rebuttal. I mean, that's simply implausible. Filna shows none of the signs of having been affected by a potion. Unperturbed by her words, Ron retorted, if it were up to me, you ought to retaliate fiercely, perhaps administer a potion to Malfoy in kind. Harry sat in contemplative silence, his head bowed. Filna walked away with a sense of tedium. Entering the room of wishes fulfilled, Draco lay languidly on the bed, lost in thought. Upon hearing a sound, he turned his head, yet his expression remained far from pleasant. What troubles you? Filna inquired as she climbed onto the bed. Enveloping him in her embrace and gently kissing the crown of his head, Draco nestled comfortably in her arms, closing his eyes, choosing silence over words. Ferna quietly sat beside him, gently running her fingers through his hair. After a long pause, he finally spoke. My father seems to be concealing something from me. He has returned. Ferna replied calmly, causing Draco to tremble all over. Fiona embraced him tightly, bestowing gentle kisses as she reassured him, do not fear. I shall remain by your side. How can you be so certain? Draco lifted his gaze to meet hers, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of confusion. Fiona winked at him, refraining from answering the question, and deftly changed the subject. Do not worry, your father will be fine, I assure you. Draco appeared even more perplexed. Filna provided no explanation. She merely instructed him to write a letter to his father upon his return, expressing her desire to meet him. Draco's face transformed into an embodiment of confusion, resembling a question mark. Filna was amused by his words. If you can persuade your father, you may join our conversation, and then everything will become clear to you. Draco fiercely lowered his head to kiss her, and in a moment of distraction, Filna inquired, "Do you wish to be engaged? Unless it is with you." With a satisfied hum, Filna ran her fingertips through his hair. After a considerable time, she nestled in Draco's embrace, who still appeared somewhat melancholic. She lifted her head and brushed her lips against his, reassuring him, "Do not worry, I promise the Malfoy family will be just fine." Draco grasped the back of her head, deepening the kiss. Everything came to a halt once more as dawn began to break. Filna rose to dress. While Draco remained in a deep slumber, she placed a gentle kiss on his forehead before departing. Chapter 7. In preparation for her audience with the head of the Malfoy family, Filna needed to make some arrangements. Rather than returning to her dormitory, she descended to the 8th floor and made her way directly to the Ollery. "Vimire?" Filna softly called, and the owl immediately flew to her shoulder, nuzzling her cheek. Fiona retrieved her wand and cast numerous anti-eavesdropping charms around her, drawing curious glances from the owls observing her actions. Once she completed the final incantation, she turned to Vimire and instructed, "Please fetch Mr. Come-On and bring the family ring." Vimire gently pecked her fingers before taking flight. Her first class was History of Magic, and Fiona hurried to the classroom where Hermione had already secured a seat with her books. "Thank you, my dear." Fiona sighed with relief as she sincerely accepted the book from Hermione's hands. Hermione's anxious expression softened upon seeing her. "Oh my goodness. I nearly thought you would miss this class. Where have you been?" "I went to write a letter home," Fiona quietly replied, lowering her head as Professor Binns floated into the classroom. Having had a restless night, Fiona struggled to stay awake during the first History of Magic class that morning and ultimately succumbed to sleep. At the end of the lesson, Hermione tossed a hefty notebook at her. "Your sleep quality has been quite poor lately. Perhaps you should consult Madame Pomfrey." Fiona stifled a yawn as she took her notebook in hand. "I shall remember to seek her out," she remarked. Hermione gazed at her with concern. "I am heading to the library this afternoon. Would you care to join me?" Filna shook her head, saying, "No, I have other matters to attend to. Thank you for your notes." She appeared somewhat anxious, yet managed to offer a reassuring smile. "All right, let us hurry. We cannot be late for Transfiguration class." Hermione inhaled sharply and quickly gathered her books, following her to the classroom. It was nearly filled to capacity, with only the seats at the front reserved for Harry and Ron remaining unoccupied. Hermione tugged Filna along as they made their way over. Fiona greeted them as she would any ordinary classmates and graciously took a seat. Instantly, the attention of her peers converged upon the four of them, with some huddling together to engage in hushed whispers. Filna disregarded him and immersed herself in her textbook, preparing for the day's lesson. However, it was evident that Harry was unwilling to let her be. "Are you all right? I mean, have you had breakfast? I noticed you didn't go to eat this morning. Are you hungry? I have some coconut ice cream. Would you like some?" The chatter around them grew louder, bordering on brazen gossip. Fiona exerted considerable effort to suppress her instinct to frown, gently declining. "No, thank you. I'm not particularly hungry." The expression on Harry's face wavered between disappointment and joy as he silently retracted his hand that had offered the candy. "Just let me know if you feel hungry," he replied. Fiona nodded politely, choosing to remain silent. As Professor McGonagall entered the classroom, the students immediately fell silent, and a serene calm enveloped the room once more. Filna exhaled softly, straightened her back, and leaned closer to the desk, striving to distance herself from Harry as much as possible. She remained perched on the edge of her seat until the end of class, which left her back aching, raising her hand to gently massage her stiff neck. She caught sight of Draco standing outside the door. "I have some matters to attend to. You should go ahead and have your meal," Filna quickly advised Hermione over her shoulder. Hermione regarded her with a steady gaze and concluded, "You've been acting rather strangely lately, but very well, do take care." With that, she took her books and departed. Once the classroom emptied, Draco slipped inside. "How did it go?" Filna could discern the astonishment in his eyes, confirming her suspicions. Yet she felt compelled to tease him. "Indeed," he exclaimed, "how did you manage that?" "My father intends to send you an invitation to visit the Malfoy estate, and he has forbidden me from eavesdropping on your conversation." Filna had already surmised that the head of the Malfoy family would not permit Draco to listen in. "As for the invitation, let your father know that I would like to visit him tomorrow afternoon. However, this matter must remain confidential between us and Professor Snape." Filna furrowed her brow slightly, adding, "If Professor Snape is interested, I would be quite open to him joining our discussion." Draco's expression was one of perpetual confusion. "Godfather? How would he know? Why is he allowed to listen in? His adorable expression prompted Filna to pinch his cheek playfully. He will certainly know, for I intend to utilize his fireplace for my journey to your home. How do you know that the Godfather's fireplace is connected to the Flu network at the Malfoy residence? Draco furrowed his brows. Just how much do you know? Fiona gently caressed his face, her gaze earnest as she locked eyes with him. Soon you will know. Could you wait just a little longer? Draco studied her for a long while before finally letting out a resigned sigh. Very well, as long as none of this brings you harm. Filna leaped into his embrace, holding him tightly. Draco, how can you be so wonderful? Draco reciprocated her embrace, remaining silent for a long while. Filna, there is something I believe you ought to know. What is it? Filna lifted her gaze to meet his, noticing the flicker of struggle and guilt dancing across his face. It appears that my father intends to arrange a marriage for me. Draco took a deep breath, as if steeling himself for what he was about to say, and looked at her earnestly. I shall resolutely refuse, but it may require a prolonged battle with my family. Please do not be disheartened. I will never betray you. Fiona blinked as she gazed at him. Do you know who your betrothed is? Draco furrowed his brow in discomfort. I have heard she is the heir of a prestigious pureblood family, seemingly of a similar age to mine. I have had nearly all pureblood families in Britain within my circle. They might choose one of Pansy or Astoria as a prospective match. Are you well acquainted with them? Fiona's expression softened further, her eyelids lowering to conceal the brilliance beneath. Draco gently tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, his tone affectionate, not intimately. I merely encounter them frequently at balls. Speaking of balls, Fiona unexpectedly posed a question. Who were your partners at previous dances? Draco's expression stiffened, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features as he lowered his gaze, encircling her gently, murmuring softly, Pansy. But I assure you, from now on, it shall be you. Fiona lifted her gaze delicately and regarded him with a fleeting glance. I believe your prospective bride this time is quite agreeable. You might want to contemplate it. Draco abruptly tightened his embrace around her, declaring, I do not desire that. My sole wish is to marry you. Filna allowed him to embrace her, subtly concealing the smile at the corner of her lips, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. It's all right. You should heed your father's advice. That girl must be wonderful. Draco adjusted her head, gazing earnestly into the depths of her eyes. I swear I love only you. I will marry you as my wife. And I shall never betray you. Unbeknownst to Filna, he discreetly drew forth his wand. It was not until a silvery light enveloped him, leaving a faint silver line upon his wrist, that Filna realized this was a magical vow. The magical vow possesses the same binding power as an unbreakable oath. However, it only requires two individuals to be fulfilled and carries an even stronger obligation, irrevocable and unalterable, while an unbreakable oath may harbor loopholes. A magical vow is devoid of any ambiguity, necessitating genuine commitment. Thus, wizards seldom resort to magical vows. Coming back to her senses, Filna grasped his wrist, her eyes fixed on the faint silver line, her voice laced with urgency. How could you make a magical vow? Why not? He replied. The Malfoy family motto teaches that only those who dare to embrace the greatest risks can attain the deepest love and the grandest achievements. I yearn for your most profound affection, and I am willing to bear all risks for it. When it comes to loving you, I wish to leave no escape route for myself. Draco gently withdrew his wrist and lifted her chin, his gaze brimming with deep emotion as he looked directly into her eyes. Please do not leave me, all right? Fiona was captivated by the tenderness in his gaze, gently nestling into his embrace, listening to the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat as her heart gradually became enveloped in sweetness. Filna pressed against his chest, concealing the mischievous smile on her face. He held her quietly, and after a considerable time, finally spoke. Thank you. Chapter 8. This afternoon, Filna had no classes, and she resolved to pay a visit to Professor Snape. The audacity of a Gryffindor student venturing into the office of the Slytherin head was rather conspicuous. So Filna cast an invisibility charm upon herself and stealthily made her way to the dungeon. Upon reaching the door to his office, she raised her hand and gently knocked, yet remained silent. The door was abruptly swung open from within, revealing a fleeting look of confusion on Professor Snape's somber face. After a moment, sensing her presence, he stepped aside to permit her entry, only to slam the door shut with a grumble. Students today dare to mock even their head of house. He was indicating that this was not a secure place for conversation, and Filna comprehended his message, choosing not to lift the invisibility charm. Indeed, he soon rose again to open the door, glancing back at his desk as if pondering whether he had forgotten something. This provided her with an opportunity to slip out. And as soon as Filna exited, he followed suit, closing the door behind him and striding forward. She hurried to keep pace with him. They ascended to the 8th floor, where he opened the door to the room of requirement, which had now transformed into a potion brewing chamber. Filna quickly darted inside. The room was devoid of any portraits, and he withdrew his wand, casting several spells before nodding slightly and settling onto the sofa. Finally, Filna was able to unravel the invisibility spell. She plopped down onto the sofa, waved her wand, and poured herself a cup of red tea, which she gulped down in one go, grumbling in discontent. He must have lost his mind to set up so many surveillance devices in the castle. Snape, with a grim expression, inquired, "What do you want from me?" Fiona set down her teacup and looked up at him. "Tomorrow afternoon, I require the use of your fireplace." Snape furrowed his brow. "Do you wish for me to confine you? It would be preferable to do so this afternoon." Fiona leaned in slightly closer to him. "I need him to understand that you hold me in disdain." Snape elegantly lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. "That is not a challenge. Furthermore, this evening, I must venture into the Forbidden Forest." Fiona gazed at him in silence. "Indeed," he furrowed his brow. "What purpose do you have for going there?" Filna shook her head and remarked, "This is not a suitable place for conversation. I hope you will join the discussion tomorrow afternoon." He paused briefly before responding. "I will be there." Ferna cast an invisibility spell upon herself once more. "Well then, see you on the 3rd floor in a while." He gave her a slight nod, returning to his usual demeanor, and rose to open the door. Fina seized the opportunity to slip outside. Hermione was absent from the dormitory, allowing Fina to sneak into the drapery and dispel the invisibility charm, finally exhaling in relief. Donning her school robes, she clutched a book and hastened to the 3rd floor, where Severus Snape stood at the staircase. Just as the Hufflepuff class was dismissed, the 3rd floor grew crowded. In her rush, Fina ascended the stairs and inadvertently collided with Snape. Caught off guard by the impact, he staggered and, baring his teeth, barked at her. "Miss Vitter, if your intellect were to surpass that of a troll, you would comprehend that one must pay attention while walking." With tears welling in her eyes, Filna defiantly raised her head to confront him. "I'm sorry, Professor, but I believe you should not stand at the top of the stairs." Snape narrowed his eyes with a sinister glint. Defying a professor results in a deduction of 5 points for Gryffindor. Furthermore, misfit, you are to report to my office at 6 o'clock for detention. The crowd of onlookers continued to grow, and Filna wiped away her tears, casting her gaze downward, silent. "I expect that if you heard my words, you should respond with yes, Professor," Snape declared, his chin held high in arrogance. Fiona, suppressing her emotions, managed to utter, "Yes, Professor." After speaking, she hurriedly clutched her book and fled. Following dinner, Fiona arrived at Professor Snape's office as promised. She raised her hand and gently knocked on the door. After a brief moment, the door was opened from within. Filna entered the room, lowering her head as she stood beside him, draped in his cloak. He spoke in a low voice. "Today, your confinement task is to assist me in gathering potion ingredients from the Forbidden Forest. Follow me." With that, he lifted his leg and proceeded forward. She hurried to keep pace with him. Thus, they walked in tandem until they reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where Snape came to a halt. "What will you do?" he inquired, gently waving his wand, the tip emanating a luminous white glow. "Vermilion?" Filna softly called, as an owl swooped down, perching upon her shoulder. Fiona removed a small cloth pouch from her leg, within which lay the ring of the head of the Witter family. Snape furrowed his brow, inquiring, "How did this come to be in your possession?" Fina surveyed the surroundings and gently shook her head, understanding the situation. She chose to remain silent, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Adorning the family ring, Fina softly addressed Snape, "Follow me." With that, she ventured deeper into the Forbidden Forest, with Snape closely trailing behind her. After a considerable trek, they arrived at the foot of a rocky mountain, where Fina skillfully located a cave and slipped inside. The cavern was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate both of them. Fina used her wand to maneuver a large stone to seal the entrance, then cast numerous protective and concealment charms around the perimeter before finally taking a seat on the ground. "What is happening?" Snape inquired, also settling down, his expression one of bewilderment as he scanned the surroundings. Ferna withdrew the family ring and, with a serious demeanor, declared, "I shall explain later. Time is of the essence. I require your assistance in remaining vigilant of our surroundings." He fixed her with a steady gaze and eventually nodded in acquiescence. Without further ado, Ferna produced her wand and recited an incantation directed at the ring. The black surface of the ring gradually flaked away, revealing a luminous, pearly glow beneath. Subsequently, the radiance began to flow and coalesce, ultimately forging into a delicate band that flew into her hand, securing itself in place. Chapter 9. Fiona wearily wiped the sweat from her brow and exhaled with relief. I succeeded. Snape squinted, scrutinizing her for an extended moment, and cautiously aimed his wand at her. Explain. Filna raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, speaking with resignation. All right, calm down. I shall divulge everything to you now. This is indeed the ring of the head of the White family, but it also serves as an ancient alchemical artifact. The annals of the White family recount that this ring was serendipitously acquired by one of their ancestors during an adventure. He discerned that the ring harbored immense energy, yet he was unable to harness it. For centuries, it has been passed down as the head of the White family's ring, with each generation striving to conquer its power, but, without exception, all have met with failure. Felna paused momentarily, observing Snape's expression. But you have successfully tamed it, have you? Snape's wand remained pointed at her. Filna nodded helplessly. Indeed, from the moment of my birth, I have been intricately linked with the ring. However, my father has always opposed its use, fearing it might bring me harm. Then why has he consented now? Snape inquired, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. Because he has returned. Filna replied earnestly, locking her gaze with his. You felt it, did you not? Snape's hand trembled slightly as he gradually lowered his wand. The remaining matters will be clarified in our conversation tomorrow afternoon, Filna assured as she stepped closer to him. He gently caressed the place on his left arm marked by the dark mark, his tone icy. You had better not be deceiving me. No one can stand alone. We must unite. Filna gazed deeply into his eyes. He averted his gaze, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, and pulled the hood of his cloak back over his head. We must leave. I still need to gather some potion ingredients to deal with the observer. Damn it, Filna murmured as she waved her wand to move aside a stone, hurrying to keep pace with him. Snape halted momentarily, turning back to regard her intently. It is hard to believe that you are a Gryffindor. With a sly smile, Filna remarked, I exerted considerable effort to ensure I was assigned to that position. After a simple collection of various herbs, the two finally returned to the castle. With mere minutes remaining before curfew, Filna hurried back to Gryffindor Tower. Hermione was anxiously pacing in the common room and rushed to greet her upon her return. Where have you been? I was so worried about you. I was confined by Professor Snape, Filna replied, reverting to her disguise of the little white flower. Her tone somewhat subdued. Hermione, filled with concern, embraced her tightly. What happened? Filna wore an expression of deep grievance. This afternoon, I accidentally bumped into him. Hermione gasped in sympathy as she gazed at her. How long did he shut you out? He did not specify. Filna shook her head, only that I must return tomorrow. Hermione gently patted her back in consolation. Do not be disheartened. My mother has sent me some muggle sweets. Let us indulge in them together. Filna lifted her spirits and smiled gently at her, allowing herself to be led back to the dormitory. The following day, with no classes, Filna indulged in slumber until noon. Hermione had already vacated the room, and Filna chose a silken gown of silver hue, meticulously preparing herself. After repeatedly ensuring her attire was appropriate before the mirror, she hastily donned her school robe and departed. Arriving at the door of Snape's office, she rapped lightly. The door opened from within, revealing Snape and Draco waiting inside. The portraits in the office were absent from their frames, and in a hushed tone, Snape informed her, We will depart through the fireplace shortly. Draco will remain here to cover for us. Draco's face was etched with reluctance, yet he dared not defy Lucius's wishes and remained obediently behind. Fiona reached out to embrace him, leaving a gentle kiss on the side of his face. You will soon find out, I assure you. Snape, maintaining a stoic demeanor, cleared his throat behind her. I shall proceed ahead to wait for you. Do hurry. With that, he stepped into the fireplace first. Fiona released Draco. The traces of reluctance having vanished from his face, now replaced by a flush of crimson adorning his neck and the area behind his ears. Fiona removed her school robe and tossed it to him. Upon catching sight of her silver dress, Draco's eyes brightened, and he sincerely complimented, That dress suits you perfectly. As he spoke, his face inched closer, his gaze fixated upon her lips. Fiona winked at him, grasped a handful of flue powder, and tossed it into the fireplace, Malfoy manner. Just before the emerald flames enveloped her, she caught a glimpse of Draco's disappointed gaze. At Malfoy manor, Lucius and Narcissa stood in the drawing room, anticipating her arrival. As soon as Fiona emerged from the fireplace, They approached her immediately. "Good afternoon, Uncle Lucius." "Good afternoon, Aunt Narcissa." Fiona lifted her skirt and curtsied to both of them. "Good afternoon, Fiona." Narcissa stepped forward and gently embraced her. "It was only a few days ago that your mother sent me a letter revealing that you were attending Hogwarts." Fiona gently shook her head, stating that for safety concerns, she had concealed her identity while studying at Hogwarts. The Carmen family is a powerful lineage of alchemists, and since ancient times, alchemists have been coveted by various factions, let alone a family of such repute. Thus, to ensure her safety and fulfill her plans, Fiona presented herself as a half-blood from a collateral branch of the Carmen family while at Hogwarts. Seated on the sofa, Snape could no longer contain himself and interrupted their pleasantries. "Pardon my intrusion, but our time is limited. I believe it is time we address the matter at hand." Narcissa smiled gently. "I shall prepare some refreshments for you." And with that, she kindly excused herself. "Let us proceed to the study," Lucius said with a resigned shrug. "It is safer this way." The two had no objections and rose to follow Lucius into the study. Once seated at the table, Fiona withdrew her smile and spoke earnestly. "I wish to discuss a matter concerning Voldemort and Dumbledore." The expressions of Lucius and Snape turned grave. "Voldemort has returned. I trust you have sensed it. You should also be aware of Dumbledore's influence. The two factions are relentlessly vying for expansion, and as their power grows, once war commences, we will inevitably have to align ourselves with one side." Snape's expression remained unchanged, while Lucius appeared contemplative. "I propose the formation of a new faction, a third party." Both men were taken aback by her words, looking up at her in astonishment. With the two existing powers, aligning with the wrong side would spell disaster for self-preservation. While Voldemort and Dumbledore have yet to begin their expansion, we have the opportunity to be proactive and establish a new force to counter them. Finally, Lucius spoke. "Are you suggesting that this new faction would consist of neutral families?" Fiona shook her head, stating that last time Voldemort returned, many families had already chosen their sides. Even uniting a few neutral families would not suffice. However, if we were to forge alliances with werewolves, giants, orcs, and elves, our advantage would be substantial. Chapter 10. Lucius pondered for a long while before shaking his head. "I must consider this further." Snape's expression remained inscrutable. After Fiona finished speaking, he simply replied, "I refuse." This response was entirely within her expectations. She raised her wand and extended her hand, declaring, "I require an unbreakable vow." They naturally had no objections, with Narcissa serving as the witness. 3 golden threads intertwined, sealing the oath. Then, 3 days hence, regardless of the outcome, please have Draco relay a message to me. She plucked a treat that Narcissa had brought and popped it into her mouth. Lucius took a sip of his coffee, stating, "I can write you a letter." Fiona was aware that Lucius did not wish for Draco to be involved in these matters, yet she shook her head, declaring, "It is best we do not make contact." "Why?" she inquired. "My identity at school is that of a half-blood from the Carmen family branch. Associating with the Malfoy family would draw too much attention, and I cannot afford to attract Dumbledore's notice just yet." Lucius nodded in understanding. "Very well. I shall write to Draco." As their conversation concluded, Fiona and Snape returned to Hogwarts. Upon emerging from the fireplace, Draco rose to greet them. "Have you finished your discussion?" "Yes," Fiona replied, slightly weary as she rubbed her temples. "I am rather tired. I shall return now." She donned her school robe and departed slowly, unaware of the look of disappointment on Draco's face. Hermione had yet to return to the dormitory, so Fiona retrieved a quill and some parchment, hastily inscribing a few lines before sealing the letter. She hurried to the Ollery and entrusted the letter to Wymere, watching as it took flight into the distance. "I hope everything is well with Mother and Father." In the following days, Fiona found herself inundated with classes, and the professors assigned several feet of papers for homework. She was so preoccupied that she scarcely had a moment to herself, and Draco's attempts to meet her went unanswered. 3 days later, at midday, Draco finally cornered her at the classroom door. "I need to speak with you." A few other students lingered nearby, prompting Fiona to take a small step back. Her tone icy. "What is it?" The storm brewing in Draco's eyes was palpable. "It concerns you." Fiona suddenly recalled her agreement with Lucius. Others around them had begun to take notice, and Fiona lowered her voice to whisper, "I'll be waiting for you on the 8th floor at 8 o'clock. Draco remained silent, and Fiona felt it inappropriate to linger any longer. She turned and departed with an expression of indifference. In the afternoon, Fiona received a letter from her father, containing only 2 brief words, "All well." She exhaled softly in relief. That evening, Fina arrived at the room of requirement as promised, finding Draco seated on the bed. Lost in thought, he seemed oblivious to her presence. Fina crouched before him, gazing into his eyes, and asked, "What is troubling you?" Draco's eyes were slightly reddened, listening with unshed tears as he replied, "My father has written." Fina blinked in confusion. Draco closed his eyes, his brow furrowed in anguish. "Tomorrow. I must return to meet my betrothed," he confessed. "Tomorrow?" He opened his eyes and gently caressed her face, his gaze imbued with both tenderness and sorrow. "My father has issued a strict command. I must go back. I am truly sorry. Will you trust me? I promise I will not betray you." His fingertip traced the contour of her cheek, his voice barely above a whisper, as if it might dissolve into the air at any moment. Fina clasped his hand against her cheek, affirming, "I certainly trust you." He gradually leaned down, drawing near to her, tentatively placing a gentle kiss upon her lips. Fiona tenderly returned his kiss, her hand gently patting his back in a soothing manner. As their soft, lingering kiss came to an end, the sorrow in his eyes showed no signs of abating. Instead, it grew more intense. "What troubles you?" Fiona lightly touched the corner of his eye. "Why do you seem so unhappy?" Draco bit his lip, and after a long pause, he spoke with a hint of grievance. "You haven't paid attention to me in such a long time." Fiona was taken aback, suddenly recalling how preoccupied she had been lately, often engaging in mere perfunctory exchanges through the two-sided mirror before hastily ending the conversation. In their usual routine, she could only catch a distant glimpse of him during class. Gently lifting Draco's chin, Fiona gazed earnestly into his gray eyes and said, "I am truly sorry for being so busy recently and neglecting you. Will you forgive me? I promise it won't happen again." The sorrow in his eyes gradually faded, and he lowered his head to lightly bite her lips as a form of punishment. The following morning, Fiona awoke in the large bed to find that Draco had already vanished. Today, he was to return to meet his betrothed, and by now, he must have already left the school. Fiona donned her attire with grace and leisurely returned to her dormitory, where she adorned herself in a gentle yet formal dress. After meticulously grooming herself, she stood before the mirror, ensuring her ensemble was impeccable. Only then did she saunter towards the potions office, gently raising her hand. She knocked on the door, which was almost instantly opened from within. Fiona strolled into the office, where Snape handed her a box of flu powder, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. "Draco has been gone for over an hour." Fiona reached for a handful of flu powder and cast him a sidelong glance, smiling as she spoke. "So, you didn't tell him either?" With that, she tossed the powder into the fireplace. "Of course," as she mentioned Malfoy Manor. Severus's voice reached her ears. In the sitting room, two couples were engaged in conversation on the sofa, while Draco stood nearby, embodying the essence of a true gentleman. Upon seeing Fiona emerge from the fireplace, Lucius and Narcissa approached her warmly, exclaiming, "Fiona, you have finally arrived. We were just discussing you." Fiona knelt gracefully, offering a subtle bow. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Draco, who had been gazing downwards, lift his head in disbelief upon hearing her name. "Oh, my precious daughter, how have you been?" Fiona's father approached and enveloped her in a warm embrace. "Everything is fine," Fiona replied helplessly. "Draco takes good care of me at school." Narcissa stifled a laugh behind her hand. Draco's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of his head, which amused Fiona greatly. She cleared her throat gently to remind him of his manners. He quickly composed himself, yet continued to steal glances at her. As Fiona sat on the sofa with her parents, Draco stood quietly beside Lucius, appearing quite obedient. Narcissa noticed Draco stealing glances at her and smiled, suggesting, "Why don't we let Draco take Fiona for a walk? We wouldn't want them to feel bored while we chat here." Upon hearing this, Draco led her outside. And as they reached the Malfoy family's quaint garden, he suddenly pulled her down beneath a cluster of low-hanging trees. "How could it be you?" His astonishment was finally laid bare, revealing his unmasked surprise. Fiona gently waved her fan, narrowing her eyes slightly upon hearing this. "Are you disappointed?" Draco suddenly leaned closer to her, his voice tender. "I have never been this happy." Felina nodded with satisfaction, placing a gentle kiss upon his lips. Draco gazed at her with a sweetness in his eyes, the love overflowing within them nearly enveloping her. "I am fortunate it is you." Fiona nestled closely into his embrace, her hand encircling his waist. "I love you," she whispered. He tightened his hold around her, his lips brushing against her earlobe, his warm breath teasing her ear, evoking a gentle tickle. "I love you too," he replied. Chapter 11. Before long, the house elf summoned them back. They had already discussed the particulars of their union. and Lucius warmly invited Filna's family to stay for dinner. However, Mr. Common politely declined, saying, "My wife and I have other matters to attend to. Let us reconvene another day." With that, he took his wife's hand and departed through the fireplace. Fina and Draco hurried back to school, with Narcissa having packed a plethora of snacks for the two of them to take along. As the flickering flames of the fireplace danced, Fina and Draco found themselves transported back to Hogwarts. Severus Snape was absent from his office, and the figures within the framed portraits on the wall had mysteriously returned. Gasping in shock as they beheld the duo emerge from the fireplace, exclaiming, "Oh, Miss Vitter and Mr. Malfoy," before fading away from the frame. It was clear that Dumbledore would soon be informed, Fina thought with resignation. Noticing her troubled expression, Draco gently took her hand and whispered reassuringly, "Do not worry." Concerned about other potential observers in the room, Fina averted her gaze, delicately inscribing the number 8 upon his palm. He understood her cue and withdrew his hand. The two of them exited the potions office in succession, returning to their respective common rooms. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore listened intently as the portrait relayed the events, his eyes narrowing slightly behind the crescent-shaped glasses. Upon returning to Gryffindor Tower, Fina immediately spotted Harry seated on the sofa. Strangely enough, despite being in the same house, she had not seen him for quite some time. She gazed at him for a moment longer, but then her ring suddenly began to vibrate softly. This sensation bore a resemblance to the feeling she had experienced when she first sensed the ring's presence, causing Fina to become alert. Just then, Harry noticed her as well, his eyes lighting up as he swiftly approached her. "Fina, you're back," he exclaimed. The vibrations from the ring intensified, and Fina grasped it tightly, responding nonchalantly, "Yes. I'm tired. I'll head back now." With that, she hurried to her dormitory. The moment she stepped out of Harry's line of sight, the ring instantly fell silent. Filna reclined upon her bed, meticulously scrutinizing the ring adorning her finger. It emanated a pearlescent glow, seemingly more luminous than on that fateful day. Could it be that Harry was also capable of perceiving the ring? This notion took root in her mind, rendering it impossible for Filna to dismiss it any longer. If Harry possessed such an ability, she would undoubtedly need to implement certain precautions. The immediate priority was to subtly gauge Harry's awareness. Fina had just finished her bath and donned her school robe when Hermione entered through the door. "Fina, you're back. Did Professor Snape give you a hard time today?" she inquired with genuine concern, leaning closer to Fina. "No," Fina replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Shall we go for a meal? I'm quite hungry." Hermione linked her arm with Fina's, exclaiming, "Let us go, let us go. We shall dine," as the two chatted amiably while making their way outside. Harry remained seated on the sofa in the common room, his heart racing as he lifted his gaze to meet their voices. Fina composed herself, greeting him gently. The ring on her finger began to vibrate subtly once more. Harry, with his striking emerald eyes, approached her somewhat nervously, inquiring, "May I join you?" "Of course," Fina replied, managing a faint smile as she pressed her fingers firmly against the incessantly vibrating ring. He appeared utterly delighted, wearing a goofy grin as he trailed closely behind them. Suddenly, Fina halted, her expression turning perplexed. "Did you hear that sound?" she asked. Both Harry and Hermione shook their heads in response. "I have an odd feeling, as if someone is calling out to me." "Did you hear it?" Fina's gaze swept across Harry's face. He, bewildered, responded, "Not at all." "Are you sure you didn't mishear?" With that, he glanced around, searching for the source of the sound. Fina let out a gentle sigh of relief and then unfurled a tender smile. "Perhaps I misheard. Let us proceed." As she entered the hall, her gaze immediately fell upon Draco, who was seated at the Slytherin long table, dining. He glanced in her direction, then cast a fleeting look at Harry, arching an eyebrow ever so slightly. Fiona awkwardly averted her gaze, and Hermione, noticing the surprised exchange between the two, playfully nudged her, inquiring, "What is going on?" Fina shook her head, her expression a blend of embarrassment and resignation. Hermione refrained from pressing further, and the three of them took their seats beside the Gryffindor long table. Harry settled next to Fina, as he always did, attentively looking after her during the meal. A scorching gaze emanated from the Slytherin table behind them, prompting Fina to uncomfortably decline Harry's kindness and turn to engage Hermione in conversation. After dinner, Fina bid farewell to Hermione and Harry before swiftly making her way to the 8th floor. Upon entering the room of requirement, Draco was already awaiting her, raising an eyebrow playfully at her arrival. "Aren't you going to explain?" he inquired. "Which matter would you like to hear about?" Fina leaned against him, and Draco tenderly brushed her hair aside. Shall we address them one by one? Fina turned to face him, inquiring, are you referring to the matter of the marriage alliance? Draco raised an eyebrow, gazing at her. You have known all along, haven't you? Indeed, I was aware of my family's intentions regarding an alliance with the Malfoy family. Yet I only learned the specific timing just yesterday. A glimmer of amusement sparkled in Fina's eyes, which he noticed instantly. So, you deliberately chose to tease me. Relishing in my distress, did you? Draco lightly flicked her forehead, his gaze filled with affection. I didn't even know your true identity. I genuinely believed you to be some distant half-blood relative. Fiona nestled into his embrace and inquired, would you still be willing to marry me, even if I am of mixed heritage? Of course, he replied with unwavering certainty. I shall never hesitate in my intention to marry you. She pondered aloud. I had no idea our families were acquainted. How is it that I've never encountered you at any of the balls? And you have never visited my home? Draco furrowed his brow in mild frustration. Had I known you earlier, it would have been a different story. Although my family resides in England, I was raised in France, and my parents continue to live there. A subtle smile graced Fiona's lips as she reminisced. My parents wished for me to pursue my studies in France, but I insisted on attending Hogwarts. Thus they had no choice but to send me back. Why? Fiona lifted her head, a gentle gleam shimmering in her gray eyes. The reason you are here is that Aunt Narcissa sent a letter with your photograph when I was a child. Draco's voice soared with excitement. So, you came because of me? Indeed. Draco enveloped her in a tight embrace, but after a moment, a hint of jealousy crept into his tone as he inquired. Then why are you with that wretched Potter? It is for a plan, Fiona sighed softly, meeting his gaze earnestly. I swear, from beginning to end. I have only loved you. He pouted, still looking somewhat displeased. Yet you dined with him today? Today was also for the plan. Fiona reached out and playfully pinched his cheek. I apologize for not informing you beforehand. He looked up at her, his face etched with deep unease. You all know about this plan, and I am the only one left in the dark, am I not? Chapter 12. Fiona was momentarily taken aback. Unsure of how to respond, she gently tugged at the corners of her lips, revealing a bittersweet smile. It is of no consequence. I understand I am of little assistance. A sharp pang pierced her heart as she reached out to envelop him in her embrace. Do not say such things. I simply wish to shield you from trouble. He tenderly returned her embrace, yet we both know that once he returns, there will be no escaping for any of us, will there? After a prolonged silence, Fiona finally spoke. This is not a suitable place. Next time, let us go to your home, and I shall share all the plans with you, all right? He did not respond verbally. Instead, he lifted his gaze and gently pressed his lips against hers, his eyes burning with intensity as they remained fixed upon her. Fiona gently stepped back, extending her hand to tap his forehead with a smile. Is there anything else you wish to inquire? Draco shook his head. Is there anything in the plan that requires my cooperation? Fiona pondered for a moment. I hope you can disseminate the news of our union. Really? Draco's voice rose sharply with excitement. I thought you wouldn't want others to know. Fiona lowered her head, biting her lip. I yearn to proclaim this to the world. It seems we are in agreement on this matter. He reached out, gripping the nape of her neck, gradually taking control. Another night passed. Following the negotiations with Lucius, Fiona had deliberately asked her father to pen a letter to him, convincing him that an alliance with the Malfoy family would signify the commencement of their collaboration. However, regarding Severus, she felt compelled, both emotionally and logically, to visit Malfoy Manor once more. Thus, this afternoon, Fiona once again arrived at the potions office under the pretext of being grounded. Upon opening the door and seeing her, Severus's expression momentarily stiffened. The Queen of Gryffindor had been confined for so long. I can only imagine how many more versions of rumors about me are circulating outside. Severus retorted sharply, yet he stepped aside to allow her entry. Fiona, unfazed by his demeanor, gestured for a cup of tea, saying, Do not worry. After all, your reputation has never been particularly stellar. Snape narrowed his eyes and replied, Disrespect towards a professor will result in a deduction of 5 points from Gryffindor. Fiona shrugged nonchalantly. She had long been acquainted with Snape. At that time, she was merely 10 years old, delving into the intricate fusion of alchemy and potion-making. Regrettably, her potion skills fell short of the necessary standards, and her experiments consistently ended in failure. In her quest to locate a suitable master of potion-making, she published a collaboration proposal under the name of the Common family. Coincidentally, Lucius became aware of this matter and informed Snape. Intrigued by her research, Snape ventured alone to France. However, the Common family estate was surrounded by alchemical products, and outsiders could not enter without an invitation. Snape disapparated to the estate, only to be promptly transported elsewhere. Fina, sensing his departure, hurried after him and soon found him wandering confusedly in the streets of Paris. Together, they successfully completed the project. Yet they did not meet again after that, their relationship stagnating at that point until her enrollment at Hogwarts, where they encountered each other once more. He remained the sole individual privy to Fina's true identity within the castle. "What brings you here again?" Snape inquired as he settled behind his desk. "Nearly buried beneath a mountain of student essays. I wish to fetch Draco so we may return to Malfoy Manor, but I find it inconvenient to call for him." Fina replied, casting a charming glance in his direction. In a fit of irritation, he rose and flung open the door. Bellowing at an unfortunate Slytherin student he randomly selected from the hallway, "Go summon Draco Malfoy for me." With a resounding slam, the door was shut, and Snape returned to his desk to grade assignments, while Fina reclined on the sofa, crossing her legs and savoring her coffee with delightful ease. Before long, the door swung open from the outside, and Draco entered. "Draco, you've arrived," Fina exclaimed, setting her coffee down as she stood. "We need to make a trip back to Malfoy Manor." Draco, evidently less at ease than she, cast a glance at Snape, who was buried in parchment, and respectfully addressed him, "Godfather?" Snape briefly lifted his gaze to scrutinize him, then glanced at Fina with an audible huff of discontent. "Thank you, Professor Snape." "We shall return shortly," said Fina, tugging at Draco's hand. Snape waved them off dismissively from the pile of parchment. The two traversed through the fireplace to Malfoy Manor, where they found Lucius awaiting them in the drawing room, with Narcissa absent. "Forgive my impudence for visiting so frequently, Uncle Lucius, but I am in dire need of some information," Fina said earnestly. Lucius, with a warm demeanor, gestured for her to take a seat on the sofa. "Oh, it is quite all right, my dear. Both Narcissa and I hold you in high regard." After exchanging pleasantries, Fina steered the conversation towards her purpose. "Uncle Lucius, I have some inquiries regarding Professor Snape. What is it you wish to know?" Lucius replied gently, adding, "I cannot promise to divulge everything. It pertains to Harry and Dumbledore." Fina stated, a hint of perplexity crossing her features. "Professor Snape appears to hold Dumbledore in great esteem." Lucius's smile waned slightly as he pondered her words. "Ah, you speak of a matter that intertwines with our plans. I hope you will glean the truth from Uncle Lucius." Fina regarded him with a beseeching look, prompting him to sigh softly. "Do you know of Lily Potter?" Lucius began to recount the tale of that time, while Fina listened intently, committing every significant detail to memory. Once he concluded, she posed her question. "So, Dumbledore leveraged his love for Lily to compel him to safeguard Harry?" "It appears so," Lucius replied, gently caressing the silver serpent head of his wand. "However, Snape has been aware of this. For years, he has harbored guilt over Lily Potter's demise, thereby acquiescing to Dumbledore's manipulation." "Thank you, Uncle Lucius. I believe I understand now," she said, her mind swirling with thoughts after absorbing the entire narrative. Lucius took a delicate sip of tea from the table. "Exercise caution. Snape's love for Lily Potter runs deeper than you can fathom." Fiona broke into a sly smile, stating, "I shall take this matter into consideration." Once the serious discussion had concluded, she lifted her teacup, taking a delicate sip, her brow slightly furrowing. "Draco, could you kindly fetch me some sugar cubes?" Draco raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at her before rising and departing. As he disappeared from the parlor, Fiona resumed, "In fact, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you." Lucius, having observed her dismissal of Draco with keen interest, inquired, "What is it?" "I believe Draco should be made aware of our plans," Fiona asserted, meeting his gaze with earnestness. Lucius furrowed his brow and sighed softly. "I do not wish for him to be involved. However, as the specter of war looms, no one can remain untouched. Knowing a bit more would indeed benefit him." After a lengthy pause of contemplation, Lucius finally replied, "Then tell him. It is time he should know." At that moment, Draco fortuitously returned, holding the sugar cubes. "Thank you," Fiona said, winking at him. Observing their interaction, Lucius suddenly grasped the situation, giving a light chuckle and a sigh. Draco, slightly flushed by Lucius's knowing laughter, took her hand and led her upstairs. Felina offered a smile of apology to Lucius before ascending the staircase alongside Draco. Chapter 13. Felina followed Draco into his chamber. The room was adorned in a quintessential European aristocratic style, expanses of sumptuous velvet draped across the walls, with sunlight streaming through the gleaming silver windows, casting a silvery sheen upon the deep green fabric. The bed was adorned with emerald-hued drapes, while a colossal Slytherin banner hung on the opposite wall. Draco embraced her from behind, inquiring, "Do you like it?" "It's rather too green," Filna replied with a playful glance. "After all, I am a Gryffindor. If I don't like it, simply remove it." With a flick of his wand, he summoned the banner and drapes away. "What would you prefer instead?" Filna turned her head and gently kissed his lips, whispering, "I cherish the places where you are." He was momentarily taken aback, but then a swift smile graced his lips, his light gray eyes brimming with affection. His gaze was clear and pure, and within it, Filna found her own reflection. "I love you," he sighed contentedly, leaning down to softly capture her lips once more. "I feel the same," Filna replied, lifting her hand to entwine it around his neck. After a lengthy moment, he reluctantly released her, breathless, the hunger in his eyes unmistakable. As he leaned in again, Filna gently pressed her finger against his lips, saying, "Be good. We must return to school soon." He playfully captured her finger with his mouth, murmuring, "It's all right. There's still plenty of time before curfew." Filna retracted her finger and pressed it against his forehead, pushing him back. "Do you still wish to know about the plan?" Draco's expression dimmed slightly, disappointment flickering in his eyes as he licked his lips. "Very well, what is the plan?" Just as she began to speak, Filna suddenly recalled the traitorous Dobby and promptly fell silent. "Wait a moment," she instructed. Draco looked at her in confusion as she drew her wand and waved it, casting a multitude of spells around them. "What is it?" Filna tucked her wand away and shrugged, just in case. Having prepared the incantation, she continued, "Uncle Lucius and I are planning to establish a third faction to counterbalance Dumbledore and Voldemort." Draco's eyes widened in astonishment. "A third faction?" "Indeed, an alliance composed of werewolves, giants, goblins, elves, and neutral families. You wish to enlist Godfather's support, hence your inquiry to my father regarding Dumbledore, Potter, and Godfather today, correct?" Draco raised an eyebrow slightly. "Yes." After a moment's contemplation, Draco added, "Is this the plan you mentioned earlier about needing to leverage Potter?" Ferna nodded slightly, acknowledging, "Indeed. My association with him is solely to allay Dumbledore's suspicions. Should you spread news of our engagement, Dumbledore will undoubtedly take notice." Draco furrowed his brow. "Aren't you trying to avoid his attention?" "Not to worry. I am merely awaiting an opportunity to converse with him." A sly smile danced upon Ferna's lips. "I am already the head of the Whit family. Even if Dumbledore himself were to investigate, he would uncover nothing. The Whit family is a branch of the Carmen lineage." In her pursuit of attending Hogwarts, Ferna had deliberately disguised herself as a half-blood of the Whit family. "You are the head of the Whit family?" Draco exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, Ferna succinctly recounted the events that transpired in the Forbidden Forest that day. After a moment of silent contemplation, he finally sighed. "May I assist you next time? I do not wish for you to bear such burdens alone." Filna nestled into his embrace, expressing, "You have already assisted me immensely. Without your support, I would never have been able to persuade Uncle Lucius to agree to the formation of our new alliance." Draco blinked in confusion, asking, "What do you mean?" "Because our families are now united through marriage, Uncle Lucius feels secure in collaborating with me," Filna explained gently. Draco's expression instantly darkened. "So, this was part of your plan?" he questioned, his gaze piercing into hers. "Was marriage included in your design as well?" The anguish in his voice was palpable, yet Filna struggled to comprehend the source of his torment. "Of course," she replied. Upon hearing her answer, Draco cast his eyes down to the ground, falling silent. His entire demeanor suddenly deflated. "What is wrong?" Filna asked, lifting his chin gently. He complied with her gentle touch, raising his head, his damp lashes clinging to the corners of his eyes, the skin around them tinged with a faint blush, looking utterly pitiful. "So, you are marrying me solely to ally with my father?" he asked, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Felina suddenly grasped his meaning, and with a mix of laughter and tears, she embraced him, soothingly saying, "It is to marry you that I sought to collaborate with Uncle Lucius. Marrying you is my ultimate goal." Draco, still somewhat discontented, replied, "So it is also for the sake of the plan, is it?" Filna chuckled softly, her fingertips delicately tracing the line of his jaw, lifting it gently. "The purpose of all my plans is to be able to be with you wholeheartedly." Draco remained in a daze, gazing at her, as Filna tenderly wiped away the moisture from the corners of his eyes. "Please, do not doubt my love for you, all right?" He grasped her hand, his gaze cast downward. "I am sorry. I merely wish for you to know that you will always hold the most significant place in my heart." Filna gently caressed the back of his hand, above all else. He lifted his gaze to meet hers, the depths of his gray eyes illuminating inch by inch. It was the first time she felt trust emanating from him. I feel the same way. Fina gently pinched his cheek, inquiring, "Is there anything else you wish to know?" Draco shook his head slightly, replying, "I merely hope you can divulge your plans." "I promise to share everything with you in due time," she assured him, bestowing a soft kiss upon his crown. As dinner time approached, it was time to return to Hogwarts. After bidding farewell to Lucius, they returned to the potions office by the fireplace. Snape remained in the same position as when they had departed, diligently marking papers with a quill in hand, his expression even more somber than before. "Leave this place," Snape instructed without looking up, indicating that it was evidently not an opportune moment to disturb him. The two hastily exited. The corridor was bustling with students, and many were taken aback upon seeing her and Draco emerge from the potions classroom together. Draco took her hand, kissing it gently, his voice tender. "Good night, my betrothed." A slightly awkward smile swiftly graced Filna's face as she uttered, "Good night." If astonishment could cause one's jaw to drop, the surroundings would surely be filled with the sound of clattering jaws. After bidding farewell to Draco, she made her way back to Gryffindor Tower. Their interaction had been witnessed by numerous onlookers, and it was only a matter of time before the news spread throughout the four houses. The engagement of a half-blood Gryffindor to the young master of the Malfoy family would undoubtedly be a sensational revelation. Albus Dumbledore would surely be unable to resist seeking her out for a conversation. Upon returning to the dormitory, she found Hermione engrossed in her studies at the table, completely oblivious to her arrival. Fina was not disturbed. She wearily let the bed curtains fall and nestled into the blankets. There had been an overwhelming number of matters to attend to lately, and she desperately needed some rest. Chapter 14. During dinner time, she was gently roused by Hermione. "Fina, wake up. It's time to eat." All right," Fina murmured, turning over in a bid to continue her slumber. She could faintly hear Hermione calling her, but fatigue enveloped her, and she drifted back into a deep sleep after a fleeting moment of consciousness. After what felt like an eternity, Fina finally awoke, fully rested. Outside, the sky had turned dark, and Hermione was seated at the table, diligently writing her paper. Fina stretched and sat up. "You're awake?" Hermione glanced at her briefly before returning her focus to the parchment. "I brought you some food. It's on the table." "Oh, thank you, dear." Fina expressed her gratitude. Hermione waved her hand dismissively, her head still buried in a pile of notes. Filna thoughtfully sealed her lips, silently finishing an entire sandwich, and at last, she felt rejuvenated. Rubbing her stomach, she suddenly remembered the assignment Professor Flitwick had assigned last weekend, which she had yet to complete. Without delay, she opened her bag and retrieved the parchment and books. Hermione appeared to be quite occupied, so Filna refrained from disturbing her, quietly slipping out into the common room with her belongings. The common room was bustling with activity. The fire in the fireplace roared robustly, casting a warm glow throughout the space. Filna nestled into a sofa beside the hearth and opened her book. Before long, she sensed someone settling onto the adjacent sofa. The individual remained silent, and Filna did not look up, focusing intently on the structure of her paper. The surroundings were enveloped in tranquility, yet Filna felt an inexplicable discomfort. When she finally raised her gaze, she found herself locking eyes with Harry, who was intently observing her with his emerald green eyes. Caught in the act, Harry quickly averted his gaze, and in the flickering light of the fireplace, Filna clearly noticed the two crimson blushes gradually blooming upon his cheeks. Fiona rolled her eyes inwardly, yet maintained a gentle smile on her face. "What is it?" she inquired. He stammered, "Nothing. I just came to take a look." She offered Harry a soft smile, lowered her head, and resumed her focus on the paper, disregarding him. "Well, I've finished my draft. Would you like to take a look?" Harry, seemingly dissatisfied with her demeanor, interrupted her train of thought. "No, thank you. I prefer to complete it on my own," Fiona replied without lifting her gaze, marking the necessary points of knowledge. Fiona took out her quill and began to write her paper. Harry appeared increasingly restless watching her in silence, so he spoke again. "I must say, this paper is quite challenging, isn't it? It took me a considerable amount of time to finish." Fiona paused impatiently, her pen suspended in midair as she endeavored to suppress her temper. In a calm voice, she remarked, "I trust that the assignments left by the professors are in accordance with our level of study. Occasionally, it is beneficial to reveal a hint of brilliance." Harry refrained from interrupting her further, allowing Fiona to successfully complete her work. The hour had grown late, and the common room was now occupied solely by the two of them. Harry remained seated on the sofa beside her, watching as she finished her entire paper. Noticing Fiona stretch, he finally spoke. Are you done? Fina finally managed to compose herself and break into a serene smile. Yes, I have classes in the morning, so I must return to rest. Good night. Harry looked at her, hesitating as if he wished to say something, but Fina paid him no mind. After a brief farewell, she made her way back to the girls' dormitory. Hermione was already nestled in her bed, fast asleep. After quietly completing her evening routine, Fina climbed into her own bed. Having slept excessively in the afternoon, she found herself not particularly tired at this hour. Outside, the moonlight shone brightly, illuminating the dark night sky, where a few twinkling stars flickered, creating an aura of tranquility. Beneath the calm surface, however, turbulent currents were beginning to stir, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash a tempest. Fina sensed that the day of reckoning was not far off. Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, and sleep eluded her. She picked up her wand and softly cast a few concealment charms around her bed, then retrieved the two-way mirror from beneath her pillow. Draco? Fina called softly. There was no response from the other side. It was late. Perhaps he had already succumbed to slumber. Fina felt a pang of disappointment. But in the next moment, she heard the sound of rustling. What is it? Draco groggily lifted the mirror to his eyes, his voice hoarse, clearly having been roused from sleep. Filna's heart suddenly settled, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. I cannot sleep. He propped himself up, shaking his head in an effort to remain alert, gently soothing her. What troubles you? Is there something on your mind? Fiona suddenly longed to see him, an inexplicable sense of grievance welling up within her, causing her eyes to redden and tears to cascade down her cheeks. Draco was taken aback, his expression turning anxious. What is the matter? What has happened? Has someone wronged you? Filna cried, breathless. I miss you so much. He paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. Shall we go out now? To the 8th floor? Filna wiped her tears and nodded gently. He leaned closer to the mirror and placed a tender kiss upon it. Do not weep, my dear. I shall await you on the 8th floor. He then severed the connection. As per her usual routine, Filna nestled her clothes into the quilt, transforming it into her own refuge. On the nightstand, she left a note that read, Do not disturb me. I am exceedingly tired. Then, she cast an invisibility spell upon herself and stealthily exited the room. The common lounge was devoid of company, and Filna crawled through the portly lady's entrance, leaving behind the echoes of her complaints. Ascending to the 8th floor, she effortlessly opened the door to the Room of Wishes. Draco was already inside, and upon her arrival, he hastened towards her, enveloping her in his embrace. I have missed you so much. Nestled in his arms, the tears that she had painstakingly held back began to fall once more. Draco carried her to the bed, gently wiping away her tears, yet they continued to flow incessantly. Oh, my heart feels as though it might shatter. He murmured with a smile playing at the corners of his lips. I had no idea you thought of me so deeply. Fina glared at him, her eyes reddened and glistening with unshed tears, resembling a playful pout that amused him, eliciting a soft chuckle. Please don't cry. Draco gently tapped the tip of her nose. Let us promise to live here from now on, shall we? Filna felt both embarrassed and annoyed by his laughter. Defiantly lifting her chin, Draco whispered softly into her ear, Very well, then I shall accompany you. Fina's ears flushed a deep crimson. Draco gently kissed her by the ear, and gradually, her tension melted away, her eyelids growing heavier. Wrapping her arms around his waist, Fina nestled her head against his chest and nuzzled affectionately, whispering, Good night. He stiffened momentarily, and Fina felt a gentle nibble on her earlobe. Are you really going to sleep now? Fiona gently lifted her eyelids to steal a glance at him. A faint blush adorned his cheeks, tinged with a hint of unfulfilled desire. I am so tired, Fiona murmured in response. Draco let out a soft sigh, turning to lie down and embrace her once more, tender yet resigned. Sleep now, good night. Fiona peacefully relinquished her consciousness. Just before succumbing to slumber, she faintly heard a whisper. I truly curse the love I have for you. Chapter 15. The following morning, with no classes to attend, Fiona struggled to prop herself up and rub her eyes. Draco, wrapping his arms around her from behind, murmured sleepily, Sleep a little longer. We have no classes this morning. Filna gently lowered her head to kiss his face. Sweetheart, I shall be heading to the library today. Do continue to sleep for a while longer, and when you awaken, do come find me there. All right? He opened his eyes in confusion, glancing at Filna, yet he was evidently unable to resist the overpowering drowsiness, almost instantly lying back down and drifting off to sleep once more. Filna carefully tucked him under the covers, donned her attire, and rose to return to the Gryffindor Tower. Hermione was not present in the dormitory. Thus, Filna placed her clothes back in the wardrobe and, after a brief moment of personal grooming, made her way to the library with her notes in hand. The library was already populated by numerous individuals, and Filna chose an unoccupied table to settle down. Opening the book she had brought with her, it was the assignment left by Snape last time, a 5-foot-long essay that she had yet to compose. She retrieved several books from the shelves and returned to her seat, quietly transcribing and jotting down notes. Before long, someone took a seat beside her. Fiona, believing it to be Draco, looked up with excitement, only to discover it was Harry. With a blush adorning his cheeks, he spoke softly, "Good morning." Ferna concealed her disappointment with a gentle smile and replied, "Good morning." Surveying the area, she found that all the seats were already occupied, forcing her to abandon the notion of changing her seat. Harry seemed to grasp her thoughts, and, feeling somewhat at a loss, spoke up. "I only sat here because there were no available seats around. It's not that I don't want to sit with you. It's just that." Fina, unwilling to let him continue, interrupted with a smile, saying, "It's all right. The table is meant for everyone." He awkwardly forced a smile and pulled out his potions textbook. "Could you help me with this? I don't quite understand it. Or perhaps I could assist you, Potter," came Draco's disdainful voice. Fina looked up sharply, meeting his semi-smirking gaze. Perhaps her expression of relief pleased him, as Draco chuckled softly and approached her, bag in hand. "Good morning." "Good morning," Fina replied gently. Harry, seemingly astonished by their amicable exchange, spoke with an unkind tone. "What are you doing here?" "I came to find her. What is it to you?" Draco replied, casually pulling out the chair beside Fina and sitting down, casting a haughty glance at Harry. In a fit of anger, Harry sprang to his feet and shouted, "What right do you have to seek her out?" Instantly, all eyes in the library turned towards them. Draco remained silent, raising an eyebrow as he glanced behind Harry, where Madame Pants stood, holding a book. "Mr. Potter, please maintain silence in the library. If you cannot comply, then kindly exit," she admonished sternly. Harry's face flushed crimson as he stammered an apology. "I'm sorry, Madame Pants. I will be quiet." With poise, Madame Pants departed, clutching her book. Draco, wearing an expression of schadenfreude, rested his chin on his hand, reveling in Harry's embarrassment. Fiona let out a resigned sigh and continued to peruse the materials in her hands. Harry resumed his seat, yet he dared not utter another word, silently flipping through his book. Draco leaned over, catching sight of the book she held, and in a hushed tone inquired, "Do you require assistance?" Heaven knows how much she wished to cast this overwhelming stack of dense information at Draco. However, with numerous students observing their interaction, she felt it prudent to advance her relationship with Draco gradually in the public eye. "No, thank you," Fiona replied with a gentle smile. Draco, not one to press the matter, retrieved a bundle of parchment from his bag, began to sift through it, and subsequently tossed a few sheets her way while giving her a playful wink. When Filna opened it, she discovered it was his potion thesis assignment. Harry, beside her, clenched his fists tightly, glaring at Draco with eyes that seemed to spark with fury. Draco smirked, curling his lips into a taunting grin, and silently mouthed the words, "Coward." Fiona leaned slightly forward, obstructing their gaze, and cast a helpless glance at Draco. She feared that if this continued, Harry might combust with anger, incinerating the carefully gathered materials she had worked so hard to compile. Draco comprehended her unspoken plea and obediently picked up a book to take notes, disregarding Harry entirely. Thus, an entire morning passed in this peculiar tranquility. When lunchtime arrived, Draco pinned a note and passed it to her. "Shall we dine together this afternoon?" Fiona had just finished reading when another piece of paper appeared on her desk, inscribed with Harry's note. "Shall we dine together shortly?" Fina, somewhat afflicted by a headache, rubbed her temples and crumpled the 2 sheets of paper into balls, discarding them into the wastebasket before rising to join Hermione for lunch. After the meal, she returned to the library, where Harry and Draco were already seated, engrossed in their books. They were separated by a mere seat, yet it felt as if an entire galaxy lay between them. One occupied the far left end of the bench while the other took refuge at the far right, striving to distance themselves as much as possible. Under such palpable tension, Fina swore that she truly wished for a different table. However, it was evident that the recent surge in diligent students had rendered the library devoid of any available seats, save for this one. Perhaps the sight of Gryffindor and Slytherin sharing a table was deemed too peculiar, as 2 classmates chose to lie on the floor rather than join them. Hermione patted her shoulder sympathetically before returning to her own seat. With a resolute demeanor, Filna made her way back to the space between the two, settling into her seat. Almost instantaneously upon her descent, the pair swiftly adjusted their positions to sit upright as per usual, paying no heed to their subtle, inconspicuous movements. Filna immersed herself in the materials, delving into the unfinished essay from the morning. She believed that if she could maintain such tranquility, she would undoubtedly complete the paper. Alas, it was precisely at this moment that Dumbledore summoned her. Filna? Professor Dumbledore requests your presence in the headmaster's office, a fifth-year Gryffindor girl informed her as she approached. Very well, thank you, Filna replied with a gentle smile. She stowed away her incomplete essay, letting out a resigned sigh. Draco discreetly passed her a note. Go ahead. I shall assist you in finishing the remaining content. Fina's eyes sparkled with gratitude as she gazed at him. Draco, with a tender and indulgent expression, gently winked at her, nearly melting her heart with the warmth of his gaze. Harry, observing the silent exchange between them, noticed the faint sound of grinding teeth emanating from beside him. Had it not been for the inappropriate setting, Fina would have longed to leap into Draco's embrace. With onlookers nearby, she restrained herself. Withdrawing her gaze to organize the documents left on the table, she softly expressed her thanks to him before rising and making her way to the headmaster's office alone. The office was unoccupied, and the door leading to the headmaster's chamber stood ajar as she entered. Ascending the staircase, Fina spotted Dumbledore seated behind his desk, peering at her through half-moon spectacles. Good afternoon, my dear, he greeted her with a benevolent gaze, his eyes reflecting a senior's affection for the younger generation. Chapter 16. Truly a seasoned veteran. Fina mused silently to herself. Come, take a seat, Dumbledore beckoned her. Fiona stepped forward and gracefully took a seat across from him, her face adorned with a familiar gentle smile. Would you care for a cup of lemon black tea? He inquired, as a delicate European-style teapot glided towards her, filling the white porcelain cup before her with rich black tea. Thank you, Fiona replied, her voice tinged with surprise, her expression a mixture of tension and apprehension. Noticing her hesitation, Dumbledore encouraged, do try it, my dear, it is truly delightful, as he took a hearty sip from his own cup, smacking his lips in approval. Fiona found it difficult to shake off the suspicion that something was amiss with the beverage. I apologize, Professor, she said, her smile laced with regret. The dentist has informed me that my dental health is rather precarious and has advised me against consuming tea. Her anxious demeanor was perfectly conveyed in her expression. Dumbledore, peering through his crescent-shaped spectacles, scrutinized her for a moment before speaking. Is that so? How unfortunate. With a hint of concern, he asked. You summoned me for a particular reason? Fiona's face betrayed her nervousness as she cautiously inquired. A warm smile reappeared on his face as he reassured her. Do not be anxious, my child. I merely wish to engage in conversation with you. I have heard whispers that you are to be betrothed to Mr. Malfoy. Is that true? Dumbledore took a gentle sip from his cup, his gaze thoughtful as he regarded her. A look of embarrassment crossed Filna's face. Yes. I had thought you were still with Harry. He set down his cup and casually remarked, I recall your mother hails from a Muggle background. Indeed. A glimmer of light flashed behind Dumbledore's crescent-shaped spectacles. Ah, my dear child, you are truly fortunate. It is worth noting that not all wizarding families, like the Potters, embrace the notion of half-blood wizards as members of their kin. I recall that the Malfoy family is a staunch supporter of pure-blood ideology. Fiona, in a state of perplexity, lifted her gaze towards him and inquired, then why did he become engaged to me? Dumbledore, evidently reluctant to indulge in this back-and-forth game of questions, cautiously ventured. Perhaps it is due to your adoption by Mr. Carmen. In order to navigate various situations requiring parental consent or guardianship. Fiona's identity here is that of a half-blood which adopted by the Carmen family. She nodded, partially understanding, so that is the case. It was clear that the topic had reached its conclusion, prompting Dumbledore to shift his approach and pose another question. I recall that your relationship with Mr. Malfoy seemed rather strained. Is that not so? Fiona lowered her head in embarrassment. Dumbledore gently shook his head, a look of concern etched upon his face. It appears that your wishes were not taken into consideration when the betrothal was arranged. Filna forced a smile, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. My father says the Malfoy family is quite esteemed. Yet, their stringent demands regarding bloodline are notoriously harsh. And their treatment of half-blood or Muggle-born wizards leaves much to be desired. Dumbledore, with his hands clasped and resting upon the table, remarked, I believe Mr. Carmen may not have taken this into account. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Dumbledore winked at her, overcome with gratitude. She felt tears welling in her eyes. "Oh, thank you, Headmaster. That means a great deal to me." Dumbledore responded with a playful smile, reaching into a drawer to retrieve a pile of cockroaches, tossing one into his mouth. "Would you care for one?" "No, thank you." With their discussion concluded, Dumbledore glanced at the time and said, "Oh, I have another engagement shortly. Perhaps we should continue this conversation another day?" "Very well, sir." Wiping away her tears, Filna replied, "I shall take my leave now." As she exited the headmaster's office, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. Dealing with such a cunning old fox was undeniably exhausting, with no room for error. However, from their conversation today, it seemed Dumbledore held a measure of trust in her. Upon returning to the library, she found Harry had already departed, while Draco was deeply engrossed in his writing. Beside him sat a Slytherin girl who, if her memory served her correctly, was Pansy. Fiona slowly approached and pulled out the chair beside Draco. "I'm back," she announced. Draco abruptly lifted his gaze to her, his previous expression of annoyance replaced by tenderness. "Please, take a seat. I shall finish shortly." Pansy shot her a venomous glare, lifting her chin with haughty disdain. "You filthy half-blood." Draco's demeanor turned icy. "Care to repeat that? She is utterly unworthy of you. You require a pure-blooded noble wife, not a tainted half-breed. She will tarnish the Malfoy lineage." Draco's countenance hardened like ice as he suddenly seized Pansy by the throat. "For the sake of our families, I have tolerated you for far too long. If you wish to remain alive, I advise you to refrain from voicing any opinions regarding my fiancée. This is the last time I extend courtesy to the Parkinson family. Now, apologize and be gone." Releasing his grip, Pansy gasped for breath, her eyes darting with malice towards Fiona as she stammered, "I'm sorry." Fiona cast a sidelong glance at her, a provocative smile playing at the corners of her lips as she raised an eyebrow slightly. The other girl shot Fiona a fierce glare, clutching her throat as she stood up to leave. Draco's expression remained troubled, and Fiona lightly traced her fingers across his palm, leaning closer to whisper softly in his ear. "I am quite pleased." His demeanor softened, and he grasped her hand tightly, murmuring, "I apologize." "Apologize for what? For not strangling her?" Fiona replied playfully, giving a wink. "To be honest, I am not quite prepared to spend the rest of my life visiting you in Azkaban." Draco chuckled at her jest, exasperatedly ruffling her nose. "Just hold on a little longer. The essay will be finished soon." Not far behind them, at a nearby table, a girl clad in Slytherin robes was fixated on their interaction, observing every sweet exchange between the two. Suddenly, a loud snap echoed as her quill broke, spilling a large pool of red ink across her hands. She hastily retrieved a tissue to wipe away the crimson stains, her golden hair creating delicate arcs in the air with her movements. A glint of cold fury flashed in her blue eyes, quickly concealed by her lowered eyelids. As their conversation persisted, the girl cleaned her hands and took out a new quill from her bag. Before her lay an ancient tome, a comprehensive guide to advanced potion making. She smoothed out the parchment and resumed writing the unfinished notes. The open page adorned with gilded ancient runes that highlighted the main topic, powerful love potion. A gentle breeze lifted her long hair as she diligently perused and transcribed her notes. In a moment of distraction from her conversation with Draco, Fiona covertly turned her head to glance at the girl, a cold smile stretching across her face. Chapter 17, the first class of the afternoon, was potions. Fiona stared blankly at the bubbling concoction in her cauldron, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of investigating past events. She felt a persistent connection between Snape and Lily, believing that Dumbledore was somehow involved. Suddenly, the contents of her cauldron were emptied, and Snape approached her with an imposing demeanor. "Miss Vitter, if you had been paying attention to the blackboard, you would have noticed that I wrote to heat and stir simultaneously." "Oh, my apologies." Fiona's gaze remained fixed on Snape's face, her thoughts still consumed by her investigation. Snape elongated his words with an air of arrogance. "Then please keep your eyes focused on the cauldron rather than your professor." 5 points from Gryffindor. Fiona swiftly lowered her head. A soft murmur of complaints arose around her. Nearly all the points she had accumulated in other classes had been mercilessly deducted by Snape. Silence enveloped the room as Snape's gaze swept across the students, rendering the atmosphere instantly hushed. The deduction of points aimed at her was a prearranged scheme between Fiona and Snape, intended to manifest his disdain for her. However, this situation was bound to affect her standing within Gryffindor. Many were already displeased with her due to her breakup with Harry, and now, having become engaged to a Slytherin student and frequently causing points to be lost for Gryffindor, she risked isolation from her peers. It is imperative to recognize that, at times, Connections can be as vital as one's abilities. Thus, she needed to devise a strategy to alleviate her rather awkward predicament. As Filna swiftly pondered while handling potion ingredients, Snape passed by her side and noticed the ginger root she had haphazardly chopped. He furrowed his brow slightly, his steps momentarily faltering. Furnace swiftly lifted her head and winked at him. He averted his gaze and walked away. Filna tossed the haphazardly chopped ginger root into the cauldron. Fortunately, her potion-making skills were not too shabby, and she managed to submit a satisfactory potion before class ended. "Oh, Filna." Hermione caught up with her, inquiring, "What did you do to offend him?" Filna let out a resigned sigh. Since that incident when she collided with him, Hermione gazed at her with concern, hesitating to speak. "Recently, everyone." Filna gently shook her head, acknowledging her awareness. As the two continued their path forward, an unfriendly voice called out to Filna from behind, "Vit." Fiona turned around as Pansy approached with a mocking smile. "Isn't this our illustrious Gryffindor queen of popularity? What is the matter? Have even your own housemates finally grown weary of you?" Filna turned to her with a gentle smile, remarking, "It appears that Miss Parkinson's neck has healed." In an instant, Pansy's expression twisted into one of venomous disdain. "A filthy half-blood, how dare you become engaged to the Malfoy family?" As more students gathered around, Filna noticed that many were from Gryffindor, and her heart surged with excitement. It was as if someone had delivered a pillow to her when she was in desperate need of rest. She had been struggling to navigate the complexities of inter-house relations. And here was Pansy presenting an opportunity on a silver platter. "Pray tell, Miss Parkinson, with such noble lineage, why does Draco disregard you?" A sardonic smile crept across Filna's lips. "My apologies, I momentarily forgot that Draco has always favored those with intellect." It seemed that the one with intellect had just cost their house points in class. Pansy's face was a mask of fury, laced with derision. A deeper smile graced Filna's face as she remarked, "Though you lack intelligence, beauty, and any remarkable talents, I had presumed you possess some exceptional qualities. It appears, however, that the only source of pride you can claim is your lineage." She tilted her head and cast a haughty glance in her direction, adding, "The points I've contributed to Gryffindor should suffice for you to pursue a lifetime of pride." In a fit of anger, Pansy brandished her wand and, caught off guard, unleashed a spell, Shatter. Under such a surprise attack, this incantation was beyond the evasive capabilities of a fourth-year student. To avoid revealing her true strength, Filna could only brace herself against the spell. She closed her eyes, bracing for the anticipated pain. Yet, the expected agony did not come. Instead, she felt herself being swept up, as a voice beside her declared, "Armor up." Fiona opened her eyes to find Draco beside her. He had one arm wrapped around her waist while the other brandished his wand, casting spells with urgency. His typically neat platinum hair was somewhat disheveled, falling across his forehead, and his face was awash with fear and alarm. "Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Draco asked, his movements frantic as he lifted her arms to inspect for any harm. Fina noticed a gash on his arm, blood oozing from the wound. "You're hurt," she remarked. He seemed oblivious to the pain until he ascertained that Fina was unharmed, at which point he exhaled with relief and abruptly enveloped her in his embrace, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I was so frightened, I nearly lost you." Surrounded by numerous onlookers, Fina was indifferent to their gazes at that moment. She raised her hand to encircle his slender waist, gently caressing his back in a bid to soothe him. Do not fear. I am all right. You are injured. Let us go to the infirmary, shall we?" Her voice was soft, as if each word could melt like droplets of water. Unlike her usual facade of gentleness, there was an unmistakable undercurrent of concern in her tone. Her eyes, typically sparkling with mirth, were now slightly furrowed, shimmering with unshed tears, radiating a tenderness that surpassed her usual warmth. Draco trembled slightly in her arms, yet he restrained himself from releasing her, suppressing the urge to speak. "I apologize. I was just so anxious. I did not frighten you, did I?" Filna's heart suddenly ached as she observed him, struggling to suppress the crimson hue threatening to surface at the corners of his eyes and the trembling hands concealed within his sleeves. For the first time, she found herself doubting the validity of her plan. Was it truly right to compel him to conceal his emotions during his most fearful moments? To stifle his feelings in public and to restrain him from embracing her openly? He was the young master of the Malfoy family, ever so proud and ostentatious. Yet it seemed that since their union, he had grown increasingly cautious. In pursuit of her scheme, he relinquished much, silently urging himself to mature. The pain in her heart throbbed, and Filna reached out to caress his face. "Do not be afraid. I am well, You have protected me splendidly. Shall we visit the infirmary? Ferna lowered her head and grasped his hand, only to discover that he was tightly clutching his wand. His fingertips turning white from the pressure as they sank into the flesh, the intricate patterns of the wand deeply imprinted on his palm, nearly drawing blood. Draco. A tear fell into his palm as Ferna choked on his name, unable to utter another word. Pansy, paralyzed by fear, stepped forward with concern upon seeing Draco's arm. Ferna turned to her, her eyes ablaze with intense hatred. Leave me be. Draco gently clasped her hand. And Ferna turned back to support him as they made their way to the infirmary. Chapter 18. Madame Pomfrey meticulously examined Draco's wound, and fortunately, there was no damage to the tendons or bones. Under the influence of the healing spell, it almost immediately began to mend. Drink this potion, and you may leave, she said, handing him a vial of potion before returning to her own tasks. Draco lifted the potion bottle and downed it in one gulp, only to grimace in pain immediately. Oh, how revolting. Fina let out a soft laugh, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she leapt into his embrace. She could no longer bear to witness such a version of Draco. Draco lifted his hand to hold her close, and only when her emotions had settled did he speak with a hint of regret. I apologize. Did I frighten you? I'm relieved to see you are well. Pressing her ear against his chest, Fina listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, her tumultuous feelings finally calming. They sat in silence for a few moments, after which Fina grasped his arm to examine it closely. The wound had completely healed, leaving no trace of a scar. Sensing her concern, Draco clenched his fist reassuringly. I am fully recovered now. Shall we return? Fina winked at him playfully. He understood her cue and rose to accompany her. And together they made their way back to the room of requirement. As soon as they entered, Draco enveloped her from behind. Today, I was truly frightened. Fiona turned in his embrace to face him, tilting her head to kiss his lips. Draco eagerly reciprocated, fervently expressing his emotions through passionate kisses. Fiona gently licked his teeth, soothing him until his fervor subsided, transforming their intense kiss into tender, delicate pecks before she gently withdrew. You have protected me so well. I am unharmed, Fiona said, entwining her arms around his neck and gazing earnestly into his eyes. You are my savior. His eyes sparkled with newfound light, dispelling the shadows that once lingered. Please, do not place yourself in peril again. I truly cannot bear the thought of losing you. I am sorry, Fiona whispered softly against his ear. I will no longer take such risks. Draco pressed a gentle kiss to her cheek. I love you. I love you too. With no classes remaining, Fiona needed to gather her thoughts after the tumultuous events. She climbed into bed, and Draco followed suit, wrapping his arms around her as she quietly organized her thoughts in his embrace. Their affectionate display in front of so many could no longer be feigned as mere acquaintances. It was best to openly embrace their romance, especially since their engagement was already known across the houses. Additionally, the matter concerning Snape required urgent investigation. Should Dumbledore sense something amiss, he could very well obliterate everything. Thus, it was imperative to uncover the truth behind past events before he could react. Finally, there was the issue of Pansy. If she could not appreciate the magic she possessed, then there was no reason to retain her. Filna's gaze hardened with intensity. As she organized her thoughts, a sense of ease enveloped her, and she lifted her eyes to meet Draco's. He was staring at her, but upon locking eyes, an inexplicable shyness overcame him. He averted his gaze, his face flushed with a deep crimson hue. Fina widened her eyes and leaned in to scrutinize the flush beneath his skin. Draco gently pushed her away with a hand. What is the matter? Fina's voice brimmed with amusement as she tilted her head, her lips softly brushing against the faintly blushing skin behind his ear. It's nothing, he replied, his tone slightly awkward, one hand resting on her waist while the other tugged the blanket over himself. Fiona seemed to comprehend something, letting out a soft laugh by his ear. He cast a flustered glance at her, suddenly exerting force to pin her down on the bed. Do not laugh. His voice was slightly husky, laced with a hint of menace. Ferna gently lifted her eyelids and blinked slowly, her voice teasing. I simply must smile. Will you punish me for it? His gaze deepened, fixating on her lips as he leaned in slightly. Fina felt a gentle kiss upon her lips, and as she closed her eyes, she pulled him down by his neck. After a while, she nestled into Draco's embrace, softly sighing, while he contentedly held her. I believe we can openly pursue our romance now, she stated. Fina stifled a yawn with her hand, adding, after all, they all witnessed it today. Are you finally going to give me a title? Draco asked, his tone cheerful and tinged with playful teasing. Fina wearily closed her eyes, murmuring, well, given your commendable abilities." He fell silent, and Fina drifted into slumber. The following morning, she awakened to the faint light of dawn, indicating it was still early. Draco remained in deep sleep, and she felt no urgency to rise, instead quietly contemplating her investigative strategy. Few were privy to the prophecy from years past, aside from Snape and Dumbledore. Only Neville and his family remained as potential investigators. Clearly, Neville's parents could offer little assistance in this matter. Fina resolved to seek her parents' help, asking them to visit Neville's grandmother. As she re-examined the connections between the individuals involved, a bold idea suddenly struck her. Professor Trelawney was also among those in the know. If she could procure some Veritaserum, she might then administer a forgetfulness potion afterward. What could be more compelling than eliciting the truth directly from Trelawney's lips? Fiona, brimming with excitement, eagerly began to formulate her plans, completely oblivious to the fact that Draco had already awakened beside her. "Good morning," he murmured, propping himself up with half-closed eyes. Fiona was taken aback, raising her gaze to him, and after a moment, she finally responded, "Ah, good morning. What were you thinking about?" He propped his chin on his hands, lying on the bed, striving to remain awake. "Draco, I have devised a new plan." Fiona fixed her eyes on his. "I intend to approach Professor Trelawney and investigate the prophecies from years past. I have always felt that this matter is intricately linked to Dumbledore. I plan to find a suitable moment to stealthily slip into Trelawney's office, administer a dose of Veritaserum, and once she divulges everything, I shall provide her with a memory potion to erase it all." Fiona's eyes sparkled with excitement. Draco yawned sleepily. "I can assist you in procuring the Veritaserum and the portrait in Trelawney's office." "You can brew Veritaserum now?" Fiona gazed at him in astonishment. The school did not offer lessons on brewing Veritaserum, and given its complexity, many seventh-year students who had taken advanced potions classes might still struggle with it. Indeed, Dumbledore often required Veritaserum, and eventually, my godfather entrusted me with the task of brewing it. Draco frowned in distaste. "I truly wonder what he needs so much Veritaserum for. The quantity is enough for him to brew tea." Brew tea. Fina suddenly recalled the cup of lemon black tea that Dumbledore had poured for her that day in the principal's office. "I believe he indeed infused it with something." Fina scoffed. "I suspect he has laced every snack in his office with a truth serum, ready to offer it to anyone in need." "Are you suggesting, perhaps you could concoct an antidote for the truth serum?" Fina winked at him. "Maybe I could earn Dumbledore's trust even further." Chapter 19. I cannot do it. Brewing an antidote is far more challenging than preparing the truth serum, Draco lamented, shaking his head in resignation. What if it were Professor Snape? "The professor has been quite occupied lately. He would not assist you." A sly smile crept across Felena's face. "I have a way to make him assist me." The first lesson was Transfiguration, and she and Draco hurriedly made their way to the classroom. Upon entering, she found the room already brimming with students, and hastened towards an empty seat beside Hermione. Behind Hermione sat Harry and Ron, and as she entered, Harry nudged Ron, who promptly understood and quickly vacated his seat to sit next to Hermione. Now, only a space remained beside Harry. A surge of anger welled up within Felena, and she took several deep breaths to suppress it, seating herself expressionlessly beside Harry. Harry leaned in, his face etched with sorrow. "Is it true that you are engaged to Malfoy?" "Not yet," Felena replied coldly, her gaze fixed on the pages of her book, "but it will be soon." "Why?" His voice was laden with profound anguish. Thankfully, Professor McGonagall entered just then. Harry unwillingly closed his mouth, and at last, the surroundings fell silent. Throughout the entire lesson, he found no opportunity to speak, and as soon as Professor McGonagall exited the classroom, he could hardly contain himself and blurted out, "Why would you choose to unite with Malfoy?" Fiona disregarded his words and attempted to leave, but Harry seized her wrist. "Why?" The depths of his emerald green eyes were shrouded in darkness, and as he held Fiona's hand, it trembled slightly, his fingertips turning pale from the pressure. Fina felt a sharp pain in her wrist as she struggled to free herself, exclaiming, "What are you doing? It hurts. Let me go." Hermione and Ron rushed forward to restrain Harry, who showed no intention of releasing her. Instead, he tightened his grip, demanding, "I ask you why. Answer me." Just as the pressure began to ease, a spell flew from behind Fina and struck Harry, causing her to swiftly withdraw her hand. Draco hurried over, lifting her hand, the swollen marks glaring against her fair skin. Harry seemed to snap back to reality, staring incredulously at his own hand as he muttered, "How could this happen?" Draco's gaze bore a palpable malice. "We must go to the infirmary," Fina urged, gripping Draco's hand tightly, Her voice softened. My hand really hurts. Draco averted his gaze, and together they departed. After consuming an entire vial of potion in the infirmary, Fina felt her stomach twist uncomfortably. How can something taste so awful? She grimaced, complaining. Draco held her hand, watching the red marks gradually fade, his expression finally less menacing. That wretched. Draco looked up at her, his eyes filled with animosity. It seems he ingested a potion. What? She replied. He smells of the confounding draft, Draco stated with disdain. The effects of the confounding draft manifest immediately upon consumption, indicating he had taken it during class. Yet, he appeared utterly unaware, suggesting he had not willingly ingested it. He kept pestering me with questions, and I was closest to him. Fina analyzed thoughtfully, then her brow furrowed slightly. But isn't this potion something one would only learn in advanced potion-making classes? However, if one possesses a good grasp of potion-making, even a fourth-year student could concoct it. He narrowed his eyes. This potion is not difficult to brew. Filna endeavored to sift through her mind for any suspicious individuals, yet found herself at a loss. Among those she knew, only you excelled in potion-making. Draco playfully flicked her forehead and remarked, if it were me, I would undoubtedly administer a swelling potion to Potter. Fiona rubbed her forehead and cast a reproachful glance at him. Is there anyone exceptionally skilled in potions among the fourth years of Slytherin? Indeed, there are many, Draco replied. His brow furrowed. Almost all the students in Slytherin excel in potions. Fiona seldom interacted with individuals from Slytherin, with the sole potential cause for others to seek revenge being her union with Draco. She tilted her head back with a half-smile. Gazing at Draco, shall we take stock of your admirers? Draco gently squeezed her cheek, responding, I have not paid any attention to such admirers. Filna pouted in dissatisfaction. There are so many girls in Slytherin who seem to have their eyes set on you. Is that so? He pondered for a moment, shaking his head in confusion. I hadn't noticed. The only one I'm aware of is Pansy Parkinson. Filna, with her exceptional memory, endeavored to recollect, when suddenly, a girl sprang to mind. The girl with golden hair and blue eyes. At that moment in the library, she appeared to be engrossed in a comprehensive tome on the art of ancient potion-making. There is a girl in Slytherin with golden hair and blue eyes, a cherubic face adorned with dimples. Do you know her? Filna pondered over the girl's appearance. Draco furrowed his brow in contemplation. Not in fourth year, but in second year, there is a girl from the Greengrass family with golden hair and blue eyes. We encountered her at the ball. Her name is Astoria. Her sister, Daphne, is in our year, though Daphne's prowess in potions is rather mediocre. A strong intuition compelled Filna to believe she was the one. How's her potion making? I am not entirely certain, Draco replied, shaking his head slightly. I will inquire upon my return. No need. Filna mused briefly. Let us not alert the unsuspecting. I shall consult Professor Snape. Very well. I need to send a letter to my father, and we shall meet at the room of requirement tonight. Draco spoke with a note of resignation. Take care of yourself. And please do not get hurt again. Fina, feeling a twinge of guilt, responded with a sheepish tongue-out gesture. I understand. Draco enveloped her in his embrace, sighing. Nothing is more important than your safety. Promise me, always prioritize yourself above all else. Filna embraced him once more, playfully remarking, Then you can only hold the second place in my heart. Draco's earnest voice echoed in her ear. This way, I can forever stand before you to protect you. A pang of emotion tugged at her nose, and tears instantly welled up, blurring her vision. Filna blinked forcefully to suppress the tears and, smiling, replied, What will you do then? I shall love you a little more, so that we may find balance. Rather than my love, I wish for your health and happiness above all. Draco cupped her face, his eyes brimming with tenderness. That is more significant to me than anything else. Fiona felt her tears streaming down her cheeks. Do not weep, for soon we must meet the Godfather. Draco gently wiped away her tears. I promise you that I will take good care of myself, shall I? Fina embraced him tightly, choked with emotion and at a loss for words. Draco, smiling, wrapped his arms around her and gently teased, crying so sorrowfully, one might think I have wronged you. You must take responsibility for my reputation. Filna chuckled at his antics, wiping away the traces of tears from her face with an air of pride. Rest assured, you are already mine, and I shall take responsibility for you. Chapter 20. As Filna composed herself, Draco gently spoke. You should go find your godfather. I need to send a letter to my father. Shall we meet this evening? All right. See you tonight, Filna replied before turning to leave for the dungeon. When Filna once again stood before the door of the potions office, gently knocking, the passing Slytherin students seemed unperturbed by her presence. Come in, Snape's voice resonated through the door. Filna pushed the door open and entered. He was hunched over his desk, engrossed in grading assignments, and only lifted his gaze when he heard her enter, momentarily surprised. "What brings you here?" Filna approached obsequiously, seeking to ingratiate herself. "There is a matter," she began. Snape leaned back slightly, narrowing his eyes as he regarded her. "What matter?" he inquired. Fina surveyed the room, and Snape understood her implication. He began to explain. "Rest assured, there are no ears in this space." Filna confidently approached and directly asked, "Could you assist me in concocting an antidote for the truth serum?" Snape furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you intend to use it for?" Fiona pouted in indignation. "Dumbledore has applied a truth serum to all the snacks in the house. I fear I might fall victim to it." Severus Snape appeared to be aware of the situation. As he responded without surprise, "When do you require it?" Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Could it be before next week?" "Certainly," Snape nodded slightly, yet cautioned her while observing her excitement. "The antidote does not negate the side effects of the truth serum. Do not act recklessly." "I understand," Fiona assured him. Noticing her lack of intention to leave, Snape seemed somewhat resigned as he inquired, "Is there anything else?" "Indeed, there was another matter." Fiona smiled beguilingly. "There is a girl from the Greengrass family in Slytherin's second year. How is her potion skill?" Without much deliberation, Snape replied, "Quite satisfactory." For Snape to describe it as such, it must indeed be remarkably proficient. Felina then inquired whether, at her level of expertise, she could concoct the confounding potion. Snape pondered momentarily and concluded that it should not pose any difficulty. A cold smile appeared on Filna's face. Noticing her unusual expression, Snape furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is wrong with her?" "Someone administered a confusion potion to Harry, and I happened to be right beside him," Filna replied, her lips curling into a sinister arc. "I suspect she is the one responsible." "Are you injured?" Snape's face revealed a hint of concern, though his tone remained haughty. Filna extended her arm for him to see. "It is already healed." Snape rested his hand on the table, pondering quietly for a moment after enduring the confusion potion. "There is a unique scent that lingers. I could summon her to assist you in identifying it." "Really?" Filna could hardly believe her ears, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. "Certainly." A sly smile crept across Snape's face. "However, I would be quite pleased if you could bring me the alchemical crucible used in the last experiment." Filna graciously nodded. "No problem. I shall create a new one for you. It is merely a trivial alchemical product, easily fashioned and not particularly precious." Snape's eyes flickered with a hint of excitement as he stepped towards the door, only to swiftly revert to his usual somber demeanor. He opened the door and casually seized a hapless student, instructing, "Summon Granger from the second year." Filna peered through the crack, and by a stroke of misfortune, she found that the Slytherin student caught this time was the same one she had previously summoned Draco to address. Observing the student's anxious demeanor as he hurriedly departed, Filna felt a twinge of sympathy for him. What a wretched streak of bad luck, to be perpetually ensnared by Snape. Snape returned to his desk and took a seat, while Filna casually cast an invisibility charm upon herself. Shortly thereafter, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door, prompting Snape to glance at her momentarily before proclaiming, "Enter." Astoria stepped through the door. She advanced a few paces, her head bowed, coming to a halt in the center of the room. Her gentle voice tinged with a barely perceptible indifference. "Headmaster, what do you require of me?" Fiona observed as Snape inhaled deeply a few times, then leaned back slightly, his demeanor turning serious as he inquired, "Regarding your paper, it states that the powdered white fungus combined with mugwort juice can serve as a substitute for wolfsbane. Have you conducted empirical tests?" Astoria replied in a calm tone, "I have perused a plethora of ancient texts and discovered relevant records amidst peculiar herbal knowledge. But I have yet to conduct empirical tests. After special treatment, the powdered white fungus and mugwort juice can indeed replace wolfsbane in certain potions. However, the efficacy is significantly diminished, and the variety of potions in which it can be applied is exceedingly limited." Snape's tone softened slightly. "In the future, ensure to conduct empirical tests before including such claims in your paper, and it is prudent not to place blind faith in the records found in books, as they are sometimes not entirely accurate." Astoria readily acquiesced. "I apologize, Headmaster. I shall be more diligent next time." "Very well, you may return," Snape said, lowering his gaze to continue examining the paper in his hands. Astoria quietly retreated. It was not until the door was securely closed that Fiona released her invisibility charm. To be prudent, she also cast a soundproofing spell before speaking. "Is it her?" Snape looked up, his brow slightly furrowed. She possesses no distinct scent, however. Her reservoir of knowledge far exceeds my expectations. There are numerous methods to eliminate the residual odor of the Confundus potion after brewing, if she was indeed responsible. It is highly likely that her extensive knowledge has enabled her to eradicate the scent. Snape truly exemplified professionalism and thoroughness. It was no wonder Dumbledore placed such trust in him. Are there other alternatives? Fiona inquired, her brow gently knitting together. From the perspective of potion making, none, Snape pondered. Unless you can find the remnants of the potion she brewed. With a sense of dejection, Fiona lowered her head. If it truly was her, then she would undoubtedly ensure that the remnants were meticulously handled. When Astoria had just entered, Fiona had observed her with great diligence. She stood in the center of the room, facing the entrance, her head bowed at an angle that allowed her to swiftly notice any unexpected occurrences around her. Her right hand, concealed within the ample folds of her sleeve, curled slightly, with the faint outline of a wand's handle barely discernible in her palm. These nuances indicated that she was an exceedingly cautious and meticulous thinker. With a soft sigh, Fiona reoriented herself. I entrust you with the matter of the antidote. I will deliver the alchemical crucible to you before next week. Please continue with your tasks. I shall not intrude further. Snape, still lost in contemplation, nodded slightly upon hearing her words. Very well. Before heading to the room of requirement, Fiona resolved to return to her dormitory first. The common room was bustling with activity. As many students gathered in small clusters, engaged in lively conversation and playful banter. As Fiona maneuvered through the crowd, Hermione called out to her from behind. Fiona. Chapter 21. Fiona turned around and saw Hermione gazing at her with a hint of pleading in her eyes, while Harry and Ron sat beside her. Would you come over to chat? Hermione softened her tone. Hermione genuinely cared for her, having considered many matters on her behalf. And Fiona found it difficult to be harsh with her. With a gentle sigh, Fiona approached and sat beside her. Harry sat to the side, unable to meet Fiona's gaze, his face etched with guilt and remorse. As for Ron, it was needless to say, Fiona had rarely exchanged words with him. Thus, she directed her attention to Hermione and spoke in a tender tone. What is it? Hermione cast a slightly troubled glance at Harry and softly inquired. Are you truly on the verge of an engagement with Draco? Indeed, Fiona replied with resignation. This had become the umpteenth time she had answered this question recently. How could it suddenly lead to an engagement? Hermione awkwardly pressed on. I mean, it seemed like you had little interaction before. Fiona noticed Harry's furtive glances towards her and let out a soft sigh. He treats me well. Harry's fists clenched tightly upon his lap. The atmosphere hung heavy for a moment before Harry broke the silence. The Malfoy family upholds the supremacy of pure bloods. You will not find happiness with him. Fiona furrowed her brow in dissatisfaction. Thank you for your concern, but I believe I can discern for myself. Reluctant to remain any longer, she rose and returned to her dormitory. Hermione followed closely behind her. Do you truly have feelings for him? Fiona heard Hermione softly inquire from behind. Fiona turned around, and Hermione was leaning against the door, her eyes fixed intently upon her, shimmering with a multitude of emotions. They ebbed and flowed, ultimately transforming into sincere concern and heartfelt blessings. A warmth blossomed in Fiona's heart as she earnestly replied, yes. Hermione let out a soft sigh, approached her, and gently embraced her, saying, Congratulations. Allow me to extend my early wishes for your engagement happiness. Thank you, Fiona responded, touched as she returned the embrace. You must come to my engagement party, all right? Of course, Hermione said, patting Fiona's back before smiling and releasing her. Now, I must go check on Harry. Are you going out this evening? Fiona gazed at her in astonishment. With a resigned roll of her eyes, she exclaimed, Heavens, do you truly believe that I am unaware? Fiona felt a rush of warmth rise to her cheeks. She opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words. She laughed unapologetically, stating, It seems you won't be returning tonight, will you? Fiona shyly lowered her head, covering her face. Oh, heavens. Hermione, displaying her benevolence, decided to let her be. All right. I shall take my leave now. See you in class tomorrow morning. Fiona's voice seeped through her fingers. All right. See you tomorrow morning. It was not until she heard the sound of the door closing that she lowered her hand. As the warmth on her face dissipated, Fiona couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile. Ever since she had been with Draco, she had mentally prepared herself for numerous losses, but losing Hermione was not among them. Hermione was the first friend she had made here, and the only one she considered her closest confidant. Fiona was unwilling to part with her. Fiona meticulously concealed her relationship with Draco, fearing that Hermione would sever their bond upon discovering the truth. However, Hermione had already sensed the subtle hints and chose to remain silent, quietly providing her friend with cover. Filna sat at her desk, unfolding a sheet of stationery to pen a letter to her father, hoping he might send her the alchemical materials she required. Hogwarts prohibited the possession of anything related to alchemy, and before departing from home, Filna had left all such items behind. After a moment's contemplation, she added a line at the end of her letter. She hoped her father could inquire with Mrs. Augusta Longbottom about the matters concerning Voldemort and the prophecy from years past. She requested he not forget to cast a forgetting spell, as she wished to avoid arousing suspicion. Once the letter was complete, Filna read it carefully, biting her finger to let a drop of blood fall in the center of the paper. Watching with satisfaction as the ink gradually faded away, it was not until the sheet transformed back into a blank canvas that she folded it neatly for safekeeping. This was one of the secrets of the Carmen family. For important correspondence, family members would use their first drop of blood on the stationery to conceal the text, thereby preventing any sensitive information from falling into the wrong hands. When the recipient received the letter, they needed only to add another drop of blood to reveal the hidden message. Of course, only those of direct bloodline from the Carmen family were entitled to view such letters. Others would glean no information, even if they soaked the paper in blood. Having secured the letter, Filna hurried to the Ollery. The moment Vermeer spotted her, he swooped down, gracefully landing upon her shoulder. Filna extracted her wand and cast a series of silencing charms before gently securing the letter to Vermeer's leg, whispering, "Deliver this to my father promptly." Vermeer pecked her cheek in acknowledgement and took flight, soaring into the distance. As curfew approached, Filna hurried back to the castle, only to be caught by Filch on the second floor. "Let me see, yet another disobedient student." Filch's dim eyes suddenly sparkled with a sinister gleam, a malevolent smile spreading across his face. "Let me ponder how best to punish you." Lady Loris crouched at his feet, gazing at her with fierce intensity. Filna was thinking rapidly. Surrounding her were portraits, and it was evident that confronting Filch was futile. The invisibility spell held no effect on the cat, and with Mrs. Loris present, a stealthy escape would be impossible. It was curfew, and any delay could potentially summon other patrolling professors, thus a swift resolution was imperative. "Mr. Filch." Filna spoke sweetly. "I was detained by Professor Snape, which is why I returned late." Filch clearly did not believe her alibi. "Oh, really? At least half of the students I've caught would use such an excuse," he sneered, leaning closer to Filna, the light of his lantern glinting off his yellowed teeth, rendering him even more terrifying. "Later, I hung them all by chains in the dungeon." A look of ecstasy crossed his face as if he were lost in some delightful memory, while Filna felt a chill run down her spine and took a slight step back. Suddenly, footsteps approached from afar, and Snape's deep voice resonated. "What are you still doing here?" Fiona turned around in surprise, half of her figure shrouded in darkness, her expression serious as she furrowed her brow. "Professor Snape," Filch said respectfully, bowing slightly, "I caught this Gryffindor student wandering the halls at night." With a malicious glance toward Fiona, he emphasized the words Gryffindor. "She claims she was confined in your office until just now, which I believe is merely a student's trick. Those caught often concoct such unoriginal excuses." Filch gazed at Snape with a hint of flattery, seemingly awaiting his command to punish her. Unfortunately for him, Snape did not acquiesce. "Miss Witter has indeed been confined in my office." Chapter 22. Filch's expectant expression froze as Snape glanced at Fiona and spoke haughtily. "Now, please return to your dormitory immediately, and do not make me repeat myself." Filch stared at her in disappointment. "Yes, Professor." Fiona slipped away as swiftly as oil on water. Casting an invisibility charm upon herself to avoid being caught again, she ran all the way to the room of requirement, finally exhaling in relief. "What happened?" Draco asked, propping himself up to look at her upon hearing the noise. Filna, breathless, waved her hand. "I nearly got caught." Draco closed the book in his hand and tossed it aside. "What kept you so late? Did everything go smoothly?" "It went relatively well. Professor Snape agreed to assist me in brewing the antidote, but it appears that I cannot identify the true culprit behind the poisoning." Filna wearily leaned against Draco. "Why?" Filna recounted in detail the events that transpired in the potions office, her brow slightly furrowed. "During this period, you must exercise caution and endeavor not to venture alone. I suspect that individual may strike again." "I am aware," Filna replied, resting her head against his chest, her voice tinged with fatigue. "I felt quite joyful this evening. Hermione has learned of our affair, yet she did not express anger. As her voice grew ever softer, she hesitantly raised her gaze to meet his. She even bestowed her blessings upon us. I am truly elated. Draco, aware of her disdain for Hermione, felt a pang of concern. The Malfoy family upheld the doctrine of blood purity, yet she earnestly wished for Draco to coexist peacefully with her dearest friend. Do not fret, Draco reassured her, his hand gently patting her back, his tone soothing. As long as you are happy, I shall do my utmost to maintain harmony with her. Filna nestled comfortably in his embrace, drowsiness gradually enveloping her as her voice softened. I love you. I love you too, Draco's deep voice whispered in her ear. Sleep now. Good night. The following morning, Filna rose with vigor to attend her herbology class. In this lesson, she needed to work alongside Hermione, using dragon dung to fertilize the sunlit orchids. This task did not require any particular skill, only ample patience. Thus Filna and Hermione engaged in quiet conversation while they worked. Suddenly, a loud crash startled them. Turning around, they found Harry and Ron staring in shock at the ground, where a pot of sunlit orchids lay shattered. Professor Sprout hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Oh, children. Are you all right? Harry and Ron nodded in a daze. After confirming their well-being, Professor Sprout knelt to gather the remnants of the sunlit orchid and placed it into a new pot, sternly advising, children, please be cautious while fertilizing. The sunlit orchid may wither if startled. In the midst of her words, the leaves of the orchid had already begun to turn a faint yellow. Of course, we can still revive it, Professor Sprout stated, sprinkling some mooncalf dung into the pot, and miraculously, the orchid stood upright once more. See, it just needs a touch of mooncalf dung. However, this substance is exceedingly precious, so I do hope you will exercise caution, she added, returning the orchid to Harry and Ron and surveying the students with a serious demeanor. The students obediently acknowledged her. From that point on, everyone proceeded with increased care. Filna and Hermione ceased their chatter, diligently tending to the sunlit orchid as the herbology lesson passed in a rhythm of labor. With no subsequent class, Hermione headed to the library while Filna found herself alone at the entrance of the divination classroom, which belonged to Slytherin. Fiona cast an invisibility spell upon herself and quietly tiptoed into the classroom. The light within the room was somewhat dim, and in the rear corner, she spotted the platinum-colored little head. Filna cautiously inched closer to his side, where he was intently examining the parchment in his hands. There was an empty seat beside him. As she surveyed the surroundings, Filna noticed that others were paired off, leaving him solitary in the corner. Surely, Draco could not have been ostracized by the Slytherins. Ferna once again surveyed her surroundings with great care, noticing that most individuals were paired off in twos. At a nearby table, Blaise and Crabbe were huddled together, while Draco sat in solitude, quietly by himself. A pang of sorrow struck her heart. She settled beside him and softly uttered, Draco. He appeared startled at first, but quickly recognized her voice and cautiously replied, Ferna, it's me. Ferna grasped his hand, her gentle tone tinged with a hint of sadness. Why are you here all alone? Draco rolled his eyes in exasperation. Blaise has been incessantly chattering in my ear. I found him irritating, so I sent him away. A melancholic expression lingered on Felena's face. After all, he was the young master of the Malfoy family. Who would dare to ostracize him? Noticing her prolonged silence, Draco inquired with curiosity, what is the matter? It's nothing, Felena replied tersely. I merely wanted to come and see you. What were you just doing? Draco produced several sheets of parchment, densely scribbled with words, most of which were in an ancient script. Felena, her soul detached yet straining to decipher, managed to recognize a few words. What is this? Draco lowered his voice. This is a type of soul stabilizer I discovered. The book states that it can solidify the soul, and I believe it could serve as a binding agent for picture frames. Filna's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you saying those? He proudly raised an eyebrow. Indeed, this is the solution I conceived to assist you with your portrait. You are truly a genius. Filna exclaimed, throwing herself into his embrace. Draco discreetly caressed her back, his expression brimming with pride. What has brought you such joy? A voice suddenly resonated from behind them, startling Draco, who turned abruptly to face Blaise. How do you walk without making a sound? Draco complained, furrowing his brow. Blaise stepped forward, seemingly intending to occupy the chair that Filna had just vacated, but Draco quickly interjected. Why are you coming over here to inspect the teacup? Go back and study your tea leaf distribution. Blaise shrugged, feigning seriousness. I merely noticed you were quite happy from the teacup, so I thought I'd come and see. As he continued to pull out the chair to sit down, Filna cautiously sidestepped. Draco suddenly found himself empty-handed, pouting in discontent. Have you completed your potion research? Blaze inquired, glancing at the parchment in Draco's hand. I translated 3 entire books to assist you with this, but why are you investigating these matters? This is generally only applicable to wizards with unstable souls and does not enhance the soul strength of ordinary wizards. Draco replied nonchalantly. I simply came across related records and was a bit curious. Blaze, clearly skeptical of this explanation, wisely refrained from probing further. Chapter 23. In the ensuing days, Draco was nearly incessantly engaged in potion brewing, while Filna, having received alchemical materials sent by her father, immersed herself in the crafting of her cauldron. Fortunately, the room of requirement provided them with a secure environment for their endeavors. Each time she attended class, Filna appeared visibly fatigued, at times even dozing off during lectures. Hermione, concerned, inquired several times, but Filna evasively brushed her off. It was not until one potion class that Hermione noticed Draco, equally weary with dark circles under his eyes, that she seemed to grasp the situation. From that point onward, every time she saw Filna, she would remind her to take care of her health and thoughtfully prepared some energy-boosting potions for her. Filna sensed that Hermione might have misunderstood the circumstances, but found it impossible to clarify, thus allowing her to continue guessing. After several busy days, Filna's alchemical cauldron was finally completed ahead of schedule, and she excitedly brought it to the potion office. Snape opened the door for her, and the moment he closed it behind her, Filna could hardly contain her eagerness. I have finished brewing. In her excitement, she had not noticed Snape's expression. It was only when he turned to gaze at her, gently frowning, that she became aware of his scrutiny. Filna instantly realized her mistake, and the words that were almost on her lips took a sudden turn. Regarding the elixir of life that you instructed me to practice diligently, Professor Snape. His furrowed brow relaxed, and he elongated his tone as he spoke. Very well, now, step behind the cauldron and commence. All the necessary materials are in the cabinet. You may retrieve what you require. Filna lowered her head submissively, seizing the fleeting moment as she turned to cast a swift glance around. To her surprise, she discovered that the wall, usually devoid of adornment, now bore an image within its frame. Complying obediently, she approached the cabinet to gather the necessary materials. Standing before the cauldron, Filna began preparing the components on a small board. Severus Snape, however, did not glance in her direction. He was bent over the table, inscribing something, likely correcting the potion assignments of Gryffindor students, as suggested by the expression on his face. Seconds ticked away, and just as she was poised to concoct a vial of the elixir of life, ready to toss the materials into the cauldron, Snape rose and stepped before her. Murmuring softly, he has departed. Filna exhaled in relief, discarding the materials in her hand, and vigorously rubbed her wrist. Snape furrowed his brow as he gazed at the uneven pile of sunroot powder that Filna had ground, disdainfully averting his eyes. Make sure to take this heap of refuse with you when you leave. Filna shrugged nonchalantly, retrieving her wand to cast a plethora of concealment charms. With a sense of assurance, she produced a cauldron, no larger than the palm of her hand, and offered it to him. This is my improved cauldron, equipped with numerous enhancements compared to the previous version. Give it a try. Snape accepted the cauldron and raised his gaze to her, silently inquiring with his eyes. Filna leaned closer to him, meticulously explaining. This section allows for size adjustment, enabling you to modify it to your desired dimensions. This is a protective barrier that prevents the explosion of hazardous potions, which will automatically activate upon sensing any anomalies. And here is where the potion materials are processed. Currently limited to simple tasks such as grinding, cutting, and pressing. She pointed out each function in turn. Snape finally displayed a hint of satisfaction, quite commendable. Filna held her head high with an air of pride. Of course, this is the alchemical masterpiece of the illustrious Come-On family heir. That tattered hat is indeed far too antiquated. It astonishingly sorted you into Gryffindor. Snape lamented once more. You are undeniably a quintessential Slytherin. He approached the cabinet, retrieved a vial of potion, and presented it to Filna. This vial contains the antidote to the Veritaserum you sought. Consume a drop before taking the Veritaserum, or 2 drops after its ingestion for it to take effect. Fiona took the bottle and set it down. Then she smiled with her eyes narrowed and said, Thank you. Snape, observing her foolish expression, spoke with disdain. All right, you may leave now, but remember to take that pile of rubbish off the table as well. With palpable excitement, Filna departed, clutching a vial of potion and a disarray of ground powders. Upon returning to the House of Wishes, she found Draco still engrossed in brewing potions within his chamber. Filna summoned Lily, inquiring, "Has Draco eaten?" Lily shrieked in protest, "No. Master has not consumed the food I brought. He hasn't eaten a thing all day. Fetch a new meal for him," Filna instructed. Rising, she approached the door to Draco's potion-making room, while Lily vanished with a soft pop. Gently pushing the door ajar, Filna immediately spotted Draco behind the cauldron. His usually well-kept platinum hair clung damply to his forehead, having been steamed, and his complexion appeared even paler than usual, with dark circles under his eyes. The potion in the cauldron shimmered with a green luminescence as he stirred it vigorously. Filna understood that this was a sign of impending success. So she stood at the doorway, refraining from disturbing him. After a few minutes, the potion in Draco's hand gradually took shape. He stirred the elixir with one hand, while the other frantically searched the table for the potion vials. Filna approached and handed him the vial. He paused for a brief moment, then took the potion bottle and swiftly filled it with the concocted elixir, sealing it with a wooden stopper. Gazing at the gently swirling emerald liquid within the bottle, he finally exhaled in relief and looked up at Filna, declaring, "It is done." Filna leaped into his embrace. Her voice tinged with emotion as she said, "You have worked hard." During this period, both had been preoccupied with their respective endeavors, and it had been quite some time since she last held him close. As she wrapped her arms around his waist, she noticed that he had grown noticeably thinner. Draco took a slight step back, creating distance between them. "Do not embrace me. It is unclean. I must take a shower first," he said, wrinkling his nose in distaste. "The two vials of potions are on the table. The green one is the soul stabilizer, and the other is the truth serum." With that, he dashed into the bathroom. Filna carefully stored the potions on the table just as Lily entered, bearing a tray. "Miss, this is the food prepared for the young master," she announced. "Place it on the table outside," Filna instructed. "Then you may leave." Lily departed, carrying the tray. Filna returned to her bedroom. The sound of water still echoing from the bathroom. She lay on her bed, contemplating her next course of action. Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated from the window of the wish fulfillment room. Filna rushed to the window and peered outside, where she saw Vimiel. She hurriedly opened the window, exclaiming, "Oh, Vimiel." He appeared utterly exhausted, gently dropping the letter he had been carrying in his beak into her palm, and then lightly pecking at her hand. Filna retrieved some small cookies from the drawer and offered them to the weary creature, which managed to eat a few bites and stood up with great effort. How could it be so exhausted? Filna gazed at it in confusion. Vimier, a breed of owl remarkably suited to long-distance flights, had previously traversed between the Come-On Manor and Hogwarts with a plethora of alchemical materials. How could delivering a mere letter leave it in such a state? Chapter 24. Vimier let out a series of agitated hoots, then weakly blinked at her. "Has someone attempted to capture you?" Filna speculated hesitantly. Vimier responded with more irritable hoots. Due to the language barrier, Filna could only surmise that someone had indeed tried to seize Vimier. It appeared utterly drained, prompting Filna to prepare water and food for it, as well as conjure a comfortable nest to place it in. Gratefully, it gently pecked at her fingers before settling into its cozy refuge to rest. Filna picked up the letter brought back by Vermeer. The envelope bore no signs of having been opened. As she extracted the sheet of paper, she discovered that it had been unfolded by someone. Ferna's father possesses a peculiar habit. He spritzes a unique perfume on his stationery that releases its fragrance only once. The scent can only be detected upon the initial opening of the letter. While this is not a closely guarded family secret, as many are aware of her father's quirk, it serves as a reliable means to ascertain whether the letter has been previously opened. This particular fragrance is an exclusive alchemical creation of the Carmen family, with no possibility of replication. The stationery remained blank until Ferna bit her finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon it, at which point the words began to gradually materialize. The letter revealed that her father had sought out Mrs. Augusta Lumbaton for inquiries. Yet she was not well versed in many details. She merely mentioned that Dumbledore had approached Neville's mother after the prophecy was leaked, assuring her that he would arrive with members of the Order of the Phoenix on October 31st to safeguard their family. Fiona sensed something amiss, her mind racing to untangle her thoughts. Two children had once fulfilled the prophecy's criteria, Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom. Dumbledore claimed he had been unable to arrive in time to save Lily, suggesting that the Potters had not employed a significant number of defenses against Voldemort's assault. Their greatest protection had been the unwavering loyalty of Peter Pettigrew as their secret keeper. Yet, why did Dumbledore choose to safeguard the Longbottoms rather than the Potters? Even after Snape had informed Dumbledore of Voldemort's intentions to kill Potter, and had indicated that Lily and James had misplaced their trust, Why did Dumbledore refrain from taking action? She sensed a colossal conspiracy unfolding. A rustling sound broke her contemplation, and Draco embraced her from behind, inquiring, "What are you pondering?" Filna's train of thought was abruptly interrupted, and with a resigned shake of her head, she murmured, "It's nothing. Let us first enjoy a meal." The steak on the table was at the perfect temperature, and Filna gently urged him to the table, meticulously pouring pumpkin juice for him. Draco's movements remained elegant and composed, yet the speed at which he devoured the steak clearly indicated his ravenous hunger. As he finished the entire piece of steak, a flush of color returned to Draco's face. "Next time, regardless of what you are engaged in, remember to eat on time." Filna gently pinched his face, asking, "Do you remember?" Draco winked at her, wisely assuring, "I remember. I will eat on time from now on." They both had not enjoyed a proper rest for quite some time. So seizing the opportunity as their tasks momentarily paused, they indulged in a restful slumber. The following morning, when Filna awoke, Draco had already departed for class. She retrieved a small, dark golden ring and adorned her finger, then opened the emerald gemstone to add a few drops of Veritaserum before sealing it once more. The revelations from the previous night ignited her eagerness to uncover the truth, and with all preparations complete, today evidently presented an opportune moment. As she opened the cabinet to procure the soul stabilizer, she noticed a card tucked beneath the bottle. Inscribed in Draco's handwriting, instructions: when the portrait is not within the frame, apply the potion around the edges of the frame within an hour. The portrait will be unable to return to this frame. Good luck. Draco had always been considerate, prompting a warm smile to bloom on Filna's face. After tucking the card away, she took the soul stabilizer and made her way to the North Tower. There was no divination class today. Trelawney was seated alone, drinking. And upon hearing Filna's knock, she hurriedly concealed her cup and turned to see. "Oh, dear child, what brings you here?" Filna approached her with a gentle demeanor, feigning a look of sorrow. "Professor, I have been feeling rather unwell lately, and I believe I may require your assistance." Trelawney affectionately took her hand, her vacant gaze penetrating through the thick lenses as she inquired, "What troubles you, my child? Allow me to perform a divination for you." As Trelawney clasped Filna's hand and closed her eyes, Filna seized the opportunity to survey her surroundings, ensuring she located the portrait. In the room, there was but a single painting adorning the wall to her right, and at that moment, the frame contained no figure. Fiona feigned a sorrowful expression, while Trelawney appeared somewhat peculiar. With her eyes shut tightly, she clutched Fiona's hand fervently, murmuring intermittently, "You will lose you, yet have the chance to live again." Taking advantage of the moment, Filna discreetly added 2 drops of the truth serum to her cup. Afterward, she felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Swiftly, Filna withdrew her hand, opened the soul stabilizer, and dashed to the frame to apply it. She then hurried back to Trelawney, feigning nonchalance as she patted her on the shoulder. Professor? Trelawney jolted awake, offering an apologetic smile. "Oh, I'm sorry. Did I doze off again? It happens more frequently as one ages. I hope I didn't say anything." "You didn't say a word." Filna kindly handed her the glass. "Drink some water. You will feel better." With a hint of disappointment, Trelawney accepted the cup and drained its contents. As she observed the gradual dullness in her eyes, Filna gently inquired, "What is your name?" "Sybil Trelawney," she answered dreamily. Fiona rose, satisfied, to secure the door, then cast numerous concealment charms in the vicinity before returning to her seat and inquiring, "What transpired on the day you foretold at the Hog's Head Inn?" "Dumbledore came to invite me for a drink, and we conversed at the Hog's Head. He asked me to repeat the prophecy, which I recounted, but before I could finish, he sensed that someone was eavesdropping and chased after them." She recalled in fragmented thoughts. "Repeat it again?" "Dumbledore was already aware of that prophecy before that day, correct?" Fiona furrowed her brow, pressing further. "Indeed, he had prior knowledge." "Then why did Dumbledore request Trelawney to articulate it once more at the Hog's Head?" Snape had been following Dumbledore with an invisibility charm, yet given Dumbledore's level of magical prowess, he should have easily discerned the presence of the recently graduated Snape tracking him. Why, then, did he seek out Trelawney to discuss such a momentous matter? Recently graduated. Fleur keenly grasped the keywords, and the clues gradually intertwined in her mind. Chapter 25. If Dumbledore intentionally revealed the prophecy to Snape, then everything would make sense. Snape, having already graduated and unable to enter Hogwarts, meant that Dumbledore and Trelawney arranged their meeting at the Hog's Head for Snape to follow, allowing Trelawney to recount the prophecy for Snape to overhear. However, at the most critical moment, Dumbledore feigned discovery of Snape's eavesdropping, compelling Snape to convey the incomplete prophecy to Voldemort, indirectly leading to Lily's demise. What, then, was his purpose? Fiona continued to inquire. Was it within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts that you first divulged the prophecy to Dumbledore? Indeed, Trelawney's condition had deteriorated significantly. She had nearly exhausted her queries. Consequently, Fiona brandished her wand and bestowed upon her a forgetfulness charm. The portraits on the walls remained vacant as Fiona cast an invisibility spell upon herself and departed with the remaining potion. As she journeyed back, her mind was consumed with contemplation regarding Dumbledore's intentions, yet she found herself utterly perplexed. Fiona was deeply engrossed in her thoughts until she collided with another person, which jolted her back to reality. "Oh, I apologize. I was lost in thought," she hastily exclaimed. "It's quite all right. I hope you were unhurt." A voice as smooth as satin reached her ears. Unable to resist, Fiona lifted her gaze to meet the owner of the voice. It was Cedric. His warm, brown eyes gazed at her with tenderness. Fiona quickly shook her head, assuring him, "I am fine." "That is good to hear. Please be more cautious as you walk. And try not to drift off again," he said with a gentle smile before turning to leave. Fiona tossed her head, silently marveling at Cedric's prowess. However, upon turning, she caught sight of Pansy and Draco standing in the shadowy corner of the corridor. They seemed oblivious to her presence. The two were positioned face to face, with Draco leaning against the wall, one hand encircling Pansy while the other tugged at his tie. Curious, Felina approached, inquiring what transpired. Pansy, startled, hurriedly concealed Draco behind her. Draco appeared quite unwell, his eyes brimming with panic and fear, his posture decidedly ungraceful as he curled up. Draco is experiencing abdominal pain, and I must escort him to the infirmary," Pansy explained to her rival, unusually flustered. Felina raised an eyebrow with intrigue. "Is that so? I can take him there myself. No need to trouble you." With that, she made to pass by her to assist Draco. Upon noticing Felina's intention, Draco visibly flinched, prompting Pansy to swiftly intervene. "No, don't go over there." Felina let out a chilling laugh, firmly seizing Draco's wrist and pulling him away, then swiftly binding Pansy with a spell. "What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Let me go?" Pansy struggled fiercely, glaring menacingly at Felina. "Am I the one who has lost my sanity, or is it you?" Felina retorted, gripping Draco's arm. "You dare to brazenly use a forbidden potion like polyjuice in the school, even taking on the appearance of a student? What nonsense are you spouting? Release me at once," Pansy exclaimed, her panic becoming evident. Draco, with a sudden burst of strength, wrenched his hand free from Felina's grasp and turned to flee. Reacting swiftly, she drew her wand and aimed it at him, exclaiming, "Petrificus totalis." He was instantaneously transformed into a stone statue, frozen mid-run. The commotion soon attracted the attention of numerous students nearby, and an increasing crowd began to encircle them. The gathering of students rapidly caught the notice of the professors, prompting Professors McGonagall and Snape to approach. "What is the meaning of this?" they inquired as they reached the center of the scene, where one student was bound and another petrified, with Felina brandishing her wand in hand. "What are you doing, Felina?" Professor McGonagall exclaimed, furious. "How dare you assault a fellow student in the corridor?" Fiona immediately donned a look of feigned innocence, addressing the professor. It was Miss Parkinson and this unknown individual who consumed the polyjuice potion disguised as Draco. I merely happened upon the scene. Professor McGonagall stood momentarily in shock. "Are you suggesting that this Mr. Malfoy is merely an impersonation?" Before Fiona could respond, Snape had already approached Draco. He sniffed the air and furrowed his brow, affirming, "He has ingested the polyjuice potion." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, prompting Professor McGonagall to restore order. Silence. She amplified her voice with a spell, and the students quieted immediately. "That is not true. It was his own choice to masquerade as Draco. I had nothing to do with it," Pansy shrieked, writhing in an attempt to free herself. "I said, silence." McGonagall fixed her gaze upon Pansy. "We shall determine who is responsible." It was only when Pansy ceased her protests that McGonagall turned her attention back to Fiona. "I believe we need to visit the headmaster's office." With that, she summoned her Patronus to relay the message ahead. Professor Snape lifted the spells binding Pansy and Draco, and together with McGonagall, they escorted them to the headmaster's office. Upon receiving the news, Dumbledore was already waiting in his office. He inquired with a puzzled expression as the group entered, "What has transpired?" McGonagall succinctly outlined the situation. "So, this Mr. Malfoy is merely an impersonation, is that correct?" Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Severus, I recall you having concocted an antidote for the polyjuice potion. Perhaps we should retrieve it for a sample? Snape, with a brooding demeanor, descended to the dungeons. With all due respect, Dumbledore turned to Fiona. Once transformed by the polyjuice potion, identification becomes exceedingly challenging. How did you discern that Mr. Malfoy was behaving oddly? Dumbledore was probing into her connection with Draco. The Malfoy family, being a pure-blood aristocracy, would undoubtedly impose strict standards upon the comportment of their members. Fiona lowered her gaze. Clearly, he failed to emulate those expectations. As the adopted daughter of the Cormac family, Fiona understood and had studied the etiquette befitting nobility. Such a candid reasoning would not expose her relationship with Draco. Very astute. My dear, Dumbledore replied playfully, winking at her, to which Fiona returned a smile. Before long, Snape returned with the potion. And Fiona watched with distaste as he poured the viscous, murky brown liquid into Draco's mouth, her brow furrowing slightly. Draco's skin began to ripple, and Fiona averted her gaze, unable to witness the transformation. Soon after, she heard Professor McGonagall's exclamation, "Mr. Pusey?" Fiona raised her head, and at that moment, Draco had reverted to his original form, leaving her certain that she did not recognize him. He kept his gaze lowered, his hands clasped behind his back, appearing utterly indifferent to the situation. Dorian Snape narrowed his eyes and stated, "I hope you can elucidate this matter." Yet, he remained silent, still bowing his head. Pansy suddenly shrieked from the side. It was him. I have nothing to do with this. Chapter 26. It must be said, Fiona truly relished having such a dim-witted adversary. She squinted her eyes with interest, eager to witness their internal conflict. Indeed, Dorian Pugh's expression shifted dramatically as he cast a serious glance at Pansy, hurt evident in his voice. Do you care for me at all? I would even be willing to masquerade as another man for your sake. Pansy glared at him furiously. What are you talking about? This has nothing to do with me. Yet, Dorian Pugh stubbornly pressed on. Have you ever cared for me? Pansy, clearly terrified, did not even register his words, merely continuing to scream, "It has nothing to do with me. Do not implicate me." Dorian Pugh trembled in anguish, then, ignoring Pansy's outcry, spoke coldly. I will reveal everything to you now. Naturally, in order to hear Pugh clearly, Snape graciously cast a silencing charm upon her. Fiona swore that the moment Pansy shut her mouth, she perceived Professor McGonagall exhaling in relief. Approximately 2 weeks prior, Miss Parkinson approached me, requesting my assistance in executing a plan. Dorian Pugh spoke slowly, revealing that she promised to date him upon the completion of the scheme. Having pursued her for 4 years, I readily acquiesced upon hearing this news. Initially, everything seemed normal. She expressed her admiration for Malfoy, urging me to emulate his gestures and demeanor. I had always been aware of her infatuation with him, and though it unsettled me, I endeavored to mimic Malfoy for her sake. It was only 2 days ago that she approached me to divulge her plan. At this juncture, Pansy suddenly began to struggle fiercely. Fiona was convinced that if she were not bound by the binding curse, she would have rushed over to rend Pugh to shreds. However, Pansy's struggles did not hinder Pugh's voice. He continued speaking without any fluctuation. She intends for me to disguise myself as Malfoy to lure you out, and then, casting a sidelong glance at you, he added, to administer a magical enhancer, causing an influx of magic far beyond your capacity to endure. The mildest outcome being a complete failure. Should you still be alive at that moment, you would be given a memory-erasing spell and subsequently cast into the Muggle world. Fiona heard Professor McGonagall gasp in disbelief beside her. Is this true? She inquired. Pugh responded calmly, if you doubt my words. You may administer a truth serum or invoke a soul-reading spell. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, replying, Oh no, we would never treat a student in such a manner. Tears streamed down Filna's face, her expression one of sheer fright. Professor McGonagall approached her with compassion, saying, Do not fear, Miss Filna. We shall address this matter with utmost seriousness. Dumbledore released the spell-binding Pansy. Miss Parkinson, do you acknowledge everything Mr. Pusey has stated? No, I do not acknowledge it. Pansy shouted vehemently. This is an absolute slander. I shall inform my father. How could Hogwarts malign an innocent student in such a manner? Given that, we must conduct a thorough investigation, Dumbledore replied, slowly removing the sorting hat from the top shelf and placing it upon Pansy's head. I trust the sorting hat will provide us with an impartial answer. No, Pansy protested, attempting to remove the hat, but Dumbledore restrained her. Miss Parkinson, I hope you will cooperate with us to clear your name, he stated solemnly. As soon as the hat rested upon Pansy's head, it awakened and began to sing in a curious tone. Let me see what a Slytherin girl is concealing. Hidden in the corner of the second-floor girls' lavatory, a cauldron brewing polyjuice potion and remnants of the potion. Dumbledore nodded to Snape, who then departed. Oh, and there is a nefarious plot. The Sorting Hat continued in its peculiar voice. A poor little girl will be deceived by her and her accomplices. She will be locked away on a deserted island. Stripped of her magic, her memory altered to render her mute, and then discarded to a wretched old widower. Even the heartbroken and despairing De Leon Pusey turned to look at the Sorting Hat atop Pansy's head. The hat paused momentarily before shifting its discourse. And then there is she and a platinum-haired boy. Dumbledore interjected, All right. I believe we have gleaned what we needed to know. Thank you, dear Sorting Hat. He removed the hat from Pansy's head, placing it back on the shelf with reluctance. At that moment, Snape returned, carrying a cauldron filled with a pale, translucent liquid. I believe this contains the remnants of the polyjuice potion, he stated, setting the cauldron in the center of the room. Miss Parkinson, do you have any further defense to offer? Dumbledore inquired, narrowing his eyes. Pansy, in a frenzy, screamed at Filna White. You will not have a good ending. I curse you. Snape swiftly cast a silencing spell in her direction. I believe the truth has become quite evident, Professor McGonagall stated gravely. This is undoubtedly a malicious incident and must be met with severe consequences. Dumbledore, lost in thought, surveyed the faces around him in silence. For a moment, the atmosphere grew tense, as Filna sensed he was weighing the repercussions of offending the Parkinson and Puce families. She broke the stalemate with a soft sob. Oh, Professor, Filna said, her tear-filled eyes gazing up at Dumbledore. I never anticipated that my engagement to Mr. Malfoy would nearly invite such retribution at school. Perhaps I ought to have a serious discussion with my father and Uncle Lucius regarding this matter. Although Filna was officially recognized as a half-blood, she was nonetheless the adopted daughter of the Kerman family and was now allied through marriage to the Malfoy family, which effectively compelled Dumbledore to make a decision. Dumbledore regarded Filna steadily. She maintained a look of distress, allowing him to scrutinize her, her eyes clear and unclouded. At last, Dumbledore spoke. Miss Parkinson, Mr. Puce. In light of your actions, I am left with no choice but to expel you. Pansy erupted in a fit of fury, exclaiming, How dare you, Dumbledore? The Parkinson family is well acquainted with numerous members of the Board of Governors. We will not tolerate this affront. Prepare to be ousted by the board. Fina gently raised her eyebrows, casting her gaze downwards to conceal the emotions swirling beneath the surface, striving to suppress the sardonic curve at the corners of her mouth. The Board of Governors? The Malfoy family is indeed a member of that board. Could Uncle Lucius truly defend himself before them for the machinations against her and Draco? Such a notion is utterly preposterous. Pansy's descent into madness did not sway Dumbledore's decision. She was still sent back to the Parkinson residence. With that, the matter was concluded, and all departed from Dumbledore's office. Professor McGonagall, noticing Fina's bowed head, assumed her fear lingered and promptly approached to console her. Professor, I am truly terrified of encountering such a situation again, Fina sobbed, covering her face. Severus Snape strode away with purpose, seemingly oblivious to McGonagall's concerned demeanor as she comforted Fina. Do not fear, child. Should anything arise in the future, you may come to me at once, and I shall assist you. Oh, I cannot thank you enough, Professor. Without you, I would be utterly lost, Fina exclaimed. Her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked up at her. Following this ordeal, Fina felt reassured that if similar circumstances were to arise again, at the very least, Professor McGonagall would have a greater trust in her. McGonagall accompanied her back to Gryffindor Tower before taking her leave, and Fina expressed her heartfelt thanks before entering the bustling common room. The room was lively with many students, and Fina's reddened eyes drew considerable attention as she stepped inside. Oh, Fina? Came Harry's voice from the sofa. Fina glanced at the sofa, where she and Ron were engaged in a game of wizard's chess. What troubles you? Harry exclaimed, rushing to her side upon noticing her reddened eyes. Has Malfoy been tormenting you? Fina took a step back, creating distance between herself and him. No. What on earth is happening? Harry inquired anxiously. Is someone bullying you? The students in the room nearly all turned their gazes toward Fina. Many in Gryffindor held disdain for Pansy, especially since De Leon Pusey was a seeker for Slytherin, presenting a prime opportunity to alter her standing in Gryffindor. Yet, it was evident that confiding in Harry was not a prudent choice. Just as Fina wrestled with her thoughts, Hermione entered from behind her. What's wrong? She moved to stand in front of Fina. Fina? What is the matter? Did you bully her? Hermione embraced her tightly, casting an indignant glare at Harry. Harry replied innocently. I did not. I merely came over to see what was wrong with her. Fiona threw herself into Hermione's embrace, weeping. Hermione, Hermione, she cried. Hermione quickly began to soothe her by gently patting her back. What is it? Sit down first. As she spoke, she led Fiona to the couch. Fiona, still sobbing in her arms, revealed, Professor Dumbledore has expelled Pansy Parkinson and Adrian Pusey. What? This revelation left the surrounding students astonished, and they gathered around in disbelief. Why? Fiona wept intermittently as she recounted the sequence of events. So they have been sent back home now? Inquired a curious second-year Gryffindor who had leaned in beside her. Fina nodded. A wave of cheers erupted in the room as Fred and George approached, each draping an arm over Fina's shoulders from either side of the sofa. Hey, Fina. It turns out you haven't been led astray by the nefarious Slytherins. We were genuinely concerned that you might fall under their influence. Tears had yet to be wiped from Filna's face, which wore a look of bewilderment, as if she were grappling with confusion. George extended his hand to brush away the droplets from her cheeks, exclaiming, Ah, so you are still our little rabbit from Gryffindor. Hermione, ever vigilant, swatted his hand away, cradling Filna protectively in her embrace. She had always harbored the belief that Fred and George would secretly torment Filna, leading her to remain on high alert whenever they were present. Fred exaggeratedly leaped up, declaring, I have explained that we have never bullied her. Truly, we have not. Never. I swear. If we had ever tormented her, may Ron, dear little darling, suffer a month of misfortune. Fina nodded in agreement, eliciting a wave of benevolent laughter from those around her. Only Ron gazed at her in disbelief, exclaiming, Fred. Fred reached out to pat Ron's head reassuringly, saying, Don't worry. Ron, my dear, it's merely a month. So you did bully her. Hermione's keen eyes narrowed. No, I did not. After some commotion, the common room finally fell into a tranquil silence. Hermione had plans to head to the library, while the Weasley twins were likely off conducting yet another amusing experiment, and the other students were engrossed in their own pursuits. However, the glances directed towards Fina resumed their friendly nature, with greetings exchanged as before. Gratitude was owed to Miss Pansy Parkinson for her efforts in ameliorating Fina's situation. Presuming Draco had returned to his quarters, Fina cast an invisibility charm upon herself and climbed out of the fat lady's portrait, preparing to return to the room of requirement. Just as she emerged from the passage, the conversation between two portraits behind her caught her attention. How peculiar. I simply could not enter a portrait this morning, no matter what, one remarked. Oh, you experienced the same issue? Which portrait was it? The one in the divination classroom in the North Tower. Do not fret. Such occurrences happen within the castle from time to time. Many portraits have encountered similar situations, where one may suddenly be unable to enter a particular portrait, but it usually resolves itself shortly. Dumbledore mentioned that the castle has certain limitations. You know, magical items tend to develop quirks as they age. Fiona ceased to eavesdrop. Yet she astutely discerned the pivotal elements of the conversation. They alluded to the frequent occurrence of such situations, and Dumbledore provided an explanation, indicating that others were, in some manner, obstructing the eavesdropping of the portraits. As the headmaster, Dumbledore commanded the portraits, and there was no necessity for him to act in such a manner. Who could it be? Filna pondered for a long time, but could not arrive at a conclusion, so she decided to set it aside for the time being. Upon entering the House of Wishes, Draco immediately approached her and enveloped her in an embrace. Was everything smooth? He inquired, resting his head gently on her shoulder. Yes. It went quite well. I have already uncovered the information I sought. Filna caressed his back, sensing a hint of despondency in his demeanor. What troubles you? Is something amiss? She asked. I simply feel utterly worthless, he replied, his voice laden with guilt and sorrow. I almost allowed you to come to harm once again. Fiona gazed at him in astonishment. You already know? You are aware as well? Draco looked at her with equal surprise. Filna sensed that they were not referring to the same matter. What have I discerned? Filna furrowed her brow. Which matter are you speaking of? Draco's gaze deepened, his tone menacing, dreely and Puce. I have heard from Blaise that he has been secretly following you of late, but fear not. I have already assigned someone to keep watch over him. Should he exhibit any suspicious behavior, I shall deal with him immediately. His voice was harsh. Filna, feeling somewhat awkward, spoke up. He may not pose much of a threat. Draco looked at her, puzzled. Fiona recounted in detail everything that transpired from her departure from Professor Trelawney's office until her return to the All Your Wishes house. Naturally, to prevent Draco from succumbing to unfounded jealousy, she omitted the incident of colliding into Cedric's embrace. Chapter 28. Draco was beside himself with rage. How dare she scheme against you? Felina gently caressed his face, soothingly assuring him, do not worry, she has already been dismissed. Draco's expression darkened, the tempest in his eyes nearly solidifying into something tangible. Since she relishes tormenting others, I shall make her experience a fate worse than death. I have faith in your methods, Felina replied playfully, winking at him. Rest assured, I shall not allow her to fare any better. Then let us each rely on our own abilities, he retorted, a provocative smile gracing his lips. Ferna raised her hand to entwine around his neck, her gaze lingering ambiguously upon his face, ultimately settling upon his lips. She leaned closer, whispering softly against his mouth, do not be overly tender with me. Draco grasped her waist and lifted her sharply, his lips gently brushing against the corner of hers as he planted a trail of kisses downward, finally resting at her collarbone. Only you are deserving of my affection. Sensing a slight sting at her collarbone, Ferna wrapped her legs around his waist, and Draco promptly supported her. Fina's lips brushed gently against the side of his ear as she exhaled softly. I await with bated breath. Draco's body tensed, his ears quickly flushing a deep crimson. With a slight retreat, she turned and found herself pressed against the wall, as he ardently sought her lips, their kiss intertwining tenderly. After what felt like an eternity, Fina finally lay upon the bed, while Draco, wearing a satisfied smile, knelt beside her, gently massaging her waist. The dawn had begun to break, and Fina, weary, stifled a yawn. Draco climbed onto the bed, drawing closer to embrace her, softly coaxing. There are no classes during the first period today. Why not steal a few more moments of slumber? Ferna cast a glance at him, her voice hoarse as she spoke. Who permitted you to come up here? Return and continue your work. Draco leaned down to kiss her. I apologize. I shall certainly restrain myself next time. Fiona was utterly exhausted, managing only to cast a fleeting glare at him before nestling into his embrace and succumbing to a deep slumber. After an indeterminate passage of time, she was roused by Draco's gentle call. What is it? Fiona inquired, her mind clouded with confusion as she sat up. It is time for class, he murmured, leaning closer to kiss the side of her face. Did you sleep well? Fiona stretched languidly and remarked, not too shabby. So, may I receive my pardon? Draco's gaze lingered upon her lips. I believe that can be arranged. Fiona leaned in to brush her lips against his. This lesson was potions class, and Fiona and Draco made their way to the potions classroom. Along the way, they encountered numerous Gryffindor students, most of whom disregarded Draco's presence and warmly greeted Fiona, to which she cheerfully responded. A few boys noticeably flushed as they greeted her, prompting Draco, tinged with a hint of jealousy, to grasp her hand, his fingers lightly teasing her palm. As they strolled down a quieter corridor, Draco swiftly turned, pinning her against the wall and, with restraint, playfully nipped at her earlobe, exclaiming, Damn it, why are you so popular? Is it because of my beauty? Fiona replied, her face radiant with a bright smile. Draco tilted her chin to examine her closely. Letting out a resigned sigh, I cannot entirely blame them. A sweetness blossomed within Filna, her smile growing ever more radiant. Draco gazed at her for a prolonged moment before capturing her lips in a kiss. Thankfully, Filna remembered her impending class and gently pushed him away. He turned, leaning against the wall, breathing heavily, and closed his eyes to conceal the intensity of his gaze, taking some time to regain his composure. I find myself utterly defenseless against you, he confessed with a resigned smile, firmly taking her hand. Come, we mustn't be late for class. Upon their arrival at the potions classroom, they discovered it already filled with students, but fortunately, Crabbe and Goyle had gallantly reserved seats for them. Ever since the announcement of their betrothal, Filna and Draco had become partners in potions class, a notion seemingly accepted by their peers. Shortly after they settled in, Snape strode into the room with purpose, approaching the blackboard to tap it lightly with his wand. With a flourish of his cloak, he positioned himself at the front of the classroom, facing the students, his movements fluid and uninterrupted. Today, we shall concoct a revitalizing potion. The materials and procedural steps are outlined on the blackboard. Submit your work to me before class concludes. Snape's voice resonated, lower than usual, his gaze sweeping over the students with an even greater chill than customary. What is wrong with him? Filna whispered to Draco, her head bowed. He seems rather displeased. Draco busied himself with the potion ingredients, responding swiftly, He.S. in a foul mood. He's been overwhelmed with work lately. Another elaborate order? She inquired. A substantial one indeed. Draco's expression darkened at the mere mention of Dumbledore, revealing a clear disdain. With a sarcastic curve of her lips, Filna remarked, "Utilize everyone to their fullest potential." It was evident that Snape was in an exceedingly irritable mood, as he had deducted a staggering 25 points from Gryffindor. Throughout the entire lesson, Harry dared not breathe a word, having already lost 15 points for his erroneous steps, and even Ron, seated beside him, began to cast him glances of disapproval. At long last, the class came to a close, and Snape scarcely glanced at the pile of assignments submitted by the students. As soon as the bell rang, he departed with remarkable haste. How pitiful, Filna mused, narrowing her eyes as she watched his retreating figure, shaking her head with a sigh. Next came the lunch hour, and Filna joyfully dashed into Hermione's embrace. "Oh, I have enrolled in far too many courses. I feel utterly overwhelmed," Hermione exclaimed, anxiously tugging at her hair. "Oh, do not fret, you are more than capable. You are the brightest among us," Filna reassured her. "I can only imagine the Sorting Hat must have deliberated for quite some time before deciding whether to place you in Gryffindor or Ravenclaw." Hermione appeared considerably more at ease. Yet she soon noticed something amiss in Filna's voice. "What is wrong with your voice? Have you caught a cold?" As the words escaped her lips, she seemed to realize something, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Filna, too, averted her gaze in embarrassment. After a brief silence, she cleared her throat and feigned composure, saying, "Take care of yourself." Fiona lowered her head, beginning her search for a suitable crevice to slip into. Fortunately, the awkward atmosphere did not linger for long, as Hermione swiftly redirected the conversation. "Did you know? There has been much chatter lately regarding the Triwizard Tournament. I heard that students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons will be arriving soon." "Oh?" Fiona replied disinterestedly. There were far too many tasks awaiting her attention this year, rendering such events utterly unappealing. "I've heard that the students from Beauxbatons are exceptionally beautiful, and among the visitors from Durmstrang this year is Krum." "Krum? He's coming too?" Fiona felt a surge of excitement. Hermione cast her a puzzled glance. "Do you know him?" "No, not personally." Fiona quickly conjured a gentle smile to mask her exhilaration. "I'm merely surprised. Isn't he the seeker for the Bulgarian team?" Hermione, undeterred by any suspicion, continued, "Indeed. Many of our classmates are eagerly planning to request his autograph. When are they arriving?" Fiona, overwhelmed with her recent busyness, had completely lost track of the event, unaware that Victor was coming. "I'm not sure," Hermione said, savoring a spoonful of creamy mushroom soup, "but it should be soon." Chapter 29. Filna nonchalantly responded. Yet within her mind, she contemplated penning a letter to Victor. Their acquaintance had endured for quite some time, and had Victor not received her missive prior to his arrival here, she would undoubtedly have been the subject of his musings for several months. This thought sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to hastily finish her meal and rush back to her dormitory to compose the letter. She inscribed a few simple sentences, folded the paper, and secured it to Weimer's leg, specially instructing him, "If anyone captures you, kindly present the letter, but do ensure to bring back a strand of their hair, if you would be so gracious." Weimer affectionately nuzzled her cheek before soaring into the distance with the letter in tow. Victor, with his untamed spirit, never required her to employ elaborate titles or ornate phrases in their correspondence. A mere handful of straightforward words sufficed to convey her thoughts. They had grown accustomed to this mode of communication. Although outsiders might struggle to comprehend it, perhaps it could be considered a form of encrypted dialogue. The afternoon was designated for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Filna, equipped with her books, entered the classroom where Professor Moody was already seated in a chair at the side of the podium, his artificial eye rotating and surveying the surroundings. As the bell rang, the students swiftly took their seats, and Moody rose to the center of the podium, his cane clattering rhythmically. The lesson focused on the petrification spell, a curse that immobilizes the entire body. Professor Moody's gaze traversed the students before finally settling on Filna. "I believe Miss Wood is well acquainted with its utility. On that day in the corridor, she had employed this spell against Dorian Pughs, who was disguised as Draco." Although Filna distinctly remembered that he was not present at the time. "A rather exquisite petrification curse," he remarked, leaning on his cane as he approached Filna, his eyes fixed intently upon her. "Miss Wood seems to possess considerable knowledge regarding the spells of defense against the dark arts." Filna lowered her head, feigning fear as she evaded his gaze. In that moment of urgency, she had merely conjured a spell at random. To be able to immediately recall an appropriate incantation and respond in such a situation. Moody scrutinized her with narrowed eyes, She must either have practiced sufficiently or possess an extraordinary talent. Filna appeared utterly terrified, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. In my panic, I could only recall the spell I had just reviewed, uncertain if it would be effective. Moody fixed her with a prolonged gaze, his false eye swirling wildly over her, before he finally grunted in a rough voice. Indeed, Miss Vet. Your spell was executed remarkably well. 5 points to Gryffindor. He then turned and returned to the lectern. Throughout the entire class, he refrained from mentioning the incident again. Yet Filna could not shake the inexplicable sense of danger he radiated, leaving her on edge for the duration of the lesson. At long last, the class came to an end, and just as Filna prepared to gather her belongings, Moody's voice resonated. All right, class dismissed. Miss Vet, please accompany me to my office. Hermione cast her a worried glance. With a sense of resignation, Filna followed Moody into his office. Upon entering, she immediately sensed something amiss. The unmistakable scent of Soul Stabilizer lingered in the air. Seizing the moment while Moody settled into his chair, Filna cast a furtive glance at the portrait on the wall, which, as expected, was empty. Struggling to find comfort in her seat, she carelessly tossed her cane aside. How has Mr. Carmen been lately? Moody inquired, a faintly sinister smile creeping across his face. I haven't seen him in quite some time. All is well, Filna responded in a flurry. Yet an unsettling feeling gnawed at her. Her father and Moody were hardly acquaintances, if one could even call their past encounter, born of professional necessity many years ago, a true connection. Why, then, was he so overly cordial in their exchange? After a brief conversation, Moody dismissed her. After much contemplation, Fina found herself without answers, ultimately deciding to pen a letter to her father for guidance. Furthermore, regarding the matter of the Soul Stabilizer, she realized that a visit to Snape might be necessary. Presently, Snape stood resolutely within Dumbledore's camp, aware that any significant information would inevitably reach Dumbledore. She needed to seize an opportunity to draw him into a third faction. Filna was fervently contemplating her plans, entirely oblivious to the presence of an individual standing before her, and she collided headlong into him. Oh, my apologies. I was lost in thought, she exclaimed, clutching her forehead as she glanced at the person she had bumped into. Cedric offered a wry smile, asking, Are you all right? Filna felt a flush of warmth on her face, awkwardly nodding. Why are you not watching where you're going? His voice was as gentle as ever. This marks the second time this week that you've collided with me. Ferna apologized with a tinge of guilt. I sincerely apologize. I was preoccupied with other thoughts. Are you all right? The gentle curve of his lips remained unchanged as he replied, I am fine. Just remember to watch the road and avoid any further collisions. Filna promptly nodded in agreement. He chuckled softly and walked away, carrying his backpack. Filna dared not let her thoughts wander any longer as she concentrated on returning to the room of requirement. Draco had yet to return, and she sat alone on her bed, pondering for a considerable time. Ultimately, she resolved to pen a letter to her father inquiring about Moody's situation, while also reporting on Pansy's matters. After completing the letter, she let a drop of blood fall upon it, watching as the writing gradually faded away. Folding the parchment carefully, she tucked it away. With Vermeer still absent, Filna harbored doubts about the owls at Hogwarts, but as her eyes wandered, she suddenly recalled the Malfoy family's proud owl. This owl was known for its haughty demeanor, often ignoring others, which was quite befitting of the Malfoy legacy. However, she pondered whether it would be willing to assist her in delivering the letter. Grasping the note, she made her way to the Owlery, where her gaze immediately fell upon the haughty owl perched at the highest point. Owl, come here, Filna beckoned with a wave of her hand. It cast a disdainful glance her way, shook its wings, and gracefully descended to perch upon her shoulder. Ferna's eyes sparkled as she gently handed the envelope to it, whispering, Deliver this to Mr. Come On. The owl, with an air of haughty pride, shook its wings and soared into the sky, clutching the envelope tightly. Filna gazed at the owl soaring into the distance, and inexplicably, Draco's face surfaced in her mind. That fellow was as proud as this owl. She wondered if he had finished his classes. A wave of longing surged within her, prompting Filna to rush back to the room of requirement, where she found Draco organizing his books, evidently just returned. Draco. Filna dashed forward and threw herself into his embrace. Startled, Draco quickly discarded the book in his hands to catch her, and with a resigned gesture, he tapped her forehead. Aren't you afraid of falling? I knew you would catch me, Filna insisted, refusing to extricate herself from his arms, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. I miss you so much. Draco chuckled softly and kissed her cheek. I know. Filna was not content with this response. She pouted petulantly, insisting, You must say that you miss me too. Draco, relishing her playful antics, leaned down and gently kissed her, murmuring, I miss you as well. However, this was insufficiently sincere for Filna, who huffed in dissatisfaction. Draco then laid her back upon the bed, positioning himself over her, his hands braced on either side of her body as he gazed earnestly into her eyes. What would constitute sincerity, then? He inquired. Filna wrapped her arms around his neck and said, Show me. Chapter 30. Victor was likely on the verge of anger. Why? You may ask. Because Filna received his reply early the next morning. The letter contained but a brief line. I am almost there. Fina sensed a veiled threat lurking within the words. Just wait. She couldn't help but shiver. With no classes scheduled for the entire day, Fina had an inkling that Dumbledore would not relinquish an opportunity to collect a favor so easily. Thus, upon her return that day, she had discreetly added a dose of truth serum antidote to her ring. Indeed, as she made her way to the library, clutching a stack of books, a sixth-year Gryffindor girl called out to her. Fina. The girl, breathless and burdened with books, rushed to her side. Professor Dumbledore wants to see you in his office. All right. I understand. Thank you, Fina replied with a smile, straining under the weight of her books as she hurried away, seizing the moment when no one was around. Fina quietly opened the secret compartment of her ring and took a drop of the antidote. Only when warmth coursed through her body did she proceed towards the headmaster's office. Dumbledore stood by the window, gazing into the distance, and turned with a kind expression as he heard her entrance. Ah, you have arrived, my child. Please, take a seat. Fiona complied with his gesture and took a seat. Dumbledore returned to his position behind the desk, retrieved a mound of cockroaches from the drawer, and tossed it into his mouth. He then extracted another handful and inquired, Would you care for a piece of this delightful mound of cockroaches? The flavor is quite exquisite. Filna was prepared to consume some truth serum, yet she was not ready to swallow a mound of cockroaches. No, thank you. She resolutely gestured in refusal. However, if possible, I would like a cup of the lemon black tea I missed out on last time. Dumbledore was evidently taken aback by her unexpected request for a drink. Upon hearing her words, he promptly discarded the pitiable mound of cockroaches and, with a flourish of his wand, poured her a cup of lemon black tea. Filna lifted her cup and took a delicate sip, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she remarked, The flavor is exquisite. Dumbledore paused for a few seconds before inquiring, Have you been in correspondence with Mr. Carmen recently? Indeed, just a couple of days ago my father sent me a letter, Filna replied, her expression remaining tranquil, though her heart raced with alarm. The tea contained a truth serum to ascertain the efficacy of the potion. He would undoubtedly pose a question to which he already knew the answer. Filna and her father had always exchanged messages via Vermeer, never employing the owls of Hogwarts. How could he possibly know she had corresponded with her father? Unless Fina suddenly recalled the incident when Vermeer was intercepted, and that individual had even opened the envelope. Her father had a penchant for spraying perfume on his stationery, thus even if the contents of the letter remained unseen, the fragrance alone could reveal it as her father's correspondence. How do you find your interactions with Mr. Malfoy? Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, his eyes, keen and observant, fixed intently upon her. Without a moment's hesitation, Filna replied, It is acceptable. Though he held a belief in pure blood supremacy, his nature was not malevolent. Dumbledore paused thoughtfully for a moment. If you were to marry him, perhaps it would lead him to adopt a more tolerant view towards half-blood wizards. My dear, the aristocratic wizarding families that champion purebloods harbor significant disdain for half-bloods, and in such an environment, the space for muggleborns and half-bloods is increasingly constricted. His eyes, slightly narrowed behind his glasses, conveyed a sense of urgency, if you're willing. Could you advocate for as much space as possible for half-blood wizards and muggleborns like your friend Miss Granger? What should I do? Filna asked, bewildered. If you are inclined. Dumbledore continued, simply share the developments concerning the Malfoy family with me, and I shall assist you in the endeavor to secure rights for half-bloods and muggleborns. After a moment of contemplation, Filna shook her head, saying, My father would not approve. Dumbledore rose and approached her, remarking, There are certain matters that do not require your father's knowledge. Do you not agree? He winked playfully at her. I shall ponder it further, Filna replied, her gaze cast downward in embarrassment. Do not fret, my dear. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. Whenever you have made your decision, feel free to seek me out. Whatever choice you make will be perfectly acceptable. Fiona nodded slightly and silently departed from the office. It was not until she had walked a considerable distance that she exhaled gently. Dumbledore was evidently intent on compelling her to betray the Malfoy family. However, regrettably, she was intrinsically linked to the Malfoys, and betrayal was simply out of the question. Nevertheless, there were more intriguing aspects to this situation. Fina, clutching a book, made her way to the library, where she indeed found Hermione deeply engrossed in her studies in a corner. "Oh, Hermione," Fina sighed softly as she sat across from her. But her gaze inadvertently drifted to Harry, who was seated not far away. In an effort to capture his attention, Fina tugged at Hermione and moved to the row of bookshelves behind Harry's table, exclaiming, "Professor Dumbledore just had a conversation with me." As anticipated, Harry turned his head to glance in their direction. Feigning ignorance, Filna continued, "He inquired about my impending union with the Malfoy family." Harry began to edge closer, ensuring he could eavesdrop on their conversation. With a soft sigh, Filna added, "He expressed his hope that I would marry Draco." Enraged, Harry sprang to his feet, inadvertently colliding with a nearby shelf. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, cradling his forehead. Filna, pretending to just notice him, feigned surprise. "What's the matter, Harry? What brings you here?" Feeling guilty, Harry, his face flushed, stammered, "I was just passing by," before hastily making his exit. Fiona feigned ignorance as she watched him run away. "It's all right, after all. You truly have feelings for him," Hermione teased, playfully ruffling her hair. Filna felt a wave of guilt wash over her as she reached out to embrace Hermione, softly murmuring her apologies. "What are you apologizing for?" Hermione, bewildered, inquired. "Are you sorry for leaving me to sleep alone in the dormitory? If so, your apology comes rather late." She raised an eyebrow and feigned haughtiness, yet in the next moment, she chuckled and wrapped her arm around Filna. "Do not worry. As long as you cherish your feelings, that is what truly matters. I am quite content living alone in the dormitory. The entire desk is mine, overflowing with my study materials, and I no longer have to tidy it away." Filna felt a warmth in her heart as she nuzzled against her neck, saying, "You are truly wonderful." Filna and Hermione studied in the library until noon, after which they proceeded to have lunch together. At the dining table, Filna engaged in lively conversation with Hermione, entirely oblivious to Draco, who was frequently stealing glances in her direction. After a delightful meal filled with laughter, the two returned to the library. Shortly after they settled in, Draco entered the library. He scanned the room and spotted Filna, who was diligently studying across from Hermione, and he walked straight over to sit beside her. Filna was engrossed in her book when someone suddenly sat beside her, startling her. She instinctively turned to look at him. "Chapter 31, Draco," Filna exclaimed, placing a hand over her heart and giving him a reproachful glance. "You startled me." Draco raised his hand to ruffle her hair, then directed his gaze towards Hermione, who sat across from them, looking rather embarrassed. "Good afternoon," he greeted. Hermione, wide-eyed with surprise, replied, "Good afternoon." Fiona gazed at Draco in astonishment, and it was evident that Draco felt somewhat awkward, his ears tinged with a faint blush. Noticing Fiona's gaze, Draco irritably pushed her inquisitive little head away, chiding, "Focus on your reading." Hermione and Fiona exchanged a subtle glance, lowering their heads slightly. Hermione inquired, "What is the matter with him today?" Filna, "Do not be concerned. He merely wishes to cultivate a good relationship with you." Hermione appeared even more astonished. Draco noticed their interaction, yet he chose to avert his gaze elsewhere, gently tugging at the hem of Filna's garment with the hand he had resting beneath the table. Feeling a surge of tenderness, Filna gently placed her hand beneath the table to clasp his, softly caressing it. Draco reciprocated her grip, and the two shared a knowing glance, their lips curving into smiles. Hermione observed the sweet exchange between them, rolling her eyes before burying her face in her book. Throughout the afternoon, the trio sat in silence at the same table, studying. Filna and Draco would occasionally meet each other's gaze or discreetly hold hands beneath the table, while Hermione pretended to remain oblivious, not lifting her head for the entire afternoon. When dinner time arrived, Hermione finally stretched her neck and lifted her head, declaring, "It's time to eat." The couple turned their eyes towards her, and Hermione suddenly felt a twinge of guilt for interrupting their romantic moment. "Just in time, I'm hungry," Filna said, closing her book and yawning. Draco quietly tucked away his belongings. "What's wrong with your neck?" Filna noticed Hermione continuously massaging it. Hermione rotated her neck and shot her a playful glance, a smile dancing on her lips. "It's stiff. You can't keep your head down like that. You need to lift it and stretch a bit," Filna chided gently, moving behind Hermione to massage her neck. "All right, I understand," Hermione replied with a hint of exasperation. But her gaze suddenly caught Draco looking at Filna. Their eyes met, and for a brief moment, they were taken aback, yet within each other's gaze. They recognized a shared sense of exasperation, and the atmosphere lightened slightly. On their way to dinner, Filna wrapped her arm around Hermione as they chatted, while Draco silently followed, carrying her belongings. The trio reached the entrance of the Great Hall, where they encountered Harry, who was passing by. Filna. Harry's eyes lit up upon seeing her. Draco narrowed his eyes and spoke first, Potter. Only then did Harry notice him. What are you doing here? A frown replaced Harry's smile, his emerald eyes filled with disdain. Draco nonchalantly draped his arm over Filna's shoulder, raising his chin with arrogance as he declared, I'm here to accompany my fiancée for dinner. Harry's chest heaved with agitation, yet he found himself at a loss for words, merely standing there, struggling to catch his breath. Hermione quickly interjected to diffuse the tension. We should go eat. The pumpkin pasties will be gone soon. With that, she tugged Filna towards the Great Hall. Draco cast a disdainful glance at Harry before following their steps into the hall. Upon entering, Filna and Hermione took their seats at the Gryffindor table, while Draco returned to his place at Slytherin. Harry hurried over to sit next to Filna, turning back to give Draco a provocative smile. Filna was conversing with Hermione to her left when she suddenly noticed Harry sitting beside her. Feeling somewhat awkward, she cast a fleeting glance at Hermione. With great consideration, Hermione cheerfully remarked, Filna, I have a craving for that pumpkin pie over there. Shall we swap? Filna gratefully exchanged places with her. Draco, observing the scene from the Slytherin long table, wore a provocative smile, raising an eyebrow at Harry. Harry's expression darkened as he retaliated by devouring an entire pumpkin pie. This bizarre atmosphere persisted until the conclusion of dinner, and as soon as Hermione and Filna finished their meal, they swiftly made their exit. It was not until they stepped out of the hall that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was utterly dreadful. Hermione, still rattled, patted her chest and remarked, I have never encountered such an awkward ambience. Fiona furrowed her brow in exasperation and remarked, I am at a loss as to how to clarify my stance further. I believed I had articulated my thoughts quite clearly before, yet he remains obstinate. Hermione waved her hand dismissively, saying, There is no need for further explanation. Harry comprehends your meaning. Perhaps he merely requires a little time to acclimate. After all, you two. Hermione paused, realizing she had spoken out of turn. You have been together for 3 years, correct? Fiona sighed. I am aware. I hope he can come to terms with it. Draco needed to visit the potions office that evening, so Fiona bid farewell to Hermione and returned alone to the room of requirement. As she entered, she spotted the proud owl perched by the table. A letter lay discarded on the floor beside the table, and the owl held its head high as usual. Filna carefully opened the envelope, revealing a letter sent by her father. It was evident that this missive had never been unsealed. As she lifted the flap, an aromatic wave enveloped her, causing her to sneeze. Oh, how vexing, she muttered, rubbing her nose. Her father must have doused himself in cologne once again. With a swift bite to her fingertip, she let a droplet of blood fall onto the letter, watching as the contents materialized before her eyes, eliciting a cold smirk. In the letter, her father mentioned that he was not well acquainted with Moody, yet they exchanged gifts during the holidays. Toward the conclusion of the correspondence, he referred to the expelled Pansy, stating that she hoped to transfer to Buxbaton after returning home. However, through some subtle machinations on his part, this request was ultimately denied by Headmaster Maxim. Having perused the letter's contents, Filna incinerated the paper in her hand, preparing to feed the owlet. As she approached, she noticed a silver-green envelope lying near its feet. The owlet, sensing her gaze, protectively perched upon the envelope and emitted a couple of warning hoots. With a sense of resignation, Filna reached for a handful of small biscuits from the side and offered them to the owl, soothingly murmuring, I merely wish to provide you with a treat. The owl, however, did not even glance at the pile of biscuits, resolutely pressing its talons upon the envelope without yielding. Left with no alternative, Filna set the biscuits down beside its feet and retreated to a distance on the bed. It was only when she lay back and tossed her wand aside that the owl hesitantly picked up a piece of biscuit, still steadfastly clutching the letter beneath its paws. After a considerable time, Draco entered the room, prompting the owl to excitedly seize the letter from the ground and take flight to perch upon his shoulder. Ah, it is a letter from my father, Draco remarked, absent-mindedly feeding the owl bits of crushed biscuit as he tore open the envelope. The owl obediently pecked at the crumbs in his hand. Fiona was inexplicably disheartened, turning her head away in a huff, refusing to look at them. Draco pulled out a piece of stationery and began to read a letter, his brow furrowing increasingly until he finally relaxed upon reaching the conclusion. Chapter 32. Father mentioned in his letter that Pansy Parkinson had been persistently clamoring to appeal to the Board of Governors after returning home. But the head of the Parkinson family, possessing a modicum of sense, confined her within the house, forbidding her from venturing outside. Draco climbed into bed, embracing Fiona, who had her back turned to him. In the letter from my father, it was noted that she wished to attend Beaux Batons. Yet it was evident she had been unable to do so. Fiona pouted, remarking on the strong relationship her father shared with Headmaster Maxim. Why the glum face? Draco astutely observed her diminished spirits. Fiona cast a sidelong glance at the owl, which was indulging in its meal with great delight, remaining silent. Draco followed her gaze and nodded in understanding. Has it offended you? Shall we roast it for dinner? The owl shuddered, lifting its head to regard the two. Fiona was amused by its startled expression and gently shook her head, suggesting that it might be wise to keep it for the time being. Draco, with a playful brush against her earlobe, murmured, I shall heed your wishes. The owl, displaying its intelligence, fluttered to Fiona's side, affectionately nuzzling her hand and softly hooting twice. However, it was evident that its timing was ill-fated. Draco, lifting his head from the crook of Fiona's neck, cast a discontented glance at the creature. His tone tinged with frost. Leave. Sensing his displeasure, the owl emitted a few soft coos before soaring out the window. Draco waved his wand to close the window, returning to press his lips against the side of Fiona's neck once more. Fiona slightly narrowed her eyes, her fingers gliding through his hair as she arched her body gracefully. Draco's kiss trailed downward, his slender fingers eagerly unfastening the buttons. Fiona gazed dreamily at his movements, but suddenly a thought crossed her mind. She turned away, pulled the blanket over herself, and closed her eyes. Draco was momentarily taken aback, his hand frozen mid-motion. What's wrong? He wondered, fearing he had displeased her, and leaned closer, tenderly licking and kissing her lips in a bid to soothe her. Fiona pushed his head aside in a daze, murmuring, I'm tired. I wish to sleep. Now. Draco clenched his teeth. Yes. Fiona appeared utterly exhausted, responding in a feeble voice. Draco pulled the blanket over himself, concealing his abundant energy, and sighed softly in resignation. Go ahead and sleep. Fiona initially intended to merely tease him, yet she soon found herself genuinely fatigued and quickly succumbed to a deep slumber. At the break of dawn the following day, Fiona awoke. With a full day of classes ahead, Draco was still blissfully asleep, so Fiona quietly completed her morning routine, took a book in hand, and ventured out for breakfast without disturbing him. The morning's divination class left Fiona feeling drowsy, and it wasn't until the bell rang to signal the end of class that she jolted back to awareness. As she made her way to the great hall amidst the bustling crowd, she spotted Hermione seated at a table, sipping pumpkin juice. Hermione, Fiona exclaimed as she rushed to sit beside her. I'm so tired. What classes do we have this afternoon? I hope they will invigorate me. Hermione cast a sympathetic glance her way. This afternoon's lesson is history of magic. Fiona let out a mournful wail. After finishing their meal, Fiona and Hermione hurried to the history of magic classroom. The room was sparsely populated, and the two chose a seat towards the front. Fiona, feeling drowsy, rested her head on the desk and stifled a yawn. You should take a nap. I will wake you when class starts, Hermione said tenderly, gently rubbing her head. Fiona fell into a deep slumber almost immediately. Before long, Professor Beans floated into the classroom, prompting Hermione to hastily rouse Fiona. Fiona slapped her face, compelling herself to awaken. Yet the moment Professor Beans began to speak, her efforts proved utterly futile. Before succumbing to slumber, she managed to utter a final request to Hermione. May I borrow your notes after class? Hermione, with a resigned shake of her head, opened the second bottle of invigorating potion. It was not until Professor Beans announced the end of class that Fiona finally roused herself and stretched languidly. Did you sleep well? Hermione asked with a smile, casting a sidelong glance at her. I truly cannot fathom how you maintain such high grades. Thanks to your assistance, Fiona winked at her. Hermione chuckled at her banter, playfully poking her forehead with her index finger. You do have quite the sweet tongue. As she spoke, she handed Fiona her notes, saying, Here. I've highlighted the key points from today's lecture. Fiona embraced her gratefully, saying, Thank you. The two harmoniously gathered their belongings to head for dinner. But upon arriving in the hall, they discovered an unusually vibrant atmosphere surrounding the Gryffindor long table. What is happening? Is something afoot? Fiona inquired, tapping the Gryffindor girl beside her. The girl responded with excitement. Tomorrow morning, students from the other two houses will be arriving at Hogwarts. Fina recalled Victor's letter and suddenly shivered. What is the matter? Are you feeling cold? Hermione inquired, turning to look at her in surprise. A little, Fina replied, lifting her pumpkin juice to discreetly take a sip. Hermione observed her with curiosity but expressed concern, saying, make sure to finish your meal quickly and head back. Take care not to catch a cold. Fiona replied somewhat absent-mindedly. Noticing her preoccupation, Hermione chose to refrain from further disturbing her. Upon returning to the room of requirement, Draco was reclining against the headboard, engrossed in a book. Upon her entrance, he sat up with excitement and exclaimed, You're back. How was your day? Fiona responded ambiguously. I'm fine. Draco sensed her indifference and tenderly leaned in to embrace her, asking, What troubles you? Ferna's mind was occupied with thoughts as she instinctively evaded his hand and seated herself at the edge of the bed. It's nothing, she replied. Draco furrowed his brow slightly, crouching beside her and gazing intently into her eyes. Has something occurred? Perhaps I can assist you. Will you share it with me? Filna lay on the bed, shaking her head. It's nothing. I'm just weary. Draco cast his gaze downward, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally speaking again. Then you should retire early. All right. Filna closed her eyes, contemplating her plans. Recent events had been tumultuous, and with the impending Triwizard Tournament, many matters had strayed from their intended course. She needed to recalibrate her strategy. Draco, forlorn, crouched at the edge of the bed, gazing at her subtly furrowed brow for an extended period. With a barely perceptible sigh, he moved to the other side of the bed and gently lay down. As Filna felt the mattress sink slightly beside her, her train of thought was abruptly interrupted, prompting her to instinctively shift away. Noticing her movement, Draco's heart skipped a beat, and he lay even more gently at the bed's edge, striving to disturb her as little as possible. Felina, with her eyes closed, was immersed in her own thoughts, oblivious to his emotions. Draco stood motionless, gazing at her silhouette for an extended period, a sense of melancholy enveloping him. He was aware that she was not asleep, yet her impatient demeanor rendered him hesitant to disturb her. Draco remained entranced by her figure for quite some time, until he finally sensed her turning over and opening her eyes. Fiona reclined, adjusting her pillow before gently closing her eyes once more. Draco cautiously inquired, Are you going to sleep? Fina let out a weary hum. Draco fell silent. Chapter 33. Fina succumbed to slumber almost immediately, while Draco found himself restless, tossing and turning in bed, bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight filtering through the window. He turned his gaze towards Fina's serene visage as she lay on the opposite side of the bed. Her usual gentle smile was replaced by a furrowed brow and slightly downturned lips, betraying a sense of discontent. Typically, she would nestle comfortably in his embrace, yet tonight, she lay nearly the entire span of the bed away from him. Draco found himself ensnared in a web of anxious thoughts. As he vacillated between insecurity and self-reproach for his lack of trust in her, he grappled with turmoil within, his mind becoming increasingly chaotic. Memories of the previous day resurfaced. He recalled her inexplicable sadness and the icy demeanor with which she had rebuffed him, deepening his unease. The moonlight was stark and cold, sending a shiver through him. His eyes, tinged with red, remained fixed upon her. As dawn broke, Draco lifted his bloodshot eyes to the window, and with utmost care, he rose from the bed and slipped quietly out of the room. Upon awakening, Filna discovered that Draco had vanished without a trace. Today marked the arrival of students from 2 other schools, and Filna assumed he had returned to his dormitory to prepare. Paying little heed, she hastily dressed and made her way to the hall. The hall was already filled with a throng of people, and Filna spotted Hermione amidst the crowd, who was earnestly waving at her. As Filna stood beside Hermione, the students from Durmstrang made their entrance. Fleur immediately spotted Victor, who was at the forefront of the procession. He noticed her as well and gave her a playful wink. Once the entrance ceremony concluded and Dumbledore announced that it was time to take their seats, Victor promptly made his way to sit beside her. In her letter, Filna mentioned the necessity of feigning ignorance. Thus Victor, seated beside her, extended his hand with a cheerful smile. Greetings, Victor Crumb. A wave of exuberant cheers erupted from the Gryffindor long table. Fina graciously extended her hand for a handshake. Fina white. Victor playfully raised an eyebrow at her, to which Fina responded with a resigned smile. Cheers erupted around them. Draco, seated at the Slytherin long table, observed their interaction with keen interest, his fork twisted and embedded deeply into the meat, yet he remained oblivious to it. After years of separation, the old friends reunited, and Fina and Victor had an endless array of topics to discuss. As Victor signed autographs for the eager fans, he engaged in light-hearted conversation with Fina. Having grown up together, their playful banter often led to affectionate gestures. Watching them laugh and share joy, Draco felt a sudden constriction in his heart, the fork in his hand snapping under the pressure, the broken edge digging into his palm and drawing blood. Blood dripped onto the dining table, yet Draco seemed impervious to the pain. His heart felt as though it were being torn asunder. Yet he continued to gaze at their interactions, feeling his heart carved with gaping, bloody wounds, and then ruthlessly shredded. To welcome the students from both houses, Dumbledore had granted a holiday to Hogwarts students today. Fina, in high spirits with Victor, decided to take him on a tour of the grounds since there were no classes. After finishing their meal, the two exited the hall together. Draco felt his heart had grown numb, the wound on his hand still bleeding, yet strangely, he felt no pain. Fina took Victor on a grand tour, ultimately settling by the shores of the Black Lake. Victor was the first to speak. I have heard that you are to be engaged. To whom? Felina reclined on the lawn, blissfully squinting her eyes. He is also studying at Malfoy S. I shall introduce you to him next time. Victor plucked a blade of grass and lay beside her, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush. What is the name of the girl who sat beside you today? Fina sat up in astonishment and gazed at him. Hermione. Is it? Do you have feelings for her? Victor turned his face away, looking elsewhere, and candidly replied, she is indeed quite beautiful. Fina curiously clicked her tongue twice, saying, I'll inquire about her intentions for you later. Victor turned around and gently patted her head, replying, thanks. Draco stood at a distance in the corridor, observing the ambiguous atmosphere between the two before mechanically turning away. It was not until dusk fell that Fina bid farewell to Victor and returned to the house of endless requests, only to find that Draco was not inside. Fina had not seen him all day, and the realization of his absence left her with a tinge of melancholy. She lay quietly on the bed, waiting for his return. As the night deepened, Draco still had not arrived. Concerned, Fina pondered for a moment before resolving to venture outside. Enveloping herself in an invisibility charm, she treaded lightly along the corridor, cautiously evading the patrolling professors and Peeves. Upon reaching the first floor, she found no sign of Draco. The Slytherin dormitory remained inaccessible without the proper password. Reluctantly, she sought out Snape, who was making his rounds. Startled by the sudden sound of Fina's voice in the stillness of the air, Snape lowered his tone in resignation and inquired, What is it now? Fina whispered, What is the password to the Slytherin boys' dormitory? Snape narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, What is your intent? Fina expressed her concern, stating, Draco has vanished. I must search for him. After a moment of silence, Snape elongated his tone, replying, I cannot provide you with the password, but I shall endeavor to look for him on your behalf. Thank you. Fina replied earnestly, her gratitude evident. With a stern expression, Snape made his way to the Slytherin common room. It was not long before he returned, shaking his head in disapproval at the empty air. He is not present. Anxiously, Fina, still cloaked in invisibility, interjected, I have scoured from the first floor to the 8th and found no trace of him. No sooner had she spoken than her gaze shifted, and she spotted a figure seated on the grass by the Black Lake. I have found him, she exclaimed, leaving those words behind as she hurried towards the silhouette. Professor Snape rolled his eyes and continued with his nocturnal patrol. Fiona dashed to the edge of the Black Lake, instantly recognizing Draco. He was silently staring into the depths of the water, the cool night breeze brushing against him, clad only in a thin shirt that accentuated his pallor. Draco, Fiona called out, rushing to his side. I've been searching for you. What brings you here? Draco's expression remained serene, his gaze fixed upon the tranquil surface of the lake, devoid of any acknowledgement of her presence. Draco? Fiona finally sensed his turmoil and settled beside him, taking his hand in hers. What troubles you? His long, slender fingers felt as cold as ice, prompting Fiona to quickly remove her outer robe and drape it over his shoulders. She then grasped his hand again, attempting to warm him, only to find it slightly damp to the touch. Chapter 34. Fina lowered her gaze to his hand, illuminated by the silvery moonlight, revealing the grotesque wound upon it. What has happened to you? She inquired, drawing forth her wand to cast a healing spell, yet Draco recoiled, pulling his hand away. Do you still love me? His heart twisted with pain as he asked the question, his expression impassive, while his fingers dug into the wound, striving to maintain a facade of tranquility. What? Fina blinked in astonishment. Why do you ask such a thing? Draco forced a sorrowful smile. If it is difficult to answer, then let it be. Fyrna furrowed her brow and pressed her hand firmly on his shoulder. What is the matter with you? Draco averted his gaze, lowering his head, striving to suppress the darkness swirling within his eyes. Leave me be. He felt as though his heart had been shattered, the sound of the fragments falling to the ground echoing in his mind. Yet he could not help but speak more harshly. Do not provoke me any further. Fyrna reached out, attempting to lift his gaze, yet he turned his head away to evade her touch. As he rose, seemingly intent on departing, a surge of panic gripped Fyrna, compelling her to press him back onto the grass with force. Draco's heart, in a peculiar twist, swelled with longing. He mused that it would be blissful to remain by her side indefinitely. However, another voice within him, calm and resolute, admonished him to let go. He found himself despicably wishing to disregard it, to keep Fyrna close, yet that voice incessantly echoed in his mind. She would not be happy. She would only harbor resentment towards him. Resentment mattered little, Draco thought, but the moment he beheld her, he shattered the only notion that could have salvaged him. He could not treat her in such a manner. Draco loathed himself fiercely, suppressing all his thoughts, allowing the rational voice to regain control. Leave me. He heard himself implore once more. Do not provoke me again. This is my gift to you, the final opportunity to depart from my life. Fleur sensed the profound sorrow emanating from him. She lifted his chin to meet his gaze, leaning in to kiss his lips. Draco's pupils dilated suddenly, and he responded with an uncontrollable urgency, the turmoil within him reaching its zenith. He forcefully pressed her down onto the lawn. Yet his mind was flooded with the image of her lying on the grass with Crumb earlier that day. In that moment, she had smiled so joyfully, and now she looked at him with a face full of grief. Draco, utterly drained, released his hold. Fyrna sat up, her hand gently resting on his back, her lips softly pressing against the side of his face as she spoke tenderly. Could you share with me the reason for your unhappiness? Draco felt her hand upon his back, and his body tensed abruptly. The emotions he had long suppressed finally erupted uncontrollably. Trembling, he reached up to caress her face, his eyes dark with sorrow, and in a hushed voice, he implored, please don't leave. I beg you. With a heart constricted by anxiety, Fyrna embraced him gently, whispering soothingly, I will never leave you. I promise I will never abandon you. Please, tell me what has transpired. Draco, cradled in her arms, felt his numbed heart begin to awaken once more. Do you still love me? He asked, his eyes reddened, appearing so fragile that he seemed on the verge of shattering with the slightest touch. Please, say that you love me. I love you, of course I love you. Fyrna replied earnestly, her gaze unwavering. I swear, I love you. Tears finally cascaded down Draco's cheeks, his voice trembling slightly as he implored, please, do not harbor affections for anyone else, will you? Fyrna furrowed her brow slightly, managing to grasp his meaning. I do not harbor any affection for Victor. Draco visibly flinched at the mention of his name. Fyrna gently patted his back, reassuringly stating, we have been friends since childhood, nothing more. He has feelings for Hermione. Draco bit his lip tightly, remaining silent for a long while before finally speaking again. What about the others? He lifted his gaze to peer into the depths of Fyrna's eyes, inquiring, are there any others? Fyrna earnestly vowed, no, I swear I love only you. Draco's expression did not soften. He lowered his gaze and remained silent. Fyrna keenly perceived that Victor was not the crux of the matter. Is there something else? Please, enlighten me. Fyrna gently pressed her lips to the corner of his eye. Let us be honest with one another. Draco finally raised his gaze to meet hers. Do you still wish to be with me? Of course, Fyrna replied in astonishment. Then why do you hesitate to connect with me? Draco gazed into her eyes. Have I done something wrong? Fyrna furrowed her brow, saying, I did not mean to avoid conversing with you. Mid-sentence, she was suddenly reminded of the events from the day before and the one prior. Are you referring to yesterday and the day before? Fyrna gazed into Draco's eyes. Draco turned his head away, clearly having guessed correctly. I was merely teasing you the day before. I never anticipated that I would truly feel fatigued afterward. Fyrna embraced him, continuing, yesterday. I was preoccupied with thoughts about our plans. So much has transpired recently that our strategy requires a complete overhaul, which is why I lay there in silence. Draco finally managed a faint smile, the corners of his mouth twitching. Am I being unreasonable? Fyrna gently tilted his chin and placed a soft kiss upon it. I am truly sorry for having overlooked you. I vow there shall not be a next time. Draco closed his eyes, a solitary tear cascading onto his lips, adding a touch of bitterness to the kiss. It was not until the spark returned to Draco's eyes that Fyrna released him. In the future, could you speak to me directly? She murmured, tenderly stroking his back. Please, do not suffer alone any longer. Draco composed his emotions, saying, I do not wish to confine you. Ferna leaned closer to his ear, whispering, What you have given me has never been a shackle. I willingly submit to your control. Draco cradled her face in his hands, tentatively pressing his lips to hers, to which Ferna responded with fervent affection, wrapping her arms around his neck. Draco felt his shattered heart gradually mending, beating powerfully once more within his chest. After a prolonged moment, he released her. His voice imbued with an indelible tenderness. I do not wish to bind you with love. I merely hope that you can love me, regardless of the extent. Feeling a softening in her heart, Filna wrapped her arms around his waist and declared, I shall love you to the best of my abilities. Draco embraced her in return. Filna grasped his hand and performed a healing spell, and Draco obediently offered no resistance. As he watched the wound gradually mend, Filna let out a gentle sigh of relief. Tomorrow, I shall seek some scar removal potion from Professor Snape. That should suffice, she remarked. Draco gazed at the wound in his palm and subtly shook his head. I wish to keep it. Why? She inquired. To remind myself, he replied in a subdued tone. Filna felt a pang in her heart. Do not keep the scar. I have a better solution. What solution? Draco asked, lowering his head in curiosity. Fina leaned softly towards his lips and whispered, Love me. Draco, enchanted, leaned in once more to press his lips against hers. Chapter 35. The two lingered by the Black Lake for an extended period, and by the time they returned to the room of requirement, it was already deep into the night. As soon as they entered, Draco swiftly lifted Fina off her feet and placed her upon the bed, promptly shedding his coat to cover her. Fiona devoted herself to him with unwavering commitment, while Draco seemed to inexhaustibly seek her affection, oscillating between fervor and tenderness. It was not until the first light of dawn that Fiona succumbed to fatigue and drifted into slumber. Draco embraced her, finally finding solace in the void within his heart. After gazing at her intently for a moment, he too succumbed to the embrace of sleep. The two remained entwined in their dreams until the afternoon, when they languidly awakened. Ferna squinted her eyes and stretched lazily, as a drowsy voice from above, belonging to Draco, inquired, Are you awake? Filna lazily nestled back into his embrace and responded with a soft murmur. Draco enveloped her in his arms, striving to remain alert. It was time to rise, as dinner would soon be served. Fina nestled against his chest with her eyes shut, her voice soft and delicate as she murmured, I do not wish to go. Draco, enchanted by her actions, reached out to gently smooth her hair, softly reassuring her, Today, the announcement regarding the selection of champions will be made. All students are required to attend. Ferna rubbed her eyes and stifled a yawn as she sat up, her voice soft and melodious. Shall we be on our way? After donning her attire, they stepped outside. By the time the two arrived at the hall, most of the students had gathered. Ferna immediately spotted Victor seated beside Hermione, engaged in lively conversation. Fina approached him, raising an eyebrow gently. Victor's cheeks flushed slightly as he replied with a smile, We were just discussing you. What about me? Fina inquired, taking a seat beside Hermione. Hermione, her face tinged with pink, turned to her and said, Victor was inquiring about your experiences at school. So you've already brought Victor into the conversation? Things are progressing quite swiftly, Fina teased, casting a playful glance at Victor, whose ears turned crimson. Hermione observed the expressions on their faces, and for some inexplicable reason, her smile dimmed suddenly. She lowered her gaze and took a small sip from her cup of pumpkin juice. Fina noticed the fluctuation of her emotions. Seizing the moment while Victor was engrossed in conversation with the fans, she discreetly tugged at Hermione's sleeve and whispered, What do you think of Victor? Hermione hesitated, instinctively inclined to shake her head. However, midway through the gesture, she seemed to recall something and replied, Quite good. Upon hearing the melancholic undertone in Hermione's well wishes, Fina understood the sentiment. Just then, Victor turned to look at her, and Fina cast a glance at Hermione, playfully winking at him. Victor grasped the implication almost instantly, a look of surprise flitting across his face. Fleur no longer intruded upon the two, quietly sitting aside to partake in her meal. As dinner progressed, Dumbledore proclaimed that the ceremony for selecting champions would take place on Halloween, inviting eligible individuals to submit their names into the Goblet of Fire. Filna held no interest in the matter and promptly exited the hall as soon as he finished speaking. Clearly, Slytherin could not leave prematurely, and Draco would still be occupied for some time. Filna intended to return to the room of requirement, but then she spotted Moody swiftly making his way down a nearby corridor, leaning on his cane. Since receiving the letter from Mr. Corman, Filna had harbored some suspicions about him, and this moment presented an opportune chance. She cast an invisibility charm and discreetly followed him. As an Auror, Moody possessed exceptional vigilance and magical prowess, prompting Filna to maintain a safe distance. After traversing several corridors, Moody abruptly halted, and Filna quickly came to a standstill, holding her breath. Fortunately, he detected no anomalies. Instead, he stood there anxiously opening a flask to take a swig before continuing on his way. Fiona treaded lightly to catch up with him, but upon reaching the spot where he had paused to drink, she was momentarily taken aback. The corridor was devoid of any breeze, flanked by solid stone walls, and it seemed improbable that there was not a trace of scent emanating from Moody's meager supply of alcohol. Ferna inhaled deeply, yet she could detect no trace of alcohol in the air. Moody was on the verge of disappearing from her sight, prompting Ferna to temporarily set aside her perplexity and hasten to follow him. They continued until they reached the corner of the staircase on the 4th floor, where Moody halted. Ferna noticed that another individual stood beside him. This person was of diminutive stature, with pallid skin and a pair of watery, small eyes. Their hair was sparse and dull, carelessly piled atop their head, with patches of scalp even exposed. They stood next to Moody, exuding an aura of timidity. Moody did not lower his gaze, casting a slight, disdainful glance downward at the individual. Filna had never encountered the diminutive man at the school. The distance was simply too great, and she could barely hear their conversation. Unable to discern the specifics, behind the small man, there hung an empty portrait on the wall, and Filna was suddenly reminded of the scent of the soul stabilizer she had encountered in Moody's office. Their discussion did not linger for long. Moody soon departed. Yet the portrait remained outside its frame until the conversation concluded. The small man stood pressed against the wall, scanning his surroundings, and fearing discovery. Filna turned to leave. Dinner had already concluded, and students were strolling in small groups toward their dormitories. In an instant, Filna spotted Snape amidst the crowd. He was hastily making his way to the dungeons, his black robes billowing behind him, while the students trailing behind him cautiously avoided the fabric. She had yet to inform him of the recent investigation regarding the prophecy. Now seemed the perfect moment to engage him in that discussion. Fleur decisively followed suit. Upon reaching an empty corridor, Snape abruptly halted, drawing his wand and pointing it towards the air behind him. "Who is there? Step forward." "It's me, Filna," she spoke softly. Snape appeared to exhale in relief, yet the furrowed brow showed no sign of easing. "What are you doing following me?" Fina approached him, stating, "I have something to share with you." Snape refrained from further inquiries and turned to descend into the cellar, with Fina hastily following suit. Upon reaching the cellar, he opened the door, removed his outer robe, and sat on the sofa, pinching the bridge of his nose, appearing quite fatigued. Fina dispelled her invisibility charm and seated herself in the chair beside his desk, noticing that the frame hanging on the opposite wall was empty. "What is it?" Snape inquired, opening his eyes to regard her, his gaze marred by bloodshot veins. He was evidently straining to maintain his composure, and Fina felt a wave of concern for his condition. "How are you? If you are too weary, you may rest. I can return another time." "I am fine. Please proceed," he replied. With a gentle sigh, Felena inquired, "Is there a pensive available?" Snape furrowed his brow and replied, "There is none here, but the headmaster's office possesses one." "That won't suffice," Felena expressed her distrust in Dumbledore. After a moment of contemplation, Snape suggested, "The Malfoy estate also has one. It appears we must pay a visit to Malfoy Manor." Rising, Felena adjusted her attire. Chapter 36. Shortly thereafter, Felena and Snape materialized in the fireplace of the Malfoy residence. Lucius stood elegantly awaiting their arrival, and upon seeing them, he hastened to greet them. "Good evening, Uncle Lucius," Felena said gracefully, curtsying while lifting the hem of her gown. "I apologize for intruding at such a late hour, but this matter is of utmost urgency. May we borrow the pensive from Malfoy Manor?" Snape remained standing beside her, his brows still knitted in concern. Lucius nodded slightly. "Of course, please follow me." Fiona and Snape followed him into the study, where Lucius tapped a book on the shelf with his wand. The bookcase slowly parted in the middle, revealing a small hidden chamber. In the center of the chamber stood a milky white pedestal, delicately supporting an exquisite silver basin. Lucius stepped aside, allowing Fiona to approach the basin. She closed her eyes and pressed her wand against her temple. After a moment, a strand of silver was drawn forth. Following the tip of her wand, Fiona opened her eyes and placed it into the pensive, gesturing for Snape to come closer. Snape buried his head into the basin. Meanwhile, Lucius sat leisurely in a nearby chair, sipping from a cup, with another steaming cup of tea on the table beside him. Upon noticing Fiona's glance, he waved to her nonchalantly. Filna approached the chair beside him and settled down, lifting the teacup from the table to take a sip. As the two engaged in light conversation while waiting, Filna cast a sidelong glance at Snape, only to discover that his hand, resting on the edge of the basin, was gripping it tightly, the knuckles pale and devoid of color from excessive strain. Lucius, sensing her distraction, followed her gaze and furrowed his brow at once. What did you show him? The truth about the prophecy that led to Lily's demise? Lucius's hand trembled, causing the exquisite porcelain cup to fall to the floor, shattering into several fragments. What did you say? Phineas succinctly summarized the information he had gathered, and before Lucius could respond, Severus withdrew from the pensive. His countenance betrayed no emotion, yet he stumbled slightly as he regained his footing, prompting Lucius to rush forward and steady him. Severus appeared to be engulfed by an overwhelming sorrow, gasping for breath like a fish stranded upon dry land. His right hand clutched tightly at his chest, while he staggered forward, struggling to escape the confines of his despair. The muscles in his face quivered slightly, contorting into a grimace, as a palpable aura of hopelessness enveloped him, consuming his very being. Lucius endeavored to support him, preventing him from collapsing to the ground. He guided Severus to the sofa, where his disheveled black hair clung to the side of his face, and his fingers, starkly defined, were clenched tightly. His gaze was unfocused, staring blankly into the air, as if he had lost all connection to the world around him. Filna rushed out, but Lucius shook his head at her. You should return. His current condition is not suitable for remaining at Hogwarts. With a glance of concern towards Snape, Filna hesitantly nodded. Upon returning to Hogwarts through the fireplace, Filna surveyed the surroundings. The portrait was conspicuously absent from its frame, while the table was cluttered with ungraded student assignments, and beside the cauldron were several potions freshly brewed, yet left unfiled in the cabinet. Everything appeared as though he had merely stepped out for a brief moment. Fiona cast an invisibility charm upon herself, cautiously avoiding the patrolling teachers as she returned to the room of requirement. Draco awaited her anxiously inside, and upon her arrival, he hurried forward to embrace her. Where have you been? I have been searching for you for ages. Apologies, I was momentarily detained by unforeseen circumstances, Fiona reassured him, gently patting his back. I visited Malfoy Manor to show Professor Snape the memory of my conversation with Professor Trelawney using the pensieve. I believe that prophecy might very well be a trap set by Dumbledore for Professor Snape. Fiona briefly recounted her dialogue with Trelawney that day. Draco's brow furrowed in disdain. That old lunatic will stop at nothing to manipulate the Godfather. What do you mean? Fiona asked, momentarily taken aback, a flicker of insight crossing her mind. Manipulate him? Isn't it obvious? Draco replied with contempt. He can uphold his reputation as a staunch white wizard fighting against dark forces, while simultaneously drawing a valuable potions master into his fold. His scheming is quite audacious. This revelation illuminated Fiona's understanding of Dumbledore's intentions, allowing her to reconstruct the entire truth of the situation. You are so clever, she exclaimed, leaping into his embrace. I had never considered that angle. Draco held her closely, his voice tinged with concern. How is the Godfather faring? Not well, Fiona replied softly. He appears profoundly saddened. Perhaps I should not have told him. Regret laced her tone. Draco gently shook his head. It would be truly cruel to let him remain in the dark, serving Dumbledore under false pretenses. The Godfather deserves to know the truth. Fiona bowed her head in silence, while Draco gently embraced her, soothingly assuring her, do not worry. The Godfather will recover. Dumbledore's indifference towards Lily Potter's plight led to a tragic misunderstanding, making the Godfather believe he was the cause of her demise, a burden he has carried for many years. Such manipulation is utterly intolerable in Slytherin. A shiver inexplicably coursed through Filna's heart. Would you feel the same way? Draco lowered his gaze to her slightly parted lips, but Filna suddenly raised her hand to cover his mouth and earnestly said, no matter what happens, I hope you do not live burdened by hatred. Promise me that, regardless of the circumstances, you will choose to live life earnestly. Draco furrowed his brow. Yet Filna steadfastly held his gaze. Promise me. They stared into each other's eyes for a long moment, and ultimately, he relented with a subtle nod. Fina nestled into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. You must fulfill your promise to me, she insisted. Draco held her tightly, responding, then promise me you'll always stay by my side, all right? I promise, Fina said, her grip tightening slightly. You must keep your promise. Draco buried his head in the crook of her neck, murmuring, I can't bear the thought of losing you. I will never leave. I will always be with you. He reassured her. Fina gently caressed his back, saying, I cannot bear to see you in pain. Draco's emotions softened as he turned his head to whisper in her ear, I am ready with your engagement gift. How fortuitous, Fina replied with a slight smile, for I have prepared a gift as well. Draco planted a light kiss on her ear, exclaiming, I long to marry you immediately. Is it for the engagement gift? Fina raised an eyebrow playfully. He chuckled softly, indeed. It is for my gift. Then I shall reconsider whether to marry you, Fina said, casting him a proud glance. You are my gift. Chapter 37. On the following day, Lucius made his appearance at Hogwarts. As a member of the Board of Governors, I am here to conduct a routine inspection of the school. Lucius held his head high. His light golden hair neatly tied back, and the serpent-headed cane in his hand glimmered coldly. Dumbledore greeted him with a smile. Of course, please proceed. Lucius's gray-blue eyes scanned the area, his tone haughty. I believe I require a report from the headmaster regarding some recent occurrences at the school. Dumbledore paused briefly, his gaze shifting to McGonagall, who stepped forward knowingly. Mr. Malfoy, the headmaster is quite busy. Perhaps I could show you around and provide an update on the school's recent affairs. Lucius straightened his posture, casting a sidelong glance at her. He scoffed. Are you more informed about the matters of Hogwarts than our headmaster? McGonagall fell silent, looking up at Dumbledore. Dumbledore approached with an amiable smile. It is quite all right. As a member of the board, your inspection is important, and I should cooperate. Shall we take a stroll around the campus first? His face bore a warm expression. Lucius huffed disdainfully through his nose. Turning to leave with his cane, Dumbledore followed closely behind. Upon exiting her herbalism class, Filna caught sight of Lucius and Dumbledore conversing by the shores of the Black Lake. Approaching them, she offered a timid bow to Lucius and hesitantly spoke, Uncle Malfoy. Lucius furrowed his brow, surveying her with evident displeasure, and after a moment, he responded with a faint acknowledgement. Dumbledore stood nearby, observing the interaction between the two. Filna, feeling somewhat anxious, fidgeted with the edges of her robe, while Lucius's discontent grew increasingly pronounced. With an air of impatience, he remarked, I apologize, Miss Vet, but today I am here on behalf of the Board of Governors for an inspection. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. Ferna's face flushed an immediate crimson as she stammered, Please, dear Uncle Malfoy, do carry on with your affairs. Lucius subtly inclined his head, swiftly circumventing her presence as he departed. Fiona appeared on the verge of tears, her eyes glistening with unshed sorrow, as Dumbledore offered her a gentle smile before departing with Lucius. Fina, her cheeks flushed, hurriedly clutched her book and fled. The Transfiguration classroom was already filled with students. Bowing her head, Fina swiftly made her way to an empty seat and raised her hand to wipe away the traces of tears on her face. Professor McGonagall, standing at the front, cast a fleeting glance in her direction but refrained from admonishing her. Throughout the entire lesson, Fina appeared despondent and at a loss, while Hermione, seated beside her, cast several concerned glances but ultimately refrained from inquiring, daunted by Professor McGonagall's stern demeanor. It was not until the bell rang that Hermione leaned in with genuine concern, asking, What is the matter? Has something happened? Filna shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes, as she hurriedly packed her bag and departed. With no classes in the afternoon, she evaded the crowd and raced back to the all-powerful room. After casting an invisibility charm upon herself, she promptly made her way to the potions office. The door to the potions office was slightly ajar, and upon pushing it open, she found Lucius and Draco waiting inside. After ensuring the door was securely locked, Filna released her invisibility charm. Uncle Lucius, she greeted with a polite smile. Lucius's lips curled into a smirk. It appears Dumbledore has been convinced. Our scheme has proven to be remarkably successful. Fiona unveiled a mischievous smile, proclaiming that it seemed he would soon seek her counsel once more. It had been preordained that Lucius would feign disdain for her in the presence of Dumbledore. After a brief pause, Fiona hesitantly inquired about Professor Snape's current condition. A shadow of sorrow crossed Lucius's face as he replied, revealing that he had spent the entire night intoxicated at Malfoy Manor. Fiona lowered her head, expressing her sorrow. Lucius stepped closer, gently stroking her hair in a comforting manner. He will be all right, he reassured her. Draco, puzzled, glanced at Lucius and inquired, Isn't the board's routine inspection scheduled for half a month later? Why has it been moved up? It was evident that Snape was not in a condition to return to Hogwarts. Lucius sighed, stating, to prevent Dumbledore from discovering this matter, I had no choice but to come early and ensure he remains occupied. As he glanced at the time, he continued, well, children, I must find him to proceed with the inspection. I wish you both a splendid day. Lucius's gaze shifted between the two, a faint smile gracing his lips. Draco's ears flushed slightly, and he bashfully lowered his head. Filna gracefully bent her knees and performed a courteous bow, sweetly bidding, farewell, Uncle Lucius. Lucius, having composed himself, proudly opened the door and departed. Fiona cast an invisibility charm upon herself once more and, alongside Draco, made her way towards the room of requirement. As they walked, engaged in lively conversation, Draco listened intently with a tender smile gracing his features. Suddenly, a girl with chestnut brown hair collided into his embrace. I'm so sorry. It was my fault for not watching where I was going, she exclaimed, lowering her gaze as she clutched her books in apology. Her long, light brown hair was tucked behind her ear, revealing an elegantly shaped neck and collarbone, while the warm sunlight illuminated her skin with a delicate sheen, enhancing the rosy hue on her cheeks and rendering her even more charming. The girl slightly lifted her gaze, her pale green eyes sparkling with clarity, and her curled lashes fluttered gently as she blinked, casting a glimmer towards Draco. It's quite all right, Draco replied, his attention wholly consumed by Fiona, hardly registering the girl before him. He turned to bypass her. At the very moment Draco brushed past her, the girl shifted slightly, causing his arm to collide with her shoulder. With a clatter, her books tumbled to the ground, and she quickly apologized, her voice soft and melodic, evoking a sense of compassion. I truly apologize for bumping into you. Please, you may go ahead. I'll take care of this myself. Flustered, she knelt to gather her scattered books, which obstructed Draco's path. She tucked her hair behind her ear once more, and the delicate droop of her eyes added an alluring quality to her demeanor. Her long, arching lashes cast gentle shadows beneath her eyes, while her graceful contours rendered her expression softer. Leaning slightly forward, the perfect curve of her waist subtly highlighted the graceful lines of her black school robe. Very well, Draco said, without a moment's hesitation, as he stepped over the pile of books and continued on his way. Filna stood by, witnessing the entire scene unfold. Observing the girl's reluctant gaze as she turned to Draco, a satisfied smile broke across her face as she hurried after him. Yet, a question that had never occurred to her before suddenly flashed in her mind. Chapter 38. Draco often experienced jealousy, fear, and uncertainty. He was prone to overthinking. He would cautiously speculate about her thoughts while striving to avoid being a burden to her. Fiona was acutely aware that she had perpetually felt a sense of insecurity within this relationship, while Draco exuded an unmistakable confidence. Jealousy, anxiety, and fear were foreign to her. She had never once contemplated the possibility of Draco's heart wavering or him departing from her side. Why was that? Until recently, she had never pondered this question. However, it dawned upon her that Draco had consistently provided her with a profound sense of security. He turned a blind eye to the advances of other girls, meticulously shared every detail of his life with her, and had never concealed anything from her. His thoughts were wholly devoted to her, and he even sacrificed long-held beliefs to ensure her happiness. When she was preoccupied with planning and lacked time to review for exams, he stayed up late preparing materials for her and helped her study through the night. When she was engrossed in conversation with Hermione, neglecting him, he quietly followed behind, carrying her belongings without a word of complaint. In moments of fear and trepidation, he tenderly reassured and accompanied her, guiding her out of the shadows. When she faced harm, he was the first to leap forward, shielding her resolutely from any impending danger. He undertook every possible effort for her, yet never once mentioned it. This seemingly effortless sense of security was, in truth, entirely derived from Draco's silent dedication to her. Only those who receive such favor can unreservedly relish in their circumstances. In stark contrast, her approach to the relationship lacked the same delicacy. She would overlook the occasional flicker of insecurity he displayed, forget to check on his emotions when he feigned strength for her sake, and abruptly shift her focus to other matters, leaving him aside. She would concentrate on her own plans, neglecting to communicate with him. And it was only when he was on the brink of emotional collapse that she would remember to comfort him, offering a glimmer of hope to help him endure. She had always believed she was the one safeguarding him, unaware that it was he who had been embracing and protecting her all along. Filna felt a warmth in her eyes as her vision suddenly blurred. Tears welled up and cascaded down her cheeks, leaving two trails of sorrow on her face. Draco, noticing her silence, cast a puzzled glance at the empty space beside him. Filna hurriedly stepped closer, aligning herself with him, and firmly grasped his hand. Draco, she began, her voice tinged with an imperceptible tremor. What is it? Draco detected the slight catch in her voice, inquiring, why do you seem suddenly distressed? Is it because of that person from earlier? I do not know her, he explained, somewhat flustered. Filna suddenly let out a soft laugh, her voice dripping with sweetness akin to honey. Draco. Draco felt an inexplicable sense that something was different, yet everything seemed to remain as it always had, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Fiona gazed at his vacant expression and gently tapped his forehead, her tone laced with sweetness. Why are you so foolish? Draco instinctively sensed that this change was a positive one. Hearing her playful reproach, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise in a smile. If I'm this foolish, you must teach me well so that I can understand. Ferna nestled against his arm, playfully letting out a soft hum. Of course, I shall teach you well. After all, you are already mine. Upon returning to the wish-granting chamber, Ferna dispelled the invisibility charm, and Draco almost immediately enveloped her in his embrace. I have missed you so. Draco murmured with a lingering tenderness. At last, I can hold you. Fena cast aside her wand and embraced him around the waist. I have missed you dearly, she confessed. The two remained in a tranquil embrace, as Draco felt an overwhelming surge within his heart, as though something profound had suddenly filled the void. An immense sense of happiness enveloped him completely. Felena gently caressed his back, her eyes once again brimming with emotion. Draco, shall we become engaged this holiday? Draco wished to raise his gaze to meet hers, but Felena softly pressed his head down, and he obediently ceased his movements, resting against her neck. Very well. Tears from Filna cascaded onto his back, and he seemed to sense her sorrow, gently patting her back in a silent gesture of comfort. After what felt like an eternity, Filna finally managed to quell her tears. Draco tenderly lifted her chin, wiping away the traces of her grief from her cheeks. It's all right. Do not compel yourself. If you prefer, we can wait a little longer. It is not that. I am simply overwhelmed with joy. Filna perceptively caught a hint of melancholy in his gaze. I have been too oblivious, only now realizing this truth. What? Draco inquired, tilting his head in confusion. Fina reached out and gently pinched his cheek, declaring, I love you. A fleeting look of confusion crossed Draco's face before he replied, I love you too. He contemplated that Dumbledore would seek him out for a conversation in the coming days. Fina's voice held a note of excitement as she continued, Last time, he attempted to sway me. He urged me to marry you and then divulged the Malfoy family's intelligence to him. His plan was quite well crafted. Draco let out a cold snort. I'm pondering whether or not to acquiesce to him. Fina's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. If I agree, I could become a spy. Draco's arm, resting on her waist, tightened slightly. Please, don't agree to him. It's too perilous. I don't wish for you to engage in such things. Lowering his head, his voice laced with a hint of pleading, he implored, Can you promise me you won't? All right, Fina responded, playfully wrapping her arms around his neck. I will refuse him next time. Draco appeared somewhat taken aback, momentarily stunned, before a look of joy spread across his face. Really? Of course, Fina replied, her eyes crinkling in a sweet smile. I don't want to cause you worry. While the two shared tender moments in the room of requirement, Dumbledore was left in a state of exasperation. That morning, he had traversed Hogwarts with Lucius, expecting he would depart by noon, only to find him reappearing in the headmaster's office shortly after lunch. Headmaster, regarding your report from this morning, I feel I lack sufficient details. Shall we delve into these matters more thoroughly this afternoon? Lucius sat arrogantly in the headmaster's office, his gray-blue eyes slightly raised as he cast a sidelong glance at Dumbledore. With a resigned sigh, Dumbledore discarded the half-read documents in his hands. What else would you like to know? Lucius, with his eyelids slightly lowered, tapped his fingers thoughtfully on his cane. Perhaps we could start with the Triwizard Tournament. Dumbledore clasped his hands before him on the desk, leaning slightly forward. Certainly. As the headmaster, Dumbledore was obliged to elucidate the entire event's design for the Triwizard Tournament, albeit concealing numerous confidential details that were unnecessary to disclose to a Death Eater. Chapter 39. Today is Halloween, the day designated for selecting champions for the Triwizard Tournament. The Great Hall at Hogwarts has been adorned early with jack-o'-lanterns and candlelight. Clearly, the professors placed significant importance on this evening's feast, as even Professor McGonagall has donned a brand-new deep green robe. Fena observed that Snape was also seated at the faculty table, his expression grave as he fixated on the cup before him, although he appeared unchanged from his usual demeanor. Fena perceptively noted that he no longer cast furtive glances towards Harry. A noxious odor abruptly drew Fena's attention away from Snape, and before she could identify its source, Hagrid strode past her with heavy steps. Ugh. Fena heard Ron, seated across from her, retching uncomfortably. Hermione was introducing her S.P.E.W. initiative to a fellow Gryffindor girl beside her, having been preoccupied with it lately, even dedicating her time in the library to researching relevant literature. Soon, the students from Beauxbatons began to file into the hall, and a girl with silvery hair, astonishingly beautiful like a nymph, caused a stir among the attendees. Ron was mesmerized. A sizable piece of steak lodged in his mouth, forgotten as his gaze followed the girl's every movement. Beside him, Harry tapped his plate, furrowing his brow. Ron? Ron grasped his arm, nearly bouncing with excitement. Harry, look, that girl. Harry glanced disinterestedly before averting his gaze. Nonetheless, Ron remained transfixed, unable to tear his eyes away from her retreating form. Once the delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang had deposited their slips into the goblet of fire, Dumbledore rose and announced the commencement of the ceremony in a clear voice. The flames within the goblet flickered, and a slip of parchment was ejected, which Dumbledore caught and read aloud. Victor Krum. Fena felt a twinge of concern as she watched him, his expression solemn as he walked towards the side door. Shortly thereafter, the goblet emitted a second slip of paper, and Dumbledore proclaimed once more, Fleur Delacour. The stunning Beauxbatons girl moved gracefully towards the entrance. Fiona could almost hear Ron's frantic heartbeat. The third parchment flew out, and Dumbledore reached out to catch it once more. Cedric Diggory. A cheer erupted from the Hufflepuff table as Cedric, with a gentle smile, rose and walked towards the entrance. Dumbledore carefully tucked the parchment away and began to utter some trivial remarks, which Fiona found tedious. She turned her gaze toward Draco at the Slytherin table. He appeared to be attentively listening to Dumbledore, yet it was evident that his thoughts were elsewhere. Almost as soon as Fiona glanced in his direction, he turned back and flashed her a delighted smile. Suddenly, the hall was filled with a commotion, drawing Fiona's attention back. It turned out the goblet of fire had spat out another new parchment. This was rather peculiar. Fiona raised her eyebrows with keen interest. Dumbledore appeared equally astonished. As he caught sight of the note, his expression grew decidedly grave. Harry Potter. Dumbledore turned his gaze towards Harry, the crescent-shaped lenses of his glasses obscuring the brilliance in his eyes. Clearly, Harry was equally bewildered. He slowly rose and made his way to the stage, his face betraying his confusion. Go through that door. The warm smile that had adorned Dumbledore's face vanished. Harry seemed utterly dazed as he mechanically approached the door, oblivious to Hagrid's concerned gaze. Fiona witnessed the entire scene, casting a contemplative glance towards the teacher's table. Snape finally lifted his head, his expression inscrutable as he regarded Harry entering the room, only to immediately lower it once more. A subtle shift of her gaze revealed Moody seated in the corner, absorbed in his drink. He glanced up briefly as Harry entered, his eyes devoid of any trace of shock or concern. Fina squinted her eyes. Moody and Dumbledore were of the same ilk, and thus far, the most crucial aspect of Dumbledore's plan was the protection of Harry. Now that Harry had been chosen as a champion to participate in this perilous competition, it was perplexing how Moody displayed no signs of concern. Nor was he in the least bit astonished by the fact that Harry, at the tender age of 14, had become a champion. Shifting her gaze, Fina happened to lock eyes with Draco, whose attention seemed to have just diverted from Moody. They exchanged a glance, and Draco slightly furrowed his brow and shook his head. Understanding his silent message, Fina averted her gaze, no longer directing it towards the staff table. The hall was in an uproar, with discussions swirling around Harry's status as a champion. Fina listened in, discerning that the majority of the voices were filled with jealousy and resentment, with even Ron voicing his complaints. Dumbledore was compelled to cast a sonorous charm upon himself to quell the chaotic students, preemptively announcing the conclusion of the feast. The students gradually made their way back to their dormitories, and Fina and Draco returned to the room of requirement. Upon entering, Fina immediately inquired, "Have you noticed anything amiss?" Draco's furrowed brow remained steadfast. "I suspect there is something wrong with Moody." Fina's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "What have you discovered?" "I previously noticed that he frequently sipped from a flask, and at first, I believed it contained liquor. However, one day, I happened upon him in the corridor, drinking from it alone. The moment he caught sight of me, he appeared quite anxious and promptly concealed the flask." Draco sat at the edge of the bed, recollecting. I recall my father mentioning that the aurors from the Ministry of Magic have a particular fondness for strong spirits. Yet, on that day, despite the flask being uncapped, I detected no trace of alcohol, which struck me as peculiar. Since then, I have been subtly observant of him. Until one instance, I chanced upon him hastening towards his office, his hair tips exhibiting a faint yellow hue. This aroused my suspicion, prompting me to discreetly follow him. Upon his return to the office, he immediately retrieved the flask from his drawer and took a sip. After which his hair returned to its normal state. Draco lifted his gaze to Fina, speaking earnestly, "I suspect that this Moody is merely an impostor. Masquerading under the effects of Polyjuice potion, the flask likely contains the potion itself." Fiona's eyes widened in shock, her mind racing to connect the existing clues. But wouldn't the compound decoction have a medicinal taste? She queried, perplexed. Draco shook his head. "I cannot be certain. I merely speculate that there may be a way to mask the taste of the potion. If that is the case, then it would make sense," Fiona replied succinctly, recounting to Draco the events that transpired in Moody's office, as well as Moody's clandestine meeting with a diminutive man that day. Draco's brow furrowed increasingly. "I believe I ought to report this matter to my father." Fina nodded slightly. "All right, you go ahead and write a letter to Uncle Lucius. I must pay a visit to Professor Snape." "Very well. Take care." Draco gently embraced her. "It seems the castle is rather unsafe this year." "You too." Fina whispered softly in his ear. "Take care of yourself." Chapter 40. Fiona stealthily made her way to the cellar, where the door to the potions office stood ajar. As she entered the room, Snape appeared to have anticipated her arrival, rising without a hint of surprise and donning his cloak. "To Malfoy Manor," he stated, before promptly seizing a handful of flu powder and vanishing into the fireplace. Filna stared in astonishment as he vanished into the fireplace, taking a moment to collect herself before rushing over to seize a handful of flu powder, casting it into the hearth. Malfoy Manor. Upon her arrival at Malfoy Manor, she found Snape elegantly seated on the sofa, sipping coffee. Filna, in her shock, stepped out of the fireplace and approached Snape, completely neglecting to pay her respects to Lucius. The ignored Lucius remained frozen in a welcoming posture before the fireplace, eventually letting out a resigned sigh as he walked over. Snape, crossing his legs, set down his coffee cup and stated, "I have agreed." "What?" Filna was perplexed by his words. "Agreed to what?" "I have consented to join your third faction." Snape replied with an air of elegance, his voice devoid of warmth. Fina turned in astonishment to look at Lucius, who raised his hands in a gesture of indifference, signaling that it was not his concern. "I can assist you in gathering intelligence from both sides, concoct all the necessary potions, and undertake any perilous missions." Severus disregarded her surprise and met her gaze directly. "What you require is to aid me in eliminating Dumbledore and safeguarding Harry Potter, even in my demise. You must ensure this is accomplished. I demand a binding magical vow." Severus extended his hand towards Fina. Fina has emerged from her astonishment, extending her hand with alacrity to shake his. "It is settled." Snape's wand glimmered with a dark luster, and as the magical oath was fulfilled, delicate silver threads erupted from the tip of the wand, weaving into the wrists of both individuals, leaving behind a faint silver line. With the oath established, Snape exhibited no sign of emotion, calmly retracting his hand to once again lift his coffee cup for a sip. Lucius, seated beside him, gently sipped his red tea. Fina sat opposite them, gathering her thoughts before decisively inquiring of Snape, "Have you ever brewed Soul Stabilizer for anyone else?" "The Dark Lord requested 2 vials a month ago." Snape replied coolly. "Voldemort?" Fina's voice rose sharply. "He asked you for it?" "Indeed," Snape said, slightly furrowing his brow. "What is it?" Fina continued. "I caught a whiff of Soul Stabilizer in Moody's office." With a slight frown, Fina pressed on. "Is there anyone besides you capable of brewing this potion?" Snape contemplatively glanced at Lucius, Draco. Lucius, sensing his gaze, quickly raised his hands in denial. "Not me. I am unaware that Draco even knows how to brew it." Fiona touched her nose and inquired, "Is there anyone else?" "Absolutely not," Snape asserted confidently. "The recipe that has been passed down contains an erroneous ingredient. I once used it as an example while tutoring Draco and proposed a solution. If he possesses sufficient intelligence, he should still recall it. Therefore, it is impossible for a third party to be aware of it. Hence, the Soul Stabilizer at Moody's was indeed sourced from Voldemort." Fiona paused for a moment before pressing further. "Have you brewed Polyjuice potion recently?" "No, I haven't done so in the past 6 months," Snape replied, shaking his head. "However, Polyjuice potion is not particularly difficult to brew. Many individuals are capable of concocting it. Fiona hesitated and asked, "Is there any way to eliminate the taste of the compound potion?" "What did you say?" Snape jolted, causing some of the coffee in his hand to spill. Fiona was taken aback by his response. "What is it?" Snape set his cup down and gently brushed off the coffee stains from his robe, speaking softly. "A student once posed a similar question to me." "Who?" she inquired. "Theodore Nott." Lucius leaned slightly forward. His father, Old Nott, is a staunch supporter of Voldemort. "How does his potions work?" Fiona pressed on. "Quite exceptional," Snape replied, lifting his gaze to her. To receive such praise from Snape was a testament to his capabilities. "So there is indeed a method to render the Polyjuice potion tasteless, correct?" "Yes," Snape nodded slightly, "and Theodore Nott already knows how to accomplish it. If he has all the necessary ingredients, he could swiftly concoct a remarkably flawless, tasteless Polyjuice potion. Then I believe we can ascertain that what Moody possesses is indeed the Polyjuice potion, crafted by Mr. Nott." Fiona lowered her head, attempting to mentally reconstruct the entire situation. Now that it was clear that Moody was impersonated, the previous doubts could be addressed. However, a new question lingered in Fiona's thoughts. If Moody was impersonated, he could not possibly be aligned with Dumbledore's faction, implying that he was most likely affiliated with Voldemort. What then? Was the purpose behind Voldemort taking such a significant risk to replace Moody? Fiona lifted her gaze to meet Snape's, and in an instant, a spark of realization ignited in their minds as they simultaneously exclaimed, "The Triwizard Tournament." The very fact that Harry was selected today was profoundly peculiar. If Voldemort intended to target Harry, the Triwizard Tournament would undoubtedly present an opportune moment. Regardless of Voldemort's intentions, I believe Harry is in grave danger. We must remain vigilant and ensure that Voldemort is afforded no advantage. Fiona regarded Snape with utmost seriousness. Snape inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. "There is another matter." Fiona paused briefly. "Not long ago, I witnessed Moody meeting with a short man. I had never encountered that individual within the walls of Hogwarts. He was diminutive, with pallid skin, sparse hair, and vacant eyes, exuding an aura of timidity." Fiona reflected on the man's features. They conversed in a corner for an extended period. Yet the specifics of their dialogue eluded my ears. Snape exchanged a knowing glance with Lucius. Did he not bear an uncanny resemblance to a rat? Snape's hand clenched tightly, his knuckles paling slightly. Indeed, he appeared exceptionally peculiar, Fiona affirmed with a nod. A fierce hatred surged in Snape's eyes as he raised his chin slightly and gritted his teeth. "Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew." Fiona was taken aback, covering her mouth in astonishment. How could he possibly be at Hogwarts? "He is an animagus." Snape gave a disdainful snort. "An unregistered animagus in the form of a rat. It is no wonder." Fiona nodded thoughtfully. "It seems that Moody must be a Death Eater in disguise. We can only speculate about their intentions, regardless of their motives. We must ensure the protection of Harry Potter." Snape lowered his gaze, adjusting his sleeves. "Indeed, the focus must be on Harry." Fiona agreed with a nod. Chapter 41. After their discussion concluded, the two intended to return to Hogwarts. Before departing, Fiona winked at Lucius. "By the way, Uncle Lucius, my unexpected visit tonight is quite unplanned. If you receive a letter from Draco regarding Moody, please do not be alarmed." "Of course," Lucius replied with a graceful nod. "I trust that Draco will conduct himself with sufficient gentlemanly decorum during your interactions." Fiona, lost in thought, felt a faint blush rise to her cheeks as she averted her gaze from Lucius and softly remarked, "He is quite the gentleman." Lucius feigned ignorance to Fiona's embarrassment and politely bid them farewell. It was not until the pair departed from Malfoy Manor that Lucius shed his reserved, noble demeanor and excitedly sought out Narcissa, exclaiming, "Sissy, I believe we can begin preparations for the engagement." Upon returning to the potions office, Snape removed his robes and hung them aside before taking a seat, rubbing his temples. Fiona, preparing to leave, opened the door, and just as she did, the flames in the fireplace behind her suddenly blazed a vivid green, heralding the voice of Dumbledore. "Severus, please come to my office, Miss Fiona." Fiona swiftly adjusted her expression to one of feigned grievance and turned to face him. "Oh, good day to you, Headmaster. I apologize. I am currently serving a detention here, and Professor Snape has just permitted my departure." Snape's icy gaze swept over her. "You may leave now." Fiona shuddered slightly, swiftly opening the door and stepping outside to evade the watchful portraits dispatched by Dumbledore. She wore a look of feigned innocence as she made her way back to Gryffindor Tower. "Oh, Fiona!" Hermione exclaimed in surprise, glancing back from the sofa where she was nestled with Harry and Ron upon hearing the entrance. Harry cast a glance her way, his expression betraying excitement. "You're back? I haven't seen you in the common room for ages." Ron, however, remained oblivious, engrossed in the candy he was nibbling on. "Oh yes, I've been rather busy lately." Filna managed a weary smile in response. Hermione gave her an ambiguous wink. "Oh, I really must return to rest now. Enjoy yourselves." Filna averted her gaze from Harry's concerned eyes and hastily retreated to the girls' dormitory. Just as she closed the door, it was pushed open from the outside, and Hermione stepped in. "What brings you back so suddenly? Is something amiss?" Hermione inquired cautiously as she approached. "No, I merely returned to fetch something." Filna fabricated an excuse, knowing she could not divulge the matters regarding Dumbledore to Hermione. "I see. I thought perhaps you two had quarreled." "You startled me." Hermione sighed in relief, patting her chest. Filna wore a somewhat gossipy smile as she inquired, "How is your relationship with Victor?" Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly, and she stammered softly, "We just chat together." Fiona exaggeratedly nodded. "Oh, is it just casual conversation? It seems he quite likes you." Hermione shook her head somewhat despondently, forcing a smile. "No, we are merely ordinary friends. Do not think too much of it. He appears to be quite interested in you. We often discuss you, and I believe he might have some affection for you." Cough. 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 Fiona was suddenly caught off guard and choked on her drink, looking up in alarm. "What did you say?" Hermione reiterated. "I believe he may have some feelings for you." Fiona stared wide-eyed in panic, taking a slight step back. No, it can't be. Absolutely impossible." Hermione looked at her quizzically. "What is the matter with you?" Filna adjusted her expression and turned to her. "Do not worry. The two of us are absolutely impossible." Hermione appeared to relax entirely, her demeanor easing as she murmured softly in response to her words, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Fiona winked at her and made a gesture of encouragement. Hermione's face flushed even more intensely as she stammered, "I'm going out to find Harry and the others." And then she hurriedly departed. Filna could not help but let out a chuckle. It seemed that Victor and Hermione were in good standing now. She adjusted her robe, cast an invisibility charm upon herself, and quietly made her way back to the 8th floor. In the room of requirement, Draco lay on the bed engrossed in a book, the soft beige light illuminating his profile and accentuating his distinct features. A light blanket rested casually around his waist, revealing the smooth lines of his toned abdomen, while his elegantly long fingers rested upon the hard black cover of the book, enhancing the porcelain whiteness of his skin. Upon hearing a sound, he slightly turned his head, his serious demeanor softening at the sight of Filna, a sweet smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "You're back." Fiona shed her outer robe and perched on the edge of the bed, while Draco discarded the book in his hand and leaned closer, enveloping her in his embrace. His deep voice brimming with affection, "I have missed you dearly." Ferna's heart softened into a puddle as she reached out to tousle his damp hair. The strands were still wet, appearing darker than usual, and her palm was met with a hint of moisture. Why hadn't he dried his hair? Ferna withdrew her wand, intending to cast a drying charm, but Draco halted her. He produced a dry towel from his side and offered it to her, his gaze filled with anticipation. Filna could not help but curl the corners of her lips as she gently picked up a towel to absorb the moisture from his damp hair. Draco, with a contented squint, radiated an overwhelming sense of happiness. Unable to resist, Filna leaned down to place a tender kiss upon his cheek. Draco, with a hint of dissatisfaction, extended his finger to tap on his lips. Fina leaned down to place a gentle kiss upon his lips, swiftly retreating just as he attempted to draw her closer. She whispered softly by his ear, "Do not be mischievous. My hair is still damp." Draco, with swift movements, seized her wand and cast a drying spell above his head. He then shook his hair, now smooth and dry, and leaned in to capture her lips once more. Filna was captivated by his fluid and graceful movements. Draco's hand had already clasped the nape of her neck, and Filna nestled against him, her index finger gently tracing the curve of his spine from behind. Draco's body suddenly tensed. Filna tilted her head back, wrapping her arms around his neck, drawing her body closer to his. Each time, Draco would whisper to her, "I love you." "And I love you," Filna would respond, encircling his neck while striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Of course, this tranquility would soon be shattered. Until everything came to an end, Filna lay on the bed, too lethargic to even lift a finger, while Draco diligently massaged her back and legs, once again fervently assuring her that this would be the last time. Felina, disinterested, chose to rest in solitude. The long night lingered on. Chapter 42. Today was meant to be a harmonious Saturday. Felina and Draco had risen early. After enjoying breakfast in the hall, they made their way to the banks of the Black Lake for a rendezvous. Had it not been for the unexpected intruder, the day would have been splendid. Mr. Malfoy. A girl with light brown hair rushed over, clutching a book, interrupting their conversation. Who are you? Draco's expression hardened as he spoke with an unwelcoming tone. While Draco failed to recognize her, Felina immediately identified her as the girl who had collided with Draco in the corridor that day, oblivious to his displeasure. The girl fixated her bright, almost starry, light blue eyes upon him. I am Slytherin S. Sigrid Noel. You may call me Sigrid. I do not know you. Draco scoffed, arching his neck disdainfully. I have no desire to see you again. The girl completely disregarded Felina and offered Draco a charming, sweet smile. That's quite all right. We will become acquainted. I have just transferred from France, and I am delighted to meet you. Felina raised an eyebrow. The Noel family from France. The girl finally deigned to cast a fleeting glance in her direction, her gaze radiating an air of haughty superiority, yet her voice remained gentle and soft. Indeed. Miss Wood is also from France. I trust you have heard of the Noel family. Felina observed her with keen interest, pursing her lips in silence. The girl paid her no mind and turned to Draco with an enthusiastic tone, expressing her eagerness to meet at the upcoming ball and apologizing for interrupting their conversation. Her movements were graceful and measured, revealing the refined upbringing of a noble family. Although Draco was not particularly acquainted with the Noel family, he understood that there were only a handful of noble families within the wizarding world, necessitating amicable relations among them. Despite his impatience, he was determined to uphold the decorum of the Malfoy lineage. Thus, he inclined his head slightly in a gesture of acknowledgement, stating that he preferred not to be disturbed further. Upon receiving Draco's response, the girl's eyes brightened, and she leaned closer, adopting a somewhat pitiful expression. I apologize. I am still unfamiliar with Hogwarts since I just transferred. Could you kindly direct me to the Transfiguration classroom? I fear I am about to be late. Her voice was delicate, and her face displayed a blend of urgency and distress, making her plea seem genuine. Draco's tolerance had reached its limit, and as he prepared to dismiss her coldly, he noticed Felina subtly positioning herself between them. I'm afraid my fiancé may not have the time to assist you at the moment. If you possess sufficient intellect, you should remember to seek out your companions before venturing out to avoid any awkward situations due to unfamiliar surroundings. I cannot ascertain whether your lack of social grace or intellect is the issue, but in any case, Draco is unavailable. I sincerely hope you refrain from appearing before him in the future. Felina leaned in slightly, whispering, I cannot guarantee your safety under such circumstances. With that, Felina returned to Draco's side, linking her arm with his and offering a gentle smile. Now, please leave. The girl, her eyes brimming with tears, cast a glance at Draco. Her voice quivering. I'm sorry, I didn't anticipate that your girlfriend would misunderstand my intentions. As she spoke, she choked back her emotions, covering her face in distress. Draco, with a look of disdain, wrapped his arm around Felina's waist, correcting her with deliberate clarity, it is fiancé. Both of them, feeling repulsed by the encounter, chose to depart with their belongings. Once outside, the girl released her hands from her face, devoid of tears, yet her gaze was venomous as she watched Felina's retreating figure. The pair made their way to the library, finding a cozy spot to sit down, each selecting a book to peruse quietly, enveloped in a warm and pleasant atmosphere. Before long, Felina sensed the presence of another person seated to her right. As she looked up, she was met by the vibrant green eyes of Harry. Felina sprang to her feet with remarkable haste, seizing the gloomy-faced Draco by the arm as they departed. Harry stood frozen in place, his mind clouded, unable to regain his composure until the two had vanished from sight. Upon exiting the library, they skillfully maneuvered through the throngs of people, making their way directly back to the room of requirement. Once inside, Felina discarded her outer robe and collapsed onto the bed, rolling her eyes in a most ungraceful manner. What kind of day is this? Securing a date is proving exceedingly difficult. Draco leaned closer, enveloping her in an embrace, tenderly nuzzling her ear. I truly do not know that individual. I apologize. Today, in light of the social obligations of the Malfoy family, I hesitated. However, I vow there shall be no next time. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Felina gently pinched his cheek, saying, I am not angry. I am merely a bit curious. Indeed, Sigrid Noel is the female heir of the Noel family, attending school in Wiesbaden, and she is a dear friend of mine. Felina raised an eyebrow slightly, remarking, however, it is rather strange. The Sigrid I know seems quite different. Draco inquired, perplexed. Did she not come with this delegation? No, Felina replied. The Noel family has always focused its endeavors in France, and its members seldom step into the British wizarding world. Fina shook her head gently, adding, perhaps it is precisely this that has afforded that impostor the opportunity. Draco propped himself up, stating, it matters not. I shall inquire upon my return. Transfer students are typically rare, so I shall surely uncover some information regarding her. Fiona rolled over, pinning him beneath her. With her index finger, she gently lifted his chin, her gaze fixed upon his lips as she provocatively inquired, what is it? Are you intrigued? Draco's eyes darkened, and following her lead, he raised his head in an attempt to press his lips against hers. Fina's fingers curled tightly around his neck, the pulse beneath her knuckles thumping vigorously. Her nails grazed the skin over the artery, and her lips hovered near his ear. Be good, let me. The rhythm of the throbbing beneath her touch quickened notably. As the tie was yanked loose, Draco felt a gentle sting trailing after him. Filna gently nibbled with her teeth. Not applying any real force, the slight sting felt more like an exhilarating stimulant, causing Draco to squint with impatience. Draco's hands reached around her back, attempting to draw her into his embrace. Filna pressed her fingertip against his lips, her tone suggestive. Today, let us try a different approach. Draco's eyes sparkled with excitement as he allowed Filna to lift his hands above his head and bind them softly. Filna fastened a button with just the right amount of tension, neither causing him harm nor allowing him to break free. She then stood up, adjusted her attire, and revealed a sly smile. What's wrong? Draco, caught off guard by Filna's sudden withdrawal, felt a twinge of discomfort. Fiona leaned down, gently kissing his chin, whispering, I hope you enjoy this punishment. With that, she picked up the book and exited the room of requirement. Chapter 43, Whether Draco Could Reflect on His Actions. Fiona could not ascertain, but judging by the fact that he had not sought her out for half an hour, it was clear that her bindings had been quite effective. As soon as the half hour elapsed, Fiona hurried back to the room of requirement. Draco was not on the bed, and the ropes she had used to secure him were nowhere to be found. Filna was lost in thought when Draco suddenly appeared, embracing her from behind. Welcome back, my darling, he murmured, planting a gentle kiss near her ear. Filna squinted her eyes in delight, feeling Draco's hands intertwine with hers, gently guiding them together. It was not until she felt the silky touch of a ribbon around her wrist that she regained her senses. Draco had bound her wrist from behind, leaving her to turn her head to glimpse him. He leaned down, pressing her gently onto the bed, and bestowed another soft kiss upon her lips. You were right. We can certainly explore a different approach. Fiona could only passively comply. After a long while, she glanced at the dark green silk ribbon by her pillow and, in a fit of irritation, tore it into shreds. Draco, amused, drew her into his embrace, saying, It's all right. Perhaps next time, you could try something different. In her eyes, a mist of tears glistened as she gazed up at him with a hint of allure. Draco paused for a moment, taken aback, and gently covered her eyes with his hand, his tone tinged with a touch of exasperation. Do not look at me like that. Fiona, in a fit of indignation, nestled into his embrace and playfully bit down on his collarbone. Though she exerted a slight pressure, she ultimately could not bring herself to inflict any real pain, leaving only a faint imprint of her teeth. Draco, on the other hand, gave her waist a gentle pat and sternly admonished, Behave yourself. Filna nestled in his embrace, murmuring softly, Beast. Draco turned slightly, pulling her tightly into his arms, his heart utterly softened. Be good, don't make a fuss. I can't help it. Fiona nestled her head against his neck, settling into a tranquil stillness as she listened to the gradual steadiness of his breathing. After a considerable moment, she softly confessed, I love you dearly. A smile crept upon Draco's lips, his voice tinged with a husky warmth. I love you too. The two remained in a serene embrace, with Fiona recounting amusing tales from her childhood, while Draco shared anecdotes from his own youthful days. Their conversation flowed with increasing joy, drawing their hearts ever closer. Yet, moments of jealousy were inevitable. You and Crumb have known each other for such a long time? Even longer than I have. You've been dancing with Pansy? You two seem to be quite in sync. Ultimately, their feelings of envy led them to choose the most intimate of remedies to soothe their discontent. When Fiona finally awoke, the dawn had begun to break. The matter concerning Sigrid weighed heavily on her mind, prompting her to decide to send a letter to both her father and Sigrid, and then seek out Snape to inquire about that impostor. After penning the letters, Fiona first found Weimer to dispatch them before proceeding to the potions office. Inside, Snape was lost in thought, resting his chin on his hand as he stared contemplatively at the desk. The sound of a knock at the door interrupted his musings, prompting him to raise his voice slightly. Enter. Filna entered promptly, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. There is a matter I wish to inquire about, she said as she settled onto the sofa. What is the situation regarding the new girl who has transferred to your academy? Snape furrowed his brow. What girl? The one who transferred from Beauxbatons, named Sigrid Noel, Filna prompted. Snape shook his head. Our academy has not received any transfer students in the past 2 years, and I am unfamiliar with the name Sigrid Noel. Fiona was momentarily taken aback. None. Snape replied with unwavering certainty, none at all. A cryptic smile played at the corners of Filna's lips. This is rather intriguing, she remarked. Snape looked up at her, perplexed. What has transpired? It seems someone is impersonating the heir of the Noel family, Sigrid Noel, who is studying at Beauxbatons. This individual is masquerading as a transfer student from Slytherin, exploiting her name to navigate the campus. Filna arched an eyebrow. Snape furrowed his brow. How did she gain entry? It appears that Hogwarts may not be as secure as we presumed. Leaning back in her chair with arms crossed, Filna inquired, Did Dumbledore seek you out yesterday regarding Harry? Snape rubbed his temples. Indeed, he suspects foul play concerning the Goblet of Fire, yet he has yet to uncover any evidence. It seems he remains oblivious to the impostor. Filna raised an eyebrow, then seized an opportunity to divulge a hint to him, a gentle reminder, considering that thus far, our objectives align. Very well, I shall seek a moment to inform him, Snape replied. I trust you will continue to monitor Dumbledore's movements on your end, while I pursue the matter of Sigrid. I will also ensure that the impostor is kept under surveillance. There is no need for concern. Filna hesitated before speaking. Take care of yourself. Snape gave a nearly imperceptible nod. After bidding him farewell, Filna decided to take a stroll by the Black Lake to enjoy the fresh air. Just as she reached the entrance hall, a familiar voice caught her attention. I advise you to keep your distance from her. She is not meant to be with you. It was Draco's voice. Fina hurriedly turned the corner, her heart racing with excitement, only to find Harry and Draco standing face to face, while Ron stood beside Harry. His expression one of fury. All three wielded their wands, and the atmosphere was charged with tension. What was happening? Before Filna could finish her words, a resounding bang echoed, and before her stood Draco, transformed into a snow-white ferret, frozen in place. The sound of footsteps approached rapidly, and Moody, wielding his wand in anger, confronted Harry. Did he harm you? Harry, dazed, instinctively shook his head. No. Moody then turned his attention to the ferret that was once Draco. The tip of his wand pointed directly at him. I find this utterly intolerable. Fiona swiftly gathered the white weasel at her feet into her embrace, abruptly brandishing her wand toward Moody, softly uttering the incantation, Avada. A furry little paw pressed against her arm. The small white weasel squeaked twice, shaking its little head at her. Fiona was interrupted mid-spell, her gaze dropping as she extended her hand to steady him and prevent his fall. Moody shouted vehemently, Put him down. Do not touch him. The tip of his wand was dangerously aimed at Fiona. Fiona lifted her head and regarded him coldly, a glimmer of lethal intent flashing in her eyes. The small white ferret nestled in her arms squeaked frantically, and the incantation on the tip of her tongue took a sudden turn. All shall be petrified. Shrink swiftly. Moody was transformed into a diminutive stone statue. Landing on the ground, Harry and Ron stood in stunned silence. Fortunately, there were no other students around. Fiona shifted her gaze towards the two, a sweet smile curling at the corners of her lips. My apologies. Oblivion. Harry and Ron, utterly unprepared, succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 44. Fina approached the statue, lifting it delicately into her hands, while cradling the small white ferret nestled in her robes. The little creature remained tucked away, refusing to emerge even upon reaching the House of Requests. Draco? Fina gently extended her hand, coaxing him out from the folds of her garment. Squeak. The white ferret swiftly turned away, presenting its back to her. Filna attempted every spell she knew that might be of use, yet none could restore him to his original form. The little white ferret had been evading her, swiftly darting beneath the covers to conceal itself whenever her attention wavered. With a sense of resignation, Filna leaned closer and softly coaxed the small mound beneath the blanket, suggesting, perhaps we should consult Professor Snape? A sharp squeak escaped the ferret, its body trembling in response. Will you come out then? Filna inquired, positioning herself at the edge of the bed and gently lifting the blanket to peek inside. The little white ferret formed a pitiful ball, its fluffy tail obscuring its face. Draco? Filna ventured, extending her hand to cradle him. The ferret remained still, allowing her to lift him into her embrace. As she carefully brushed aside his tail, she tenderly stroked his small head, whispering soothingly, Do not worry. You will return to your former self soon. Yet, the little ferret remained unresponsive. Filna gently stroked his tail, But the little white weasel suddenly fluffed up in protest. Squeak. 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 What's the matter? Filna gently prodded his furry little head with her finger. Don't be upset. You're actually quite adorable. The little white weasel, feeling both embarrassed and indignant, turned away, presenting his backside to her. Filna shamelessly prodded the base of his tail. Squeak. The little white weasel fluffed up in indignation and swiftly turned to shout at her. Filna cradled him in her arms, gently stroking his fur. The coat of the little white weasel was sleek and smooth. Once she began, she could not bring herself to stop. The small creature lay in her embrace, exuding an air of profound disinterest. Filna occasionally pinched his soft, delicate ears, and then his chubby little paw pads. Draco, with little grievance, nestled in her embrace, allowing her to play with him. It was only when she touched his tail that he would suddenly yelp in surprise. After several encounters, Filna found herself increasingly intrigued, deliberately reaching out to lightly tease his tail. Draco, feeling both embarrassed and irate, rolled over to conceal his tail. After an indeterminate period of being subjected to this playful torment, the spell finally wore off, and Draco reverted to his human form. Filna was gently stroking the little white ferret when suddenly, the sensation beneath her hands changed. In an instant, Draco pinned her down onto the bed. He lay bare atop her, a hint of crimson gracing his cheeks as he lowered his gaze, gripping her chin with a mix of embarrassment and irritation, and leaned in to kiss her. They entwined in a passionate embrace for quite some time before Filna finally pushed him away. What is it? Draco's bright gray eyes met hers, an insatiable glint lingering as he licked his lips. We haven't resolved this yet. You should put on your clothes first. Filna placed her hand against his chest. Draco, somewhat displeased, leaned closer to her ear and playfully nipped at it, whispering, Make it up to me tonight. Very well. Filna replied, pinching his cheek lightly. With a resigned sigh, Draco rose to don his clothing. Fina retrieved a statue from her robe, casting it onto the ground, and brandished her wand at the figure. Enlarge at once. Stasis. In an instant, Moody reverted to his original form. Before he could utter a word, Fina swiftly unleashed 2 incantations. Bind him swiftly. Disarm. Moody found himself ensnared, his wand soaring into Fina's grasp. What do you think? Fina smirked, her lips curling into a sly smile. I never imagined it would end up in my possession. Moody erupted in fury, shouting, How dare you treat a professor this way? You. Hush, Fina interrupted, placing a finger to her lips in a gesture for silence. It would be wise for you to refrain from speaking. Of course. Moody paid her no heed. You had better release me now, and I shall pretend nothing has occurred. Fiona, with an air of impatience, bestowed upon him a silent glare. Moody could do little more than glare back at her with wide eyes, and Fiona suspected that the damaged eyeball might soon dislodge itself from its socket. How pitiful. With grace, Fiona rose and approached him. Now, you must silently endure your suffering. The pain was excruciating. Moody's body floated in midair, twisting and struggling, his face unmistakably etched with terror. Fiona, holding her wand, observed his expression of anguish and despair, a light chuckle escaping her lips. As she ceased the incantation, Moody was drenched in sweat. Fiona walked slowly to his side, and he cowered, curling into himself, the earlier bravado having vanished. Do you still enjoy it? Fiona's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then why did you treat Draco in such a manner? Fiona crouched beside him, her tone gentle, yet her expression swiftly turned icy, a piercing torment. Once more, Moody was struck by the incantation, struggling and rolling through the air, his body contorting into an astonishing arc, beads of sweat cascading down his face and falling to the ground. Fina retracted her wand and leaned closer to the fallen Moody, who was crawling backward with all 4 limbs, fearfully distancing himself from her. What thoughts plagued your mind while torturing Draco? Were they of excruciating torment, or the chilling embrace of the killing curse? A gentle smile played upon Fina's lips. Moody shook his head frantically, silently screaming with his mouth agape, his face etched with despair. Fiona discerned his lip movements. He was pleading, I implore you, do not take my life. Do not take your life? I shall not grant you that mercy. Fiona responded with a light laugh. That would be far too lenient for you. The torment pierced him to the core once more as the spell struck. Immense agony enveloped him like a silken cocoon. His face flushed crimson, his eyes bulged, fingers tensed with strain, and he writhed uncontrollably in midair. Ferna gazed upon his anguished struggle, a radiant smile blossoming on her face. Are you satisfied now, my esteemed professor of dark arts defense? Moody was once again thrown to the ground, utterly depleted of strength, left to lie there, panting heavily. Filna returned to Draco's side. gently lifting his chin for a tender kiss. Are you feeling happier now? Quite satisfied, Draco replied, wrapping his arms around her waist in response to her light kiss. You've worked hard. Moody, witnessing their intimate display without regard for his presence, summoned some strength and turned to flee towards the door. Filna seemed to have anticipated this, aiming her wand at him the moment he attempted to rise. Cruciatus. Moody found himself suspended in midair once more. Fortunately, this time it did not last long. Distracted by her kiss with Draco, Filna soon lost her focus, causing Moody to plummet to the ground. Ah, the folly of beauty. Filna turned to glance at Moody, who lay sprawled on the floor, clearly dissatisfied with her performance. Draco flashed a charming smile, twirling his wand with a flick of his wrist. Now let me demonstrate for you. Avada Kedavra. Chapter 45. When the two had tired of their play, Moody lay bloodied and battered, with only faint breaths indicating he was still alive. Draco, bored, retracted his wand. Filna sidled up to him, wrapping her arms around his waist and playfully winking. Your spellcasting was excellent. Slytherin earns 50 points. Draco embraced her contentedly, and after a moment, softly uttered, Thank you. Fiona gently tousled his silky hair, leaning close to his ear as she softly urged, Remember to say I love you next time. I love you, Draco replied, yielding readily, his voice imbued with even deeper emotion. Fiona's lips curled into a soft smile. I love you too. After the two indulged in their affection, Fiona turned her gaze towards Moody. His hair had transformed into a shade of yellow, and hints of a different visage began to emerge on his face. Little Barty Crouch. Draco swiftly recognized him. Their eyes met, and Fiona quickly produced a flask, pouring its contents into Moody's mouth. Fortunately, after consuming the potion, he rapidly reverted to his original appearance. Upon witnessing his astonished expression, Fiona gently chided him. I apologize, but since you've seen this, I must say. You merely stepped out for a stroll in the hall and then remained in the office. She meticulously crafted the memories she intended to implant in him, and then waved her wand delicately, uttering, Obliviate. Moody instantly collapsed. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, Fiona took extra care to examine his memories, ensuring everything was in order before casting a healing spell on him. Together with Draco, they unceremoniously placed him back in the office chair. After accomplishing this, the duo did not depart. Instead, they concealed themselves in the shadows, waiting for him to awaken, leaving only after confirming he perceived no anomalies. Exiting Moody's office, Fiona and Draco hastily made their way to the dungeon. Severus Snape was bent over his desk, grading essays from the trolls, when the office door was abruptly flung open. Yet, even as it slammed shut, no one was seen entering. He rubbed his face in exasperation. What is it, Fiona? To his surprise, two figures materialized, with Draco standing beside Fiona, bowing respectfully. Godfather. Snape raised an eyebrow. What is the matter? Fiona lifted his cloak and tossed it to him, stating, We ought to discuss this matter at Malfoy Manor. Recently, Severus had frequented the manor more often than ever before, and Lucius had made a habit of donning his finery even at home, ever prepared to uphold the dignity of the Malfoy head. Clearly, such efforts were warranted, as he now found himself once again awaiting unexpected visitors by the fireplace. During Narcissa's absence, Lucius had not felt the pangs of solitude, for Severus had been a near-daily presence. With a resigned sigh, he adjusted his expression as the flames flickered in the hearth, ready to greet them. Regrettably, the noble pleasantries he had rehearsed went unutilized, for the moment Fiona set foot on Malfoy Manor's grounds, she declared, This matter is of utmost importance and time is of the essence. To the study. Thus, Lucius promptly ushered the trio into the study. After securing the door, the four of them seated themselves in a circle, and Fiona finally spoke. The Moody at school is actually Barty Crouch Jr. in disguise. Who? Isn't he imprisoned in Azkaban? Severus furrowed his brow. It must be him, Draco asserted with unwavering certainty. I would not mistake him. Phineas analyzed swiftly. To verify this matter, we must send someone to Azkaban to ascertain whether young Barty Crouch remains imprisoned there, while also remaining vigilant that those within may be disguising themselves under the influence of the Polyjuice potion. Young Barty Crouch is a Death Eater, and thus his presence at Hogwarts must be attributed to Voldemort's designs. Did you encounter him the last time Voldemort sought the Soul Stabilizer? Phineas paused slightly, directing her gaze towards Snape. Snape shook his head. No, Voldemort has not summoned the Death Eaters en masse upon his return, and there are scarcely any who have laid eyes upon him. This likely indicates that he is currently in a position that renders him unable to meet with others. Phineas continued her analysis. I suspect he is in a state of considerable weakness. Lucius squinted thoughtfully. What do you mean? As of now, The individuals we know he has summoned include Peter Pettigrew and young Barty Crouch. Their only shared trait is their unwavering loyalty to Voldemort. Phineas closed her eyes, replaying the scenario in her mind. If we assume Voldemort is in his prime, he would undoubtedly summon his most formidable followers rather than these two. Voldemort has opted for those he can best control rather than the most powerful, which suggests a lack of confidence in his current authority. Thus, I deduce he is likely in a weakened state. Lucius, stroking his serpent-headed cane thoughtfully, pondered, but why would he choose this moment to have his few available followers lurk near Dumbledore? The Triwizard Tournament. Phineas furrowed her brow slightly. This year, the paramount event at Hogwarts is the Triwizard Tournament. Harry's entry as the fourth champion is inherently suspicious, given Harry's connection to Voldemort. I surmise this may be another of Voldemort's schemes targeting Harry. Yet, Voldemort's ultimate goal is clearly not to eliminate Harry, but rather to establish a pure-blood wizarding society. Therefore, his intentions may extend beyond merely killing Harry. He likely seeks to extract something from him. Phineas experienced an epiphany. At present, Voldemort's foremost concern is power, and thus he must be aiming to restore his strength through this means. Restore power from Potter? Snape furrowed his brow. What could Potter possess that he would desire? Fina shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. I am not entirely sure, but this seems to be the most plausible scenario at present. Next, we must ascertain whether young Barty Crouch remains in Azkaban and the intentions of Voldemort. She massaged her temples as she summarized. I can investigate the situation at Azkaban, Lucius said, reclining slightly on the sofa. That would be greatly appreciated, Uncle Lucius, Fina replied, her hands clasped in front of her. I shall pursue the motives of Voldemort. Snape leaned forward slightly. I will keep an eye on Dumbledore's movements for you. Oh, by the way, Fina turned to Snape. Could I trouble you to prepare a few vials of Polyjuice potion? I believe we shall find it useful. Of course, Snape nodded slightly. Having concluded their discussion, the hour had grown late. By the time Snape and the two others hurried back to Hogwarts, they had already surpassed curfew. Fina and Draco had no choice but to cast an invisibility charm upon themselves, quietly returning to the room of requirement. Chapter 46. Upon entering the room, the two collapsed onto the bed, evidently exhausted. After a moment of respite, Draco propped himself up to gaze at Fina. Are you tired? With weary eyes partially closed, Filna nodded gently. Draco helped her remove her outer robe, then rose to prepare a bath, returning to her with open arms. May I carry you to the bath? He inquired. Fiona, with a delicate demeanor, extended her hand, and Draco, with tender affection, bent down to lift her into his embrace. Having merely taken a bath, Fiona emerged with her eyes slightly reddened from fatigue. Draco, filled with concern, cradled her in his arms, leaving no room for any lingering romantic thoughts. Ferna gazed up at him with a dreamy expression, while Draco gently patted her back, coaxing, sleep now. Fina nestled into his embrace and fell into slumber almost instantly. Draco gazed at her serene visage, unable to avert his eyes for an extended period, his fingers gently caressing her silken strands. After a while, he pressed a tender kiss upon her lips, whispering, "Good night, my lady." The winter at Hogwarts was particularly frigid, especially after the onset of November. The room of requirement's fireplace emanated a warm glow 24 hours a day, yet it was evidently insufficient for Fina. As midnight approached, she began to unconsciously burrow closer into Draco's warmth. Sleepy and dazed, Draco instinctively enveloped her, capturing her icy hands and placing them against his body to warm them. Sensing the source of heat beside her, Fina pressed herself tightly against him, her cold feet retreating into the covers and resting against Draco's thigh. He cradled the curled-up Fina in his arms, gently warming her feet while firmly grasping her hands, which she instinctively sought to extend beyond the blanket due to the heat. Amidst this tender turmoil, Draco became fully awake. Fina, unhappy with her limbs being restrained, frowned slightly in her sleep, with a hint of exasperation. Draco leaned closer to her ear and softly murmured, "Be good, don't fuss, it's quite cold outside." Fina appeared to have absorbed his words, swiftly surrendering to his manipulations without further struggle. Draco toiled for some time, ultimately warming her hands and feet. In a dazed state, he grasped his wand and waved it towards the fireplace, casting a warming charm upon Fina. It was only when the fierce flames in the hearth rekindled the room's temperature that he felt secure enough to drift into slumber, cradling her in his arms. When Filna awoke, she discovered herself ensconced tightly in Draco's embrace, the flames in the fireplace crackling fiercely, enveloping the room in a comforting warmth. Draco's forehead glistened with a light sheen of perspiration, his brows furrowed slightly, and a delicate layer of sweat adorned his skin. He had always been sensitive to heat. Fina attempted to extricate herself from his embrace, but the moment she stirred, Draco immediately tightened his hold, his lips brushing against her ear as he murmured, "Do not fidget. It will become chilly." Filna's heart softened into a tender mass. She grasped her wand and levitated the blanket over to her side, nestling comfortably in Draco's embrace, quietly observing the serene profile of his sleeping face. The expression upon his features had relaxed, the sweat on his brow dissipated, and he appeared significantly more at ease. Fina was captivated, tracing the contours of his face with her gaze. Her gentle breaths brushed against his neck, transforming into a warm whisper that caressed his skin, evoking a subtle tickle. Draco slept soundly, and upon noticing that he had succumbed to slumber once more, Fina delicately extricated herself from his embrace. Their chamber housed both a potion-making area and an alchemical lab, and since sleep eluded her, Fina decided to don her attire and venture into the alchemical room. She intended to create several protective devices, a plan she had conceived earlier, but had been delayed due to her recent preoccupations. From the moment of her birth, Filna has been adorned with a protective necklace, capable of warding off certain spells such as the Cruciatus Curse, the Soul-Sucking Curse, and the Memory Extraction Charm. However, it is regrettable that, to date, no form of protective gear has proven effective against the killing curse. This time, she intends to replicate several amulets of similar efficacy, inspired by her own protective necklace, to bestow upon those close to her. Crafting such protective gear is not particularly challenging for her. The only obstacle lies in the rarity of the materials. Fortunately, she had not exhausted the alchemical supplies her father had sent her previously. It was not until near noon that Filna completed the creation of these 6 protective amulets. As Filna emerged from her dwelling, adorned in the alchemical armor she had meticulously crafted, Draco returned from outside. "Draco, come quickly," Filna exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she presented a ring to him. "This is a gift I made for you." Draco's eyes sparkled as he accepted the ring and swiftly slid it onto his finger. "For me?" "Indeed," Filna replied, her face illuminating with a radiant smile. "This is an alchemical piece designed to withstand curses such as the Cruciatus Curse, the Soul-Snatching Spell, and other similar incantations. Moreover, I have imbued this ring with a new function." Filna raised her chin proudly. "I have integrated some basic offensive spells, altering the ring's activation mechanism so that it can replace a wand in casting certain aggressive spells when one is not in possession of a wand." "Replace a wand?" Draco gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Yes," Filna emphasized, "this is my invention." A smile broke on Draco's face as he pulled her into an embrace. "It is my honor to have you as my fiancée. This feature is exclusive to your armor," she continued. "Professor Snape and Uncle Lucius frequently confront Voldemort, and I feared that their armor might attract unnecessary attention. Aunt Narcissa and Hermione's necklaces are not suited for incorporating offensive spells. As for Harry, I worry that should a quarrel arise, he might use it against you." Filna shrugged helplessly. "Harry? He has one too?" Draco inquired, gesturing to the ring on his finger. "Is it also a ring?" "Yes, both you and Harry possess rings, while Uncle Lucius and Professor Snape have cufflinks, and Aunt Narcissa and Hermione wear necklaces," Filna replied with a playful wink. However, Draco's expression, once vibrant, suddenly dimmed as he cast his gaze downward, reflecting on the elegant yet understated ring on his finger. Appearing profoundly disheartened, Ferna leaned in closer, whispering softly in his ear, "Do not be envious. Yours is, of course, unlike his." Fiona extended her hand to rest beside his, saying, "Look, I crafted this in the likeness of that ring." The 2 rings, placed side by side, harmoniously evoked a smile. "And what about his?" Draco inquired, a hint of jealousy lacing his voice. Fina produced an unremarkable iron ring. "Here it is," she said. Draco glanced at the dull, gray circle in her palm, then at the intricately crafted ring adorning his own finger, and suddenly his jealousy dissipated. "Shall we take these protective gear to Malfoy Manor tonight?" he suggested. Fina gently pinched Draco's cheek. "I need to step out for a moment to deliver these to Hermione and Harry." Draco winked at her, his tone brightening once more. "All right, I shall await your return." Chapter 47. During free periods, Hermione often resided in the library, and Fina made her way directly to the 2nd floor with the necklace in hand. The library was bustling with students, and Fina spotted Hermione at a small table in the corner, engrossed in transcribing something on a parchment, surrounded by a towering stack of materials that reached 5 feet high. "Hermione?" Fina cautiously approached and took a seat beside her. "Oh, goodness!" Hermione exclaimed, startled. "Fina." She set down her quill and turned to face her. "What is it?" "I simply wanted to give you this," Fina said, presenting the necklace. "It was sent to me by my father. He mentioned it possesses some minor defensive qualities." "Oh no. I cannot accept this," Hermione immediately protested, shaking her head. "Mr. Kamen must have sent it to you with the hope that it would ensure your safety." "I already have one. This should be yours." Fina pressed the necklace into her hands, lowering her voice. "We both know that the days ahead may grow increasingly perilous." "Wear it well." Hermione paused, gazing into Fina's eyes for a long moment, touched. "I will cherish it always." "Thank you." Fiona offered a gentle smile in response. Hermione was evidently preoccupied with a multitude of tasks, so after delivering the necklace, Fiona promptly took her leave. Next, she intended to present the ring to Harry. To avoid any misunderstandings, she resolved to seek out Snape first. Upon arriving at the potions office, she found Snape engrossed in brewing a potion. Fina did not disturb him. Instead, she poured herself a cup of coffee and settled onto the sofa, patiently awaiting his attention. After a considerable time, Snape finally transferred the potion from the cauldron into a vial, wiping the sweat from his brow. "What is it?" he inquired as he stowed the vial away and turned to face Fina. "This is for you," she said, producing a pair of cufflinks. They possess minor defensive capabilities, enabling you to resist spells such as the Cruciatus Curse, the Soul-Sucking Curse, and the Mind-Reading Charm. When you wear them, such spells will not affect you, and the caster will remain oblivious to their ineffectiveness. Fina elaborated. "Once Voldemort regains his strength, he will undoubtedly summon you swiftly. I have provided this for those close to me, hoping it will shield you from unnecessary harm." Snape furrowed his brow. This item was invaluable to the Death Eaters. Voldemort's favored curses were indeed the Cruciatus, the Soul-Sucking, and the Mind-Reading spells. Should other Death Eaters become aware of such a protective charm, they would stop at nothing to obtain it, and Voldemort would surely sense something amiss and persecute its creator. "Do not worry. Only a select few whom I trust implicitly possess this. The others remain unaware of its existence, and they will not know I am its maker." Fina seemed to sense his concerns and reassured him. Hesitantly, Snape accepted the cufflinks, murmuring, "Thank you." Phyllis beamed as she produced another ring, saying, "This is for Harry. I wish to prevent any misunderstandings, so I entrust you with the task of delivering it to him." Snape's expression darkened. Fiona discerned his inclination to decline and promptly rose, saying, "Oh dear, having been out for so long, Draco might be searching for me. I shall take my leave now, and I entrust the matter of the ring to you." With that, she swiftly pulled open the door and slipped away. Snape cast a glance at the cufflinks and ring resting in his palm, letting out a resigned sigh. Clearly, he could not present it to Harry himself. After a moment of contemplation, Snape sought out Dumbledore. "What? Alchemical products?" In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore's eyes widened at the sight of the ring in Snape's hand. Snape nodded slightly. "It was a protective gift from Lucius, but evidently, Potter requires it more than I do. Given the peculiarities surrounding this year's Triwizard Tournament, it is prudent for him to possess protective gear." "What spells does it offer protection against?" Dumbledore inquired, taking the ring for a closer examination. Snape, his expression stoic, shook his head. "I do not know. Lucius did not disclose that information." Dumbledore's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. "Mr. Corman's willingness to present such a sincere gift for a foster daughter engaged to the Malfoy family speaks volumes about the strength of his lineage. You may return now. I shall ensure it reaches Harry." Dumbledore gestured for Snape to leave. Snape turned away, his face impassive as he departed. After delivering the items, Filna returned to the wish-granting house, where Draco stood by the window, gently stroking Vimio's head. "Vimio?" Filna exclaimed with delight as she rushed towards it. Upon hearing her voice, Vimir immediately soared over, perching on her shoulder and affectionately nuzzling her cheek. With a sigh, Draco discarded the small biscuit he was holding and handed her 2 letters from the table, stating, "These are the ones it brought back." The letters were responses from Mr. Carmen and Sigrid. Filna carefully opened the envelope and perused the letter within. Her father's response urged her to exercise caution and prioritize her own safety. He further mentioned that he had received an invitation from the Malfoy family, and that he and her mother would be visiting Malfoy Manor this Sunday to discuss the arrangements for the upcoming engagement during the holiday. Sigrid expressed her concerns regarding the imposter in her reply, reminding Filna to remain vigilant. Additionally, she referenced a crucial clue some time ago. She had received a baffling letter sent from England, the sender of which remained unknown. The letter contained no content, and after delivering it, the owl had immediately taken flight. Despite her investigations thus far yielding no leads, she suspected that this matter might be connected to the imposter within Hogwarts. A mysterious letter, indeed. Fana fell into a moment of contemplation. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Draco leaned closer and wrapped his arms around her waist. "What troubles you?" he inquired gently. Filna extended the letter paper in her hands towards him, stating that Sigrid had once received a peculiar letter. Draco took the paper, swiftly perusing its contents. A frown knitting his brow, it is plausible that this imposter is verifying her whereabouts in France. Fiona's gaze sharpened slightly. If that is the case, it indicates that the imposter is not present at Hogwarts and is unfamiliar with the Noel family. After all, even moderately acquainted families are aware of the rule that their members do not venture into the British wizarding world. Such wizards are abundant within the British wizarding community, creating an extensive network. Draco shook his head. Unless there are other leads, it seems we shall not have any additional clues for now. With a soft sigh, Filna tucked away the letter in her hand, intending to incinerate it. However, as she crumpled the envelope, she felt an unexpected resistance. She smoothed the envelope again and extracted a small magical photograph from its hidden compartment. Is this an owl? The photograph was modest in size, and Filna scrutinized the image closely. Just as she seemed on the verge of diving into the photograph, Draco resignedly pulled her back. Drawing out his wand and pointing at the picture, enlarge at once. The photograph instantly reverted to its original size. Fina felt her intelligence had been insulted. Casting an irate glance at him, the photograph depicted an owl soaring towards the heavens, its sleek black feathers strikingly prominent against the azure sky. The image was slightly blurred, suggesting a hurried capture, and the owl was positioned quite far from the photographer. Behind it, a note from Sigrid read, "This is a snapshot of the messenger owl I managed to capture. I hope it proves helpful to you." Draco squinted thoughtfully, as if recalling the sight of this owl from somewhere. Fiona observed his contemplative expression and silently handed him the photograph, refraining from interrupting his thoughts. Draco studied it intently for an extended period, then rubbed his temples and sighed wearily. "I cannot recall." Ferna gently reached out to smooth her hair, her tone soothing as she reassured, "It's all right. In the future, we can simply inquire with others. Surely, there must be others who have encountered it as well. A completely black owl is quite rare. Someone must have taken notice." The words of Filna sparked a revelation in Draco, who excitedly lifted his head. "I remember. It's the Parkinson family." "Pansy Parkinson?" Filna raised an eyebrow delicately. "Indeed, it is the Parkinson family," Draco affirmed with certainty. A mischievous smile played on Filna's lips. "Then things have become even more interesting." Chapter 48. Draco's hand gently caressed her face, his expression filled with concern. "Promise me you won't get hurt again." "I promise," Filna replied sincerely, sensing his unease. Draco softly pressed his lips against hers, and Filna tenderly reciprocated, her fingers gently tracing the line of his neck. Their light kiss meandered from the corners of her mouth to the nape of his neck, where Filna playfully licked a small patch of skin, her tone teasing. "Little white weasel." Instantly, Draco's eyes sparkled with a hint of crimson, and with a sudden surge of strength, he pinned Filna beneath him. His striking gray eyes narrowing in a threatening manner. "Say that again." "Little white weasel," Filna replied fearlessly, grinning as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Draco, instead of being angered, chuckled. "Let us see whether your resolve or my methods are stronger." It wasn't until Filna could scarcely lift a finger that she finally had the chance to sleep. As she drifted off, her last thought was, "I never want to hear the term little white weasel again." Ultimately, the two of them missed the time to deliver the protective gear to Malfoy Manor and would have to wait until Sunday to discuss the engagement matters and take it with them then. Filna was utterly exhausted, having slept soundly until dawn the following day. With classes resuming, she reluctantly dragged herself out of bed to partake in breakfast. The lavish spread before her failed to ignite any semblance of interest. She stifled a yawn and delicately sipped from a glass of pumpkin juice. Once Hermione finished her meal, Filna promptly accompanied her to the Transfiguration classroom. Today, Professor McGonagall appeared particularly irate, her expression more solemn than usual, exuding an air of agitation. The typically boisterous Gryffindors dared not speak above a whisper throughout the entire lesson, the classroom enveloped in a chilling silence, punctuated only by McGonagall's explanations and the soft incantations as she waved her wand. Even after the class concluded, the oppressive atmosphere lingered. Following the first lesson, the Gryffindors displayed an uncharacteristic lack of enthusiasm as they ambled in small groups towards the potions classroom. The potions room remained as dim as ever. Filna found her seat and quietly began to review her textbook. Before long, the Slytherin students arrived, and as Draco entered, he made his way directly towards Filna. "Good morning, sweetheart." Draco leaned in to gently kiss her cheek, speaking softly. Filna responded gently, "Good morning." Under the dim light, their movements were discreet, yet Harry, who had been observing them closely, perceived everything with clarity. His emerald eyes darkened slightly as he averted his gaze to the cauldron on the table. His hands clenched tightly beneath his robes. After a few moments, Snape briskly pushed open the door and ascended to the podium, elegantly wielding his wand to inscribe the recipe upon the blackboard. "Today we shall learn to concoct an antidote," he announced, resting one hand on the podium. "The steps are written on the board. Please submit your work to me before the class concludes." The students began to stir quietly. Draco kept his head down, tending to the potion ingredients, while Filna glanced up toward Snape's sleeve, which was hidden beneath his voluminous robe. Perhaps Filna's inquisitive gaze was too conspicuous, for Snape noticed her attention and seemingly nonchalantly adjusted his shirt sleeve, revealing the defensive cufflink. Fiona instantly recognized the cufflink, a warm smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, Draco diligently worked on the potion ingredients, meticulously grinding the powdered stone into a fine dust. Fiona cast a furtive glance around, her head lowered, as Hermione meticulously followed the steps of their task. Beside her, Ron anxiously fixated on the cauldrons of Harry and Neville, from which ominous black smoke was billowing, the cauldrons trembling violently as if they were on the verge of exploding. Hermione, clearly aware of the rising plumes of smoke, swiftly drew her wand, her voice trembling as she addressed the professor. "Professor, I believe Harry's group may require some assistance." Snape turned sharply, emptying the cauldrons of the two boys in an instant. "Mr. Potter," he exclaimed as he approached them, "if you fear the challenges of the Triwizard Tournament, there is no need to obliterate yourselves here. I distinctly recall writing 3.5 ounces of snake bile on the board, not 4 ounces. Gryffindor loses 5 points." Surprisingly, Harry refrained from retorting, merely bowing his head in silent acknowledgement. "Yes, Professor." Snape scrutinized him with narrowed eyes before swishing his robes and departing. "If you continue to watch, I cannot guarantee that his cauldron won't actually explode," Draco threatened, leaning close to Fiona's ear. Fiona withdrew her gaze and playfully tugged at his sleeve. "Are you feeling jealous? Is that unacceptable?" Draco's eyes glimmered with a hint of grievance. Emboldened by a mischievous spirit, dared not refuse, and with a subtle flick of her finger, she teased his palm, her face adorned with a sycophantic smile. "Very well, you may do as you please." Draco, in his usual haughty manner, averted his gaze, yet could not suppress the upward curl of his lips as beneath his robes, his hand firmly grasped hers. The concoction of the antidote was no simple task. Within the classroom, the students were wholly engrossed in their endeavors, not daring to allow their minds to wander. After surveying the surroundings to ensure their privacy, delicately rose on her toes to plant a fleeting kiss on the corner of his lips. Draco, taken aback, widened his gray eyes in astonishment, while responded with an enchanting smile. "Focus on brewing the potion. Do not lose your concentration." Regaining his composure, Draco resumed stirring the mixture, and as he adjusted the flame, he leaned closer to whisper in her ear, "Tonight, I shall ensure you have your fill of enjoyment." The potion class swiftly came to a close, and despite its persistent antics, Draco adeptly completed the antidote, successfully earning 5 points for Slytherin. After class, trailed behind Snape as he made his way to the potions office. "What is it?" Snape inquired, glancing back at his persistent shadow. Fina closed the door behind her and approached with a playful wink. "I require an antidote for the compound potion." Severus moved to the potion storage cabinet, retrieving a bottle of grayish-brown elixir and presenting it to her. "One bottle at a time." "Thank you," Fina replied, accepting the potion and neatly placing it away before departing with her textbooks in a diligent manner. Severus rubbed his temples, settling behind a desk cluttered with parchment, and picked up a quill to grade essays. In recent days, he found himself haunted by dreams of Lily, revisiting memories from years past. In these dreams, he uttered apologies to her countless times, yet she never bestowed him with forgiveness. Certain words, once spoken, can never be retracted. He closed his eyes, allowing his thoughts to drift, until a sudden knock at the door jolted him back to reality. "Enter." Severus assumed it was Fina once more, his tone tinged with resignation. A girl with long black hair stepped inside, addressing him coolly, "Professor, here is the paper you requested." Her expression remained impassive as she held several neatly rolled parchments. "Place it down." Severus gestured towards a vacant spot on the table. The girl complied, laying the parchments down. "Is there anything else, Professor?" Her voice retained its frosty demeanor. Severus shook his head. "You may go." "Very well, Professor." Without a hint of hesitation, the girl turned and left. It was only when the door clicked shut that Severus returned to his thoughts. With a slight furrow in his brow, he gazed at the scrolls on the table, lost in contemplation. Chapter 49. In the evening, Fina and Draco planned to take a stroll by the Black Lake. Snow had begun to accumulate on the grass by the lake, and Fina, wrapped in a thick cloak, nestled her delicate face into her scarf. "Is it very cold?" Draco asked, capturing her hand and gently breathing warmth upon it. "Shall we return?" Fiona tilted her head, observing his considerate gestures, and a sweet smile blossomed on her face. "It's not cold. I don't wish to return." Draco looked up and was greeted by her radiant smile, which shone like a brilliant little sun amidst the blanket of pure white snow, piercing directly into his heart. His heart skipped a beat unexpectedly. The corners of Filna's eyes and brows radiated warmth, and Draco found himself smiling unconsciously in return. As he opened his robe and placed her hand upon his chest, Draco shared in the sensation of his own racing heartbeat. "Did you hear that?" He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "It loves you dearly." Fina gracefully nestled into his embrace, her delicate face slightly tilted upwards as she playfully nipped at his Adam's apple, only to swiftly release her hold. Draco's breath hitched, and he instinctively lowered his gaze to her. The depths of Filna's eyes seemed to contain the brilliance of stars, shining with a dazzling light. Her resolute voice reached Draco's ears. "What a coincidence. I love you too." Draco, seemingly enchanted, wrapped his arms around her waist and slowly leaned down. Their lips barely touched when a sudden voice from behind interrupted them. "Hey!" A girl with light brown hair rushed over. "Mr. Malfoy. Cursed be the day." Draco's expression darkened in an instant as he turned to enfold Filna in his embrace. "Do you remember me? I am Sigrid." The girl stood before them, her pale green eyes sparkling brightly. "Get lost." Draco's mood plummeted to an all-time low. The girl displayed a look of mild grievance. "Mr. Malfoy, I merely came to say hello. You must understand that my father has a very good relationship with yours, and I believe our families would wish for us to become friends." "Oh," Draco, filled with rage, laughed mockingly. "Isn't the Noël family primarily established in France? What brings you to England all of a sudden?" The girl's voice faltered, and after a prolonged silence, she replied, "Father mentioned that our family has some business in England, and he asked me to come manage it." Filna peered out from Draco's embrace, inquiring, "Isn't the Noël family's business solely based in France? When did it expand to England?" The girl shot her a disdainful glance, retorting, "Oh, what a half-blood like you know about the affairs of the Noël family." Filna stifled a delicate laugh, her lips pressed together. "How unfortunate, but I do possess some knowledge on the matter. My father is a close friend of Mr. Noël, which has afforded me the opportunity to meet the esteemed Sigrid in person. She does not appear to resemble you in the slightest." Filna's gaze grew icy. The girl visibly faltered. "What nonsense are you spouting? I have never laid eyes on you." "What a coincidence, for I have never encountered you either." Filna advanced a few steps until she stood beside the girl, her hand concealed within her sleeve, tightly grasping her wand. "I suspect you have never seen Sigrid. Otherwise you would not have mistakenly administered the polyjuice potion to the wrong person. You did not send the owl merely to confirm her presence in France, did you? Allow me to guess, you instructed it to retrieve a strand of hair, did you not? Alas, it returned with the wrong one, as that hair does not belong to Sigrid." The girl trembled noticeably, her eyes gradually filling with malice, and her hand, previously hidden behind her back, swiftly drew forth her wand. "You shall suffer dearly." Filna was well prepared, her movements swift as she commanded, "Disarm." The wand in the girl's hand flew away. "Quickly, bind her." Before the girl could comprehend the situation, Filna swiftly cast a second spell. The girl found herself immobilized, her light azure eyes tinged with a hint of red, glaring at her with venomous intent. "Filna, you, a half-breed mongrel, do not deserve to be here. What gives you the right?" Draco's gaze darkened, and raising his wand, he murmured, "Shatter to pieces." Fina sensed something amiss and swiftly brandished her wand to shield herself from the impending attack. "Draco." Fina approached him, taking hold of his hand. "This is not the place." Draco looked up at her, his eyes swirling with a tempest of fury. "Not the place. Be good and wait a moment, will you?" Fina gently pressed down on the wand in his hand, whispering words of reassurance. Draco lowered his wand, bowing his head as he stood behind her. Filna turned to the girl, retrieving a vial of gray-brown potion from her bosom. "This is the antidote to the polyjuice potion." The girl appeared to be still in a daze, unable to shake off the harshness of Draco's words, staring at him blankly. Fiona, in a fit of discontent, turned to block her line of sight, forcefully prying her mouth open to pour the substance down her throat. The girl's skin grotesquely bulged for a moment before resuming the visage of Pansy Parkinson. "It has been quite some time, Miss Parkinson," Fiona remarked, a smirk curling upon her lips. "Let me take a wild guess. Are you here to eliminate me, or to win Draco's affections? Perhaps a combination of both? Why not let the esteemed headmaster decide?" Fiona chuckled merrily. Pansy, undeterred, replied, "Very well. I happen to have some matters I wish to discuss with the headmaster as well. I believe he would be most intrigued to hear your secrets." The temperature in Filna's eyes grew cold. "It seems you are rather reluctant to visit the principal's office, which is just as well." Filna lowered her gaze, her tone indifferent. Pansy believed she had seized an advantage over Filna, triumphantly raising a victorious smile. Filna paid her no heed, casting her gaze around. In the distance, several pairs of young couples on dates had already taken notice of the scene. Fortunately, they were far enough away that they likely could not discern the identities of those present. Filna summoned Draco, and the two of them huddled together behind Pansy. Filna shed her cloak, using it as a shield to obscure herself and Draco from view, as well as to conceal them from the gaze behind. "All petrified. Swiftly diminish," Filna whispered, drawing her wand, and a diminutive statue tumbled onto the grass, landing soundlessly. Filna picked up the statue and, alongside Draco, hurried back to the castle under the cloak. They made their way to the room of requirement, where Filna released Pansy's petrification and shrinking curses. The moment she regained her freedom, Pansy could hardly contain herself, unleashing a torrent of invectives. "You wretched shadow of a wand." Draco, with a flicker of darkness in his eyes, cut her off before she could finish. "Ah, you cannot treat me this way. I am the heir of the Parkinson family. Our families are well acquainted," Pansy cried out in anguish. Fiona approached and gently pressed Draco's hand, saying, "Please, just a moment longer. I still have a few more questions to ask." Draco suppressed his frustration and set down his wand. Filna tenderly pressed her lips against the corner of his mouth. "What secrets do you know about me?" she inquired, turning to face Pansy. Despite being battered and bruised, Pansy glared at her defiantly, akin to a fierce beast unwilling to concede. Her voice was frenzied, and her eyes brimmed with murderous intent. "Why should I divulge anything to you?" Filna lowered her gaze, toying with her wand. "It's perfectly fine if you choose not to speak." Soul Extraction. Chapter 50. The tip of Filna's wand emitted a brilliant light that swiftly penetrated Pansy's mind. She gently closed her eyes, diligently searching through her memories. Pansy struggled in agony, but to no avail. Her recollections were a chaotic jumble, yet Filna glimpsed Draco in various moments. Little Draco, with his golden hair, spoke in a childish voice. As he grew older, he learned to furrow his brow, perpetually exuding an air of precocious maturity, and as time passed, a gentlemanly smile graced his lips. His temper no longer stirred by trivial toys. Fiona beheld a myriad of shimmering memories, each one a recollection of the dances from their childhood. As Draco twirled her across the floor, Fiona was suddenly consumed by jealousy, turning her gaze away from the troubling images that plagued her mind. Swiftly uncovering the secret that Pansy had mentioned, it was a fragment of memory shared with Draco, depicting their return to the room of requirement. Beside this memory lay a darker recollection, a moment when Pansy had procured a potion of magical amplification hidden within the confines of her clothing. The exertion required for the legilimency spell was considerable for both the caster and the subject, yet Fiona seemed unfazed, while Pansy was visibly exhausted, drenched in sweat, clearly drained of her magical energy. Casting a glance back at Draco, Fiona was inexplicably flooded with visions of him dancing with Pansy, and jealousy surged within her. Pansy, fully aware of what Fiona had witnessed, wore a provocative smile, tauntingly suggesting, "Indeed, we are quite the pair, aren't we? We should be the ultimate partners." Draco, sensing the tension, yet unaware of the specifics, quickly silenced Pansy with a sharp gesture. "What's wrong?" he inquired cautiously, leaning closer to Fiona, acutely aware that her sudden despondency was somehow linked to him. Filna cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent. Draco felt a surge of anxiety, enveloping Filna in his arms and burying his head in the crook of her neck. "What's wrong? Please tell me," he implored. His breath against her skin ignited a tingling sensation, prompting Filna to shift away from him. "Stop it," she admonished. Draco's expression darkened as he silently retracted his hand from her waist, standing there in a state of uncertainty. Fiona gently tilted his chin and pressed a soft kiss to the corner of his lips, her tone slightly frosty. "I shall attend to you later." Draco exhaled in relief. Fiona cast a cold glance at Pansy, her tone laced with disdain. "So, you intend to proceed with your previous scheme? To use a magical expansion agent to render me immune imprisoning me on a desolate island, only to be discarded like a lifeless object to an old widower? Draco's fist clenched suddenly, as he struggled to suppress the surging tide of murderous intent. Fiona, noticing his reaction, approached his side and gently took his hand, her gaze still fixed on Pansy. "I shall not harm you," she assured. A glimmer of hope appeared in Pansy's eyes. Fiona continued, "After depleting your magical powers, I shall erase your memories, allowing you to lead the life of an ordinary person in the Muggle world." Pansy was momentarily taken aback and immediately began to struggle. But alas, she could not utter a sound no matter how hard she tried. Fiona brandished her wand towards her, and Pansy finally displayed a look of terror, trembling as she recoiled, shaking her head in disbelief. Fiona disregarded her struggles, speaking with calmness. "To forget is to empty all." Pansy was struck by a beam of white light and instantly lost consciousness. Fiona retrieved the bottle of magical expansion potion from her person and administered it to her. Even as she succumbed to unconsciousness, beads of cold sweat streamed down her forehead, and her body trembled violently, as if enduring immense suffering. Felina possessed little compassion. She petrified Pansy and reduced her to a diminutive form, clasping her tightly in hand as she lifted her robes in preparation to head to the potion's office. "Wait." Draco hesitated to speak, a hint of grievance lacing his voice. "Are you going out by yourself?" Feeling a twinge of compassion, Fiona lifted her gaze to meet his slightly aggrieved expression. Playfully, she adopted a frosty tone, responding with a simple hum. Instantly, Draco's countenance darkened. Ultimately unable to bear the sight, Fiona softened her voice and added, "Wait for my return." With that, she departed, accompanied by the statue. The hour was quite late as Fiona, cloaked in invisibility, approached the potion's office. Just as she was about to knock, she overheard Dumbledore's voice from within. The potion must be enchanted with a charm of infatuation. Fiona dared not approach too closely, only able to faintly grasp a few keywords. Before long, Dumbledore's voice faded away, and Fiona raised her hand to knock on Snape's office door. "What brings you here?" Snape furrowed his brow, having just heard Dumbledore mention her, only to suddenly see her now. Fiona appeared remarkably composed as she stated, "I wish to make use of the fireplace. I shall return shortly." "At such a late hour. Where do you intend to go?" she was asked. "Diagon Alley," Fiona replied in a matter-of-fact tone. Snape regarded her with disapproval, asserting, "It is far too late. And you are alone. It is unsafe. This matter must be resolved today," she insisted, gently shaking her head and adding, "I can manage on my own. An hour shall suffice. Should you not return by then, I will immediately seek assistance to find you." Snape sighed. "The situation outside is quite unstable." Fiona acknowledged the validity of his words with a slight nod, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." Having received Snape's consent, Fiona seized a handful of flue powder and cast it into the fireplace, proclaiming loudly, "Diagon Alley." The emerald flames enveloped her, and in an instant, she found herself in Diagon Alley. The shops lining the street had already closed for the night, prompting Fiona to seek a secluded corner devoid of onlookers. Utilizing the disillusionment charm, she refrained from employing her wand, as underage wizards are monitored outside of Hogwarts. Instead, the family ring upon her finger shimmered with silver light, and in the blink of an eye, she materialized on the bustling streets of Paris. This was the most vibrant thoroughfare in Paris, and Fiona discovered a quiet alleyway where she placed the statue down, casting a series of concealment charms around her. Stupefy. Expand rapidly. Pansy immediately reverted to her adult form. Reclining against the wall in a half-sitting position, she remained unconscious, beads of sweat cascading down her face. Fiona observed her features with a slight frown. Should a member of the Parkinson family catch sight of her, recognition would be inevitable. Thus, a plan was necessary. Pansy was currently in a state of paralysis, and a standard transformation charm would undoubtedly prove insufficient to maintain the desired effect. Suddenly, Fiona recalled the powerful transformation charm, a sophisticated dark magic not taught at Hogwarts. Fortunately, a tome in the Carmen family library had mentioned this very incantation. By coincidence, Fiona had studied it. The family ring in her hand began to glow faintly as she focused intently on the incantation, and Pansy's appearance shifted in accordance with the words of the spell. At last, the incantation concluded, and Pansy had transformed into a completely different visage. Fiona gazed contentedly at her new appearance before vanishing into thin air. The surrounding concealment spells were sufficient to last until her awakening. Upon regaining consciousness, she would embark on an exploration of an entirely new realm, one that she had previously held in disdain, the world of muggles. Fina, having transformed and returned to Diagon Alley, swiftly made her way back to Hogwarts through the fireplace. Fortunately, an hour had not yet passed. Snape was quite pleased with her punctuality and, in a rare moment, greeted her. "Have you completed everything?" "Yes, all is accomplished," Fina replied, raising an eyebrow. "What? Do you have something to tell me?" Snape hesitated slightly before nodding gently. "Dumbledore just visited me, requesting a few vials of amortentia." Chapter 51. What on earth could that old man want with it? A sudden thought flashed through Fina's mind, sending chills down her spine. Could he have developed an infatuation with someone? Snape, exasperated, rubbed his temples. Steering her thoughts back on track, "It is intended for your use." Fiona's eyes widened in fright. "For whom? What are you implying?" Snape furrowed his brow. "He wishes for Potter to be of assistance to you. Is he out of his mind? First, he wanted me to marry Draco. And now he desires Harry to administer something to you?" Snape's frown deepened. "It is not so simple. He believes you would never defy the wishes of the Carmen family. Thus a marriage with the Malfoys seems inevitable. However, your lack of response to his attempts at conversation has left him uncertain. He seeks to bind you to Potter. Moreover, he has discerned the formidable strength of the Carmen family and appears to be attempting to extract something from them through this means." Filna smirked. "You expect me to fall in love with Harry and then generously provide them with alchemical products? I am not that benevolent. If he desires it, then just grant him his wish. Do not put yourself in a difficult position." A sweet smile tugged at the corners of Filna's mouth. "Do you have a plan?" Snape inquired, lifting his gaze to meet hers. "The love potion only works on those devoid of affection. Dumbledore believes my relationship with Draco is merely a political alliance. But I truly love him. The potion will not take effect." Filna revealed a cunning smile. "Perhaps I could take advantage of the situation." "You hold such confidence in yourself?" Snape raised an eyebrow slightly. "Indeed." Leaving the potions office, Filna made her way back to the room of requirement. The chamber was shrouded in darkness, and by the moonlight filtering through the window, she faintly discerned Draco lying on the bed, his back to the door, seemingly asleep. Fiona, with graceful movements, changed her attire and cautiously approached the bedside, lifting the covers to lie down. Just as she settled in, Draco immediately turned over, wrapping his arms around her waist. His voice clear and devoid of any trace of sleep. "You're back." Fiona gently pinched his cheek. "Why aren't you asleep yet? I was waiting for you." Draco's tone softened. "Please don't be angry anymore. All right? Filna suddenly recalled the memory she had glimpsed within Pansy's mind. Draco was gazing at her intently, his eyes reflecting a hint of grievance and unease, causing Filna's heart to soften instantly. "I am no longer angry," she murmured as she leaned in to gently peck his lips. Draco slightly recoiled, the apprehension in his eyes still lingering. "Could you perhaps explain why you were angry?" he inquired. "I saw you both at the ball in her memories." Filna reached out to caress his cheek softly. "I apologize. I should not have lost my temper with you." For a fleeting moment, confusion flickered in Draco's eyes. "I have no connection with her. I truly did not pay her any mind. We merely danced a few times." "Hush." Ferna gently pressed her lips against his. It no longer mattered. Filna gazed earnestly into his eyes, unreservedly revealing her love and trust. "I know you love me." The unease in Draco's eyes dissipated, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he looked at her with affection. "Indeed, I love you. And I am aware that you love me as well." Draco's voice was both resolute and tender as he softly pressed his lips to the corner of Filna's mouth, their warm breaths intertwining. "Draco." Filna entwined her arms around his neck, speaking between delicate kisses. Draco's gentle kiss traced from the corner of her lips to the nape of her neck. "I am here." By the time tranquility settled, it was already the early hours of the morning. Filna, nestled in Draco's embrace, felt wide awake, her fingertips idly tracing circles on his chest. "Stop it." Draco breathed heavily, catching her fingers and giving them a gentle squeeze. "We have classes tomorrow." The crimson hue at the corner of Filna's eyes had yet to fade, and her soft voice inadvertently carried a hint of allure. "I simply cannot fall asleep." Draco's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as his fingers gently caressed her slightly swollen lips, his voice resonating with a subtle temptation. "Will you not attend class tomorrow?" Fiona cast a glance at him, saying, "We have potions class tomorrow." Draco gently grasped her waist, lifting her to sit upon him, and murmured softly by her ear, "Just this once more, I promise." Until the first light of dawn. Fiona nestled in his embrace, stifling a yawn. Draco enveloped her entirely within his arms and softly inquired, "Are you feeling weary?" Fina's voice was somewhat husky, and she exuded an air of languor, softly responding with a gentle hum. If you're tired, perhaps you should take a nap, Draco whispered soothingly. Ferna nuzzled into his neck, petulantly declaring, I won't sleep. We have class soon. Draco's voice was laced with a sense of satisfaction, devoid of any genuine remorse as he replied, Next time, I shall exercise restraint. Filna lazily cast a sidelong glance at him, a brilliant smile blossoming at the corners of her lips as her delicate finger gently lifted his chin. It's all right, she said. Considering your commendable abilities, I shall forgive you. Draco's gaze shifted to her crimson lips, which moved enticingly, and a shadow crossed his eyes. Before he could finish his thought, Filna softly pressed her lips against his. Not so fast, dear. Be good, she purred, her voice laced with an irresistible allure. The faint blush on her fair cheeks had yet to fade, exuding an enchanting and vibrant charm. Draco captured her finger with his mouth, licking it with a fierce intensity as he gazed at her with an almost predatory hunger. This is the last time, he declared. Filna raised an eyebrow, her eyes shimmering with a glistening light as she gently blinked, creating ripples of allure. No choice. Draco, with a sense of resignation, pressed a tender kiss to the corner of her lips and stood up, preparing to head to the bathroom for a shower. Filna entwined her arms around his neck, drawing him closer, her soft, tender lips grazing the side of his ear. Her warm breath, imbued with a delightful fragrance, carried her words into his ear. I shall assist you. Draco's breath hitched. The two remained entwined in playful banter until morning, with a faint blush adorning Draco's cheeks, radiating an aura of joy from within. The palms of Filna glowed with a hint of red, and her lips were slightly swollen. Draco approached her with a box of ointment, applying it gently. And soon the redness and swelling subsided. Does it still hurt? Draco softly inquired, brushing his fingers against Filna's delicate lips. Not anymore, she replied, shaking her head, her eyes reflecting unmasked affection that resonated deeply within him. Are you satisfied? Filna asked, a tempting smile gracing her lips. Draco leaned in, planting a gentle kiss at the corner of her mouth. Very satisfied. The two had their first class of the day, and after a hurried breakfast in the hall, they each rushed off to their respective classrooms. Gryffindor's first lesson was charms, where Professor Flitwick earnestly discussed the application of the levitation charm. Followed by a period of free practice, Filna languidly rested her head on the desk, her eyes half closed as she gazed dreamily at the various objects flitting about in the classroom. Chapter 52. What's the matter? Hermione quickly mastered the spell, and upon turning around, she spotted Filna sprawled lazily across the desk. So tired. Filna stifled a yawn, her eyes barely open, appearing utterly exhausted. Hermione playfully pinched her cheek with mock severity. You must get a good night's rest. Do you understand? Go ahead and take a short nap. I will keep an eye on you. Feeling as though she had been granted a reprieve, Filna swiftly embraced Hermione, softly murmuring, Hermione, I adore you. Hermione extended a finger to gently push her away from her forehead, her voice laced with laughter. Doze off now, and cease your playful banter. Fina joyfully winked at her and soon succumbed to slumber atop the desk. Hermione, with a resigned sigh, leaned slightly forward to shield her from view. Under Hermione's protective cover, Fina slept through an entire class, finally regaining some energy. Upon awakening, Hermione had already tidied up her belongings and, noticing her stir, extended her hand to her. How was your rest? Fiona clutched the book to her chest, snuggling up to Hermione in a playful manner. It's simply delightful, she exclaimed. Hermione gently tapped her on the head, shaking her own in mild exasperation. Come on, it's time for our next class, potions. Fina quietly nestled beside her companion as they made their way to the potions classroom. Most of the students had already arrived, and the two swiftly returned to their seats. Draco was engrossed in organizing the potion ingredients on his desk when Fina approached him and quietly settled down beside him without interrupting. Out of the corner of his eye, Draco noticed her presence and quickly turned to face her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The teacher had yet to arrive, and students gathered in small clusters, engaged in lively conversation or playful antics, while a few solitary individuals immersed themselves in their books. Fina deliberately extended her tongue to lick her lips and innocently blinked at him. Draco's cheeks flushed slightly as he turned his attention to diligently organizing the potion materials, choosing not to look at her any longer. With a creak and a bang, the door to the potion classroom was forcefully pushed open and then shut. Snape strode in briskly. Wielding his wand, he inscribed a few lines of large text on the blackboard. Standing at the podium, Snape's expression was somewhat grim, and his typically somber voice now bore an icy edge. The steps are on the blackboard. We shall begin now. Without uttering a single superfluous word, Fina discerned his foul mood. The classroom was enveloped in profound silence, save for the faint rustle of potion ingredients being handled. It was rare for Snape not to patrol the classroom. Instead, he stood at the podium, gazing down at the students as if lost in thought. Unfortunately, the one caught in his gaze was Neville. Filna cast a sympathetic glance back at him, as he trembled uncontrollably, his quivering fingers reducing a pitiful daisy root to a fine powder. A considerable heap of indistinguishable fragments lay strewn about him, yet he continued to chop nervously. Evidently, Harry was also somewhat anxious, entirely oblivious to the pile of debris in the tray, which he carelessly tipped over. Fortunately, before they could ignite the cauldron, Professor Snape intervened just in time. "Mr. Longbottom," Snape drawled imperiously, "is everything I've written merely fragments?" Neville trembled even more violently, his legs barely able to support him. His body rigid as he incoherently stammered, "I didn't Snape, clearly lacking the patience to allow him to continue, interjected, "Mr. Potter, I believe it is prudent to check the materials before they are poured into the cauldron." Harry lowered his gaze. Thus, Snape smirked with derision, "For your carelessness. Gryffindor loses 10 points. Both remained silent. The surrounding students had raised their heads to witness the spectacle, but Snape's cold glare caused them to immediately avert their eyes, returning their focus to their potion-making, none daring to look up again. And so, the potion class passed in this manner, the oppressive atmosphere lingering even after the bell rang. As the young lions hastily departed from the classroom, Felina and Hermione arrived at the entrance just in time to witness a Gryffindor upperclassman conversing with Harry. Their voices were not deliberately hushed, and Felina overheard the upperclassman informing him that the headmaster requested his presence in the office. Is the anticipation truly so overwhelming? A glimmer of derision flickered in Felina's eyes as she maintained a composed demeanor while accompanying Hermione to lunch. Harry did not make an appearance at the dining table during the lunch hour, and it was not until the afternoon transfiguration class that Felina saw him again. Throughout the entire class, Harry frequently cast glances in her direction, his expression devoid of any discernible emotion, merely observing her. Felina feigned ignorance to his gaze. As the class concluded, Harry seemed to have made a resolute decision, averting his gaze from her and instead casting a glance at Draco, who had come to escort her after class. The following days unfolded with an unusual tranquility. Dumbledore no longer sought her out. Harry refrained from taking any action, and even the disguised Barty Crouch, masquerading as Moody, remained conspicuously inactive. Soon, the weekend arrived, and Felina, along with Draco, returned to Malfoy Manor via the fireplace to discuss matters of their impending engagement. Mr. and Mrs. Kamen had arrived early, and as soon as Felina emerged from the fireplace, she was enveloped in a warm embrace from her mother. "Oh, my little darling. How have you been lately?" Nicole lovingly stroked Felina's hair. "Quite well. Rather interesting," Felina replied, adorned with a charming smile. "Uncle Kamen, Aunt Nicole," Draco politely greeted. Standing at her side, Mr. Kamen approached and placed a hand on Draco's shoulder, scrutinizing him intently. Draco lowered his gaze, exhibiting a demeanor of deference. Yet the sudden straightening of his back betrayed his tension. "Not bad," Mr. Kamen remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he patted Draco's shoulder a few times. Easing the atmosphere, Fiona presented a necklace and cufflinks to Narcissa and Lucius, who received them with evident delight. Meanwhile, Mr. Carmen, seated nearby, interjected with a hint of jealousy. "Is there nothing for me?" Ferna blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend his sudden jealousy. "You have lived in France for years. It is quite safe there." Draco gently grasped Ferna's hand, interrupting her with a soothing tone. "Indeed, there are concerns, considering that you and Anne have spent so much time in France. The alchemical armor is of little use, so she has thoughtfully prepared alternative gifts." With that, he presented 2 beautifully wrapped boxes. Inside were potions. Nicole's box contained 2 bottles of beauty elixirs, while Mr. Carmen's box held a small vial of a luck potion. Mr. Carmen opened his box, took a glance, and then smiled at him with approval. "Well done." Felina glanced at the gifts in the hands of the 2 individuals, then turned her gaze towards Draco, blinking in confusion. Upon seeing the bewildered expression on her daughter's face, Nicole realized that the gift was not prepared by her. Yet she felt a sense of joy knowing that Draco was willing to indulge her. Lucius regarded his son with notable admiration, contentedly stroking the cane he held. Chapter 53. The discussions regarding the engagement proceeded smoothly. Lucius and Narcissa had early on devised several plans, which the 2 families then amended and refined, leading to rapid progress. The engagement ceremony was scheduled for the summer, with the 2 families hosting separate celebrations at the Carmen Manor and Malfoy Manor, respectively, due to their differing areas of influence. When finalizing the guest list, a minor complication arose. as one of England's ancient noble families. The Parkinson family's attendance at the engagement ceremony of the Malfoy heir was essential. However, due to the unpleasantness surrounding Pansy, Lucius and Narcissa decided to seek Filna's opinion. Our preliminary plan is to extend the invitation solely to the head of the Parkinson family. However, if you prefer, we can certainly exclude them from the guest list. Rest assured, Pansy Parkinson will not be in attendance. Narcissa offered a faintly apologetic look towards Filna. Indeed, she would not be present. Filna, with an air of unease, touched her nose and offered a submissive smile. It's perfectly fine, Aunt Narcissa. You may decide the guest list. Narcissa gently patted her hand. I apologize, dear. Lucius observed her expression, seemingly discerning something, raising a brow in curiosity but refraining from speaking. By the time all matters were concluded, it was already noon. Mr. Common and Nicole had other engagements and took their leave. Filna and Draco remained to partake in lunch. After the meal, Narcissa excused herself to the kitchen to prepare some snacks and departed, while Lucius ushered the two into his study. As soon as they settled, Lucius began. I visited Azkaban a couple of days ago. Fina lifted the teacup before her and took a delicate sip. What do you think? Lucius began. Little Barty Crouch is dead. He has already been taken back for burial. Draco hesitated for a moment, then asserted with conviction, impossible. That person was undoubtedly Barty Crouch. I cannot be mistaken. Is it conceivable that he faked his death to escape Azkaban? Fina inquired, casting her gaze towards Lucius. Lucius shook his head slightly. Absolutely not. Azkaban is heavily guarded, and any passage, whether in life or death, requires the rigorous scrutiny of Dementors. No potion that simulates death could deceive them. Filna, holding her teacup, fell into deep contemplation, her expression slightly somber. What of the compound potion? What if someone consumed the compound potion and truly replaced the young Battlecrouch? Filna pondered, and then perished in his stead. Should the individual who ingested the potion die, they would eternally retain the appearance acquired post-consumption. This would effectively deceive everyone, would it not? Lucius furrowed his brow slightly. Such a possibility is not without merit. Given old Battlecrouch's stature, securing a scapegoat would not pose a significant challenge. However, this could lead to exposure. Particularly after he missed the position of the Minister of Magic, surely many would be eager to seize upon any incriminating evidence, would they not? Filna took a delicate sip from her teacup. Unless that individual is absolutely loyal and would never betray them, anyone is susceptible to leaking information. Lucius replied in a cold tone, only the dead can keep secrets. Fiona raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly casually mentioning, I have heard that after young Barty was imprisoned, Mrs. Crouch fell gravely ill. Indeed, it is said that her condition is quite severe. She has not appeared in public for quite some time. Lucius suddenly comprehended her implication. You mean to suggest that maternal love is profound, do you not? Fiona's tone turned somewhat somber as she replied, I believe Mrs. Crouch cares deeply for her son. If that is the case, then we have no means of verifying it. Lucius sighed gently. Fina set down her teacup and lifted her gaze. It is of no consequence. We need not investigate this matter further. I shall observe the faux Moody's every move at Hogwarts. If he truly is a servant of Voldemort, he will surely reveal his true nature. Lucius nodded slightly. Exercise caution. I shall keep an eye on old Barty Crouch. Very well. Fina gracefully rose and curtsied. I appreciate your efforts, Uncle Lucius. With the business concluded, it was time for them to return to Hogwarts. As they entered the sitting room, Narcissa hurriedly emerged from the kitchen, a basket in hand. Wait a moment. She spoke gently to Fina. I prepared some treats for you to take back. Draco mentioned that you enjoyed the cookies from last time, so I made some more. They're all in this basket. She then handed the basket to Draco. Thank you, Aunt Narcissa. Fina replied with a sweet smile. Draco reached out to accept the basket, and Narcissa tenderly advised, I have made a variety of kinds. If there are any that Fina particularly enjoys, do remember to write back and inform me, and I shall send more via owl. Of course. Draco glanced at Fina, a warm smile gracing his lips. Narcissa stifled a light laugh. Now off you go. Upon their return to Hogwarts, Severus was absent from the office. Instead, a dark-haired girl sat behind his desk, seemingly engrossed in her writing. Upon noticing their arrival through the fireplace, she showed no surprise, merely nodding gently in acknowledgement before promptly resuming her task. Fiona and Draco exchanged a glance, each reflecting a hint of perplexity in their eyes. The girl did not lift her gaze again, seemingly engrossed in her own world, and neither of them dared to disturb her, so they opted to leave. Shortly thereafter, Snape returned, a metallic scent of blood wafting into the girl's nostrils with his entrance. "You are injured," she remarked, slowly raising her head and speaking in a flat tone. Snape wearily closed his eyes for a moment before taking a seat on a nearby sofa, remaining silent. His arm bore several jagged cuts, the fabric torn away to reveal wounds deep enough to expose bone, still oozing blood that darkened the surrounding black material. The girl rose and deftly retrieved a vial of blood-replenishing potion from the cabinet, handing it to him, before tearing away the fabric from his arm and sprinkling a white powder onto the wound. The bleeding ceased, and she drew her wand, uttering a healing spell over the injury. Snape uncorked the potion bottle and drank it down in one swift motion. "All done?" she stated, her expression still devoid of warmth, before turning back to her desk to resume her tasks. Snape sat on the sofa, eyes closed, reflecting on the events of the day. While the girl remained focused on her work, neither uttered a word. After a prolonged silence, Snape finally opened his eyes and directed his gaze towards her, his tone indifferent. "You should return." Upon hearing this, the girl stood up, swiftly gathering her written materials and preparing to take her leave, not sparing him a glance. Snape furrowed his brow slightly as he watched her retreating figure. Chapter 54. After class, Harry intercepted Fiona. "What's wrong?" Fiona asked, puzzled by Harry's sudden obstruction. "Today, Victor had taken Hermione out, and Draco had gone to assist Snape with potion brewing, leaving her alone. It was indeed the time for class dismissal, and other students had begun to notice their interaction." Harry glanced around before speaking softly. "This isn't a suitable place. Let us find somewhere more private." As Filna was about to decline, Harry interjected with an earnest remark. "I have something of great importance to discuss with you." The sincerity shimmering in his emerald eyes compelled Filna to hesitate momentarily before responding. "Very well, let us proceed to the shores of the Black Lake." Harry nodded in agreement and took the lead, walking ahead. Fina, clutching a book, caught up with him. Arriving at the edge of the Black Lake, the two chose a secluded spot to sit. Harry, with his gaze cast downward, remained silent for a moment before speaking. "You should be cautious lately." "What do you mean?" Fina, perplexed, looked up at him with curiosity. Harry, still avoiding her eyes, pulled a small vial of potion from his robe and handed it to her. "This is a love potion. Someone intends to make you consume it. Just be careful." Filna took the potion with a look of astonishment, momentarily lost in the golden liquid within. Harry glanced at her, his emerald eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. "In any case, be cautious. It has become rather perilous of late." Filna regained her composure and began to speak, but Harry interrupted her. "I must take my leave." He brushed off the grass from his clothes, cast a lingering gaze in her direction, and turned to depart. In the corridor, Draco emerged from the potions office, brimming with excitement as he prepared to escort Filna from her class. However, upon turning around, he spotted Harry and Filna seated by the Black Lake, engaged in conversation. Draco observed their exchange with a calm demeanor, only making his way toward the lake once Harry had departed. Filna was lost in thought, her fingers clasping a potion of enchantment when she turned to find Draco seated beside her. "Draco?" Filna gazed at him in bewilderment. "How did you get here?" Draco's expression darkened slightly as he pulled her into his embrace, affectionately ruffling her hair before speaking. "I've been here for quite some time. I intended to meet you after class, but I was taken aback to see you chatting with that insufferable Potter by the Black Lake." Filna was taken aback, instinctively beginning to explain. "No, we are," but Draco interrupted her by gently pinching her cheek, assuring her, "I believe you. There is no need for an explanation." Filna blinked in a daze. Draco, with a hint of exasperation, lowered his head to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek, whispering softly in her ear, "I am merely feeling a touch of jealousy." With a tender heart, Filna gently caressed his back and expressed her gratitude. Draco turned his head to place a soft kiss on her cheek, and the faint pang of jealousy within him gradually dissipated. "What did he give you?" Draco asked, releasing Filna and adopting a light-hearted tone. Filna handed him the potion. "It is a love elixir." Draco took the love potion and held it up to the sunlight. "Is this the one brewed by the Godfather?" Fina blinked. "It should be." Draco raised an eyebrow slightly, choosing not to speak further. He had cautioned her to be wary, yet he did not reveal who had bestowed the love potion upon her, merely indicating that someone intended for her to consume it. Fina gently tapped the grass with her fingertips, her tone soft. Draco grasped her hand, intertwining their fingers, his striking gray eyes fixed upon her, his voice laced with a hint of bitterness. "He must be here to warn you. Perhaps that old fool has devised yet another scheme." Fina gently tilted his chin and leaned closer, her gaze earnestly penetrating into the depths of his eyes. "Are you feeling jealous?" Draco's lips curled into a smile as he tenderly caressed her cheek. With such a beautiful fiancée, it seems I shall have my fair share of jealousy in the future. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing out the window, taking in the entirety of the scene by the Black Lake. His eyes, slightly narrowed behind the crescent-shaped lenses, skimmed over the landscape as he delicately stroked his beard, turning his face to converse with the portrait beside him. Moments later, the figure in the portrait departed, and Dumbledore shifted his attention back to the view outside. The banks of the Black Lake were now deserted. On their way back, Fina sensed something amiss. The portraits fell silent as they passed, with a few hastily returning to their frames. Draco evidently noted the peculiar occurrence as well. He subtly exchanged glances and maintained his conversational tone. The two feigned ignorance, engaging in idle chatter until they reached Gryffindor Tower. With a reluctant embrace, Draco gently held her, whispering, "Until tomorrow." Fina nestled her head in the crook of his neck and softly replied, "See you tomorrow." After Draco saw Fina into the common room, he turned and returned to the dungeon, releasing a sigh of relief only when he stepped into the dormitory. Filna returned to her dormitory, only to find that Hermione was absent. Casting an invisibility charm upon herself, she ventured back outside. She made her way to the room of requirement, opened the door, and settled quietly onto the sofa to await Draco's arrival. Before long, Draco entered, pulling the door behind him. "What has gotten into that old coot?" he complained as he removed his coat and took a seat beside Filna. "Why the sudden decision to have so many portraits watching over us?" Ferna furrowed her brow. "Does he know something?" After speaking, she shook her head to herself. The grand scheme is yet to commence, and those privy to the details are bound by oaths, rendering any disclosure impossible. It is possible that he merely wishes to ascertain the status of our relationship. Draco disdainfully interjected, to use this as a basis for formulating a plan. After a moment of contemplation, Filna analyzed, if Harry fails to execute his plan, he will inevitably come to realize it. Subsequently, there are only two possibilities. Either he will seek another conversation with me, or he will abandon me as a pawn. It is likely that he wishes to gauge the progression of our relationship. Should he forsake me, we would be categorized into the same faction. Yet he must acquire the alchemical products through the Carmen family, which presents a deadlock. Thus, he has no choice but to strive to draw me further into his fold. Harry's scheme has already faltered. For the sake of trust between us, he will certainly refrain from taking action against Harry again. The only individuals he can turn to are Hermione and you. Clearly, Hermione is the preferred choice, yet she possesses strong opinions and may not comply with his wishes. If she declines, then he must resort to you. As a student of Slytherin and the heir of the Malfoy family, he is most likely to seek a breakthrough through Professor Snape. Draco raised an eyebrow slightly. He intends to use me? Does he truly expect me to convey information from the Malfoy family? Fina's tone grew somber. I fear it is not so simple. There are myriad ways to control a person. You bear my alchemical armor, so you need not worry about the soul-stealing curse. However, if it pertains to potions. Chapter 55. Potions, you need not fret. Draco spoke softly. The concoction of mind-controlling potions is exceedingly intricate, and the ingredients are exceedingly rare. Even the Godfather may not succeed in their preparation, let alone others. Moreover, the aroma of such potions is remarkably distinctive, leaving little chance for surreptitious administration. Fina's furrowed brow finally relaxed as she leaned into his embrace. "You must take care," she urged. Draco chuckled softly, pinching her cheek. "I understand. I shall be cautious." With ample time remaining, Draco still had a spell essay to complete. Yet, Fina felt a lingering unease, prompting her to delve into the potion room. By the time Draco finished his essay, darkness had enveloped the world outside. Through the window, delicate white snowflakes were swept up by the cold wind, trembling as they clung to the glass, forming tiny crystalline flowers. The flames in the fireplace blazed brightly, casting a warm crimson glow upon the surrounding carpet, dispelling the chill in the air. Filna remained in the alchemy chamber, while Draco folded the papers in his hand and rose to wash up briefly in the bathroom before slipping beneath the covers. He casually picked up a book and leaned against the headboard, flipping through its pages. The sound of crackling flames harmonized with the occasional rustle of pages, infusing the quiet room with a touch of warmth. After a considerable time, Filna finally emerged from the alchemy chamber. Draco promptly set his book aside. "Finished?" he inquired. Filna replied softly, turning to enter the bathroom to freshen up. Draco closed the book and tossed it onto the bedside table, quickly maneuvering under the covers to discard any excess fabric, leaving only his head peeking out. As soon as Filna reappeared, Draco's eyes brightened, his fervent gaze closely following her every movement. Fiona appeared entirely oblivious to his expectations. She didn't even spare him a glance as she walked straight to the other side of the bed and nestled under the covers. Draco blinked in confusion, rolled over to her side, and wrapped his arms around her waist, his platinum head nuzzling gently into the crook of her neck. Fiona turned over, pinning the person beneath her, and placed a gentle kiss upon his eyes. Draco obediently closed his eyes. A delicate hand reached beneath the pillow, retrieving 3 wide, dark green ribbons. Unaware, Draco tilted his head back, seeking a kiss. Fiona leaned close to his ear, whispering softly, "Be good, do not open your eyes, and there will be a reward." A smile graced Draco's lips as he lay still, complying with her request. Fiona reached out and took his hands, drawing them above his head and gently binding them to the headboard with a ribbon. Draco tilted his head in confusion, yet obediently kept his eyes closed. Fiona gently placed the remaining ribbon over his eyes. Draco's complexion was pale, and the dark green ribbon accentuated a certain chaotic beauty upon his sightless gaze. His muscular arms were elegantly stretched and lightly restrained against the headboard, while his long, fair fingers anxiously clutched the remainder of the ribbon. Fiona gently retreated, and as soon as she distanced herself, Draco furrowed his brow in unease, struggling to lift his gaze in search of her presence. Yet his vision was hindered by the blindfold covering his eyes. "Be good, I am here," Fiona whispered as she leaned down to place a soothing kiss at the corner of his lips. Draco settled down quietly, obediently returning to the bed, allowing the tension in his muscles to dissolve. Fiona straightened her posture, her delicate fingertips gliding tenderly along the contours of his face, tracing a path past his Adam's apple to his collarbone, where they were gently replaced by a soft kiss. Draco's breath suddenly quickened. Fiona orchestrated the rhythm, her movements oscillating between gentle and forceful, deftly controlling his breath. He impatiently grasped the ribbon, his fingertips turning pale with exertion. When everything finally came to a halt, Fiona wearily untied the ribbon, her delicate palm resting over his eyes as she awaited their adjustment to the light. The intensity of emotion in Draco's gaze remained unabated. With newfound freedom, his hands abruptly drew Fiona closer, silencing her protests as he captured her lips. Her pace had been far too languid. Now, it was his turn to lead. Fiona was taken by surprise as she lost control. It was not until dawn broke that she regained dominion over her own body. Draco lounged against the headboard, drawing her into his embrace. The dual fulfillment of physical and emotional needs radiated a sense of bliss around him. "Are you tired? Shall we rest for a while?" Draco murmured, pulling her closer and gently caressing her waist. The crimson hue at the corners of Fiona's eyes had yet to fade. With a weary yawn, her eyes glimmered with unshed tears, her voice tinged with a slight hoarseness as she murmured, "I am weary." Draco suddenly recalled a particular moment from earlier, his body tensing in response. Fiona nestled against him, almost instantaneously sensing the shift within him. Her eyes widened in disbelief, filled with accusations, before she stubbornly kicked him out from under the covers and turned away, wrapping herself tightly in the blanket. "Darling, that was not my intention," Draco sighed, pulling a corner of the blanket over himself and leaning closer, softly coaxing her. Fiona glanced back at him with a look of distress, warily wrapping herself tighter in the blanket as she shifted away. "I am not." Draco's words trailed off, and in a flash, Fiona buried her ears into the blanket, leaving only her pair of eyes peering out, glaring at him reproachfully. With a sigh of resignation, Draco rose to take a cold shower. Upon his return, he found Fiona already asleep, her delicate face nestled into the soft pillow, the blanket still snugly wrapped around her. The temperature in the room was not low, and as Draco leaned closer, intent on coaxing her out from under the covers, the moment he reached out, Fiona instinctively clutched the blanket tighter, mumbling incoherently, "Beast, don't disturb me." Draco chuckled softly, his hand gently pressing against her cheek, pinching it playfully before letting go. Stealthily climbing onto the bed, Fiona sensed the familiar scent beside her and rolled into his embrace, instinctively seeking a comfortable position, quickly succumbing to slumber once more. The blanket had become slightly disheveled, and Draco finally succeeded in extricating Fiona from its confines. She was already glistening with a light sheen of perspiration, while Draco, just out of his cold shower, felt pleasantly cool. Fiona nuzzled closer, pressing against him. Draco paused, feeling her restless movements within his arms, a hint of helplessness washing over him. All that effort for a cold shower seemed in vain. Perhaps this was the essence of sweet torment. With a hand, he firmly restrained Fiona's fidgeting form, leaning close to her ear and playfully threatening, "Stay still, or you shall forfeit your sleep." Fiona immediately ceased her movements, obediently lying in his embrace without further fidgeting. Draco pulled the blanket over them both, tucking it in gently, and placed a tender kiss upon her forehead. "Good night, my lady." Unconsciously, Filna curled the corners of her lips. They embraced in slumber. Chapter 56. The first match soon commenced amidst great anticipation. Early that morning, Filna and Draco rose early and arrived at the venue, where the stands were already filled with spectators. The atmosphere was electric, with students waving an array of flags to cheer for the champions, among whom Cedric was evidently the most popular. Before long, the first champion, Cedric Diggory, emerged from the tent. In the center of the arena stood a Swedish short-snout dragon, hissing angrily at him, with a gleaming golden egg positioned behind the beast. Cedric made a simple attempt, but the dragon quickly discerned his intent, skillfully intercepting him and unleashing a torrent of fire. Cedric swiftly evaded the attack. Gasps and screams erupted from the stands, prompting Filna to cover her ears uncomfortably. Noticing her reaction, Draco drew his wand and softly uttered a spell, "Earplugs." Fiona patted her ears and glanced around in alarm, her gaze rising in terror to meet Draco's. "I seem to be deaf," she exclaimed, her voice laced with fear. Draco chuckled at her predicament, waving his wand and forming the words with his lips. "It was I who did it." The terror etched on Felena's face swiftly transformed into delight. The girl beside her suddenly leaped up, drawing Felena's attention as she turned her gaze towards the arena. Cedric had already seized the golden egg and retreated to the edge of the field, while the staff struggled to subdue the enraged Swedish short-snout, attempting to confine it once more. The referee raised the scorecard, announcing Cedric's score, prompting the girl beside Felena to jump once again in excitement. Next to take the stage was Fleur Delacour. A thunderous roar erupted from the stands, and from the boys' fervent expressions. It was evident that their cheers would rival the earlier shrieks of the girls. Felena felt the railing before her tremble. Fleur, with her flowing silver hair elegantly tied back, held her wand firmly, casting a spell towards the Welsh green dragon. Clearly, the enchantment inflicted no harm, but it successfully provoked the creature. The Welsh green dragon furiously thrashed the ground, unleashing a torrent of flames. Fleur nimbly evaded its assault. After a brief struggle, she seized the opportunity to cast a slumber spell, and soon the Welsh green dragon succumbed to drowsiness. With grace, Fleur retrieved the golden egg. The dragon jolted awake, thrashing violently in an attempt to break free from its chains, prompting the staff to rush in and subdue it once more. The referee stepped forward again to announce the scores, and with a cool demeanor, Fleur cradled the golden egg as she departed. The third champion was Victor Crumb. And once again, the boys erupted into cheers, the atmosphere in the stands palpably more fervent than before, as Felena felt the railing quiver beneath her. Victor waved to the students who were shouting his name, and Felena noticed his gaze linger a moment longer in one direction. Looking up, she saw Hermione standing there, excitedly waving at him. A Chinese fireball dragon was led into the arena, and it was evident that its temperament was far from amiable, for it immediately expelled a fireball directed at Victor. Swiftly, he dodged the attack and retaliated with a spell of his own. The Chinese fireball dragon appeared even more enraged, launching a barrage of 3 massive fireballs at Victor, which caused it to splutter out plumes of black smoke from the exertion. Victor cast a spell upon himself and vanished from sight, reappearing in the same spot after the fireballs had passed. It was dark magic. Filna gazed at him with a tinge of envy. While Hogwarts forbids the study of dark magic, it was evident that Durmstrang imposed no such restrictions. Fortuitously, Filna possessed a remarkable talent for dark arts, having been captivated by them since childhood. Some spectators in the stands recognized the unfolding scene, predominantly students from Slytherin and Ravenclaw. Yet it did not incite much commotion. Victor appeared somewhat agitated. Scarcely had he evaded a fireball when he unleashed several spells in quick succession. The duel between him and the dragon escalated into an intense clash. Fortunately, Victor did not lose sight of his objective soon. He seized an opportunity to skillfully wield dark magic, striking the Chinese fireball's eye and snatching the golden egg. A wave of cheers erupted from the stands, and Victor's support banner was fervently unfurled and waved. He flashed a bright smile, acknowledging the crowd with a wave, and Filna keenly observed him wink at Hermione, whose face flushed almost instantly. The fourth champion was Harry, and the cheers from the stands were noticeably less fervent than before, though many still rallied in his support. Harry appeared quite anxious as he stepped into the center of the arena, gazing upward at the Hungarian horntail looming before him. Fina gazed intently at Harry, her brows slightly furrowed as she scrutinized his every movement. He appeared to lack confidence, which caused her some concern. Draco observed the expression on Fina's face, and the faint smile that had graced his lips vanished, replaced by a palpable tension that began to permeate the air. Fiona remained blissfully unaware of Draco's jealousy. her attention fixated intently on Harry's actions. As Harry drew his wand, aiming it at the irritable Hungarian horntail, Fiona's keen eyes caught sight of the alchemical gauntlet she had crafted for him. In retrospect, she should have incorporated dragon-repelling properties during its creation. Fiona bit her lip in regret. She had just promised Snape to diligently protect Harry. What would happen if, upon turning around, he were to be killed by a dragon? Fiona was filled with anxiety as the competition commenced. Almost at the very moment the event was declared open, Harry immediately cast the summoning charm. The rocket crossbow soared through the air. Fiona exhaled softly, her heart lightened. With Harry's skill on the broom, the odds of victory were undoubtedly in their favor. Even if he failed to capture the golden snitch, he would not meet a dire fate. Though somewhat reassured, she maintained a vigilant watch over his every move, gasping in alarm as he narrowly dodged the Hungarian horntail's fierce assaults. Fortunately, there were no grave mishaps, and Harry successfully seized the golden snitch. The Hungarian horntail, in a fit of rage, unleashed a fireball at him. Staff members rushed forward en masse to quell its onslaught. A thunderous wave of cheers erupted from the stands, causing the railing beneath Fiona's grip to tremble violently, nearly shattering under the exuberance. Fiona exhaled in relief. Harry, seated upon the rocket launcher, cradled the golden egg as he surveyed his surroundings, almost immediately locating Fiona's position. She gazed at him with a gentle smile, her hand resting lightly on the railing before her. Harry, greedily stealing another glance, found himself compelled to divert his gaze due to the searing stare from a figure beside her. This was hardly the moment for confrontation, as the referee announced his score. He leaped from the rocket launcher, clutching the golden egg, and exited the arena. Thus concluded the first round of competition, with students in the stands exuberantly departing, gathering in clusters to discuss the events of the day. Fiona was also poised to link arms with Draco as they departed from the stands. But the moment her hand brushed against his arm, he instinctively recoiled. Chapter 57. What is the matter? Fiona inquired, perplexed, gazing up at him. Draco's face bore no discernible expression, and upon hearing her question, he remained silent, his demeanor unfriendly. Fiona blinked in confusion, then blinked again, beginning to seriously reflect on her actions. After contemplating for a while without arriving at a conclusion, she cautiously observed Draco's expression and ventured to inquire. Are you feeling unwell? Draco's face darkened. Can't you tell? Fiona flashed a charming smile and nestled closer to him, sweetly asking, what is the matter? Can you share it with me? Her voice was tender and soft, melting Draco's heart completely, leaving no room for jealousy. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her, holding her tightly in an affectionate embrace. Fiona remained still in his embrace, and after a considerable time, Draco finally released a sigh of exasperation and spoke. I truly find myself at a loss with you. Fiona, in a state of bewilderment, lifted her delicate face. The crowd had dispersed, leaving only the two of them in the stands. Draco, unable to restrain himself, leaned down to capture her lips in a tender kiss. The gentle caress rendered Fiona utterly dazed, and even after Draco released her, panting softly, she remained in a state of confusion, her mind still adrift. A light laugh escaped his lips as he reached out to pinch her cheek affectionately, teasingly remarking, Why do you still appear so dazed? Fiona regained her focus and slowly blinked. Draco could not resist pulling her into his embrace and affectionately ruffling her hair before speaking again. It is time to return, Mrs. Malfoy. The corners of Fiona's eyes tinged with a soft pink as she replied softly, All right. Life resumed its usual rhythm after the competition, with neither Moody nor Dumbledore taking any notable actions, allowing Fiona to relish a rare period of tranquility. Soon, Christmas would arrive, and conversations among everyone increasingly revolved around the upcoming Christmas ball. The boys were busy planning whom to invite as their partners, while the girls excitedly selected outfits and accessories, preparing to present themselves beautifully on that day. As customary, the ball would be opened by the four champions, and speculating about the champions' dance partners had become a delightful topic of gossip among the crowd. Neither Fiona nor Draco seemed to be overly concerned about the matter. They did not need to strategize invitations for dance partners, as Narcissa had already selected and delivered their gowns. Consequently, they continued to diligently attend to their own affairs. On this particular day, the Transfiguration class ended early. As Fiona and Hermione were packing their books, Fiona turned around to find Victor waiting at the classroom door. Noticing her gaze, Victor lightly arched an eyebrow at her. Fiona swept her gaze over Hermione's slightly flushed face and playfully winked at her. I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Let Victor escort you home, she said, before turning away with a book in her arms, casting Victor an encouraging glance as she departed. As Fiona exited the room and made her way to the dining hall, She unexpectedly encountered Draco at the corner of the second floor. He was being confronted by a Slytherin girl, and their conversation seemed to reveal his evident impatience. Filna approached slowly, eavesdropping on the conversation between the two. I truly love you. I do not aspire to be your girlfriend, merely to be your dance partner. To dance with you just once. The girl's eyes brimmed with tears, her nose slightly reddened, evoking a sense of sympathy. I may have to disappoint you, Filna interjected. Linking her arm with Draco's from behind and declaring loudly, he already has a dance partner. The girl displayed a look of grievance, her voice softening as she pleaded with Filna, I love him so much. I only wish to dance with him once. I promise I will not disturb you again afterward. I'm afraid dancing is out of the question. However, you are welcome to interrupt us, Filna replied with a sweet smile, stepping closer to the girl's ear and whispering. Do remember to write your will. The girl, startled, took a step back, raising her voice sharply. Are you going to kill me? Afterward, her gaze shifted to Draco, tears cascading down her cheeks. I merely wanted to dance with you. I meant no harm. Draco's lips curled into a gentle smile as he wrapped his arm around Filna's waist, pulling her close. You misheard. It is I who will kill you. His tone bore a ferocity that belied his expression, sending a chill down the girl's spine as she forgot her tears and fled in a panic. Look at you. You've scared her away, Filna raised an eyebrow, casting him a sidelong glance. Another one of your little admirers lost. Draco affectionately placed a kiss on her forehead. With you. I have enough. The two proceeded toward the hall, but were soon halted by someone. It was Harry. Draco instinctively drew Filna closer, gazing at him warily. Filna. Harry began softly. No, Draco coldly interrupted, she is already my dance partner. No, I just wanted. Harry realized he had been misunderstood and hurried to explain. Before he could finish, Draco cut him off again. A dance, is it? That is also not permissible. Harry clenched his wand, gritting his teeth, wishing to silence him immediately. I merely wanted to tell her that Professor Moody asked me many questions about her today. Harry, nearly jumping in frustration from being interrupted twice, exclaimed. Draco's expression darkened. Then why are you being so coy? Observing Harry's face redden with anger, Filna quickly stepped in to diffuse the tension. Why was he asking about me? Harry calmed down. Shaking his head at Filna, I do not know, but I find it rather peculiar. Filna offered a gentle smile. Thank you for sharing this with me. Harry gazed at her, as if he had more to express, his lips parting momentarily before closing once more. Draco disdainfully raised his chin, letting out a scoff. If you have something to say, just say it. Stop being so coy. Harry disregarded him, his emerald eyes fixed intently on Filna, his tone earnest. I've come to realize that since we have parted ways, I should no longer cling to you. I promise not to intrude on your new relationship. Can we still be friends? Filna was momentarily taken aback, her gaze lifting to meet Draco's. Draco narrowed his eyes, appraising her from head to toe, his grip on her hand tightening ever so slightly. With an apologetic smile adorning her face, Filna interjected, I apologize, I haven't finished my sentence. Only to be interrupted by Draco's haughty voice. I concur. Filna gazed up at him in astonishment. Harry directed his gaze towards Filna, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Filna hesitated before speaking, all right. Harry departed with exuberance. Fiona grasped Draco's hand, her brow furrowed in confusion. How could you agree? Draco interrupted her words by gently cupping her face, his pale gray eyes brimming with trust. It's all right. I have faith in you. Besides, your relationship with him is quite strained, making many things difficult to navigate. Filna lowered her head in remorse, murmuring an apology for the distress she caused. Draco let out a resigned chuckle, raising his hand to gently pat her on the head. You are the one who reassures me. Otherwise, I would have had to deliver an Avada today. Chapter 58. As the two were about to enter the hall, another individual rushed over to intercept them. Filna, the headmaster wishes to see you in his office, a girl with flowing hair announced as she approached. They exchanged a glance, and Filna sighed. I shouldn't have come for dinner today. Draco soothingly ruffled her hair. Go on. With a sense of resignation, Filna turned and made her way towards the headmaster's office. Within the office, Dumbledore was bent over his desk, engrossed in writing, while Snape sat indifferently on a nearby stool, his demeanor as cold as ever. When Fina entered, she was greeted by such a scene. You have arrived, my child, Dumbledore warmly welcomed, setting down the quill he had been holding. Come, take a seat. Fiona obediently approached the chair and took a seat. Would you care for a cup of honey tea? Dumbledore inquired, raising the cup in his hand. Fiona's demeanor was demure as she replied, No, thank you. Dumbledore squinted his eyes in delight as he took a sip, lamenting, what a pity. Severus shifted restlessly in his seat. Noticing his movement, Dumbledore smiled faintly and steered the conversation back to the matter at hand. Ah, my dear child. I have heard that your father, Mr. Carmen, is currently developing a new alchemical product, something related to the prevention of curses, I believe. How remarkable. It is well known that the 3 unforgivable curses are nearly insurmountable, making this a truly extraordinary invention. Fina furrowed her brow, adopting a look of despondency. I do not know. My father has never spoken to me about it. Dumbledore clasped his hands together, resting them upon the table as his astute eyes, partially obscured by the crescent-shaped lenses, narrowed slightly. Is that so? Fiona met his gaze, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. My father has never mentioned alchemy to me. Dumbledore held her gaze for a considerable time, a gentle smile gracing his lips. I believe Mr. Carmen simply wishes to prevent you from being distracted by matters beyond your studies. Filna remained dejected, nodding to herself as a form of self-comfort. Dumbledore gave Snape a knowing glance, prompting Snape to furrow his brows and speak with a cool detachment. Miss Witt, I have a friend who is quite interested in alchemy and wishes to purchase a set of alchemical instruments from Mr. Cumon. If Mr. Cumon is amenable, you may determine the price. Observing Snape's forced demeanor, Filna nearly erupted into laughter. What friend could he possibly refer to, if not Dumbledore himself? Her mind racing with thoughts. Filna's expression turned slightly troubled as she replied, I'm sorry, Professor Snape, but I am not well versed in my father's business affairs. Snape, still aloof, reiterated. You might inquire with Mr. Cumon. As long as he consents to the sale, the price is yours to establish. With Snape emphasizing the price twice, Filna's thought shifted, and she grasped his implication. I will correspond with my father and will inform you immediately once I have a response, Filna said. Her expression marked by hesitation as she finally spoke. Snape fell silent thereafter. Dumbledore maintained his benevolent demeanor, gently interjecting, Then I leave this matter in your capable hands. Fiona lowered her gaze and nodded in response. Once the matter was concluded, Professor Snape appeared unable to linger for even a moment longer, almost immediately departing. Dumbledore offered an apologetic smile, saying, I am sorry, my dear child, for delaying your meal. You should hurry back now. There is still time to catch the dessert. Ferna bowed her head respectfully and departed. In a deserted place devoid of portraits, she stealthily made her way back to the room of requirement. Draco was seated in a chair, engrossed in a book, one hand gently waving his wand as if practicing spells. Upon seeing Ferna's return, Draco promptly set aside his book and approached her, inquiring, How did it go? Fiona crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. He wishes to purchase our alchemical products, yet lacks the candor to state it outright, resorting instead to enlisting Professor Snape to acquire them on his behalf. A fleeting expression of confusion crossed Draco's face. Why? Ferna furrowed her brow in meticulous contemplation. The Carmen family had always refrained from engaging in the conflicts of the British wizarding world. If they were to suddenly offer alchemical products to Dumbledore, it would unambiguously signal their alignment with the faction, a notion her father would vehemently oppose. Thus, it was likely that Dumbledore was cleverly maneuvering to procure these items under the guise of Professor Snape's name. Fina let out a cold laugh. Professor Snape, being affiliated with both the Order of the Phoenix and Voldemort, had managed to redeem himself after Voldemort's downfall. His position would not incite turmoil when purchasing alchemical products. Should Voldemort discover that Professor Snape had acquired such a significant quantity of alchemical goods without delivering them, he would undoubtedly be furious. However, this was no longer a concern for Dumbledore. Snape would surely provide his own explanations to Voldemort. Not only had he incurred no loss, but he also stood to gain a substantial stock of alchemical products. Draco's face was filled with disdain, a mocking smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. What a splendid plan. Fina responded with a mischievous smile. I concur. Professor Snape has been subtly suggesting that I can name my price, and I believe I can take advantage of him quite handsomely. Draco raised an eyebrow. Has he specified which products he wishes to purchase? His attention was evidently directed towards the new protective gear his father was developing, which could withstand the harm inflicted by the 3 unforgivable curses. Fina's expression clouded with concern. Resisting the unforgivable curses? Draco was taken aback for a moment, his brow slightly furrowing. Both sides will undoubtedly seek to obtain it. The Carmen family may find themselves in peril. Filna confidently shook her head. The Carmen family will be just fine. My concern lies in the incessant visitors that might vex my father. Draco voiced his apprehension. The old madman is manageable, but the mysterious individuals have always resorted to extreme measures to achieve their objectives. Might they not attempt to coerce your father into relinquishing the alchemical products at Carmen Manor? Not at all, Filna replied with a teasing smile. The Carmen family is an alchemical lineage. Without a family member to escort them, they cannot even enter. Only my father, mother, and I possess the authority to grant access, and we are all equipped with numerous alchemical protective gear. It would be utterly impossible for them to seize control of us directly. An armed intrusion into the Carmen family would lead to certain doom. The alchemical products would afford them no chance of survival. Then I need not worry. Draco sighed in relief. The protective gear sold at Dumbledore need not come from my father. I happen to have an abundance of alchemical products at hand. Filna flashed a cunning smile, unfortunately. They are all single-use items. It remains to be seen how desperately he truly requires alchemical protection. After all, something is better than nothing, is it not? Chapter 59. Draco had been feeling quite discontented these past few days, very discontented indeed. Victor successfully invited Hermione to be his partner for the ball. And in order to better showcase his charm, he enlisted Filna's help in selecting the attire he would wear to the event. Filna spent several days perusing fashion magazines before finally selecting the most suitable outfit for him. Before Draco could even feel a twinge of jealousy, Hermione approached her, monopolizing her time for the same reason. To facilitate their communication, Filna even moved back to the Gryffindor Tower. During the Christmas break, with no classes, Filna and Hermione almost always nestled within the Gryffindor Tower, leaving Draco unable to join them, whenever he managed to wait for them to emerge for meals. Their different houses afforded him no opportunity to converse. At night, he returned to the room of requirement, solitary and forlorn. After enduring this for several days, Draco could no longer contain himself. When he spotted them dining together, he had already been lurking invisibly at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. After a lengthy wait, he finally beheld Filna emerging, laughing and chatting with Hermione while holding a magazine. With a surge of determination, he raised his wand and cast an invisibility charm on Filna, disregarding Hermione's astonished gaze as he stepped forward and hoisted Filna away. Startled, Filna struggled fiercely, her fear palpable. Draco's expression darkened, and in an irate tone, he threatened her. Do not move. Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Filna immediately fell silent, her surprise evident as she uttered, Draco? Hermione, initially poised to call for help in a panic, promptly sealed her lips upon hearing Filna's words and turned to retreat into the Gryffindor common room. She decided it would be better to wait before heading to dinner. Draco remained silent as he carried Filna all the way back to the room of requirement, where he unceremoniously tossed her onto the bed. The soft mattress yielded beneath her weight, and Draco lifted the invisibility charm that had cloaked them both. Filna lay in confusion upon the grand bed, gazing at him with an expression of innocence adorning her fair visage. Draco licked his lips and approached her slowly. Fiona blinked in confusion. She had yet to finalize the design for her ball gown. Draco, however, did not allow her to finish her thought, leaning in to capture her lips with his own. As their mouths met, Draco let out a contented sigh. Having not seen each other for quite some time, Fiona, too, had missed him. She instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him closer, arching her body to deepen their connection. After a prolonged kiss, Draco finally released her, breathless. What's wrong? She asked, her voice soft and playful, the final note enticing. Her enchanting eyes glistened with a hint of moisture, and her tender lips were slightly swollen. Draco's gaze darkened, and he leaned down to kiss her once more. Fiona was unexpectedly kissed, caught off guard as a soft gasp escaped her lips. Draco, enchanted by that delicate sound, grew increasingly fervent, deftly removing the obstructive fabric while she became dazed by the kiss. The flames in the fireplace leaped higher, gradually elevating the room's temperature. With her hands pressed against his chest, a faint blush crept to Fiona's cheeks, her alluring eyes gazing at him in a daze. Draco raised his hand to cover her eyes, his lips trailing kisses along the contour of her face to her ear, gently capturing her earlobe. With her vision obscured, her other senses heightened, Fiona's fingers wove through his platinum hair, her brow furrowing in restless anticipation. Draco seized her slender waist, drawing her closer, and with a swift motion, their positions shifted, leaving Fiona softly nestled against his chest. His long fingers brought the room's temperature to an entirely new level, the crackling fire in the hearth responding with a symphony of soft sounds. After a while, the glow of the fireplace dimmed, and Fiona lay exhausted on the bed, cocooned tightly in the blankets. Draco, with a satisfied expression, scooped her into his embrace, gently sweeping away the damp strands of hair clinging to her face. His voice tender as he asked, "Shall I carry you to take a bath?" With her voice hoarse and still tinged with remnants of tears, Fiona declared, "I shall not go. Keep your distance from me." Exhausted, she lacked the strength to extricate herself from his embrace and could only cast a reproachful gaze in his direction. Draco chuckled softly, "Or shall I offer you a fresh start?" Fiona pondered for a moment and shook her head earnestly. No, I must take a bath. With that, she struggled to grasp her wand from the bedside and pointed it at him. I shall cast a swift binding spell on you. Fear not. I shall release you upon my return. Draco raised an eyebrow, seemingly struck by a thought. And a smirk played upon his lips as he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Without a hint of mercy, Fiona commanded, confine him at once. The tip of her staff emitted a dazzling beam of white light that soared towards Draco. In response, the alchemical ring upon his finger erupted with an even more intense radiance, intercepting the white light and reflecting it back, striking Fiona unexpectedly. She was taken by surprise. Rendered immobile, Draco, witnessing the bewildered expression on Fiona's face, could not suppress a chuckle. He lifted her effortlessly, carrying her into the bathroom, and with a playful smile remarked, "Thank you for the ring, my lady. She must certainly revoke the rebound spell on that ring in the future." Before long, Christmas arrived. Ever since that day Draco had carried her back to the room of requirement, Fiona had moved back in. This evening marked the Christmas ball, and she was to assist Hermione with her makeup. Thus, she returned to Gryffindor Tower early in the morning, adorned with her gown and jewelry. "You're here," Hermione exclaimed upon seeing her, rushing over as if she were a long-awaited savior. "Please, help me." Her hair was a chaotic mess, precariously piled atop her head, with a broken comb stuck within it. With a sense of resignation, Fiona gently removed the comb from her hair and proceeded to apply the hair treatment. Through Fiona's diligent efforts, the once frizzy locks finally lay smoothly against her back. Gratefully, Hermione turned her head and said, "Oh, Fiona, what would I do without you?" Fiona seated her in front of the mirror, her deft fingers weaving through the strands of her chestnut hair, expertly crafting a gentle updo, and securing it with a hairpin adorned with amethyst gemstones. The dress she had chosen earlier in the day was a delicate lavender gown, the ethereal chiffon and scattered diamonds accentuating her grace and elegance. A pair of lavender square-toed heels subtly showcased her calves, which were elegantly concealed yet revealed beneath the flowing fabric of the skirt, enhancing their porcelain-like beauty. Fiona adorned her with a subtle makeup and adorned her with a necklace and earrings sent by Victor, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Hermione, who seldom indulged in such embellishments, presented an image that Fiona had never witnessed before. "Oh, Hermione," Fiona exclaimed, "you are simply stunning. I am certain Victor will be utterly enchanted by you tonight." A rosy hue blossomed on Hermione's cheeks as she playfully chided Fiona, glancing back at her reflection in the mirror, her lips pressed together in a shy, demure gesture. Chapter 60. After finishing Hermione's transformation, Fiona turned her attention to her own attire. The dress and accessories had been delivered early by Narcissa. She wore a black satin gown with a daring high slit, the fabric seemingly enchanted to shimmer and glisten, reflecting a myriad of lights like a flowing galaxy. The waist was accentuated with a cascade of blooming red roses, intertwining with deep green vines that flourished against the black fabric, creating an alluring yet mysterious effect. The back featured an extensive lace design that delicately clung to her figure, held together by a perilously thin thread that concealed the fair skin beneath the gown. Complementing her ensemble were black satin stiletto heels, which accentuated her fair complexion. The slender heels were crafted in the shape of entwined roses, perfectly showcasing her elongated calves. A set of silver jewelry, adorned with delicate crimson gemstones, emitted a faint glow as it caught the light. Fiona, originally possessing a gentle and cool demeanor, today adorned herself with a strikingly beautiful makeup. The subtle smoky eye accentuated her deep blue eyes, imbuing them with a languid, feline allure, while the bold crimson of her lips harmonized with the ruby hairpin nestled in her golden brown locks, presenting a beauty that carried a hint of aggression, akin to a blooming rose that could pierce one's heart at a glance. "How do I look?" Satisfied with her reflection, Fiona glanced at the mirror before raising an eyebrow at Hermione. Hermione, already entranced, immediately buried her face into Fiona's embrace, exclaiming, "You look stunning, darling. I wager Draco will be consumed with jealousy tonight." As the two completed their preparations, the time had come to make their entrance. After a final check of their attire and makeup, they clasped hands and exited the common room together. Downstairs, numerous young men awaited their partners, and as Fiona and Hermione emerged, they collectively lifted their gazes. Fiona caught the sound of someone gasping in astonishment. Draco and Crumb were leaning against the railing, conversing, and upon their arrival, they both turned their heads, unable to tear their eyes away. Fiona raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the newfound familiarity between the two. Draco was clad in a tailored black suit today, complementing her dress with a meticulously chosen tie adorned with subtle crimson stripes. The tie, which was rather challenging to wear, radiated a unique vitality on him, enhancing his striking handsomeness. The silver cufflinks he wore were embellished with large rubies, mirroring the silver adornments she donned. Numerous gazes lingered upon Fana and Hermione, and Fana sensed one particular gaze, fervent and intense. When she glanced up, she discovered it belonged to Harry. Noticing her scrutiny, Harry hastily diverted his gaze. Fiona's gaze shifted slightly, and she immediately spotted Ron beside her. He was staring intently at Hermione, his expression inscrutable. Upon seeing the matching outfit that Victor was wearing with her, a swift flicker of jealousy crossed his face. Fiona astutely detected the subtle shifts in his emotions, raising an eyebrow with playful intrigue. She was unaware that Ron harbored such feelings for Hermione. The staircase was not particularly long, and as Fiona approached Draco, she placed her hand into his awaiting palm, which he grasped firmly. With a gentle yet decisive motion, Draco pulled Fiona into his embrace, his warm lips brushing against her ear as he softly complimented her beauty. "Thank you," Fiona replied, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Her eyes and brows glimmering with a hint of allure, causing Draco to instinctively lower his head. Just before their lips met, Fiona extended her index finger to gently press against his mouth. "Do not smudge my lipstick." Fina's voice ensnared his heart like a captivating hook. Draco gazed at her lips, his eyes dark and profound. After a moment of silence, he lifted his head, averted his gaze, and restrained himself, saying, "Let us go." Fina entwined her arm with his, walking together towards the grand ballroom. This evening, the hall had been splendidly adorned, with a magnificent Christmas tree standing proudly at its center, each leaf enchanted to emit a warm, shimmering glow. The room was festooned with colorful ribbons, and tables and chairs encircled the hall, laden with an array of food and drink. As customary, the ball commenced with the warriors, for valiant souls entering sequentially with their partners. Fina could distinctly sense the hushed excitement that rippled through the room upon Hermione's entrance. A searing gaze seemed to linger incessantly upon Hermione. Fina glanced up to find Ron, his eyes aflame with jealousy as he watched Hermione dance with Victor, while his own partner cast him a disapproving look. In the center of the dance floor, the four warriors twirled gracefully with their companions. Shifting her gaze, Fina spotted Cedric, who was spinning with Cho, his hand resting gently on her waist. As if sensing her gaze, Cho turned towards her and playfully winked. The music subtly shifted, prompting couples around them to glide onto the dance floor. Draco extended his hand with a courteous bow, his voice low and gentle. "Miss Weasley, may I have the honor of inviting you to dance with me?" Fiona gently placed her hand into his palm, saying, "It is my honor." Both had attended soirees and balls since their youth, and thus, their skills were undoubtedly refined. Remarkably, despite this being their first partnership, their synergy resembled that of seasoned performers, with every step executed in perfect harmony and every glance exchanged imbued with affection. As the magnificent melody gradually transformed into a more tender tune, their proximity increased, their foreheads touching as they gazed deeply into each other's eyes. Fiona was ensnared by the affection reflected in his gaze, gently lifting her head to press her lips against his. Their lips met briefly before parting. The depths of Draco's eyes darkened further, yet he restrained himself from closing the distance. "I love you." The fervent sound of Filna pierced through his eardrum and resonated within his heart, causing it to beat with equal intensity. Draco lifted his gaze to meet the depths of her eyes, where a profound and passionate love surged forth, submerging him entirely. "I love you too," Draco's voice emerged, tinged with a husky undertone. Fina's gaze was fixed upon him, her eyes shimmering with a cryptic depth, subtly consumed and torn apart by the surrounding brilliance of affection. "You can only be mine," she declared. Draco felt an uncanny sensation fill his heart. He found himself more enamored by this possessive proclamation than by a simple "I love you." "I am yours," Draco echoed her sentiment, tightening his grip around her waist and pulling her into his embrace with fervor. "You, too, can only be mine." Fiona obediently nestled into his embrace, her voice regaining its previous brightness. Draco leaned down once more, gently lifting her chin and softly pressing his lips against hers, carefully restraining his movements to avoid smudging her lipstick. Fina slowly raised her hand to wipe away the crimson from her lips, her gaze imbued with a hint of provocation as she smirked at him. Draco finally achieved his long-desired goal of prying open her lips. One hand pressed firmly against the exposed skin of her back, while the other tugged at the high slit of her skirt. Realizing the difficulty of his actions, Draco instinctively enveloped her in a tight embrace, wrapping her in his suit jacket. Above them, a cluster of mistletoe twinkled with a pearlescent glow. Chapter 61. As the ball reached its midpoint, the music transitioned to a languorous, slow tempo. Some attendees had already departed the grand hall, while the remaining guests gathered in dimly lit corners, engaged in hushed conversations. Hermione and Victor had danced a few numbers before vanishing, leaving Fina feeling somewhat bored. She tugged at Draco's hand, leading him away from the hall. The night sky was remarkably clear, a rare sight in England, with the bright moonlight casting a silvery sheen upon the pristine snow. The ball gowns were enchanted with warming spells, so Fina felt no chill. The crisp air filled her lungs, bringing a slight bite that quickly melded with her body heat, exhaling gently into the night as a wisp of fog. Filna and Draco strolled quietly down the corridor, one after the other, occasionally encountering pairs of affectionate couples in the corners, prompting them to tread lightly and swiftly depart. As they reached the edge of the Black Lake, Filna paused, releasing Draco's hand, and closed her eyes to take a deep breath. The frigid air filled her lungs, and the snowflakes in the atmosphere, influenced by the current, slightly altered their trajectory to draw closer to her form, only to be dispersed by her exhaled warmth. Draco. Filna turned to look at him, her eyes shimmering like scattered diamonds, sparkling with light. I am here. Draco stepped closer, enveloping her in his embrace. Lowering his gaze to meet hers, his voice resonating with a deep timbre, Fina nestled obediently in his embrace, the warmth charm gradually waning. Yet she had no desire to extract her wand to renew it. Instead, she slipped her slightly chilled hands into Draco's warmth. A sweet smile blossoming on her face. It feels wonderful. Sensing her chill, Draco loosened his suit, drawing her closer into his arms, and inquired with curiosity, "What feels wonderful? Having you by my side is truly delightful." There seemed to be a glimmer of tears in Ferna's eyes, yet as Draco observed closely, the shimmering vanished without a trace. As if it were merely an illusion. Why is today so rife with sentimentality? Draco chuckled softly, a note of affection in his voice. Drawing the person in his embrace even closer, I shall remain by your side, always. Filna buried her head in the crook of his neck, forcefully blinking away the moisture in her eyes, and resolutely suppressed the emotion in her voice as she stated, all right. As night deepened, the wind by the lake stirred up snowflakes that gently landed on the two of them, though Filna, feeling the chill, curled up in Draco's embrace. She stubbornly refused the warming charm. It's quite late. Shall we return? Draco inquired, encircling her in his arms, his concern evident as he felt her increasingly cold hands. Filna shook her head, her gaze still fixed upon the myriad stars adorning the night sky. I do not wish to return, she declared. Draco, with a resigned furrow of his brow, raised his wand to reinforce the warmth charm enveloping him, drawing Filna closer into his embrace in an earnest attempt to restore her warmth. Filna's gaze remained fixed on the night sky, her dewy eyes reflecting the myriad of stars, as if the entire galaxy had been captured within them. Draco. Filna leaned against his neck. Draco. Filna softly murmured his name, her fluffy little head nuzzling against the side of his neck, and Draco felt his heart melt. I'm here, he replied, his voice becoming increasingly gentle, as if afraid to disturb the one nestled in his embrace. Tonight, Filna was particularly clingy, and witnessing her dependence on him filled Draco's heart with warmth and joy, a euphoric sensation surging through every part of his being. After a while, Filna leaned closer and closed her eyes. I'm tired, let us go back. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, she fell asleep. Draco stood up, cradling her, and soon the rhythmic sound of her breathing filled the air. With no curfew at Hogwarts that evening, couples lingered together in the corridors. Draco carefully carried Filna, avoiding the gaze of others, and made his way back to the room of requirement. He gently set her down after a quick wash and placed her on the bed. Fina appeared to be in a restless slumber, her delicate brows furrowed and a slight crease forming in the center of her forehead. Her lovely visage bore an expression of subtle struggle, and her moist lips parted gently as if she were attempting to utter something, though no sound escaped. Draco reached out to smooth the furrowed lines of her brow, tenderly pinching her petite cheek, and softly whispered a good night. In recent days, Filna has been haunted by the same dream. Within this dream, she finds herself imprisoned in a windowless, doorless chamber, her disheveled hair cascading around her, her body bound by iron chains to the wall behind her. The sole source of illumination in the room emanates from a luminous mirror before her, reflecting the figure of Draco. This Draco appears far more gaunt than he does now, with sunken eyes and a visage etched with exhaustion. Through the mirror, she witnesses Draco marked by the dark mark, cowering in a desolate corner, overwhelmed by fear and shedding tears in solitude. She sees him, gritting his teeth, trembling hands committing the act of taking Dumbledore's life, and she observes Lucius, his father, imprisoned in Azkaban, left to bear the weight of the Malfoy lineage alone. At his side, there is naught but emptiness. Filna's heart ached as if it were being torn apart. She longed to escape into the mirror. Yet the chains bound her body tightly, preventing her from even reaching that reflective surface. Within the glass, Draco appeared helpless and tormented, and she strained against the iron shackles on her wrists, struggling to surge forward until the bones in her hands and feet fractured, yet the chains remained unyielding. Mocking her impotence, Draco, Filna murmured his name, tears cascading from the corners of her eyes, soaking into her pillow. Draco had awakened early, propped against the headboard with a book in hand. Upon hearing Filna call his name, he immediately looked down to see her face contorted in pain, her eyes shut tightly, and her lashes dampened by tears, leaving a small, wet patch on the pillow. "Sweetie?" Draco reached out to gently nudge her. Fiona opened her eyes, her entire being seemingly still ensnared in the realm of dreams. The overwhelming sorrow and heartbreak dulled the brilliance of her deep blue eyes, her damp lashes resting against her eyelids, conveying a sense of desolation. "Draco." Fiona gazed at the figure before her, her voice tinged with a quiver of tears as she suddenly threw herself into his embrace. "Draco, I will be by your side. Please do not be sad." Draco discarded the book he was holding and enveloped her in his arms, slightly furrowing his brow as he listened to her words, revealing a somewhat helpless smile. "Did you have a nightmare?" Fiona gradually awakened in his embrace, yet her eyes remained red, unwilling to rise, affectionately calling out his name. "Draco, what is it?" Draco softened his tone, gently wiping away her tears. "What kind of dream did you have?" Fiona shook her head, unwilling to speak, instead nuzzling against the crook of his neck. Her gentle breaths against his collarbone elicited a faint tickle, prompting Draco to chuckle softly. Chapter 62. It's all right. I'm here. Draco murmured as he enveloped her in his embrace, assuring her, "I will not leave you." With a quivering voice, Fiona uttered, "You must keep your promise, otherwise I shall cease to acknowledge your existence." "Very well, I shall keep my word," Draco gently reassured her, "I promise." Fiona appeared utterly fatigued, leaning against him as she succumbed to a deep slumber once more. The ring upon her hand emitted a faint glow in a place unnoticed, only to quickly dim again. Observing her deep sleep, Draco gingerly placed her on the bed and tucked her in before rising to exit the room. The dreams of wizards often bear omens, and a furrow of unease creased Draco's brow as he made his way to the cellar. He rapped on the door of the potions office. After a considerable wait, the door finally swung open, revealing a weary-looking girl with dark hair standing before him. She was the same girl he and Fiona had seen that day. Recognizing him, she stepped aside to allow him entry, then turned to close the door behind her. Snape was not present in the room, and Draco hesitantly inquired, "Is Professor Snape here?" The girl responded coldly, "He has yet to awaken. Feel free to do as you wish." "Yet to awaken?" Draco discreetly assessed the girl, noting her slightly rumpled clothing, her outer robe hastily thrown on, with buttons left unfastened. The faint shadows beneath her eyes indicated her profound weariness. Draco's eyes widened in shock. "Surely not." The girl remained oblivious to his expression. She closed her eyes, furrowed her brow, and rubbed her temples before reopening them, her voice devoid of warmth. "What do you want?" Noticing her gestures, Draco quickly dispelled the thoughts swirling in his mind and spoke up. "I wish to borrow the fireplace to return home, and I shall leave immediately." The girl nodded slightly, uttering a casual farewell before turning and entering the bedroom. Within the potion office lay a modest chamber, the very quarters that Severus Snape occupied. Draco gazed in astonishment as her figure vanished through the bedroom door, unable to conceal the shock etched upon his face. Striving to compose himself, Draco finally recalled the purpose of his presence, reaching for a handful of flue powder and tossing it into the fireplace. Inside the bedroom, Snape lay with his eyes tightly shut, his pallid complexion stark against the sheets, shallow breaths causing his chest to rise and fall gently. A collection of potion vials, varying in size, rested on the bedside table. The girl resumed her position beside him, drawing her wand to perform a cursory examination, and upon confirming an improvement, she let out a faint sigh of relief. As she unfastened his shirt buttons, a large expanse of blood-soaked bandages was revealed, exposing a wound that nearly consumed his entire chest. With an unflinching demeanor, she carefully replaced the blood-drenched bandages, unveiling a grotesque injury that gaped open, bone visible beneath. As the bandages were peeled away, fresh blood began to seep forth, trickling downwards. Selecting a vial from the assortment on the bedside, the girl uncorked it and poured its contents directly onto his wound, halting the bleeding almost instantaneously. Snape grimaced in agony, deeply furrowing his brow as beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. Swiftly, the girl retrieved a clean bandage and expertly rewrapped his injury. before lifting a vial of green potion to administer it to him. Noticing that his expression gradually eased, she stood and dampened a clean towel, diligently wiping the sweat from his face. Yet, Snape's brow remained tightly knitted, his pallor unchanged. Timing her actions meticulously, the girl administered a vial of purple potion, and finally, a hint of color returned to his face. After a full day and night, the girl gently pressed her fingers against her temples, her body swaying slightly as fatigue began to overwhelm her. Snape's furrowed brow relaxed marginally, and she, summoning her strength, withdrew her wand once more to check on his condition, which had stabilized. The bandages covering his chest remained pristine, devoid of any further signs of blood. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. The bleeding had finally ceased. In the end, she administered a vial of blood replenisher, but exhaustion overtook her, and she succumbed to sleep beside him, her hands still clenching her wand anxiously. Upon returning to Malfoy Manor, Draco found that Narcissa was out visiting friends, leaving Lucius alone in the house. As Draco appeared in the fireplace, Lucius reflexively dropped the book he had been holding, striding swiftly to the fireplace to straighten his clothes and don a polite smile, awaiting his son's arrival. Their eyes met, and Draco awkwardly spoke. "Father, it is only I." Lucius immediately retracted his smile, turning to return to the sofa, picking up the book again while casting a disdainful glance in Draco's direction. "What brings you back alone? Where is Felina? She has yet to awaken." Draco fell silent for a moment, then spoke with a tone of resignation. Lucius paused in the act of raising his teacup, furrowing his brow as he met Draco's gaze. Realizing that he might have been misunderstood, Draco hastily began to clarify. "No, it's..." However, Lucius interrupted him with a wave of his hand, his eyes sweeping over him with evident disapproval, and after a prolonged silence, he finally uttered a single word: "Beast." Draco's expression darkened at this remark. After a brief pause, Lucius broke the silence, inquiring, "What brings you back?" Draco displayed a look of concern, asking, "Do wizards' dreams hold absolute significance?" Lucius raised an eyebrow slightly. "What did you dream?" "It's not me. It's Felina." Draco seated himself on the sofa opposite Lucius. "She has been having nightmares." "What did she dream?" Lucius's demeanor grew somewhat serious. Draco sighed lightly. "She is reluctant to share." Lucius set down the book he was holding, pondering before he spoke. Generally, a wizard's dreams do not occur without reason. Some may presage future developments, others might offer insights into current decisions, and some could serve as warnings about likely occurrences. However, there is no need for excessive worry. Dreams as prophecies are notoriously unreliable, bearing a high margin of error. Moreover, since she has dreamt it, it is entirely feasible to devise a plan to avert potential outcomes. Draco felt a slight sense of reassurance. How should we avoid it? Lucius raised an eyebrow. As long as the trajectory of events diverges slightly from that in the dream, it will suffice. Draco nodded thoughtfully. Lucius took a sip from his teacup, a hint of disdain on his face. "Your immediate concern should be to ascertain why Felina is unwilling to share even a single dream with you, rather than sitting here like a foolish dog lost in thought." "Father." Draco looked up at him in disbelief. Lucius cast a scornful glance his way. "Is there anything else? If not, you should return promptly." Chapter 63. With a hint of indignation etched upon his face, Draco rose and made his way toward the fireplace. Yet, having taken but a few steps, Lucius's hesitant voice called out to him, "Exercise restraint. Refrain from such brutish behavior in the future." A deep flush crept across Draco's ears. Whether from shame or anger he could not discern. In a swift motion, he seized a handful of flue powder and cast it into the hearth, neglecting even to bid his father farewell. Lucius could only manage a wry smile, shaking his head as he resumed his perusal of the tome before him. Upon returning to Hogwarts through the fireplace, Draco composed his expression. The office was devoid of occupants. The dark-haired girl was absent, leaving him to ponder whether she had departed or was merely resting in her chamber. He cast a fleeting glance toward the bedroom door before meticulously adjusting his attire and exiting the office. Inside the bedroom, the dark-haired girl lay at the edge of the bed, her wand clutched tightly in hand, breathing shallowly in her uneasy slumber, her brow furrowed as if troubled by restless dreams. On the adjacent bed, Severus slowly opened his eyes. Draco made his way to the room of requirement, where he found Felina already awake, sitting vacantly at the edge of the bed, her head bowed. "I have returned," Draco announced softly, kneeling before her to observe her expression with keen interest. Fiona suddenly lifted her head upon seeing his figure, her eyes and nose tinged with red, 2 tears glistening upon her cheeks. "I thought you had gone," she sobbed as she threw herself into his embrace. "I was so frightened that you would leave me." "Draco." With a heart full of compassion, gently wiped away her tears, cradling her face in his hands, and with earnest sincerity in his gaze, he vowed, "I will not leave you." Fina, still lacking a sense of security, nestled in his embrace, reluctant to rise. For the following days, she remained almost inseparable from Draco. The moment he stepped out of her sight, unease would wash over her. Fortunately, there were no classes during this time, and Draco was more than happy to indulge her clinginess. It was not until the Christmas holiday concluded that Fina finally emerged from this state. On the first class after the break, the two houses did not share the same lesson. As they parted for the first time after such an extended closeness, Draco felt a twinge of concern for Fina's well-being, his mind restless throughout the entire lesson. As soon as the charms class concluded, he hurried to the doorway of the transfiguration classroom to await her arrival. Fina, cradling a book, strolled outside with Hermione, laughter dancing between them, utterly devoid of any signs of separation anxiety. Draco, feeling a sense of relief, took a few steps forward to relieve her of the book in her hands, playfully chastising her with a wry smile. "You little ingrate." Fina exuberantly leaped into Draco's embrace, her tone imbued with affection. "You're here. I've missed you so much." Draco effortlessly caught her in his arms, a tender smile gracing his features. Hermione felt her eyes nearly burn with embarrassment, clearing her throat awkwardly. She was about to bid farewell when a tall figure approached them. "Apologies for my tardiness," Victor said, a bright smile illuminating his face as he walked towards Hermione, taking the book from her hands with one hand while the other instinctively intertwined with hers. Fina's eyes widened in surprise as she glanced between the two. Hermione, feeling a touch bashful, lowered her gaze. "Congratulations," Draco remarked, raising an eyebrow at Victor. A deeper smile spread across Victor's face as he shook Hermione's hand in a gesture reminiscent of a vow. "Thank you." Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson as she linked her arm with Victor's and bid farewell. "We shall take our leave now." Hand in hand, they departed, prompting Fina to turn back and question Draco with curiosity. "Since when have you become so close with Victor?" Draco responded with a mysterious smile, "A secret." Fiona displayed a pitiful expression as she clasped his hand, pleading, "Come on." Draco cast her a sidelong glance, suppressing a smile as he leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear, "I won't tell you." Fina, with a sulky expression, glared as Draco firmly pulled her into his embrace, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Let's go. It's time for a meal." The two parted ways upon reaching the hall. Draco returned to the Slytherin table, while Fina continued towards the Gryffindor table. As she passed by Ravenclaw, Qiuzhang suddenly lifted her head and winked at her. Fina understood the gesture and brushed past Qiuzhang. In the fleeting moment of their bodies intertwining, Qiuzhang swiftly slipped a note into the palm of her hand. Feigning indifference, Fina discreetly tucked the note into her pocket, while Qiuzhang maintained a composed demeanor, continuing to engage in conversation with friends, their subtle gestures unnoticed by anyone. As they made their way to the long table of Gryffindor, Fina sought out a secluded corner, free of onlookers, and seated herself. From her pocket, she produced the note, a small piece of pale yellow parchment, elegantly inscribed with a single line of text. All is proceeding smoothly. Fina crumpled the note and casually tucked it back into her pocket, continuing to eat her meal as if nothing had happened. A searing gaze emanated from the teacher's desk, prompting Fina to abruptly lift her head, only to meet Moody's penetrating stare. Upon noticing her glance, Moody's false eye whirled around several times, a chilling smile spreading across his face as he gently raised his glass in a toast to her. Fina was momentarily taken aback, raising her pumpkin juice in a subtle gesture of acknowledgement. Moody's smile deepened as he lifted his wine glass and took a hearty gulp before diverting his gaze. Fiona furrowed her brow and gazed at him for a considerable time, yet he did not deign to return her glance. Recalling Harry's words from that day, an icy shiver coursed down Fiona's spine. Draco had finished his meal and was currently engaged in conversation with Blaise beside him. As Fiona rose to her feet, Draco instantly turned to face her. Felina gently nodded at him, and he understood, rising to his feet. In the afternoon, Gryffindor had no classes, and Felina intended to return to the room of requirement, while Draco was bound for an afternoon of divination lessons. With a sense of resignation, they parted ways. Felina made her way back to the room of requirement, where she destroyed the note before immersing herself in the potions chamber. It was not until Draco returned from his class that Felina emerged from the potions room, rubbing her neck. "Are you finished? Have you eaten?" Draco inquired, furrowing his brow as he approached to help ease the tension in her stiff muscles. Fina wearily shook her head, stating her intention to step out. "Very well. I shall have Lily bring the meal up. Let us dine here," Draco replied. He gently pinched her cheek, adding, I shall await your return. All right. Filna managed a strained smile as she reached for her wand. In that fleeting moment when her palm opened, Draco keenly noticed the ring tightly clasped in her hand, a silver men's ring. As Filna stepped outside with her wand in hand, Draco swiftly reached out and grasped her hand at the very moment she turned around. Filna turned back in confusion and asked, What is it? Draco donned a smile that was no different from his usual demeanor and replied, Nothing, just come back early. All right. Filna regarded him with a hint of curiosity. Yet she discerned no peculiarities, merely interpreting his words as a simple piece of advice. Before stepping out of the room of requirement, Filna cast an invisibility charm upon herself and then exited. Draco remained in place, observing her actions with an inscrutable expression in his eyes. Chapter 64. Fina made her way to the Ravenclaw Tower, where Qiu Zhang was seated against the wall at the entrance, seemingly engrossed in a book. Approaching her, Fina softly spoke, I have arrived. Qiu Zhang did not lift her gaze, her expression unchanged as she continued to turn the pages, her hand discreetly emerging from her sleeve. A silver ring fell into her palm, and by pressing the red gemstone, one could activate it, with the designated location set at the staircase of Hogwarts Castle. Qiu Zhang calmly retracted her hand, offering a quiet thank you. With matters settled, Fina did not linger and promptly returned to the room of requirement. Draco sat with his head bowed, a pair of steaming steaks resting on the small table beside him. I'm back, Fina announced, having relieved herself of a concern. Her spirit lifted as she bounced over and leapt into Draco's embrace. Draco slowly raised his hand to pull her closer, exhaling gently as he inquired with a natural tone. Where did you go? You seem so happy. Fiona beamed as she leaned close to his ear, playfully echoing his earlier words. It's a secret, I won't tell you. Draco stiffened, arching his back as he buried his head in the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply. Please tell me. A tremor laced his voice, and Fiona sensed his distress. She gently leaned back, cradling Draco's face in her hands. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, the contrast of his fair skin against the reddened areas around his eyes rendering him utterly pitiable. Will you be honest with me? Have you fallen for someone else? Draco's voice was hoarse, laden with a sense of grievance. Fina blinked in confusion, her voice softening as she reassured him. No, I only love you. There will be no one else. Draco pouted slightly, tears brimming in his eyes as he murmured, I just saw the ring in your hand. Fiona was momentarily taken aback. Did you see that? To Draco, her expression unmistakably conveyed an admission. A shadow flickered in Draco's eyes as he pleaded hoarsely, Please, do not harbor affections for anyone else. You can only belong to me. I beg you, love only me. Fiona's heart ached sharply as she embraced him with tear-stained eyes. Of course. My love is solely for you. That ring was crafted at the request of Qiu Zhang for Cedric, not a gift for anyone else. Draco's eyes glimmered with a renewed hope as he carefully held Fiona, seeking reassurance. Is that truly the case? Filna felt a surge of warmth in her eyes, and the world around her blurred. Choked with emotion, she found herself unable to utter a single word, merely managing a fervent nod. Draco tightly embraced her, taking a considerable time to regain his composure before finally speaking. I apologize. I should not have doubted you. I was merely... Fina raised her hand to gently silence him, interrupting his words. I apologize. It was my failure to articulate clearly. It was unclear who had taken the initiative. But as their gazes met softly, they found themselves drawn together. A tender and delicate kiss gradually soothed the bittersweet emotions lingering in their hearts. And only after a considerable time did they slowly part. Fina gently gasped, leaning into his embrace, her face adorned with a delicate blush. I am famished, she murmured, her voice still imbued with a lingering playfulness. Draco lowered his head, brushing against her ear, his breath laden with desire as his words slipped into her ear, eliciting a subtle shiver. What a coincidence, I too am hungry. Fina's delicate face flushed slightly as she lifted her gaze to cast a playful glare at him, though it bore more resemblance to a tender invitation than a reproach. Draco's expression darkened momentarily. He leaned down to gently press his lips against hers, bestowing soft kisses for an extended moment before he restrained himself, suggesting, let us dine first. He cradled her in his lap, unwilling to release her. Reaching across the table to fetch the plate before him, he meticulously sliced the steak into small pieces, feeding them to her bite by bite, tenderly wiping away any sauce that adorned the corners of her mouth. Once he had satiated Fina, Draco pushed the plate aside, wrapped his arms around her waist, and prepared to rise. Fina hastily reached out to restrain him. You haven't eaten yet. Draco's gaze shifted to her rosy lips, his Adam's apple shifting slightly. I don't wish to eat this. With a faint blush at the corners of her eyes, Filna gently pushed against his chest. Her voice soft as she suggested, "You should eat something. You need to replenish your strength." Draco's expression darkened. He abruptly lifted her and tossed her onto the bed, leaning over her and whispering near her ear with a teasing bite, "Is that so? Let us see who truly lacks stamina." Fina's eyes widened in disbelief. Her words swallowed by Draco. The moonlight trembled as the drifting clouds gathered the scattered luminescence. The entwined sounds muffled in the darkness, yet felt with greater clarity. Occasionally, a crescent moon would struggle free from the clouds, only to be swiftly obscured again. Until the dawn broke, the clouds dispersed, and the crescent moon finally succumbed to the weary embrace of the gray-blue sky. Draco physically demonstrated his stamina, while Fina paid the price for her somewhat ambiguous remarks. By the time she awoke, it was already the following afternoon. Stretching languidly as she sat up, Fina scanned her surroundings but found Draco absent. On the bedside lay a note adorned with elegant script. "Good morning, madam. I have gone to class and shall return shortly." The silence in the room was eerily unsettling, and Fina was suddenly reminded of that dream. Iron chains and the dark mark, Draco. The sensations of the dream felt so vivid, as if everything had indeed transpired within her reality. The scenes flickered through her mind, and the pain began to seep from her memories, gradually eroding her soul. Filled with trepidation, Filna hurriedly donned her attire and dashed out of the room of requirement. The Slytherin class at that moment was Defense Against the Dark Arts. She sprinted up to the third floor and, concealed at the doorway, peered quietly into the classroom. There, she spotted a platinum-haired head attentively seated in the front row. And at last, her heart found solace. Moody, standing at the lectern, seemed to sense her presence. His false eye whirled wildly before finally fixing its gaze upon the entrance. He directed a chilling grin toward Filna's position. Startled, Filna quickly pressed herself against the wall, retracting her gaze, though her back was already damp with perspiration. The fact that the false Moody, a subordinate of Voldemort, paid her repeated attention instead of focusing on Harry was inherently illogical. Unless, of course, Voldemort had already taken note of her. Once this thought emerged, it became impossible to disregard. Should Voldemort indeed be aware of her presence? The forthcoming plans would need to be revised. This was far earlier than Filna had anticipated. Perhaps her behavior had been too conspicuous. Or perhaps Voldemort was eager to solidify the loyalty of the Malfoy family. Or maybe the influence of the Cormac family had prompted him to seek her allegiance. Regardless, she could not remain passive. It was time to reconsider her subsequent strategies. With her mind swirling with thoughts, Filma lost the desire to linger any longer and turned towards the cellar. There were matters that required consultation. At this moment, Snape was her most prudent choice. Chapter 65. Upon reaching the cellar, Filma gently rapped on the door of the potions office. After a considerable wait, the door was finally opened from within, revealing a dark-haired girl with an expression of indifference, who scrutinized her. "What is it?" It was the same girl who had occupied the seat behind Snape's desk that day, though now her complexion appeared somewhat paler, and the fatigue etched upon her brow was unmistakable. A hint of surprise flickered across Filma's face, but it was swiftly replaced by a gentle demeanor. "I am here in search of Professor Snape. Might I inquire if he is present?" The girl's expression turned more frigid as she replied, "He is not here." No sooner had she spoken than a hoarse voice emanated from within the door. "Who is it?" Snape emerged, his gait somewhat unsteady, draped in his outer robe, one hand lightly pressed against his chest. His complexion was pallid to the point of being alarming, his lips devoid of color. The girl turned to him with an expression of disapproval, her brow furrowing slightly. Snape, catching a glimpse of her gaze, seemed to disregard it entirely as he averted his eyes and made his way to the sofa, wearily uttering, "Come in." The girl regarded him for a prolonged moment, but Snape kept his eyes lowered, refraining from further speech. After a tense silence, she turned and departed. Fiona caught a fleeting glimpse of sorrow on her face, yet upon closer inspection, she discerned that the girl still wore her habitual aloof expression. Fiona suspected that the moment might have been merely an illusion of her own making. After the girl departed, Fiona entered the room and securely closed the door, swiftly taking a seat opposite Snape. "Are you injured?" Fiona inquired, acutely aware of a lingering metallic scent in the air. Snape reclined against the sofa, his eyes shut, massaging his temples, his demeanor suggesting a certain discontent. "Speak swiftly if you have something to say." "I fear that Voldemort may have noticed me," Fiona replied calmly. "But this is much earlier than I had anticipated." Snape opened his eyes. "What transpired?" Fiona recounted the events of the past few days in detail, reiterating Harry's words from that fateful day. Snape listened intently, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. Indeed, such a possibility existed. He gently caressed the mark of the dark arts on his arm, assuring, "Rest assured, even if he seeks to recruit you, it will only be after he has grown powerful. Until then, he will surely summon us first, and I will assist you in navigating this." Fleur shook her head slightly. "It's all right. My original intention was to join the Death Eaters." "No," Snape interjected with unwavering determination. "You must consider other options. Joining the Death Eaters is not permissible." Fiona was taken aback by his suddenness, gazing up at him in bewilderment. "Why? This is the most convenient method." However, Snape was reluctant to elaborate further, merely stating, "You need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall assist you. If he finds you, do your utmost to delay and refrain from joining the Death Eaters." Fleur, undeterred, persisted in her attempts to persuade him. Severus Snape, however, resolutely declared, "If you wish to continue our collaboration, you must abandon your plan to join the Death Eaters." With a firm demeanor, he cast aside these words and reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes and breathing heavily. After a moment of respite, he continued, "If there is nothing else, you may take your leave." Fiona hesitated, casting a glance at him, ultimately choosing silence as she opened the door and departed the office. Upon hearing the door close, Snape grimaced in pain, pressing a hand to his chest, struggling to rise and procure a pain-relieving potion from the cabinet. Before he could fully stand, a shadowy figure swiftly entered, approaching him. "Wait," the girl said softly, gently pushing him back onto the sofa, her tone remaining impassive. Snape lifted his gaze, catching sight of her eyes, slightly reddened. She deftly rose and moved to the cabinet, skillfully retrieving the potion and returning to squat before him, her hands working to unfasten the buttons of his shirt. A flicker of panic crossed Snape's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, coldly retorting, "There's no need. I can manage myself." The girl disregarded his words, her hands continuing their task. Snape leaned back, attempting to evade her grasp. "Stop," he said, but she furrowed her brow, casting him a quick glance before swiftly drawing her wand. "Bind him." Snape's evasive movements abruptly ceased, his face flushing. "I told you I don't need this. Who do you think you are?" The girl huffed impatiently. "Perhaps you would prefer a silencing charm?" Snape fell silent at last. She skillfully unbuttoned his shirt, revealing the wound from which blood seeped, staining the bandages anew. A pang of guilt washed over Snape as he covertly observed her expression. With delicate hands, the girl peeled back the bandages, unconsciously softening her breath. Her dark eyes remained fixed on his injury, a flicker of concern evident within them. As she made contact with the skin over his chest, Snape's body tensed, a flush creeping across his pallid face. Oblivious to his reaction, she misinterpreted his rigidity as a response to her touch, thus gentling her approach further. She held her breath cautiously, a rare tension gracing her typically indifferent countenance. Her soft fingertips gliding over his chest, sending waves of pain laced with an unfamiliar sensation coursing through Snape. "Please, don't," he murmured, caught between familiar agony and an unexpected vulnerability. The girl paused, stealing a glance up at him, their eyes locking for an instant, causing both to blush. She quickly averted her gaze, resuming her task of bandaging his wound, and Snape ceased his resistance, permitting her to tend to him. Before long, the injury was dressed. Snape parted his lips, his voice hoarse and dry. "Thank you." The flush on her face had faded, but her demeanor was decidedly less aloof than usual. Upon hearing his gratitude, she scoffed lightly, raising an eyebrow and retorting with his own words, "No need. I don't require it." The color in Snape's cheeks deepened, appearing even more vibrant than before his injury. The girl chuckled softly. "Next time you're injured, I want to treat you this kindly." The slight curve of Snape's lips froze, and a somber atmosphere enveloped him. Unfazed, the girl grasped his chin, lifting it to meet his deep-set gaze. "If there is another time, I will kill him." The tension in the air suddenly dissipated. Yet Snape struggled to suppress the rising arc of his lips, striving to maintain a steady tone. "There won't be another time." The girl's eyes glimmered with a fierce warning. "You had better ensure that." Snape's gaze fell slightly, his heart pounding vigorously within his chest. The girl released her hold on him, twirling her wand as she turned to leave. It was only when the office door closed that Snape exhaled softly, his heart racing uncontrollably. He gently touched the fresh bandage on his chest, a wry smile escaping his lips. It seemed that he had lost control. Chapter 66. Upon exiting the potions office, Filna hurriedly made her way to the room of requirement, her keen intuition suggesting an unusual relationship between the dark-haired girl and Snape. Inside the room of requirement, the flames in the fireplace crackled cheerfully, while Draco, clad in a thin white shirt, was hunched over the table, diligently working on his divination homework. The flickering candlelight danced upon his profile, casting intricate shadows that traced his features and projected them onto the opposite wall. Before long, the tranquil ambience of the room was disrupted as Filna rushed in, making her way straight to Draco, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Draco, I believe I've uncovered a secret," she exclaimed. "What is it?" Draco replied, a smile dancing in his eyes as he placed his quill down and looked up at her. Filna's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaned closer, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "I discovered a girl in Professor Snape's office. She seems to have quite an extraordinary connection. Do you remember that girl we saw last time, sitting behind the desk writing? It's her." To Filna's surprise, the anticipated shock did not manifest on Draco's face. He merely cast her a fleeting glance, his lips curling into an enigmatic smirk as he feigned indifference, replying, "I encountered something far more thrilling last time." "What?" Fiona exclaimed with a hint of resentment. "You didn't tell me at all. Would you like to hear?" Draco raised his gaze to meet hers, his eyes gleaming with a dark allure. Fiona pulled a chair and seated herself before him, her excitement palpable as she urged, "Do tell me." Draco cleared his throat, observing Fiona inching closer with a satisfied smirk gracing his lips. He began to speak in a deliberately slow manner, relishing the moment. As he tantalizingly recounted the events of that day, Fiona, unable to contain her anticipation, grasped his hand tightly, yet refrained from interrupting him, her face betraying an unusual eagerness. The more anxious Filna became, the slower Draco spoke. At last, Filna grasped the situation. "Are you doing this on purpose?" she inquired, leaning closer to him, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized him with a dangerous intent. Draco, observing her approach, suppressed a laugh and feigned innocence. "What? Isn't this what you wish to hear?" "Stop pretending," Filna retorted, leaning in and pinching his face, her tone menacing. "Speak up." Draco enveloped her in his arms, stifling a triumphant smile at the corners of his mouth. "I am merely attempting to provide as much detail as possible. Don't you desire to hear the intricacies?" Felina found herself at a loss for words, her teeth clenched in silent frustration as she continued to endure his leisurely narrative pace. Draco, while eloquently recounting the tale, unfastened her buttons and removed her outer robe. The temperature in the room was not particularly low, and Felina was already feeling warm. Thus, engrossed in the story, she willingly shed her outer garment. A fleeting thought barely registered the tenderness of Draco's touch, as she was entirely oblivious to the boldness of his hand, which had ventured to her waist. Upon concluding the story, Felina's eyes sparkled with excitement. "So, are they truly more than friends?" she exclaimed. Draco, with a fond smile, pinched her cheeks, which had flushed slightly with enthusiasm, his gaze darkening. "Indeed, it is quite possible. Could they be secretly in love?" she inquired eagerly. Draco's eyes lingered on her animated lips, his voice a husky whisper. "It is certainly a possibility." "Is she a student? Which house does she belong to?" "I have never seen her before," Felina pondered aloud. Draco leaned in closer to her lips. "It is quite possible." Ferna finally noticed his distraction and spoke with displeasure. "I said, she studies." Draco finally achieved his desire, capturing her slightly parted lips between his own. Mm. Ferna struggled fiercely, her deep blue eyes brimming with resentment. Draco's slender fingers covered her eyes as his lips left hers, moving to whisper by her ear, "Don't look at me like that," Fiona softly accused, her lips trembling with newfound freedom. "Beast." Draco was suddenly reminded of that conversation with Lucius at Malfoy Manor, his expression darkening as he bowed his head, a mix of shame and anger compelling him to gently reclaim her lips, nibbling on them once more. After what felt like an eternity, Fiona finally broke free, curling up in his embrace, her mouth covered in a display of innocent distress. Draco tenderly stroked her silky, chestnut-brown hair, affectionately nuzzling her nose. "What troubles you, my dear? Do you not enjoy it?" Filna, unable to refuse, playfully winked at him while covering her overly rosy lips, exclaiming, "I adore it. I particularly adore it." Draco's lips curled into a triumphant smile as he replied, "If you truly adore it, then let us indulge once more." With that, he leaned down and captured her lips in a kiss. Filna had yet to regulate her breathing, her eyes reddening at the corners as tears shimmered in her glistening gaze. Draco took a step back, suppressing his instincts, and helplessly wiped away the moisture from the corner of her eye. How could she be so foolish? Fiona glared at him defiantly, perched atop his lap with an air of superiority as she looked down upon him. "You were the foolish one," she declared before leaning down to kiss his lips. The delicate, teasing bites that followed brought a subtle sting, and Draco's voice emerged husky. "This was your initiative." Fiona, in a state of bewilderment, lifted her gaze and blinked. The books on the table were swept to the floor by Draco, and she felt herself suddenly lifted, only to be seated upon the table in his embrace. Before she could react, an aggressively passionate kiss descended upon her, compelling her to synchronize with his fervent rhythm. Crumpled parchment was discarded on the ground, heavily pressed beneath the weight of the books, the ink still fresh, leaving a darkened smudge upon the cover. After a considerable time, Draco carried Fina to the bed, where she adorably stifled a yawn. "If you are tired, then sleep," he tenderly murmured, affectionately ruffling her hair. Fiona shook her head, struggling to remain awake. "Do you still need to write your paper?" Draco gently pinched her still slightly flushed cheek, his voice tender. "I'm almost finished. I'll come to keep you company very soon, all right?" Fatigue enveloped Felina as she struggled to resist slumber, yet within mere seconds, she conceded defeat, embracing her blanket and drifting into a profound sleep. Draco chuckled softly, helplessly, and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her forehead, murmuring, "Good night, my lady." He retrieved the book that had fallen to the floor and placed it back on the table, only to catch a glimpse of the text upon the parchment, leading him to slap his forehead in realization. How could he have forgotten such an important matter? Observing Felina's tranquil visage as she slept, Draco reluctantly set aside the documents in his hands and resumed his unfinished thesis. The parchment was densely inscribed with an array of information regarding prophetic dreams of wizards, and Draco diligently perused the thick tome of divination in his grasp, its lavender cover embossed with gilded words, "Dream Divination." Chapter 67. Several days had elapsed since Dumbledore last engaged her in conversation, and Felina felt the time was ripe to seek him out. Making her way to the headmaster's office, she was delighted to find Dumbledore awaiting her. He appeared somewhat eager regarding the acquisition of alchemical products, and the genuine joy that illuminated his face upon seeing her was unmistakable. "Ah, you have arrived, my child," Dumbledore greeted, a warm smile gracing his features. Felina slightly bowed and took her usual seat across from him. Today, Dumbledore refrained from his customary honey pomelo tea or casual conversation, instead diving straight into the matter at hand. "Regarding the recent purchase of alchemical products, what did your father, Mr. Come On, say?" Dumbledore's face bore an expression of anticipation, reminiscent of a kind elder gently making a request that one finds hard to decline. Observing the expectant look upon his face, Felina, in a playful mood, feigned confusion and asked, "Isn't it Professor Snape's friend who needs it? Shouldn't we wait for Professor Snape to arrive?" "That is quite all right, my dear," Dumbledore replied, his benevolent smile unwavering. As if he had anticipated this question, "He has entrusted the matter entirely to me." "Very well, Headmaster," Felina responded with a compliant smile. "Father mentioned that he currently only has a few disposable alchemical defense products available for sale, priced at 5 times the market rate." Dumbledore's genial demeanor faltered slightly, the corners of his mouth twitching in a manner that seemed somewhat comical. "5 times?" he exclaimed, adopting a look of sympathy as he stroked his beard and sighed. To be candid, the individual seeking to purchase these alchemical products is actually a member of a family who suffered greatly at the hands of Voldemort last time. They wish to provide their loved ones with an added layer of security and, after much deliberation, have concluded that alchemical products are the safest options. Hence their decision to procure the Come On family's protective gear. Given that this family was severely weakened during Voldemort's last emergence, it is unlikely they can afford such a sum. Furthermore, for disposable protective gear, a 5-fold price seems excessively steep. Could we perhaps negotiate a more reasonable rate? Felina secretly scoffed, while feigning an increasingly innocent demeanor. "Is this family one that participated in the Order of the Phoenix during the last Great War?" "Indeed, my dear child," Dumbledore replied, kindly winking at her. "Many members of their family perished in the battle against the Dark Lord. I believe they are a family of heroes." Clearly, Felina was not swayed by his attempts at indoctrination. She forced a sweet smile, her tone tinged with a hint of regret. What a pity that is. Her father had mentioned that to demonstrate the Carmen family's commitment to neutrality in the conflict, both the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters would purchase from them at 7 times the market price. As soon as she finished speaking, Felina noticed Dumbledore's hand tremble as he stroked his beard, a crack appearing in his benevolent expression. In truth, they were not truly a family of the Order of the Phoenix. They could at most be categorized as a neutral family. Dumbledore paused for a moment before continuing. "After all, no one from their family has joined the Order or the Death Eaters. It is merely that Professor Snape shares a slightly better rapport with their head. They were but a pitiful family fortunate enough to have survived the ravages of war." Fina nodded, seemingly understanding, and graciously remarked, "That is of no concern. Let us calculate it at 5 times the market price. I believe my father will not pursue the matter further." Her words suggested that they were gaining a considerable advantage. Dumbledore refrained from responding, his gaze swiftly assessing Fina, as if contemplating the ensuing dialogue. Suddenly, Fina sensed a warmth emanating from the protective necklace around her neck. A clear indication that the alchemical armor was reacting defensively to an attack. Dumbledore was probing into her very essence. When she glanced up, she noticed a hint of surprise in Dumbledore's expression. His wise eyes narrowed slightly as he perceived her gaze, swiftly concealing the depth of his contemplation. Filna wore a serene smile upon her face, yet her heart was filled with profound disdain. After a lengthy pause, Dumbledore cleared his throat, shattering the silence. Let us proceed with the price your father suggested. We shall acquire every piece of alchemical armor you possess. Dumbledore's hands were clasped together, resting on the table before him. His tone devoid of any sharpness, radiating the familiar benevolence. Filna smiled faintly. Is that so? We possess approximately 10 trillion galleons worth of alchemical armaments. Such trifling items can be easily crafted by any alchemist within the Carmen family. How could one possibly resist seizing an opportunity that essentially fills one's pockets with gold? 10 trillion galleons? Dumbledore's smile faltered slightly. Indeed, the Carmen family's wealth is truly substantial. Fiona gently nodded and politely inquired, when do you intend to collect the goods? Dumbledore hesitated before responding, I need to locate Professor Snape and discuss this with the family involved. After all, this order is quite substantial, and I am uncertain whether they genuinely require such a quantity. Observing his desire to extricate himself from the situation, Fiona refrained from pressing him further and softly replied, Very well, Headmaster. Please feel free to reach out to me if needed. Dumbledore finally managed a warm smile and nodded in agreement. Once Fiona exited the office, Dumbledore swiftly summoned his Patronus to convey a message. The Silver Phoenix circled the room a few times before vanishing through the window, and shortly thereafter, Snape arrived as requested. What is it? Snape's complexion still bore a hint of pallor, and his movements subtly betrayed the lingering effects of his injuries. Clearly, Dumbledore had not noticed this as he furrowed his brow and instructed, investigate Miss Witt's identity. Why am I unable to extract her thoughts? Snape replied coolly. Is it not normal for her to possess some alchemical protections as the adopted daughter of the Carmen family? Dumbledore rose and moved to the window. Gazing out at the scenery for a long while before speaking again, I have an inkling that her identity is far from ordinary. Snape chose not to elaborate further and accepted the statement with indifference. Additionally, I require your company in 2 days for a visit to the werewolf gathering area. Dumbledore turned to him. I need to negotiate with their leader. Understood. Snape lowered his head, concealing his expression. Is your Patronus still the same? Dumbledore, sensing something amiss with Snape, asked with a hint of concern. Snape hesitated momentarily, drew his wand, and softly uttered a spell. A doe gracefully leapt from the tip of his wand, frolicking around the room before dissipating into the air, leaving behind a resolute whisper in the stillness. Always. Chapter 68. That evening, Fiona experienced an unusual dream. In her dream, she returned to that eerie room. But this time she stood face to face with the chained version of herself. The other Fiona spoke with an odd sense of relief. You have come. You knew I would come? Fiona furrowed her brow. Where is this place? The other Fiona surveyed the surroundings, her hoarse voice tinged with a touch of nostalgia. I am about to depart, and you will always come. This is my prison, and it is also your rebirth. Filna did not comprehend her meaning. Yet she appeared to be indifferent to the need for understanding. She seemed to be immersed in an overwhelming joy, interwoven with an undeniable sadness that lingered somewhere within her. Congratulations, from this moment forth, this ring truly belongs to you. The other her cast a glance at her ring finger, where a ring identical to the one on her hand, the heirloom of the Witt family, rested. Filna furrowed her brow slightly, inquiring, what is happening? I am about to depart, and there are many matters you must unravel for yourself. The other her offered a serene smile. I shall share a few essential truths with you. This ring will prove immensely beneficial. Ensure you wear it well. Safeguard Draco and remain by his side. At this juncture, the other her chuckled sweetly. He truly needs you. Who are you? Filna couldn't refrain from interrupting. The other her appeared somewhat ethereal, her gaze fixed upon Filna, as though she were peering beyond her. Perhaps I am a fragment of your past lives, or merely a remnant residing within the ring. Ah. And tell Draco not to worry about that dream of yours. It is merely a vestige of my memories. In the past, my influence may have caused your emotions to spiral at times, but fret not, I shall no longer affect your feelings. The ring is of utmost importance. Wear it diligently at all times, remember that. As the other her gradually became translucent, Filna interjected, then do not concern yourself with me. I am but a lingering echo. With the resolution of my obsession, my dispersal is inevitable. The other her offered a liberated smile. I wish you the best of luck. In a certain recess of Filna's heart, a peculiar sense of detachment emerged. She uncomfortably extended her hand, only to encounter a fleeting wisp of shimmering silver liquid that vanished in an instant. Another version of herself silently dissipated into the air, while the iron chains on the wall hung limply, as if they had never restrained anything at all. Filna glanced around the dark, oppressive room, devoid of any semblance of life, and the mirror that once stood in the center had mysteriously vanished. A chill surged up Filna's back as she endeavored to break free from the confines of this dream, only to find all her efforts in vain. The darkness weighed heavily upon her, rendering her breathless. Desperately, she crouched in the center of the room, murmuring, "Draco, Draco. Darling, wake up." Draco's voice penetrated her ears like a beam of light piercing through the surrounding gloom. Just before her consciousness returned, Filna seemed to perceive a faint laugh echoing within the room. "Darling, what troubles you?" As Filna opened her eyes, she beheld Draco, who was anxiously leaning over her. His handsome face magnified with concern, dispelling the remnants of unease that lingered in her heart. "I'm fine," she reassured him, though a flicker of disorientation still shone in her eyes. "I just had a nightmare." Draco enveloped her in his embrace, softly whispering, "Do not fear. It is merely a dream. I am here with you." Fina nestled obediently in his embrace, while the woman's exhortations from her dreams echoed in his mind, each word resonating profoundly. "Cherish Draco well, wear this ring securely, across lifetimes and realms." Fina gently lifted her hand to her chest, where the sensation of being stripped away still lingered with vivid authenticity, leaving her unable to discern between reality and dreams. The surroundings stood in stark contrast to the dreamscape, and the tactile impression of Draco's touch felt remarkably real. Yet, Fina was enveloped in a peculiar sense of unreality. The scenes from her dream intertwined and flickered in her mind with the environment around her as she scanned her surroundings in a daze, unable to grasp a semblance of truth. Suddenly, the ring on her ring finger emitted a faint warmth. Fina raised her hand to bring the ring closer to her eyes, and a delicate female voice whispered in her ear, "Farewell." Fina abruptly emerged from her ethereal reverie. Draco gently caressed her long, golden-brown hair cascading behind her, his voice soothingly comforting her. At last, Fina regained her sense of reality. "I'm all right," she murmured, lifting her gaze from his embrace. "It was merely a nightmare." The concern etched on Draco's face was palpable. He seemed wary of inadvertently upsetting her again. With utmost caution, he inquired, "Could you share what you dreamed about?" Filna shook her head, finally revealing a relaxed expression on her face. "It's all right, I assure you." Draco still appeared somewhat uneasy. Filna leaned into his embrace, yawning sleepily. "I'm still quite tired. Would you mind keeping me company for a little while longer?" "Of course." Noticing her reluctance to speak further, Draco refrained from pressing her. Yet the concern etched on his face lingered. Fina turned over and nestled into his embrace, her eyes half closed as she secretly gazed at him. Draco, with a furrowed brow, appeared lost in thought. "Well, since you're no longer sleepy, let us discuss my dream in earnest." Fina yawned once more, straining to lift her delicate face. "But first, you must promise that after our conversation, you will stay with me for a while so I can rest properly." "I assure you," Draco replied, pulling her closer. "I can't help but feel concerned. Some dreams of wizards carry omens." Fina nestled in his embrace, softly recounting her recent dreams one by one, and concluded with a delicate yawn, "And that is how it is." Draco listened, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "I believe I must consult my father." With that, he tossed aside the covers and prepared to rise. Fiona, with a hint of exasperation, grasped his arm and gently pulled him back under the covers. Pouting in a feigned display of grievance, "You promised to stay with me and let me sleep for a while. You mustn't back out now." Draco's expression remained etched with concern. Fina gently reassured him, wrapping her arms around his waist. "Do not worry. I have a strong intuition that everything the dream version of myself conveyed is indeed true." It is worth noting that a wizard's intuition is far more accurate than the prophecies of dreams. Draco felt a sense of relief wash over him as he settled into the blankets, responding, "Then let us rest for a while. Upon awakening, I shall inquire with my father." Fina nuzzled against his chest, a hint of languor in her voice. "I wish to savor the delightful pastries crafted by Aunt Narcissa. Do remember to bring some back for me." "Very well," Draco replied, indulgently kissing the crown of her head. "Now, rest." Fina succumbed to a weary slumber. Chapter 69. In the heart of the Cadarna forest, two wizards swiftly approached the gathering place of the werewolves. One, clad in a flowing white robe with a beard of silver cascading to his chest, wore a pointed hat firmly atop his head. The other, draped in a black wizard's cloak, had the edges of his garment billowing dramatically in the wind, creating waves in the air. The two wizards quickly arrived at a guarded checkpoint, where one of the sentinels stepped forward, demanding, "What brings you here?" "I have an appointment with your leader, Fenrir, to discuss some matters," Dumbledore replied with a gentle smile. The guard scrutinized him with a hint of disdain before saying, "Dumbledore, come in," maintaining his warm smile. Dumbledore followed the guard inside, while Snape trailed behind him, his expression inscrutable. At the center of the gathering stood a simple wooden hut, and the guard led the two men to the threshold. The door was ajar, and within, Fenrir leaned casually against a wooden chair, gesturing for the guard to leave as he appraised the newcomers with a wary glance. "What is it?" he inquired. Dumbledore stepped forward, his demeanor friendly as he spoke softly. "I have come to discuss a matter with you." Snape stood silently to the side, his gaze lowered, adopting an air of indifference as if the proceedings bore no relevance to him. Dumbledore's voice was slow and authoritative, naturally instilling a sense of trust. Fenrir listened with an expression that danced between amusement and skepticism, showing no inclination to interject. It was only after Dumbledore had thoroughly articulated his plan, despite the dryness in his throat, that Fenrir broke into a mocking grin. "Is that all?" Dumbledore appeared to anticipate this reaction, his smile unwavering as he casually presented what he believed to be a compelling argument. "Once we defeat him, the werewolves will emerge as heroes in the eyes of the public, thereby altering their status." Fenrir erupted into laughter, his steely gray-blue eyes ablaze with fury. "Heroes? Why would we want to be heroes? Those wizards have belittled and insulted us for so long. Why should we serve as their champions?" The intensity of the conversation within the hut attracted the attention of the guards outside, and without warning, a throng of werewolves surged into the room, interrupting their discourse. "Leader." The foremost werewolf nodded slightly at Fenrir, his sharp gaze sweeping over the two wizards. Fenrir, still in a fit of rage, pointed at Dumbledore and Snape, commanding, "Throw them out." Reacting swiftly, Snape drew his wand to shield Dumbledore. This action was perceived as a provocation, and the werewolves surged forward, quickly encircling the two men. "Leave." With an urgent exclamation, the two vanished from sight. Fenrir's eyes narrowed slightly, and the fury within them dissipated almost instantaneously. He waved his hand, signaling the werewolves to withdraw, and gazed thoughtfully at the spot where the two had disappeared, where a small pool of blood remained. A sinister smile crept across Fenrir's face. That night, the darkness of Hogwarts was characteristically tranquil, as a figure clad in a black robe staggered toward the dungeon. The flickering candlelight in the corridor cast eerie shadows on his pale visage, rendering it even more fearsome. Gently pushing open the door to the potions office, Severus Snape leaned against the doorframe, panting, oblivious to the shadowy figure almost concealed behind the desk. "You're back?" The girl seated at the desk inquired softly, half of her face shrouded in darkness, obscuring her expression. Snape furrowed his brow, striving to steady his breath. "What are you doing here?" A light laugh echoed in the air, the girl's voice markedly different from her usual coldness, resonating with an unusual clarity. "Injured again? I warned you. If you get hurt once more, I will go kill him." "Stop this nonsense. Hurry back," Snape said, trembling slightly as he struggled to maintain his composure. The girl's deep crimson eyes flickered with a predatory gleam as she smirked. "I told you, if you get hurt again, I will kill him, and you cannot stop me." "Enough, Isabel, you have no business interfering," Snape growled threateningly. "This is not a place for you." With a casual flick of her wrist, Isabel made her wand vanish, replacing it with a scythe that emanated an aura of death. "This time, I will not stand idly by." Snape bit his lip, stifling a groan as his chest wound reopened, a small trickle of blood seeping from beneath his feet. Isabel's expression turned icy. "Sit down." Snape, barely managing to lean against the doorframe, felt her eyes piercing through him. "You know you cannot stop me. It is best you sit down now, lest I act on a whim and go kill him." Snape furrowed his brow deeply but acquiesced, settling onto the sofa. Isabel skillfully retrieved a suitable potion from the cabinet and deftly began to unfasten the buttons of his shirt. "I can manage myself," Snape protested, struggling to evade her touch. Isabel lowered her head slightly, the dim light obscuring her expression, her voice chillingly firm. "Do not make me repeat myself." Snape stiffened, ceasing his resistance, allowing her to tend to him. The wound had been inflicted by werewolves, inevitably mingled with their saliva, while ordinary wizards would not perceive it. Isabel keenly noticed the tendrils of dark energy entwined around the injury. Werewolves? Isabel's body ignited with a surge of anger, yet she restrained herself. carefully dispelling the dark energy from the wound and meticulously bandaging it. The injury was soon tended to, and with a light smile, Isabel's crimson eyes gleamed with cold resolve. Now, it is time to settle the score with him. Do not go. Snape grasped her arm, a bitter smile playing on his lips. Regardless, I must atone. Atone? Isabel lowered her gaze, her voice gentle. What sin have you committed? Failing to save her is the most unforgivable sin I have ever committed in my life. Snape's eyes glistened slightly. No matter how he exploited me, it was ultimately for her child. Isabel raised her deep crimson eyes, fixing her gaze upon him. Snape's visage was mirrored in her depths, and after a long pause, she spoke again. Do not worry, I will help you protect that child. Snape averted his gaze, a self-deprecating smile gracing his face. No need. What have I to fear? I merely wish for her child to live well. Isabel's eyes darkened. In the end, you live solely to protect her child, do you not? Snape replied resolutely. Indeed. Taking a deep breath, Isabel's expression returned to one of cold indifference. Have you truly never felt a flicker of affection for me? Snape lowered his eyes. We had an agreement. After one dose of the love potion, if I could not come to like you, you would cease your pursuit of me. I will not come to like you. Do you know what I smelled that day while under the potion's influence? It was the scent of sunlight, grass, and her essence. A faint smile graced Snape's face. His voice soft, yet resonant in her ears. Isabel parted her lips, a hint of bitterness lacing her tone. Very well, as you wish. The door to the office swung open and then shut, leaving Snape alone within. The candle on the desk flickered, swayed by the draft from the closing door, but ultimately succumbed to the darkness and extinguished. The heavy night surged forth, enveloping the room in obscurity. Warmth vanished with the light, and the cold of the dark night suddenly assailed him. Snape reclined on the sofa, gently closing his eyes. Such has always been the way. Chapter 70. A few days later, Dumbledore sought out Filna once more. Clearly, Snape's presence was once again felt in the discussions. I have already consulted with the family regarding the previous matter. Snape spoke with a frigid demeanor. They stated that they require 2,000 pieces of alchemical armor and are willing to pay 5 times the market price. Fiona nodded obediently. Very well, when will you come to collect the items? Is it convenient at any time? Dumbledore spoke kindly. Ferna nodded gently. My father mentioned that once payment is made, the goods can be collected at any time. Are we to visit the Carmen family estate? Dumbledore narrowed his eyes slightly, concealing the flicker of shrewdness that passed within. So this was the intention behind it all. Fiona instantly understood his intentions, yet maintained an impassive expression as she replied. Father mentioned that transactions could take place at Malfoy Manor. Malfoy Manor, Dumbledore murmured, adjusting his spectacles, appearing somewhat hesitant. Fiona wore a faint smile, yet showed no inclination to relent. Indeed, my father stated that transactions within the confines of England may only occur at Malfoy Manor. Dumbledore furrowed his brow slightly, appearing somewhat troubled. In truth, we could retrieve the goods from France. With a smile, Filna interrupted him, saying, I apologize, Professor Dumbledore, but it is evident that the defenses of Carmen Manor are quite formidable, rendering it an unsuitable location for our dealings. My father has explicitly stated that he only places his trust in Malfoy Manor within the confines of England. If you deem this arrangement inappropriate, I fear this transaction must come to an end. Fiona's unwavering demeanor left Dumbledore somewhat taken aback. He scrutinized her for a considerable time through the lenses before finally speaking with a contemplative tone. I see. Then let us proceed to Malfoy Manor. Fiona nodded slightly. All right. If there is nothing else, I shall return to confirm the order with my father. Very well, Dumbledore replied, giving a gentle nod. Severus Snape remained impassive, seated nearby as though oblivious to the world around him. It was only after Fiona departed the office that Dumbledore spoke again. Miss Witter's identity must be investigated promptly. We must ascertain the truth before the transaction is finalized. With his hands clasped beneath his chin, his wise gaze shifted to Snape. I require the most genuine answer. Snape calmly lowered his head in acknowledgement. In the room of requirement, Draco had just placed the basket of snacks on the table when Fiona entered through the door behind him. Darling, you're back, Fiona exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she rushed toward him. Draco turned to her with open arms, but Fiona barely glanced his way, instead diving straight for the basket of treats. Are you craving snacks, or have you missed me? Draco asked, a hint of jealousy evident as he pulled her into his embrace, nudging the snack basket aside. As Filna watched the delicacies she longed for being pushed away, she swallowed her saliva pitifully and turned to Draco, softening her tone to plead. I miss you, I swear. Just let me have a taste. Draco, with a sigh of resignation, flicked her forehead lightly. unable to muster the resolve to be harsh. With a gentle threat, he relented, saying, "You little ungrateful one, go ahead and eat." Fina attained her freedom and joyfully dashed towards the delicacies. Hardly had she taken a few bites when a silver doe, bearing the words of Snape, leapt through the wall and approached her. "Come to the potions office." The cellar, as always, was dark and damp. Fina gently pushed open the door to the office, where Snape sat on the sofa, eyes closed in repose. "You have arrived," he said wearily, opening his eyes. "Dumbledore has tasked me with uncovering your identity." Filna sat before him, pondering momentarily. "Is it because of the transaction I discussed with him?" "I am uncertain." Snape furrowed his brow. Yet he evidently believes that the adopted daughter of the Carmen family ought not to be this way. Fiona lowered her gaze in contemplation for a moment before softly speaking. "Could you visit Hogsmeade over the weekend? I shall arrange for a performance there for Dumbledore. All you need to do is to sustain an injury. The rest will be taken care of." Snape relaxed his brow. Yet his expression returned to its customary coolness as he replied, "Very well." A faint metallic scent of blood wafted into Fiona's nostrils, prompting her to furrow her brow gently as her gaze swept over his pallid countenance. "Are you injured?" Snape's complexion darkened slightly as he coldly retorted, "It is none of your concern." Filna's gaze swept over his cuff, where the protective cufflinks she had given him were conspicuously absent. "What of the alchemical armor? Why was it not worn?" Snape replied with a calm demeanor. "Being with Dumbledore would expose it." He added, "You can claim it was a gift from the Malfoy family." Filna's eyes turned serious as she said, "I do not wish for you to sustain any unnecessary harm. It is of little consequence, merely a minor injury." Snape gently closed his eyes for a moment and remarked, "There is no need to create more targets for the Malfoy and Cormant families." Fiona let out a soft sigh of resignation. "Where are the cufflinks? Hand them to me." Snape opened his eyes and fixed a steady gaze upon her before rising to retrieve the cufflinks from the drawer and handing them to her. Fina took the cufflinks into her hand, fiddling with them before placing them in her pocket. "I shall add some new features to them and come to you tomorrow night." Snape furrowed his brow and opened his mouth to speak, but Fina interrupted him. "Do not utter any unnecessary remarks. Make sure to wait for me here tomorrow evening." Without giving Snape a chance to respond, she promptly stood up and departed. As she turned the corner, Fina collided with a hurried individual. "Mr. Longbottom?" Fina exclaimed, her eyes widening in confusion. "What are you doing here?" Chapter 71. Filna blinked in confusion. "What do you want?" "The gillyweed," Neville murmured softly, lowering his head. Filna was momentarily taken aback. "Do you desire a gillyweed?" she inquired. Neville, his fingers entwined nervously, replied, "Harry needs gillyweed." "Very well. Where do you intend to search for it?" "The only place that might have it is the potions office." "Are you truly considering approaching Professor Snape?" Filna's voice diminished as she spoke. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Neville's face flushed a deep crimson. "I was planning to," he stammered, trailing off. However, Filna had already comprehended his intentions. Gently patting his shoulder, she murmured, "Professor Snape is currently in his office. If you go, he will undoubtedly catch you." Neville's complexion drained of color, his body trembling slightly, and a quiver of distress tinged his voice as he asked, "What should I do?" Filna sighed softly. "You should return for now. I will seek an opportunity to procure the gillyweed for him." Neville appeared somewhat uneasy. Yet it was evident that his fear of Snape had been magnified countless times within the confines of the dungeon. Filna heard him swallow nervously, his voice trembling as he replied, "All right, then I entrust this to you." No sooner had he spoken than Neville almost immediately turned and fled, with a sense of resignation. Filna returned to the potion office. Snape, with his eyes closed and leaning against the sofa, was abruptly roused by the sound of a knock at the door. Instantly, he composed his features, straightened himself, and coldly uttered, "Enter." Filna entered with a sycophantic smile adorning her face. "What is it?" Snape paused, momentarily taken aback, and furrowed his brow at the obsequious expression upon her countenance. Fiona closed the door gently and approached Snape with an ingratiating tone. "Do you happen to have any pufferfish eyes? I would greatly appreciate two." Snape, visibly disdainful, shifted slightly away and gestured towards the apothecary cabinet. "It's in the second drawer of the third shelf. Help yourself." "Thank you." With exuberance, Filna sprang up and darted towards the potion cabinet, causing Severus to catch a glimpse of his cabinet trembling slightly, which sent a shiver through his heart. Fortunately, she soon found what she was looking for. Beaming as she bid him farewell and departed with her acquisition, Severus settled back onto the couch, the earlier gloom dissipating. Although she had secured the gillyweed, Filna did not hasten to find Harry. Instead, she returned to the room of requirement. Draco was seated on the couch engrossed in a book when the door was suddenly pushed open, revealing Filna's lovely face. "Have you finished your discussion?" Draco inquired, setting aside his book and embracing her. Ferna nestled obediently into his embrace. "Well, the conversation is concluded. Professor Snape mentioned that Dumbledore has begun to suspect my true identity, and we intend to stage a performance to deceive him. Additionally, we must assist Professor Snape in modifying the protective gear, incorporating some new functionalities. Oh, by the way," Ferna suddenly propped herself up, retrieving a sprig of the puffskein herb from her pocket. "I encountered Neville on my way, and he mentioned that Harry is in need of this herb, so I took the liberty of acquiring it." Draco reached out to gently pinch her cheek. "Why didn't you give it to him?" Ferna coyly fluttered her eyelashes and sweetly inquired, "Are you jealous?" "I wanted to ask you first." Felina's eyes were a deep shade of blue, shimmering with flecks of light each time they gazed upon Draco, appearing almost lustrous. Draco inclined his head slightly, his gaze gradually drifting to her lips. "How do you intend to make amends to me?" Fiona sensed his gaze and, with a hint of caution, raised her hand to shield her eyes. "If you do not wish to give it, then so be it." Draco's eyelashes fluttered gently, softly brushing against Fiona's palm, evoking a subtle tickle. Filna trembled as she withdrew her hand, the sensation in her palm extending deep into her heart. She could not help but raise her gaze to Draco. Draco was gazing into her eyes, his gray irises brimming with tenderness, and his lips were gently curved in a warm smile. Fina seemed entranced by the hue in his eyes, her petite head gradually drawing nearer. As soon as her lips brushed against his, Draco deftly captured the back of her head, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his gaze. Thus commenced a lingering kiss that enveloped them both. In Filna's eyes, the stars shone more brightly, with glistening tears welling at the corners, adding a hint of crimson to her lashes. The soft whimpers melded into their kiss, and Draco sensed the person in his embrace was gradually struggling to breathe. Yet, he continued to pepper her lips with tender kisses, granting her fleeting moments to regain her breath while unwilling to release her. After what felt like an eternity, Filna, with a face full of indignation, pushed Draco's face away, and he was finally compelled to let go. "From now on, you must not come near me." Filna pouted slightly, displaying a petulant demeanor. Draco, amused, soothed her. "All right, you hold the reins." Fiona feigned disgust as she wiped her mouth. "I shall go deliver the gillyweed to Harry." "I shall accompany you." Draco raised an eyebrow, providing himself with a grandiloquent justification. "I cannot bear the thought of you going alone." Filna, feigning ferocity, chose not to expose him and merely cautioned, "No fighting, no quarreling, no biting sarcasm." But what if he instigated a conflict first? Draco, adopting a pitiful demeanor, reached out in an attempt to embrace Filna. Fiona swiftly evaded his outstretched hand, lifting her chin with a haughty glance in his direction. "Surely not. Do you possess more faith in him than in me?" Draco appeared genuinely aggrieved, his eyes slightly downcast. Feeling a surge of compassion, Filna reached out to embrace him, gently murmuring, "How could that be? I certainly trust you more. I merely worry that a quarrel in the Gryffindor Tower could spiral out of control." Draco's lips curled into a triumphant smile as he tenderly lifted Filna's chin and bestowed a kiss upon her. Breathless once more, Filna found herself lost in the tenderness of his kiss, momentarily forgetting her resolve to keep him at bay. As the prolonged kiss came to an end, Filna's cheeks flushed lightly, and she playfully chided him with a glance of mock annoyance. Satisfied, Draco released her, his voice brimming with delight. "Go on. I shall await your return. Aren't you coming with me?" Filna inquired, blinking in surprise. Draco playfully tousled her still rosy cheeks, pinching them lightly as if to savor the moment. "I shall not accompany you, lest you spend the entire journey fretting about us having an argument." Fina tentatively took a step forward and inquired, "Shall I take my leave then?" Draco remained unresponsive. Fina tentatively took a step forward. "Am I truly leaving?" Draco raised an eyebrow. Ferna tentatively took a step forward, but suddenly, a wave of dizziness overcame her, and she found herself enveloped in Draco's embrace. "Perhaps we should postpone until tomorrow. The air outside is quite poor today." Draco lifted her with ease and placed her upon the bed, leaning down to capture her lips with his own. "MMM. Filna's eyes widened as she struggled momentarily, while Della reached out to cover her eyes, his lips brushing against her ear as he whispered softly, "Darling, stay with me." As Filna's heart softened, she quieted and gently wrapped her arms around his neck. Chapter 72. The night had deepened, and the corridors of Hogwarts echoed with the soft patter of footsteps. It was the professors on their rounds. Occasionally, the sound of footsteps was accompanied by the mews of a cat, as a figure carrying an oil lamp passed by, accompanied by a frail feline. It was Mr. Filch. the caretaker, and Mrs. Norris. Isabel strolled silently through the castle, skillfully evading all patrolling figures, as leisurely as an evening walk after dinner. Upon reaching the third floor, she encountered a massive, grotesque stone sculpture at the entrance of the headmaster's office. A smile curled upon her lips, and her crimson eyes glimmered faintly. Lemon sorbet. A crisp voice uttered the password, and the guardian beast abruptly leapt aside, staring at Isabel in astonishment. Ascending the spiral staircase, her smile deepened. And with a subtle twist of her right hand, a gigantic scythe emanating dark energy materialized in her once empty palm. This scythe bore a striking resemblance to the Grim Reaper's, yet differed subtly in certain aspects. Embedded at the tip was a massive ruby that flickered with a chilling light in the dim surroundings, instilling an undeniable sense of dread. The staircase rose slowly, and in the blink of an eye, she reached the 8th floor. Isabel stepped into the headmaster's office. Dumbledore stood by the window, lost in thought. And upon noticing her arrival, he exhibited no surprise, as if he had anticipated it. "You have arrived." Dumbledore's voice flowed calmly, his gaze towards Isabel unwavering. Isabel displayed a saccharine smile, yet an unmistakable intent to kill surged in her crimson eyes. "Indeed, I have come. It is time for you to leave." Isabel advanced slowly towards him, scythe in hand, while Dumbledore remained motionless, not even drawing his wand. "You cannot kill me." Dumbledore's voice was chillingly calm. Bringing the scythe closer to him, Isabel's smile grew ever sweeter. "There is yet to be a person I cannot kill." The dark energy of the scythe inched closer to Dumbledore, who showed no inclination to resist, merely gazing vacantly towards the spiral staircase. As the dark aura began to envelop him, a voice from behind halted her. "Stop." The velvety voice, as deep and rich as ever, now carried a hint of anger. Isabel closed her eyes briefly, obediently halting and turning around. Snape stood there, his wand pointed at her, panting and visibly furious, clearly having rushed to her side. "I told you, you should not be here." Snape spoke, his tone laced with ire. "Do not create trouble." "Create trouble?" Isabel tilted her head, her gaze sweeping over Dumbledore, who smiled sweetly as she spoke. "Am I not resolving a problem?" Snape's voice turned icy. "You promised not to interfere again." "I am not interfering with you." The sickle in Isabel's hand was raised once more, her gaze fixed upon Dumbledore, whose crimson eyes radiated an almost palpable malice. "I merely wish to resolve a troublesome matter," she stated. Snape, witnessing her movement, exclaimed in urgency, "Cease this folly. Your misguided intentions will only complicate matters further. Return to where you belong." Isabel complied, halting as he desired. More precisely, she froze in place. The atmosphere descended into silence. Snape's lips twitched slightly, his wand still cautiously aimed at her. Isabel turned stiffly to regard him, her deep red eyes suddenly dimming. The sweet smile that graced her lips freezing in place as a solitary tear slipped from her eye and shattered upon the ground with a soft thud. It was as if something else had fractured alongside it. Snape, his expression impassive, fixed his gaze upon her, his wand resembling a sword, its sharpest tip directed at her heart. Gradually retracting the sickle, Isabel suppressed her emotions and donned her hood, her vibrant visage obscured by the voluminous fabric, her expression inscrutable. The sickle trembled lightly in her grasp, the surrounding dark aura enveloping her entirely. She remained silent, vanishing into the shadows. "Well done," Dumbledore remarked, lifting his gaze to Snape, a look of encouragement gracing his features. Snape lowered his wand and nodded indifferently. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Go ahead," Dumbledore replied, evidently pleased with his performance, a gentle mirth lacing his tone. Snape ascended the spiral staircase, descending to the 3rd floor, his figure receding into a realm of solitude. The night gradually swallowed him whole, and as he made his way back to the potions office, his previously steadfast posture began to tremble and stoop. The wound upon his chest tore open anew, and blood oozed from the injuries on his legs and arms. The pain rendered his complexion even more pallid, beads of sweat cascading down his face, yet he could scarcely manage to reach the cabinet for a vial of pain relief. The excruciating agony tore at him, compelling him to bow to the ground, gritting his teeth to endure. Time slipped by, and eventually the pain seemed to numb slightly. Snape struggled to rise, staggering to the cabinet where he unearthed the last vial of painkiller. The viscous liquid was swallowed, and at last, the pain receded somewhat. He removed the blood-soaked bandages from his body, uncorked a bottle of powder, and liberally sprinkled it upon his wounds. A wave of searing pain surged through him, rendering his face even more ashen as he leaned against the cabinet to prevent himself from collapsing. A plume of green smoke billowed upwards as he hastily wrapped the bandages around his injuries and cast a healing charm upon himself. The wounds on his arm and thigh continued to bleed, and after consuming a vial of blood replenisher, he found himself devoid of the strength to tend to his injuries any further. The dosage of the analgesic proved inadequate to quell the pain. He could only bite down hard on the tender flesh within his mouth, attempting to stifle the resurgence of agony, until the dawn broke. Chapter 73. In the room of the wish-granting chamber, the first rays of morning sunlight streamed in, and Filna opened her eyes. Beside her, Draco remained in slumber. The warm white quilt tossed aside, his form curled up in a pitiable manner, emanating an air of vulnerability. Filna gently pulled the blanket over him and bestowed a soft kiss upon his face before rising to stretch. The sun had yet to dispel the chill lingering in the air. However, the fireplace burned continuously, ensuring that the room remained comfortably warm. Filna awoke, refreshed, donned her attire, and descended from her bed. She approached her writing desk to procure some stationery, composing a letter to her father. To ensure that Dumbledore would cease his inquiries into her identity, her father's cooperation was imperative. With a swift bite to her index finger, a drop of crimson blood fell upon the paper, causing her script to gradually fade. Filna entrusted the sealed letter to Vimir, urging him to deliver it to her father with utmost urgency. Vimir, obediently nuzzling her fingertip, took to the skies. On her bedside lay the cufflinks she had retrieved from Snape the previous day. Filna moved towards them, grasped the cufflinks, and turned to enter the alchemy chamber. Time passed unnoticed, and Draco, turning in his sleep, instinctively reached out to embrace the figure that should have been beside him, only to find emptiness. Sensing something amiss, he struggled to lift his eyelids, scanning the surroundings in search of Filna. After an unsuccessful search, Draco sat up in confusion. "Sweetheart? Where are you?" he called out loudly. But silence enveloped him. He sat on the bed, momentarily bewildered, before hastily throwing on a robe and commencing his search for Filna throughout the room. Just as he approached the door to the alchemy chamber, Filna emerged, clutching the cufflinks, and their eyes met. Draco leaned forward, enveloping her in his embrace. His voice still thick with sleep and tinged with a hint of grievance. "Why did you leave me alone in bed? When I awoke, I couldn't find you. And it frightened me." It was a rare sight for Filna to witness Draco displaying such vulnerability, as he obediently allowed her to embrace him. She gently patted his back in a comforting manner, saying, There, I merely went to the alchemy room to adjust Professor Snape's protective gear." Draco, feeling aggrieved, nestled beside her neck, nuzzling softly, while his hand around her waist tightened ever so slightly, unwilling to release her. "Is it done?" he inquired in a warm, gentle voice, his shallow breaths brushing against her collarbone, eliciting a faint ticklish sensation. Filna chuckled softly, stepping aside and placing her hand against his chest to create some distance. "Stop teasing. It's all fixed, just look." At her words, Draco lifted his gaze. Filna opened her palm, revealing two cufflinks resting quietly within. The silver cufflinks were adorned with exquisite rubies set precisely in the center, exuding an air of opulence. "Are these for the Godfather?" Draco inquired hesitantly. Filna felt a sense of helplessness as the only material at her disposal was a ruby. Nevertheless, it would suffice. The Godfather would surely appreciate it. Draco playfully winked at her, adopting a charming demeanor. Filna remained silent, arching her brow slightly at him. "Perhaps," Draco mumbled softly, feeling a twinge of guilt. As lunchtime approached, Filna and Draco tidied up briefly before stepping out. The hall was already filled with seated students, and the two hurried back to their places. The first class of the afternoon was potions, and after their meal, they made their way directly to the dungeons. The potions classroom was as dim as ever, with candlesticks embedded in the walls casting a warm orange glow over the surrounding area. Students trickled in, finding their seats, and even the typically boisterous Gryffindors lowered their voices. Soon, Severus Snape entered, waving his wand to inscribe the potion's formula on the blackboard. With a cold demeanor, he announced, "The formula for the aging potion is on the board. Submit your work before class ends." The classroom buzzed with the sound of rustling as students gathered the necessary potion ingredients and began to grind them according to the instructions. Draco remained focused on his task, while Filna discreetly observed Snape. Unlike his usual habit of patrolling among the students, he stood rigidly at the front of the classroom, his gaze sweeping over the students below. Their eyes met. Snape glanced at Draco, who was diligently managing the potion materials, stirring the cauldron, adding ingredients, and channeling magical energy. He then shifted his gaze to Filna, who blinked at him as if she wished to speak, before expressionlessly averting his eyes. Throughout the potions class, Snape remained at the front, watching them until the bell rang, signaling the end of class, at which point he exited the room. Slytherin had a history of magic class next, and Filna and Draco separated, making their way individually to the potions office. As expected, Snape was waiting inside. Pulling a pair of cufflinks from her pocket, Filna explained carefully. This time I've added a touch of confusion charm. While it won't grant control over another's will, it can induce a perception of your influence on the caster. You need not worry about exposure. Even if Dumbledore were to examine it closely, he would find no trace of magical disturbance. Moreover, only you can wield it. In anyone else's hands, it would merely be a simple ornament. Fina handed him the cufflink, gesturing towards the ruby embedded within it. Infuse it with a touch of magic. She instructed. Snape raised his wand and complied. The moment the magic made contact, the ruby burst forth with a brilliant radiance, which gradually coalesced, revealing a hint of gilded texture within the gem. It is complete. It now truly belongs to you, Fina cautioned with concern. Do remember to wear it. Thank you. Snape replied, casting his gaze downward as he accepted the cufflink. I shall wear it. Fiona let out a soft sigh, urging herself to avoid any harm. Snape inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. Filna, choosing not to utter another word, turned and departed from the potions office. Snape, with his head bowed, gazed at the resplendent ruby cufflink in the palm of his hand, before raising his hand to adorn his sleeve with it. As Draco had yet to conclude his class, Filna did not return to the room of requirement, but instead made her way to Gryffindor Tower. There were no lessons scheduled for Gryffindor during this period, resulting in many students congregating in the common room, where upon entering, Filna immediately spotted Harry and Ron nestled comfortably on the sofa. Fiona walked straight over. Fiona? Harry exclaimed in surprise. Are you here to see Hermione? She is out on a date with Crumb. Beside him, Ron let out a scoff of disdain. Fiona disregarded Ron and quietly retrieved a small vial containing gillyweed from her pocket, handing it to Harry. I came to find you. This is gillyweed. Neville mentioned you would need it, and I obtained it from Professor Snape. Harry accepted the vial with excitement, exclaiming, Thank you, Fiona. Filna raised a gentle smile and said, You're welcome, but I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Many students around them took note of their interaction, gathering in hushed whispers. Filna astutely sensed a particular gaze directed at her, imbued with a hint of malice. A cursory glance around revealed Ginny in the corner, glaring intently at her. Upon noticing Filna's gaze, Ginny intensified her stare, prompting a chuckle from Filna, her lips curving into a more pronounced smile. Ginny appeared even more incensed. With a resigned sigh, Filna averted her gaze and exited the lounge. Chapter 74. Soon enough, Vimir returned with Mr. Carmen's reply. The stationery bore Mr. Carmen's unmistakable style, and upon unfolding it, Filna found a mere sentence inscribed, All is well. Fina raised an eyebrow and cast a spell to incinerate the letter. A splendid performance was about to commence. As the weekend arrived, Fina deliberately sent an owl to remind Snape to visit Hogsmeade, advising him to drink a vial of antidote beforehand. Though somewhat perplexed, Snape ultimately trusted her and obediently swallowed the entire vial of antidote before making his way to Hogsmeade. Upon entering the village, several gazes instantly fixed upon him, prompting Snape to furrow his brow and grip his wand tightly. Every weekend, throngs of students flooded Hogsmeade, and at this moment, the streets were bustling with their presence, with many shops overflowing with eager patrons. As Snape walked, he remained vigilant, acutely aware of his surroundings, as those penetrating gazes never wavered. Finding a secluded spot, Snape heightened his caution, his instinct honed by experience warning him that if an attack were to occur, this would be the opportune moment. Sure enough, several robed wizards materialized beside him, wands drawn, launching their assault. Faint, a flash of white light darted past, and Snape narrowly evaded it. Yet one of the dark-cloaked wizards suddenly leaned in, whispering, Do not evade. In that moment of distraction, a red beam of light flashed before him, accompanied by a spell that struck him, heart-piercing. Snape collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing in apparent agony, yet he felt no pain. The caster of the spell held his wand pointed at him, and as Snape lay there, realization dawned upon him. This was indeed the spectacle that Fina had orchestrated. Immediately, he was mercilessly surrounded and beaten by the group of wizards until he lay, barely conscious, on the ground. Indeed, they had cast a barrage of chaotic confusion spells upon him, rendering his state exceedingly terrifying. The leading dark-cloaked wizard looked disdainfully at the crumpled Snape, coldly stating, Do not delve into matters that do not concern you, or next time, you shall find yourself but a cold corpse. Snape remained silent. In truth, he could not respond. Although his alchemical armor had absorbed all the physical attacks, The silent curse evidently fell outside the parameters of those considered offensive spells, and he had been affected. Despite the seclusion of the area, students occasionally passed by, but fortunately, the dark wizards had no intention of abandoning him there. The leader summoned his patronus, a magnificent silver owl, which fluttered its wings and took flight. Lowering his gaze, the dark-robed wizard softly spoke, "The lady instructed me to preserve your image. So I shall cast a confusion spell aimed at the students. Dumbledore will arrive shortly. I suggest you lie still for a while." With that, he departed with his companions. Left alone amidst the swirling snow, Snape gritted his teeth, envisioning the moment he would confront Fina, while she had thoughtfully considered his reputation. Could she not have instructed them to cast a warming charm before leaving? Clearly, Dumbledore was not far away. He appeared almost instantaneously as the dark-robed wizard departed. Observing Severus, who lay on the ground, battered and speechless, Dumbledore cast a glance towards the direction in which the dark wizard had vanished. Pausing for a moment in quiet contemplation before transporting Severus back to the castle, Severus was bewildered as to how the disillusionment charms had evaded Madame Pomfrey's diagnostic spells. Nevertheless, upon his arrival at the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey promptly enveloped him from head to toe, administering a multitude of potions. It was then that Severus comprehended the purpose of the antidote he had consumed that morning. He ground his teeth in frustration. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was February 24th, the day of the second task in the Triwizard Tournament. Early in the morning, students from the 3 schools gathered by the Black Lake. While the professors conferred together, conducting final checks, and the champions readied themselves, Draco stood in the stands, embracing Pansy as the cheers around them grew ever louder. Pansy looked at Draco with a plea for help. Understanding her request, Draco drew out his wand and gently tapped her ears, allowing her to notice the cacophony diminishing to a whisper, a smile blossoming on her lips. Before long, the competition commenced, with champions leaping one after another into the depths to rescue their comrades. Victor successfully brought Hermione to the surface, and Cedric soon followed suit, retrieving Cho from the water. As seconds ticked by, an unsettling silence enveloped the lake, causing the audience in the stands to grow increasingly anxious. At last, a silver head broke through the surface. Fleur emerged, alone and determined. Fleur was unable to hear the surrounding sounds, yet she could distinctly sense that the crowd had begun to engage in hushed conversations. Alone, she crawled onto the shore and knelt by the lake, weeping bitterly. Soon, 3 small heads emerged from the water once more. Harry had surfaced alongside Fleur's sister and Ron. Filled with joy, Fleur sprang to her feet and dashed towards them. A sudden eruption of cheers resonated from the stands, as the Gryffindor students beside Fina raised their arms in excitement, nearly striking her with their fervent gestures. Harry had undeniably become a hero, with students from all 3 houses rallying in his honor. Fina's gaze fell upon Harry, who was seated on the shore, wrapped in a towel, and their eyes met in a fleeting moment of connection. "Thank you." Fina discerned his lip movements and responded with a gentle smile. Suddenly, a cacophony of cheers surged into her ears, causing her to shudder in fright, tears welling in her eyes as she abruptly turned and threw herself into Draco's embrace, exclaiming that the spell had faltered. Draco discreetly concealed his wand back into his sleeve and tenderly wrapped his arms around her, soothing her with reassurances. There. It's all right." Meanwhile, Harry sat on the grass, witnessing the entire scene as Draco surreptitiously lifted the enchantment, feigning innocence while comforting Fina. The wicked Malfoy. As the competition concluded, students meandered back in small groups, still animatedly discussing the events of the day. Filna and Draco strolled hand in hand through the campus when Filna, with her keen eyes, caught a fleeting glimpse of Moody's figure darting past, seemingly headed towards the forbidden forest. "Draco," Filna turned to him, but was promptly interrupted. "You should return. I have matters to attend to," he said, raising an eyebrow lightly. "I saw him too. I will accompany you." Filna cast a surprised glance at him, and Draco playfully flicked her forehead, saying, "How could I possibly allow you to venture out alone?" Fina blinked innocently and said, "Not at all. I merely wish to inquire if you are hungry. Shall we go dine together?" Draco regarded her with surprise. "Aren't you going to follow and see?" "No need." Fina replied with a sly smile, "Someone will inform me." A flicker of confusion passed over Draco's face, and then he broke into a resigned smile. "Another secret, is it?" With a sweet smile, Filna spoke, "It's a secret for now." Chapter 75. As March drew to a close, the school announced a 2-week Easter break. After consultation, Filna and Draco decided to remain at the school. Following the second competition, Dumbledore readily purchased a batch of alchemical armors. Filna found herself reaping substantial profits. her eyes sparkling with excitement whenever she encountered Dumbledore, contemplating the opportune moment to sell the peculiar assortment of defective items that had accumulated in her storeroom at home. During the Easter holiday, many students chose to return home, leaving only a handful behind. Consequently, the castle felt notably more desolate. The curfew was extended to 11 o'clock at night, and professors ceased their nocturnal patrols, which proved particularly convenient for students like Filna, who were planning nighttime escapades. For several consecutive nights, Filna found herself dreaming of entering the Forbidden Forest. Each dream abruptly ceased when a centaur intercepted her deep within the woodland. After much contemplation, Filna resolved to venture into the forest with Draco to uncover the mystery. By the time they stealthily exited the castle, the clock was nearing midnight, and they made their way towards the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid's hut was dark, the sound of deep snoring emanating from within. The duo circumvented the windows of the hut and proceeded into the forest. The silvery moonlight cascaded down, enveloping every leaf in a shimmering glow. Most creatures were in slumber, and even the few nocturnal beings did not attack. They merely observed as the two passed through their territory. As they delved deeper into the forest, Filna felt the ring on her finger grow warm. Suddenly, a centaur leapt out to block their path. The scene mirrored her dream perfectly. The centaur, adorned with shimmering silver fur, had a bare human-like upper body, with soft golden curls cascading over his shoulders, his deep-set eyes gazing intently at her. Draco stepped forward protectively, gripping his wand tightly with vigilance. The centaur paid him no heed, his deep blue eyes fixed upon Filna, his voice ethereal. "I have awaited you for a long time." "Awaited me?" Filna furrowed her brow in confusion. "Why?" The ring on her finger began to emit a pearly glow, and the centaur's gaze remained transfixed on it. "The ring has recognized its master. You are the one we have been waiting for." Filna also gazed at the ring upon her finger. The once unremarkable jade-white band seemed to have suddenly come to life, its hues vibrant and radiant. The centaur appeared to recognize the ring, and Filna cautiously inquired, "What is this ring?" "I am uncertain," the centaur replied, raising his gaze to meet Filna's. "Among my people, there exists a time-honored legend. When the stars in the sky align in a singular line, our destined master shall manifest within the Forbidden Forest. Our sole purpose is to obey her commands. This is the reason why my kin and I have dwelled in the Forbidden Forest for so many years." "Master? Is it I?" Filna exclaimed in astonishment, pointing to herself. The centaur's expression deepened as he looked skyward, where the stars had indeed aligned into a single line. "This is the guidance of the celestial bodies." "What do you intend to do?" Filna asked, still grappling with the meaning of his words as she observed the stars above. The centaur shifted his gaze back to her, his voice measured and serene. "Whatever you choose to do, we shall follow." Filna furrowed her brow deeply. The centaur spoke once more. "Whenever you find yourself in need, we shall stand unwaveringly behind you, offering unconditional support and assistance until you achieve your desires." Confused, Filna inquired, "What if I were to involve you in the war?" The centaur's profound gaze shifted toward the starry sky. "Regardless of the outcome, it is the destiny that the centaur tribe must embrace. You may return and ponder this carefully. Should you require our aid, simply venture into the Forbidden Forest, and I shall undoubtedly find you." Sensing Filna's bewilderment, the centaur slightly bowed in respect, kindly stating, "Should you need me, do not hesitate to summon me. I shall not intrude upon you any longer." With that, he turned and departed. Filna lowered her gaze to the ring on her finger, which had once again dimmed, her mind a tumult of emotions. Draco stood silently beside her, patiently awaiting her words. Nestling into his embrace, she gazed up at the night sky, letting out a soft sigh. "Should I place my trust in him? I suppose I shall find out." Draco, too, lifted his gaze. The stars aligned in a shimmering line above them, illuminating the darkness. At least he was correct about this astral phenomenon. The ring remained unresponsive, and Filna sensed that her journey to the Forbidden Forest today had been guided by its influence. Yet she hesitated to place her faith in such elusive instincts. After all, the entirety of Hogwarts, including the Forbidden Forest, was under Dumbledore's dominion, and the centaur's unexpected approach made it difficult for her not to overthink the implications. Returning to the room of requirement, her mind swirling with questions, she was greeted by a beautiful brown owl that immediately nestled into her embrace, nuzzling affectionately against her. "Kale!" Filna exclaimed in delight as she caught the owl. "What brings you here?" Kale shook off the envelope dangling from her foot, her large, innocent eyes blinking up at Filna with a hint of reproach. "Did father send you with something?" Filna gently untied the envelope from her leg, murmuring, "You've worked hard." Kale flapped her wings and settled on Filna's shoulder, playfully rubbing her cheek against her. Draco clenched his jaw, stifling the urge to toss the owl aside. Within the envelope lay 2 rings and a note. As Ferna extracted the note and read it, the furrow of worry that had clouded her brow dissipated, and joy illuminated her features. Her father had informed her that the protective gear against the killing curse had been successfully developed, due to the rarity of the materials. Only 2 rings could be crafted at present. She opened her palm, revealing the 2 simple silver bands resting within. Father said this place is particularly perilous. Hence these were sent for us. Chapter 76. As they conversed, a sudden disturbance rippled through the air, and Isabel materialized in the room, dressed still in her dark robes. Her ebony hair concealed beneath the hood, her deep crimson eyes fixated on the rings in Ferna's hand. Fina swiftly concealed the ring in her hand, while Draco regained his composure, positioning himself protectively behind Fina, drawing his wand and sternly demanding, "How did you gain entry?" Isabel disregarded his inquiry. Removing her hood and addressing Fina with an impassive expression, "Let us find a place to converse." Filma recognized herself as the girl who had appeared in Snape's office that day. Evidently, Draco also recognized her, as he paused, his wand hand faltering. A hint of confusion etched on his face. "Is it you?" Isabel did not spare him a glance, her deep crimson eyes gliding past him to focus on Filna. "I wish to discuss something with you." There was no malice in her demeanor. Her gaze was tranquil and steady. After a brief moment of contemplation, Filna acquiesced. "Very well." Draco, still harboring unease, shifted his body to shield Filna. As if he had more to say, Fiona gently grasped his hand and bestowed upon him a soft smile, placing the ring into his palm. With tenderness, she said, "Hold on to this for now. Do not worry. I shall return soon." Draco furrowed his brow and regarded her intently for a moment, before letting out a resigned sigh. He then reversed the ring and slid it onto her finger, stating, "You should wear it." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Isabel, who stood nearby. Isabel, however, entirely disregarded him, her attention captivated by the ring, and within her calm gaze, a flicker of emotion finally stirred. Ferna obediently donned the ring, reassuringly clasping his hand. Before gracefully maneuvering around him to stand beside Isabel, softly inquiring, "Where are we headed?" Isabel offered no reply, her slender fingers gently encircling Ferna's wrist while the fingertips of her other hand gathered a wisp of dark energy. With a delicate wave towards the void, the air shimmered, and the 2 vanished from the room. In an instant, Ferna found herself in an entirely different chamber. It appeared to be a library belonging to an aristocratic family. The walls were adorned with polished lapis lazuli, and the lofty ceiling was embedded with countless moonstones radiating a warm white glow, resembling twinkling stars in a clear night sky. Every few meters, a row of wooden bookshelves stood tall, connecting the shelves to the ceiling, meticulously lined with a variety of books. Perhaps the collection here surpassed that of Hogwarts. "What would you like to discuss with me?" Ferna marveled at her surroundings before finally returning her gaze to Isabel. Isabel spoke with an expressionless demeanor. "I desire the alchemical gauntlet that you wear upon your hand." "It is merely an alchemical gauntlet. You can procure one from outside." Ferna replied nonchalantly, though a sense of wariness stirred within her, and her hand, concealed within her sleeve, stealthily grasped her wand. Isabel shook her head, her gaze settling gently upon the ring. "I am aware that this is the protective gear newly developed by Mr. Carmen, capable of guarding against the killing curse. Currently, only 2 have been created, and both are in your possession." Ferna abruptly brandished her wand at her, demanding in a fierce tone, "How do you know this? Who are you really?" Isabel remained unperturbed, her deep crimson eyes meeting Ferna's gaze, her demeanor as composed as ever. "Calm yourself," she replied with an air of tranquility. "I am the heir of the Mansnay family. My name is Isabel Mansnay. You should have heard of me." Filna let out a chilling laugh, gripping her wand tighter. "The Mansnay family has forged a pact with death. Its members are forbidden to set foot in the wizarding realm. How can you possibly prove your affiliation with them?" "The emblem of the Mansnay family is a black scythe adorned with rubies." Isabel gently raised her hand, a swirl of dark energy coalescing in her palm, gradually morphing into a black scythe, the ruby at its end pulsating with an eerie glow. Tendrils of shadowy mist entwined around the scythe, and Filna keenly sensed the deathly energy emanating from it. "Why do you require this protective charm?" Filna squinted, scrutinizing her with suspicion. "Members of the Mansnay family are immortal, impervious to any curse of death. It seems you have no need for it." Isabel's gaze softly fell upon the ring. "I wish for you to deliver this ring to Severus Snape." "Severus Snape?" Filna exclaimed in surprise, abruptly recalling the encounter she had that day in the potions office. "Indeed," Isabel replied, lifting her eyes to meet Filna's. "In exchange, I can assist you with 3 matters." "Anything?" "Yes, anything." Why? Filna queried, perplexed. You and he. Isabel coldly interrupted. We share no connection. Fiona remained somewhat perplexed. Did not the Mansnay family members refrain from stepping into the realm of wizards? Surely. Our conversation today constitutes an intrusion into that world. It is not entirely forbidden. Rather, it requires a certain sacrifice. Isabel's gaze fell, her voice gentle as she inquired. Do you agree? The Mansnay family serves as the Reaper's emissaries on Earth, endowed with the capacity to wield a portion of the Reaper's powers. Their lineage is formidable, unmatched in both wealth and influence by any other family within the wizarding community. This transaction, regardless of perspective, appears advantageous, leaving Fiona with no grounds for dissent. I concur, she stated, removing her ring and extending it towards her. This ring is for you. Isabel regarded the proffered ring, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Yet she refrained from reaching out to accept it. I wish to present the ring to him in your name. Do not mention me. Our agreement, I desire it to remain known to no one. Isabel's voice retained its customary tranquility, though an uncontrollable surge of dark energy enveloped her, as if striving to conceal the profound anguish embedded in her words. A defining trait of the Mansnay family is their emotional composure. They must master the art of emotion regulation. When their radiant smiles emerge, it signifies that the scythe is poised to harvest another soul. Filna seemed to sense the sorrow in her voice, her tone softening considerably. All right, I understand. The dark aura surrounding Isabel began to condense, and a barely perceptible smile finally graced her face. Thank you. I shall escort you back. In the wish fulfillment chamber, Draco awaited anxiously, when suddenly, a ripple coursed through the air. Filna and Isabel materialized in the room, their presence devoid of any palpable tension. Draco felt a slight sense of relief. Isabel lifted her gaze once more to Filna and said, If you wish to find me, simply speak my name. Filna nodded gently as Isabel vanished once more into thin air. Are you hurt? Draco exclaimed anxiously, rushing over to Filna and meticulously examining her for any injuries. A gentle smile graced the corners of Filna's lips as she reassured, I am unscathed. She harbors no ill intentions. Draco, finally at ease, embraced her and inquired. Do you know her? I do not, Filna replied, nestling in his arms, deftly shifting the subject. I wish to pay a visit to Professor Snape shortly. Sensing her evasion, Draco playfully pinched her cheek, feigning irritation. You are concealing matters from me again. Promise you won't engage in anything perilous, understand? Fiona blinked obediently. I understand. Chapter 77. After dinner, Fiona arrived at the potions office, ring in hand. Snape was seated at his desk, scribbling something. Upon her entrance, he wearily rubbed his temples and inquired, What is it? Fiona leaned closer, presenting a ring in her hand, a new alchemical gauntlet. I already possess one, Snape replied, revealing the ruby cufflinks adorning his sleeves. I have no need for this. Please take it back. This is a little invention I've recently developed, Fiona insisted, firmly pushing the ring towards him. Would you help me by testing its efficacy? Snape, somewhat resigned, accepted the ring. How long must the trial last? Fiona spoke ambiguously. I'm not sure, but let's give it a try. The ring was originally her size, but before stepping out, she had taken the time to alter both its style and size in the alchemy chamber, ensuring that Draco would not recognize it. Snape slid the ring onto his finger. The dark silver band appeared quite fitting on him, and Fiona nodded in satisfaction. Oh, there is something. Snape hesitated before continuing. I need you to help me hide something. What is it? Fiona inquired, looking up at him. Snape retrieved a small box from the drawer and handed it to her, his expression grave. Please conceal this within Hogwarts, and do your utmost to keep it from being discovered. Does it absolutely have to be hidden in Hogwarts? Fiona asked as she accepted the box. The Corman family has many concealed locations. Snape slightly shook his head. It must be hidden within Hogwarts. Fiona, having tucked away the box, acknowledged with a nod. Very well. I understand. Upon exiting the potion office, she pondered over potential hiding places, and before she realized it, she had ascended to the 8th floor. With a gentle pull, she opened the door to the room of requirement, only to find it transformed from the intimate quarters she shared with Draco into a cluttered chamber brimming with an array of odds and ends. Thelina was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained her composure, for her earlier thoughts had been about a place to conceal items. Consequently, the wishful chamber manifested a corresponding room. Within this space, an assortment of various odds and ends were haphazardly piled in a chaotic yet intriguing manner, making it an ideal location for stashing belongings. Thelna strode to the center of the room and raised her hand to toss a small box into the heap of clutter. The box arced gracefully through the air, landing amidst the disarray in such a way that, even if one were to deliberately search for it, they would find it quite a challenge, hidden here. It would surely go unnoticed. Having concealed the box, Filna took a moment to imprint the location in her memory before turning to leave. Suddenly, the family ring on her hand began to vibrate gently. This sensation had also occurred the last time she was near Harry, prompting Filna to become alert as she scanned her surroundings. The room was filled with towering piles of debris, making it entirely plausible that someone could be concealed within. Filna drew her wand, gripping it firmly as she moved toward the source of the ring's tremor. After taking a few steps, she discovered a mound of clutter before her. Yet no figure was in sight. As she brushed her hand over the debris, the ring began to vibrate violently at a particular spot. Filna picked it up and discovered it was a crown. The ring on her hand vibrated wildly, and she sensed that this crown was extraordinary. Though she could not quite articulate why, reluctantly, she decided to take it outside and consult someone when she had the time. Carrying the crown, Filna exited the room and repeated her previous actions to open the door to the wish house, returning to Draco's bedroom. Draco lay on the bed, staring contemplatively at the ceiling. Upon her entrance, he turned his head slightly and softly said, "You're back." Filna placed the crown she held upon the table and, shedding her outer robe, nestled into Draco's embrace. "Ah, I am back," she murmured. Draco enveloped her in his arms, his gaze drifting towards the crown resting on the table. "What is that?" he inquired. Filna closed her eyes, leaning against him, her voice tinged with a hint of fatigue. "I don't know. The family ring reacted to it, so I brought it back. It appears to be a magical artifact." Draco furrowed his brow. "This sensation feels somewhat familiar." Fiona opened her eyes and looked at him, asking, "What?" The sensation of the crown felt somewhat familiar. Draco released Fiona and rose, approaching the table to examine the crown closely, his brow furrowed in confusion. "I believe I have seen something akin to this before," he remarked thoughtfully. As Draco pondered, Fiona remained silent, patiently awaiting his revelation. After a considerable period of contemplation, Draco finally discerned a clue. It appeared to be an artifact of dark magic. Draco's expression grew tense as he admitted, "I cannot ascertain anything further." Fiona's gaze shifted to the crown as she raised an eyebrow. "Victor should be able to discern dark magical artifacts. I shall present it to him tomorrow." Draco voiced his concerns. "It may not be entirely safe to leave this here." Filna contemplated for a moment, then rose to cast the crown into the alchemical chamber, securing the door behind her. The alchemical chamber was impervious to various magical assaults, silencing all sounds and resisting both water and fire. This time, she should be safe. Satisfied, Filna clapped her hands and turned to return to her bed. Draco stood frozen in place, captivated by the fluidity of her movements. Fiona, glancing to her side in confusion, asked, "Why are you standing there in a daze? Come to bed." Draco offered a resigned smile as he approached the bedside, sitting down and gently pinching her nose. He advised with concern, "Don't forget to check on him tomorrow." Filna arched an enticing smile, the corners of her eyes slightly lifted. "What? Must we mention other men in bed?" Draco's gaze lingered upon her lips. "I may, but you are not permitted to." Fiona turned over, pinning him beneath her. Her golden brown hair cascaded onto his face as she softly whispered against his cheek, "Do you still doubt my capabilities?" A hint of allure sparkled in her eyes, captivating Draco's gaze, compelling him to lean up and capture her lips in a kiss. Fiona gracefully bent down, her slender fingers gently weaving through his hair. Draco raised his hand to cradle the back of her head, bestowing upon her a tender kiss. Chapter 78. The following morning, Fiona sought out Victor, adorned with a crown. Upon the first sight of the crown, Victor furrowed his brow. "Where did this come from?" he exclaimed, taking a sudden step back. "Quickly, dispose of it." Fiona delicately cradled the crown in her hands, blinking in confusion. "What is the matter? Is there a problem?" Victor, gritting his teeth, stepped forward and knocked the crown from her grasp. "Do not touch dark magical artifacts directly." The crown tumbled to the ground, rolling a few times, the embedded gems glistening in the morning light. "Is this truly a dark magical object?" Fiona squatted down, furrowing her brow as she gazed at the beautiful crown. Victor also crouched before her, observing the crown on the ground. "I am quite certain of it, though I am unclear about its specific dangers. Yet I held it for a long time and even left it in my room overnight without any incident." Fiona looked up at Victor, bewildered. Victor, exasperated, tapped her on the head. "You left it in your room? Handled it barehanded? Fiona, can you not use your brain? Unknown items must be treated with caution. What if you inadvertently activated dark magic? I could very well be attending your funeral right now. Do you understand?" "I know. I know, Fina replied, slightly sheepish as she rubbed her forehead. I didn't know it was a dark magical object. Victor rolled his eyes dramatically. Do you know anyone who specializes in identifying dark magical artifacts? His expression turned serious. It's best not to keep this thing around for too long. Filna, in a state of confusion, shook her head and then nodded. I believe I recognize someone. Then hastened to show it to him, Victor urged, lightly tapping her forehead. No more touching. Do you understand? I understand. I understand, Filna replied, covering her forehead, which had been struck once more, casting him a resentful glance. I won't touch it anymore. I have an appointment soon. I need to pick up Hermione. Victor raised an eyebrow at her, with a dismissive wave of her hand. Filna urged, go on. After Victor departed, she wrapped the crown in her garment and cradled it as she made her way to the cellar. Upon reaching the door of the potion office, before she could even raise her hand to knock, a cool voice emerged from the air beside her, inquiring, what is it that you are holding? Fina was taken aback, swiftly sidestepping and drawing her wand, pointing it towards demanding in a sharp voice, who goes there? A swirling mass of darkness flitted through the air, and Isabel, cloaked in a hood, emerged from the wall's shadow. It is I. Fiona exhaled a sigh of relief, lowering her wand in perplexity. How did you end up here? She inquired. Isabel offered no response, instead redirecting her gaze towards the diadem concealed beneath Fiona's robes. What is it that you are holding? She asked calmly. This? Fiona replied, parting her garments to reveal the diadem within. It appears to be an artifact of dark magic. I came to seek Professor Snape's counsel on it. Isabel's expression tightened, and she swiftly placed her hand upon Fiona's shoulder. Come with me, she urged. In an instant, the air shimmered, and the two vanished from the doorway of the potions office. When Filna regained her senses, she found herself in the same room as before. Show me what you have, Isabel said with a somewhat serious expression. Fiona solemnly extended the crown she held, inquiring, what is the matter? Is there something amiss with this object? Isabel took the crown, scrutinizing it closely. For reasons unknown, the moment it rested in her hands, the crown dimmed significantly, and even the diamonds embedded within appeared to be shrouded in dust, losing their brilliance. She raised her hand, summoning a swirl of dark mist that enveloped the crown. Tendrils of shadow lifted the crown into the air, tightening their grip, and suddenly, the diamonds upon it emitted a blinding light. After a moment, Isabel retracted the dark mist, and the crown reverted to its previous state in her grasp. This is a Horcrux, Isabel stated, her gaze meeting Fiona's. A Horcrux of Voldemort. A Horcrux? Fiona exclaimed, her eyes widening as she regarded the crown. Does it contain a fragment of Voldemort's soul? To be precise, it holds a shard of his soul, Isabel replied, her tone regaining its composure. The essence within is neither whole nor stable. I suspect there may be additional Horcruxes. Filna took a considerable amount of time to process the matter, and as her gaze swept downward, she unexpectedly noticed the ring adorning her hand. Could you assist me in examining this ring? She inquired. Filna removed the family heirloom from her finger and handed it to Isabel. Each time I come into contact with this crown, the ring vibrates uncontrollably. Isabel accepted the ring, and a wisp of dark energy surged from her palm into the ring, causing it to tremble violently. Retrieving the dark energy, Isabel held the ring, her brow slightly furrowed. This ring possesses the ability to contain souls and can also detect the presence of fragmented souls. It seems that there was once a trace of a lingering spirit within, but it has since dissipated. Its agitation near the crown is likely due to the discovery of soul fragments within. Filna spoke with a hint of confusion. But when I saw Harry earlier, it was also trembling. Harry? Isabel's expression grew solemn. Harry Potter? Yes. Filna was taken aback by the sudden seriousness that overtook her demeanor. A dreadful conjecture emerging in her mind. Could it be that Harry is also a shattered soul? Isabel furrowed her brow tightly as she returned the ring to her, her deep crimson eyes lifting slightly. I must meet him. Furna realized the gravity of the situation and immediately nodded. Very well. I shall assist you in summoning him. There is no time to lose. We must depart at once. Isabel placed a hand on her shoulder, and in an instant, the two found themselves in a corridor devoid of portraits. You must bring him here, Isabel stated gravely. This matter must be kept from Dumbledore's gaze. Understood. Furna replied with a nod, turning to dash towards the Gryffindor Tower. As it was a holiday, only a few students lingered in the common room, and Furna quickly spotted Harry, who was huddled on a sofa, his disheveled hair framing his face as he diligently worked on his assignments. Harry, Furna approached him softly. Harry abruptly lifted his head, his emerald eyes peering through his glasses at her, a hint of fluster spreading across his features as he straightened up, offering a shy smile. Hi, Ferna. What can I do for you? I need to speak with you. May I take you outside for a moment? Ferna glanced around, noting that several individuals had begun to take notice of their interaction. All right, Harry replied, hastily setting aside his book and rising to follow Ferna out of the common room. The corridor was nearly empty, and Harry halted in confusion, watching her intently. Ferna cast a glance at the fat lady, who had turned her back in indignation, and gently urged, Please, follow me. Ferna walked along the corridor devoid of paintings, guiding him towards a certain unadorned corner. Upon reaching this particular juncture, she spoke softly. I wish to introduce you to a friend of mine. We have a request we would like your assistance with, if you would be so kind. She was eager to try out the new examination technique she had recently acquired. Why seek my help? Harry inquired, blinking in confusion. Filna displayed a beseeching expression. Most of the students have gone home for the Easter holiday, she remarked. It would be more accurate with a few more participants. Harry nodded in understanding, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Very well, let us proceed. The two made their way to a corridor devoid of portraits, where Isabel awaited them. Filna approached her and introduced Harry, saying, This is my friend with whom I wish to practice the examination charm, Isabel. This is Harry, who has kindly agreed to assist you. Isabel maintained an impassive demeanor as she received her falsehood. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Potter, she replied. Harry offered a friendly smile. It's no trouble at all. Isabel conjured a swirl of dark energy in her hands, and Harry watched in confusion as she sent the dark mist into her own body, casting a nervous glance toward Filna. Filna smiled soothingly at him. In an instant, Isabel withdrew his hand, casting a gaze filled with complexity towards Harry. It was evident that Harry was startled. He hesitated before speaking. Am I gravely ill? Isabel averted his gaze and shook his head lightly. No, you are perfectly healthy. Harry offered a shy smile and ruffled his hair. No need to thank me. Can I leave now? Of course. Filna, upon witnessing the fleeting change in Isabel's expression, felt a chill in her heart and forced a gentle smile. I shall escort you back. With that, Filna winked at Isabel, who understood and nodded slightly. After accompanying Harry back to Gryffindor Tower, Filna hurriedly returned. He did not wait for Filna to finish her words. Isabel immediately took her back to the room brimming with books. He was indeed a Horcrux. Isabel's voice grew grave. Within him resides a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Fiona stepped back in shock, exclaiming, How is that possible? Isabel shook her head slightly, asserting, It cannot be mistaken. For a moment, both fell into silence. After a considerable time, Fiona broke the stillness. I believe this matter should be brought to Professor Snape's attention. A glimmer of moisture seemed to gather in Isabel's crimson eyes as she abruptly closed them, inhaled deeply, and then spoke, Inform him. He will inevitably learn of it in due course. Chapter 79. After escorting Fiona back to Hogwarts, Isabel did not hastily depart. Instead, she discreetly followed her into the potions classroom, cloaked in invisibility. Having not seen him for several days, she noted that Snape appeared even more pallid, with cracked lips and shadowy circles beneath his eyes, evidence of his relentless toil. He stood by the cauldron, stirring the concoction with rapid precision, the rising mist obscuring his gaunt visage, while a multitude of freshly brewed potions lined the shelves nearby. It was evident that Dumbledore had tasked him with brewing a new batch. A flicker of murderous intent ignited in Isabel's crimson gaze, and the surrounding dark aura surged violently. Once Snape had bottled the completed potion, he finally lifted his eyes to meet Fiona's, his dark orbs heavy with fatigue. As Isabel gazed into his dimmed eyes, an unwelcome memory flashed through her mind, the disdainful look he had cast her way in the headmaster's office. Her heart constricted sharply, prompting her to avert her gaze. Upon observing that his task was complete, Fiona cautiously waved her wand, casting several layers of concealment charms around the room before stepping forward to him with a serious demeanor. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Snape inquired, rubbing his temples before furrowing his brow again in her direction. Are you familiar with Horcruxes? Fiona's deep blue eyes bore into his with earnestness. Snape hesitated before nodding. I have heard a bit about them. Fiona withdrew a diadem from her bosom and placed it upon the table, her tone laden with gravity. Voldemort has torn his soul into fragments, creating numerous Horcruxes. And this is one of them. Snape's pupils dilated in shock, his gaze lingering on the diadem for a protracted silence before he spoke again. How do you know? This ring, Fiona said, revealing her family ring. It can detect Horcruxes. I have had it confirmed by someone. It indeed contains a fragment of Voldemort's soul. The ring trembled violently, its surface shimmering with an ethereal white light. Moreover, Harry is also a Horcrux, Fiona added, raising her eyes to meet his. Her voice gentle yet firm. Snape's body quivered, his right hand bracing against the table to steady himself, his sharp black eyes fixed intently upon her. How can you prove that? Filna's voice faltered, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Isabel, with an air of unremarkable composure, spoke up. I have already confirmed it. Snape was enveloped in an overwhelming aura of sorrow and rage, disregarding both Filna and Isabel as he hurriedly flung open the office door and stepped outside. Isabel lowered her gaze, gradually fading into the atmosphere. Fiona also left with a grave expression. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore stood by the window, gazing outside. When he suddenly heard footsteps ascending the spiral staircase behind him, he turned to see Snape hurrying into the center of the room. The expression on Snape's face was a tumult of sorrow and rage. His wand pointed firmly at Dumbledore as his furious voice pierced the air. Harry is a Horcrux. You have known all along. Haven to you. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, his wise gaze fixated on Snape, and calmly inquired, how did you come to know this? With disheveled black hair falling over his face, Snape looked up at him, unleashing a pained, anguished cry. Why? Why? You promised me you would protect her child. Dumbledore's countenance grew somber, his gaze resembling that of one observing a petulant child. Voldemort will cause the deaths of many, to safeguard the majority. Some must be destined to sacrifice. Tears streamed down Snape's face, as an overwhelming wave of sorrow robbed him of breath, forcing him to bend over and gasp for air. Dumbledore, looking down upon him, stated, some destinies are sealed from birth. Despair filled Snape's pale visage as he collapsed to the ground, silently weeping. His body curled up in anguish. He knelt before Dumbledore, humbly pleading, please, I beg you, save him. I am willing to do whatever you ask. Dumbledore coldly turned his gaze out the window. If it were possible, I would do my utmost to preserve Harry. This marked the first occasion Snape sought out Isabel. She appeared in the potions office, hooded, surrounded by swirling shadows, her excitement barely contained. You have come, she observed. The only light in the room emanated from the flickering fireplace, casting an erratic glow upon her pale face, obscuring her expression. Upon hearing his voice, Isabel nervously clenched her hands and replied, yes, I have come. What do you need? Snape's eyes shifted to her face. His tone flat. I implore you to ensure Harry's safety. I will abide by your will. Isabel looked up at him in disbelief, seemingly unable to grasp his meaning. You wish for me to use the powers of death to protect Harry? Indeed, Snape met her gaze with calm determination. Isabel's heart plummeted into despair. You know, if I were to employ the powers of death to save a soul, I would have to exchange it with my own. Snape's voice remained steady. That is why I come to you. You are the only one capable of such an act. Isabel held his gaze for a long moment, then suddenly broke into a radiant smile, her voice hoarse as she replied, very well, as you wish. Chapter 80. So, what do you require of me? Half of Snape's face was shrouded in darkness, his tone laced with faint mockery. As if he had heard an amusing jest, Isabel could not help but chuckle, her clear laughter resonating within the room, lingering for an extended moment. What do you require of me? Isabel's eyes glistened with moisture at the corners as she smiled. You need not do anything. It is my fate to cherish you. I once believed you were ensnared in the abyss by sorrow and guilt, and I thought I could extricate you from the shadows. Only now do I realize that perhaps when Lily perished, she took your heart with her. Snape, you possess no heart. Isabel had never displayed such a radiant smile. She reached to wipe away the tears from her cheek, her smile growing ever more dazzling. For 20 years, I have pursued you, scarcely paying heed to anything else. Every memory of mine is intertwined with yours. It is truly a pity, upon reflection. Snape's previously composed demeanor finally exhibited a flicker of tumult as he furrowed his brow and gazed at her. As his gaze fell upon her, Isabel trembled with laughter, though the sorrow in her eyes deepened. Do not worry, I shall fulfill my promise to you. Until we meet again. Isabel's smile was blindingly bright as she cast one last glance at him before vanishing into a whirlwind of darkness. Snape was once again enveloped in a profound silence. The flames in the hearth flickered erratically as he stared at the wine glass in his hand, his eyes clouded with ambiguity. Suddenly, he exerted force, shattering the glass against the wall, the shards scattering across the floor. Snape covered his face, racked with painful sobs. I am sorry, truly sorry. Yet, he found himself at an impasse. Could a soul already consumed by darkness still be worthy of redemption? The flames in the hearth gradually extinguished. As the cold began to permeate the room, stealing away the warmth from his body, the night compressed despair into sharp, fragmented pain, relentlessly eroding his entire being. He gasped for breath, yet the bone-deep agony persisted. It felt as though his very insides were pierced by countless needles. the pain weaving a vast web that ensnared him entirely, with sorrow refusing to release its grip. The physical and emotional torment rendered his mind incapable of thought. He could only raise the bottle to drown himself in intoxication, seeking numbness. As the Easter holiday approached its midpoint, Filna had been preoccupied with completing assignments assigned by various professors, neglecting the crown she had carelessly left in the alchemy room. On this particular day, as Filna diligently wrote her essay for the charms class in the room of requirement, Isabel unexpectedly appeared before her. Filna paused, lifting her quill. As Isabel stood before her, gazing intently, "Where is the crown?" Momentarily disoriented from her recent immersion in her manuscript, Filna blinked in confusion. Taking a moment to comprehend Isabel's words, "Please wait, I shall fetch it." Filna hastily cast aside her quill and rushed into the alchemy chamber. Shortly thereafter, she emerged adorned with a crown. "Place it here." Isabel gestured toward the table and then continued, "Show me your ring." Filna gently removed the ring and handed it to her. Isabel accepted the ring, slipping it onto her finger as dark energy surged forth, causing the luminous white ring to vibrate intensely, radiating a brilliant light. After a considerable time, Isabel retracted the dark energy and returned the ring to her, speaking softly. "Although the lingering souls within the ring have dissipated, their essence remains. I have dispelled them all for you. Now this ring truly belongs to you." Filna received the ring with delight, slipping it back onto her finger. The surface of the ring shimmered with a brilliance that seemed to surpass its usual luster. "Thank you." Filna spoke sincerely. Isabel nodded gently, her gaze resting upon the diadem placed upon the table. "What do you intend to do with this soul artifact?" Filna furrowed her brows in distress. "I intended to destroy it, but no matter how I attempt it, it seems utterly futile." As she spoke, she cradled the crown in her hands. No matter the tool employed, it could not be damaged in the slightest. Not even a scratch marred its surface. Filna gestured towards the blue diamond atop it, curling her lip in disdain. "Look." Isabel's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the ring on her hand. "Do not move." Filna was taken aback, momentarily frozen in place. What happened?" Isabel paid her no heed, extending his hand to gather a mass of dark energy that penetrated the crown. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. "This ring of yours." Filna, her body tense and stiff with anxiety, immediately glanced at the ring on her hand upon hearing her words. "It can purify soul artifacts," Isabel asserted, her deep crimson eyes narrowing slightly. "Purify soul artifacts?" Filna exclaimed in astonishment, her gaze fixed upon the dazzling ring. "The ring?" Isabel confidently nodded. "It seems that previously, it could only sense due to the lingering essence of the residual soul. Now, I can distinctly feel the soul of Voldemort within the crown you hold gradually weakening." Filna held the crown with trembling hands, hesitant to make a movement, her voice quavering slightly. "When will it be fully purified? Am I to hold it like this indefinitely?" Isabel's gaze fell upon the crown, his tone growing slightly grave. "It won't be long now. Just hold on a little longer." Filna was completely frozen, paralyzed with trepidation. It was not until the surface of the ring dimmed, losing the radiant brilliance it had just displayed, that Isabel finally spoke. "It is done." Filna cast aside the crown, striking her own arm with a weary expression, as though her hand was on the verge of breaking. Isabel summoned a dark aura to carefully examine the crown before speaking again. "It has been completely purified. The fragment of Voldemort's soul has vanished." Filna expressed her surprise. "Does this mean I can also purify the fragment within Harry?" Isabel momentarily froze, her emotions unexpectedly surging. Her deep crimson eyes darkened abruptly, and a tide of darkness enveloped her, which she struggled to suppress for a considerable time. Filna was uncertain whether she had spoken incorrectly, cautiously observing from the sidelines without daring to voice her thoughts. Isabel, maintaining his composure, replied in a measured tone, "Theoretically, it is possible. You may wish to give it a try." With that, he enveloped himself in a shroud of darkness and vanished. Fiona was perplexed by her own reaction. After carefully reflecting on her words, she could not discern any misstep and thus chose to abandon the matter. The assignment for the curse class lay sprawled across her desk, and her motivation to continue writing had dissipated. She closed the book, donned her robe, and stepped outside, making her way directly to Gryffindor Tower. The Gryffindor common room was as tranquil as it had been in the past few days, with a few students seated alone on the sofas, engrossed in their assignments. As expected, Fiona found Harry in the corner, diligently working on his paper. Chapter 81. Harry? Fiona approached him, her voice a soft whisper. Harry looked up, momentarily bewildered. But upon seeing her, He straightened up immediately. Fiona? Filna smiled gently and said, I have something to discuss with you. Shall we step outside? Oh, certainly, Harry replied, rising from his seat along with the book and following Filna out of the common room. The fat lady, upon seeing the two of them once more, let out a disdainful huff and turned her head away, refusing to look at them any longer. Follow me, Filna whispered softly. Harry obediently followed her. The two entered an empty, unoccupied classroom, where Harry stood awkwardly to the side, his face slightly flushed. Why are we here? He inquired, noticing his apparent misunderstanding. Filna hastily clarified, the last time Before she could finish her sentence, Harry's body weakened, and he collapsed. Filna stared in astonishment at Draco, who stood behind her, wand raised in hand. Noticing Filna's gaze upon him, Draco gracefully lowered his wand and offered a slight bow, a gesture of politeness. Harry, in a daze, found the situation considerably simpler. Filna, too, chose not to complicate matters further. She stepped forward and grasped Harry's wrist. With a gentle lift of his eyebrow, Draco spoke softly. Mrs. Malfoy, I hope you can provide me with a reasonable explanation this evening. Otherwise, he leaned in close to her ear, exhaling softly. I shall teach you how to quell your husband's wrath. Fiona cast a playful glance at him, her eyes slightly reddened at the corners. I shall explain everything when we return, she said. Draco, ever considerate, took a few steps back, choosing not to disturb her further. Fiona grasped Harry's wrist for a prolonged moment, only releasing her hold when the surface of the ring dulled. Almost instantaneously upon her release, Isabel materialized from the ether, raising her hand to inject a wisp of darkness into Harry's being. Moments later, the shadowy essence retreated to Isabel's side. Her expression unperturbed as she spoke. It has been purified. Filna let out a sigh of relief. Isabel's expression remained as serene as ever. Yet she seemed enveloped by an overwhelming sorrow. Even her once vibrant crimson eyes appeared considerably dimmed. After assessing Harry's condition, Isabel discreetly vanished into the air. In the potions office, a potent smell of alcohol pervaded the entire room. Severus Snape's dark hair clung greasily to his face, and dark shadows lingered beneath his eyes as he slept soundly, cradling a bottle of vodka. The floor was littered with scattered bottles and shattered glass, with a pool of blood staining the debris near his feet. Isabel took a deep breath to suppress her tumultuous emotions, striving to maintain her composure as she spoke. Snape. Snape blinked open his eyes in a daze. He had consumed too much. His usually sharp black eyes had lost their luster, and he gazed at Isabel in bewilderment. Isabel conjured her wand and cast a revitalizing charm, observing as his gaze gradually regained clarity. What? Snape asked, managing a sardonic smile. Are you here to ask me to do something? A chill ran through Isabel's heart as she replied, her voice sharp as ice. Filna's ring can purify Horcruxes. The fragment of Voldemort's soul within Harry has been cleansed. He is safe now. I have fulfilled my promise to protect Harry. Her cold tone pierced Snape's eardrums. We are even. Snape gazed at her intently for a long while, a bittersweet expression flickering across his face before he finally chuckled. Harry is safe? Yes, Isabel affirmed succinctly, her crimson eyes devoid of warmth. Congratulations, you have saved her child. Snape's gaze lingered on her as he opened his mouth to speak, but Isabel was unwilling to hear more. Dark tendrils swiftly enveloped her form, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. I'm sorry. Snape's voice reverberated through the air, falling to the ground as Isabel's presence faded. A self-deprecating smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he took several swigs from the vodka bottle in his grasp. The glass had cut into his right hand, reopening the wound, and shards dug deeper into his flesh, blood oozing forth and trailing down to drip onto the glass fragments below. His gaze fell upon the gauze placed in the cabinet not far away, and his hand clenched into a fist, pressing the glass shards deeper into his palm. After Isabel's departure, Filna and Draco found themselves at an impasse regarding Harry. Draco wished to grant Harry a blissful forgetfulness, but Filna opposed this notion. The two debated for an extended period, ultimately deciding to resolve their disagreement through a game of rock, paper, scissors. Unfortunately, before they could determine a victor, Harry had already awakened. Observing the two squatting before him engaged in their game, Harry, puzzled, propped himself up and ran a hand through his hair. What are you two doing? A sudden voice echoed in her ear, startling Filna, who instinctively swung her fist at Harry. As expected, Harry collapsed once more, a hint of bruising visible at the corner of his mouth. Fiona gazed at Harry, who had collapsed once more, and blinked. Let us cease the debate. Let it all be forgotten. I am in agreement. After ensuring Harry was settled, Fiona and Draco returned to the room of requirement, exhausted, and cast themselves onto the bed. After a brief moment of respite, Draco propped himself up on one elbow and turned to her. Madame Malfoy, when do you intend to elucidate the events of today to your husband? Fina smiled sweetly as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Now, since Isabel appeared at the All-Request house, I have meticulously recounted all that transpired today to Draco. With a flirtatious smile, she added, Mr. Malfoy, I trust you are already informed of all that has occurred. Might I inquire if you still intend to teach your poor wife how to quell your wrath? Draco, shedding his shirt to reveal defined collarbones and a sculpted abdomen, gently lifted her chin, enticingly proposing, So, Mrs. Malfoy, will you earnestly learn? I believe there remain many aspects that elude my understanding. Fina's gaze darkened. As if enchanted, she softly replied, Teach me chapter 82 on the final day of the Easter holiday. Fina sought out Snape. The potions office was permeated by the lingering scent of alcohol. Snape stood behind the desk, brewing potions. He appeared alarmingly emaciated, his greasy black hair clinging to his cheeks, dark circles under his eyes, and his lips pallid, devoid of any color. Upon noticing Fina's entrance, he lifted his gaze to her, his eyes clouded with a morose gloom. Fina was taken aback. What is the matter with you? She inquired cautiously, leaning closer to him. Snape averted his gaze, numbly continuing to brew the potion. His voice devoid of warmth as he replied, What is it? I have come to inform you that the fragment of soul within Harry has been purified. Fina hesitated before speaking. You need not worry anymore. Almost the instant the words left her lips, Snape abruptly overturned the cauldron, his hands bracing against the table as he closed his eyes, gasping for breath. Fina was taken aback, stepping back abruptly and staring at him in bewilderment. After a moment, Snape regained his composure, deftly waving his wand to clear the liquid that had splattered from the cauldron, his tone even colder than before. Understood. The term was nearing its conclusion, and Voldemort would undoubtedly make his move before the end. This matter could no longer be postponed. Thus, Fina mustered her courage and continued, There is another matter we need to discuss. We must pay a visit to Malfoy Manor. Snape, with a subtle arch of his brow, replied softly, Very well. The two proceeded to Malfoy Manor, where they directly entered the study, dragging Lucius, who was waiting by the fireplace. Filna wasted no time and directly addressed the matter at hand. Currently, we have destroyed 2 of Voldemort's Horcruxes, yet according to Isabel's conjecture, he is likely to possess additional Horcruxes. Presently, we are at a complete loss regarding the whereabouts of these other Horcruxes. It is evident that Voldemort's placement of Moody within the school served a specific purpose, and Harry's unexpected selection as a champion for the Triwizard Tournament suggests that Voldemort may act before the conclusion of the tournament. Filna, with a grave demeanor, observed that while we cannot yet ascertain Voldemort's intentions, the most plausible scenario is that he seeks to extract something from Harry to restore his power. Thus, I propose we feign vulnerability, allowing Voldemort to regain his strength, which could, in turn, lead us to uncover the existence of the remaining Horcruxes. Lucius, visibly perplexed, inquired, What are Horcruxes? What are we destroying? Snape sat silently, head bowed, without uttering a word, as Filna swiftly recounted the events of the past few days. Lucius, with an unmistakable lack of grace, widened his eyes in astonishment, and after a prolonged moment of contemplation, stammered, So you are all currently engaged in the destruction of the Dark Lord's Horcruxes? Fina raised an eyebrow, stating, Indeed, to thoroughly vanquish Voldemort, it is imperative to eradicate all the Horcruxes he has created. Therefore, I believe we can refrain from intervening in Voldemort's current endeavors. She concluded, It is merely that Harry must take some risks, but fret not. I shall provide him with suitable alchemical protection to ensure his safety. As she spoke, Fina's gaze shifted towards Snape. Upon hearing Harry's name, Snape finally lifted his head and coldly remarked, I have no objections. Lucius shrugged, adding, Nor do I. Very well. Fina said, a glimmer of excitement appearing on her face. Then we can quietly await the execution of Voldemort's plan. In recent months, Fina diligently attended classes and completed her assignments on schedule, spending her spare time in the company of Draco. The plan was set, and with no worries about the forthcoming events, Fina found herself enjoying an extraordinarily relaxed life. Since their last transaction involving alchemical protection, Dumbledore had not sought her out again. Fina speculated that he was likely preoccupied with matters pertaining to the Triwizard Tournament's 3rd task, leaving him little time to trouble her. After 3 months of blissful days, the much-anticipated date of June 24th arrived, marking the commencement of the 3rd task of the Triwizard Tournament. That morning, Fina excitedly roused Draco from his slumber. Darling, wake up. Today is the day of the third task. Her eyes sparkled as she gently nudged him while sitting beside him. Draco, still groggy, opened his eyes to see Fina leaning in, resting her head on his lap, and murmured sleepily, "Just a little longer." Ferna gently pinched his face and said, "The competition will commence soon. We must leave early." Draco pouted, opening his eyes with a hint of melancholy. "Do you believe Potter holds a more significant place in your heart than I do?" "In my heart, there is only you, not him." Amused, Ferna leaned in and kissed his lips. "It is time to rise." With a huff, Draco threw off the blanket, pulled Ferna back, and pressed her onto the bed, pouting. "Then grant me a kiss." Fina wrapped her arms around his neck, her crimson lips gently pressing against him. Draco held her head, delicately nibbling with his teeth, and after a moment of hesitation, reluctantly lifted his gaze, muttering, "Damn Potter." Fiona gently caressed his face, whispering soothingly, "Be good." Draco released her and sat up, still wearing a somewhat discontented expression. Fiona leaned closer to his ear and softly breathed, "I will make it up to you tonight." "Really?" Draco's demeanor brightened instantly, and he dressed with newfound agility. "Indeed," Fiona replied with a resigned smile. Draco swiftly completed his preparations, wearing an elegant smile as he slightly inclined his body and extended his hand towards Fiona, saying, "I am ready, my lady." With a sweet smile, Fiona took his arm. When they arrived at the venue, there were still few students present. At the center stood a colossal labyrinth, constructed from lush greenery. As Fiona gazed at the maze, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over her. The warriors were still waiting in the designated area, and a sudden panic gripped Fiona's heart as she turned to Draco. With a hint of pleading in her voice, she began to speak, but before she could finish, Draco offered her a gentle smile, removing the protective ring from his finger and handing it to her. "Go ahead," he urged. Fiona watched his movements, a wave of emotion washing over her, and her eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Draco helplessly gathered her into his embrace, softly reassuring her, "Why are you crying when I've already given it to you? Hurry along now. He will be on stage shortly." "I'm sorry, I just need to borrow him for a moment. I have a feeling something will go awry today." Fiona choked out, tears cascading down her cheeks. Draco gently wiped away her tears and murmured, "There's no need to apologize. I have faith in you. If he were to perish just like that, how would I ever find someone to spar with again? Now, go." Ferna gently wrapped her arms around his waist and murmured, "Thank you." Draco tenderly ruffled her hair, but after a moment of contemplation, he changed his mind. "You stay here. I shall go and deliver it to him." Fiona understood his meaning, a sweet smile gracing her face. "All right, I shall await your return." Draco strode into the tent where the warriors were waiting, seeking out Harry. With an air of haughtiness, he crossed his arms and spoke, "Hey, Potter." Upon seeing Draco, Harry furrowed his brow slightly. "Malfoy? What brings you here?" Draco smirked disdainfully and tossed a ring towards him. "Here, wear this. It's from Fiona." Harry, initially bracing for a weapon, nearly drew his wand. But upon realizing it was a gift from Fiona, he hastily caught it. "What is this?" "My ring," came Draco's vague reply, as there were others around. "I'm lending it to you for now. Return it after the match." With this clarification, Harry understood and, despite his awkwardness, murmured a soft thank you. Draco shuddered at the sentiment and remarked with distaste, "Make sure to clean it before returning it to me." Without waiting for further words from Harry, he turned and departed. Harry gazed down at the ring in his hand, a gentle smile forming at the corners of his lips. Chapter 83. When Draco returned to the stands, he found a younger Slytherin boy standing before Fiona, clutching a pink envelope. "I really like you. If you and Mr. Malfoy were to part ways, please consider me." The boy stammered, his ears flushed with embarrassment as he slightly bowed and handed her the envelope. Fiona maintained her gentle smile, yet a hint of displeasure flickered in her eyes. "I apologize, but we are on the verge of our engagement, I believe." Before she could finish her sentence, Draco stepped forward, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, his tone dripping with arrogance as he glared at the young man before them. "Did no one inform you that it is unwise to provoke anyone in Slytherin? Daring to encroach upon my Malfoy-esque territory? I regret to inform you that we shall not be parting ways." Draco's voice turned menacing. "Moreover, to quell your infatuation with my fiancée, I believe a month of community service should compel you to reconsider such unsavory pursuits." The boy's face drained of color, fear evident in his features. "You can't. You are not our prefect." "Oh, but I am," Draco replied with a mischievous grin. "I shall speak with your prefect, Brunner." The boy trembled, as though he wished to argue further, yet it was clear that Draco's patience had worn thin. "You will vanish from my sight at once. or the repercussions will extend beyond mere community service. Draco held his head high, casting a disdainful look in the boy's direction. Almost instantaneously, the boy fled. Draco raised an eyebrow, expectantly gazing at Filna. Your suitor lacks the fortitude required. Filna cast him a sidelong glance. Indeed, you are the most impressive. Of course, Draco replied, a satisfied expression gracing his features as he leaned closer to her ear, whispering, you are well aware of just how remarkable I truly am. Flushed with embarrassment, Filna cast a reproachful glance at him before diverting her gaze to the audience below, choosing to ignore him. Soon, the competition commenced. The four valiant warriors entered in order of their previous scores, with Cedric and Porter initially taking the lead as they sprinted into the labyrinth at the sound of the first whistle. The second and third whistles quickly followed. And now all four champions had ventured into the maze. Surprisingly, a flash of red sparks erupted from the thicket, suspended in the air. The audience in the stands grew tense. The professors patrolling the perimeter witnessed the sparks darting within, only to retrieve the unconscious form of Fleur Delacour. Alas, she had succumbed to unconsciousness, and the professors had no choice but to levitate her out. A chorus of disappointed hisses arose from the Beauxbatons students. Before long, a second burst of red sparks emerged from the underbrush, prompting the professors to once again plunge into the foliage. Students from Durmstrang and Hogwarts craned their necks anxiously, peering into the depths of the maze. Moments later, a burly figure was hoisted out. It was Victor Krum. The students from Hogwarts erupted into a fervent cheer, signaling that regardless of who ultimately triumphed, the trophy would belong to Hogwarts. Fina gazed anxiously at Victor, who had succumbed to unconsciousness and was being floated into the tent beside the arena. Clearly, this was not the opportune moment for a visit. Do not worry. Once the match concludes, I shall accompany you to see him, Draco whispered softly in her ear. Inside the tent are Madame Pomfrey and two physicians summoned from St. Mungo S. He will be all right. Filna nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping across the tent before she suppressed her worries and turned her attention to the stands. The underbrush had fallen silent for some time, while the spectators in the stands stared wide-eyed into the labyrinth, attempting to discern any signs of the two amidst the dense foliage and enchantments. The ring on her hand vibrated subtly, prompting Filna to grasp Draco's arm and dash towards Hogwarts Castle. Only after they had run a considerable distance did she whisper, something has happened. The key I gave Cedric has been activated. They sprinted to the staircase of the first-floor hall, where Cedric sat in a state of sheer terror, gasping for breath. What is going on? Filna felt a sinking sensation in her heart as she noticed Harry was nowhere to be found. Cedric, seemingly paralyzed by fear, muttered in a trembling voice, he is back, he is back. Fleur grasped his shoulders, compelling him to meet her gaze. I know, what about Harry? Tell me what transpired. Cedric, under the weight of her unwavering stare, gradually found solace amidst his trepidation. He stammered, Harry and I grasped the trophy. It was a portkey. We were unaware of where we were being transported, but we encountered the Dark Lord. At this juncture, he recoiled slightly, adding, he was cradled in someone's arms, resembling a grotesque infant. A figure clad in black behind him unleashed a killing curse at me. Harry lunged forward to deflect the spell, yet he emerged unscathed. His voice faltered, but I was sent back. Filna, with an air of urgency, extended her hand and implored, give me the ring. Cedric, bewildered, glanced at her in confusion. Fortunately, at that moment, Xiao Zhang rushed over, swiftly removing the ring from Cedric's hand and presenting it to Filna, her face already adorned with tears. Thank you, she choked out. Ferna gently inclined her head, accepting the ring and tapping it with her wand while uttering a series of obscure incantations. Soon, a cascade of blood-red light erupted from the ring, and the scene Cedric had just narrated materialized within the crimson glow. When the image shifted to a certain Death Eater, Ferna and Draco exchanged a glance, both clearly astonished. Lucius Malfoy. If Lucius had been summoned, then Severus must certainly follow. The two immediately raced back to the Quidditch pitch. Chapter 84. The spectators in the stands continued to eagerly await the return of the champions from Hogwarts. As Ferna and Draco surveyed their surroundings, they noted the absence of Severus, which was peculiar, for even Dumbledore was nowhere to be seen. Fiona found the situation peculiar. After a thorough search, she finally spotted Dumbledore and Snape engaged in a serious conversation in the corner of the tent. Both wore solemn expressions, and Snape was even covering the area of his left arm where the dark mark had been branded. Fleur narrowed her eyes and spoke softly, Dumbledore is already aware. Suddenly, Harry emerged in the center of the arena, clutching the trophy, his face etched with terror as he collapsed to the ground, murmuring incoherently. The surrounding professors rushed to his side, while Dumbledore and Snape immediately approached him as well. Fina and Draco swiftly concealed themselves, drawing near to their vicinity. "He has returned, Voldemort." The two dared not approach too closely, only able to faintly discern certain keywords. "My blood has resurrected." Fina's gaze sharpened as she suddenly recalled an ancient dark magic she had encountered in the Carmen family's library. The bones of the father, the flesh of the servant, the blood of the enemy. What of Mr. Diggory? Fina heard Dumbledore inquiring about Harry. Harry appeared utterly terrified, his body slumped to the ground. Gasping heavily, "I don't know. He went to that place with me, but then he suddenly vanished." Dumbledore's wise eyes narrowed slightly. "Vanished into thin air?" Harry nodded frantically. At that moment, Cedric and Cho Chang rushed toward the area. The instant Cedric and Harry met, both exclaimed excitedly, "You're alive," Dumbledore observed as they crouched before Harry. His expression grave as he spoke. "Mr. Diggory, I would like you to clarify why you were running from the direction of the castle." The serious tone of his inquiry caused Cho to frown in displeasure, while Cedric, as gentle as ever, replied, "I'm not sure why, after encountering Voldemort. A killing curse was cast at me, and then I returned to Hogwarts." "A killing curse?" Dumbledore's tone grew more interrogative. "Are you saying you successfully evaded a killing curse and returned safely to Hogwarts?" Cedric furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding candidly. "I remember Harry lunged to save me." Fleur's keen eyes discerned as Harry discreetly removed the protective ring from Draco, concealing it within his palm. At that moment, Moody, standing nearby, let out a derisive snort, his artificial eye whirling in its socket. "Harry? I am at a loss as to what spell you employed to extricate yourself unscathed from the killing curse." Dumbledore's gaze shifted towards Harry, who, feeling a rush of anxiety, buried his hand deeper into his palm. Maintaining an impassive facade, he met Dumbledore's eyes and replied, "Sir, I believe I pushed Cedric away at the crucial moment, and the curse struck elsewhere." Dumbledore furrowed his brow, redirecting his attention to Cedric. "Do you possess any protective gear or keys?" Cedric obediently responded, "I have nothing but a ring. However, that ring." Fiona furrowed her brow and clenched the ruby ring tightly in her hand. The matter of the ring must remain concealed, for otherwise, Dumbledore would undoubtedly grow suspicious. Fortunately, Qiu Zhang reacted swiftly, almost instantaneously responding, "The ring has vanished. It was an alchemical product, a one-time key. As you know, once used, such alchemical creations dissolve into dust." Cedric glanced back at her for a fleeting moment, but he soon averted his gaze, redirecting his attention to Harry, who remained engulfed in fear. Fiona exhaled in relief, her palm dampened from gripping the ring tightly. Dumbledore gazed deeply at Qiu Zhang, who met his gaze with unwavering courage. "So, Miss Zhang," Dumbledore fixed his eyes upon her, "how did you come to know?" Qiu Zhang replied calmly, "I was concerned for my boyfriend's safety in the Triwizard Tournament, so after the champions were selected, I deliberately purchased this alchemical armor." Dumbledore nodded briefly, his gaze still resting on her. "I see." Qiu Zhang maintained her steady gaze. Soon, Dumbledore shifted his attention to Harry. "Harry, you may need to accompany us to the headmaster's office." "Oh, all right." Harry sat up, looking at Cedric and Qiu Zhang. "Thank goodness we all survived." He reached out to embrace Cedric, then quickly withdrew his hand to offer a reassuring shake to Qiu Zhang. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Yet she politely extended her hand to shake his, and in that moment of contact, she immediately understood. "Congratulations, champion," Qiu Zhang said gently. Harry offered a somewhat bashful smile, scratching his head as he followed Dumbledore, along with the professors and several officials from the Ministry of Magic. Fleur observed intently as Harry discreetly passed the Resurrection Stone ring, hidden within his palm, to Cho Chang. Cedric appeared somewhat envious, his gaze fixated on the hand that had just clasped Cho's, his lips curling into a displeased pout. Cho, in a tender gesture, took his hand and whispered something soothingly into his ear, causing Cedric's demeanor to brighten once more. Fiona let out a gentle sigh of relief. Voldemort had successfully returned, yet both Harry and Cedric were unharmed, and Dumbledore remained oblivious to her scheme. Although there had been some setbacks, she had ultimately achieved her objective. The audience in the stands had begun to disperse, and Cho Chang along with Cedric stood up, preparing to head back. Fiona hurried a few steps forward and lightly tugged at Cho's sleeve. Cho paused, turning to Cedric with an apologetic expression. "Cedric, I suddenly remembered that I need to tell Marietta something. Could you go back first? We'll meet in the Great Hall shortly, all right?" Cedric gazed at her tenderly, his eyes filled with affection. "All right, I'll wait for you." Cho returned his smile warmly. And only after Cedric had walked away did she softly speak to the air beside her. This ring was given to me by Harry. It must be meant for you. She opened her palm to reveal the ring inside, and Fiona reached out to take it. Thank you. Fina cradled the ruby ring in her palm, and Qiu Zhang, retracting his hand, spoke gently. Thank you. It is thanks to your ring that Seed was able to return safely. You're welcome, Fina teased, raising an eyebrow. Perhaps next time you could sell me your alchemical materials at a more affordable price? Qiu Zhang's smile softened further. That is not a possibility. Chapter 85. In the Riddle family graveyard, Voldemort turned to regard the numerous Death Eaters summoned to his presence, his gaze settling on Lucius. Malfoy, he intoned, gripping his wand. Lucius inclined his head slightly. Voldemort circled him, his tone laced with admiration. I have heard your son is soon to be betrothed to the heir of the Carmen family? Lucius nodded respectfully. Indeed, my lord. Voldemort's lips curled into a sinister smile. Very well. Lucius maintained a respectful demeanor, though his heart plummeted. The third tournament concluded amidst overwhelming panic, and soon the semester would draw to a close. On that day, the audience was seated far from the arena, leaving most students unclear about the events that transpired, only vaguely aware that something unfortunate had occurred. Today marked the final day of the term, and the grand hall of the school was filled to capacity, with all professors present at their designated tables. Fina's gaze swept over Moody, who occupied a position among the faculty. For reasons unknown, he appeared particularly on edge today, nearly leaping from his chair whenever someone engaged him in conversation. Harry sat to her right, with Hermione nestled between them, engrossed in an exchange of glances with Crumb across the table. Clearly, it was ill-advised to interrupt their silent communication to chat with Harry, compelling Fina to suppress her curiosity. Dumbledore, unusually succinct today, proclaimed in a resonant voice. Another year has come to an end. He continued, I am certain many of you have lingering questions regarding the final match, and thus I have an announcement to make. With a grave tone, Dumbledore declared, Voldemort has returned. The long tables of Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw erupted into a chorus of murmurs, while the Slytherin table remained eerily silent. The Ministry of Magic would prefer that I withhold this information from you, Dumbledore continued, yet I firmly believe that truth is always preferable to falsehood. The buzzing discussions around the table intensified, and as Fina turned her head, she inadvertently locked eyes with Cho Chang. Their gazes met for a fleeting moment, followed by an awkward yet polite smile exchanged like that of strangers, before they quickly averted their eyes. Dumbledore's remarks were refreshingly concise, and soon the table was laden with exquisite dishes. The students at the long table remained engrossed in discussing the recent revelation, seemingly indifferent to the delectable food, while Fina joyfully devoured half a roast chicken on her own. The following day, the Hogwarts Express arrived punctually to transport the students returning home for the holidays. With a delicate visage adorned with exquisite makeup, Filna gracefully stepped onto the train clad in a lovely light yellow dress, while Draco floated behind her, carrying 2 enormous suitcases. Once they settled into their compartment, Filna propped her chin on her hand, gazing out at the enchanting scenery of Hogwarts, her face illuminated by a radiant smile, while Draco looked at her with affectionate indulgence. As the train whistled and departed from Hogwarts, Filna exhaled softly, turning to Draco. Their eyes met in the air, and Filna excitedly exclaimed, Draco, do you think Mom and Dad will miss me? I'm so thrilled to be heading home. Draco offered a tender smile, replying, Mr. Carmen wrote to Father, stating that you will be staying at Malfoy Manor this holiday. Why? Filna bit her lip in frustration. Where are they off to now? Norway. Soon, the train arrived at the station, where Lucius and Narcissa awaited them on the platform. Uncle Lucius, Aunt Narcissa, good day, Filna said, lifting her skirt gracefully as she bowed. Welcome home, my child. Narcissa stepped forward and embraced Filna gently. Draco inclined his head slightly, murmuring, Father, Mother. Lucius huffed with an air of superiority, turning to Filna, welcome home. Draco's expression darkened. There remained much to finalize regarding their engagement. The days leading up to it found Filna and Draco busily trying on dresses and arranging the details of their engagement, nearly exhausting themselves in the process. 2 days before the engagement, Mr. Carmen and Nicole arrived at Malfoy Manor, keenly aware of the ticking clock. Darling, have you missed your mother? As soon as Nicole emerged from the fireplace, she enveloped Filna in a warm embrace. Filna set aside the magazine with a roll of her eyes, exclaiming, Thank heavens. I was truly worried that you had forgotten to attend the engagement ceremony. Draco approached and bowed respectfully, addressing, Uncle come on, Aunt Nicole, good evening. Nicole swiftly released Filna and stepped before Draco, gently remarking, "Good evening." As she spoke, she scrutinized him from head to toe, adding, "You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight since our last encounter. The engagement preparations must have kept you exceedingly busy, poor child." Filna rolled her eyes once more. Filna had initially assumed that Nicole would assist her with the arrangements for the engagement. However, to her dismay, Nicole spent her days wandering the streets of London, utterly indifferent to her daughter's impending nuptials in merely 2 days. Fortunately, Draco was exceptionally considerate and took on the bulk of the responsibilities, allowing Filna a moment to breathe. On the eve of the engagement, Hermione and Sigrid arrived at Malfoy Manor through the fireplace. The Malfoy family extended an unequivocally cordial welcome to Hermione, a muggle witch and friend of Filna, which left Hermione feeling somewhat uneasy. Early the following morning, guests began to arrive at Malfoy Manor. The engagement banquet was set for noon, and Lucius, Narcissa, and Carmen, along with Nicole, had already prepared themselves and were currently attending to the guests outside. Filna had been dragged from her slumber and seated for her makeup long before, and she was still not quite ready. The gown for the engagement was a stunning white train dress that Filna had personally selected. The upper portion featured a strapless, corseted design, while the lower part was adorned with twinkling diamonds, and around her waist bloomed a cluster of entwined white roses. She wore a pair of white lace and tulle high-heeled shoes, whose delicate straps were embellished with white pearls that harmonized beautifully with the pearl hairpin in her updo. Her earrings and necklace were elegantly simple strands of pearls, complementing her refined and graceful makeup, which rendered her both gentle and regal. As the preparations drew to a close, the time for the engagement ceremony approached. Filna stepped into the waiting area and exhaled softly, feeling a pang of anxiety. Soon, the moment arrived. As the ceremonial music began to play, Filna and Draco walked slowly towards the stage, standing face to face at the center. Lucius, Narcissa, Carmen, and Nicole occupied the front row, while other guests settled into their seats, all eyes fixed upon them. On a small podium between the two stood a book. As Filna and Draco raised the rings above it, and together recited the obscure ritual incantation. As the words echoed through the air, the book on the podium began to flutter violently, eventually landing on a particular page that radiated a brilliant light. A slender silver thread emerged from the book, entwining the two rings together before gradually vanishing from sight. Fina and Draco adorned each other with rings, and a delicate thread entwined between them, tightening before fading into silence. Their hearts seemed to be bound by an unseen force, quivering with a sudden intensity. The ceremony reached its conclusion. Guests raised their goblets, their faces illuminated by joyous smiles as they gathered around, yet their anticipation was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected voice. "Lucius, your son is engaged. Why have I not received an invitation?" Voldemort strode into the venue, leisurely twirling his wand, followed by a throng of Death Eaters. The guests displayed a spectrum of emotions. While Voldemort flashed a sinister grin, his crimson eyes fixating on Fina and Draco as he spoke in a low tone, "I have yet to congratulate you. Happy engagement." Chapter 86. Lucius promptly approached, "My lord." Voldemort's elongated eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized him. "Why did I not receive an invitation, Lucius?" Unfazed, Lucius replied, "I believed you were preoccupied with your affairs upon your return. It was merely a modest engagement celebration, not wishing to disturb you." Voldemort revealed a peculiar smile. "No matter. I have high hopes for the two of them." With that, his gaze shifted towards Fina and Draco. A gentle smile graced Filna's face as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for gracing our engagement banquet with your presence." Voldemort appraised her with admiration, his gaze traversing her form. "Miss Carmen, I hold you in high esteem." "Thank you." Filna nodded slightly, retaining her tender smile. Voldemort then shifted his attention to Mr. Carmen, his voice laced with amusement. "I presume this is Mr. Carmen. I greatly admire your alchemical products." Mr. Carmen politely inclined his head. "Thank you. I have heard that you are researching an alchemical protective gear against the killing curse." Voldemort stepped closer, narrowing his eyes. "Might I have the honor of a glimpse?" "Mr. Carmen maintained an unyielding noble demeanor, responding courteously. "Regrettably, the project is still confidential and cannot be showcased." They exchanged a lingering gaze, and Voldemort, wearing a peculiar smile, expressed his disappointment. "What a pity. I hope you have not sold it to another." "Projects under research are not for sale," Mr. Carmen replied evenly. Voldemort's smile deepened. "Very well. Then why do we not continue with our engagement banquet?" He gestured grandly towards Lucius. "Do not be alarmed, everyone. I am merely here to attend the engagement celebration." "Oh, by the way," Voldemort waved his hand, and an acolyte promptly presented a small box. Voldemort lifted the box, approaching Filna and Draco with a cheerful tone. "This is my gift to you for your engagement." Draco stepped forward, taking the box with a slight bow. "Thank you for your gift." Voldemort squinted at him for a moment, while Draco held the box steady, unflinching under his scrutiny. Soon, Voldemort, satisfied, averted his gaze and turned to Lucius. "Young Mr. Malfoy, well done." A chill ran through Lucius at those words. Having delivered his gift and seemingly achieved his purpose, Voldemort waved his hand towards the Death Eaters, who promptly withdrew. Facing Filna and Draco, he cheerfully declared, "Well then, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and exited. Before long, Voldemort and his entourage of Death Eaters vanished from Malfoy Manor. The guests collectively exhaled in relief and began to take their leave, knowing the engagement banquet could not continue. Once the guests had departed, a somber expression settled upon everyone's faces. In the drawing room, Mr. Carmen, Nicole, Lucius, Narcissa, Draco, and Filna formed a circle to discuss the day's events. "I believe the Dark Lord has taken a keen interest in you," Lucius remarked heavily. Mr. Carmen's eyes hardened. "Though the Carmen family is not based in England, we are not so easily affronted by him." Lucius sighed softly. "I fear Voldemort may resort to other measures." Filna raised an eyebrow and reassured, "Do not fret. The Carmen family is renowned for their alchemical prowess. We possess appropriate protective gear for both enchantments and dark magical artifacts." Lucius, however, still bore an expression of concern. He cast a glance at Draco but refrained from speaking, merely sighing. "Let us hope that is indeed the case. By the way, that box." Filna turned her gaze towards Draco. He handed the box to her. Ferna gently placed the box upon her lap and slowly opened it, revealing a beautiful crown, identical to the one she had previously purified. Filna was drenched in a cold sweat. Beside her, Draco stiffened suddenly. Kamon and Nicole, unaware of the unfolding events, listened intently as Filna recounted the story. Subsequently, the six of them collectively pondered the crown resting in the center of the table. Could he already be aware of my act of purifying his soul fragment? Filna rested her chin on her hand, scrutinizing the crown. Draco furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the crown. That shouldn't be the case. Only a few of us and the Godfather know about it, along with that individual from the Mansnife family. Filna shook her head, declaring, "It cannot possibly be her. Could it be that this is the true Horcrux, and that one is merely a counterfeit?" Lucius gazed at the crown, his expression laden with uncertainty. Ferna shook her head with conviction. "No, that crown must be genuine. I have purified the soul artifact within it and had it appraised by an expert." "Is it possible that he simply has an affinity for this crown and bought two in one go?" Nicole blinked. "I often do the same, Mother." "Could it be that he is bald and a man?" Ferna remarked helplessly. "Could it be that this is the crown you have purified?" Mr. Kamon spoke in a low voice. "Perhaps Voldemort discovered it, unaware that it had been purified, and intended to entrust it to you for safekeeping." With a sudden glint in her eyes, Filna contemplated the possibility and realized she must return to Hogwarts for confirmation. Severus Snape had stayed at the school during the holiday, making it quite simple for her to utilize the Floo network to return. She promptly rose and approached the fireplace, casting a handful of Floo powder at her feet. In an instant, the vibrant green flames enveloped her figure, and she found herself in the potions office at Hogwarts. However, Snape was not present. Filna cast an invisibility charm and gently pulled the door open, stepping out into the empty corridors of the castle. During the holiday, the castle felt desolate, with even the portraits largely absent from their frames. Filna ascended to the 8th floor and opened the door to the room of requirement. The diadem flew towards her. With a gentle flick of her wand, the room remained utterly still. She then stowed her wand away and began to search meticulously, turning the entire room upside down in her quest, yet the diadem eluded her grasp. After careful contemplation, she recalled that the diadem had been discarded in the alchemy room after its purification. If it was nowhere to be found in the alchemy room, it was highly probable that it had been taken. However, the room of requirement had always been accessible only to Filna and Draco, leaving Isabel as the only other possibility. Yet, it was evident that she had no motive to do so. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore might have had the means to locate and retrieve the diadem, but it was clear that it could not have fallen into Voldemort's hands. Thus, only one suspect remained, Moody. Filna suddenly recalled Moody's demeanor during the end-of-term farewell banquet. This matter could not be verified at present, so Filna chose to set it aside for the time being. She discreetly left the request fulfillment room and made her way to the potions office. Upon pushing open the door to the potions office once more, she found Severus Snape had returned, leaning against the sofa, lost in thought as he gazed at the glass in his hand, which contained half a glass of amber liquid. Chapter 87. As Fiona entered, Snape lifted his gaze toward her, his voice momentarily faltering. "What brings you here?" Fiona smiled awkwardly. "I came to find something." Snape nodded slightly, his gaze returning to the cup, disregarding her presence. Fiona hesitated before speaking as she sat on the sofa opposite him. "Has Dumbledore discovered the imposter Moody?" Upon hearing Dumbledore's name, Snape's demeanor momentarily stiffened, his tone growing considerably colder. "Yes, the false Moody is deceased." "When did this occur?" Fiona inquired, furrowing her brow as she gazed at him. "After the conclusion of the Triwizard Tournament." A realization dawned upon her. It was no wonder that the Moody who appeared at the end-of-term leaving feast had undergone such a transformation. Felena spoke again. "Have you seen that diadem?" "Which one?" Snape inquired, momentarily puzzled, before seemingly recalling. "Ah, the diadem of Ravenclaw." "What diadem of Ravenclaw?" Felena pressed urgently. "The one you mentioned last time, claiming it to be a Horcrux." Snape furrowed his brow slightly. "Are you unaware?" "The four great relics of Hogwarts' four houses, Slytherin's locket, Gryffindor's sword, Ravenclaw's diadem, and Hufflepuff's cup." Snape explained coolly. "The one you obtained last time is indeed Ravenclaw's diadem." Fena's eyes glimmered with a spark of realization. "What has become of the other relics?" Snape replied calmly. "Aside from Gryffindor's sword, which resides with Dumbledore, the remaining relics have long since vanished." The Horcruxes. Fiona harbored a bold conjecture. With palpable excitement, she rose to bid farewell, darting to the fireplace to seize a handful of flue powder before swiftly departing. Hardly had her feet touched the floor of Malfoy Manor when she exuberantly announced, "I have discovered a new clue." Lucius and his companions, initially engaged in discussion, turned to her with curious expressions, inquiring, "What?" Fiona's eyes sparkled as she opened her mouth, only to suddenly close it again as if recalling something, pointing towards the study. The others, understanding her gesture, rose to their feet and followed her to the study with the box in hand. As soon as they settled down, Fiona immediately spoke. "Professor Snape mentioned that the diadem is one of the four relics, specifically Ravenclaw's diadem. Thus, I suspect that Slytherin's locket and Hufflepuff's cup are also Horcruxes. As for Gryffindor's sword, I believe that since it is in Dumbledore's possession, the likelihood of it being turned into a Horcrux is quite slim." The group exchanged glances, and Lucius sighed softly before speaking. "Previously, the Dark Lord entrusted me with a diary to safeguard, and I sensed a potent aura of dark magic emanating from it. After he departed, the Ministry conducted a thorough search for dark magical artifacts, so I concealed it within the textbooks of one of the Weasley children, allowing her to bring it to Hogwarts. Later that semester, the Chamber of Secrets incident occurred. In retrospect, that diary could very well be a Horcrux." "Is the diary still in existence?" Lucius seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, his expression darkening. "At that time, I handed it to Dobby." "If that diary is indeed a Horcrux," Fiona raised an eyebrow, "it implies that Voldemort entrusted one of his Horcruxes to a loyal confidant. I suspect that Bellatrix Lestrange and the Black family were also given similar tasks. We can now pursue these two leads. As for Bellatrix, Snape and I will keep an eye on her." Lucius furrowed his brow. "Regarding the Black family," Narcissa gently interjected, "I can take you to the Black ancestral home for a visit. Since Regulus went missing, no one has returned to the old house." A hint of sadness tinged Narcissa's voice. If the Dark Lord truly entrusted a Horcrux to Regulus, there may be clues within the Black ancestral home. With the next steps determined, Fiona felt a temporary sense of relief. After a long day preparing for the engagement banquet, everyone was quite fatigued, so they each returned to their rooms to rest. Fiona's room was situated directly across from Draco's, and under Mr. Cummont's watchful gaze, the two returned to their respective chambers, one after the other. With a slight raise of his brow, Mr. Cummon leaned against the wall by Draco's door, patiently awaiting his return. After approximately 5 minutes, Draco stealthily opened the door, peeking out, only to be caught red-handed by Mr. Cummon, who was waiting for him. "What are you up to, Mr.?" Cummont's voice suddenly resonated from above, startling Draco. "I merely wish to step out for a glass of water." Draco quickly adjusted his expression and offered a sheepish smile. "Spare me the pretense." Mr. Cummon tapped his forehead lightly. "Return to your room." With a resigned sigh, Draco retreated and closed the door. Mr. Cummon did not hurry away. He continued to lean against the wall, waiting quietly. Within 2 minutes, Draco opened the door once more, spotting Mr. Cummon immediately. "I just wanted some fresh air. The atmosphere is delightful. I'm going back now." Draco chuckled awkwardly and swiftly withdrew his head, shutting the door behind him. A smile crept onto Mr. Cummon's lips as he rose and returned to his own room. Approximately 10 minutes later, Draco opened the door again. Mr. Come-On had already departed, and Draco, grinning like a cat that had stolen cream, tiptoed toward the door across the hallway. However, just a few steps in, he heard Lucius's voice from behind. "What are you doing? Go back to your room." Lucius had merely intended to fetch a glass of water, but upon opening the door, he caught sight of his son attempting to sneak into Fina's room, prompting him to frown. Draco, caught in the act, inclined his head reluctantly. "Yes, father," he muttered before turning to retreat to his own room. Lucius shook his head with a sigh and continued downstairs for water. At the moment he turned to descend the stairs, Draco dashed out of his room towards the opposite door. Just as he was about to succeed, he pressed against the door and turned the handle. Lucius stood on the stairs, arms crossed, watching him. Draco offered an awkward smile before retreating back to his room, feeling thoroughly chastised. "You rascal," Lucius chuckled in exasperation. Meanwhile, Fina lay in her room, blissfully unaware of Draco's 4 failed attempts to infiltrate her sanctuary. When she finally awoke, the sky had darkened. Stretching contentedly, she sat up, enveloped in her blankets. It was nearly dinner time. As she opened her door and stepped out, she immediately noticed that the door to the opposite room was ajar, revealing Draco seated on the bed, looking quite dejected. Upon hearing the sound of Fina's door opening, Draco lifted his gaze slightly, casting a mournful glance her way. "What's wrong?" Fina inquired, her voice laced with amusement at Draco's woeful expression. Chapter 88. Draco felt as though he were the subject of mockery and buried himself beneath the covers, ignoring her. Fina's smile deepened as she stepped into his room. No sooner had she seated herself on the bed than Draco suddenly pounced upon her. With his head nestled in the crook of her neck, he rubbed against her, his voice tinged with grievance. "Why did you lock the door?" Fiona blinked in surprise. "Is that so? I hadn't noticed." Draco, feigning indignation, pouted. "Indeed. You locked the door. And though I never entered your room, my father caught me." Before Fiona could respond, a voice laced with barely concealed amusement drifted in from the doorway. "I have come to inform you that dinner is ready." Draco stiffened, abruptly lifting his gaze towards the entrance, where he instantly spotted the amused expression on Narcissa's face. Noticing her son's gaze, Narcissa turned away with a smile, leaving Draco's face flushed crimson. He buried himself beneath the covers, muffling his voice as he replied, "You should go eat. I wish to suffocate myself under these blankets." Fina let out a laugh, completely disregarding the gravity of the situation. The day after the engagement ceremony, Come-On and Nicole departed. Recently, Voldemort had been summoning his followers with increasing frequency. On several occasions, Lucius had been called away from the dining table. Fina sensed that something was amiss, yet neither Snape nor Lucius had received any word. One evening, as they were having dinner, Snape suddenly arrived at Malfoy Manor via the fireplace. "Let us go to the study," he said, his expression grave. Almost as soon as he stepped onto the living room floor, he spoke. The others promptly set down their forks and knives and followed him to the study. As soon as they sat down, Snape spoke urgently. "The Dark Lord has taken a keen interest in Fina and Draco. He wishes for me to bring you both to him." He glanced at Fina. This revelation was somewhat anticipated by Fina, hence her lack of surprise. But Lucius immediately furrowed his brow. "Is there any way to negotiate this?" Lucius implored Snape. Snape's brow furrowed in difficulty. "I will do my utmost to delay matters. But it is evident that the Dark Lord has set his sights on them. It may be challenging to prolong this indefinitely." Lucius's gaze swept over Fina and Draco. After a long pause, he reluctantly closed his eyes and said, "Fina, you should return to Come-On Manor. The Dark Lord cannot afford to offend the Come-On family at this moment. You will be safe there." Draco Lucius fixed his gaze on him, his voice trembling slightly. "You will accompany me to meet the Dark Lord." "Draco can come back to Come-On Manor with me," Fina interjected, her brow furrowing. Lucius's gaze shifted to Fina. His eyes filled with conflict. Draco offered a gentle smile and spoke softly, "I cannot leave. As the heir of the Malfoy family, my absence would surely displease the Dark Lord. This is a responsibility of the Malfoys." Tears shimmered in Lucius's eyes as he turned away, unable to meet their gaze. Fina fixed her gaze upon Draco for a considerable while, and suddenly, a radiant smile illuminated her face. "Very well. It is settled then." The group rose to depart. Yet Fina remained stationary. With a melodious clarity, she remarked, "Uncle Lucius and Draco may leave first. I wish to speak privately with Professor Snape." The three turned back to Fina. Noticing the inquisitive glances from Lucius and Draco, Fina offered a soothing and cheerful smile, assuring them, "I merely wish to clarify a few matters." Lucius and Draco, displaying their considerate nature, exited the room, while Snape resumed his position on the sofa. "What is it?" he inquired, regarding Fina with a look of intrigue. Fleur's smile remained unchanged, and her voice was as gentle as ever. Take me to see Voldemort. Without a moment's hesitation, Snape declined. No. Fina had anticipated his reaction and calmly began her analysis. Firstly, my frequent presence near Voldemort aids in my sensing of the Horcruxes. Secondly, Voldemort holds a significant interest in me, and as the heir of the Corman family, I am not at risk of losing my life. Lastly, I possess a means to persuade Voldemort to relinquish Draco. Snape, weary, closed his eyes and rubbed his brow. I cannot take you to meet him. You still possess the right to choose. Do not leap into the flames. However, analyzing the current situation, meeting him appears to be the most prudent choice. Fina stated with composure. Snape suddenly became agitated. Enough. I cannot take you to see him. Why? Fina looked at him in confusion. Regret clouded Snape's black eyes, his tone nearly pleading. You still have the opportunity to choose. As he rolled up his sleeve to reveal the dark mark, he said, Do you see this? If you join the Death Eaters, you will bear this mark for life, enduring the scorn of others. And what of you? Fina gazed steadily into his eyes. Why do you do this? I am not like you. I have no choice. Snape's expression gradually became hollow. I can only seek Dumbledore's protection for her child in exchange for information regarding Voldemort. Filma revealed a gentle smile, saying, Indeed, you see. We all of those we must protect. I cannot bear to watch Draco bear that humiliating mark. I would rather it be me. Snape silently observed her tender smile for a long while before finally conceding, I will take you to meet the Dark Lord. Thank you, but for now, let us keep this under wraps, Filma replied with a radiant smile. They would never agree. Very well. As the two emerged from the study, a considerable amount of time had passed. Snape exited the study with a stoic expression, heading straight for the fireplace to leave Malfoy Manor, while Filma wore a bright smile. What were you discussing? You seem so cheerful, Draco inquired, raising an eyebrow as he approached and wrapped his arm around her. Fina cast a playful glance at him and replied, A secret. Observing her cheerful demeanor, Draco chose not to press further. In a feigned display of sternness, he lightly tapped her nose and remarked, You ungrateful little one. I was worried that you hadn't eaten enough. So I specially asked the house elf to prepare a steak for you. Fina nestled beside him, her voice soft and playful. I knew Draco would be the kindest to me. I am nearly famished. With that, she tugged him towards the dining hall. Lucius and Narcissa had already retired to their chambers, leaving only the two of them in the dining area. Draco, with a mischievous glint in his eye, pulled Fina onto his lap, deftly slicing his steak into small pieces to feed her. Being in Malfoy Manor made Fina uneasy at the thought of Lucius and Narcissa potentially observing them. Embarrassed and irritated, she lightly punched him a few times, but he captured her hands, ultimately ensuring she remained nestled in his embrace until she had finished her steak. Chapter 89. Though Severus had promised to take Fina to meet Voldemort, it was prudent to delay this matter for as long as possible. Thus Fina found herself with idle time. Both Voldemort and Dumbledore were tirelessly devising strategies to consolidate their power, and Fina grew increasingly anxious as days passed. Unable to remain idle, she resolved to initiate her own plans during this interlude. Orcs, werewolves, elves, and giants were undoubtedly coveted by both Voldemort and Dumbledore. Dumbledore had Remus, the werewolf, in his possession, likely intending to win over the werewolf community first. After some contemplation, Fina decided to make a visit to Hogwarts. With a flash of fire, Fina materialized in the potions office's fireplace. Nestled at the bottom of the Black Lake, which was perpetually shrouded in darkness, the space remained cold and dreary even in summer. Clad in a thin dress, Fina stepped inside, unable to suppress a shiver. Severus was diligently working at his table, concocting potions. Judging by the greasy state of his hair and the dark circles under his eyes, he had likely gone without proper rest for at least 2 days. Filna refrained from disturbing him, quietly seated on her chair, waiting patiently. After approximately 15 minutes, Snape finally bottled the potion he had been working on. What is it? Snape inquired, his exhaustion evident as he settled onto the sofa opposite Filna, pinching the bridge of his nose, his voice barely above a whisper. Fiona gazed at him, her expression tinged with concern as she spoke. Perhaps you should rest for a while. I can always return another time. Snape, mustering his strength to meet her gaze, replied, his voice heavy with fatigue. It is of no consequence. Please continue. My potion remains unfinished, and I cannot afford to rest just yet. Filna gazed at him with concern, just about to speak, when she noticed that Snape before her had suddenly slumped against the armrest as if struck unconscious, surrendering to slumber. Filna was startled, nearly leaping from her chair, but a voice steadied her. It's me, don't panic. The air shimmered, and Isabel's figure materialized. After several days apart, she appeared much more gaunt. Her once resplendent face seemed to have lost its luster, with her cheeks showing slight hollows. Although she remained strikingly beautiful, there was an undeniable loss of vitality. Her face still bore an expression of indifference, yet her usually bright crimson eyes had dulled considerably, enveloped in an aura of sorrow that cast a gray shadow over her entire being. "Do not worry, he is merely sleeping," Isabel spoke softly to Filna, though her gaze remained fixated on the now slumbering Snape. Gently, she laid him down, striving to make him more comfortable. He had gone without rest for 2 days and nights, and such a toll on his body could not be sustained. Having settled Snape, Isabel pulled a chair beside Filna and seated herself. "Feel free to ask me anything you wish. I was actually hoping to inquire if he still possesses Wolfsbane potion," Filna remarked with a hint of resignation as she looked at the sleeping Snape. "I could use it as leverage in negotiations with the werewolves," Isabel replied in a measured tone. During the last negotiations between Dumbledore and the werewolves, the Wolfsbane potion was already attempted as a bargaining chip, but it proved futile. Fenrir showed no interest in it whatsoever. Ferna furrowed her brow in distress, lamenting, "It seems we must abandon the line concerning the werewolf." Isabel slightly shook her head and replied, "You might consider experimenting with alchemical products. After all, given Fenrir's current circumstances, sheer power is undoubtedly more persuasive." Filna offered a grateful smile, expressing her thanks. "I will give it a try." Isabel nodded gently, her gaze resting upon the slumbering Snape, her tone detached as she remarked, "Do not inform him of my visit." "Understood," Filna replied, nodding in acknowledgement. "I have matters to attend to in the Forbidden Forest. I shall take my leave now." A subtle smile graced Isabel's lips as she wished, "Good luck." After Filna departed, Isabel's gaze returned to Snape. His brow was furrowed, and his thick lashes trembled lightly, suggesting a restless slumber. Isabel was suddenly reminded of that bleak year when, at the tender age of 11, he had been ostracized by Slytherin, curled up alone in an empty classroom. When she found him then, he was similarly hunched, his brow knitted, his lashes quivering, lost in an uneasy sleep. Over 2 decades had passed since that moment. Unable to bear the sight of him so pitifully curled up, Isabel conjured her wand and gently levitated him to his bed, tucking him in with the covers. In his dreams, Snape seemed to sense something, abruptly grasping her hand as she tugged at the blanket, murmuring through tears, "Lily, don't go." Isabel paused for a moment, then, maintaining her composure, withdrew her hand and continued to cover him. Snape fell silent again, sitting beside his bed. Isabel gazed at his sleeping face, and after a while, she raised her hand and drew forth a wisp of black mist from her heart. The instant the mist emerged, her complexion paled dramatically, beads of sweat forming on her brow as she grit her teeth, forcing the dark essence into Snape's body. It was only when the mist had entered Snape's heart that she exhaled in relief, her body swaying slightly as she forced a bitter smile while gazing at his heart's location, whispering softly, "You saved my life once, now I return the favor. We are even." Enveloping herself in the black mist, she dissolved into the air, leaving behind a faint whisper that lingered in the atmosphere. "From now on, I shall not entangle you further." As the mist dissipated, the room returned to its former tranquility. As Filna ventured into the Forbidden Forest, scarcely had she crossed its threshold when a centaur materialized before her. "My lady," the centaur graciously inclined his body in a respectful bow, "do you bring any new directives?" With a grave demeanor, Filna expressed her desire to gain the support of the orcs, seeking their assistance. The orcs hold a profound belief in astrology, and the centaur tribe, being the foremost scholars in this field, commands great respect among them. Therefore, securing the centaur's aid would significantly enhance the prospects of winning over the orcs. "Naturally, my esteemed master," the centaur replied with deference, "I shall do my utmost to persuade the various orc clans on your behalf. This is the will of the stars, and I am confident they will acquiesce. Should I succeed, I shall promptly relay the news to you." "Thank you," Filna responded courteously, inclining her head, to which the centaur bowed in return. Having concluded their discussion, Filna returned to the potion office, only to find that Isabel had already departed, and Snape's presence was absent from the sofa. Fiona returned directly to Malfoy Manor. In the bedroom, Snape slowly opened his eyes, his dark gaze filled with confusion. Chapter 90. Lying in bed for a moment, Snape's vision cleared, and he sat up, surveying his surroundings with a sense of bewilderment. He distinctly recalled conversing with Fiona on the sofa. How had he suddenly fallen asleep and woken up in the bedroom? After a brief contemplation, Snape concluded that he must have been overly fatigued, and that Fiona had moved him to the bedroom, which he did not dwell upon. A soothing sensation spread through his heart, banishing all remnants of exhaustion. And he donned his shoes before making his way to the workbench. There were still a few potions left unfinished. Having inexplicably dozed off, time had become pressing, and he needed to hasten his efforts. Snape immersed himself once more in his work. In a certain hidden chamber of the Mainsnay family, Isabel, enveloped in a crimson glow as she sat upon a pedestal, suddenly coughed up blood, her pale visage devoid of color. Opposite her lay a vast parchment, densely inscribed with ancient Indonesian magical runes and several signatures. This was the contract signed by the ancestors of the Mainsnay family with the Grim Reaper. Every few minutes, the contract unleashed a punitive curse upon her. Bound by the crimson light, Isabel could neither evade nor retaliate, forced to endure the torment. She was expressly forbidden from intervening in matters of the magical realm, altering a wizard's body, or meddling with a wizard's fate. Each decree was an unassailable rule etched into the family's statutes. Yet, Isabel had transgressed every single one. However, the gravest offense was that she had relinquished a strand of soul thread to another. The emissary of the Grim Reaper, by signing the contract, acquired a strand of soul thread, which served as the fundamental essence enabling members of the Mainsnay family to wield the Grim Reaper's powers. Should one lose their soul thread, they would be rendered incapable of serving the Grim Reaper, becoming a useless servant, confined in the hidden chamber to endure punishment day and night until death. Yet, members of the Mainsnay family possessed the ability of immortality. She would be eternally imprisoned in this cramped chamber. Another punitive curse struck her, causing Isabel to spit out blood, her breath instantly growing shallower. While members of the Mainsnay family were immortal, their perception of pain was profoundly heightened. The incantation shattered her internal organs and bones. Yet her body's self-healing ability restored the fragmented tissues and skeletal structure, preparing her for the next punishment. This cycle continued endlessly. Such was the price for defying the covenant. Isabel closed her eyes, and the pale visage of Snape materialized before her. He must be delighting in concocting potions now. She extracted a thread of her soul and placed it within his heart, bestowing upon him the immortal capabilities of the Carmen lineage, granting him boundless vigor and inexhaustible magical energy, all while sparing him from the burdens borne by the members of the Mainsnay family. Naturally, these burdens must be shouldered by someone. Another punitive spell struck her. When Felina returned to Malfoy Manor, Draco was seated on the sofa before the fireplace, engrossed in a book. Upon her entrance, he immediately discarded the volume and rushed towards her, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "Where have you been? I haven't seen you since I awoke. I have missed you dearly." Draco buried his head in the crook of her neck, his voice, typically gentle, now tinged with a hint of plaintive huskiness as he playfully whined. Fiona gently caressed his hair soothingly and softly spoke, "Sweetheart, I noticed you were sleeping so soundly this morning that I did not wish to disturb you." Draco, with a look of innocent grievance, lifted his gaze to her and implored, "Could you please wake me next time? I wish to see you the moment I open my eyes." "Of course," Fiona replied tenderly, pressing her lips against his. "Next time, I will let you know before I leave." Rarely did Draco not take the initiative to hold her head. Instead, as she attempted to pull away, he softly pleaded, "Would you grant me another kiss?" Filna's heart softened into a tender mass as she pressed her lips against his repeatedly, not withdrawing until his gray eyes sparkled with delight and his lips curled into a satisfied smile. Draco took her hand and settled onto the sofa, tilting his platinum-haired head to rest upon her lap, blinking up at her with wide eyes. Fina's voice unconsciously softened. "What is it, darling?" Draco's gray eyes were fixed on her, shimmering with a hint of anticipation. "Today, both my father and mother are away. For a while now." Draco and Fina had been sleeping apart, until last night when Draco finally had the chance to sneak into Fina's room, yet he dared not act upon his desires. Fina raised an eyebrow delicately, her eyes shimmering with a hint of allure, and a teasing smile graced her lips. "If you would be willing to transform into a little weasel and allow me to hold you for a while, we could pay a visit to the House of Wishes. What do you say?" Draco's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Really?" "Indeed," Fina replied, lifting her gaze with a playful air. "Now, go ahead and transform." Draco sat up, looking at her with eager anticipation. "How do I transform?" Filna shrugged her shoulders, signifying her helplessness. Draco's expression of excitement froze upon his face. "I cannot do it." Fiona arched an impish smile, deliberately exaggerating. "Oh, you can't be serious. How unfortunate. It seems that neither of us will achieve our objectives today." Draco finally grasped that Fiona was teasing him. He rose and playfully pinned her down onto the sofa, his tone sultry as he declared, "While you may not fulfill your aim, I certainly shall." Ferna lightly curled her lips, her tone laced with provocation. Oh? Is that so? Draco leaned down, capturing her lips in a kiss, while his other hand swiftly drew his wand, pointing it at her as he intoned, "Bind her swiftly." Fiona raised an eyebrow, observing Draco, who had been struck by the spell and was now rigid with shock. A playful smile danced upon her lips as she gently adjusted the necklace around her neck, remarking to herself on its impressive defensive qualities. Meanwhile, Draco, frozen in place, ground his teeth in frustration. Fiona tugged at his collar, drawing him closer, her crimson lips tantalizingly near his as she whispered seductively, "Do read well." With that, she pressed the book he had been holding back into his hands. "Do your best." She playfully patted his shoulder and turned to ascend the stairs. Yet, scarcely had she taken a few steps when her body was suddenly lifted into the air. "How did you manage that?" Fiona exclaimed in surprise. Draco, his expression dark, disregarded her question, hoisting her onto his shoulder and swiftly darting into the fireplace, scattering a handful of flue powder. In an instant, they arrived at the Hogwarts potions office. As the flames flickered, Fiona caught sight of a house elf standing behind the sofa, smiling and waving at them. The potions office was empty. Draco raised his wand to render them invisible, leading them to the room of requirement, where he unceremoniously tossed Fiona onto the bed and then turned to cover her with his own form. Fortunately, Professor Snape was absent from the office. Fiona cast him a resentful glance, saying, "Otherwise, I would be too embarrassed to face anyone again." Draco leaned down, capturing her lips and murmuring, "He won't be here. He has gone out with his parents." Chapter 91. By evening, they returned to Malfoy Manor. Lucius and Narcissa were not in the sitting room. Draco carried a weary Fiona into his bedroom, and as soon as she was laid upon the bed, she enveloped herself in the blankets and fell into a deep slumber. Draco kissed her forehead gently, then summoned a house elf, instructing, "Please move all of Miss Fiona's belongings to my room." With a snap, the house elf vanished into thin air. The decision to share a room was not Draco's but rather Fiona's suggestion, a conclusion she had reached after an afternoon of riskily balancing her experiences. The little serpent must be fed promptly, otherwise there would be nothing left but gnawed bones. Before long, the elf returned, having organized Fiona's belongings. Draco raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Have my parents returned?" The house elf bowed deeply, responding respectfully, "Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy have returned and are currently in their bedroom." "All right, understood." Draco felt a sense of relief. The elf vanished with a snap. Fiona, deep in slumber on the bed, remained undisturbed as Draco shed his outer robes, pulled back the covers, and slipped in beside her, wrapping her in his embrace, contentedly sighing. Fiona stirred slightly, adjusting herself into a more comfortable position in his embrace, and soon fell into a deep slumber once more. Draco lowered his head to plant gentle kisses on her forehead and then on her cheek. Fiona, slightly annoyed, furrowed her brow and turned away to evade his affection, yet could not escape the ticklish sensation on her face, and in mild irritation waved her small hands in an attempt to shoo him away. Amused, Draco chuckled, unable to resist kissing her cheek again. How could his wife be so utterly adorable? Ever since that inexplicable day when he had awoken from slumber, Severus had felt an inexhaustible surge of energy. Even after standing at the workbench brewing potions for 2 consecutive days, fatigue eluded him. Whenever his body hinted at weariness, a warm current would sweep through him, alleviating every ounce of tiredness and rejuvenating his spirit. Severus found this quite peculiar. He combed through every available tome and manuscript in search of answers but found no relevant accounts. This mystery grew increasingly perplexing within him. Reluctantly, Severus sought out Fiona after completing his tasks. In the Malfoy Manor, Draco and Fiona were nestled on the sofa in the drawing room, engrossed in their books. Suddenly, a flash of green flame flickered in the fireplace, and Severus materialized in the manor. Upon entering the drawing room, Severus immediately approached Fiona. "Godfather," Draco swiftly rose, bowing slightly in respect. Severus nodded gently, yet his gaze remained fixed on Fiona. "Fiona, I have something to inquire of you." "What is it?" Fiona, startled by his serious tone, straightened up, her demeanor shifting to one of anxiety. Severus's expression turned earnest as he asked, "What transpired the night you came to find me?" Fiona had anticipated his inquiry and thus articulated her premeditated response with remarkable fluidity. "I intended to pose a question to you, but you unexpectedly fell asleep, so I took my leave." Upon hearing her reply, Snape showed no sign of relaxation. Instead, he furrowed his brow and retorted, "Was it not you who escorted me to my chamber?" Fiona paused for a moment, then promptly replied, "Ah, yes, it was indeed I. I thought it rather uncomfortable for you to sleep on the sofa, So I used a levitation charm to place you on the bed. Snape appeared to sense something amiss, his eyes narrowing slightly. What else have you done to me? Draco and Fiona shared an expression of astonishment. Filna's thoughts had already drifted 800 miles away, consumed by speculation about what Isabel had truly done that night, completely oblivious to Snape's scrutinizing gaze. Draco looked at Filna in disbelief. Fiona promptly assured, I left immediately after placing you on the bed, having done nothing else. Snape raised an eyebrow, yet when I awoke, I found myself covered with a blanket. Draco appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. Filna chuckled awkwardly as she ran her fingers through her hair. Ah, you mean the blanket. I was worried you might be cold. Did you not just say you left immediately without doing anything? Snape narrowed his eyes, his tone growing icy. Did anything else happen that night? Filna swiftly shook her head. No. Snape's tone turned grave. After that night, my body underwent certain changes. I suspect someone may have taken advantage of my slumber to administer some potion or spell. Are you certain nothing else transpired? Snape's voice intensified, his gaze unwavering upon her. Judging by Isabel's demeanor towards Snape, it seemed unlikely she would wish him harm. Yet, given the unpredictability of circumstances and Filna's uncertainty regarding their relationship, she hesitated. Snape, sensing her reluctance, pressed further with increased severity. What exactly occurred? Only by identifying the root of the issue can I devise a solution. His grave tone instilled a sense of alarm in Filna, compelling her to abandon her concealment. That day, Isabel was present as well, her eyes cast downward. She bore a look of guilt. I had to leave early. She spent some time alone with you. I apologize for not being forthcoming. She wished for me to keep her visit a secret. Snape's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils constricting as if struck by a profound blow. He leaned against the sofa, clutching his chest. It is the soul thread. She actually bestowed it upon him. Seeing him clutching his chest in agony, Filna assumed he was unwell and immediately approached him with concern, apologizing. Are you all right? Did she do something to you? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have trusted her. I thought you were acquainted. Snape turned his gaze toward her, forcing a hollow smile. Yes, we are indeed acquainted. She did nothing to me. I am fine. As he averted Filna's inquisitive stare, he caressed his chest and staggered toward the fireplace, murmuring to himself, I am fine, I am fine. Fiona and Draco exchanged glances, both filled with concern. However, Snape appeared completely oblivious, seemingly lost in his own thoughts as he made his way back to Hogwarts. He seemed to be quite unwell. Fiona hesitantly spoke. Shall we visit St. Mungo's to consult a physician for his examination? Yet Draco, lost in contemplation, shook his head thoughtfully. Godfather is fine. Filna tilted her head in confusion as she gazed at him. Yet, he appeared to be in considerable distress. Draco averted his gaze towards the fireplace, letting out a soft sigh, and chose not to speak further. Fiona glanced at the fireplace and then at Draco, blinking in confusion. Chapter 92 in the potions office. The sparse flicker of the fire failed to dispel the lingering chill that had settled in the room. Silence enveloped the space, with only the solitary crackle of sparks breaking the stillness. Severus slumped onto the sofa, his heart pulsating vigorously within his chest, a warm wave occasionally coursing through him, bringing a sense of comfort to his weary limbs. The essence of the soul. Severus shut his eyes, suddenly recalling the moment he first encountered Isabel. He was merely 7, while she was only 2 or 3. That day, a torrential rain fell upon Spider Alley, and he huddled beneath a tree for shelter, unexpectedly witnessing her being choked by a dark-clad figure against the stone wall at the alley's end. A surge of anger flooded his mind, reminiscent of the times he endured abuse from his drunken father, igniting his magic. The assailant fled, leaving her fragile form crumpled on the ground, vulnerable and pitiful amidst the tempest. Severus approached cautiously, wishing to ascertain her condition. Strangely, she did not cry, nor did she exhibit fear. She simply raised her crimson gaze to meet his, coolly uttering her gratitude. In that moment, Severus felt as though he were intruding and turned to flee. Yet, ever since that day he had rescued her, she frequently sought him out in Spider Alley. She would silently tend to his wounds after each beating from his father. She appeared beside him in the attic, guiding him out. She quietly kept him company whenever he was ostracized by other children. Yet, she never smiled. In time, he met Lily. Lily was often radiant with laughter, her bright, sun-like smile imprinted deep within his heart, and he cherished their time together, reveling in the bond of true friendship. However, Lily had many friends, and when she was absent, it was only Isabel who remained by his side, though she never smiled. He once inquired why she did not smile, but she hesitated and shook her head, offering no response. He thought perhaps she simply could not smile. His relationship with Lily blossomed, and they vowed to attend Hogwarts together, pledging to be lifelong friends. Yet, he did not confide this to her. It was not until September of his 11th year that he finally revealed to her his plans to study at Hogwarts alongside Lily. At that moment, she merely responded coolly. Yet she appeared alongside them at the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts. When Professor McGonagall called her name, a wave of whispers rippled through the crowd. And all the professors gasped in astonishment, even Dumbledore looked up in surprise. However, his thoughts were solely fixated on Lily, rendering him oblivious to the commotion around him. The sorting concluded with him being placed in Slytherin, while Lily was sorted into Gryffindor. He was consumed by sorrow, unaware that she too had been placed in Slytherin. Lily thrived in Gryffindor, while he faced incessant ostracism in Slytherin due to his lineage. It was then that he recognized the vast disparity in status between himself and Isabel. Those who scorned and insulted him treated her with utmost respect. Even the most esteemed Malfoy had never received such deference. Yet, she paid no heed to those who fawned over her or sought her favor. She silently built his reputation from behind, aiding him in establishing his position in Slytherin. Regrettably, his heart and mind were entirely consumed by Lily, and her actions appeared to him merely as gestures of friendship. Until that nightmarish day arrived when he uttered that vile word to Lily, shattering her heart and severing their bond. He was filled with remorse, yet she coldly replied, "I never liked Lily." He pondered how anyone could fail to adore someone as gentle and kind as Lily. Anger and frustration surged within him, transforming all his regret and helplessness into fury directed at her, as he harshly lashed out with a few biting remarks. He accused her, saying, "You are envious of Lily's perpetual cheerfulness, jealous of her radiant smile, for you cannot smile. You resemble a cold, grotesque, rotting boggart." He wished for her to sever ties with him as well, having already lost Lily, the one he could not afford to lose. The absence of others mattered little to him. As he had hoped, after that day, she seemed to appear less frequently before him. Yet, whenever he sought to delve into the dark arts, a plethora of rare tomes on black magic would inexplicably materialize on his desk. During those sleepless nights spent crafting potions, his tools would mysteriously malfunction when he became so engrossed in his own affairs that he neglected the essay assigned by his professor. A completed paper would magically appear on his desk, and during his final examination on the enchanted broomstick, the once rebellious broom would, for reasons unknown, submit to his command. This peculiar existence persisted until after graduation, when he joined the Death Eaters, following the path of the Dark Lord to fulfill his own ambitions. However, as he indulged in this intoxicating power, oblivious to the world around him, Lily was tragically slain by the Dark Lord. Overwhelmed with grief, he found himself compelled to endure for the sake of her fortunate surviving child, yet at that moment, she reappeared, seeking his companionship. Lost in a haze of sorrow and regret, he could not spare her even a glance. Only later did he comprehend that she was not dark and envious, rather. Members of the Munsney family were trained from a young age to master their emotions, rendering her incapable of radiant smiles. He learned that the Munsney lineage possessed boundless magical prowess from birth, rendering her schooling at Hogwarts a mere waste of time. That they held ancient tomes long forgotten by the outside world, yet never revealed them to outsiders, that she was privy to secrets known only to many pureblood families. And that the Munsney family, shrouded in mystery in the eyes of wizards, held an enigmatic allure. Yet, his heart and mind were filled entirely with thoughts of Lily. Once it was Lily, now it was her child. He had a mission to fulfill and could not accept her. But why did she not understand? Why did she offer him her soul thread? Snape's thoughts gradually coalesced, and a tear inexplicably fell from the corner of his eye. She had silently done so much for him, things he had never contemplated before. But what of it? He still had his mission, and there could be no resolution between them. Snape closed his eyes, feeling a warm current emanating from where the soul thread entwined, as if attempting to dispel the chill that enveloped him. It was said that the Grim Reaper would punish those who lost their soul threads. Would she, too, face such a fate? Snape's lips trembled slightly. He knew that uttering her name would summon her to him instantly, yet a sense of panic gripped him. His thoughts wrestled with one another until, at last, the name forced its way through his constricted throat, escaping in a hoarse whisper, Isabel Munsney. Chapter 93. A profound silence enveloped the room, as Snape's voice dissipated into the air, leaving not a trace behind. The crackling of the flames added a modicum of warmth to the atmosphere, instilling a semblance of courage within him. At last, he mustered the resolve to utter the name once more, Isabel Mainsney. The air remained serene and still. He doubted he possessed the fortitude to vocalize it a third time. She had always responded to his summons, yet this time, she did not appear. Was it that she no longer wished to see him, or was she enduring punishment? Detached from her soul thread, she must be facing the retribution of death. Several days had elapsed since she infused him with her essence. Had she been enduring torment all this time? A tear swiftly coursed down his cheek, and Snape shut his eyes, leaning back against the sofa, compelling his mind to awaken. He must return the soul thread to her. As he contemplated with closed eyes, a phrase suddenly flickered through his mind. At that time, you saved my life. And now I return the favor. We are even. Henceforth, I shall no longer entangle myself with you. Snape's eyes flew open. When had she uttered those words? His mind raced, yet he had no recollection of the moment. Was it merely a dream? He had heard her speak of the Mainsney family's punishment, though he understood little. All he knew was that she would be confined within the family's secret chamber, eternally unable to escape. Yet, he could not even enter the Mainsney estate. The situation had reached an impasse, and Snape was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness, unable to restrain himself from striking the sofa with his fist. Why did this feeling of powerlessness return, reminiscent of the moment Lily perished? The summons from Voldemort regarding Felina had been incessantly delayed, but the time had come. On this day, Snape found himself once again summoned by Voldemort. Snape, the Dark Lord's crimson gaze narrowed slightly. You have always been my most loyal servant. Yet, why have I not yet laid eyes upon Miss Carmen? Should I begin to doubt your fidelity? Snape bowed respectfully, his expression impassive as he replied, My lord, Mr. Carmen has recently assigned numerous tasks to Miss Carmen, and she is likely unable to come before you at this time. Voldemort toyed with his wand, seemingly indifferent to Snape's words. Suddenly, a flash of red light erupted from the tip of the wand, piercing Snape with a searing intensity. The crimson glow bore into him, contorting his body in agony, while the cufflinks hidden beneath his robes glimmered faintly. After what felt like an eternity, Voldemort ceased the incantation, and Snape painfully staggered to his feet. The Dark Lord's slender eyes appraised him from head to toe, his voice icy as he declared, I have no use for ineffectual servants. You have 3 days. If you cannot bring her before me, you know the consequences. Bowing at the feet of Voldemort, Nagini suddenly raised her head, flicking her tongue as she gazed at him. Yes, my lord, Severus Snape replied with a respectful nod. During their time at Malfoy Manor, Fiona had taken to enjoying afternoon tea in the garden almost daily with Narcissa. On this particular day, Narcissa had prepared an array of delightful pastries that Fiona adored. As they reclined in their chairs, engrossed in lively conversation, their house elf abruptly entered to announce that Snape was waiting for Fiona in the drawing room. With Lucius and Draco absent from the manor, Fiona nonetheless decided to escort him into the study for precaution. What is it? She inquired eagerly as soon as they stepped into the room. Tomorrow morning, the Dark Lord wishes to see you, Snape replied, his brow furrowed. Filna relaxed as she lifted her teacup, taking a gentle sip. I am aware of this matter, she stated. Snape, noting the tone of her voice, furrowed his brow and emphasized, do not let your guard down. I understand, Filna replied, raising an eyebrow. Thank you. Snape nodded slightly, yet with an air of concern. Cautioned her, he is an exceedingly suspicious individual. Do not reveal even the slightest hint of weakness. In recent days, Draco had been accompanying Lucius daily to learn the intricacies of managing the Malfoy family business. They returned home late each evening, and thus, Filna refrained from disclosing her plans to venture out. However, the following morning, she awoke to find Draco lying beside her, engrossed in a book. Draco? Filna rubbed her eyes in astonishment. Aren't you going out? Upon hearing her voice, Draco affectionately leaned in to place a gentle kiss by her lips. Good morning, my lady. My father has other matters to attend to today, allowing me a day of respite. Draco had anticipated that Filna would be elated at the prospect of their solitary time together, yet to his surprise, she stood there in a daze. Her face devoid of excitement, and instead marked by a hint of distress. What troubles you? Draco inquired, reaching out to caress her cheek. Do you not enjoy my company? Fiona gazed at him with a hint of remorse in her eyes. I apologize, darling. I was unaware that you had the day off. I have made plans to go out with someone. Draco blinked slowly, curiosity evident in his gaze. Who is it that you are going out with? Filna's acquaintances within the wizarding community of Britain were quite limited. Were she to mention Severus, he would undoubtedly harbor suspicions. However, should she speak of Hermione, it was likely he would wish to accompany her. As her mind raced with thoughts, Filna maintained her composure and spoke. Cho Chang informed me that a new batch of alchemical materials has arrived, and she has invited me to visit her home. The abode of Cho Chang was notably peculiar. They rarely entertained guests, allowing only the occasional invitation to members of the Carmen family, while others were altogether barred from entry. Consequently, Draco pouted in a somewhat aggrieved manner and inquired, when will you return? Filna hesitated. How many hours, perhaps? I'm not certain. But I assure you I will return immediately once the matter is resolved. Then you must come back soon, Draco said, enveloping her in his embrace. Burying his head in the crook of her neck and gently nuzzling against her. In a soft voice, he added, I will be waiting for you at home. Filna's heart softened as she reached out to tousle his platinum hair, whispering gently, I promise. Time had slipped away, and after sharing a tender moment with Draco, Filna rose to dress and freshen up. By the time she completed her preparations, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Concerned that Snape might arrive at Malfoy Manor, Filna hurried to the fireplace, only to collide unexpectedly with Snape, who had just emerged from the Floo network. Oh dear, she exclaimed as the Floo powder scattered over both of them. Snape frowned slightly in distaste, asking, what on earth? Filna quickly turned her back to Draco, signaling discreetly behind her with a raised eyebrow. Snape, following the direction of her hint, slightly tilted his head and unexpectedly caught sight of Draco, who stood frozen behind Filna. His sentence abruptly cut short and swallowed down. Fortunately, Draco was entirely focused on Filna and failed to notice that he had only spoken half of his thought. Chapter 94, The Godfather. Draco called out in a rather perfunctory manner before immediately rushing to Filna's side, his voice laced with concern. My dear, are you all right? Did you hurt yourself? Filna, tears brimming in her eyes, shook her head in despair as she pressed her forehead. She had nearly plunged into the fireplace, and only heaven knew the extent of her pain. Clearly, Draco did not buy into her fade of strength. He tenderly blew upon the injured area and gently tidied her up, removing the traces of Floo powder that clung to her. Severus Snape observed his protegee's sweet demeanor with an air of quiet disapproval, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes. Once he confirmed that Filna was not seriously harmed, Draco turned respectfully toward Snape and inquired, Godfather, are you well? Snape ground his molars and managed to squeeze out a few words from between them, quite well. Fearful that Severus Snape might inadvertently reveal something, Filna hastily exclaimed, oh dear. I must take my leave, my appointment with Qiu Zhang is imminent. With that, she seized a handful of Floo powder and dashed into the fireplace, declaring, Diagon Alley. Just before she stepped into the flames, Filna discreetly winked at Snape. In a flash of fire, she vanished, leaving only Snape and Draco in the room. Draco respectfully turned to Snape and inquired, Godfather, is there a particular matter that brings you here today? Snape squinted slightly and asked, is your father present? Draco replied apologetically, my father is out on business. Then there is no matter, Snape replied curtly, turning on his heel to toss a handful of Floo powder into the fireplace, stating, Potion's office. With another burst of flames, Snape departed, leaving Draco puzzled as he gazed at the now empty fireplace. Filna waited for a brief moment in Diagon Alley, until at last she spotted the brooding figure of Snape. Ah, you've arrived, she remarked with a nervous smile as she approached him. How did you manage to slip away? Draco didn't suspect anything, did he? Snape cast her a flat glance, his expression inscrutable. I pretended to be seeking Lucius. When I discovered he was absent, I took my leave. Filna's eyes widened in astonishment. How do you know Uncle Lucius isn't here? Because the Dark Lord is convening a meeting today, Snape replied coldly. You shall see him soon enough. Are you prepared? At last, Snape regarded her with a serious demeanor. If you have any reservations, now is the time to voice them. Fiona broke into a radiant smile, declaring, I am ready. Snape reached out, gently grasping her shoulder, and murmured, then, let us proceed. With a flicker of apparition, the two found themselves moments later in a foreboding mansion. The walls were a somber shade of brown, marred by mottled stains of mildew, while the wooden floorboards trembled beneath their feet, creaking ominously with each step. Fiona followed Snape into the room at the end of the corridor on the second floor. The chamber was adorned with a massive oval table, flanked by numerous Death Eaters clad in dark attire. 2 vacant seats rested to the right of Voldemort, presumably reserved for her and Snape. To his left, the individuals closest to him were none other than Bellatrix Lestrange and Lucius Malfoy. Almost as soon as she and Snape entered, Voldemort's voice resonated with palpable excitement. Excellent, it appears we have new guests. The Death Eaters immediately turned their gazes toward them, and Fiona noticed Lucius's pupils constrict sharply, clearly taken aback by her presence. Snape and Fiona took their seats beside Voldemort, maintaining an unwavering demeanor. Let us welcome Miss Come On to our gathering. Voldemort's elongated gaze fixed intently upon her as he led the applause. The Death Eaters joined in unison, and Fiona offered a slight nod of acknowledgement, her eyes briefly meeting Bellatrix, who regarded her with a contemplative stare. Hiss, hiss. A colossal viper slithered through the doorway, raising its head as it made its way toward Voldemort at the end of the table. The Death Eaters recoiled slightly in fear, pressing against the backs of their chairs. "Ah, Nagini, you have arrived," Voldemort remarked affectionately, his tone imbued with fondness. Nagini, flicking its tongue, glided forward but paused before Fina, tilting its gray-brown head in curiosity. The ring on Filna's right hand suddenly vibrated. She gazed at Nagini in astonishment, a hint of shock coursing through her. As she raised her hand to cover the incessantly trembling ring, Nagini turned its body towards her, its obsidian eyes fixated upon her. As it flicked its tongue out and softly caressed her face, Fiona felt an inexplicable affinity towards it. She extended her unadorned hand to tentatively touch its scales, and Nagini affectionately nudged her palm. "Oh, it seems Nagini has taken quite a liking to you," Voldemort remarked, his voice tinged with surprise, which is rather unusual. Nagini turned her head to glance at Voldemort before continuing to slither towards him, resting her grayish-brown head upon his shoulder. Voldemort gently stroked her head, his crimson gaze shifting towards Fiona. "Miss Common, I trust that Severus has conveyed my sentiments to you?" Filna gently nodded. "Indeed, my lord. I am willing to follow in your footsteps and assist you in your grand endeavors. However, I beseech you to grant me one request." Fina lifted her gaze to meet his crimson eyes. "I wish for Draco to manage the affairs of the Cayman family. Thus, I fear he cannot join the Death Eaters." Fina used peripheral vision, caught Lucius suddenly lifting his head to gaze at her. Voldemort fixated his penetrating gaze into her eyes, and Fina met his stare with unwavering composure. However, at that moment, Nagini unexpectedly nudged Voldemort's cheek with her head. Voldemort did not reprimand Nagini. Instead, he lowered his gaze to meet hers for an instant and softly uttered, "I permit it. Now, come forth, Miss Common." Voldemort raised his wand, his eyes fixed on her, proclaiming, "I shall bestow upon you unparalleled glory." Ferna rose and approached him, rolling up the sleeve of her left arm. Voldemort pressed his wand against her arm, and with a surge of excruciating pain, a dark mark gradually seared itself onto her skin. Welcome to the Death Eaters. Chapter 95. After the branding was successfully completed, the pain did not dissipate. Ferna's delicate face turned pale from the agony. Upon returning to her seat, the dark mark continued to throb painfully. Nagini seemed to sense her torment. It lifted its head and crawled in front of Ferna, flicking its tongue to gently caress the area of the dark mark, and remarkably, the pain vanished. Filna was momentarily taken aback, gently stroking its head and murmuring her gratitude. Nagini flicked her tongue happily, retracting her head to rest once more on Voldemort's shoulder. Voldemort affectionately patted her head, choosing silence instead of words. "I have summoned you today for a matter of great importance," he began, his voice deliberate. "Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix has recently been attempting to recruit the goblins." He then turned his gaze towards Bella, whose face, though slightly worn, still possessed an undeniable allure. "Within a week, I require the support of the goblins." "Yes, my lord," Bella replied, her eyes shimmering with adoration for Voldemort, enhancing her beauty. "Severus," Voldemort's gaze shifted to him, "I need a batch of Wolfsbane potion." Snape inclined his head slightly. "Yes, my lord." "Not." Voldemort's eyes fell upon a brooding man seated at the far end of the table. "The Knot family possesses considerable wealth." "Do they not?" "I foresee a need for substantial funds in the near future." Old Knot, his voice gravelly, responded, "Indeed, my lord, the Knot family is at your service." "Excellent." Voldemort nodded in satisfaction. "Your family's assistance has contributed to our acquisition of Miss Carmen's support." "Thank you for your recognition, my lord," Old Knot replied, his excitement contrasting sharply with his usual somber demeanor. Hearing Voldemort's words, Filna felt a jolt of surprise and cast a furtive glance at Lucius and Snape. Their faces were inscrutable, yet their eyes briefly met hers. Voldemort's gaze drifted to the diminutive man seated at the end of the table, and Filna immediately recognized him as Peter Pettigrew, the rat who had met with the false Moody at Hogwarts. "Wurtail," Voldemort's voice was soft yet commanding. "I have a task for you." The little rat appeared terrified, trembling as he lifted his gaze to meet Voldemort's, only to hastily avert it. "Master, please issue your command." "Find Harry Potter." Voldemort's crimson eyes narrowed slightly. "Find him." "Why yes, Master." Pettigrew quivered in fear. Voldemort surveyed everyone at the table, relishing the expressions of dread that adorned their faces. "The meeting is adjourned." Ferna, Snape, and Lucius sequentially apparat back to Malfoy Manor. As apparition is prohibited within the confines of the manor, the three encountered one another at the entrance. It was evident that both Lucius and Snape had matters they wished to discuss with Ferna. After exchanging a glance, Snape spoke first. He in the Forbidden Forest has entrusted me with a message for you. Everything has been accomplished successfully. A look of delight graced Felena's face as she expressed her gratitude. Severus vanished with a flicker of apparition. Once he had departed, Felena turned to Lucius. Her smile imbued with depth, and implored, I kindly ask you, Uncle Lucius, to keep this matter a secret. I do not wish for Draco to be informed. Lucius averted his gaze towards her, the corners of his lips twitching slightly, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible quaver as he replied, Thank you for all that you have done for Draco. Meanwhile, Draco sat on the sofa, engaged in conversation with Narcissa, when Lucius and Felena entered together through the door. Father Felena? Draco queried, his expression one of confusion as he regarded the pair. Fina leaped excitedly beside Draco, exclaiming, I encountered Uncle Lucius on my way back, and he brought me back using apparition. Draco, with a sense of resignation, wrapped his arm around her waist and replied, I see. Just take it easy, don't trip. Lucius cast a glance at his oblivious son and then at the beaming Fina, suppressing his expressionless demeanor as he turned to ascend the stairs. Noticing Lucius's unusual mood, Narcissa followed him upstairs, leaving Fina and Draco alone downstairs. How did the alchemical materials fare? Draco inquired, pulling her down onto the sofa. Did you purchase them? Fina, seemingly troubled, pouted. There are no materials that I desire, and several of the qualities are too poor. I did not purchase any. Draco offered her a gentle smile and playfully pinched her cheek. Do not be disheartened. A few days ago, while attending to family business, I instructed them to be on the lookout. Should any rare alchemical materials become available, they will procure them directly. Really? Fina's eyes sparkled with delight as she nestled into the crook of his neck, exclaiming, You are so wonderful. Draco, pleased, enveloped her in his embrace. Lifting her chin to affectionately nuzzle her nose, I might require some form of reward. Before Fina could respond, Narcissa appeared in the living room. Oh, mother, Draco said, his ears flushing red as he quickly released Fina. Narcissa paid him no mind. With traces of tears in her eyes, she sat beside Fina and gently embraced her, whispering softly in her ear, Thank you. Fiona gently patted her back in a soothing manner. Draco gazed at the two with a hint of confusion, but in an instant, Narcissa released Fiona and a tender smile graced her face. What would you like to eat? May I prepare some treats for you? Fina was acutely aware of her desires and sweetly implored, Oh, thank you, Aunt Narcissa. May I have the pudding and pastry you make? Narcissa's expression softened further as she replied, Of course, my dear. Mother, I yearn for muffin cakes and cookies, Draco exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the thought of Narcissa baking treats. Narcissa glanced at her son, whose face lit up at the mere mention of food, feeling an inexplicable sense of disdain. Today, it would be only pudding and pastries. If he desired something else, he could bake it himself. With a dismissive remark, Narcissa turned and made her way to the kitchen. Draco stood frozen in place, casting a look at Narcissa's retreating figure and then at Fina, who was struggling to suppress her laughter. He pouted in dismay. It seemed that his mother no longer favored him. Chapter 96 In recent days, Snape had been consumed with thoughts on how to locate Isabel. He possessed a thread of her soul, and perhaps he could attempt to breach the manor of Munsley, though he was unaware of its location. In the past, Isabel had extended numerous invitations to him, all of which he had declined. As a half-blooded impoverished student, why would he wish to visit a noble's estate? In his youthful naivety, he believed that attending would only serve as an embarrassment. And he even felt that Isabel had intended to mock him, which led to his profound aversion towards visiting Munsley Manor and resulted in a few altercations between them. In retrospect, such thoughts seemed utterly ludicrous. A fleeting shadow crossed Snape's face as regret once again enveloped his heart. He struggled to extricate himself from these feelings and began to reflect meticulously on his memories of Isabel. Yet, he realized he had paid her far too little attention. He knew she seldom interacted with other wizards, but was unaware of whether she had any close friends. As he recalled their shared past, a wave of guilt surged within him. She had stood by his side for over 20 years, and he had failed to notice even the simplest of things about her. Snape's gaze fell momentarily upon the silver ring adorning his finger, and he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Miss Filna. It appears that Isabel is acquainted with Miss Filna. A look of delight spread across Snape's face as he promptly rose to his feet and strode swiftly to the hearth. Seizing a handful of flip powder, he declared, Malfoy Manor. At Malfoy Manor, the family was joyously gathered around the dining table, relishing their meal, when a house elf suddenly materialized before them. Miss Filna, Mr. Snape is awaiting you in the sitting room. Filna glanced at the half-eaten tender steak in her hand. reluctantly setting down her knife and fork as she made her way to the living room. Severus was anxiously peering towards the door, and upon seeing Filna enter, he immediately rose and strode toward her with great excitement, exclaiming, "Do you know the whereabouts of the Mainsney family estate?" Fiona was taken aback by his excited expression, cautiously retreating a half-step as she hesitantly replied, I don't know." In an instant, the exhilaration surrounding Snape dissipated. Observing his dejected demeanor, Fiona cautiously inquired, "What's wrong? Are you all right?" Snape, with a gloomy countenance, shook his head and replied with a forced tone, "I need to speak with her." Fiona tilted her head. "She previously told me that if I called her name, she would appear. Shall I assist you in locating her?" Snape's lips curled into a bitter smile. "She will not manifest. The only possibility of finding her now lies in visiting the estate of the Mains family." Filna sensed that something had transpired between the two, yet she hesitated to inquire further and instead focused on devising a solution for him. After reflecting on the moments of their encounter, a spark of realization lit up her eyes. She had once been taken to a place that resembled an ancient library belonging to a noble family of wizards. Could it possibly be the estate of the Mainsney family? Snape's expression shifted to one of excitement. "Where is it? Do you remember?" Fiona shook her head in distress, stating, "It was she who guided me there. I am unaware of the precise location. However, my defensive gear is capable of recording the places I have visited. Perhaps I could attempt to transport you through shadow shifting." Snape nodded eagerly. "Very well, let us give it a try." After changing into an outfit suitable for their outing, Filna, accompanied by Snape, arrived outside Malfoy Manor. She raised her hand to sense the position of the defensive enchantments, carefully noting their location before resting her hand on Snape's shoulder. Following a sensation of twisting and compression, the two found themselves within a dense forest. The area was abundant with lush trees, devoid of any visible figures, let alone a manor. Snape surveyed the surroundings, his gaze returning to Filna's face. "Are you certain this is the place?" Filna ran her fingers through her hair, double-checking their location, and with an awkward smile, she said, "It seems I've made a mistake. Let us try once more." With that, her hand once again rested upon Snape's shoulder. This time, they found themselves in a wintry landscape. As soon as they regained their footing, Filna shivered from the cold. Snowflakes had already settled on Snape's face, and his expression appeared somewhat grim. Filna, with a sheepish grin, spoke again. "I apologize. It seems I've miscalculated again." Thus, Snape felt as though he had been led by her on a whimsical tour across Europe. After countless attempts, they finally arrived at the entrance of an ancient manor. "I assure you, it must be here," Filna said, bending over and panting heavily, as the prolonged use of apparition had nearly drained her magical energy. Snape retrieved a vial of magical replenishment from his robes and handed it to her, a look of gratitude gracing his features. He shifted slightly, his lips moving as he awkwardly uttered, "Thank you." Fiona tilted her head back and drained an entire bottle of magical energy replenisher, waving her hand at him as she gasped for breath while squatting at the doorway. "You may enter. I will rest here for a while before returning," she said. Snape furrowed his brow and nodded. The manor was quite grand, showcasing a typical European architectural style. The main gate was unlocked, revealing a meticulously tended small garden within. Snape cautiously pushed open the gate and stepped inside, oddly noting that the estate seemed devoid of any defensive enchantments, as he did not encounter any form of attack. Peering through the open gate, Fiona's keen eyes spotted several rows of small round stools beside the garden path. Excitedly, she exclaimed, "I shall go in and sit for a moment. I will leave once my magic is restored." With that, she stood and made her way towards the entrance. Snape turned back to watch her approach, gentlemanly pulling the door open for her. However, the moment Fiona's feet made contact with the floor inside the manor, she was unexpectedly flung backward, landing on the ground with a bewildered expression. Snape stood frozen, astonished by her sudden trajectory. Filna was utterly taken aback, her senses overwhelmed as she felt a sudden blur before finding herself quite a distance away, seated on the ground. A sharp pain radiated from her posterior, rousing her from her daze. Grimacing in discomfort, she rubbed her behind and rose to her feet, glaring at Snape, who stood unscathed within the estate. In a fit of indignation, she exclaimed, "Why is it that you can enter while I cannot?" Snape, regaining his composure, placed a hand over his heart. Perhaps it was due to his connection to the soul thread? Filna cast a sorrowful glance at the small round stool in the garden, her frustration palpable as she transformed and departed. Within the confines of the hidden chamber, a house elf materialized, bowing respectfully before Isabel and reporting, "Master Severus Snape has arrived at the manor." Isabel appeared pallid and frail, her body slumped against the stone altar as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. So, he has come. After delivering the message, the house elf exited, leaving Isabel to struggle as she lifted her gaze towards the ceiling, where the garden's central pond lay. Suddenly, a surge of red light emanated from a piece of parchment, revealing a bold inscription. Congratulations, he has indeed come. A flicker of joy glinted in Isabel's eyes, though bitterness lurked beneath the surface. He may not be here for me. The parchment glowed again, displaying another line. You are the sole member of the Mainsley family. How could he not be seeking you? Deeper bitterness shadowed Isabel's gaze. Perhaps he seeks a book he cannot find, or requires potion ingredients. He would not come specifically to find me. The parchment fell silent for a moment before revealing yet another line. Did you truly include him among those permitted free access to the Mainsley estate merely to provide him with potion materials and books? Isabel's eyes darkened. Indeed, but he has never come. The parchment flickered with red light momentarily but revealed no further words. A punitive spell struck her once more, causing Isabel to expel another spurt of blood. Chapter 97. In the Mainsley estate, Snape followed the path carved through the garden, making his way into the central building facing the garden. Upon entering, he found himself in a grand reception hall, dominated by a low table laden with fresh fruits and pastries. Flanking the table were large sofas, their warm brown leather invitingly soft. A fireplace blazed with a peculiar blue flame, oddly providing a refreshing coolness rather than raising the room's temperature during the summer heat. With a sudden pop, a house elf appeared before him. Good day, Mr. Snape. I am Fifi. How may I assist you? The house elf bowed deeply. Snape hesitated before responding. I wish to see Isabel Mainsley. The house elf maintained its bowing posture, replying, The master is currently occupied and cannot meet with you at this time. I have prepared a fully equipped potion room for you. Would you care to see it? Snape's expression did not reflect the anticipated excitement. Instead, he cautiously tightened his grip on his wand and coldly replied, No, I only wish to meet Isabel. The house elf's demeanor remained unchanged, its tone unwavering. I am sorry, Mr. Snape, but the master cannot see you at present. I can escort you to the library of the Mainsley family, which houses numerous tomes of dark magic long extinct from the outside wizarding world, and you may peruse them at your leisure. However, Snape's countenance remained devoid of any sign of eagerness. He coldly asserted, I seek only to meet Isabel. The house elf finally stood upright, its golden eyes glancing at Snape. Its tone slightly buoyant, As you wish, sir. Everything occurring in the parlor was projected upon the walls of the hidden chamber, allowing Isabel and the parchment to witness the unfolding events. The parchment flickered with a crimson glow, erasing a line of text. He has passed the trial. Congratulations on your impending escape. Yet, Isabel revealed a bitter smile. Indeed, she understands him too well, able to discern his thoughts from the subtlest expressions. He was not untouched by emotion. Rather, he was overly cautious. His fear of potential dangers compelled him to reject those proposals. Ultimately, his resolve was not solely for her, but rather a fortunate misstep born from his prudence that led him to pass the trial. Isabel forced a strained smile. That he had come to find her was beyond her wildest dreams. What more could she desire? Snape followed the house elf to a concealed passage beneath the garden. The cold atmosphere and damp ground heightened his vigilance as he expressionlessly matched the house elf's pace, gripping his wand tightly. Fortunately, they soon arrived at a halt, facing an iron door. The house elf bowed and said, Mr. Snape, the master awaits you here. Please, step inside. It then retreated. Cautiously, Snape pushed the door open. The room's walls were forged from a dark metal, seamless and oppressive in appearance. There were no windows, and the only connection to the outside world was the door he had just entered. In the center stood a pedestal radiating a crimson glow, upon which Isabel lay weakly, opposite a floating parchment. Suddenly, a punishment curse erupted from the parchment, striking Isabel and causing her to spit out blood. Snape cautiously entered the room, his wand unwaveringly aimed at the parchment, his gaze alert. Abruptly, the parchment surged with red light, revealing the words, You have arrived. Snape furrowed his brow deeply. You knew I would come? The parchment responded, I knew the moment you stepped into the Mainsley estate. With measured steps, Snape approached the pedestal, maintaining his wand's aim at the parchment without engaging in conversation. The parchment pulsed with crimson light once more, presenting another line. What brings you here? Snape cast a sidelong glance at Isabel lying on the pedestal and coldly replied, To save her. The parchment almost immediately revealed the next sentence. She has given you her soul thread. This is the punishment she deserves. I can return it to her. Snape, with a stoic expression, gestured toward the parchment. Isabel strained to glance at him, his face betraying no emotion, his voice as indifferent as ever. not sparing her a single glance, wholly engrossed in conversing with the parchment. Ultimately, he simply did not wish to owe her anything. A surge of crimson light danced across the parchment. Very well. If you are willing to return the soul thread to her, I shall cease my punishment. However, I shall still need to take something from her. What? Snape furrowed his brow as he regarded the parchment. Another sentence materialized. All her memories of you. Without a moment's hesitation, Snape replied, agreed. Isabel gazed at him with a bitter smile. His agreement was devoid of any doubt. Even his eyes did not stray toward her. She would no longer cling to him, which perhaps was a blessing for him. Isabel had never pondered so earnestly whether to continue pursuing him. She was truly exhausted. The parchment displayed another line. So, Isabel, do you agree? At last, Snape turned his head to look at her, his eyes urging her insistently. Isabel gazed deeply at him, a smile of relief gracing her lips. All right. Snape suddenly furrowed his brow. The words of persuasion he had prepared caught in his throat. She was simply relinquishing her memories of him? Before he could comprehend the source of the disquiet in his heart, the parchment emitted another flash of red light. Very well. From this day forth, she would fulfill her role as a reaper, and he would complete his own mission. This was for the best for both of them. Chapter 98. This time, the red light enveloped them both. Isabel hesitated and softly spoke. Retrieving the soul thread may cause some pain. Snape interrupted her. Expressionless, it is of no concern. Isabel bitterly closed her mouth. The crimson light pierced through Snape's heart, pulling forth a tendril of swirling darkness. Snape's expression tightened, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, a searing pain engulfing his entire being. This agony was fiercer than any torment he had ever endured. He gritted his teeth, striving to endure it. At last, the dark mist departed from his body, and Snape gasped for breath, his complexion turning pallid. Unconsciously, Snape glanced at the closed-eyed Isabel. So, had it hurt her just as much when she had drawn forth the soul thread that day? The dark mist was once again drawn into Isabel's heart by the crimson light. Subsequently, the red radiance pierced through her mind, extracting a ribbon-like strand of silver, which contained all her memories of Severus. The silver thread vanished into the parchment along with the crimson glow, and Isabel reopened her eyes. Contract? Why have you summoned me again? She spoke with an impassive expression. The parchment abruptly rolled itself up, falling silent thereafter. Turning her head, she noticed Severus standing still. His brow furrowed as he gazed at her. Who are you? Why are you here? How did you get in? Isabel's brow furrowed sharply. Severus, about to respond with an expressionless demeanor, was interrupted by the sudden appearance of the house elf named Fifi. Master, this gentleman was initially summoned by the Lord of the Contract to attend to certain matters. Now that the task is complete, the Lord of the Contract instructed me to escort him away, Fifi stated respectfully with a bow. Isabel, harboring no doubts, cast a cold glance at Fifi before turning to leave, not granting Severus a single look throughout. Severus felt a tumult of emotions. A person who once regarded him with full attention now treated him as if he were invisible. Perhaps there was a hint of awkwardness. He subdued his feelings and followed Fifi away, his expression remaining impassive. Since the day she bore the dark mark, Felena had sought every means to avoid intimate encounters with Draco. To prevent him from discovering her predicament, she had discreetly sought Lucius's assistance in orchestrating a ruse, relocating her bedroom back to her own quarters. Lucius had even cast numerous enchantments around her room to deter Draco from sneaking in while she rested. Consequently, in recent times, Felena and Draco had been sleeping apart. This was not the end of it. Whenever Draco hinted or outright suggested visiting the room of requirement, Felena feigned ignorance, deftly changing the subject. After several attempts, Draco found himself increasingly frustrated. Does Felena no longer love him? After a moment of introspection, Draco found himself at a loss regarding the source of the problem. Adhering to the principle of openness between lovers, he resolved to have a heart-to-heart conversation with Felena. Coincidentally, on that day, Lucius and Narcissa were invited to a ball hosted by a noble, leaving them with the entire day to themselves. Thus, Draco solemnly guided Felena to the sofa in the living room. My dear, Draco began with a serious demeanor. Let us have a conversation. Of course, Felena replied, assuming he had encountered some trouble and wished to confide in her, a gentle smile gracing her face. What would you like to discuss? Draco, maintaining his grave expression, asked, Do you believe there is anything I have done wrong? Felena blinked in confusion, remarking that she was not well versed in business matters and perhaps he should consult Uncle Lucius. Draco paused momentarily, taken aback by her words, and then clarified, No, I meant between us. Have I faltered in any way? Between us? Felena gazed at him in bewilderment. responding, "Not at all. You have always been wonderful." Draco felt a slight sense of reassurance wash over him, only to be swiftly replaced by a tinge of grievance. "Then why are you reluctant to draw closer to me?" Filna hesitated momentarily, her tongue momentarily entangled, before she replied, "I have simply been feeling a bit unwell lately." "Unwell?" Draco's expression immediately shifted to one of concern. "Where exactly do you feel unwell? Let us go to St. Mungo's for an examination." With that, he moved to pull Filna to her feet. With a sense of resignation, Filna gently grasped the individual and spoke softly, "It's all right. Professor Snape has prepared some potions for me, and I shall recover shortly." Draco, not entirely reassured, inquired, "Shall we not check again?" "No need." Filna replied with a calming smile, "Do not worry. I will be fine soon." Draco's heart was consumed with concern for her well-being, allowing the matter to be temporarily brushed aside. During the last meeting, Voldemort had instructed Snape to brew wolfsbane, indicating his keen interest in werewolves. Fenrir, the leader of the werewolves, had long held Voldemort in high esteem. Should Voldemort present the wolfsbane potion during negotiations, success might not be far-fetched. Thus, Filna resolved to seek out Fenrir before Voldemort could. The alchemical products had been prepared well in advance, and Filna brought forth a considerable collection from her cherished reserves, demonstrating her sincerity in the negotiations. Deep within the Cadarna forest, the werewolves patrolled their territory, when suddenly, a striking figure appeared at the guard checkpoint. "You, what is your purpose here?" A werewolf guard demanded with an imposing demeanor, blocking Filna's path. A triumphant smile graced Filna's face as she declared, "I have come to seek Fenrir." The guard hesitated for a moment, his tone softening slightly. "Do you know our leader? Please state your name. I must relay this information. Inform him that the heir of the Carmen family is here to pay a visit." The guard nodded and departed. Shortly thereafter, he returned, his demeanor markedly more respectful. "Please, follow me." Ferna nodded gently and followed in his footsteps, arriving at the door of a quaint wooden cabin situated in the heart of the gathering. "The chief is awaiting you inside." The guard offered her a polite nod before departing. Filna pushed the door open and stepped inside. In the cozy cabin, Fenrir was comfortably reclining in a chair. Upon noticing Filna's entrance, he slightly straightened up and nodded at her, addressing her as Miss Come On. Such a gesture would be deemed exceedingly rude if performed by anyone else, yet Fenrir was known for his disregard for formalities, and his nod was a sign of respect. Consequently, she offered a gentle smile in response, saying, "Mr. Greybark." Fenrir raised an eyebrow at her, bypassing any pleasantries and directly addressing the matter at hand. "What brings you here this time?" Fierna produced 2 alchemical armors and presented them to him with a smile, saying, "Let us engage in a transaction." Fenrir took the alchemical armors, examined them briefly, and a glimmer of interest flickered in his eyes. However, he soon feigned disinterest and set the items aside, saying, "These 2?" A mischievous smile danced upon Filna's lips as she replied, "Of course not just one. I possess 2,000 of such items, all of which I could bestow upon you." Fenrir's gaze rested upon the alchemical armor placed upon the table, clearly intrigued. "What are the conditions?" Filna gazed at his expression and curled her lips into a smile. "I require the support of the werewolves." Fenrir looked at Filna in surprise, his brows furrowing suddenly. "The Order of the Phoenix?" Fina shook her head, a lovely curve forming at the corners of her mouth. "A third party." "A third party?" Fenrir gazed at Fina, a moment of contemplation crossing his face, and suddenly, a glimmer of insight sparkled in his eyes. "I need to ponder this further." Ferna anticipated his response and replied without hesitation, "Certainly, but you must not disclose the contents of our conversation today." Fenrir smirked with a hint of mischief, "Of course." Fenrir extended her hand with a clean and decisive gesture, the smile at the corners of her lips deepening. "I require a magical oath as assurance." Fenrir's expression shifted slightly, and he feigned anger, declaring, "On what grounds should I swear a magical oath with you?" His furious voice pierced through the thin wooden door, and almost instantly, a throng of werewolves surged into the room, encircling Fenrir completely. Fenrir had anticipated that Fenrir would flee in a state of panic, yet to his surprise, she neither retreated nor displayed the slightest hint of fear. Instead, she regarded him with an enigmatic smile. "Fenrir," Fenrir spoke softly, "look at your hand." Obediently, Fenrir lowered his gaze, noticing that the area he had just touched with the alchemical armor had turned a deep shade of black. What is this?" "You have poisoned me," Fenrir exclaimed in a flurry, shaking his hand in a state of bewilderment, his eyes wide with indignation as they fixed on Fenrir. Filna's face bore a gentle smile as she inquired, "May we now sit down and converse earnestly?" Fenrir shot her an irate glance and waved away the members of the wolf clan. Once the room was once again left with just the two of them. Filna leisurely spoke. Now you may thoughtfully consider whether to accept my proposal. It was nearly a threat. Observing the dark stain on his hand gradually expanding, Fenrir hastily replied. I agree. I fully agree. Fina extended her hand with poise, declaring, I require a magical vow as assurance. As the inky darkness began to creep up his arm, Fenrir clenched his teeth in frustration, grasping her hand firmly before drawing forth his wand. I swear I shall not divulge the contents of our conversation today. A silver thread emanated from the tip of his wand, cascading down to envelop their clasped hands. Fenrir attempted to withdraw his hand, but Fina held on tightly. What else? She inquired, raising an eyebrow. What more is there? Fenrir's expression darkened. Do you expect me to vow my allegiance to you on behalf of the werewolf clan? With a profound smile, Filna spoke. 2,000 alchemical armors. This transaction is undoubtedly in your favor. Fenrir, with a composed demeanor, pondered for a moment before reluctantly uttering. I swear to lead the werewolf clan in allegiance to Filna Kaman. Regardless of the circumstances, this deal was indeed advantageous. Although Fenrir felt a twinge of irritation at being outmaneuvered, he had no valid reason to reject the proposal. Two strands of silver intertwined around their hands, gradually fading at their wrists. Fenrir coldly declared, Your objectives have been achieved. Now, grant me the antidote. Filna raised an eyebrow, her smile radiant. Antidote? Yet you are not poisoned. Why would you need an antidote? Fenrir, in a state of alarm, lifted his hand, revealing it to be utterly spotless, devoid of any trace of darkness. You are mocking me. Fenrir growled through clenched teeth. It was merely a harmless jest, Filna replied, a mischievous grin playing upon her lips. Fenrir, feeling a sense of frustration, pounded his fist upon the table before him with a fierce determination. Fiona paid no heed to his fury. She rose gracefully, adjusting her hood, and addressed Fenrir. I shall arrange for someone to deliver the alchemical armor to you. Should Dumbledore or Voldemort come seeking you, you know what to say. Fenrir gritted his teeth and obediently replied, Yes, my master, I understand. Fina gently nodded, content as she vanished like a wisp of smoke. Isabel had recently felt an unsettling strangeness. The affairs of the Mainsney family were few, requiring only a small portion of her day to manage. Thus, she found herself with ample free time. Curiously, Isabel could scarcely recall what she had occupied herself with in previous days. Her memories seemed to dwindle to just 1 or 2 hurried hours dedicated to family matters, each time imbued with an urgency, as if she were racing against time. After much contemplation, she found herself at a loss and decided to set her thoughts aside. Having completed her tasks for the day, Isabel pondered for a moment before abruptly making her way to the library. There lay the records of the Mainsney family's comings and goings. Isabel seated herself at the table. Perusing the records were 2 new names caught her eye, Fina Kamon and Severus Snape. Filna Kamon was aware of the prior exchange they had made, and she had pledged to assist her with 3 specific tasks. Strangely, no matter how hard she tried, she could not recall the exact nature of their agreement. As for the other name, Isabel furrowed her brow. That name seemed strikingly familiar, yet she was certain she did not know the individual. Fifi, Isabel spoke coldly. Suddenly, a small house elf materialized in the air. Mistress, Fifi bowed respectfully before her. Isabel pointed to the name on the list and inquired, Who is this Severus Snape? Why is he listed among the visitors to the Mainsney Manor? Fei-Fei's expression remained unchanged as she smoothly replied, Master, Mr. Snape is the wizard whom the contract lord invited last time, hence his presence on the visitor list that day. Isab's gaze flickered as he noticed the annotations beside the names. While Filna's remark indicated disapproval, Snape's note, however, permitted unrestricted access. Fei-Fei stood before him with her head bowed. Isabel furrowed his brow as he pointed to the remarks at the bottom of the list, questioning, why is he allowed to come and go as he pleases? Who granted him such authority? Fei-Fei hesitated before responding, It is the contract, my lord. Isabel coldly interjected, Kick him out. Do we allow just anyone to enter our Mainsney Manor? Yes, my lord, Fei-Fei replied with a respectful bow. Chapter 100 in the Potion Office. Severus Snape had been tirelessly brewing potions for 2 consecutive days. The liquid in the cauldron bubbled vigorously as Snape wearily rubbed his brow, forcing himself to continue stirring. Waves of fatigue washed over him, yet he endeavored to concentrate, though his thoughts drifted uncontrollably. A sharp pang of hunger gripped his stomach. He had not eaten all day. Snape tilted his head slightly to the side, noticing a disarray of potion ingredients and vials scattered around him. The weakness brought on by hunger and exhaustion left his legs trembling, but his mind remained in a chaotic whirl. In the past, when he brewed potions, a plate of warm food would be nearby, allowing him to grab a few bites during brief moments of respite. Why was there none these past few days? Surely the house elves of Hogwarts did not take days off? Summoning the last of his energy, Snape bottled the potion and then stiffly made his way to the sofa. Collapsing onto it, "Tia," he called coldly, closing his eyes and rubbing his brow. Tia was the name of the house elf who typically brought him meals. She had not done so of late. A house elf appeared before Snape, her large eyes wide with excitement as she bowed. "Mr. Snape, Tia is here." The high-pitched voice startled Snape, and he frowned uncomfortably. "Why have you not brought me meals these past few days?" Tia's yellow-green eyes widened as she fell to the floor, banging her head in distress and crying, "Bad Tia! Bad Tia!" Tia did not receive Mr. Snape's request for meals. Snape furrowed his brow deeper. "Stop, Tia. What do you mean by not receiving a request? I have never asked you to bring me meals while brewing potions, yet you always did so willingly." Tia's round eyes glistened with tears as she hesitated, ceasing her head banging. In the past, Miss Munsney would come to request Tia to bring meals to Mr. Snape. But Miss Munsney has not asked Tia to do so for a long time. Tia did not know Mr. needed meals. Bad Tia. With that, she resumed banging her head against the floor. "Isabel, once again." Snape wearily closed his eyes. "I understand. You may leave now." With a sharp crack, Tia vanished with a scream. Severus Snape reclined against the back of the sofa, the prolonged emptiness in his stomach protesting with violent pangs. The exhaustion of his body intertwined with the weariness of his spirit, overwhelming him and leaving no room to ponder the source of the fleeting discontent that had surfaced in his mind. As drowsiness enveloped him, Snape succumbed to sleep on the sofa. When he awoke, it was already evening. The potion office, nestled at the bottom of the Black Lake, remained dark and cold even in summer. The fireplace lay unlit, shrouding the room in a cloak of gloom. The first aroused was his stomach, which throbbed painfully from too long without sustenance. Snape felt his limbs grow weak and his mind clouded. The curled position on the sofa had evidently taken its toll on his back and neck, leaving him with a stiffness that made movement nearly impossible, while his back ached with fatigue. Yet, it was clear that his most pressing need was to consume something. Snape attempted to summon Tia, but upon opening his mouth, he found his voice hoarse. He struggled to swallow, forcing out a raspy sound, "Tia." Fortunately, Tia appeared in the room with remarkable swiftness. "Please bring a meal," Snape instructed. His voice strained. Perhaps his weakened state had alarmed Tia. Within 2 minutes, she returned, presenting a tray brimming with an abundance of diverse foods, resembling a small mountain of provisions. "Your dinner, sir." Tia reverently placed the tray down, standing by with a concerned expression. The worry evident in her eyes struck Snape, reminding him of a similar gaze he had encountered elsewhere. A wave of irritation surged within him, and he spoke tersely, "Thank you. You may leave now." With a sharp crack, Tia obediently vanished into thin air. After devouring the majority of the food stacked upon the plate, Severus Snape finally felt a surge of strength. He waved his wand, igniting the fireplace, and the blazing flames infused the room with a radiant warmth, dispelling the chill that lingered and alleviating the agitation within his heart. Look, he was thriving splendidly in her absence, no longer burdened by her inexplicable worries and declarations of affection. Snape's spirits lifted, and he immersed himself wholeheartedly in the art of potion-making once more. Draco had been increasingly troubled lately. It had been some time since Filna had mentioned feeling unwell. He had quietly observed her for a while and noticed that aside from eating less than usual, she exhibited no other symptoms. He discreetly sought counsel from a healer at St. Mungo's, who advised that such minimal signs were insufficient to assess her condition and suggested he bring her in for a comprehensive examination. However, it was evident that Filna was reluctant to accompany him for such an evaluation. "My dear, shall we visit St. Mungo's for a checkup?" This had become Draco's countless repetition of the same plea to Filna. Without lifting her head, Felina replied, "Oh, I have no desire to go there, you know." Merlin. He certainly understood. Over this period, he had been subjected to a multitude of excuses ranging from feeling unwell and not wanting to leave the house, to being frightened by the doctor's intimidating demeanor, to criticizing the architectural style of St. Mungo's, and expressing a lack of time due to recent busyness, along with the aversion to being examined by wands. In an effort to ensure her well-being, he had even invited a highly esteemed physician from St. Mungo's to their home. Yet, upon seeing the doctor, Felina immediately retreated into the house, refusing to emerge and ultimately sneaked away from Malfoy Manor to hide outside for an entire day before returning. With no other options left, he was compelled to send the doctor away. Draco softened his tone. "My dear, I am genuinely concerned about your health. Would you allow me to accompany you? I promise to find the most skilled, beautiful, and gentle doctor for you. If you prefer not to go out, I can also invite the doctor to our home. You can choose a physician you like, and we will have them examine you, shall we?" Filna continued to peruse the book in her hands, responding rather dismissively. "No, I do not wish to check." Draco remained silent, gazing at her with concern for a considerable time, and finally, after a moment of steely resolve, made a bold decision. Chapter 101. He intended to render Filna unconscious and surreptitiously transport her to St. Mungo's. Fiona was engrossed in the book she held in her hands, oblivious to the fact that Draco had risen and departed from her side. After a short while, Draco approached her, carrying a cup of red tea. "My dear, come and enjoy some red tea," he said. Fiona was engrossed in the contents of her book, dismissively responding, "Very well, just place it on the coffee table. Thank you." She did not even divert her gaze from the pages for a moment. Draco made a pained expression, saying, "Do take a sip. This is specially brewed for you." Finally, Felena lifted her gaze to meet his. "Very well, thank you, darling." A gentle smile graced Felena's face as she took the cup of red tea and, unsuspectingly, took a sip. "It's quite delightful." No sooner had she spoken than a wave of dizziness washed over her, prompting her to rub her temples in confusion. Struggling to rise and return to her room. No, she couldn't afford to faint here. Yet, it was evident that her resolve was no match for the potion brewed by Severus Snape himself. Moments later, she succumbed to a profound slumber. "Darling? Felena?" Draco tentatively nudged the soft form of Felena, who lay soundly asleep on the sofa. Clearly, she was in deep repose, oblivious to his actions. Draco exhaled a sigh of relief, stepping forward to lift her effortlessly in his arms, transporting her directly to St. Mungo's. The doctor had been arranged beforehand, allowing Draco to traverse straight to the physician's office via apparition. Strangely, after a meticulous examination with diagnostic magic, the doctor found nothing amiss. Perhaps the wand's touch had been slightly irritating, as Felena waved her hand in discontent, inadvertently revealing the brand upon her arm, a grotesque, dark mark of the dark mark. The physician's countenance shifted dramatically upon noticing the imprint, prompting Draco to react swiftly, drawing his wand and directing it at him. "Obliviate." The doctor promptly collapsed. With a complex expression, Draco regarded the still sleeping Felena, cradling her once more and returning to Malfoy Manor. In the sitting room, Lucius and Narcissa, having a rare moment at home, observed as Draco entered, an ominous expression on his face while carrying Felena. "What has happened to Felena?" Narcissa inquired nervously as she approached. Instinctively, Draco shielded Narcissa's view with his body, his voice cold as he replied, "She is fine, merely exhausted and asleep. I will take her to her room." "Wait," Lucius interjected, immediately halting Draco as he turned to Narcissa with a knowing glance. "Come here. I need to speak with you." "Narcissa, kindly escort Felena to her room." Narcissa, understanding the unspoken communication, stepped forward to take Felena, but Draco shifted aside to evade her grasp. "No need. I shall return her myself. Any matters can wait until tomorrow. I am rather fatigued." Draco had never been so rude, and Lucius sensed that he might be privy to something troubling, exchanging a worried glance with Narcissa. Draco swiftly exited the sitting room. Pushing open the bedroom door, Draco laid Felena gently upon the bed, reaching to roll back her sleeve. A stark, grotesque dark mark was imprinted upon her fair skin, rendering it all the more terrifying. Draco's emotions swirled chaotically. He raised his eyes to the sight of Felena sweetly slumbering on the bed, his heart wrenching painfully. Why had she chosen to join the Death Eaters? Thus, he sat quietly by her bedside, watching over her until the night deepened and Felena began to awaken. "Draco?" Ferna, filled with bewilderment, opened her mouth but then seemed to remember something as she abruptly grasped her sleeves and took a slight step back. "How did you get here? How did I fall asleep?" Upon witnessing her actions, Draco lowered his gaze and spoke in a low voice. "Do not conceal it. I have already seen." "What are you talking about?" Ferna managed to muster a strained smile, attempting to hide her arm marked with the dark mark behind her back. Draco, inexplicably filled with fury, forcefully seized her hand hidden behind her and rolled up her sleeve, revealing the dark mark. "The dark mark. How much longer do you intend to keep this from me? What is going on?" Filna's complexion turned pale, and she spoke in a soft voice. "Be gentle. You are hurting me." Upon hearing this, Draco immediately withdrew his hand, clenching his fist with a tinge of regret. Fina cautiously leaned beside him and timidly said, "Please don't be angry anymore. I'm afraid." Draco gazed at her for a moment, and the fiery anger within him dissipated into a helpless sigh. He reached out to pull Fina into his embrace, gently soothing her. "I apologize. I shouldn't have raised my voice at you, but you must clarify what transpired." "All right," Fina replied, lifting her delicate face to him and offering a sweet smile. "I have told you everything." Fiona laid bare the entire situation, concluding with the words, "You need not worry about joining the Death Eaters, nor about the honor of the Malfoy family. Voldemort has assured me that he will not allow you to join the ranks of the Death Eaters, nor will he hold the Malfoy family accountable." A tear fell from Draco's eye as he gazed at her with his serious gray eyes, filled with remorse. "It is all because of me, isn't it? I am sorry for burdening you. You should not have to endure this," he murmured, kneeling at her feet and weeping softly. Fiona gently ran her fingers through his soft hair and asked, "If it were you, would you be willing to bear this mark for me?" Draco abruptly lifted his head, his voice slightly choked yet imbued with undeniable conviction. "I would." Ferna revealed a gentle smile, tenderly wiping away the tears from his face. "You see, we are the same. You hold far greater significance in my heart than I do myself." Draco's eyes were rimmed with red, his nose slightly flushed, making him appear utterly pitiable. "I'm sorry. It's my fault that I've burdened you." "What nonsense you speak," Ferna softly replied. "We are two halves of a whole. How can one speak of burdens? We have long since become inseparable." Draco gently touched the skin surrounding her mark, a concerned frown creasing his brow. "Does it hurt?" "Not at all," Ferna smiled sweetly. "Do you think it looks ugly?" Draco shook his head earnestly. "Every part of you is extraordinarily beautiful." Fiona inexplicably flushed, gently pressing her lips against his. It had been quite some time since they had shared such intimate contact, causing Draco's body to stiffen suddenly, a faint crimson hue tinting his ears. Rarely did Draco exhibit such innocence. Fiona, seizing the moment, playfully pushed him onto the bed, showering him with kisses, and he indulged her, allowing her to frolic as she pleased. Only when she grew weary and collapsed onto the bed did Draco tenderly cover her with a blanket, lying beside her and softly murmuring, "Shall we take a moment to rest?" Chapter 102. Upon awakening, Filna felt invigorated. She looked up in surprise at Draco's expression and teased, "Shouldn't you be swiftly binding me and taking me to the room of requirement at this hour?" Draco's smile was gentle, yet there was an emptiness in his eyes as he replied, "For today, I shall spare you. Rest well." Filana keenly sensed his unease. "What is troubling you?" she inquired, wrapping her arms around his waist. "Are you unhappy about something?" Draco concealed the glimmer of amusement in his eyes, his smile deepening. "Not at all. Just go to sleep." Fina nuzzled against his chest and gently exclaimed, "Please tell me what is troubling you. I'm so worried about you. Can you share it with me?" Draco fell silent for a moment before slowly responding, "I just feel a bit powerless." "What?" Fina blinked in confusion. Draco sighed softly, revealing a helpless smile. "It's nothing. I need to discuss some matters with my father. You should get some rest, all right?" Though a smile graced Draco's lips, there was a complexity in his gaze. Fina hesitated before nodding. "Will you come back to keep me company tonight?" Draco nodded gently. "I will try." After exiting the room and closing the door, Draco leaned against the wall and exhaled deeply. He felt so weak, unable even to protect his own wife. In pursuit of a brighter future for both of them, Filna diligently devised plans while he accomplished nothing. Draco lowered his head deeply, closing his eyes in despair. Lucius ascended the staircase, immediately spotting Draco slumped against the wall, his head bowed in despondency. "What is the matter?" Lucius approached him, furrowing his brow, and spoke in a hushed yet stern tone. "Did you have a quarrel with Filna?" Draco lifted his gaze to meet his father's, a self-deprecating smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. "No." Sensing his son's troubled emotions, Lucius lowered his voice further. "Come with me." With that, he turned and headed toward the study. Draco followed suit. The two conversed for the entirety of the evening, and when Draco finally emerged from the study, his face radiated warmth and joy once more. He cheerfully entered Filna's bedroom and closed the door behind him. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Lucius remained in the study, the light burning through the night. Since that day, Draco often spent entire days solitary in the study. When Filna inquired about his well-being, he merely deflected her concerns with a smile. Fina had long believed that the time apart had diminished any need to avoid Draco, and that he would be delighted to move in with her. Yet, despite her numerous hints and overtures, Draco seemed oblivious, finding every excuse to reject her advances. Fina began to grasp the sentiments Draco had experienced not long ago. After several attempts, she pondered seriously whether their relationship had entered a phase of monotony. Recently, Draco had taken to sleeping apart from her, retreating to his study early each morning, having his breakfast there, and only encountering Fina at dinner. Immediately after their meal, he would vanish back into his study, leaving her with little opportunity to speak with him, let alone enjoy a moment of solitude together. Each time she attempted to draw closer to him, he would swiftly create distance between them, only offering a few soothing words once he was certain she could not reach him. After some time, Fina could no longer contain her feelings. One morning, she rose early and cornered Draco in their bedroom. Chapter 103. Draco had just awakened, still in a haze as he prepared for his morning routine, when Fina suddenly appeared before him. Her expression was grave, causing Draco to momentarily pause, his eyes gradually sharpening with clarity. "What is it, my dear?" His voice was as gentle as ever, but Fina's eyes brimmed with tears, and she bit her lip, refusing to speak, merely standing before him with a look of utter desolation. A pang of concern seized Draco, prompting him to hastily envelop her in his embrace, whispering softly in her ear. "What troubles you, my love? Have you suffered some injustice? Is someone bullying you?" As Fina's eyes grew warm, tears cascaded down her cheeks, her beautiful lips curving downward in a pitiable manner. "My dear, what troubles you? Please, tell me," Draco said, flustered as he hurriedly wiped her tears, feeling as though his heart might shatter at the sight of her sorrow. Finally, Fina found the courage to speak, her typically soft voice trembling slightly, laden with profound grievance. "Why have you been ignoring me lately?" Draco paused for a moment, a warm smile involuntarily gracing his face. "I have been preoccupied with various matters recently, and I regret having neglected you, my dear." Once the ice was broken, the subsequent words flowed more easily. Fina nestled in his embrace, pouring out her heart like a cascade of beans, recounting his recent indifference. "I have scarcely had the chance to see you. Whenever I wish to converse, there appears to be no opportunity. The only time I catch a glimpse of you is during dinner, yet you hardly pay attention to me, looking utterly exhausted. At night, you do not share your bed with me, and when I express my desire to move in with you, you feign ignorance and divert the topic. By day, I cannot see you, and by night, you remain elusive. It feels as though you do not wish for my presence. In the past, you would often seek me out for kisses and embraces, but now you hardly allow me to touch you and even go out of your way to avoid my contact." Fiona's anger escalated, her deep blue eyes brimming with tears. "If you no longer care for me, just tell me. I want to cling to you. I will return to my father and inform him to annul our engagement." As she spoke, she turned to leave. Draco quickly reached out and embraced her, pleading, "Please don't go, my dear. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I still love you. Allow me to explain, will you?" His voice was filled with urgency and anxiety, as if fearing she might truly walk away. Fina, suppressing a smile, turned her head with a haughty glance and said, "Very well, I shall reluctantly grant you one chance. Go ahead and explain." The gleam of laughter in Fina's eyes was unmistakable to Draco. He let out a gentle sigh, and his tone lightened. "I apologize, my dear, for having neglected you during this period. I have been preoccupied with the family affairs in my study, leaving me with little time to spend with you. I assure you it shall not be so again. Would you grant me another chance?" Fina gently tapped his chest, playfully chiding. "It's not that I don't understand you. I merely wish you could spend some time with me when you're free." Draco froze for a brief moment, then, regaining his composure, took her small hand and pressed his lips against it tenderly, assuring her, "All right, I promise." Draco concealed his emotions adeptly, yet Fina still perceptibly caught the stiffness in his movement. "What's wrong?" Fina furrowed her brow. "Did I hurt you?" As she took a step forward, seemingly intent on tugging at his shirt, Draco hurriedly stepped back, exclaiming, "No, no." His eyes darted away, his tone flustered. Sensing something amiss, Fina's voice turned serious. "Show me." Draco quickly adjusted his expression, flashing a teasing smile as he tilted her chin, murmuring in a sultry tone, "What's the matter? Missing me? So eager?" However, Fina was not swayed by his tactics. She drew closer and suddenly reached out to tear open his clothing, revealing a large expanse of bruised, human skin on his chest. Fina's gaze suddenly turned icy. "What happened?" she coldly inquired, fixating on a bruise on his chest. Draco offered a wry smile. "It was an accident during training." "What kind of training?" Fina lifted her head to scrutinize him. "Who caused the injury?" Draco enveloped Fina in his embrace, his long fingers tenderly smoothing her hair. "It was a coach I requested my father to find for me, to train me in both magic and physical prowess." "Why?" Fina asked, perplexed. Your magical abilities already surpass those of your peers. Not enough, Draco replied earnestly, meeting her deep blue eyes. I aspire to protect you at all times, not merely to be a hero among my contemporaries. Fiona gently placed her hand on his chest, concern etched on her face. Does it hurt? Draco replied with a tender smile, not at all. Filna understood that she could neither persuade Draco to abandon his training nor would she attempt to do so. The future remained uncertain, making it imperative for her to enhance her own abilities. Moreover, Draco had always felt that he had not been of any assistance to her. She could sense the immense pressure weighing upon him. Now that he had discovered a means to alleviate that pressure, it was indeed a positive development. However, there lingered a sense of apprehension. Fina gently touched the bruise on his chest, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It must hurt terribly. Draco, observing the concern etched on Fina's face, understood her empathy all too well. He lifted his hand and gently pinched her cheek, stating earnestly, it truly doesn't hurt anymore. The Godfather provided me with numerous potions. This injury merely appears alarming, but in reality, it is hardly felt. Fiona sniffled, her eyes glaring at him with a hint of redness. Nonsense, your face was clearly pale from the pain just now. Her demeanor was irresistibly charming, causing Draco to lower his head and gently peck her rosy lips, a playful smile gracing his features as he remarked, next time, if you could be a tad gentler when you strike me, it wouldn't hurt as much. Fina cast him a sidelong glance, and the heartache she felt began to dissipate considerably due to his antics. The two embraced in silence for a while, and Fina softly murmured against his chest, shall we sleep together tonight? I promise I won't touch your injury. I simply miss you so much. Draco's heart softened, his voice taking on a gentler tone. I miss you dearly as well. Would you ask the house elf to move our belongings together? From now on, we shall sleep side by side, without you near me. I've suffered from insomnia for several days. I awaken whenever I turn over and find no one beside me. Even now, it remains the same. I truly long for you. Then I shall summon the house elf to bring my things over today, Fina replied, lifting her face to smile sweetly at him. I miss you too. But I sleep quite well. You little heartless one, Draco teased, affectionately tapping her nose. I must head to the study now. Will you wait for me to return? Yes. Go ahead, Fina chirped brightly. I will wait for you to have dinner together. Draco's demeanor brightened, as he suddenly realized the immense energy a simple promise of waiting could bestow upon him. The burdensome courses awaiting him for the day seemed trivial in comparison, and he began to look forward to the arrival of night. My dear, wait for me at home, he said, his eyes sparkling as he pressed a kiss upon her lips before exuberantly departing. Filna suddenly realized that decades later, when Draco went to work, it would likely resemble this very scene, and an indescribable sense of happiness flooded her heart. Throughout the day, Draco had exerted himself diligently during training, and even the special training coach praised his rapid progress, leading to the cancellation of the evening class as a gesture of granting him a day off. Excitedly, Draco dashed back to Malfoy Manor, where he found Filna reclining in bed, engrossed in a book. My dear, I am home, he exclaimed, his face alight with joy. The coach has canceled tonight's class. I can spend time with you. Filna, brimming with excitement, tossed aside the book in her hands and leaped from the bed, plunging into his embrace. How wonderful. I have missed you so much. Draco caught her by the waist, preventing her from toppling over, and leaned in closer. His lips brushing against her ears, he tentatively suggested, what if we don't dine at home tonight? Not at home? Where shall we go? Filna inquired, a look of confusion crossing her face. Draco's gray eyes sparkled with an unsettling brightness. How about the house of unfulfilled wishes? Filna, unable to contain her laughter at the excitement etched on his face, buried her head in the crook of his neck, shaking with mirth. What is so funny? Draco inquired, perplexed, gently patting her backside. Filna stifled a laugh as she spoke. Very well, let us proceed to the all-granting house. No sooner had Filna given her consent than Draco snapped his fingers, summoning a house elf. Go inform my parents that Filna and I shall be out this evening and will not be dining at home. We shall return tomorrow morning, Draco commanded. The poor house elf, unable to meet the gaze of its two masters, nearly buried its head in the ground, responding with a respectful acknowledgement before promptly vanishing into thin air. Fina was still clad in her loungewear, intending to change into a different outfit, yet Draco refused to set her down. He draped a large cloak over both of them, and, through the fireplace, they arrived at the potions office at Hogwarts. Severus was curled up on the sofa, fast asleep. The two made no effort to awaken him, silently slipping out of the potions office and invisibly making their way to the room of requirement. Upon entering the room, Draco lifted the cloak and gently placed Fina on the bed. "My lady," he said, his eyes brimming with profound affection. Captured by the profound affection reflected in his eyes, Filna found herself ensnared in an instant. It was not until the following morning, when Draco carried her back to Malfoy Manor, that she came to a deep realization of several matters. The physical training instructor Lucius had procured for Draco proved to be exceedingly beneficial. The presence of superficial injuries did not hinder performance, and she perhaps required training alongside the instructor as well. Chapter 104. Now that Filna had secured the support of both the werewolves and the orcs, the only remaining factions in her plan were the elves and the giants. Madame Maxim, a close friend of Mr. Carmen, might assist in persuading the giant clan, but the elven race posed a greater challenge. The elves seldom engaged with the wizarding world, with the only faction maintaining frequent interactions being the fairies. The fairies, regarded as the leaders of the elven kin, were renowned for their intellect and expertise in metallurgy, particularly in crafting various silver artifacts. Furthermore, they presided over the illustrious wizarding bank, Gringotts, and were responsible for minting the circulating currency of the British wizarding community, the galleon, the sickles, and the nuts. Thus, securing the fairies' support was imperative. However, Filna had no acquaintance with the elven race and had never interacted with the fairies, leaving her in a quandary. Although the fairies could wield magic without wands, their wandless spells lacked the potency of those cast with wands. The fairies, being both clever and exceptionally gifted in magic, prompted the Ministry of Magic to issue an edict long ago, prohibiting all magical beings, aside from wizards, from possessing wands. As a flicker of inspiration ignited within Filna, she recalled her research topic prior to enrollment: how to replace wands with alchemical products. At that time, she had made significant progress. Yet her studies were abruptly interrupted by her admission to Hogwarts, which prohibited the possession of alchemical items. Perhaps it was time to resume her research as a means of negotiating with the fairies. The alchemical materials resided at the Carmen Manor. She might consider returning home. Early in the morning, Draco retreated to the study, and Filna summoned a house elf to casually inform it of her whereabouts to spare Draco any worry. She then stepped through the fireplace back to Carmen Manor. Upon her arrival, she found Mr. Carmen and Nicole blissfully immersed in their own world, dancing tenderly in formal attire. Upon their shared gaze, Filna, observing the couple, rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Continue," she said, before promptly retreating to her room. Filna had grown accustomed to such scenes. Mr. Carmen and Nicole shared a profound bond, often sending her to the Noel household to play with Siegfried so they could relish their time together. As she matured and developed an interest in alchemy, Mr. Carmen began to teach her, assigning her increasingly challenging tasks. At times, she would spend entire nights in the alchemical chamber to complete his assignments, allowing Mr. Carmen to enjoy a carefree existence with Nicole. Thanks to his guidance, Filna's alchemical prowess flourished, and soon his tasks ceased to pose a challenge for her. This left Mr. Carmen in a state of frustration, compelling him to offload his accumulated projects onto her, urging her to explore them one by one. This tactic proved to be masterful, even now. Filna had yet to resolve all the tasks, including the endeavor of replacing wands with alchemical products, which was among the multitude of challenges he had presented. As she observed Filna's swift departure, Nicole felt a twinge of guilt. Had they been too harsh? Leaning her head against Mr. Carmen's shoulder, she spoke in a hushed tone. "Children must be tested. Shall we dance to a new waltz?" Mr. Carmen drew his wand and, with a flourish, transformed the music in an instant. Nicole's fleeting guilt evaporated, and the two seamlessly embraced a new rhythm. In the alchemical chamber, Filna retrieved parchment and began to compose a letter requesting Madame Maxim to assist in negotiations with the giants. She then summoned the house elf, Lily, who had returned to Carmen Manor during her holiday. "Lily, please deliver this letter to my father," Filna instructed. "It is of utmost importance. Ensure he reads it today or tomorrow and responds to me." Fina, ever considerate, granted them the precious gift of solitude. Once she procured the necessary alchemical materials, she swiftly vanished, refraining from disturbing the two individuals in the sitting room. Upon her return to Malfoy Manor, Fina plunged into the alchemical laboratory, laboring until midnight, at which point she emerged, massaging her sore neck as she made her way back to her chamber. Having neglected this project for far too long, she meticulously retraced her entire research methodology, ready to embark on a productive day of study come morning. As she dragged her weary form back to her bedroom, she found it peculiar that Draco was absent. It was already past midnight, and he had never returned home this late. Summoning a house elf, she inquired, Where has Draco gone? The young master has gone to Carmen Manor, the house elf replied with a respectful bow. To find me? Venus suddenly recalled that upon her return, she had not informed anyone of her whereabouts, having dived straight into the alchemical lab. Rising abruptly, she hurried out, only to encounter Draco materializing from the fireplace in the sitting room. Chapter 105. The moment Draco laid eyes on Fina, he paused for an instant before striding over to her side and enveloping her in a tight embrace, his voice tinged with vulnerability. I thought you no longer wanted me. How could that be? Fina's heart softened. Did you go to Carmen Manor? Yes, Draco mumbled. I had a late class today. When I returned and found you absent, the house elf informed me that you had gone to Carmen Manor. I thought you were upset. Filna felt a pang of both pain and amusement. I returned quite early, but I was so engrossed in the alchemy chamber that I forgot to mention it. My apologies, darling. I am just relieved that you do not wish to part from me. Draco's voice, soft and tender, rested against her neck. I am so weary. Fiona gently brushed his hair and tenderly suggested, shall we return to slumber? Draco obediently nodded in agreement. Previously, Fiona had speculated that the Black family might possess a Horcrux, and fortuitously, both she and Narcissa had the time to investigate. The two decided to pay a visit to the ancestral Black residence. Located at number 12, Grimald Place in London, Narcissa and Fiona used apparition to arrive, only to be taken aback by the mysterious absence of number 12, leaving only numbers 11 and 13 in its place. How could this be? Narcissa furrowed her brow as she gazed across the street at the vanishing number 12. Suddenly, an idea seemed to strike her, and she swiftly turned around, operating with Fiona once more. Before Fiona could fully comprehend the situation, they found themselves standing once again on the grounds of Malfoy Manor. Oh, my dear, I believe I have encountered a few troubling thoughts, Narcissa remarked, appearing somewhat anxious as she hurried into the manor, even lifting her skirt slightly for the sake of expediency. Confused, Filna followed in her footsteps. Upon returning to the living room, Lucius sat on the sofa, sipping tea, while Narcissa approached him with a serious demeanor. Lucius, there are matters I must discuss with you, she declared, taking a seat beside him. Turning her head, she beckoned to Filna, darling, come over and sit down. Fiona promptly seated herself upon the solitary armchair beside her. Narcissa exhaled softly, her tone imbued with gravity. Today, Fiona and I ventured to the Black family estate. Strangely, between numbers 11 and 13 on Grimald Place, number 12 has vanished. I suspect that someone has concealed it. The estate now belongs to Sirius, the only one with the authority to keep such matters secret. Moreover, Sirius has always been a staunch supporter of Dumbledore. I wonder if he might lend the Black estate to Dumbledore. After all, aside from Creature and my aunt's portrait, there is little else there, and Sirius has always harbored a strong aversion to that house. He would seldom return, let alone keep it hidden without a compelling reason. Lucius furrowed his brow in contemplation, and after a pause, he slowly articulated, the activities of the Order of the Phoenix have been exceedingly frequent of late. Yet the Dark Lord's attempts to encircle them have repeatedly failed, and he has been unable to successfully track down their headquarters. Could it be that he has entrusted the Black estate to Dumbledore as the Order's command center? Narcissa offered a wan smile. It is not outside the realm of possibility. Sirius has always been a devoted ally of Dumbledore, if that is indeed the case. I cannot ascertain whether there might be a Horcrux hidden within the Black estate. Fiona furrowed her brow in contemplation, and for a moment, the air grew still. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. Aunt Narcissa, who is the creature you just mentioned? Narcissa began to elucidate. He is the house elf of the Black family estate, and he must be quite elderly by now. He has been managing that house for quite some time. Filna's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Perhaps there exists an alternative, she mused. Is it possible for Creature to depart from that house? I fear not, my dear. Narcissa replied with a resigned shake of her head. Unless he obtains permission from Sirius. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of possibility. Filna pondered, her gaze lowered in contemplation. A new scheme began to take shape in her mind. What if we enlist someone to infiltrate the Black family manor, utilizing the imperious curse to compel Sirius to utter the words that would allow Creature to leave? Then we could bring him out. Can I transport him to Malfoy Manor? Certainly, Narcissa affirmed. However, the Black Manor is currently under protective enchantments. I suspect it might be something akin to the Fidelis charm. Unless the secret keeper voluntarily divulges the information, it seems we may not gain entry. A sly smile crept across Filna's face. Oh, I believe I know someone who can disregard these rules. Isabel had recently been experiencing an abundance of joy. After realizing she had lost certain memories, she sought out a contract. The contract revealed that her memory loss was due to an unfortunate encounter with a malevolent spirit while executing a death sentence. Fortunately, she had returned to the Mansionai Manor just before losing consciousness. The contract banished the evil spirit and restored her soul, yet a portion of her memories remained elusive. Memories lost are lost. From the mundane nature of her recent life, it was evident that her past days had likely been exceedingly dull. Isabel held no doubts about this, even going so far as to gather a plethora of tomes to enhance her strength. Committing such a rudimentary error as being overpowered by a spirit was undoubtedly a result of her prior lethargy. Thus, during this period, she engaged in her endeavors with remarkable diligence. Beyond managing family affairs, her two paramount pursuits became enhancing her abilities and delving into alchemy. On one occasion, while searching for books in the library, she stumbled upon a volume on alchemy. Initially intending to merely pass the time, she unexpectedly became captivated, discovering a newfound passion for the art of alchemy. The Mansionai family possessed numerous ancient texts, and Isabel was astonished to find that her previous favorite readings had been on potion making. Goodness, she could scarcely fathom how she had once found such dreary subjects appealing. With a sense of disdain, she relegated all potion-related tomes to the farthest corner of the shelf. Alchemy, a profoundly mysterious and enchanting pursuit, consumed Isabel's waking hours as she immersed herself in the alchemical chamber, driven by an inexhaustible energy. During her studies, she encountered several perplexing issues, yet regrettably, the Mansionai family lacked the texts necessary to elucidate her queries. After much contemplation, she resolved to seek Filna's counsel. As the heir of the renowned alchemical family, the Carmen family, Filna would undoubtedly possess the answers she sought. Just as Isabel prepared to approach Filna with her questions, she suddenly heard her calling. Isabel Mansionai. Without hesitation, Isabel responded to the summons, materializing in Malfoy Manor. Chapter 106. A surge of dark energy enveloped the air as Isabel appeared before Filna, clutching a hefty alchemical tome. Filna. Isabel's melodious voice rang out sharply in the atmosphere. I have heeded your call. What do you require of me? Filna remained silent, her gaze fixated on the ancient tome cradled in Isabel's arms. Alchemical texts from antiquity? Filna's eyes sparkled with excitement, as she found it nearly impossible to divert her attention from the book. You possess this volume, she exclaimed. Isabel glanced down at the book she held, her tone tinged with mild perplexity. Is this book so elusive? Filna's gaze remained fixed on the book. This tome had vanished since the death of Master Bacalny in 1854, and the Cumon family had been in search of it for nearly half a century. I assure you that this is the only remaining copy in the entire wizarding world. Isabel glanced at Filna, whose attention was glued to the book, and generously handed it to her. If you wish, I can lend it to you for a while. Really? Filna's eyes sparkled with excitement, her voice rising in pitch. May I transcribe a copy to keep in my family's library? Certainly, Isabel replied calmly, but I have one condition. What is it? Filna finally averted her gaze from the book, lifting her head to regard Isabel with curiosity. Could you teach me alchemy? Filna gazed in astonishment, her eyes widening. Do you wish to learn alchemy? Isabel, slightly furrowed in concern, replied, I have been studying alchemy recently, but there are certain aspects that elude my understanding. If you agree to assist me, I would be willing to grant you unrestricted access to the Mansionai family's library. I accept. Filna responded without the slightest hesitation. The Mansionai family's library housed countless rare tomes, a mere glimpse of which was a luxury for most, let alone the privilege of unrestricted access. If Hermione were present, she would undoubtedly be consumed by envy. Filna was immersed in the joy of an unexpected surprise, completely forgetting the purpose for which she had summoned Isabel. It was Isabel who broke the silence first. Is there something you need from me? Oh, right. Filna reluctantly set aside the ancient alchemy book in her hands. I wish to ask for your assistance. I need to locate a house elf named Creature at number 12, Grimald Place, and bring him back. Currently, the owner of that house is Sirius Black, and Creature can only leave with his consent. Unfortunately, the house is currently shrouded in secrecy by Sirius, and we cannot obtain a way in from the keeper of the secrets. Therefore, I would like to request your help in casting a soul-binding curse on Sirius, so that Creature may leave and come to Malfoy Manor. I suspect that there is a Horcrux hidden within that house, and I need to question Creature about it. Filna furrowed her brow in distress. So, your only aim is to uncover the Horcrux hidden within the Black residence? Isabel asked with a frown. There's no need for such complications. I can simply retrieve it for you directly. Filna's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, how could she have forgotten? Isabel, the harbinger of death. possessed unparalleled expertise in discerning soul artifacts. I appreciate your assistance, Filna exclaimed with enthusiasm. Isabel nodded slightly, and then a swirl of dark energy enveloped her, causing her to vanish into thin air. Grimoire Square. On this night, darkness cloaked everything, as the Muggle households at number 11 and 13 extinguished their lights. Between the two houses, there was an imperceptible seam where not a trace of number 12 could be discerned. A glint of red flickered in Isabel's eyes, and in the next instant, she found herself on the porch of the Black residence. Upon entering, Isabel was immediately struck by a faint aura of a Horcrux. The place was shrouded in darkness and decay, with tattered wallpaper clinging to the walls and a grimy, worn carpet stretching towards the staircase. Stealthily, Isabel advanced further inside, where at the end of the porch stood a staircase adorned with a grand portrait. As if sensing an observer, Mrs. Walburga Black's eyes flew open in fury, her mouth agape as if to scream. However, upon seeing Isabel, she froze in place, resembling a Muggle painting, maintaining a comical expression without uttering a sound. Isabel had no intention of acknowledging Mrs. Black. She was intently attuned to the presence of the Horcrux. In a room at the end of the first floor, a cluster of vibrant souls gathered around a long table. Most of the individuals at the table were familiar to Isabel. They were predominantly graduates of Gryffindor. At the head of the table sat Dumbledore, while beside him a wizard with slightly curled black hair spoke in hushed tones. Isabel had never encountered this man before. His neatly combed hair framed a pale face, which bore signs of exhaustion and neglect, indicating he had not rested properly in quite some time. Clad in formal black robes, he exuded an air of sternness and gravity. Disinterested, Isabel averted her gaze. After a thorough scan, she confirmed the absence of any Horcruxes and promptly departed. She searched each floor in succession, from the first to the fifth, yet found no trace of the Horcrux. Furrowing her brow, Isabel was certain she had sensed its presence upon entering, and she had not spotted the little elf that Filch had mentioned, reappearing in the entrance of the first floor. She noticed a small entrance to a basement at the far end. Quietly, she ventured inside. This space appeared to be a kitchen, its rough stone walls enclosing a fireplace at the farthest end, surrounded by numerous chairs and a large dining table. As Isabel advanced a few paces, she suddenly sensed a hint of the Horcrux emanating from beneath the sink. Leaning down, she discovered a filthy hole containing a soiled blanket, upon which an elderly house elf nestled. This must be Creature, the elf Filch had referred to. Beside him, a pendant box emitted a dark green glow. This was it. Isabel swiftly reached for the pendant box, and in an instant, she vanished from number 12 Grimmauld Place. Creature rubbed his eyes and, in disbelief, pawed at the filthy blanket before him, utterly perplexed as to why the pendant box had silently disappeared from his sight. After securing the pendant box, Isabel departed, completely unaware of the immense commotion that erupted in Grimmauld Place following her exit. Creature's frenzied screams awakened Mrs. Black, transforming the scene into a cacophony that interrupted the meeting of the Order of the Phoenix. Sirius, in a fit of rage, kicked Creature across the room, commanding him to silence, yet Creature stubbornly persisted in his antics, repeatedly banging his head against the wall while continuing to shriek. Sirius was on the brink of losing his temper, ready to deliver another kick, when Dumbledore intervened. House elves do not become unruly without cause. Dumbledore knelt down, kindly asking Creature the reason for his outburst, but Creature disregarded him entirely. His screams even roused Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and the Weasley twins, who were asleep upstairs. After several unsuccessful attempts to quell the uproar, Dumbledore instructed Sirius to cast a silencing charm on Creature, allowing the members of the Order to finally resume their meeting. The following morning, the Malfoy family sat on the sofa, sipping tea and perusing the newspaper. Narcissa and Lucius occupied the long sofa while Filch sat in a single chair next to Narcissa, and Draco had already retreated to the study. Suddenly, a ripple coursed through the air as Isabel appeared beside Filch, softly uttering, "Filch." The three individuals on the sofa were startled, causing Lucius to tremble. Spilling the tea from his cup, Isabel paid no mind to the flustered Lucius and Narcissa. Instead, she produced a pendant box and presented it to Filna, saying, "This is the Horcrux you sought." The moment the pendant box appeared, the ring on Filna's hand began to vibrate violently. Filna accepted the pendant box with her ring-adorned hand, smiling gently as she spoke. "Thank you." Chapter 107. When do you have time? Isabel replied coolly, "Alchemy." Fina's eyes glimmered slightly as she remarked, "I have recently been researching a new product. Why not collaborate?" A hint of fluctuation appeared in Isabel's voice, her tone becoming a touch more buoyant. "Very well. I shall come to find you tomorrow." With that, she vanished into thin air, leaving Lucius and Narcissa exchanging glances. Perhaps the security measures at Malfoy Manor should be reinforced? Indeed, Fina had diligently clarified Isabel's identity. The entirety of the ensuing holiday swiftly passed amidst the alchemical experiments conducted by Fina and Isabel. Fortunately, before the commencement of the new term, the two finally succeeded in crafting the alchemical wand. Through this period of collaboration, their bond deepened, with Isabel even bestowing upon Fina numerous volumes from her family's library. Additionally, news arrived from Mr. Carmen, indicating that Madame Maxim had consented to represent her in negotiations with the giant clan, while ensuring confidentiality in the matter, requesting only a few minor alchemical protective gear in exchange. Strangely, Voldemort had summoned Fina scarcely at all and had never assigned her any tasks. Lucius and Snape attended nearly every meeting, yet Voldemort never mentioned Fina. Time flowed inexorably onward. Finally, September 1st arrived once more, and Fina and Draco hurriedly packed their belongings and boarded the Hogwarts Express, both having garnered considerable achievements during the holiday. Filma successfully advanced her plans, garnering the support of both the Orc and Werewolf clans, while negotiations with the Giants and Elves began to show promise. Draco's training proved remarkably effective, as evidenced by his increasingly defined musculature and the depth of his magical prowess. On the Hogwarts Express, Filna and Draco's compartment was interrupted on 2 occasions. The first disturbance came from the Gryffindor prefects, Hermione and Ron. The second was instigated by a girl from Slytherin, whom Filna did not recognize, accompanied by Blaise. It was evident that the girl harbored considerable animosity towards Filna, who found it astonishing that someone could maintain a glaring stare for several seconds without blinking. Of course, she suspected that the only reason the girl could hold her gaze for so long was because Draco, finally exasperated, had told them to leave. Overall, the journey proceeded smoothly, and a few hours later, the train came to a halt at Hogwarts Station. The upperclassmen boarded the carriages drawn by Thestrals, while the first-years lamentably took their seats in small boats. Draco observed from a distance as a cluster of first-year students boarded the boats, some displaying faces of panic or excitement. He leaned closer to Filna and whispered, "It was here that I first laid eyes on you, sitting in a boat with Harry." Utterly oblivious to the fact that someone had been watching you intently the whole way. "I remember thinking, how could someone so beautiful exist? I had to marry her. Now, my dream has come true." Feeling the tenderness in his voice, Filna could not help but break into a radiant smile. "What a coincidence. That is also my dream. It seems we both can make our dreams a reality." Soon, the carriage came to a stop before Hogwarts Castle, and the crowd entered the Great Hall in an orderly manner, inevitably separating Filna and Draco. "Oh, Filna, how I miss you," Hermione said, moving aside to make room for her as she approached, patting the empty seat beside her. Filna approached and gently embraced her, expressing, "I have missed you dearly." Seated beside Harry, Ron cast a disapproving glance in her direction. With a slight raise of her brow, Filna's gaze playfully traversed between the two before subtly shifting away. The upperclassmen had taken their seats, and the freshmen entered the hall. Professor McGonagall stood in the center, clutching a lengthy list, with the sorting hat resting upon a nearby chair. "We shall now commence the sorting ceremony. When I call your name, please step forward." Professor McGonagall's voice resonated with stern authority, silencing the murmurs of the newcomers almost instantaneously. One by one, the freshmen donned the sorting hat and proceeded to their respective houses, greeted by the applause of the upperclassmen. Filna felt as though her hands might become sore from clapping. Fortunately, the sorting ceremony concluded swiftly. As Dumbledore rose to deliver his address, Filna, uninterested in his lengthy discourse, turned her head to survey her surroundings. Her gaze fell upon a new face at the staff table, clad entirely in a pink dress, and their eyes met in an unexpected encounter. Fiona was momentarily taken aback, managing to conjure a faint smile, while the woman clad entirely in pink at the faculty table returned her gesture with a saccharine grin. Following Dumbledore's address, the woman in pink stood up to deliver an interminable speech. Her voice was somewhat high-pitched, laced with a cloying undertone, and Fiona sensed a stir at the dining table. It appeared that the students were not particularly fond of the new defense against the dark arts professor, Umbridge. With the Gryffindor table buzzing with discussions centered around her affected voice and the garish pink ensemble. Clearly, Umbridge was unperturbed by the students' discontent. She meticulously articulated her speech, word by word, concluding with an exaggeratedly sweet smile. Fortunately, once she finished, Dumbledore promptly announced the commencement of the feast, and the famished students were greeted with an array of delectable and sumptuous dishes that appeared on the table in an instant. Fiona delightedly savored a sumptuous dinner. She believed that the meal would have been even more enjoyable had it not been for Ron's occasional scornful glances. Clearly, Hermione remained oblivious to Ron's feelings towards her, as she scarcely directed a single glance in his direction throughout the evening. Following the customary conclusion of dinner, the prefects were tasked with escorting their respective first-year students back to the common room. Consequently, Hermione and Ron hastily consumed a few bites before promptly organizing the restless first-year lions into a line and leading them away. Fina and Draco returned hand in hand to the room of requirement. "Oh, how fortunate it was that I declined the proposal to become a prefect," Draco, contentedly holding Fina as they lay upon the bed, remarked. "Otherwise, I would undoubtedly find myself, much like Blaise, suppressing my temper while escorting first-year youngsters back to the common room." You truly ought to have witnessed the expression on Blaise's face as he led his departure. Draco chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude, certain he will endure quite the headache over this for some time. Fiona comfortably nestled in his embrace, her eyes gently closing. Taking care of the newcomers is such a hassle. Even Hermione has become uncharacteristically irritable. Fortunately, it seems Dumbledore has no intention of placing me in a position of prominence. Strangely, he also refrains from appointing Harry as head boy. Chapter 108. Draco scoffed disdainfully. He fears that if Potter becomes head boy, he will lack the time to execute his plans. That old bee is certainly buzzing with schemes. Fiona nuzzled against his chest with a hint of drowsiness, her voice soft as she murmured, "I am feeling tired." Draco lowered his head to gently kiss her lips, his earlier disdain replaced by a tender smile, his tone now gentle as he suggested, "Shall we wash up and retire for the night?" Filna, with a hint of petulance, extended her hand, her ruby lips slightly pouting as she playfully implored, "Then carry me." "Very well," Draco replied, bending down to lift her effortlessly, while Filna entwined her arms around his neck. The proximity between them intensified, and in a moment of weakness, Draco lost his grip, causing both to tumble back onto the bed. "Oh dear, my hands have gone weak. I lack the strength," he teased, playfully pinning her beneath him, leaning down to gently peck her lips as he murmured, "Shall we postpone our outing for a while longer?" As the new academic year commenced, the workload proved quite demanding. Filna and Draco had scarcely indulged in lazy mornings throughout the holiday, so rising early for classes was not particularly challenging for them. However, for the majority of students, the early hours were still a formidable ordeal. Many at the Gryffindor table had yet to fully awaken, their eyes barely open. The new semester's timetable was distributed at the dining table, and Filna was taken aback to discover that the first class was Defense Against the Dark Arts, taught by that rather flamboyant Professor Umbridge from yesterday. Clearly, her classmates also recalled the woman draped in pink, as Filna observed expressions of distaste flickering across several faces. Fiona's gaze swept across the teacher's bench, noting that Umbridge was absent, leaving the seat beside Dumbledore conspicuously empty. During her self-introduction yesterday, Umbridge had claimed to be an official from the Ministry of Magic, clearly indicating a discord between the Ministry's stance and Dumbledore's perspective. Dumbledore wished to publicly announce Voldemort's return, while the Ministry continued to engage in self-deception, attempting to obscure the truth. Hence, Umbridge's arrival at Hogwarts as the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor was far from a mere academic formality. It was a matter fraught with implications. Dumbledore was likely feeling quite exasperated. This, however, provided an opportunity for Fiona. The more preoccupied Dumbledore became with his pressing concerns, the more room Fiona had to expand her own influence. Breakfast soon drew to a close, and the students gradually departed the hall to their respective classrooms for the first lesson. Hermione and Fiona made their way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, where only a few students had already gathered. Yet, Umbridge was there, appearing to have waited for quite some time. Upon their entrance, she glanced back but refrained from speaking. Hermione cautiously averted her gaze from Umbridge's and quickly chose a seat, dutifully opening her textbook and immersing herself in its contents. In contrast, Fiona raised her eyes to Umbridge and offered a polite smile, which Umbridge seemed to appreciate, returning the gesture almost instantly with a smile of her own. As more students settled into their seats, Umbridge took attendance, ensuring all had arrived before she sweetly began her address. "Welcome to this semester's Defense Against the Dark Arts class. I will be your professor for this term. I have 2 points I wish to impress upon you, and I hope you will adhere to them diligently. First, there will be no practical exercises in my class. Therefore, I do not wish to see anyone brandishing their wands. You are only required to bring your textbooks and quills to record some theoretical knowledge. Second, talking, sleeping, horseplay, absenteeism, and requests for leave are strictly prohibited. Any student who violates these rules will receive an F for the final examination and will face appropriate punitive labor. Umbridge's eyes scanned the well-behaved students seated in silence, and she beamed a saccharine smile. Now, let us commence our lesson. Please turn to page 3 and transcribe paragraphs 1 to 215 onto parchment, to be submitted before class concludes. Umbridge settled into a pink chair at the side of the podium, leisurely sipping from a pink cup placed before her. Now, let us begin. A rustle echoed through the air as textbooks were turned, and Philna discerned reluctance etched upon each classmate's face. Yet, it was evident that none dared to defy a professor whose wrath could lead to academic peril for those who opposed her. Gradually, students in the back row whispered to one another, their voices barely audible amidst the sound of turning pages. Umbridge abruptly turned her gaze toward them, her voice piercing and high-pitched. I do not wish to hear any sounds in this classroom other than the rustling of quills and the turning of pages. The two students promptly silenced themselves, heads bowed as they resumed their copying. The entirety of the defense against the dark arts class passed in the hushed sound of quills gliding across parchment. Only upon Umbridge's departure did a wave of complaints fill the room. "Oh dear, my hand feels as if it might break from all this writing," exclaimed a Gryffindor girl, dramatically shaking her stiff wrist. She resembled a pink toad in her exaggerated mannerisms. A Gryffindor boy grimaced in distaste. Fiona and Hermione rubbed their aching wrists. Yet they had no intention of joining the ongoing conversation. The second period was potions class, and the two swiftly packed their bags and made their way to the potions classroom. As usual, it was dark and damp, causing Fiona to shiver from the cold, pitifully rubbing her arms. Suddenly, a wave of warmth coursed through her, dispelling the chill. Fiona looked up in surprise, only to meet Draco's gaze. Upon noticing her astonished expression, Draco waved his wand with a slight, yet resigned smile. Did his lady even recall that she was a witch? The atmosphere in the potions classroom remained as quiet as ever. After 4 years of training, the Gryffindor students had learned how to endure a class in this room with quiet patience. A loud bang echoed as Snape abruptly pushed the door open and strode in. He approached the podium with purpose, casting a stern gaze upon the neatly seated students below. Before we commence today's lesson, I must remind you that in June of next year, you will face a significant examination. His eyes swept over the class, landing on Harry and Neville. Though there are indeed a few among you, Snape's gaze lingered, and it was clear what he implied, as several Gryffindor students gasped in fear. Of course, after this year, many of you will no longer be able to attend my class. I only select the most exceptional students for my N.E.W.T. potions class. Snape's eyes rested on Draco, who proudly curled the corners of his lips. This means that some of us will have to bid farewell. Snape's gaze shifted back to Harry. Harry met his stare defiantly, and Snape's lips curled momentarily before returning to their usual impassivity. However, before that, we must endure another year. Therefore, whether you intend to sit for the N.E.W.T.S. or not, I advise you to focus diligently on your studies, reaching a passing level for the O.W.L.S. Now, in this lesson, we shall learn about the calming draft. Snape pointed his wand at the blackboard, where a plethora of text materialized, ingredients and preparation methods appeared. Everything you require is in the storage cabinet. Submit your work before class ends. With a flick of his wand, he opened the storage cabinet and turned back to them with a cold demeanor. Now begin. The students immediately left their seats to select potion ingredients from the cabinet. Draco worked on the potion with remarkable ease, and Snape seemed unconcerned that his pupil might cause an explosion in the cauldron. As he spent most of the class standing beside Harry, if you were paying attention, Mr. Potter, a forced smile appeared on Snape's face. I believe I have made the instructions quite clear on the blackboard. Add moonstone powder, stir counterclockwise 3 times, boil for 7 minutes, and then add 2 drops of sneezewort syrup. Have you followed each step accordingly? Snape glared at him through the billowing gray smoke emanating from his cauldron. No, I forgot to add the sneezewort syrup, Harry admitted, his gaze lowered. Snape leaned forward, his voice dripping with contempt. Then this repulsive concoction in your cauldron will serve no purpose and vanish without a trace. With a flick of his wand, Harry's cauldron was instantly emptied. As time elapsed, all students who had diligently followed the steps submitted their potions and vials. Snape coldly returned to the podium. After Snape departed, Neville, standing beside Harry, seemed finally able to draw a breath, panting in fear, sweat beading on his forehead. What are we going to do, Harry? Our potion is gone. Neville's voice trembled, nearly breaking into tears. It seems we will receive a 0 for this lesson. Harry, lowering his eyes as he gathered his books, murmured in response. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore stared in shock at Harry before him. No pain. You mean your scar hasn't hurt in a long time? Dumbledore's demeanor was somewhat uncharacteristic as he focused intently on Harry, his voice stern. Harry, startled by his intensity, stammered, "No, it doesn't hurt. It hasn't hurt for ages. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Dumbledore's tone carried a hint of reprimand. Harry looked at him in confusion, weakly replying, "Is that important? I thought it was a good thing that the scar didn't hurt." Dumbledore took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, and spoke in a measured tone, "You may leave now. But remember to inform me of any matters in the future." Feeling somewhat guilty, Harry nodded in agreement, unaware of the significance of the issue. After Harry departed, Dumbledore turned to Fawkes, the Phoenix perched beside him, his gaze contemplative. "Fawkes, why do you suppose Harry's scar has suddenly ceased to react? Has Voldemort found a way to sever their connection? Or has the fragment of his soul within Harry vanished?" He gently stroked Fawkes' feathers, his tone serious. "I need your assistance with something." Dumbledore whispered something to Fawkes, then leaned over the desk to find a piece of notepaper. Jotting down a couple of sentences before handing it to Fawkes, who immediately took flight, understanding the task. Watching Fawkes soar away, Dumbledore's brow furrowed slightly. "I hope she will agree to help." In the alchemical chamber of Malfoy Manor, Isabelle was engrossed in the new topic that Felena had assigned her when suddenly a phoenix flew in through the window. Recognizing it as Fawkes, the phoenix cared for by Dumbledore. She watched as it landed atop the thick stack of alchemical materials beside her, shaking its feathers. "What brings you here?" Isabelle was abruptly interrupted, her thoughts disrupted, and she expressed her displeasure with a cold demeanor as she spoke in a composed tone. Fawkes emitted a resounding call. Tossing the note clutched in his claws onto Isabelle's desk, she unfurled the note, which contained only a simple message: "Come to Hogwarts swiftly. Snape requires your assistance." Snape? Isabelle meticulously searched her memory, recalling only that the name had appeared on the visitor list the day the contract was invoked, yet she could not clearly remember his appearance. She did not know him. Why should she assist him? Isabelle crumpled the note and cast it into the glowing alchemical furnace, then resumed her perusal of the unfinished documents. Fawkes blinked at her as she coldly disposed of the crumpled paper, tilting his head in confusion and calling out twice, "If you do not leave at once, you shall be the next to be cast into the furnace," Isabelle stated without raising her gaze. Fawkes almost immediately took flight. "Why hasn't she come?" Dumbledore remarked in surprise as he observed Fawkes returning alone. Fawkes emitted a series of sharp calls, prompting Dumbledore to furrow his brow. "She threw the note into the furnace? How could that be?" Dumbledore murmured to himself, lost in thought. "I must go in person." With that, he vanished from the headmaster's office. In the alchemical chamber of Mansnare Manor, just as Isabelle was beginning to piece together the situation, she was once again interrupted by her house elf, Fifi. "Mistress, Dumbledore is attempting to breach the defenses outside Mansnare Manor." Isabelle furrowed her brow in irritation. "Lower all the manor's defenses and let him in." Feifei respectfully bowed and vanished with a soft pop. Outside the Mainsay Manor, Dumbledore was fervently battling against the manor's defensive enchantments. With no alternative, he had to force his way in, unable to contact Isabelle to gain entry, just as he sensed the manor's protective magic beginning to wane. An overwhelming surge of power suddenly surged forth, propelling him backward with tremendous force. Chapter 110. Dumbledore hurriedly withdrew his hand to steady himself, his expression grave as he managed to maintain his balance several meters away. The sudden augmentation of the manor's defenses indicated that someone was manipulating them. Could it be that Isabelle was aware of his presence yet chose not to meet him? After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore lifted his wand and softly uttered, "Summon Patronus." A silver phoenix soared forth from the tip of his wand, circling around him in a graceful dance. "Severus, come to Mainsnay Manor," Dumbledore instructed calmly. The silver phoenix, obeying the command, immediately took flight. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Severus Snape appeared beside Dumbledore with a distant expression. "What is it?" he inquired coolly. Dumbledore fixed his gaze upon Snape for a moment before responding, "I require assistance in locating Miss Mainsnay, but she refuses to see me. Do you possess any means to facilitate this?" Snape's demeanor hardened. "I do not." Dumbledore's eyes, visible behind his glasses, bore into Snape, his tone growing slightly more earnest. "This concerns Harry. If left unresolved, it could endanger his life. Only Miss Mainsnay holds the key." Snape's expression sharpened, and after a prolonged silence, he replied softly, "I will attempt it." He directed his gaze toward Mainsney Manor, the memories of his previous visit vividly etched in his mind. The flowers in the garden still bloomed with vibrant colors, and the fountain at the center continued to gracefully arch its water before letting it cascade down. As if nothing had changed. The soul transformation might be Isabel, who had lost all recollection of him. Snape had heard that those who love deeply do not easily forget. If she held even the faintest trace of affection for him, he would implore her with all his might to assist Harry. Letting out a quiet sigh, Snape stepped toward Mainsney Manor. The last time he had entered without hindrance, perhaps due to the soul thread. Although that thread no longer resided with him, he felt compelled to attempt entry for Harry's sake. As he neared the grand entrance of the manor, he encountered a palpable resistance, followed by a powerful force that thrust him outwards. Fortunately, Snape was prepared and quickly regained his footing. In the alchemy room, Isabel had rediscovered her research focus when Fei burst in again. Mr. Snape is at the entrance of Mainsney Manor, and he is currently attempting to breach the manor alongside Dumbledore. Fei respectfully reported. Isabel, irritated, cast aside the alchemical materials in her hand, dark energy swirling around her. Struggling to suppress her emotions, she spoke with a chilling command. Go outside and take a look. In an instant, she vanished from sight. Snape and Dumbledore were still deliberating on how to enter the Mansfield estate when Isabel appeared before them in the blink of an eye. Her gaze was darker than before, and the dark energy around her surged wildly, indicating her volatile emotions. Is there something you need? Isabel's voice was as frigid as ice, instilling a sense of dread. Dumbledore donned a warm smile, stating, I would like to ask for your assistance in examining Harry's soul. Isabel's lips curled into a restrained smirk. I hope you realize you are conversing with the heir of the Mansfield family. My duty is solely to reap souls. Snape, his expression pleading, implored, please, help Harry. Isabel finally granted him a fleeting glance, her eyes devoid of any warmth, only harboring a tempest of suppressed rage. What do you think you are? Do you presume to speak to me? Snape stood frozen in place. Isabel clenched her fists, suppressing her fury, and coldly declared, within 3 seconds. Disappear from the Mansfield family territory, or you need not leave at all. No sooner had she spoken than Dumbledore whisked the still-dazed Snape away. Isabel closed her eyes and let out a long sigh, quelling the violent impulses within her. Fei, Isabel commanded coldly, from now on, if those two come again, throw them out directly. There is no need for reports. Yes, my lady, Fei replied with a bow, her tone respectful. In the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Dumbledore and Snape materialized. Snape, finally regaining his composure, wore a cold expression. Noticing the change in Snape's demeanor, Dumbledore sensed that something had transpired between them, though he could not fathom what it was. What is your relationship with Isabel? Dumbledore ventured cautiously, but Snape's expression hardened further. There is no relationship between her and me, Snape replied tersely. Dumbledore paused for a moment. Gaining Isabel's support will be crucial in our efforts to overthrow Voldemort. I hope you can consider the bigger picture. Snape's lips twisted into a bitter smile. She has already forgotten me. If you wish to gain her support, you may as well try your own hand. He rarely spoke a sharp word to Dumbledore. Dumbledore, unfazed, calmly instructed Snape to leave, then sat alone in his office, deep in thought. Previously, he had been certain that Isabel would relentlessly pursue Snape, leading him to believe that controlling Snape would suffice, neglecting to invest effort in her. Now, the situation had become somewhat complicated. However, it was merely a matter of forgotten memories, which could indeed be retrieved. Dumbledore contemplated his plans in silence. A few days later, Dumbledore summoned Harry to his office once more. Harry, I require your assistance with a matter, he began, adopting a gentle demeanor befitting a Minor. However, this task carries some danger. Are you capable of handling it? Harry, who held profound admiration for Dumbledore, felt a pang of guilt from his previous misstep, having chastised himself for quite some time. Seeing that Dumbledore bore him no ill only intensified his remorse. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, I can do it. Excellent. Dumbledore said with a faint smile, retrieving a vial of potion from his drawer and handing it to him. Drink this. Harry, without a shred of doubt, consumed the entire vial. As the potion coursed through him, he was immediately engulfed by a wave of dizziness. His emerald eyes, filled with confusion, sought Dumbledore's, as he braced himself against the desk, striving to maintain his consciousness. Sleep now, Harry. When you awaken, all will be well, Dumbledore said kindly, still smiling at him. Trusting Dumbledore, Harry succumbed to unconsciousness. Observing Harry's complete loss of awareness, Dumbledore adjusted his expression to one of urgency and turned to Fawkes. Fetch Snape, he commanded. Fawkes took flight immediately, returning shortly with Snape in tow. The moment Snape stepped into the office, Dumbledore spoke with a sense of alarm. "Harry has fainted. I have conducted a preliminary examination and suspect that his soul has sustained damage. Only Miss Munsley can save him now." Just days prior, he had been turned away from the Munsley estate, having explained that Isabel had forgotten him, while Dumbledore had urged him to consider the greater good. Today, Harry had collapsed due to a loss of soul, making it difficult for Snape to dismiss the possibility that Dumbledore's actions were somehow implicated. Nonetheless, saving Harry remained paramount, prompting Snape to once again stand at the gates of the Munsley estate. Almost the instant his feet touched the ground, he was whisked away by apparition. Finding himself in an unfamiliar forest, stumbling awkwardly and landing on the ground. Before him stood a house elf, the very same who had greeted him during his last visit to the Munsley estate. "I am terribly sorry, Mr. Snape, but my master has instructed that should you appear at the gates of Munsley again, you shall be thrown out." Fei spoke coldly. Snape immediately displayed a look of entreaty. "I am not seeking Isabel. I have matters to discuss regarding the contract. Please, allow me entry." Fei hesitated for a moment, contemplating. "I shall report to the Lord of the Covenant. Please wait here." "Thank you," Snape murmured softly, his thin lips barely moving. With a sudden pop, Fei vanished into thin air. Moments later, she reappeared before Snape. "The Lord of the Covenant has granted you entry. Allow me to escort you." Fei stood beside Snape and snapped her fingers, causing the two to vanish instantaneously. In the secret chamber, a parchment unfurled, emanating a crimson glow. As Fei and Snape materialized within, the red light flickered upon the parchment, and a line of text materialized. "What do you seek from me?" Snape implored softly. "I beseech you, can you save Harry? It seems his soul is missing." Another line of text flashed on the parchment. "I am merely a contract, incapable of mending souls." Snape hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and once more pleaded. "May I request that you restore the memories to Isabel?" The parchment sparkled brilliantly for a brief interval. Then a concise line of text appeared. "I cannot." Snape knelt humbly upon the ground, beseeching, "I implore you, if you would agree to return her memories." "I am willing to do whatever you ask in return." The parchment swiftly illuminated with a line of text directed at Fei. "Cast him out." Fei promptly executed the command. The parchment unfurled and rolled back several times, the flickering red light finally subsiding. Severus Snape, who had been kneeling in supplication, suddenly found himself transported back to the familiar forest. As soon as he opened his mouth, Fei coldly interrupted him. "The Lord of Contracts wishes to no longer see you," she declared with discontent. "Mansnai Manor does not welcome you. When the Master granted you the privilege of unrestricted access, you failed to visit even once for decades. Now, in your time of need, you come almost daily." With a scornful remark, Fei vanished from sight. Unrestricted access? Snape stood frozen in place, bewildered. Was his previous ability to enter and exit Mansnai Manor due to the soul thread? It was not until deep into the night that Snape returned to Hogwarts, lost in despair. After Fei's departure, he endeavored numerous times to find a way into the Manor of Mansnai. Alas, each attempt ended in failure. The image of Lily persistently flickered in his mind. He had failed to protect her in the past, and now he could not safeguard her son either. Snape, with faltering steps, returned to the potions office, his body hunched in agony as he sank into a chair. From the nearby drawer, he retrieved the sole photograph of Lily that he possessed, an image captured during her childhood in the Muggle world. In it, Lily beamed radiantly at him, her smile bright and full of life. Snape pressed the photograph to his chest, tears cascading from his eyes in heavy torrents. "I am so sorry," he lamented, feeling utterly helpless. "I am so sorry, I am so sorry." After several weeks of classes, Hogwarts finally welcomed its first holiday. Filna, adorned with her meticulously crafted alchemical wand, ventured into the realm of the fairies. Within this enchanted territory, the presence of fairies was scarce. Most of them were scattered across the wizarding world, diligently attending to their respective tasks. Only a select few remained in the domain, engaged in the creation of tools, the minting of coins, and awaiting the summons of the Fairy King. As soon as Filna made her appearance, she drew the attention of numerous fairies. However, it was evident that the fairies did not adopt the same immediate wariness as the werewolves. They merely cast her a cold glance before diverting their gaze and returning to their own tasks. Filna made her way almost unimpeded to the presence of the Fairy King. The king, advanced in age, wore a crown of silvery hair, and his movements and voice were tinged with a languid slowness. He reclined languidly upon a magnificent chair crafted from jewels and gold. What brings you here? The Fairy King inquired lazily, raising his gaze to Filna. Seemingly unsurprised by her arrival and indifferent to her identity. I am Filna Kamon, the heir of the Kamon family, she replied, curtsying slightly. I wish to propose a transaction. The Fairy King slowly shifted his gaze toward her, gesturing for her to continue. I bring forth an object that could usher in greater prosperity for the fairy race. A faint smile graced Filna's lips as she retrieved the alchemical wand from her bosom and extended it toward the Fairy King. He did not take it. Instead, he scrutinized the item in her hand with caution and inquired gravely, What is this? It is an alchemical wand, Filna stated softly. As he had anticipated, the Fairy King's expression hardened, and he gradually straightened, regarding her with newfound seriousness. What did you say? This alchemical wand can replicate most of the functions of a traditional wand, enabling the casting of many spells that cannot be performed without one, Filna explained matter-of-factly. It can almost entirely substitute for everything except the 3 unforgivable curses. The Fairy King narrowed his eyes, reclining back once more, feigning disinterest as he remarked, Is that all? The smile at the corners of Filna's lips deepened. Why not give it a try first? She suggested, extending the alchemical wand in her hand forward. The Fairy King gazed at her intently before finally reaching out to grasp the wand she offered. The moment it touched his hand, he was acutely aware of its formidable power. Instantly, the magical energy within his body was meticulously organized, forming a coherent system. The reason fairies differ from wizards in their magical frameworks lies in the chaotic accumulation of their magical energy, which lacks the structured order characteristic of wizards. This disarray allows their magical power to grow far more easily than that of wizards. However, it also reveals significant drawbacks. Their magic can sometimes spiral out of control or vanish unexpectedly, and they struggle to maintain a steady output of energy, which severely limits the magnitude of their spells. Yet, with this alchemical wand, the Fairy King lowered his gaze in contemplation before calmly articulating, What is it that you desire? I seek the allegiance of the entire fairy race. Filna raised her gaze to meet the Fairy King's eyes. Chapter 112, Allegiance? The Fairy King let out a derisive laugh. Yet, Filna did not flinch. Indeed, submission. I require the entire fairy clan to pledge eternal allegiance to the Carmen family. The Fairy King, seemingly amused, let out a derisive snort. Fiona calmly continued, In this era, wizards are relentlessly suppressing the fairy race, and over time, the living space of fairies will undoubtedly diminish. However, if the fairies pledge their allegiance to the Kamon family, we shall offer you protection and strive to expand your realm of existence. Furthermore, as an alchemical lineage, I can present creations such as the alchemical wand, and I assure you that in the future, even greater masterpieces will emerge. Under the aegis of the Kamon family, the fairy race will flourish and thrive even more. The Fairy King cast a sidelong glance at her and, with a contemplative tone, replied, The lifespan of the fairy race is extensive, while that of wizards barely spans a few decades. Moreover, among the noble families within the wizarding community, most have fallen into decline after a few centuries. Thus, our proposed transaction appears rather unbeneficial. The Kamon family has endured for several centuries, and as the sole alchemical lineage in the wizarding world, I am confident that this prosperity will persist, Fiona declared proudly. Moreover, the Kamon family consistently produces exceptional talents. Nearly every head of the family has created numerous remarkable alchemical works. I believe this is a most advantageous agreement. The Fairy King ceased his argument, and after a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. I consent to the fairy race's submission to the Kamon family. But with one condition, should the Kamon family experience decline in the future, the contract shall be automatically nullified. After a moment's hesitation, Filna consented, saying, Very well. The method by which the fairy clan enters into a pact with wizards is quite distinct. First, the Fairy King must pierce his finger to draw forth a single drop of blood, which he then lets fall upon a blank piece of parchment. Subsequently, the hands of both parties to the contract are clasped together, and at last, the contents of the agreement are recited aloud. Once the blood has fully permeated the parchment, the contract is thereby established. Ferna meticulously followed each step until the contract was completed, finally exhaling in relief as a blinding red light shimmered from the parchment. Once the contract was formed, there could be no turning back. The agreements made by fairies are far more binding than those of wizards, oaths, or spells. Thus Ferna harbored no fears of deceit. Carefully securing the parchment, she noted the droplet of Fairy King's blood emanating a faint red glow, signifying the contract's activation. With the agreement established, Furna stated her request. I need you to persuade the entire fairy clan to support me, steering clear of the clutches of Dumbledore and Voldemort. The Fairy King replied calmly, I shall relay your command. Filna retrieved the numerous alchemical wands she had brought and presented them to him, saying, These are alchemical wands. Distribute them to those who possess the requisite abilities. With a calm demeanor, Filna continued, Additionally, I require a comprehensive inventory of all the items that the Death Eaters have placed in the vaults of Gringotts. The Goblin King replied in a low voice. This may prove quite challenging, for the number of individuals involved is exceedingly vast, and many vaults are in disarray, containing a myriad of assorted belongings. After a moment of contemplation, Filna revised her statement. Then let us focus solely on the key individuals. I shall compile a list for you upon my return, and you can direct your inquiries accordingly, ensuring they are as comprehensive as possible. Very well, replied the Fairy King. With the matters settled smoothly, Filna departed from the realm of the fairies and quietly returned to Hogwarts. In the room of requirement, Draco lay peacefully on the bed, engrossed in a book. Filna approached him directly, seized the book from his hands and tossed it aside, then nestled into his embrace, whispering softly, I am weary. Draco tenderly brushed her hair back, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead, and asked in a soft voice, Have you encountered some trouble? Fana lifted her delicate face, revealing a mischievous smile. It went exceedingly well. I have successfully forged a pact with the Fairy King. Madam, you are truly remarkable, Draco remarked, unable to suppress his amusement as he admired her triumphant expression. Furna nestled against his chest, her deep blue eyes fixed upon him with unwavering intensity, sparkling with brilliance. If I'm so impressive, do I not deserve a reward? She playfully winked at him, her voice sweet and soft. Draco wrapped his arm around her waist, exerting a firm pull, and with a powerful twist, she found herself momentarily blinded. When her vision cleared, she realized she had been pinned beneath him. Such prowess deserves a reward, my lady. Draco's voice dripped with seduction, the corners of his lips curling as his soft mouth hovered near her rosy petals. Furna gently tapped her lips, a tantalizing smile gracing the corners of her mouth. Then tonight, I shall take the lead. You mustn't move. Very well, Draco replied. Turning onto his back and sprawling across the bed, a picture of surrender, his eyes twinkling with anticipation as he winked at her. Filna aroused a hint of mischief in her smile as she lay beside him, closing her eyes and softly admonishing, Do not move. With that, she sought a comfortable position in his embrace and drifted into a deep slumber. It was not until her breathing grew steady and prolonged that Draco, with a sense of resignation, gathered her into his arms, playfully biting her lip as a form of punishment, followed by gentle, soothing pecks. Fiona slept peacefully against his chest, and Draco's heart swelled with a profound sense of happiness that coursed through his entire being. Good night, my lady, he whispered, planting a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Gazing tenderly at her serene visage, his eyes brimmed with affection, unable to divert their gaze from her fair, delicate face, his lips curving into a soft, tender smile. The day after Harry had consumed the potion given by Dumbledore and fainted, he awoke to find it was already the following day. Dumbledore, wearing a faint smile, informed him that the mission had been accomplished, yet Harry sensed something was amiss, though he could not articulate precisely what it was. Dumbledore granted him a 2-day reprieve to recuperate in the infirmary, as Harry had been feeling persistently fatigued since taking the potion, occasionally experiencing a lack of control over certain limbs, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. He inquired with Dumbledore, who explained that after Harry had fainted, they had ventured to a location to complete their task, during which he had sustained some injuries. Strangely, Harry could not recall those events. After a few days of convalescence in the infirmary, he finally felt his strength returning, and Madame Pomfrey, after a brief examination, deemed him fit to leave. The academic workload in the 5th year was exceedingly demanding, and after more than a month of rigorous study, it was evident that the students were gradually acclimating to this fast-paced learning environment. The laughter and merriment of Gryffindor had noticeably diminished, as most of the students spent their leisure hours immersed in their studies in the library and common room. Amidst this bustling academic life, Umbridge, with her notoriously poor rapport with students, had inadvertently become a topic of conversation during their breaks. "Oh, that detestable toad," was a phrase that initially circulated among Gryffindor students, but, somehow, it spread to other houses, becoming almost synonymous with Umbridge herself. However, the esteemed Slytherin house found such an unrefined moniker beneath their dignity, and thus, Slytherin students were, by default, among Umbridge's favored pupils, as evidenced by her noticeably lenient attitude towards them. Evidently, Gryffindor students topped the list of those most despised by Umbridge, though there were exceptions. Perhaps due to Fiona's previous amicable demeanor towards Umbridge, she had made a favorable impression on her. Thus, whenever Gryffindor students incurred Umbridge's ire and faced punishment, Fiona was invariably the exception. This distinction rendered her the most favored Gryffindor student in Umbridge's eyes. Meanwhile, Draco, leveraging the advantageous connections of the Malfoy family, garnered Umbridge's praise, becoming one of her few trusted students. As a result of Umbridge's preferential treatment towards Fiona, Gryffindor students gradually began to distance themselves from her. On several occasions, she overheard them whispering about her, only to fall silent as she approached. At the dining table, aside from Hermione, no one was willing to sit beside her. A sentiment echoed in the classroom. Fortunately, Hermione still held faith in her. She endeavored to demonstrate to the Gryffindor students that Felina was not the person they purported her to be, yet her efforts bore little fruit. Frequently, individuals choose to believe what they wish, even if it contradicts the truth. Thus, when it became known that both Felina and Draco had been selected as members of Umbridge's Special Investigative Task Force, no one was particularly astonished. Instead, they displayed expressions of disdain that seemed to say, "I told you so. Now, we have truly become the infamous couple." Felina gazed helplessly at Draco. Yet, Draco bore no discontent regarding this, at least now. Even the most academically inclined members of Ravenclaw, who typically shun worldly affairs, were aware of our relationship. Fiona rolled her eyes at him. As members of the Special Investigation Task Force, they were required to conduct nighttime patrols, which meant that Fiona and Draco returned to the room of requirement increasingly late. Draco, however, expressed his profound discontent with this arrangement. In my opinion, the night patrols should be abolished. When Fiona and Draco reached the 8th floor, Draco irritably ran his fingers through his hair. "Is there really anyone who would sneak out at midnight to engage in some peculiar gathering?" he asked. "Why don't we just head back now?" Draco gazed at her intently. With a gentle smile, Filna reassured him, "It's the final lap. Just one more turn, and it will be over." Alas, Draco's hopeful gaze was abruptly extinguished, and he dejectedly lowered his head. The two of them had merely taken a cursory glance around before preparing to descend the stairs. Upon reaching the blank wall near the room of requirement, a door unexpectedly materialized, and several students emerged from within. Upon seeing Filna and Draco, the students appeared visibly alarmed, frantically shouting for those inside not to come out. Such a commotion could easily attract the attention of the Special Investigative Task Force. Reluctantly, Filna had to signal them to be silent. The people outside ceased their shouts, while those inside, unaware of the situation, continued to spill out, quickly filling the corridor. The last few to emerge were Harry, Hermione, Ginny, and Ron. "What is going on?" Harry inquired, stepping to the front, puzzled by the crowd blocking the doorway. His confusion was swiftly resolved as he spotted Filna and Draco facing them. "Oh, Filna," Harry said with an awkward smile. "Hello, Harry," Filna replied, equally embarrassed by the unexpected encounter. The classmates behind them had mostly fallen silent, and Filna softly said, "We are not the only ones from the Special Investigative Task Force on patrol. Please remain quiet to avoid detection by others." Seeing everyone nod in agreement, Filna waved her wand to lift the silencing charm. Almost instantaneously, someone shouted, "There are only 2 of them. Quickly, knock them out." Before Filna could even set down her wand, a crimson beam surged toward her. In the next instant, the glowing necklace, warm to the touch, deflected the light back, striking Ginny, who was still aiming her wand at Filna. Ginny instantly lost consciousness. A commotion erupted among the crowd. Many, having missed the sequence of events, mistakenly believed that Filna had attacked and hastily drew their wands, pointing them at her. "Calm down," Hermione interjected before Filna could utter a word. It was not Filna who cast the spell. Rather, Ginny's incantation was reflected back upon herself. The students glanced around, slowly lowering their wands. Filna bestowed a grateful smile upon Hermione. The Special Investigation Task Force's patrol activities were still ongoing, and various corners of the castle were being monitored. If you were to recklessly make your way to the common room, you would undoubtedly be discovered. Filna spoke calmly. "Next, you shall divide into groups according to your houses. Draco and I will provide cover for you as you return to your respective common rooms. Remember, silence is paramount." A group of individuals exchanged glances for a while, and a girl, her gaze shifting from Draco to Filna, skeptically voiced her doubts. "How can we trust that you are not deceiving us? You are allied with that wicked Slytherin, Who knows if you will lead us into Umbridge's office? Chapter 114. Fina cast her a sidelong glance, her voice now laced with iciness. If you do not believe, you may leave on your own. Had I intended to capture you, you would already find yourselves in Umbridge's office. The girl, still defiant, opened her mouth to retort, but Harry interjected calmly. I trust that Fina means us no harm. I am willing to follow her. With Harry taking the lead, the students promptly formed several groups, standing together. The girl stubbornly remained apart, defiantly raising her chin. I will not accompany you. Who knows if you might betray us? Draco could no longer restrain himself and shot her a disdainful glance, his voice as sharp as ice. Then you may leave at once. Your presence here is unwelcome. The girl, her expression one of fury, exclaimed loudly. See, I told you. What goodwill can come from the wicked Slytherin? She then pointed an accusing finger at Fina. You are in league with her. Just as her words hung in the air, voices echoed from the staircase. It seems someone is speaking on the 8th floor. Let's investigate. This was followed by the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs. Harry, quickly take them back to the room of requirement. We must intercept them, Fina hurriedly instructed before dashing towards the staircase with Draco. The students held their breath, careful not to make a sound, as Hermione and Ron supported the unconscious Ginny, while the girl displayed a look of fear, tightly covering her mouth. In the distance, Draco's voice mingled with two unfamiliar ones, prompting Harry to swiftly lead the group back to the room of requirement. A collective sigh of relief escaped them. The girl, aware that her actions had incited trouble, still sought to shift the blame onto Fina, expressing her discontent. I told you that it was never genuinely here to assist us. If it weren't for her, would we have been forced to hide? Evidently, most of the students chose to ignore her, treating her as if she were invisible, while a few could not help but roll their eyes. Noticing the lack of support, the girl attempted to approach a few nearby individuals, but they recoiled from her as if she were a plague, casting her disdainful glances. Her actions drew attention, prompting others to step back, and almost instantaneously, she found herself isolated from the crowd. Harry observed the unfolding scene silently, uttering no words. It was all of her own making. After approximately 5 minutes, Harry decided to peek outside. The corridor was now deserted, with neither Fina nor Draco in sight. Cautiously, he leaned out, only to collide with Draco, who had just come up the stairs. Fina sent me to retrieve you. She is currently holding Millicent at bay on the 5th floor, Draco informed Harry calmly. Harry hesitated for a moment, feeling somewhat awkward, before whispering, Thank you. Draco grimaced slightly, his brow furrowing in discomfort. Quickly bring everyone out. Harry promptly led everyone from the room of requirement outside, and the students instinctively formed several groups according to their houses, not uttering a single word. Draco surveyed the crowd, his voice cold as he stated, I do not possess Felina's amiable temperament. Should any of you cause me trouble along the way, I will not hesitate to toss you directly into Umbridge's office. His gaze lingered on a girl standing within the Gryffindor ranks, who, feeling intimidated, averted her eyes from Draco's piercing stare. Cautiously, he guided them from the tower down to the basement, finally ensuring that all the students returned to their respective common rooms. By the time Felina and Draco returned to the room of requirement, it was nearly dawn. Thank you, darling, Felina said, a hint of fatigue in her voice as she removed her outer robe and nestled into Draco's embrace. I appreciate your willingness to help me escort them back. Draco, content, wrapped his arms around her waist, the remnants of his earlier discontent dissipating. As long as you are happy, I am willing to do anything for you. How can you be so wonderful? Felina looked up at him, her charming face adorned with a sweet smile, her voice imbued with warmth. Draco returned her gaze with a tender smile of his own. If I were not at least somewhat deserving, how could I possibly be worthy of you? Fina grasped his shoulder, rising onto her toes, her soft lips gently brushing against his. I love you dearly. I love you too. Draco replied passionately as he captured her lips. Following that day, the disdain that Gryffindor held towards Fina and even Draco seemed to dissipate significantly. Around Filna, the seats were once again filled with Gryffindor students. The whispers that had once circulated behind her back had vanished, and even in Professor Bin's class, some classmates were willing to assist her in compiling comprehensive lecture notes. The changes surrounding Draco were even more pronounced. As Gryffindor students no longer referred to him as the Slytherin snake in hushed tones, some even ventured to cast friendly smiles in his direction. Draco found this exceedingly uncomfortable. He would rather engage in conversation with the Bloody Baron than endure the foolish grins of Gryffindor lions. Of course, once the initial excitement faded, The Gryffindor lions returned to their more typical behavior. They no longer smiled foolishly at him, and for the most part, they treated him as if he were invisible. It was simply marvelous. The young master of the Malfoy household, who had always relished being in the spotlight, was finally experiencing what it felt like to be revered in Gryffindor, a truly terrifying ordeal. The last time Harry inexplicably fainted and then mysteriously regained consciousness. Dumbledore attributed it to a loss of soul within him, yet Snape remained suspicious about the entire situation. When Filna purified the fragments of Harry's soul, Isabel had already examined his soul. At that time, she still loved him, knowing that Harry was the person he cared about most. Had there been any deficiency in Harry's soul, she would undoubtedly have informed him. Therefore, if Dumbledore's words hold true, then Harry's soul must have been compromised after the purification of the soul fragments. However, the fragmentation of a person's soul is an arduous task, involving profound dark magic, and the resultant loss of a soul piece would typically induce intense side effects. Yet, it is evident that Harry exhibited no such anomalies. His magical prowess was insufficient to wield such advanced dark sorcery. Thus, Severus Snape resolved to further probe Dumbledore's intentions. In the headmaster's office, Snape strode purposefully before Dumbledore. "How is Potter faring?" Snape inquired, his expression inscrutable. Dumbledore set aside his quill, gazing upward with a sigh. "The soul is temporarily stabilized, yet a fragment remains absent. We must expedite the soul restoration. How could he suddenly lose a portion of his soul? Such dark magic is highly advanced. He should lack the capacity to perform it." Snape replied coolly, casting a sidelong glance at Dumbledore. Dumbledore furrowed his brow in contemplation, slowly averting his gaze to the desk as he spoke. "I suspect that the curse from Voldemort all those years ago is responsible for Harry's soul deficiency. The potent energy emitted by the killing curse, clashing with the magic of blood ties, could indeed result in the shattering and loss of a small piece of Harry's soul." Dumbledore articulated a narrative he had meticulously prepared. Snape narrowed his eyes slightly. "So, you imply that Potter has been missing this soul fragment since childhood, and only recently have the side effects begun to manifest?" "I believe so," Dumbledore nodded gently. "The smaller the missing piece, the less significant the side effects." Internally, Snape scoffed while maintaining his stoic facade. "Understood." Noticing Snape's reluctance to continue, Dumbledore resignedly urged, "For Harry's sake, and to thwart Voldemort, I hope you can persuade Isabel to support our cause." Snape replied coldly, "Very well." Upon exiting the headmaster's office, Snape felt as though a part of his heart had crumbled. He had once held unwavering faith in Dumbledore, even when Filna laid the truth before him. He remained willing to obey Dumbledore's directives for Harry's sake, all for the promise, "Only I can save Harry." Yet now, he truly perceived Dumbledore's ruthless pursuit of his objectives. In the blink of an eye, over a month of the school year had passed. Voldemort's summons of the Death Eaters had become increasingly frequent, yet he had never once called upon Filna. According to Lucius, Voldemort's temperament has recently grown increasingly volatile. His negotiation plans with the orcs have met with failure, and Bellatrix has even suffered repercussions as a result. Wurtail has been unable to locate Harry before the start of term, and the assets of the Knott family have swiftly diminished under the united assault of the members of the Order of the Phoenix. It can be said that Voldemort has encountered nothing but setbacks of late. Consequently, he has resolved to place no trust in anyone, opting instead to personally engage in negotiations with the werewolves, armed with the deadly wolfsbane potion. Of course, Voldemort faces his own tribulations. Dumbledore is not faring much better. His negotiations with the orcs and goblins have repeatedly collapsed, yet the reasons remain elusive. Severus Snape keeps him apprised of Voldemort's movements, and he is acutely aware that Voldemort has not yet made a move against the goblin race, but the Goblin King has nonetheless rejected his overtures. Simultaneously, the family fortunes of many core members of the Order have been dwindling, rendering the organization nearly insolvent. A fragment of the soul within Harry has inexplicably vanished, and Isabel has lost her memory of Snape, leaving her utterly perplexed. She suspects that besides the Death Eaters and the Order of the Phoenix, there exists a third party exerting influence over the present situation. However, this elusive force remains shrouded in mystery, and she has yet to uncover even the slightest clue, let alone pursue further inquiries. Amidst the tumult faced by Dumbledore and Voldemort, Fianna's plan has been progressing remarkably well. A week ago, the Goblin King conveyed that the goblin race had agreed to support her, and Madame Maxim has also written to inform her that the Giants have nearly reached an agreement. Although the details would normally require Fianna's personal attention, her studies at Hogwarts prevent her from leaving. Fortunately, Mr. Carmen and Nicole made the journey, and they sent word yesterday that the negotiations have been successfully concluded. In just a few months, Fianna's strategic preparations have been completed, and now she awaits the opportunity to confront Voldemort once all the Horcruxes have been eradicated. Thus far, she is aware that the destroyed Horcruxes include the diary, the diadem, Harry, and the locket, along with the unpurified Nagini, though she is uncertain if there are others remaining. It appears she must seek out Isabel for further clarification. Isabel has recently been engrossed in researching a new alchemical topic, spending nearly every day in the alchemy chamber. Coincidentally, Fianna has had a lighter course load lately, allowing her to visit Mansnea Manor during a free moment. To facilitate Fianna's access to the estate, Isabel has graciously added her to the list of those permitted entry, thus enabling her to enter the manor without hindrance. During their holiday, while researching alchemical wands, the two would often traverse between the Mansnea and Malfoy families, allowing Fianna to navigate the alchemy chamber with ease. The alchemy chamber of the Mansnea family can be described as opulent, unmatched even by the esteemed Carmen family. Known for their alchemical prowess, the Panacea Stone is a rare alchemical material, renowned for its durability and its ability to withstand most magical damage, making it an ideal foundational component for high-grade alchemical protective gear. In the alchemical chamber of the Mansnea family, it was employed as the cornerstone of the wall, with substantial blocks laid in front as a rudimentary protective stone, safeguarding the inner walls from damage. Upon her initial arrival, Filna was profoundly astonished by the grandeur of this place. She leaned against the stone walls crafted from Panai, lamenting with a heavy heart that this was a tragic waste. However, Isabel merely shrugged in indifference, for it was necessary to safeguard the azure crystal walls within. Filna still vividly recalls the phrase. The blue crystals are an exceedingly rare alchemical material, coveted by countless alchemists, with a single gram capable of fetching astronomical prices in the wizarding realm. Yet, despite their value, they remain elusive, becoming the unattainable moonlight of many an alchemist's dreams. However, here stood entire walls adorned with vast blue crystals. Since that moment, Filna gained a renewed appreciation for the profound heritage of the Mansnea family. Gently pushing open the door to the alchemical chamber, she found Isabel diligently infusing serpent venom into a crystal upon the table. This intricate process demands immense patience and unwavering focus, prompting Filna to maintain her posture at the doorway, careful not to disturb her. After a moment, Isabel exhaled softly, revealing that the center of the crystal she cradled now contained a swirling emerald liquid. "Congratulations, a remarkably successful fusion," Filna remarked with a gentle smile. Isabel turned to her, a rare expression of surprise gracing her features. "Filna, you've come. Please, help me examine this alchemical product, no matter what I do. The final output always seems to have some issues." Approached the table, attentively listening as she diligently recounted the experimental procedures. At the conclusion, she blinked and cautiously inquired, "Have you infused it with magic?" Chapter 116. Isabel's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she turned to repeat the experiment, but Filna promptly halted her. "Wait. I need to speak with you." "What is it?" Isabel inquired, placing the crystal she had been cradling in her palm down and glancing back at her. "Have you encountered some trouble?" Fiona's expression grew serious. "Can you ascertain the number of Horcruxes Voldemort possesses? If you could locate another Horcrux for me, perhaps I could attempt it." Isabel hesitated before speaking. "I might be able to deduce the number of Horcruxes he has based on the integrity of the soul fragments." Filna pondered for a moment before letting out a resigned sigh. "As far as I know, the only unpurified soul vessel is Nagini, the great serpent that resides alongside Voldemort. However, she is constantly by his side, and you would surely notice any irregularities. Nevertheless, assessing the integrity of the soul fragments is distinct from purification. There will be no anomalies. All I require is 5 minutes of solitude with the serpent." Isabel spoke in a subdued tone, a faint glimmer of red flickering in her eyes. As Filna heard this, her expression brightened, and her mind swiftly devised a plan. "Can we do it tomorrow? I will first lure Nagini away and incapacitate her. Then I will find a way to stall Voldemort while you take the opportunity to assess the integrity of the fragments within Nagini's body." Isabel gently shook her head. "Voldemort has been with Nagini, this Horcrux, day in and day out. Their bond is likely very profound. If you incapacitate Nagini, Voldemort may sense it. You only need to draw Nagini out. I will handle the rest." "Thank you." Filna smiled gratefully at her. Isabel's expression remained calm, but a flicker of joy danced in her eyes. and a faint aura of dark energy swirled around her. "You're welcome. I would be delighted if you could share with me how to stabilize the properties of the crystal." Of course. Thus, their plan was set, prompting Filna to hastily craft a batch of substandard alchemical armors that very night. These armors appeared no different from other alchemical pieces at first glance. Yet their protective capabilities were significantly diminished. They could not withstand all forms of damage and were utterly ineffective against the 3 unforgivable curses. Additionally, they possessed a concealed feature. When the usage of the armor reached its limit or it endured excessive magical attacks, it would explode. The force of the explosion upon the wearer would rival that of a killing curse. However, only a master alchemist could discern this subtle function. To other wizards, it would merely seem like an ordinary piece of alchemical armor. In the current market, where alchemical products were rare and sought after, such a batch of substandard items was indeed a rarity. Therefore, employing them to distract Voldemort the following day was a prudent choice, as it would neither grant the Death Eaters a significant boost in power nor allow Voldemort to exploit the armors due to their exceptional quality. After mentally rehearsing the plan for tomorrow and confirming its viability, Filna finally climbed into bed. The fatigue of the day, coupled with an unexpected wave of drowsiness, enveloped her. Draco was already fast asleep on the other side of the bed, and Filna lay on her side, preparing to drift off. Almost the moment she settled down, Draco rolled over and nestled close to her, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her into his embrace. "My lady, you have finally returned," he murmured, his voice still laced with the softness of slumber. Fiona turned around and embraced him gently, asking, "Did I wake you?" "No," Draco replied, struggling to open his eyes slightly to gaze at Fiona. "I'm not tired. I was waiting for you." Fiona gently ran her fingers through his soft hair, her tone laced with a playful smile as she softly coaxed, "Shall we sleep together?" "All right," Draco replied obediently, closing his eyes and pulling her tightly into his embrace, drifting into slumber in mere seconds. Fiona nestled sweetly in his embrace, surrendering to slumber. This marked her inaugural initiative to reach out to Voldemort. Previously, she had arrived in his company, escorted by Snape. This was her first venture into the abode alone. The house remained antiquated and weathered, and as autumn approached, the foliage withered, leaving the yard adorned with desiccated weeds that lent an air of desolation to the residence. Voldemort was seated in the conference room on the second floor alongside Nagini. The dilapidated staircase creaked underfoot, the sound echoing closer until it ultimately halted at the threshold of the meeting room. Fiona gently pushed open the door to the conference room. Upon seeing her, Nagini's eyes sparkled with excitement, its grayish-brown head held high, eager to approach her. Voldemort soothingly patted its head, saying, "Nagini, you may step outside. Miss Kamon and I have matters to discuss." Nagini tilted its head curiously at him, then obediently slithered out the door, pausing momentarily to flick its tongue and delicately lick Fiona's face as a form of greeting. Fiona discreetly covered the incessantly vibrating ring, offering a friendly smile to Nagini. The door swung open and then shut once more, as her right index finger was gently pinched, a signal from Isabel that the plan had commenced. Now, the room contained only herself and Voldemort. With a gentle smile, Felina approached him and gracefully lifted the hem of her skirt in a slight curtsy. "My lord." The Death Eaters typically paid their respects to Voldemort by kneeling on one knee, yet it was evident that Voldemort was unwilling to engage in discord over such trivialities. Thus, he said nothing further on the matter. He redirected his gaze, fixating her with his slender, crimson eyes, and spoke in a commanding tone. "What prompts your urgent request for an audience with me today?" Fiona bowed her head respectfully and said, "I have crafted some alchemical armaments that I wish to present to you." Voldemort revealed a chilling smile, remarking, "Typically, Death Eaters merely follow orders, yet you are quite different." Fiona calmly remarked, "You have yet to summon me. Perhaps I need to undertake some endeavor to prove my worth." Voldemort gazed at her with keen interest for a moment before responding, then, "Let me behold the alchemical armor you have crafted." Fiona extracted the alchemical armor she had crafted the previous night from her bosom and presented it to him. Voldemort examined it intently for a moment, a more sinister smile spreading across his visage. It appeared that these pieces of armor possessed rather unimpressive capabilities. Fiona, feeling somewhat ashamed, buried her head even deeper, admitting that her proficiency in alchemy did not match her father's, and she was unable to create stronger protective gear. However, it was evident that Voldemort bore her no ill will. He collected the alchemical armor with an air of appreciation, remarking, "The protective gear you have crafted now is impressive. In the future, you may very well surpass your father." Filna's face revealed a hint of joy, yet deep within her, a sense of unease began to take root. As the conversation appeared to be drawing to a close, Isabel had yet to signal her successful departure. Was something amiss? Chapter 117. Voldemort lowered his gaze to scrutinize the alchemical protective gear in his hands. The matters at hand had been settled, and Filna should have taken her leave. However, Isabel still had not conveyed any message, leaving Filna hesitant to act impulsively. Noticing her reluctance to depart, Voldemort's gaze fell upon her once more. Is there something else? If there is nothing further, you may take your leave. Fiona felt a gentle pinch on her index finger. Voldemort's gaze remained fixed upon her, and she bowed her head in response, respectfully saluting before taking her leave, her face betraying not a hint of unease. It was only upon returning to the Manor of Mainsay that Fiona finally exhaled in relief. Isabel materialized beside her, her expression grave as she removed her hood and spoke in a low voice. I have examined the fragments of soul within Nagini's body, and based on their completeness, it is surmised that his soul has been divided into approximately 8 parts. 8 parts? Filna was taken aback as she recalled Voldemort's condition. Shouldn't a soul that has been fragmented exist in a state of extreme instability? Why has he shown no signs of abnormality until now? His current demeanor is utterly dissimilar to what it once was. Isabel gently shook her head in denial of her assertions. His current madness, paranoia, and neurosis are all side effects of his fragmented soul. Henceforth, his mental state will only deteriorate, and you must keep your distance from him as much as possible. Her gaze fell upon the dark mark upon her arm, and Filna resignedly touched her nose. Perhaps I should contemplate how to eliminate him as swiftly as possible. As far as I know, the Horcruxes include the diadem, the locket, Harry, Nagini, and the diary. Filna pondered. Including the fragment within his own body, does that mean he possesses 2 more Horcruxes? Isabel nodded slightly. It appears to be the case for now. Do you have any leads regarding those 2 Horcruxes? Filna let out a soft sigh, remarking that she could only speculate that one of the items would be the Hufflepuff cup, yet she remained utterly perplexed regarding the other. Considering the Horcruxes that had been discovered thus far, it was evident that the objects he chose for their creation were all highly emblematic. Isabel pondered, acknowledging that the artifacts of the 4 great houses were certainly noteworthy, along with his diary, the serpent he carried with him, and Harry, who had previously defeated him, each being items of significant representation. Pondering thoughtfully, Filna considered that perhaps she should delve into the past of Voldemort. After a brief respite, she immersed herself once more into the demanding realm of her studies, in preparation for the forthcoming O.W.L.S. examinations. The school had arranged a plethora of specialized courses, and the professors assigned an increasing amount of homework. Amidst her academic pursuits, the growing number of educational decrees issued by Umbridge meant that Filna and Draco found themselves patrolling more frequently, leaving her with scant time to execute her own plans. As these decrees proliferated, discontent among the students towards Umbridge escalated, with a chorus of grievances echoing throughout the halls, particularly among the 5th-year students on the brink of their O.W.L.S. and the 7th-year students facing imminent employment. The cancellation of practical lessons in defense against the dark arts led to a surge of students who believed in Voldemort's return joining the D.A. As the D.A. expanded, conducting activities under Umbridge's watchful gaze became an increasingly arduous endeavor. Fiona and Draco secured the opportunity to patrol the 8th floor daily, providing cover for their every move. Consequently, Umbridge failed to capture any members of D.A., despite the members of D.A. exercising utmost caution. Umbridge deduced the existence of clandestine groups within the school through the whispered exchanges among students. This led her to convene several meetings with the members of the Special Investigative Unit. However, each raid was thwarted as Fiona and Draco had informed Harry in advance. Thus, several weeks passed quietly until one day, Umbridge summoned the members of the Special Investigative Unit to her office once again. Miss Ekmer presented an astonishing lead. Umbridge gestured behind her, revealing a girl with a mane of reddish-gold curls stepping forward. Fiona instantly recognized her as the girl who had questioned her outside the room of requirement. Umbridge continued in her saccharine tone. It appears that there are students at Hogwarts who violate the educational decree by privately organizing group activities. Now, let us together uncover the secrets hidden within the room of requirement on the 8th floor. Fiona and Draco exchanged a glance, a silent alarm ringing in their minds. Today marked the gathering of the D.A. members, and they were undoubtedly convening in the room of requirement. However, with Umbridge personally leading the expedition, they had no time to warn their comrades. Umbridge's gaze fell upon Fiona and Draco, her voice dripping with saccharine sweetness as she spoke. Miss Weasley, Mr. Malfoy, I expect you to stand by my side, and remain within my sight. Beside her, Eichmo wore a smug smile, evidently having informed Umbridge of their defense of Harry. Fiona and Draco approached Umbridge's side, standing resolutely, without a hint of apprehension. Umbridge forced a saccharine smile and declared, "Well then, let us proceed." The group moved purposefully towards the 8th floor, while Fiona's mind raced with thoughts on how to alert Harry. As they rounded the corner on the 3rd floor, they unexpectedly encountered Snape. He surveyed them with a stern expression, prompting Fiona to quickly wink at him. Umbridge, oblivious to Fiona's gesture, sweetly inquired, "Professor Snape, I believe both the potions office and classroom are in the basement. What brings you to the 3rd floor?" A smirk crept onto Snape's lips as he replied, "What? Is there a new educational decree forbidding professors from wandering the school?" "Not as of now," Umbridge replied with a self-satisfied grin. "But who can say what the future holds?" Snape countered with a forced smile. "As long as it is permitted at present, I believe it is compliant." Umbridge's smile faltered slightly, her eyes betraying displeasure. Yet her tone remained syrupy sweet, of course. As their conversation unfolded, Fiona seized a moment of inspiration, subtly waved her wand, and conjured her Patronus, which took position at the corner of the 2nd floor. Umbridge and her entourage passed by Snape as they ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the corner of the 2nd floor, a small silver fox perched at the edge of the staircase. Chapter 118. As Snape approached, the silver fox leapt onto his shoulder, conveying Fiona's message before dissipating into wisps of silver in the air. In this tumultuous climate, Dumbledore was undeniably untrustworthy, and Voldemort was hardly a viable protector for Harry. At this moment, Fiona might be the best option. Snape pondered for a moment before vanishing from sight with a wave of his wand. Umbridge and her group lingered outside the room of requirement for over an hour, yet no one emerged. The walls of the 8th floor remained pristine, with not even a door in sight. "Miss Eichmo, is the information you provided accurate?" Umbridge asked, her fake smile plastered on her face as she turned to Eichmo. Eichmo appeared equally perplexed. At this time, they should have already come out. Could someone have tipped them off? She glanced towards Fiona and Draco, who remained expressionless, offering her not the slightest acknowledgement. Umbridge's false smile deepened, her voice tinged with rising anger. "Miss Weasley and Mr. Malfoy have been by my side the entire time. Who else could have warned them?" Eichmo visibly panicked, stammering, I don't know. Perhaps there are other ways." A cold smile curled at the corner of Fiona's lips. "It seems to me that Miss Eichmo is far more likely to be fabricating her reports." Umbridge narrowed her eyes. After a moment's pause, with the 8th floor remaining utterly still, Umbridge finally spoke. "Everyone may return for today. Miss Eichmo, I believe you ought to pay a visit to my office. Perhaps you should comprehend the consequences of deceiving a professor. And your mother, she might also need to be informed of her daughter's conduct at school." "No, I haven't tea. Believe me," Eichmo screamed in a frenzy, but alas, Umbridge was unwilling to place her faith in her any longer and strode down the stairs. The members of the Special Investigative Task Force dispersed, each ignoring her plight. Harry had not slept well the entire night, perplexed as to why Professor Snape would come to warn them. Although he claimed it was at Fiona's behest, Harry remained bewildered, given Snape's evident disdain for him. Should he not have been taken directly to Umbridge's office? Confounded, Harry arrived at the Gryffindor table the next day, bearing the weight of dark circles under his eyes. Equally sleep-deprived was Eichmo, who had spent the entire night in Umbridge's office transcribing "I will never deceive a professor again." Her right hand bore the scars of the lettering imprinted upon her skin, and her face was marred with large, festering pustules. In contrast, Fiona and Draco were in remarkably high spirits. Having eliminated the threat posed by Eichmo, they successfully covered for D.A.'s activities and regained Umbridge's trust, which filled them with delight. The first class of the day was potions. As usual, Snape burst through the door, striding to the front of the classroom with purpose. He drew his wand and tapped the blackboard. "The formula is on the board. You may begin now and submit your work before class ends." The students rustled to life. Harry remained engulfed in the shock of Snape's warning from the previous night, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward the professor. Yet, in an unusual turn, Snape refrained from berating him today and did not even circle around him, despite Harry's cauldron emitting thick, dark smoke. Fiona cradled her face in her hands, observing Draco's bustling activity, when a sudden whiff of acrid smoke caught her attention. Turning her head in search of its source, she spotted Harry, standing frozen, his expression one of utter bewilderment as he stared at his cauldron. "Professor, I believe Harry may require some assistance," Fiona said, raising her hand in a daze. Snape swiftly turned and approached Harry, brandishing his wand to render the cauldron invisible, causing the thick black smoke to vanish instantaneously. Professor, regarding the incident from yesterday. Harry is at a loss regarding his feelings. He is somewhat anxious to admit his mistake, but is interrupted by Snape's voice. Carefully review the steps on the board and prepare another potion to be submitted before class concludes, Snape stated, his tone devoid of emotion. He cast a fleeting glance at Harry before turning away. Harry's expression grew even more perplexed. Snape had not chastised him. Even Neville, beside him, wore a look of disbelief. How did you manage to change Professor Snape's opinion of you? Neville inquired quietly, inching closer to Harry while wearing a thirst for knowledge that only deepened Harry's confusion. I have no idea, he replied. Until class concluded, Snape did not impose any further difficulties upon Harry, even when he submitted what should have been a clear, pale green potion, which had instead turned into a thick, bluish-purple concoction, without receiving a reprimand. As Harry ambled out of the potions classroom, he began to suspect that it might all merely be a dream. However, the subsequent defense against the dark arts lesson swiftly jolted him back to reality. I have discovered that some students are clandestinely forming small groups. Umbridge, donned in a pastel purple ensemble, announced as she surveyed the classroom from the front, her gaze finally settling on Harry. I order you to disband these small groups immediately. She approached Harry, her pink leather heels clicking on the floor. If I discover anyone violating the educational decree by organizing group activities without permission, her brown eyes locked onto Harry's, they will face the appropriate consequences. Harry met her gaze unflinchingly. Umbridge plastered a disingenuous smile on her face and returned to the front of the classroom. Now, let us commence with the lesson. This term, the defense against the dark arts class had been consumed by note-taking and memorizing theoretical knowledge, leaving nearly all students rubbing their sore wrists by the end of class. As classmates departed in small clusters, only Harry and Fina remained. Harry sat in contemplation, his gaze lowered in thought, when Fina leaned closer and whispered, I have something to discuss with you. Harry looked up at her, momentarily taken aback as he greeted her. Subsequently, he swiftly gathered his belongings and exited the classroom alongside Felina. Just as they stepped out, they caught sight of Draco leaning against the doorframe with his backpack. Harry, feeling somewhat at a loss, glanced between Draco and Felina, taking a slight step back. Before he could finish his sentence, Draco gently interrupted him, saying, There is no one in the second classroom on the right. I'll wait for you here. Upon hearing this, Felina immediately tugged Harry towards the second classroom on the right. Reluctantly, Harry followed her pace, stealing a glance back at Draco. He was leisurely leaning against the doorframe. And upon noticing Harry's gaze, he subtly curled the corners of his lips, casually raising a hand in a wave. Harry pinched his thigh forcefully, the sharp pain confirming that this was indeed not a dream. What on earth was going on with them lately? Harry found himself increasingly perplexed. As they entered the empty classroom, Felina securely shut the door and drew her wand, casting several concealment charms before speaking. Yesterday, due to time constraints, there was no opportunity for a detailed explanation. The time and location of D.A. activities had all been exposed. It was Emmeline who had informed Umbridge. Harry's expression shifted to one of dawning realization. No wonder she had suddenly announced her intention to withdraw from D.A. It was becoming increasingly unsafe, and it would be prudent to pause D.A. activities for the time being. Moreover, the current means of communication were no longer viable. Felina spoke softly, indicating that Umbridge's latest version of the educational decree would soon be issued. Leading to stricter enforcement, they needed to devise alternative methods. Furthermore, it would be wise to have confidentiality agreements signed among D.A. members, as any exposure of this matter would lead to significant trouble. Harry responded gravely in acknowledgement. Once the discussion concluded, Felina raised her wand to dispel the charms, but Harry preemptively halted her motion. Wait, I have a question. His face was marked by confusion. Why did Professor Snape come to inform me yesterday? I asked him for assistance in notifying you since Draco and I were otherwise occupied. Felina replied, not grasping his intent. No, what I mean is, why would he be willing to come and inform me? He didn't seem to dislike me as much anymore. Harry tilted his head in bewilderment. Today, I nearly blew up the cauldron, and he didn't scold me. A mischievous smile danced upon Fina's lips, suggesting that perhaps he did not harbor any disdain for you after all. Yet, as Harry yearned to inquire further, Fina interrupted him. If you seek the truth, why not ask him directly? She playfully winked at him. Draco is still waiting for me. I must take my leave. Oh, very well, Harry replied, waving goodbye as his thoughts continued to dwell on Snape. The enigmatic and proud nature of Snape required that he and Harry resolve their matters independently, allowing Fina to merrily join Draco for dinner in the Great Hall. With no classes scheduled for Gryffindor that afternoon, Fina returned alone to the room of requirement. Upon entering, she found a house elf standing in the center of the room, awaiting her arrival. "Miss Common," the elf greeted respectfully, bowing as she entered. "The esteemed king of the elves has instructed me to deliver a letter to you." With that, he produced an envelope from his robes and presented it to Fina. Filna stepped forward and took the envelope, opening it to reveal a list of items belonging to certain Death Eaters stored in Gringotts' vault. "Thank you." Filna expressed her gratitude politely. The goblin inclined slightly in response and then vanished into thin air. Filna meticulously examined the list in her hands. Most of the Death Eaters stored coins or family assets within Gringotts, while a portion chose to conceal a selection of books, letters, and family secrets. As Filna turned each page, she suddenly stumbled upon a name that struck a chord with her: the Hufflepuff Cup. Fina's fingers delicately traced the name of the vault's owner, her deep blue eyes narrowing slightly. It belonged to Bellatrix Lestrange. This confirmed her earlier suspicions, and she felt compelled to ascertain whether the goblet was indeed a Horcrux. The treasures within Gringotts could not be removed even by the goblins themselves. Perhaps a personal visit to Gringotts was in order. She had spent nearly an entire afternoon poring over these lists, so when Draco returned from class, he found Fina lost in thought at the table. "What troubles you, my dear? Is there a problem?" Draco inquired, setting his book aside and leaning down to embrace her from behind. Fiona suddenly turned around, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Today, a messenger from the Fairy King delivered to me the inventory of items stored in the vault of Gringotts. I discovered Hufflepuff's cup in Bellatrix's treasury." Upon hearing this, Draco's face broke into a gentle smile. The diadem of Ravenclaw and the locket of Slytherin are both Horcruxes. It is highly likely that Hufflepuff's cup is as well. We should find a time to investigate. Filna displayed a sly smile. "I share the same sentiment." It appeared that her previous delivery of alchemical armor to Voldemort had yielded results. On this day, as Filna attended her potions class, a sudden, sharp pain emanated from the dark mark on her arm. It was Voldemort summoning her. Fina abruptly lifted her gaze towards Snape, who, coincidentally, also looked up at her. In that fleeting moment, their eyes locked, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. They both sensed the call of Voldemort. Draco noticed the unease etched on Fina's face and leaned closer, softly inquiring, but she merely shook her head in silence. Fortunately, the class concluded swiftly, and Snape hastily exited the classroom, neglecting to collect the assignments. Fina's expression mirrored her urgency as she tossed a brief "I have matters to attend to" Draco before departing in haste. In the potions office, two green flashes flickered in the fireplace as Fina and Snape traversed the intricacies of apparition, finally arriving at the decrepit manor where Voldemort convened his meeting. The conference room was already filled with attendees, clearly indicative of a gathering of significant proportions. Bella's seat was notably further back than during their last assembly, while Fina, Lucius, and Snape maintained their positions closest to Voldemort. As Filna and Snape took their seats with composure, Voldemort spoke in a low voice. "I have summoned you today for a matter of great importance." His blood-red eyes surveyed the room. "In order to secure the support of the goblin race, I have decided to organize an assault on them 3 days hence. We shall convene here at 3 o'clock in the morning. Snape, you are tasked with brewing the healing potions. Filna, ensure that a batch of alchemical armor is delivered within 3 days. Voldemort's gaze fell upon the two. "You shall not participate in this endeavor." Snape and Filna nodded respectfully in agreement. Voldemort then assigned tasks to several Death Eaters, all the while ignoring Bellatrix's eager eyes and restless hands. Having completed his directives, Voldemort announced the meeting's adjournment and departed without casting even a glance at Bellatrix. Chapter 120. A flicker of disappointment crossed Bellatrix's enchanting face, only to be swiftly replaced by a more frenzied expression, causing Filna to shiver involuntarily. The Death Eaters exited in small groups, and Filna and Snape followed suit. Filna deliberately walked behind Bellatrix, securing a strand of her hair. To gain access to her vault in Gringotts, she would need to disguise herself as her. As Felena and Snape journeyed back to Hogwarts, it was only upon their feet touching the floor of the potions office that Snape spoke in a frigid tone. "What is your intention in pulling Bella's hair? Are you planning to disguise yourself as her?" Fina chuckled awkwardly as she ran her fingers through her hair. "I must make a trip to Gringotts. Do you have any Polyjuice potion left?" Severus moved to the cabinet, retrieving a vial of the potion and handing it to her. "Its effects last for an hour. Beware. The vault is guarded by a dragon. Exercise caution." "Of course, thank you," Fina replied, tucking the potion into her robes and flashing him a sweet smile. With everything in place and the recent light schedule of Gryffindor's classes, she seized a moment to visit the potions office. dressed in attire reminiscent of Bellatrix. She pulled out the polyjuice potion infused with Bellatrix's hair and drank it in one swift motion, feeling her skin ripple and swell, her height dramatically increasing. Moments later, a figure resembling Bellatrix Lestrange stood in the potion's office. "Is this satisfactory?" Fina asked, pleased as she stretched her arms and twirled around. "Wipe that foolish grin off your face and maintain an air of proud poise," Severus admonished, casting her a disdainful glance. "And use fewer words when you speak." Fina rolled her eyes disdainfully, casting a haughty glance at him, and with a flick of her wrist, transformed her wand into the likeness of Bella's wand. "Very well, Snape. Farewell." Fina strode confidently to the fireplace, clutching her wand, and proclaimed loudly, "Nocturne Alley." Snape blinked in confusion. Had she just uttered Diagon Alley or Nocturne Alley? In Nocturne Alley, Fina stumbled awkwardly from the dilapidated fireplace. A somber and desolate atmosphere enveloped the place. Passers-by wore wary expressions. Gripping their wands in one hand while clutching their cloaks tightly with the other, their large hoods pulled low over their heads. The few shops lining the street presented a dismal sight, either appearing long abandoned and decrepit or filled with shelves brimming with ominous items. Filna realized she had ventured into the wrong place and promptly turned to exit the alley. Unfortunately, someone appeared to have recognized her. "Mrs. Lestrange, what brings you here?" approached a woman with long, manicured nails. Filna let out a sigh of relief. Bella detested being addressed as Mrs. Lestrange, indicating their lack of familiarity, given Bella's temperament. If someone were to call her that directly, she might very well explode with anger. Thus, Filna immediately raised her wand and bellowed at the woman with long nails. "Do not call me Mrs. Lestrange." The woman appeared startled, failing to even greet her before promptly turning to leave. The remainder of her journey proceeded smoothly, and Filna soon arrived at the entrance of Gringotts and Diagon Alley. With her head held high, she strode into the hall and, elongating her tone, declared at the counter, "I wish to access my vault." The goblin seated high at the counter hardly lifted his gaze, speaking in a monotone, "Madam, please present your key." Ferna's lips moved slightly as she softly uttered, "I am looking for Parker." The fairy at the counter glanced up at her, his expression turning respectful. "Please wait a moment," he said before departing from his station. Shortly thereafter, he returned accompanied by another sprite. "Parker, kindly escort this esteemed lady to her vault." The fairy emphasized the term lady with particular weight. Parker immediately grasped the situation and bowed respectfully, saying, "Please, follow me." Fiona lifted her head to follow in his footsteps. The two boarded a gondola, gliding smoothly downward, when suddenly a torrent of water cascaded from above. Parker promptly pressed a button on the gondola, effectively shielding them from the deluge. "What is this?" Fiona inquired, observing the stream of water splitting and plunging into the abyss below. "The Thief's Waterfall," Parker replied with reverence, "capable of washing away all forms of magic." Fina, still haunted by lingering fears, gently touched the dark curls atop her head that belonged to Bella. After a considerable time, they arrived at the entrance of a vault guarded by a formidable dragon. Parker shook an object that jingled with a soft rustling sound, causing the dragon to instinctively recoil in terror, allowing them to approach the grand door. Placing his hand upon a recess, Parker prompted the vault door to respond, swinging open with a resounding creak. Filna gradually entered the vault. Almost the instant her foot crossed the threshold, the ring on her hand began to vibrate wildly. Within lay heaps of gold and silver treasures. As Filna took a few steps further, she inadvertently brushed against a golden plate. Upon crashing to the floor, the plate instantly multiplied into 2, then 4, and subsequently 8. It was a duplication spell. With a serious expression, Filna raised her gaze to survey her surroundings and spotted a trophy-like object shimmering atop a pile of resplendent treasures. Could that be the Hufflepuff cup? She pointed towards the trophy. Parker, cautiously navigating the constantly springing objects around him, replied, "Indeed. Typically, a duplication spell would be accompanied by an alarm system." Bella should already be aware of this incident. Filna knew she needed to vacate the premises before Bella arrived. "Is it possible to apparate or use a portkey to leave this place?" she inquired, glancing back at Parker. Partially buried amidst the golden artifacts, Parker struggled to respond. "No. There is only a cable car for entry and exit." Fina gazed up at the gilded cup perched high above, letting out a resigned sigh. It seemed there was no other choice. Before Parker could grasp her intent, Fina instructed, "You must take the cable car and try to hold Bella off for 5 minutes." With his head buried amidst the treasures, Parker struggled to lift his gaze, concern etched across his features as he replied, "The cable car is one way and can only be operated by fairies. It matters not. You must leave first, Fina asserted, her expression stealing as she endeavored to ascend atop the replicated gold artifacts. Soon, Parker found himself nearly engulfed by the treasures, reluctantly complying with Fina's command to depart. As the golden items piled higher, Fina soon grasped the coveted cup, the ring on her finger vibrating with increasing intensity. Swiftly, she conjured a golden chalice, casting a spell that stabilized it firmly within her palm, halting its replication. With a flick of her wand, she transformed it into the likeness of a mouse and placed it upon the shelf beside the golden cup. Following that, she waved her wand again, reshaping a golden plate into the form of a cup and positioning it beside the mouse, before promptly vanishing through the doorway of the vault, which was on the brink of being filled with replication spells. Chapter 121, Calculating the Time. Bella should be arriving soon. Fina touched the necklace around her neck, and a blinding red light erupted, enveloping her and causing her to vanish from sight. Almost immediately after her disappearance, Bella arrived via the cable car. Open the vault door. If anything is missing, I will kill you, she raged, pointing her wand threateningly at Parker, pretending to be terrified. Parker fumbled several times before finally managing to unlock the vault door, striving to buy time for Fina. Fortunately, just before Bella could cast the killing curse upon him, the door swung open. A tidal wave of replicated treasures surged forth, nearly burying Parker beneath a mountain of gold. Yet, Bella seemed indifferent to his plight, her face a tumult of anger and fear, twisting into a grotesque and frenzied expression. She waved her wand, halting the replication spell, and dashed into the vault in search of the cup's silhouette. Clearly, the cup remained undisturbed on the shelf, accompanied by the innocent little mouse. I suspect you are an animagus, Bella seethed, advancing to seize the mouse, clutching it tightly. Is it Harry or a member of the Order of the Phoenix? I shall take you to meet the Dark Lord. Turning back, Bella glared at Parker, who stood in a daze, and barked, hurry up and operate the cable car. The echo of Fina's earlier words, come back for me, still rang in his ears, snapping him back to reality as he mechanically replied, all right, and climbed aboard the cable car beside Bella. Once they had departed, Fina reappeared in place. Shortly thereafter, Parker returned with the cable car. Do you suspect anything? Fina cradled the golden cup as she boarded the cable car. Parker wiped the cold sweat from his brow. No, she has been clutching that mouse tightly. The moment she stepped out of the entrance of the Gobliness Hall, she immediately disapparated. Very well, let us hasten. That mouse cannot endure much longer. Fina replied, her expression grave. Bella has just exited through the front door. I cannot leave by the same route. Are there any alternative exits? There is a place where we can disapparate. I will guide you there. Without hesitation, Parker redirected the cable car towards another location. The two arrived at the top of a protruding stone pinnacle, where Parker led her to leap from the cable car, landing steadily on a half-meter-wide stone step. This is the spot. Here, fairies can disapparate. Allow me to escort you out. Parker grasped Fina's arm with one hand while snapping his fingers with the other. And in an instant, they vanished from their original position. Moments later, they materialized in a seldom-trodden alleyway. Fina's appearance had reverted to her true self. After Parker escorted her out, he took his leave. Fina immediately used her disillusionment charm to transport herself to Malfoy Manor, and then through the manor's fireplace. She returned to Hogwarts. The potions office was unoccupied, and without lingering, Fina swiftly embraced the golden goblet and made her way back to the room of requirement. The ring on her right hand continued to vibrate. She steadied the goblet with her right hand, striving to remain still, and after a brief moment, the ring's tremors finally subsided. Fiona let out a gentle sigh of relief. Another Horcrux had been vanquished, leaving only one remaining to be discovered. What could that final Horcrux be? The Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters had recently encountered numerous setbacks. Negotiations with werewolves, elves, orcs, and giants had all ended in failure. Dumbledore's furrowed brow bore witness to the deepening lines of worry etched upon his face, while Voldemort's temperament grew increasingly volatile. The punishments meted out to the incompetent Death Eaters became ever more severe, with some being summarily executed by Voldemort's hand upon returning from failed missions. A sense of dread permeated the ranks of the Death Eaters, and under Voldemort's menacing intimidation, their methods grew increasingly frenzied. More and more individuals began to take notice of the Death Eaters' activities, and an ever-growing number of people came to believe that Voldemort had indeed returned. Amidst this swell of public opinion, the Ministry of Magic obstinately insisted that Voldemort had not returned, even going so far as to shift the blame onto the Order of the Phoenix, accusing Dumbledore of colluding with various factions to manipulate public sentiment for his own ends. Such accusations were nothing short of slander. Fiona gazed at the newspaper. where the Ministry of Magic had published an article alleging that the Order of the Phoenix was colluding with various factions to expand their influence, shaking her head in disapproval. She vowed that Dumbledore was innocent in this matter. Although he had contemplated alliances, he had ultimately failed. It was she who had engaged in collusion with multiple parties. Meanwhile, Dumbledore was grappling with the ramifications of these accusations. The Ministry claimed he had contacted werewolves, goblins, giants, and elves in a bid to increase his power. While he had indeed attempted to forge alliances with them, each overture had been met with rejection. Now, this affair had been publicly aired by the Ministry, serving to shield others from scrutiny. Given the recent developments, he was nearly certain that beyond the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters, there existed a mysterious third faction. Though elusive, this group had likely garnered numerous allies. Dumbledore remained entirely in the dark regarding this newly emerged force. He had once sought to investigate, yet had come up empty-handed. This faction operated with such meticulous precision that not a single clue remained, leaving him with no avenue to pursue. In the current circumstances, he could not ascertain the nature of this third party nor discern their stance, a rarity that stirred an unusual anxiety within him. A sudden emergence of a new faction alone did not pose a threat. But if the recent inexplicable occurrences were indeed connected to this new entity, it must have been lying in wait, possessing sufficient strength. Dumbledore mentally catalogued the recent bewildering events. First, the Order's funds had significantly dwindled. Then, the fragment of Voldemort's soul within Harry had inexplicably vanished. Subsequently, negotiations between the Order and the werewolves, goblins, elves, and giants had repeatedly failed. Similarly, the Death Eaters had also faced financial setbacks and negotiation failures, encountering circumstances almost identical to those on their side. If this was indeed the handiwork of a third party, it was clear that this force had grown formidable enough to influence the course of the conflict. Yet how could such a powerful faction have suddenly materialized? There had been no prior indications, as if this group had emerged from thin air. Dumbledore mentally sifted through nearly every family in the wizarding world, yet remained at an impasse. Moreover, there was the matter of the soul fragment within Harry. If, indeed, the third party was responsible, it implied they were aware of the existence of Horcruxes and were attempting to eradicate them. A vast faction with an ambiguous agenda constituted an unpredictable potential threat. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. In the conference room of the old manor, Voldemort's scarlet eyes fixated on Bellatrix before him. "You say this rat infiltrated your vault at Gringotts?" Voldemort inquired calmly. Bellatrix, her expression animated, clutched the squirming rat in her hands. "My lord, this must be an animagus. I suspect it sought to steal the goblet you entrusted to my care, for I caught it just beside the goblet." "Oh?" Voldemort's gaze sharpened as he abruptly raised his wand towards the rat, uttering the incantation, "Freeze." The rat's struggles ceased, gradually transforming into a golden goblet. Bellatrix, incredulous, beheld the vessel in her hands. "Master," she exclaimed. Voldemort flicked his wrist, pointing his wand at Bellatrix. Incompetent. The tip of his wand emitted a fierce beam of red light, striking Bellatrix. "Ah!" she cried out, collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony, her complexion more pallid than usual. After a prolonged silence, Voldemort finally withdrew his wand. Bellatrix, struggling, crawled to his feet, kneeling in torment, imploring, "Master, I beseech you for another chance. I assure you I will fulfill the task." "Bellatrix, you have been by my side for quite some time," Voldemort remarked, casting a fleeting glance at her. "I shall grant you one final opportunity." Hope ignited in Bellatrix's eyes as she gazed at Voldemort with an unabashed admiration and affection. "Find the one who is meddling behind the scenes." Voldemort coldly met her gaze. "Bring him to me." "Yes, master," Bellatrix vowed earnestly, a flicker of resolve crossing her face. "I promise to deliver him. This is your last chance." Voldemort lowered his gaze, gently stroking his wand. "You may leave." Bellatrix bowed respectfully and withdrew. A glimmer of red light flickered in Voldemort's narrow eyes, and Nagini, coiled and slumbering behind him, seemed to sense it, unwinding her form and slithering to his side. Voldemort reached out to caress her brownish-gray head, his tone softening from its earlier chill. "Do you also sense the interference of others?" Nagini flicked her tongue. "Who could it be?" Voldemort pondered, gently stroking Nagini's head against his shoulder. Recently, Umbridge's activities had intensified, targeting not only the students but also professors who opposed her. Clearly, her position as a senior investigator from the Ministry of Magic had legitimized her interference in Hogwarts affairs as she suppressed all dissenting voices among students and faculty, turning Hogwarts into a chaotic environment. This brought considerable trouble to Dumbledore, who had to navigate the threats posed by Death Eaters while managing the affairs of the Order of the Phoenix. All the while striving to contain Umbridge's growing attempts at usurpation, alongside guarding against a mysterious third-party force. Dumbledore had never felt such an overwhelming fatigue. Yet, amidst these precarious circumstances, Harry's situation had still encountered some missteps. Since their betrayal, the members of D.A. had become increasingly cautious. Their activities had been suspended for over half a month until it seemed Umbridge had forgotten the incident, allowing them to reorganize. However, Umbridge's ambitions had grown ever larger. She was no longer content merely to be a senior investigator. Since the moment Eichmo revealed the name of the group to her, she had been meticulously devising an elaborate scheme. D.A. The Dumbledore's Army. If the Ministry of Magic were to discover that Dumbledore was clandestinely forming an army at Hogwarts, he would undoubtedly find himself in grave trouble. At that point, with a modicum of effort on her part, it might not be impossible to dislodge him from his position as headmaster. Umbridge feigned forgetfulness regarding the matter, and to prevent any slip-ups, she refrained from assigning anyone to monitor Harry and the activities of D.A. Indeed, more than half a month later, she once again detected signs of D.A.'s activities. This time, she chose not to act hastily. Instead, she concealed herself on the 8th floor, witnessing the students stealthily entering. This opportunity would not slip through her fingers. Rather than departing, she summoned her Patronus to notify the members of the Special Investigation Unit. A silver Persian cat gracefully leapt from the tip of her wand, silently navigating through the halls of Hogwarts, and soon enough, all members of the Special Investigation Unit received the alert. Now, assemble on the 8th floor. When Filna and Draco received the news, a jolt of alarm surged through them. Today, D.O. was resuming activities on the 8th floor, and Umbridge had summoned them to gather there. What an uncanny coincidence. Unless, of course, she had discovered traces of D.A.'s activities. Without a moment to ponder, Filna and Draco hastened to the 8th floor. A considerable number of people had already assembled there, with Umbridge standing at the forefront of the crowd, a smile gracing her face as she regarded them. My dear members, it utterly astounds me that, under the stringent regulations of the educational decree, there are still individuals clandestinely organizing group activities, she proclaimed, her sharp voice laced with excitement. Just today, I personally witnessed numerous students entering a door that has seemingly vanished from this very wall. Umbridge's gaze fell upon the pristine wall. Thus, in order to uphold the authority of the educational decree, I believe we must wait here for their emergence, so that they may receive the punishment they rightfully deserve. Fiona and Draco exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with concern. She had indeed discovered something. Umbridge had stationed her team on the 8th floor, demanding the presence of all individuals, with none permitted to leave. Fiona and Draco were positioned at her side, surrounded by members of the Special Investigative Task Force, rendering it difficult to make any subtle movements. As time ticked away, Fiona felt an increasing sense of urgency, aware that the D.A. activities were nearing their conclusion. Suddenly, Draco gently squeezed her hand. Ferna slightly tilted her head and observed him intently gazing at the white wall before him, completely oblivious to her presence. Fiona redirected her gaze to the white wall, subtly flipping her palm upwards to allow Draco to inscribe words within her hand. Dumbledore. Almost instantaneously upon Draco's completion of the writing, a door materialized on the wall. Draco whispered urgently, quickly, seizing the moment when everyone's attention was drawn to the door. A nimble silver fox stealthily slipped away. The Patronus charm was not a spell easily conjured by fifth-year students. Even a prodigious talent like Harry required extensive training before mastering it in his 3rd year. To dispatch a Patronus to deliver a message to Dumbledore was indeed a demonstration of formidable prowess. However, the urgency of the situation left no room for considerations of concealing one's abilities. Chapter 123. The door to the room of requirement swung open, with Harry emerging first. Clearly unprepared for the throng awaiting him at the threshold, he immediately spread his arms and called out, "There are people outside. Retreat." The students inside, bewildered, hastily withdrew into the room. Harry stepped out and shut the door, his expression vigilant as he regarded Umbridge. Her smile was more saccharine than ever. "Mr. Potter, I believe you have violated Educational Decree number 24. Now, please accompany me to my office." Before her words could fully settle, a commanding voice emanated from the back of the crowd. "Professor Umbridge, I don't believe Harry has committed any wrongdoing." Umbridge turned in astonishment to find Dumbledore parting the crowd as he approached them. "Oh, Headmaster," Umbridge feigned a smile. "I believe I have the authority to punish students who violate educational decrees." Dumbledore met her gaze, a subtle threat glimmering in his eyes. I believe I am the headmaster of Hogwarts. Of course, Umbridge replied, unflinching. But I am confident that the Minister of Magic granted me the power to discipline students when he appointed me as Hogwarts High Inquisitor. Dumbledore's smile remained, though it bore an edge. Certainly, but I believe Hogwarts is still under my jurisdiction as headmaster. After a moment of silence, Umbridge, her forced smile now slightly strained, replied, Of course. Dumbledore stepped closer to Harry, placing a hand on his shoulder. In that case, Harry, I shall take my leave with him. I have matters to discuss. Harry glanced at Dumbledore, concern flickering in his eyes as he cast a fleeting look back at the door of the room of requirement. Oh, certainly, Dumbledore noted, catching his gaze. I've invited some students here to assist me with a few minor tasks. I believe I may take them with me. Wouldn't you agree? Professor Umbridge? Umbridge appeared poised to protest, but Dumbledore swiftly interjected. Oh, I assure you, they are not engaged in any organized activities. They are merely here to lend a hand to their unfortunate headmaster. Dumbledore winked at Harry. Indeed, we are merely here to assist the esteemed headmaster. Harry turned to meet Umbridge's gaze directly. The smile on Umbridge's face twisted into a grotesque arc, her usual shrill voice tinged with anger, becoming rather grating, of course. We shall leave. With that, she waved dismissively at the members of the Special Investigation Group behind her and departed with her entourage. Once everyone had vacated the space, Harry felt a twinge of guilt and said, Professor, I sincerely apologize for causing you trouble once again. Oh, it is nothing, my child, Dumbledore replied, his voice warm as he placed a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder. I truly commend your initiative in leading your peers and practicing self-defense. Harry bashfully ruffled his hair. Well, since the predicament has been resolved, I must take my leave. Dumbledore playfully winked. Promise me you'll exercise more caution next time, will you? I will, Professor, Harry replied shyly. Dumbledore patted his shoulder and turned to leave. Harry returned to the room of requirement, leading the students out. What just happened, Harry? Ron asked, rubbing his reddened nose. I was right behind you when you abruptly slammed the door, and I nearly flattened my nose. Umbridge was waiting for us at the door, Harry explained. Fortunately, Professor Dumbledore arrived just in time to send her away. How could that be? Hermione questioned, perplexed. We changed our communication methods, and the members signed confidentiality agreements. How did Umbridge learn of our whereabouts? Harry shook his head and sighed softly. I am uncertain. For now, let us refrain from organizing any activities. I will find time to inquire with Felina to see if she knows anything. Hermione nodded in silence. Observing their demeanor, Ron smirked and muttered under his breath. The only ones who knew about this before signing the confidentiality agreement are her and Malfoy. Who knows if they leaked the information? Harry and Hermione immediately shot him a furious glare. Ron, startled, stepped back slightly, feeling guilty. I was just saying. Hermione raised her fist threateningly in front of him. If you speak ill of Felina again, I shall unleash this upon your face. Ron, begrudgingly, pouted but, noticing Hermione's clenched fist, chose to remain silent. When Felina had alerted Dumbledore previously, she anticipated he would seek her out. Thus, when a sixth-year Gryffindor student approached her at noon, she was not the least bit surprised. Felina, the headmaster wishes to see you in his office. Very well, I understand. Thank you, Felina replied gently, clutching her books as she expressed her gratitude to the student. She then turned and handed her books over to Draco. It seemed that once again, she would not be able to enjoy a proper lunch today. Feigning sorrow, Felina let out a gentle sigh. Draco's face lit up with a tender smile as he assured her, I shall return with delectable treats for you. Thank you, darling. Felina replied, offering a sweet smile before gracefully turning away and heading towards the headmaster's office. Draco watched her joyful figure depart, a hint of a resigned smile playing on his lips as he shook his head softly. Upon arriving at the headmaster's office, she found Dumbledore awaiting her. Ah, you have arrived, my child, he remarked, his gaze immediately settling upon her as she stepped into the room. Felina gracefully curtsied and took her seat. Headmaster, what brings you to summon me? Dumbledore clasped his hands on the table, leaning slightly forward, his gaze piercing through his spectacles. It appears that Miss Wit has mastered the Patronus charm to a remarkable degree. I was unaware your magical prowess had reached such heights, especially to conjure such a splendid Patronus in your 5th year. Quite impressive. Thank you, Felina replied nonchalantly. I seem to recall there is no course on the Patronus charm offered at our school, Dumbledore remarked, a glint of curiosity in his eyes. Where did you acquire such knowledge, Miss Wit? My father taught me, Felina stated calmly. As far as I am aware, Miss Felina, you do not often return home during the holidays, Dumbledore continued, his gaze unwavering. Felina shot him a sidelong glance, a hint of a smile playing at her lips. "Headmaster, you seem rather concerned about my well-being," she observed, lifting her chin slightly. "You even know where my holidays have been spent." "Caring for students is my duty as a headmaster," Dumbledore replied, a warm smile illuminating his face. Chapter 124. The headmaster's concern for students must have its limits. Failna lowered her eyes to brush off her robes, then glanced up at him with a pointed look. "If we were to touch upon any family secrets, it might not bode well." Filna's departure from her usual demure demeanor momentarily left Dumbledore in a state of bewilderment. After a brief pause, he managed to smile, stating, "It is certainly within a headmaster's purview to be concerned for his students. However, I hold no interest in the familial secrets of those under my care." "That is for the best," Filna replied, a forced smile gracing her lips. "One cannot help but fear inadvertently uncovering something one ought not to know and offending others." Fiona subtly rose, her previously respectful demeanor evaporating. "Mr. Headmaster, if you have no further matters, I kindly take my leave." Dumbledore observed her graceful bow and departure, granting him no opportunity for retention. Perhaps he had misjudged. This one was evidently more complex than she appeared. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, a sly smile crept across Fiona's face. This old fox, Dumbledore, was astute. Should she offer a frenzied explanation, it would likely only deepen his suspicions. It was far more prudent to leave him with an even greater enigma. The more erratic and mysterious her behavior, the more he would be compelled to unearth her secrets. In any case, he would find little to investigate, merely increasing his workload. With the Order of the Phoenix encountering numerous setbacks and Umbridge stirring trouble at Hogwarts, he must be quite vexed. Perhaps she could further burden him. The thought of complicating Dumbledore's affairs brought Fiona great delight, her steps growing lighter. As she rounded the corner on the 6th floor, she fortuitously collided with Harry, who was hastily making his way downstairs. "What is the matter, Harry?" Fiona inquired, her brow furrowing at Harry's anxious expression. Upon seeing Fiona, Harry's eyes brightened, his urgency intensifying. Malfoy suddenly fainted. "What?" Fiona grasped Harry's arm. "Where?" "He's in the infirmary right now." Before he had even finished speaking, Fiona had already taken off at a sprint, arriving breathlessly at the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey was meticulously examining Draco with her wand, while he lay on the bed, his pallid face akin to that of a fragile porcelain doll. "What happened?" Fiona's expression was icy as she stepped into the infirmary, where Hermione and Ron stood by the bedside. Hearing Fiona's voice, Hermione turned promptly. "Fiona, you're here. We were just about to seek you out regarding that day's events." She cast a cautious glance at Madame Pomfrey standing nearby and continued, "However, since you were unavailable, we inquired of Malfoy. We never anticipated that he would faint midway through our questioning, after which we immediately brought him here." Hermione lowered her gaze, a hint of guilt evident. "Did anything transpire in between?" Fiona's countenance remained collected, devoid of any superfluous emotion. "No, nothing occurred. He simply collapsed suddenly," Hermione replied without hesitation. Fleur shifted her gaze towards Madame Pomfrey and inquired, "How's Draco?" Madame Pomfrey had already set aside her wand, and with a grave expression, she sighed. "Preliminary examinations suggest he has ingested some form of potion, but further specifics elude us." With a flourish of her wand, Filna levitated Draco and began to stride towards the exit, only to be confronted by Madame Pomfrey, who blocked her path. "What do you think you are doing?" "Step aside." Filna replied with an air of indifference. "Miss Filna, you have no right to take Mr. Malfoy away. We must inform the head of the Malfoy family to retrieve him," Madame Pomfrey asserted, standing resolutely in front of her. Filna's hollow gaze fell upon her, her head tilting slightly, as if in a moment of piercing agony. "Ah!" Madame Pomfrey was immediately struck by a surge of crimson light, sending her sprawling to the side. Yet, Filna's wand continued to levitate Draco, and none could fathom how this was achieved. Hermione, Ron, and the recently arrived Harry stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide as they beheld Filna escorting Draco out the door, taking a moment before springing into action to rescue Madame Pomfrey. Faina floated Draco, who was in a state of unconsciousness, towards the cellar. Along the way, many students witnessed the scene. Some appeared inclined to inquire, yet were deterred by Faina's frigid gaze. Upon reaching the 1st floor, Faina encountered Umbridge, who had just exited the hall. "Oh, Miss Weasley, where do you intend to take Mr. Malfoy?" Umbridge asked, her tone excessively sweet. "Step aside," Faina replied with an icy demeanor. Umbridge narrowed her eyes in displeasure. "Miss Weasley, I believe." She could not finish her sentence, for it seemed as though an unseen force had grasped her throat, leaving her struggling in midair, her face reddening from the lack of oxygen. Filna spoke gently, I said. Step aside. Umbridge was abruptly propelled several meters away, crashing to the ground and losing consciousness, ignoring the terror etched on the faces of the surrounding students. Filna made her way to the potions office and pushed the door open. Snape was bent over his desk, engrossed in his writing. Upon noticing someone enter without knocking, his expression darkened as he lifted his gaze, immediately spotting Filna's impassive face as she levitated Draco into the room. What has happened? Snape inquired anxiously, rushing forward. Step aside, Filna replied, her eyes vacant as she regarded the obstruction in her path. Observing Filna's unsettling demeanor, Snape swiftly moved aside. After all, it was certain that Filna would not harm Draco. Filna gently lowered her slightly raised right hand, placing the levitating Draco upon her shoulder. She seized a handful of flue powder and cast it into the fireplace, uttering coldly, St. Mungo's. In a flash of emerald flames, the two vanished within the hearth. In the grand hall of St. Mungo's, a girl with golden brown hair emerged from the fireplace, supporting a boy with platinum locks. Ferna levitated Draco and casually seized a nearby doctor, stating coldly, examine his condition. The doctor furrowed his brows and glanced at her, retorting, I currently have other patients. You will have to wait. The tip of Filna's wand pressed against his neck, her gaze frosty. Show him first. The doctor, paralyzed with fear, promptly ushered them into his office and retrieved his wand to examine Draco. Waves of red and blue light emanated from the tip of the doctor's wand, scanning Draco's entire body. After a moment, the doctor retracted his wand, furrowing his brow. The situation is rather grim. It appears to be a combination of two potions. We will need to consult a specialist in potion-related injuries for a thorough examination. Go find one, Filna replied coldly. You have 3 minutes to bring someone here. That's against protocol, the doctor began, but a wand was instantly pressed against his throat. All right, he conceded, raising his hands in surrender, letting out a resigned sigh. Chapter 125. A short while later, the doctor returned with another physician. The specialist in potion injuries wasted no time. Perhaps the doctor had already briefed him on the situation. For as soon as he entered, he drew his wand to examine Draco. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and the office door burst open, revealing a frantic Lucius and Narcissa. What happened? What's wrong with Draco? As they entered, they beheld Draco lying on the bed, pallid and devoid of color, causing tears to cascade down Narcissa's cheeks. The potion specialist had already retracted his wand and shook his head gravely. It involves two ancient potions. One is a powerful love potion, while the nature of the other remains uncertain, though it is undoubtedly harmful. Currently, it seems the only way to mitigate the destructive effects of the second potion within him is to identify the one who administered it, compel her to provide the antidote, or ensure that the two fall in love. Upon hearing powerful love potion, a vision of a golden-haired girl seated in the library, engrossed in a book, flashed through Filna's mind. Moreover, the doctor sighed, stating that this particular potion was unprecedented, and even the one who administered it might not possess the antidote. Ferna turned her head to glance at Draco's pale face and gently inquired, when will he awaken? The doctor, with a grave tone, replied, only upon encountering the one who administered the poison or after consuming the antidote. At present, there are no alternative solutions. She then asked, will his current state of unconsciousness inflict harm upon his body? Finally redirecting her gaze towards the doctor, Ferna sought clarity. There will be some damage, but we shall exert every effort to minimize it, the doctor stated solemnly. It is imperative that we swiftly locate the individual responsible for concocting the potion. Very well, Ferna replied, a faint smile gracing her lips. I shall return shortly. She lifted her leg and proceeded to exit, while Narcissa hesitated, contemplating whether to stop her. It was evident that Ferna's demeanor was unusual, and Narcissa feared for her safety. With a gentle smile adorning her face, Filna declared, I shall return shortly, before vanishing at the threshold. In the flickering glow of the fireplace at St. Mungo's, she reappeared at Hogwarts in an instant. Her expression remained devoid of emotion as she traversed the path to the Slytherin dungeon, the hour still too early for afternoon classes, leaving most students in their common room. Along her route, numerous students cast glances of astonishment, fear, or disdain in her direction, yet she remained oblivious to their stares, moving with a mechanical gait until she reached the entrance of the Slytherin common room. To gain entry, one needed the password, which Filna did not know, fortunately. She encountered Blaise at the door. What brings you here? Blaise inquired, astonished. Are you looking for Draco? At the mention of Draco's name, Filna finally exhibited a hint of emotion. I seek Astoria Greengrass, she replied calmly. Blaze raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking, "Whatever for?" Fina's gaze drifted lazily towards him. Her expression vacant and seemingly tinged with a hint of obsessive agitation, causing the hairs on Blaze's body to stand on end. "I'll go in and bring her out." "Just wait here," he said, shuddering slightly before entering the slithering common room. Before long, a blonde girl emerged. Upon seeing Fina waiting for her, Astoria donned an enigmatic smile and asked, "Did you seek me out?" S gaze shifted towards her, her eyes dimming slightly. "Come with me." "Why?" Astoria leaned gently against the wall, a half-smile gracing her lips. "It seems we are not particularly acquainted." Fina abruptly pressed her against the wall, her wand firmly positioned against her neck. "Come with me," she commanded. Astoria remained unfazed, a victorious smile lingering upon her lips. "Why the rush? Have you not always pretended to be gentle? What has caused you to falter now?" As the depths of Fina's eyes darkened, a vivid smile blossomed upon her face, quickly restraining her. Astoria was abruptly bound. Yet, she exhibited no signs of panic. Even the curve of her lips remained unchanged. "If you wish for him to survive, it would be wise to kneel and plead with me now, rather than resorting to violence. I have concealed the memories of the potion's creation, rendering your use of Veritasium or legitimacy utterly futile." Astoria could not suppress a laugh, her eyes glistening with a hint of crimson. "Now, you can only beg me. Is that so?" Fina tilted her head, gazing at her softly. "Who said violence is ineffective?" Without further ado, Fina cast a silent glance at Astoria and then transported her to St. Mungos. "It is her." Fina cast Astoria before Lucius, while she herself sat beside Draco, clasping his hand. "Astoria?" Lucius gazed at her in shock. "How could it be you? Why would you do this?" The Malfoy and Greengrass families had always maintained a cordial relationship, and Astoria had practically been raised under the watchful eyes of Lucius and Narcissa. He simply could not fathom the reasoning behind her actions. Fina tossed a spell-stopping charm to Astoria, offering a polite smile as she gracefully lifted the hem of her robe in a gentle bow. "Uncle Lucius, Aunt Narcissa." The moment her voice resonated in the air, Draco opened his eyes. Chapter 126. For a fleeting instant, the unfamiliar environment left him bewildered. He glanced at Fina, who was seated by his bedside, holding his hand, and then turned his gaze to Astoria, who stood before Lucius and Narcissa, a slight frown creasing his brow. "What has happened to me?" The moment he opened his eyes, Fina sensed her tears cascading down in a steady stream as she abruptly threw herself into his embrace. "Draco, you terrified me." Fina lay in his embrace, weeping uncontrollably, while Draco weakly raised his hand to hold her close. "I am sorry for causing you such distress." With tear-filled eyes, Fina gazed up at him. "You have fallen under the spell of a potent love potion, a fusion of an intense enchantment and an ancient harmful elixir." Draco's expression darkened. His knowledge of potions was not superficial, and he was acutely aware of the implications. Astoria, regaining her composure, gracefully approached Draco and gently remarked, "You are awake." Draco's heart involuntarily fluttered, yet his brow furrowed deeply. The powerful love potion. Fina evidently sensed Draco's irregular heartbeat. She gently lowered her gaze and straightened her posture, no longer leaning against him. As Astoria approached, Draco distinctly felt the weakness within him diminish considerably, and a faint flush returned to his cheeks. It was clear that Fina, Lucius, and Narcissa all noticed the gradual improvement in his complexion. Astoria, still adorned with a tender smile, turned to Lucius and remarked, "You see, Draco cannot be separated from me at this moment. I hope Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa will reconsider Draco's betrothal." She continued, "I have concealed my memories regarding potion making." A deeper smile graced Astoria's face as she added, "Neither the memory charm nor the truth serum can affect me. Without the potion's formula, even Professor Snape himself would be unable to concoct an antidote. Of course, once Draco and I are wed, I shall reclaim my memories and brew the antidote for him to consume." Astoria's gentle smile gradually morphed into one of calculation, while Lucius could only clench his fists in frustration, powerless to act. Regardless, this individual now held his son's fate in her hands. Fina lifted her gaze to Astoria, then glanced at Draco, a faint smile gracing her lips. "I shall step out for a moment," she declared, clutching her wand as she rose to her feet and made her way toward the exit. A sudden wave of panic washed over Draco, and he abruptly grasped her hand. "Do you not want me anymore?" Fina glanced back at him, her eyes a tumult of emotions. Draco, filled with fervor, grasped her wrist tightly. "Do not leave. Do not leave, Fina. I swear I shall not fall for anyone but you. I shall take you as my only bride. Please, do not depart. I care not for the length of my days. I yearn solely to be by your side. I implore you, do not leave, do not forsake me." Felina cast her gaze down at the fingers that gripped her wrist, their tips turning pale from the pressure, yet not inflicting any pain upon her. "Now, I shall accompany you in caring for your well-being. I merely need to step out for a moment, but I shall return." A soothing smile curled at the corners of Filna's lips, while the panic in Draco's eyes deepened. He grasped her wrist tightly, desperately trying to retain her presence. Filna exhaled softly, her expression serene as she delicately pried apart his tightly clenched fingers, freeing her wrist from his grasp. Draco's eyes suddenly dimmed with despair. "Do you not want me anymore?" he uttered, his voice tinged with a heart-wrenching tremor. Fiona bent down to meet his gaze, her voice calm as she declared, "I shall return." Draco appeared inclined to reach out for her, yet she abruptly straightened and retreated a few steps, denying him that opportunity. "You needn't come back," he retorted. Astoria observed their exchange with keen interest, her eyes reflecting a blend of fervent excitement and jealousy. "The one he shall love henceforth will be none other than me." In a fit of rage, Draco seized a nearby vase and hurled it at Astoria, his eyes aflame with fury as he shouted, "Get lost. Just go away. I shall never love you. Leave me be." Astoria remained unperturbed, even taking a few steps closer to him with a smile, and remarked, "If you choose to harm me, you will only invite a far greater backlash upon yourself. It would be wise for you to compose yourself." Fiona clutched her wand and turned to exit. But as she passed by Narcissa, she was suddenly seized. Fiona cast a glance back at Narcissa, yet no words escaped her lips. The guilt in her eyes wrestled with despair. A faint smile emerged on Fiona's face as she gently withdrew her hand and stepped out the door. Chapter 127. As soon as she exited, a sinister smile flickered across Fiona's countenance. Desire to be with Draco? That was contingent upon her approval. Upon leaving St. Mungo's, Fiona promptly apparat to Gringotts. The Grand Hall of Gringotts was bustling with patrons, and Fiona approached the goblin at the counter with a cool demeanor, stating, "I require your assistance." The goblin looked up, and in an instant, his expression shifted from impatience to reverence. "Miss Carmen, please follow me." The goblin strode towards a corridor in the back, with Fiona swiftly trailing behind. After navigating several corners, they arrived at a modest office. "Miss Carmen, this place is entirely secure. You may confidently instruct me on your requirements," the goblin said, bowing respectfully. Calmly, Fiona inquired, "How many vaults does the Gringotts family possess here? What treasures lie within? Please take me to see. Furthermore, sever their financial ties." Gringotts monopolizes the entirety of the British wizarding economy, should the goblins desire. They could easily plunge the entire wizarding community into inflation or deflation. Disrupting a family's financial chain is child's play for them. Unfortunately, the wizards are far too arrogant, having never regarded this matter with the seriousness it deserves, and the goblins have not chosen to exploit it. "Yes, Miss Carmen," the goblin replied with a slight bow, retrieving a set of keys from a drawer and holding them aloft. "These are the keys to all the vaults belonging to the Gringotts family, a total of 7. Allow me to guide you." The goblin commenced leading the way, and Fiona promptly followed. As they inspected each vault, a flicker of disappointment surfaced in Fiona's eyes. The memory vials were absent from this location. Upon completing the tour of the final vault, Fiona gracefully tilted her chin and softly declared, "There is no need to return these keys to them." The goblin hesitated, then spoke, "Miss Carmen, that would be against protocol. I shall inform the Goblin King." "Your sole task is to comply with my directive," Fiona asserted, her head held high. "Let the Gringotts family bid farewell to all their assets. I entrust this matter to you." The goblin bowed respectfully, affirming understood. As they exited the grand doors of Gringotts, Diagon Alley buzzed with life. The throngs of people bustled about, yet Fiona's heart felt as cold as ice. There was no longer a need to spare the Gringotts family. With her influence now in play, both Dumbledore and Voldemort would soon be alerted. She needed to act swiftly. With a flicker, Fiona vanished at the entrance of Gringotts. Moments later, she appeared at the gates of the Greengrass estate, accompanied by a pack of werewolves. The head of the Greengrass family was taking a leisurely stroll in the garden, delighting in the beauty of his estate. Recently, the family's fortunes had soared, and as the patriarch, he was filled with immense pride. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from outside the estate, causing the ground to tremble violently for an instant. What on earth is happening? The Greengrass patriarch, on high alert, drew his wand and summoned the house elf, Ginny. What is going on? A flustered house elf appeared in midair. "Master, someone is attempting to lead a pack of werewolves into the estate." "What?" The Greengrass patriarch gasped in shock and immediately turned to head towards the main gate. How could this be? The werewolves had not allied themselves with Voldemort nor with the Order of the Phoenix. Why Why would they suddenly attack the Greengrass family? There had been no prior grievances between them. Fortunately, the estate's defensive enchantments had been inscribed by a master of magical wards, providing some assurance of protection. Hastily making his way to the gate, the Greengrass matriarch emerged from the house, her expression fraught with concern. "What is the matter, my dear?" she asked, alarmed. "Why has the protective enchantment been triggered?" "Jimmy says someone is trying to bring werewolves in. I must go and see," the Greengrass patriarch replied, gripping his wand tightly as he spoke coldly. "You stay here." Before he could finish his sentence, Filna approached, flanked by her pack of werewolves. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" the Greengrass patriarch exclaimed, his wand aimed at her in shock. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Filna's lips. "Then you ought to inquire with your beloved daughter." Suddenly, she raised her wand with force towards the two, exclaiming, "Bind swiftly." The head of the Greengrass family reacted promptly, blocking her spell and countering with a disarming charm. Filna's wand slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground, yet the smile upon her lips deepened. Cutting like a knife, she lifted her right hand, aiming it at the head of the Greengrass family, who was caught off guard and struck by a crimson light. His face contorted into a mask of agony and terror. "Ah, how could you?" "Ah." He writhed on the ground, screaming in despair, while Mrs. Greengrass, unarmed, shrieked as she attempted to flee back into the house. A piercing pain, a soft voice, reminiscent of Filna, resonated in the air, as Mrs. Gringlas was struck by a beam of crimson light. A werewolf stepped forward, seizing Mr. Gringlas's wand and retrieving Filna's wand, presenting them both back to her. Filna delicately toyed with the wand in her hand, observing the anguish etched upon the faces of the two individuals. A radiant smile blossomed at the corners of her lips. "Quickly, bind them," she commanded. Mr. and Mrs. Gringlas were abruptly ensnared, the excruciating pain that had tormented them finally alleviated. "Take me to Astoria's chamber," Filna uttered with an air of amusement. Large beads of sweat cascaded down Mr. Gringlas's forehead as he gazed at her in terror. "Astoria? What do you intend to do?" "What am I to do?" Filna seemed to find amusement in his question, letting out a light laugh. "It's what your daughter has done." "I shall reiterate for the final time. Take me to Astoria's chamber." Filna's expression suddenly turned icy. "Astoria is not here. We cannot enter her room," Mrs. Gringlas interjected. "That is of no concern to you," Filna replied coldly. "Lead the way." The head of the Gringlas family turned his head, gritting his teeth. "That is impossible." A radiant smile graced Fina's face. "Then, you shall remain here." A piercing red light flashed, and the head of the Gringlas family and his wife writhed in agony, their screams twisting the air. With a swift gesture behind her, Fina summoned the werewolves, who, upon receiving her command, surged into every corner of the Gringlas estate. The werewolves, harboring deep-seated resentment towards wizards, found particular satisfaction in witnessing the noble wizards of the Gringlas family, now helplessly sprawled on the ground, struggling in their plight. Each werewolf that approached could hardly refrain from spitting at them. Filna did not impose any restrictions on the vengeful actions of the werewolves. Before long, the Gringra Manor was reduced to a mere ruin. Alas, the Gringra Manor held no memory vials. Fiona's gaze grew increasingly frigid as she cast her eyes down upon the weakened head of the Gringlas family and his wife, both lying on the ground with ashen faces. In a hushed tone, she commanded, "Petrify them all, and diminish their forms swiftly." The couple, still wearing expressions of terror, was transformed into diminutive stone statues that tumbled to the earth. Filna gathered the belongings of the two individuals and disbanded the werewolf team, returning to Hogwarts alone. By the time she arrived, dinner was underway at the castle, and her previous actions within the school had come to the attention of the professors, who were all searching for her. Filna, unwilling to squander her time, stealthily entered the hall and immediately spotted Daphne, who was seated amidst the crowd, indulging in her meal. Filna gently raised her wand against Daphne's neck, causing her to momentarily hesitate, her gaze becoming vacant. She set down her knife and fork, standing up. As her nearby classmates looked up in surprise, questioning her departure. "Where are you going?" one asked. Daphne replied coldly, "Back to the dormitory." The others did not press further, allowing Filna to successfully lead Daphne away. As they walked, they encountered no one, and the two of them swiftly arrived at the stone wall of the Slytherin common room. "Enter the common room," Filna commanded softly. Daphne, with a blank expression, uttered, "Pure blood." With the password granted, they entered the communal lounge. The common room was deserted. Filna spoke again, "Go to Astoria's dormitory." Daphne hesitated for a moment before leading Filna in a specific direction, who hurriedly followed. They arrived at a door, which Filna pushed open to enter. The room was empty, and Filna glanced around. It was eerily pristine, devoid of any trace, clearly having been meticulously tidied. It It was likely that when she sought out Astoria earlier that afternoon, she had already taken great care to clean up. Irritated, Filna cast aside the object in her hand and turned to Daphne. Has Astoria given you anything recently? Daphne, still somewhat dazed, shook her head. Has Astoria visited your dormitory lately? Filna pressed on. This time, Daphne nodded. When? Filna inquired. Around noon, Daphne replied, her voice somewhat hollow. Fina's heart raced suddenly. Take me to your dormitory. Complying obediently, Daphne turned and led her to another room. It was adorned with vast expanses of pink. The moment Fina stepped inside, she began to search fervently. There were no drawers on the desk, nothing beneath the bed, nor under the pillow or mattress. At last, she found it. A shimmering glass vial was clenched in her hand, its contents, a silvery liquid, flowing gently within. Fina could not help but reveal a brilliant smile. Daphne remained drowsily standing to the side, and Fina curled her lips into a sardonic grin, releasing her soul-binding curse. Before casually tossing her a petrification spell and a shrinking spell, she picked up her statue and placed it alongside the heads of the Gringotts family. With her belongings in hand, Fina made her way to the potions office. Snape was bent over his desk, engrossed in writing something. Upon entering and closing the door behind her, she dispelled her invisibility charm. The dissatisfaction etched on Snape's face swiftly morphed into urgency. What brings you here? Do you have any idea how frantic Dumbledore has become in his search for you? Snape hissed in a lowered voice. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the trouble you've caused? Fiona cast a cold glance at him and spoke. I have matters to discuss with you. Follow me. As this is not a suitable place for conversation. She swiftly turned and approached the fireplace, seizing a handful of flue powder and tossing it in. St. Mungo's. Chapter 128. Severus Snape gritted his teeth and followed her. In a flash of fire, the two arrived at St. Mungo's. What on earth is happening? Snape grasped Fiona's arm, demanding an explanation. Draco has been afflicted by a potion administered by Astoria, a potent blend of a love potion and an unknown harmful elixir. Fiona produced a silver memory vial from her robe. I have retrieved Astoria's memories from when she concocted the potion. Can you create an antidote? Snape furrowed his brow as he listened. I am uncertain. I need to see Draco first. Filna escorted Snape to the doctor's office, only to find that Draco was absent. The doctor informed them that he had already been taken to the ward, prompting the two to make their way there. Inside the ward, Narcissa sat by the bedside, gazing at Draco, while Astoria occupied a chair not far from the bed. Lucius was not present in the room. Draco's complexion remained pallid. His brow furrowed in pain as he coughed a few times. Astoria immediately rose to pour a glass of water, intending to offer it to him. Go away. Don't come near me, Draco shouted as he perceived Astoria's approach. A gentle smile lingered on Astoria's face. Draco, you have no choice but me now. Do you truly believe that after you fell under my love potion, that would still wish to be with you? Do you genuinely think she would return after leaving? Do you really think she would find a way to save you? Stop dreaming. Your only escape lies with me. No one else can rescue you. Draco turned his head away to gaze out the window, his pallor deepening. A hint of emptiness clouded his gray eyes. Regardless, I shall never be with you. Filna stood at the doorway, clicking her tongue before stepping inside, noticing the cup of water still held aloft in Astoria's hand. A sweet smile graced Filna's lips as she seized the cup, poured some water, and approached Draco, gently coaxing, Come now, have a sip of water. Upon hearing Filna's voice, Draco turned around in surprise, exclaiming, You're back. The moment Narcissa caught sight of Filna, she rose and vacated her position beside the bed. Filna advanced a few steps, sitting delicately at the bedside, gently grasping his hand as she softly reassured him, of course. Draco's gray eyes shimmered with delight as he obediently accepted the cup, taking a few sips while his gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Filna. A warm smile blossomed at the corners of Filna's lips as she took the cup from Draco's hand and placed it on the bedside table, turning her gaze towards Astoria. I have returned with several delightful tidings. Instantly, the occupants of the room focused their attention entirely upon her. Astoria's lips still curved into a gentle smile, while Filna cast a fleeting glance in her direction before retrieving 3 small statues from her cloak and letting them fall to the floor. I made a visit to the Greengrass residence and brought them back. Filna gestured toward the stone statues strewn across the floor and winked at Draco. He grasped her intent almost immediately. However, it was evident that the other 3 individuals in the room were utterly perplexed, gazing in bewilderment at the sculptures below. The lineage of the Greengrasses had ceased to exist. With a casual flick of her wand, Filna uttered the incantation, Stupefy. The 3 stone figures instantly transformed into living beings. The trio appeared momentarily dazed, the expressions of the Greengrass patriarch and matriarch reflecting confusion, but upon catching sight of Filna, they recoiled in terror. Meanwhile, Daphne seemed utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. "Father? Mother?" she murmured, running her fingers through her hair as she scanned her surroundings. "Where are we? What is happening?" Astoria, equally bewildered, had not yet grasped the situation, but she was evidently aware that something was amiss, as she had drawn her wand and aimed it at Filna. Chapter 129. With a cold glance, Filna raised her eyes to meet hers and, in a surprising display of benevolence, began to elucidate. "The assets of the Greengrass family have been entirely liquidated, and the financial lifeblood of all their enterprises has been severed. The family estate shall no longer belong to you, and I shall join forces with other nobles to petition for the removal of the Greengrass family from the ranks of British aristocracy. As for your 2 daughters," a subtle smile graced Filna's lips. "As a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, I am confident that my father and Uncle Lucius would be inclined to collaborate with other board members in seeking their expulsion. Coincidentally, the headmistress of Beauxbatons happens to be a close friend of my father, thus it is likely they would not find acceptance there either." The smile on Filna's lips deepened. Naturally, the Greengrass family's resources may no longer suffice to support their overseas education. Aside from the possessions you currently hold, everything else has ceased to belong to you. "Mr. Greengrass, I trust you are curious as to the reasons behind all of this." Filna's gaze turned towards the head of the Greengrass family, who trembled visibly, his eyes fixated upon her, his face flushed with indignation. "All of this can be attributed to your youngest daughter, Astoria." Filna's eyes hardened, the curve of her lips transforming into a malicious sneer. Had it not been for her administering potions to Draco, the Greengrass family would not find itself in such dire straits. The head of the Greengrass family looked at Filna in shock, then turned to his most obedient daughter. Incredulity etched on his face. "Leah?" Astoria's expression was a tumult of resentment and suspicion. Her hand, clutching her wand, trembled slightly as her voice lost its previous calm. "It's all your fault. Vet, had you not usurped my position, I would have been his wife." A venomous undertone laced her words as she spat out. "It's all your fault. Why are you even here? You should just die. You do not belong here." Fiena observed Astoria's frenzied demeanor and perceived her as utterly deranged, casting a fleeting glance in her direction without further acknowledgement. However, Draco's expression immediately darkened. How dare she curse Fiena? A glimmer of murderous intent ignited in the depths of Draco's gray eyes as he gently raised his wand, directing it at Astoria, his gaze locking onto her for the first time, a piercing agony. Astoria, clearly unprepared for Draco's sudden aggression, had her entire focus on Fiena, leaving her vulnerable to the crimson light that struck her unexpectedly. Astoria was violently propelled backward, her body contorting in anguish as she screamed. Draco suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his gray eyes glinting with venomous fury as he fixed his gaze upon Astoria. The corners of his lips stained with fresh crimson, his voice icy and taut. "How dare you speak ill of her? You do not deserve to live." The light emanating from Draco's wand intensified, his pallor growing ever more ghastly. Astoria, clinging to her sanity, erupted into maniacal laughter. "Draco, by harming me, you are only harming yourself. What does it matter if we perish? It seems we are destined to die together." Ha 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 ha. A shadowy tumult surged within Draco's eyes, the tip of his wand trembling slightly as he seemed on the verge of uttering another spell, when a delicate hand gently rested upon his own. With a radiant smile illuminating her face, Filna softly spoke. "Let me take care of it, shall I?" Draco's hands remained in motion, and though the corners of his lips twitched as if he wished to articulate something, Filna cheerfully interrupted him. "You must recover swiftly so we can marry. That is what truly matters. For now, allow me to handle the rest, will you?" Leaning in, she gently pressed her lips against his bloodstained mouth, a metallic taste invading her senses. "We have a long journey ahead. Do not allow yourself to be harmed by someone so insignificant." Fiena's delicate hand gently grasped his, pressing down the wand he held. Draco, yielding to her gentle force, lowered the wand. "Such a good boy," she remarked, a sweet, encouraging smile gracing her face as she pecked his lips. Her deep blue eyes sparkled with warmth as they gazed at him. Draco exhaled softly, his expression returning to its usual calm. A subtle smile played at the corners of his lips as his long fingers tenderly brushed against Fiena's cheek. "I apologize," he murmured. Fiena tilted her head and nuzzled his palm, her tone filled with affection. "This is not your fault." Clearly, Astoria had emerged from her excruciating torment, revealing a wicked smile as she quietly aimed her wand at Fiena's back. The agony had been profound, A crimson beam shot forth from the tip of her wand, directed at Fina, while Astoria's expression oscillated between laughter and tears, her eyes glistening with moisture. Draco, do you not love her? I shall ensure she experiences the suffering I once endured. The red light struck Fina as intended, yet it appeared to be momentarily halted by an unseen force before rebounding with greater vigor. Astoria, caught off guard, was unable to evade the returning beam, which struck her instead. A piercing scream erupted as Astoria writhed in agony on the ground, her blue eyes glaring venomously at Fina. Why? Why? Filna curled her lips into a mocking smile, rising gracefully to approach her, observing her writhing in agony on the ground, and chuckling softly, you bring this upon yourself. The head of the Greengrass family and his wife were huddled in a corner, embracing Daphne as they wept, their eyes fixated on Astoria, who was being tormented to the brink of madness, yet they dared not intervene. Clearly, Daphne shared a close bond with her sister. She struggled to move closer to offer aid, but Mrs. Greengrass held her firmly in place. The Greengrass lineage must endure. They were devoid of wands or any means of defense. Moving forward would be tantamount to courting death. Trembling, they sought grandiloquent excuses for their selfish cowardice, feigning concern and sorrow, yet their bodies would not budge an inch. Astoria writhed on the ground, screaming in despair, her once beautiful visage now a haunting reflection of torment. After several excruciating moments, she found herself bereft of even the strength to curse. Filna leaned down, meeting her gaze with a stern voice. Where is the antidote? Astoria revealed a maniacal smile. I shall never disclose that to you. Ha 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 ha. Even in death, I will drag him down to the grave with me. Ha 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 ha. The expression on Filna's face grew cold as she turned to gaze at the three individuals from the Greengrass family, huddled together. She gently tilted her head. I have heard that your relationship with your sister is rather good. Filna's gaze settled upon Daphne, whose face was marred with tear stains. The sight was agonizing. Suddenly, Daphne was struck by a surge of crimson light, and waves of excruciating pain compelled her to roll and scream. Astoria's pupils dilated in shock. Yet she bit her lip tightly, refraining from uttering a word. With a subtle curve at the corners of her lips, Filna remarked, It seems your relationship is not as harmonious as the world claims. Since you are indifferent to their opinions, allow me to assist you with a small favor. A sinister smile graced Filna's face as she uttered, Avada Kedavra. A flash of green light struck the head of the Greengrass family, leaving the onlookers in shock. The events transpired with alarming swiftness. In an instant, the head of the Greengrass family was devoid of life. Moments later, Mrs. Greengrass erupted in a piercing scream. My dear. Astoria stood frozen, staring at the lifeless body of Mr. Greengrass sprawled on the floor, while even Daphne, who was enduring excruciating pain, ceased her thrashing to gaze at the fallen figure beside her. Father! A heart-wrenching wail echoed as Daphne collapsed beside Mr. Greengrass's corpse, weeping uncontrollably. Astoria, seemingly jolted back to reality by that anguished cry, murmured softly, How could this happen? How could this happen? Ferna cast a cold gaze upon the unfolding scene, and softly addressed Astoria at her side. So, have you determined the location of the antidote? Astoria abruptly turned her head, her eyes ablaze with intense hatred. I shall kill you. She raised her wand, yet before she could utter a spell, Ferna swiftly disarmed her with a silent, wandless spell. Astoria's wand soared into the air and landed firmly in Ferna's grasp. The antidote, Ferna mused, twirling the wand in her hand as she aimed it at Mrs. Greengrass, unless you wish to lose another loved one. Astoria closed her eyes briefly and bitterly replied, There is no antidote, but two potions. One is an ancient, potent love potion, and the other is a high-grade combined harm elixir. Filna's lips curled gently. And what of your memories? A shadow flickered in Astoria's eyes. The memory vial lies hidden beneath the mattress of Daphne's dormitory. Filna did not overlook the shadowy depths within Astoria's gaze. She reached into her bosom and retrieved a memory vial, giving it a gentle shake before softly inquiring, Is this it? Astoria nodded in affirmation. A smile suddenly tugged at the corners of Ferna's lips. How can I ascertain whether you are deceiving me? Memories can be altered and fabricated, cannot they? The hue in Astoria's eyes shifted slightly. Ferna gently lifted her chin with the tip of her wand. You still have some of the potion you created, do you not? Where is it? Astoria replied with a frosty demeanor. There is none left. With a derisive laugh, Filna gently pressed the tip of her staff against Astoria's forehead and whispered, Soul extraction. It was evident that Astoria had not mastered the art of mental concealment, for Filna effortlessly discerned the hiding place of her remaining potions. Each of the two potions had been partially consumed, naturally leaving one with a residue. How could it possibly be otherwise? The ingredients for such potions were exceedingly rare and precious, thus Filna wagered that she would have preserved the remainder for unforeseen circumstances. And it was clear that her wager was correct. The potion was concealed within the study of the Gringotts estate. With a snap of her fingers, Filna summoned her house elf, Lily, who promptly materialized in the infirmary. Go to the study in Greengrass Manor and retrieve the potion from the second drawer on the left side of the desk. Filna instructed calmly. Without hesitation, Lily bowed and departed. Before long, she returned with a vial in hand. Master, this is it, Lily said, presenting a bottle containing a mesmerizing blue-violet potion, before respectfully taking her leave. Filna held the potion as she approached Snape, extending it towards him. Can you concoct an antidote from this potion? Snape accepted the vial, uncorked it, and cautiously inhaled its contents, his expression growing somewhat grave. This potion contains numerous rare ingredients. I fear that the components for the antidote will also be difficult to procure. That is of no concern. Just tell me what materials you require, and I shall certainly acquire them. Filna's deep blue eyes remained fixed upon him, unwavering. What are the odds of success? Snape furrowed his brow slightly. 30%. If someone is willing to test the potion, that could increase to 70%. Filna curled her lips in a faint smile. Testing medication? Aren't they all human? As long as it can be developed, you can have as many people as you desire for trials. Filna took a slight step back, gesturing sideways to Daphne and Mrs. Gringlass. Let them try first. No. Use me. Astoria, her mind in disarray, struggled to shake her head as she looked at Daphne and Mrs. Gringlass. Her face streaked with tears. The mortality rate of drug trials is exceedingly high, particularly with an antidote concocted from a blend of two potent potions. The likelihood of failure is certainly considerable. Fiona disregarded Astoria and cast a detached glance at Snape. How much should each person receive? She inquired. Approximately 3 to 5 drops. He replied, his brow furrowed in hesitation. However, one individual suffices. Fiona swiftly removed the cap and administered the potion to Mrs. Gringlass. The latter's terrified struggles were futile before Fiona, as she was firmly grasped by the chin and forced to swallow the elixir. Subsequently, she helplessly retched, attempting to expel the potion, yet it was evident that her efforts were in vain. Astoria stood in a daze, utterly bewildered by how events had spiraled into such chaos. The room was in disarray, with Daphne trembling in fright in a corner, while Mrs. Gringlass lay panicked on the floor, desperately gagging. Mr. Gringlass lay lifelessly sprawled on the ground, and Narcissa observed the scene with an air of indifference, while Draco's gaze followed Fiona with a sense of affection. No, this should not be happening. She silently screamed within her mind. This is a dream. It must be a dream. Yet, the pain coursing through her body and the anguish in her heart were undeniably real and inescapable, the dual torment rendering her very soul trembling in fear. Filna crouched between Daphne and Mrs. Gringotts, swiftly retrieving a small red pill from a hidden compartment of her necklace and inserting it into Mrs. Gringotts' mouth. This is merely a little something to ensure your compliance, she said. Do not attempt to expel it. Once it enters your mouth, it will immediately amalgamate with your being. Should you choose to disobey, it will serve as my enforcer, and I strongly advise against contemplating self-destruction. Fiona wore a faint smile upon her face. Yet to Daphne and Mrs. Gringlass, this smile appeared exceedingly sinister, causing them to recoil in trepidation. Very well, you may take the person away, Fiona stated as she rose and turned her gaze towards Snape. How long will it take to prepare the antidote, approximately? Snape, still furrowing his brow, replied. If fortune favors us, it may take 3 to 5 days. If not, the timeline becomes uncertain. Perhaps the Felix Felicis might prove beneficial in this matter? Fiona suggested, producing a small vial of shimmering golden liquid from her pocket and handing it to him. Best of luck, she offered. Snape's brow relaxed slightly as he accepted the potion, a faint smile gracing his lips. Best of luck to me, he echoed. Fiona brandished her wand, transforming Mrs. Gringotts into a diminutive statue, and Snape promptly departed with the stone figure in tow. Fiona's gaze shifted towards Daphne. Daphne, her face a mask of terror, curled up and recoiled. A sly smile curled at the corners of Fiona's lips as she said, "You may continue to exist for now." With that, Fiona cast a petrification spell upon her, leaving Daphne frozen in place, her expression of horror forever preserved. Fiona cast another shrinking spell, transforming herself once more into a diminutive statue. Now, only Astoria remained. Fiona approached her, appearing still disoriented from the recent events, her gaze fixated vacantly on the void. As for you, Fiona's eyes settled on her dazed face. I shall not take your life for the time being. Astoria slowly redirected her gaze towards Fina. I want you to witness firsthand as I heal Draco. Fina softly replied, let him take matters into his own hands when the time comes. The expression on Astoria's face twisted between tears and laughter, ultimately crystallizing into a hollow smile. It should not be like this. It should not be like this. The tip of Filna's staff pressed against her neck. All of you, petrify at once and diminish in size. Astoria transformed into a lifeless little statue, plummeting to the ground. Fina placed the statue upon the bedside table and turned to Draco, inquiring, is this better? The answer was evident, as a hint of color had returned to Draco's face. Thank you, he said, pulling Fina's arm and enveloping her in a warm embrace. I am grateful for everything you have done for me. Meanwhile, Narcissa quietly exited, closing the door behind her. Filna picked up a handkerchief from the side and delicately wiped her fingers clean. She then casually tossed the cloth over the small statue of Astoria, covering it, before gently ruffling Draco's soft hair. How shall you repay me? Filna inquired, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of her lips. What if you were to offer yourself in return? Draco gazed at her with tender eyes and replied, I am at your command. A sweet smile graced the corners of Filna's lips as she gently patted Draco's back, urging him to lie down. After such a tumultuous day, you should take a moment to rest. The potions coursing through your veins will incessantly deplete your stamina and magical energy. Draco, grasping her wrist with a pleading gaze, implored, I am not weary. Please, do not leave. Filna's heart trembled suddenly. I will not leave. I shall stay here with you. Chapter 131. Draco, feeling somewhat uneasy, grasped her wrist tightly, his voice a soft plea. Would you sleep with me for a while? I wish to hold you. All right. Draco quickly shifted to the side, clearing most of the bed, and then gazed intently at Filna. Fiona obediently lay beside him, embracing his waist. Draco, with a sense of satisfaction, enveloped her entirely in his arms. After a long day of exertion, both were utterly fatigued and fell into slumber almost immediately. In the office of the headmaster at Hogwarts, Dumbledore rubbed his aching temples. This afternoon, Vet had inflicted harm upon Umbridge and Madame Pomfrey with an unforgivable curse, and even now, both had yet to recover. Many students had witnessed the incident. Clearly, the ramifications of this event were far more complex than they initially appeared. Letters of complaint from concerned parents poured into the headmaster's office like a torrential downpour, demanding Vet's expulsion from Hogwarts to ensure the safety of their children. However, Lucius and Mr. Carmen, as board members, united with other governors to defend Vet, applying pressure on the headmaster. Yet, the involvement of an unforgivable curse had escalated matters beyond the confines of the school. The Ministry of Magic had convened a tribunal, seeking to bring Vet to trial. However, an unexpected force intervened, elevating the situation to a new level. Voldemort suddenly launched an assault against the wizards forming the tribunal, and the Minister of Magic vanished without a trace, forcing the Ministry's plans to prosecute Vet to a halt. The minister stubbornly refused to acknowledge Voldemort's return, shifting the blame for the assault on the members of the Order of the Phoenix, thereby entangling them in this murky affair. Dumbledore, overwhelmed with a throbbing headache, deeply regretted not having recognized the complexities surrounding Vet earlier. She was far from being as simple as she seemed. While Dumbledore grappled with turmoil at Hogwarts, Voldemort faced his own challenges. Lucius's son had been ensnared by a love potion administered by the Greengrass family. Should the union between the Malfoy and Carmen families be annulled, it would become evident that Fiona was no longer under their control. The Carmen family, as a lineage of alchemists, represented a formidable force capable of swaying the tides of war, regardless of which side claimed them. Had Filna chosen to align herself with the Phoenix Society, it would undoubtedly have dealt a significant blow to the Death Eaters. He would never permit such an eventuality to transpire. The immediate priority was to secure Filna's position. He received word that the Ministry of Magic would convene a tribunal to adjudicate the matter of Filna's use of the unforgivable curse. Consequently, he personally led a contingent to dismantle the tribunal and subsequently imprison the Minister of Justice. With that issue resolved, he redirected his focus toward the Greengrass family. The Greengrass lineage, an ancient pureblood family, had previously offered him assistance during his zenith, yet they had consistently refused to submit to his authority. Now, under the guise of avenging Filna, he seized the opportunity to exert pressure on the Greengrass family. However, upon arrival at the Greengrass Manor, he found it reduced to ruins, with the occupants nowhere to be found. Yet, the situation was far from concluded. Dumbledore and Voldemort soon received further intelligence. Initially, 2 daughters of the Greengrass family, students of Slytherin, mysteriously vanished from the school. A Slytherin student confirmed that Astoria's last known companion was Filna, though Daphne's whereabouts remained shrouded in uncertainty. Furthermore, Astoria and Daphne's roommate reported signs of a disturbance in their dormitory, causing a wave of anxiety to ripple through Hogwarts. On Voldemort's end, reports emerged of sightings of Filna at the entrance of Gringotts, as well as her presence outside the Greengrass Manor, where traces of werewolf activity were abundant among the ruins. Voldemort finally grasped that this young lady from the Carmen family was not merely what she appeared to be. By the time the two awoke, evening had set in. Filna nuzzled against Draco, finally opening her eyes. "Did you sleep well?" Draco's gray eyes, fixed intently upon her, brimmed with tenderness. A sweet smile graced Fina's face as she spoke in a soft voice, still laced with the remnants of slumber. "It's wonderful. How are you feeling? Are you still unwell?" "I'm fine," Draco replied, turning his head to gently kiss her cheek. "Your father just came by to see you." Fina lazily murmured in acknowledgement, nestling against his chest and letting out a soft yawn. "Did Lucius not mention that the situation outside has devolved into utter chaos?" Draco raised an eyebrow. "Indeed. It's quite the mess. What exactly did you do while I was unconscious?" "Father seems to be on the brink of madness." The drowsiness in Filna's eyes gradually dissipated. "When I brought you here, Madame Pomfrey and Umbridge attempted to obstruct my path, prompting me to employ 2 piercing curses against them. Subsequently, I ventured to Gringotts in search of the memory vial concealed by Astoria, but alas, it was not there. In frustration, I commanded the fairies to strip her family of all their possessions. Later, I took the werewolves to Grimmauld Place, turning it upside down in search of the vial. Yet to no avail, I was left with no choice but to reduce it to rubble. Eventually, I returned to Hogwarts, where I discovered the memory vial in Daphne's dormitory, and I seized the opportunity to bring her along as well." Ferna reflected carefully on her actions, her tone remaining nonchalant. "That's all." Draco raised his brows slightly in concern. "Doesn't that expose your influence?" "It was bound to be revealed eventually," Ferna replied indifferently. "Let us consider it a small gift for Dumbledore and Voldemort." As they conversed, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door, followed by Lucius's voice. "Is Ferna awake?" "I am awake, Uncle Lucius. Please come in," she responded, neatly putting on her shoes and sitting obediently at the edge of the bed. Lucius pushed the door open with an anxious expression and entered. "The situation outside has become rather tumultuous. Hogwarts has discovered the disappearance of the 2 daughters of the Greengrass family, and many parents are aware of your use of the Cruciatus curse against the staff. They are pressuring Dumbledore to expel you, although the Board of Governors has temporarily suppressed this matter. The Ministry of Magic intends to organize a tribunal to bring you to trial, but Voldemort's followers attacked the wizards and the Minister of Justice at the tribunal, which has also been momentarily hushed. Furthermore, he had previously led the Death Eaters to Greengrass Manor, now reduced to ruins, where traces of werewolves were also found. Now, Severus has informed me that Dumbledore has begun to suspect your identity, and someone has reported to Voldemort that they saw you at Gringotts and Greengrass Manor. I suspect he has started to doubt you as well." Having outlined the current chaos, Lucius turned to Ferna with concern. "The situation outside is exceedingly chaotic. Both Mr. Carmen and I believe it would be wise for you to return to France and temporarily avoid the storm." Filna exhibited no surprise regarding the current situation. She had long anticipated the chaos that would ensue and had considered the possibility of her identity being revealed, yet she had not foreseen Voldemort's involvement in this matter. What could possibly motivate him to intervene? Fina's gaze shifted towards Draco, then fell upon the small statue of Astoria, concealed beneath a cloth at the bedside. As if a sudden realization dawned upon her, it seemed that Voldemort feared Draco might unite with Astoria should the alliance between the Malfoy family and the Cormac family dissolve. He would no longer be under control. A faint smile graced the corners of Filna's lips. Voldemort truly had little faith in the bond between her and Draco. Fina's silence left Draco somewhat unsettled. He understood that her return to France was the most prudent course of action, yet he was reluctant to part ways with her. However, it was evident that accompanying her back was not an option. Voldemort would never permit it. Draco cast his gaze down at his fingers and, after a long pause, spoke. "Father is right. Returning now is indeed the wisest choice." Fiona blinked in astonishment at him. Draco exhaled softly, a relaxed smile gracing his face. "Go back and lay low. Once this matter blows over, you can return. I shall not leave." A flicker of darkness in Draco's eyes was keenly perceived by Fiona. She gently took his somewhat cold hand and said softly, "I have a way to resolve these issues. You focus on recuperating here while waiting for Professor Snape to concoct the antidote. I must venture out with Uncle Lucius." Rising, Fiona tucked the blanket around Draco. Her voice soothing, "Wait for my return." Given Draco's current frail condition, Fiona deliberately avoided disclosing her plans, knowing that his present state was ill-suited for burdening him with concerns. Draco understood her intent, yet he grasped her wrist, his eyes filled with worry. "Will there be danger?" A radiant smile graced Fiona's lips as she assured, "No, I promise." Draco exhaled in relief, releasing her wrist and settling down obediently. "You may go. Return early." "Very well." Fiona gently placed a kiss upon his forehead before turning to follow Lucius. After walking a short distance, she spoke again. "Uncle Lucius, I require your assistance." "Speak." Lucius replied with a serious demeanor. "I need you to embellish and disseminate the events surrounding Astoria, ensuring as many people as possible are aware." Claiming that Draco remains in a coma, Fiona narrowed her eyes. "Furthermore, I hope the Board of Governors will exert pressure on Dumbledore to expel both Astoria and Daphne." "Consider it done," Lucius affirmed. "Moreover, during this time, you and Aunt Narcissa must exercise utmost caution. They may very well target you." Fiona lowered her voice. "I will arrange for someone to watch over Draco around the clock." "Good. We shall be vigilant." Lucius furrowed his brow slightly. "And what of the other matters?" "The other matters I shall resolve," Fiona replied with a mischievous smile. "No matter their suspicions, they shall find no evidence." Upon exiting St. Mungo's, the two parted ways. Lucius set off to address the situation with Astoria, while Fiona made her way to Manor Malsnay. "Isabel?" Fiona navigated her way to the alchemy chamber with ease. Isabel was seated, engrossed in a book, and upon hearing her voice, she looked up immediately. "Fiona?" Setting her book aside, Isabel effortlessly dragged a chair closer and gestured for Fiona to sit. Fiona seated herself with a gentle smile, and without preamble, she said, "I have a matter I would like your assistance with." "What is it?" Isabel's voice remained unperturbed, her crimson eyes fixed intently upon her. Fiona had long grown accustomed to her calm and tranquil demeanor. She softly spoke, "I wish to solicit your assistance in locating the final Horcrux of Voldemort." "I regret to inform you that I cannot assist with that," Isabel replied, her tone laced with a hint of regret. "Members of the Malsnay family are forbidden from intervening in the affairs of the wizarding world. However, I might be able to investigate an unusual incident involving a fragmented soul attached to an object, causing disorder." Isabel winked at her, adding, "After all, it is quite astonishing that within the jurisdiction of the Malsnay family, a fragmented soul should attach itself to an object and disturb the balance." Fiona blinked, a sweet smile blossoming at the corners of her lips. "Thank you." "You're welcome," replied Isabel, her lips curving into a subtle arc. Chapter 133, Emerging from the Malsnay Manor. Fiona utilized her illusionary shifting to arrive at the Goblin Bank. The fairies were still bustling about at the counter, and Fiona gracefully maneuvered past them, making her way towards the office at the back. Inside the office, the Fairy King awaited her arrival. Upon seeing Fiona enter, the Fairy King spoke slowly. "What is it that you wish to discuss?" "From this day forth, we shall impose strict measures against the families associated with the Phoenix Society and the Death Eaters." Fiona commanded in a low voice. "All possessions brought in by their members must be meticulously recorded, and any irregularities must be reported to me without delay. Ensure that all the elves are equipped and on standby at all times." The Elf King narrowed his eyes, his aged voice resonating. "Is war on the horizon?" It cannot be far off. After her meeting with the Elf King, Fiona sought out the werewolf leader, Fenrir. Since the downfall of the Gringlass family, Fenrir had remained at the Leaky Cauldron, not returning home, which made it easy for Fiona to locate him. "What brings you here?" Fenrir inquired, holding a glass of whiskey. Upon seeing Fiona enter, he swallowed the remaining liquid in his cup and turned to face her. Fiona coldly declared, "From this day forth, all combat forces of the werewolf clan must be equipped and ready for immediate action. Additionally, arrange for a few individuals to keep a 24-hour watch over Draco." Fenrir smirked with a wicked grin. "Is it about to commence?" "It won't be long now." Fiona furrowed her brow as she gazed at him, expressing her unease with a cautionary tone. "Ensure that only the most capable individuals are chosen to guard Draco. I fear someone may seize this opportunity to take action against him. Furthermore, let no word escape regarding Draco's awakening, publicly. We shall maintain that he remains in a state of unconsciousness." "Understood," Fenrir replied with a nod, yet a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. Fiona pressed her lips together momentarily before speaking. "Do not act impulsively. Refrain from engaging in direct confrontation with either party until further orders are received." Fenrir continued to nod in agreement. Fiona furrowed her brow, yet chose not to utter another word. turning on her heel to depart. With their conversation concluded, she traversed through the fireplace and Diagon Alley to arrive at the potions office at Hogwarts. Severus Snape stood before a cauldron, intently gazing at the bubbling azure potion. Fina, wishing not to disturb him, quietly exited the office. She needed to meet with the orc, but it was evident that many within the school were searching for her. To avert unnecessary troubles, an invisibility charm was indeed essential. Ferna raised her wand and gently tapped it against the crown of her head, a chill cascading from her scalp down to her heels. Observing her now translucent hands and feet, she stepped out of the castle with a sense of satisfaction. It was dinner time, and the hall was bustling with activity. Navigating through the lively crowd, Ferna made her way to the Forbidden Forest. As soon as she crossed into its confines, a centaur approached her, bowing respectfully. "My lady," the centaur greeted with a nod. Fianna spoke in a low voice. "The war may soon commence. Inform the orc clan to prepare themselves." The centaur's expression darkened, a rare occurrence. "My lord, the celestial signs indicate that you are likely to face adversity soon. Now may not be an opportune moment to engage in battle. What do the stars foretell?" Fianna furrowed her brow and gazed at him. The centaur's golden eyes suddenly illuminated, his voice taking on an ethereal quality. "The light of the primary star diminishes. The secondary star is dim, while the foreign star gradually eclipses, faintly aligning with the primary star's radiance." As his words concluded, the centaur's eyes returned to their usual state, and his voice reverted. "My lord, the celestial signs suggest that you will encounter challenges, and your allies may be undermined, while adversaries are likely to seize the opportunity to strengthen their power. The centaur's astrological predictions are known for their remarkable accuracy, and Fianna could not afford to be complacent. I shall endeavor to delay the onset of war. Inform me immediately of any changes in the celestial signs." The centaur bowed in acknowledgement, and with a grave expression, Fianna departed. To postpone the war, it would be necessary to slightly revise the strategy. Fina entered the grand halls of Hogwarts Castle, making her way to the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore sat behind his desk, massaging his temples in deep contemplation. "Headmaster," Fina began in a measured tone, prompting Dumbledore to abruptly lift his gaze. "Vit?" Fina sat before Dumbledore with an air of indifference, inquiring. "I hear you wish to speak with me?" Dumbledore swiftly composed himself, his demeanor turning grave as he replied, "Miss Witter, it has come to my attention that you have been reported for openly employing an unforgivable curse against Madame Pomfrey and Professor Umbridge. Both faculty members have corroborated this claim. Do you have any defense?" "Certainly, sir." Fina raised an eyebrow. "This is nothing short of slander." Dumbledore narrowed his eyes. "Are you suggesting that Madame Pomfrey and Professor Umbridge are fabricating their accounts? Perhaps they simply misinterpreted the events," Fina blinked innocently. "Or perhaps someone masqueraded as me to assail them." Dumbledore's tone grew increasingly stern. "Are you asserting that you have no connection to this matter?" "Indeed, sir." Fina met his gaze with calm assurance. "I am entirely uninvolved. However, St. Mungo's has confirmed that you brought Mr. Malfoy there." Dumbledore narrowed his eyes further. "Was that also an act of impersonation?" "Oh, no, sir." A faint smile graced Fina's lips. "I personally escorted Draco there. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that I may have rendered unconscious an individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to me along the way. Can one?" Fina remarked nonchalantly. "Perhaps I subdued my impersonator before taking Draco." "Miss Witter." Dumbledore's voice sharpened abruptly. "I trust you comprehend that this is an interrogation, not mere conversation. And I expect you to treat it with the seriousness it warrants." "An interrogation?" Fina's lips curled into a sardonic smile as she leaned slightly forward, locking eyes with Dumbledore. Stating word by word, "Mr. Dumbledore, it seems you lack the authority to interrogate me. As headmaster, I believe I possess the right to question any student who may be in violation of the law." Dumbledore's expression remained stern. A subtle hint of mockery danced in Fina's eyes as she remarked, "As a student, I believe I possess the right to choose how to respond to your inquiries." A flicker of anger flashed in Dumbledore's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by a benevolent smile. "Miss Witt," he stated, as the headmaster, "I hold the authority to expel a student who contravenes the law. Furthermore, the unforgivable curse has indeed crossed into the realm of legal matters, and I believe the Ministry of Magic will also seek to bring you to justice." Fina raised an eyebrow disdainfully, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "The headmaster may attempt to expel me," she remarked. As for the Ministry of Magic's judgment, her impish grin widened. "Naturally, there are those who will assist me in resolving the matter." A flicker of concern crossed Dumbledore's eyes. A faint smile graced the corners of Fina's lips as she elegantly rose to her feet. If there are no further matters at hand, I believe I should take my leave. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, fixating on her, his tone now devoid of any emotional warmth. The two young ladies from the Greengrass family have gone missing, and it has been reported that you were the last person to see them. How do you account for this situation? Furna stifled a soft laugh, her beautiful eyes, slightly downcast, glimmering with mirth. I am not acquainted with any young lady from the Gringotts family. If the headmaster has further inquiries, he may summon a representative from Gringotts to confront me directly. Dumbledore gazed at her in silence. With her gentle smile, as warm as ever, Filna softly spoke. Headmaster, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Dumbledore felt a weight settle in his heart. Fiona paid no heed to the profound shock that enveloped Dumbledore as she gracefully rose and sauntered out of the headmaster's office. Her recent admission of allegiance to Voldemort must have left him astounded, and she knew he would undoubtedly pursue this lead, momentarily diverting his attention. Now, she faced the critical task of confronting Voldemort. It was imperative that she redirect the gaze of both parties, ensuring they remained oblivious to her connection with a third force. Otherwise, the specter of war would loom ever closer. Fiona made her way back to the potions office, where Severus remained in nearly the same position as before, though the liquid in the cauldron had transformed from a pale blue to a light purple. He paid no heed to Fiona, who, in turn, did not wish to disturb him. Approaching the fireplace, she grasped a handful of flue powder and softly uttered, Malfoy Manor. Chapter 134. A surge of green flames erupted, enveloping Fiona's form. In the blink of an eye, she found herself standing in the fireplace of Malfoy Manor. As the flames dissipated, she was taken aback by the scene before her. The furniture in the sitting room lay askew, with signs of a struggle evident on the floor. The warm yellow carpet was marred with dirt, and several planks of the wooden floor appeared to be warped. Uncle Lucius, Aunt Narcissa, Fiona called out, her wand gripped tightly as she surveyed her surroundings. There was no response. Given that both Lucius and Narcissa were clad in protective alchemical gear and were formidable in their own right, Fiona was not overly concerned for their safety. Before she could ponder for long, a series of footsteps grew increasingly audible from outside. Instantly, Fiona steeled herself, ready for whatever might come. In mere moments, Lucius and Narcissa hurriedly entered through the door. Upon seeing Fiona, Lucius's expression shifted slightly as he approached her with urgency. As soon as Fiona began to speak, Lucius eagerly interrupted her. Listen to me, he said, fixing his earnest gaze upon her. A group of individuals suddenly invaded Malfoy Manor. In self-defense, Sissy and I subdued them one by one. However, shortly thereafter, a contingent of ministry officials arrived with an arrest warrant, having discovered a search order among the initial group. They now accuse Sissy and me of resisting law enforcement and refusing to cooperate, intending to take us to Azkaban. We managed to incapacitate them and left them at the entrance, buying ourselves a little time. Soon, a third group will arrive, and Sissy and I will go with them first. Do not act impulsively. This situation is evidently a complete fabrication, yet it is not the ministry's doing. Thus, you must uncover those behind this to rescue us. Draco remains in the hospital, and the situation is utterly chaotic. I understand this is a daunting task, but the Malfoy estate is temporarily in your hands. Lucius removed a silver ring bearing the Malfoy family crest and handed it to her. This is the ring of the head of the family. I entrust everything to you. Furthermore, I have completed the task you entrusted to me, Lucius whispered. Fina grasped the ring in her hand, yet before she could utter a word, a group of individuals burst into the room, with their leader brandishing an arrest warrant. Mr. Malfoy, Mrs. Malfoy, you are both accused of assaulting ministry officials, resisting law enforcement, and failing to cooperate. Thus, by virtue of the valid arrest warrant issued by the Ministry of Magic, I am compelled to apprehend you. I trust you will not resist, as it may mitigate your sentences. Lucius and Narcissa displayed their customary haughty and aloof expressions, maintaining the elegance befitting their noble lineage. Standing undaunted as they awaited the approach of their captors. Seizing the moment when attention wavered, Lucius discreetly glanced at Fina, forming the word calm with his lips. Fina exhaled softly, releasing her grip on the tightly held wand. After a thorough search, Lucius and Narcissa were declared under arrest. Before being taken away, Lucius glanced back at Fina and formed his lips into a silent plea. I beg you. Fiona watched with her own eyes as the two were taken away, and she crouched down, burying her head between her knees. Draco must not be informed of this matter. Fina mentally revisited her strategy, the unexpected arrest of Lucius necessitating yet another modification of her plans. As time slipped away, she remained motionless, crouched in her original position. The usual warmth and brightness of the room had vanished, the night ushering in a chilling presence that permeated every corner. Hurling against the wall, Ferna pondered her next course of action. After what felt like an eternity, she finally stirred in the enveloping darkness, stretching her stiff limbs and rising with deliberate grace. It was quite late. She ought to return and check on Draco. The defenses of the Malfoy estate had been compromised, and Ferna vanished from her spot with a swift apparition. St. Mungo's was ablaze with light, the passers-by bearing serious expressions, their hurried footsteps echoing through the corridors. Falna arrived at the entrance of Draco's hospital room, where 2 werewolves were stationed as guards. Upon seeing Falna approach, the 2 instinctively stepped back a few paces. Fiona gently pushed open the door. The room remained shrouded in darkness, with the moonlight from outside casting a soft glow upon Draco's face, delicately outlining his features. In the dim light, Fiona noticed that Draco was still awake. Upon hearing the creak of the door, Draco abruptly turned his head, his face slipping into shadow, rendering his expression inscrutable. Yet, the joy that emanated from his voice softened Fiona's heart. "You're back." Filna concealed her emotions, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Yes, I am back." She approached the bed with measured steps, reaching out to gently caress Draco's cheek, her voice soft and tender. "Why are you still awake? I have been waiting for you." Draco tilted his head, nuzzling against her palm, eliciting a slight tickle, even though his entire face was shrouded in darkness. Filna could perceive the glimmering gray of his eyes, filled with affectionate longing as they gazed upon her. Filna could not resist leaning down to bestow a gentle kiss upon his lips. Draco's lips were warm, and Filna was almost instantly ensnared by that warmth. Yet, she restrained herself and withdrew from his embrace. Their lips parted with a delicate hesitation. Draco, somewhat dissatisfied, furrowed his brow, his crimson tongue darting briefly between his lips, as his gray eyes fixated intently upon Filna. "What is the matter?" he inquired, unblinking. Fina straightened up and offered a soothing smile. "You ought to get some rest." Draco remained motionless, his striking eyes still fixed upon her. After a prolonged silence, Draco finally spoke. "You are not happy," he stated with certainty. "Is something troubling you?" Fiona gently pinched his cheek, her voice tender. "I am merely concerned for your well-being. Do not fret." Draco curved his lips into a slight smile. "I am perfectly fine. I have faith that the Godfather will concoct the antidote." Filna offered a warm smile. "I know you will be all right." The 2 exchanged quiet glances, the atmosphere growing increasingly intimate. Filna was the first to lower her gaze and break the silence. "You should get some sleep." Draco shifted to one side, leaving most of the bed beside him free. "Stay with me." Filna obediently reclined. The hospital bed was rather spacious. Draco occupied the far right side, while Filna lay neatly on the far left, a considerable distance separating them. "Aren't you going to give me a kiss?" Draco turned his head towards Filna, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Fina leaned over and placed a gentle kiss upon his forehead, whispering, "Good night." Draco gazed at Fina, who was nestled on the other side of the bed. With a hint of dissatisfaction, he reached out and drew her into his embrace, finally content as he softly murmured, "Good night, my lady." Filna did not resist, submitting quietly to his embrace. Draco closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber, while Filna found herself wide awake. As his breathing became steady and drawn out, she cautiously extricated herself from his arms and descended from the bed. The moonlight outside poured in like liquid silver, and Filna stood silently at the bedside, gazing at Draco's serene visage. After a long moment, she gently turned and departed. The door to the infirmary opened and then closed. Returning the room to stillness, Draco slowly opened his eyes. She had gone. Chapter 135. Stepping out of the room, Filna made her way to Hogwarts through the fireplace. The authority of the Special Investigation Task Force had evidently been restored to the professors of Hogwarts, as the occasional sounds of faculty traversing the corridors echoed around her. Cloaked in invisibility, she arrived at the Gryffindor common room. It was empty. The flickering light from the fireplace danced upon the warm red upholstery of the sofa. Filna approached and curled up on the couch. Waves of warmth emanated from the hearth, banishing the chill that had enveloped her. With her gaze fixed on the flickering flames, her mind wrestled with the pressing question of her next steps. The forces behind her were teetering on the brink of exposure, yet this was not the time for conflict. Although the ministry's trial had been temporarily resolved, it was uncertain whether a second tribunal might be convened. She needed to distance herself from the disappearance of the Greengrass family. Voldemort still possessed one Horcrux yet to be unearthed. Lucius and Narcissa had been falsely accused and imprisoned in Azkaban. The poison afflicting Draco remained unresolved. The vast Malfoy estate required her stewardship, and she had to mediate between Dumbledore and Voldemort. Fina gradually clarified her thoughts, and before she knew it, dawn had arrived. Seizing the opportunity while the common room remained unoccupied, she quietly slipped away. The immediate priority was to rescue Lucius and Narcissa as a pivotal figure among the Death Eaters. Lucius's situation might require the assistance of Voldemort's formidable power. Once again, Filna took the initiative to seek an audience with Voldemort. The surroundings remained in a state of disrepair. The peeling wallpaper appeared even more dilapidated than during her last visit. The wooden floor creaked beneath her feet, the sound accompanying her as she made her way to the conference room. Voldemort sat at the far end of the room, awaiting her arrival. Filna exhaled softly, maintaining a composed demeanor as she approached him. "My lord," she said, bowing slightly before Voldemort. His crimson eyes scanned her figure, and he inquired, "What is it?" Fina respectfully lowered her head, stating, "The head of the Malfoy family and his wife have been falsely accused and imprisoned in Azkaban. I seek your assistance." "Oh." Voldemort's eyes narrowed slightly. "I have heard that Draco has fallen victim to a love potion administered by the daughter of the Greengrass family?" "Indeed," Fina replied, her gaze still cast downward, her voice devoid of any discernible emotion. "I have already implored my father to find a master potion maker to concoct an antidote for Draco. If we could ascertain the potion's formula, crafting the antidote would be considerably simpler." Voldemort regarded her thoughtfully. Fiona's face betrayed a suppressed fury as she replied, "Indeed. But the entire Greenglass family has mysteriously vanished, leaving us without any knowledge of the formula. We can only implore the potion's master to make an earnest attempt. I have heard it said that you once led werewolves to reduce the Greenglass estate to ruins." Voldemort fixed his gaze upon her. "So, does this mean that the fate of the Greenglass family bears no connection to you?" Fiona, with her head bowed and a serious demeanor, stated, "I visited Hogwarts yesterday and did not go to the Greenglass estate." "So, did you see the daughter of the Greenglass family?" "No," Fiona replied, still with her head lowered, her voice devoid of emotion. "By the time I arrived, she had already vanished." Fina did not lift her gaze, yet she could sense Voldemort's piercing stare fixed upon her. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Then, the task of locating the Greengrass family shall be entrusted to you." Voldemort revealed a chilling smile. "It conveniently coincides with your obligation to find a potion for Draco, thus serving two purposes at once. You have but a month." Voldemort leaned back slightly, his crimson eyes casting a sidelong glance at her. Fina replied solemnly, "Yes, my lord." Voldemort remained silent, prompting Fina to hesitate before adding, "As for Lucius and Narcissa, they may need to remain inside for a while longer." Voldemort dismissed her concern with indifference, saying, "To maintain balance in the situation, sometimes small sacrifices are insignificant. Would you not agree?" Fina's voice remained tranquil as she responded, "Yes, my lord." Upon exiting the old mansion, a sense of clarity began to dawn upon her. The matter of Lucius's apprehension likely involved Voldemort's participation. Yet, the question lingered, why? As a pivotal member of the Death Eaters, what could have prompted Voldemort to imprison him in Azkaban? Fina's mind raced with thoughts. Recently, both the Phoenix Society and the Death Eaters had experienced a significant depletion of funds. Voldemort and Dumbledore were both troubled by this predicament. Could it be that Voldemort had set his sights on the Malfoy family's fortune? Typically, when Voldemort required financial resources, he would not hesitate to articulate his needs, as he had done during the last meeting with the Knott family. If Voldemort had indeed imprisoned Lucius and Narcissa in Azkaban solely for the sake of the Malfoy wealth, it would signify that Lucius had lost Voldemort's trust. Yet, what incident had prompted such doubts regarding Lucius's loyalty? Fiona was not particularly aware of Lucius's usual execution of tasks and found herself at a loss. Nevertheless, it was imperative to first assess the assets of the Malfoy family. The assets under the Malfoy name were managed by designated individuals, and whenever Lucius found the time, he would summon them to Malfoy Manor for a meeting, using the Malfoy family heirloom ring as the means of summoning. Fiona, having returned to the conference room of Malfoy Manor, adorned her hand with a silver ring emblazoned with the Malfoy family crest. All was for the continuation of platinum glory. Ferna spoke in a low voice, drawing her wand and lightly tapping the ring. Moments later, 6 or 7 figures materialized in the conference room. Once seated, they realized that the one occupying the position of the head of the family was an unfamiliar young girl, while Lucius was nowhere to be found. "Did you summon us?" inquired one of the burly men with a thick beard, his voice gruff and resonant as he directed his gaze towards Ferna. Filna disregarded him and instead surveyed the surroundings, counting the number of attendees. Satisfied, She nodded. Is everyone present? Let the meeting commence. An elderly man seated to her right scoffed. Commence? This is a gathering that only the head of the Malfoy family is entitled to preside over. What qualifies you to declare its beginning? Ferna raised her hand, adorned with the ring, and spoke with an air of indifference. The Malfoy family heirloom is now in my possession, granting me the authority to temporarily assume the head of the family's responsibilities. The burly man, regarding her with disdain, smirked and retorted, Who do you think you are? A mere child? Do you believe this is a game? I have no time to indulge your fantasies. With that, the man rose to his feet. With a frosty glance, Fina cast her eyes upon him, swiftly raising her wand to firmly affix the man to his chair. I believe this grants you ample time, she declared. Trapped by a mere child, the man felt a surge of indignation, struggling futilely against his bonds. In a fit of exasperation, he bellowed, Release me at once. Fina lifted her eyelids and cast him a cold glance, reprimanding him with a stern voice. Silence yourself, or I would not hesitate to render you utterly voiceless. Having uttered these words, Fina disregarded him entirely and turned her attention to the other members present. The reason I have summoned you today is of utmost importance. Fina began with a steady voice. The head of the family has other matters to attend to, and for the time being, I shall oversee the Malfoy estate. Now, each of you will report on the areas you manage and provide detailed accounts. I will compare your updates with the monthly reports submitted previously. Ferna perused a stack of parchment in her hands. Who is responsible for the investment affairs? A bespectacled, diminutive man raised his hand. Well, let's begin with you. She offered a polite smile. The little man, evidently devoid of any bias towards her, delivered a comprehensive report on nearly a month's worth of investment activities, with the figures generally aligning accurately. Pleased with such a promising start, Ferna nodded in approval and turned her gaze towards the blond man beside him. What are your responsibilities? The blond man wore a somewhat roguish grin, yet there was no malice in his smile. All the commercial establishments. Ferna swiftly located the documents pertaining to the blond man amidst a stack of parchment. Let us commence. The introduction of the blond man was exceedingly detailed, with certain sections addressing specialized issues that were deliberately elucidated with concise terminology. Moreover, he adeptly addressed the inquiries posed by Ferna. Fiona was exceedingly pleased with his demeanor, a faint smile gracing her lips. Very well. Next, she turned her gaze towards the brooding man beside the blond gentleman. It was evident that this man was far less amiable. His voice, raspy and laced with malice, cut through the air as he harshly declared, This pertains to the internal affairs of the Malfoy family. You lack the privilege to be privy to such information. The curvature at the corners of Filna's lips deepened as she subtly moved her fingers, prompting the man beside her to immediately grasp his wand, eyeing her with heightened vigilance. Filna, with an air of intrigue, slowly raised her wand and declared, Allow me to demonstrate what it means to possess true qualification. Bind him swiftly. A crimson beam shot forth from the tip of her wand, while the man, having anticipated her move, unleashed a white light in defense. The two beams converged in midair. Yet the red light soon surpassed the white, striking the man directly. In that instant, he found himself bound and utterly immobilized, the wand slipping from his grasp. The man gazed at Filna in disbelief, exclaiming, No, this cannot be. Ferna caught the man's wand, a smirk gracing her lips. Now, may I inquire about the portion you oversee? The man's already somber expression deepened, yet he reluctantly began to elucidate the responsibilities he managed. He was in charge of fixed assets, a sector that had seen little change, thus rendering the data remarkably straightforward to verify. The subsequent inquiries progressed seamlessly. Even the burly man with the beard begrudgingly complied while reporting on his duties. However, when it came to the elder seated to her right, a complication arose. Who exactly are you? The elder cast a fleeting glance her way. I have served the Malfoy family for 30 years, yet I have never encountered you. Ferna's expression remained calm as she stated, I am the acting head of the Malfoy family. Can an unknown individual truly assume such a position? The elder narrowed his eyes, a dismissive smile gracing his lips. Then it appears anyone could be the head of this family. Filna's gaze finally settled upon him, an unsettling calmness reflected in her expression. If you are unwilling to continue here, I can arrange for your immediate return home. A deeper smile spread across the elder's face. You are merely a provisional head of the family, yet you dare to be so audacious. Ferna fixed her gaze directly upon his, her brows slightly raised. Should you fail to cooperate with my endeavors, I fear I have yet to resort to more audacious measures. Ferna, seemingly nonchalant, toyed with her wand, remarking, in the face of absolute power, I believe it would be prudent to cooperate. Wouldn't you agree? This was an overt threat, The elderly man, feeling defiant, wished to utter more, yet upon glancing at the wand in Furna's grasp, he ultimately refrained. After all, at his advanced age, being publicly defeated by her would render him incapable of holding his head high again. Reluctantly, the old man reported the data from his jurisdiction, while Furna, clutching the parchment tightly, furrowed her brow deeper in concern. Is this all there is? She inquired, flipping through the parchment. Are you certain? The elder forced a disingenuous smile. You may not fully comprehend, but certain figures are reported annually and need not correspond precisely. Furna lifted her gaze, a smile dancing at the corners of her lips, and regarded him. Indeed, the data need not align perfectly. However, I do hope you can earnestly elucidate the matter of asset depreciation. The elderly man widened his eyes and exclaimed loudly, Do you suppose I would secretly transfer assets? Perhaps not a transfer, Furna replied, setting down the parchment in her hand, a smile gracing her face that did not quite reach her eyes, but it could also be a case of misreporting. The old man, momentarily taken aback, seemed to be pricked by her words and began to protest, his facade of strength faltering. I have worked here for so many years, and I have never misreported any data. Filna, unwilling to engage in further entanglements with him, simply remarked, Please report again. The elderly man once more recounted the segment of work he was responsible for along with the corresponding data. Upon the conclusion of this second report, Filna felt a sense of clarity. Very well, it was evident that he had concealed numerous details. In this month's expenditures, during the second report, he had mentioned a repair fund, yet such an expense had not been present in the initial account. Filna lifted her gaze to meet the old man's eyes, demanding, Provide me with a reasonable explanation. 2 beads of sweat trickled down the elder's face, yet he maintained his composure and retorted sternly, Perhaps you misheard. This fund has never existed. Filna's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Do you truly believe I am utterly ignorant? Chapter 137. The elderly man adamantly insisted that she had misheard. The blond gentleman leaned forward with a cheeky grin and boldly remarked, I also noticed the discrepancies in your reports. The elder immediately turned, glaring at him with fury. Shlomo, I believe this is not the time for personal vendettas. Shlomo's smile remained unchanged, his piercing blue eyes provocatively lifting as he replied, What grievances could exist between us? I am merely speaking the truth. The elder's anger intensified, his grip tightening around his wand. Furna's gaze swept over the 2 individuals as she spoke in a low, commanding tone. That is enough. Shlomo shrugged his shoulders and leaned back into his chair, returning to his usual nonchalant demeanor. Since you refuse to acknowledge the misrepresentation of the data, Furna continued, locking eyes with the elder, I shall personally investigate the matter. After all, I am equally curious as to why you, who are responsible for managing external affairs, have incurred a maintenance expense. Furna cast her gaze around the room before raising her hand to indicate Shlomo. You shall remain, while the rest of you may depart. The remaining individuals stood to leave, and Furna keenly observed the brooding man cast a fleeting glance of concern towards the elder, though he quickly averted his gaze and exited. Once the vast conference room was left with only 3 individuals, Furna picked up a stack of parchment from the table, grasping it firmly in her hand, and stepped forward to the elder. Now, please escort me to the location where you manage the external affairs of the Malfoy family. Furna slightly tilted her head to glance at Shlomo, urging him to follow. The elder gritted his teeth and glared at Shlomo, yet ultimately, he had no choice but to lead the 2 into his office. After all, the family ring lay in Furna's possession, no matter how he attempted to obstruct them. His actions lacked legitimacy. In the blink of an eye, the trio found themselves in an office. The desk was cluttered with documents, stacked haphazardly into towering piles, while the floor beside it was strewn with a collection of parchment inscribed with data. A gleam of satisfaction flickered in the elder's eyes. For years, to evade unexpected inspections from the Malfoy family, he had deliberately mixed both useful and useless information into this chaotic assembly, ensuring that only he could swiftly locate the valuable portions amidst the disarray. Fina furrowed her brow as she gazed at the towering pile of parchment before her, then turned her head to glance at Shlomo. Thankfully, she had brought him along. Otherwise, she would have been lost in this sea of information for an eternity. Shlomo surveyed the mountain of documents and then caught the look in Fina's eyes, causing his previously carefree smile to falter. Surely, she did not intend for him to remain here to sift through the materials as well. Before he could concoct an excuse to escape, Fina spoke up. Then it would be troublesome if you could assist me in verifying the data. Her tone was calm as she addressed Shlomo. He forced a smile that was more pitiable than a frown and responded, Of course. The elderly man, observing the two as they plunged into the heap of documents. Approached Fina with a hint of malicious delight. Would you like me to help you find something? Ferna raised an eyebrow and gazed at him. If you had not spoken, I might have almost forgotten you. With that, Ferna lifted her wand and aimed it at him. Swiftly behind him, the elderly man, caught off guard, was suddenly restrained. His eyes wide with fury as he shouted, "What are you doing?" With a gentle smile gracing her lips, Filna suggested, "To prevent any untoward actions on your part, I would appreciate your company here until we have organized our materials." The elderly man attempted to voice his thoughts, but Filna swiftly interrupted him. "Hush," she said, raising her index finger to her lips in a gesture of silence. "Do not make a sound, or I shall find a way to silence you." Resigned. The elderly man closed his mouth in frustration. Shlomo had already begun to diligently sort through the documents, while Filna immediately gathered a heap of parchment to peruse. As time slipped away, the pair remained ensconced in the room, taking brief respites by resting their heads on the table when fatigue set in. Even their meals were delivered by the house-trained sprites. Thus, 2 full days elapsed, and at last, they completed the organization of all materials just before the sun ascended on the 3rd day. Ferna wearily rubbed her temples, clutching a stack of selected parchment as she turned to glance at Shlomo. He appeared considerably worn, devoid of the vitality he had displayed on the day of the meeting. His eyes vacant as he leaned back in his chair, stifling a yawn. "You have worked hard," Ferna said, offering a gentle smile. "You may leave for now." Shlomo's eyes brightened at her words. He promptly rose and bowed slightly before vanishing in a swirl of shadows. The elderly man lying on the ground wore a grim expression. Ferna, holding the meticulously organized documents, reviewed them from beginning to end, her voice laced with an icy undertone. "Over the years, you have conducted numerous transactions behind the Malfoy family's back." In the St. Mungo's ward, Draco gazed intently out the window at the newly risen sun, his mind clear and focused. It had been 2 days, 2 full days. Filna has never visited even once. The werewolves stationed at the door periodically come in to deliver his meals, but beyond that, they remain utterly oblivious to any inquiries he makes. Draco harbors suspicions that she may have encountered some peril, yet the werewolves continue their vigil at the entrance. The silver threads of the magical oath on their wrists neither dimming nor dissipating, a testament to her temporary safety. But why has she not come? Draco dares not dwell on it. He closes his eyes and burrows deeper into the blankets, the sterile scent of disinfectant permeating his nostrils, invading his breath. He strives to quell the tumult of emotions within. Perhaps she is simply too occupied. The situation outside must be chaotic. And his parents have not visited him for several days. The last time Filna came, the shadows in her eyes were unmistakable, yet he refrained from voicing his observations. Now, he is nearly incapacitated, confined to a hospital bed, relying on the potions provided by the doctors to restore his health and alleviate his pain. Unable to wield even a modicum of magic, he is powerless to assist her and cannot afford to burden her further. Draco suppresses the fears and anxieties that threaten to overwhelm him, tightly closing his eyes and sinking into the pillow. Perhaps he should sleep for a while. Maybe when he awakens, she will have arrived. Chapter 138. Ferna squinted at the elderly man sprawled on the ground, raising her wand and uttering, heart-piercing. A wave of excruciating pain engulfed the old man, causing him to curl up and writhe in agony. "Who do you serve?" Ferna observed him with a frosty gaze. As he twisted and struggled on the ground, her voice as cold as a frost-laden morning. The old man rolled on the ground, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Devoid of any semblance of the proud defiance he once held. "It is the Dark Lord who sent me," he contortedly replied. "And it is the Dark Lord's message that I am to deliver." Ferna's expression darkened. Indeed, it was he. What could his intentions be? Ferna pressed on with her inquiries. "I am unaware." The old man groaned in agony. "All he desires is an assessment of the assets." Ferna squinted at him, inquiring, "What is your connection to the man who sat beside Shlomo that day, wearing a composed expression?" The elderly man struggled to lift his gaze towards her, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Filna flicked her wand with a subtle motion. The old man suddenly jolted, exclaiming, "He is also one of the Dark Lord's followers." "Very well." A satisfied smile graced Filna's lips. "Since you have divulged everything, I shall spare your life." The old man quietly exhaled in relief. However, Filna stepped closer and crouched beside him. "You would do well to thoroughly reflect on what you have just said and consider whether there might be any omissions." Filna once again pointed her wand at him, declaring, "I require you to swear a magical oath, ensuring that everything you have just stated is completely accurate and devoid of any concealment." while also guaranteeing that not a whisper of this will be revealed in the presence of the Dark Lord. The elder's countenance hardened as he trembled, gazing at the approaching tip of the wand, and stammered, "Moreover, the Dark Lord has commanded me to compile and report the assets of others, instructing me to bring them as well." Filna's lips curled into a slight smile. "So, to what stage have you progressed?" "I have compiled a comprehensive inventory of all assets. Yet I have not submitted it to him, nor have I brought anyone along." The elderly man, with Filna's staff tip nearly brushing against his neck, recoiled in fear. "At present, only Joel and I are in the service of the Dark Lord. He is the man who sat beside Shlomo that day." "Excellent," Filna replied, retracting her staff tip and grasping the trembling hand of the elder. "Can you assure me that all the preceding dialogue is utterly truthful, with no concealment?" "I assure you." "Can you guarantee that not a whisper of information will escape your lips in the presence of Voldemort?" "I assure you." "Can you commit to providing me with Voldemort's movements at all times?" The old man looked up at her in astonishment, with a gaze laden with menace. Filna met his eyes. "I assure you," the elderly man retorted sagely. "The magical vow is sealed, leaving a faint silver thread at their wrists." "Very well," Filna declared, rising to return to her desk, where she gathered a stack of selected documents. "I wish you luck." With that, she promptly disapparated back to Malfoy Manor. Upon entering the study and neatly placing the documents, Filna seated herself in the chair behind the desk, lost in contemplation. It was indeed Voldemort who had orchestrated the imprisonment of Lucius and Narcissa in Azkaban. It appeared that their rescue rested solely upon her shoulders. Having gone 2 full days with little sleep, her mind was overtaxed, and she wearily massaged her temples while leaning against the chair's backrest. It was already past 9 in the morning, and Filna rose to leave the study, intending to catch a brief nap in one of the rooms at Malfoy Manor, but paused at the staircase. Perhaps she should check on Draco. Having not seen him for 2 entire days, she wondered how he was faring. Disapparating to St. Mungo's, Filna concealed her fatigue behind a gentle smile. At the entrance to the ward, 2 werewolves were on guard. Upon noticing Filna's approach, they instinctively stepped back a respectful distance. Filna gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. Draco was still in slumber, his brow furrowed, and his pallid face bore an even more pronounced lack of color than in the previous days, appearing more haggard than ever. With a tender touch, Filna gently caressed his face, and the moment her fingers met his skin, Draco awoke abruptly. The figure before him merged with the one from his dreams, and he sat up suddenly, embracing her tightly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "You're here," he murmured, his voice husky from sleep, tinged with a subtle hint of vulnerability. Filna's heart softened at his words, and she raised her arms to return his embrace, soothing him softly. "Yes, I am here." Draco buried his head in the crook of her neck, striving to compose himself. After a while, he exhaled gently and lifted his head, revealing a tender smile. "The situation outside is quite chaotic, isn't it? Are you weary? Your complexion appears to be even worse than mine." Filna curled her lips into a subtle smile. "Is that so?" Draco's gaze roamed over her figure, and just as he was about to speak casually, his expression suddenly sharpened, fixating on a specific spot on her black robe. The smile at the corners of his lips froze. A golden strand of hair clung to her dark attire. The length of it was unmistakably too short to belong to a woman, and Draco's eyes darkened abruptly. "What's wrong?" Filna asked, perplexed, as she brushed her fingers against his cheek. Draco stiffly averted his gaze, redirecting it to her face, and after a moment, managed to conjure a smile once more. "Nothing." His smile seemed to return to its usual warmth, and Filna chose not to press further, shifting the conversation. "How is your health? Does it still hurt?" "Not anymore." Draco's gaze, avoiding the glaring golden hair, met the deep blue of Filna's concerned eyes. "Have you been busy lately?" "Things have been rather hectic." Filna gently tousled his smooth platinum hair, casually remarking, "The platinum hair makes you appear even paler." Draco's eyes dimmed slightly. "Do you not like it?" "I do." Filna genuinely appreciated the silky texture of Draco's hair, unable to resist ruffling it again. "But you must recover quickly. Such pallor will detract from your handsome features." What began as a mere jest, a playful tease, took on a different significance for Draco. His gaze fell upon that striking golden hair, and he could not help but press his lips together in contemplation. Was it his own weariness, a decline in his appearance, that led her to seek companionship elsewhere? The memory of her words suddenly struck him. She had once mentioned that it was a photograph of him, sent by Aunt Narcissa in her childhood correspondence. That first captured her affection. In that moment, Draco felt a sharp pang in his heart. Fiona sensed that something was amiss with his emotions and cautiously spoke. Are you in pain again? I can call a doctor for you. As she stood up to leave, Draco abruptly reached out, grasping her hand with a pleading expression. Stay with me. Fiona gazed at him in bewilderment, yet she could feel the sorrow emanating from him, prompting her to sit beside him in response to his unspoken plea. Draco's sudden melancholy left her somewhat perplexed, but she attributed it to her prolonged absence from his side. In an attempt to comfort him, she gently pinched his cheek and promised, I vow to visit you more often from now on, if that pleases you. Draco moved his lips slightly, yet refrained from uttering a word. The dark circles under his eyes were conspicuous, clearly indicative of a restless night. Fiona recalled that her entrance had disturbed his slumber, and she assumed he was merely fatigued. You may rest a little longer, she suggested. Fiona arose to tuck him in, and Draco grasped her hand with a pleading expression. Could you stay with me a little longer? He implored. You can sleep. I'll be right here beside you. Is that all right? Fiona glanced at the dark circles beneath his eyes and gently reassured him. Draco lowered his gaze to the space beside him, then averted his eyes, softly responding with an affirmative. He obediently closed his eyes, burying half his face in the pillow, yet his grip on her hand remained steadfast. Fiona acquiesced, quietly sitting beside him, observing the serene visage of his slumber. Gradually, Draco's breathing deepened, and Fiona began to feel drowsy. Just as she was on the verge of succumbing to sleep, a sharp pain surged through the dark mark on her arm. Voldemort was summoning her. A flicker of apprehension crossed Fiona's face as she glanced at the slumbering Draco. Gently withdrawing her hand, she tiptoed out of the room. The moment the door clicked shut, Draco's eyes fluttered open, clarity returning to his gaze. This was the second time. She had promised to stay by his side. In the old mansion, Voldemort tenderly stroked Nagini's head, awaiting Fiona's arrival. What choice would she make, he pondered, his crimson eyes narrowing. The sound of footsteps grew increasingly audible in the corridor as Fiona entered the room. Voldemort motioned for Nagini to depart, and though the serpent hesitated, casting a worried glance at Fiona, who stood obediently beside Voldemort, it ultimately complied and slithered away. Fiona is striving to suppress the incessant vibrations of the ring on her hand. I have summoned you today for a matter of great significance, Voldemort intoned softly. Lucius and Narcissa are confined in Azkaban. Draco remains poisoned and unresolved, and the Malfoy estate is currently unattended. Voldemort paused momentarily. Fiona had not had a proper rest for 2 consecutive days, and her mind was not entirely clear. Upon hearing Voldemort's words, she instinctively felt that he intended to take over the Malfoy family's enterprises, and thus she blurted out, My lord, the affairs of the Malfoy estate are currently under my management. The moment the words left her lips, Fiona realized her error and instinctively glanced at Voldemort. However, his face betrayed no emotion. His crimson eyes, filled with a hint of intrigue, remained fixed upon her. Of course, after all, you are the fiancée of the Malfoy heir. Yet, it is evident that the Malfoy family has nothing of value to offer me. Voldemort lowered his gaze, toying with the wand in his hand. A useless pawn, clearly no longer deserving of a place on the chessboard. Fiona comprehended his intentions. From the very beginning, her relationship with Voldemort had been one of mutual benefit, driven by the influence of the formidable Carmen family. Voldemort dared not issue her commands recklessly. As she was distinctly different from the other Death Eaters, she had never even attended a Death Eater meeting. Clearly, Voldemort was no longer content with such an arrangement. He sought absolute subservience. She faced a stark choice: either surrender the Malfoy family's assets or pledge her loyalty to Voldemort in place of the Malfoy family. There was no third option available to her. Fiona knelt on one knee, her voice devoid of warmth as she declared, Fiona come on pledges her unwavering loyalty to my master. At last, Voldemort revealed a satisfied smile. Excellent. Since you are willing to serve, there is a task I wish to assign to you. Voldemort spoke softly. I grant you 1 week's time to eliminate Dumbledore. Fiona abruptly lifted her head to gaze at him. Voldemort turned his head slightly to meet her eyes, his crimson irises exuding a chilling coldness. I hope you do not disappoint me. With her head bowed, Fiona averted her gaze and respectfully replied, Yes, master. Voldemort could hardly contain his impatience. At last, was war truly upon them? Exiting the old mansion, Fiona was burdened with heavy thoughts. Voldemort's eagerness to eliminate Dumbledore indicated that the Death Eater's plans were nearly complete. Unbeknownst to her, in the shadows of her awareness, he must have orchestrated something to embolden him for such a decisive strike. She had severed the financial lifeline of the Death Eaters, and he had failed to secure the Malfoy family's assets. So why the urgency to commence war? Unless, of course, He could no longer sustain the expenses of the Death Eaters and was left with no choice but to precipitate the conflict. Filna found herself at a loss to comprehend the sudden urge to eliminate Dumbledore. Yet, it was evident that whether he lived or perished, it would yield nothing but detriment to her cause. Nevertheless, this task was one she felt compelled to fulfill. The Malfoy family could not afford any missteps. The Ministry of Magic was rife with spies planted by Voldemort, and attempting to extricate Lucius and Narcissa from Azkaban without Voldemort's consent was utterly implausible. However, Voldemort had no intention of releasing them. A reckless rescue might jeopardize the Malfoy family's assets. The war, it seemed, could not be prolonged much longer. She had to devise a means to meet Lucius and Narcissa. The guards of Azkaban were notoriously vigilant, and Filna's influence did not extend deeply into the wizarding world. Thus, she resorted to leveraging the Malfoy family's connections. Fortunately, the Malfoy lineage was deeply rooted, and Filna successfully obtained the necessary permissions to visit Azkaban. Moments later, she found herself within its confines. The air was thick with the presence of the Dementors, and Filna stifled her revulsion as she followed one to two separate cells. Within them were Lucius and Narcissa, both significantly emaciated, their pallid faces nearly translucent, their once vibrant spirits extinguished, now languishing helplessly against the cold stone floor. After the Dementor had escorted her, it departed, leaving Filna to whisper, "Uncle Lucius," and Narcissa. Upon hearing her voice, a flicker of life returned to their eyes. And with great effort, they rose weakly to their feet, approaching the iron bars to engage in conversation with her. "What brings you here?" Lucius inquired softly. Fiona, with a tinge of reluctance, cast her gaze downward and softly replied, "I have discovered the one who has wronged you. It is Voldemort. Thus, I am currently unable to rescue you, and I apologize." Lucius's face broke into a faint smile as he responded, "I understand. I had already surmised as much. It is quite all right." Ferna bit her lip and raised her head, locking eyes with the gentle and composed gazes of the two before her. Instantly, a pang of emotion welled up in her chest. "Perhaps I could secretly help you escape and find two others to take your place." Lucius gently shook his head. "It is unnecessary. As long as West and I remain here, Voldemort can rest assured. The situation outside has already grown chaotic, and you must be facing considerable difficulties. Do not take further risks on our behalf." With tears glistening in her eyes, Filna felt a gentle touch as Narcissa stepped forward, softly grasping her hand pressed against the iron bars. A tender smile graced her pale face, radiating the same warmth as always. "Do not worry about us," she said. "Pursue your desires with unwavering resolve." Fina grasped her hand from behind, unable to suppress a tear. "I promise, within a month at most, I shall rescue you." Chapter 140, Emerging from Azkaban. Fina's emotions were a tumultuous blend. The harrowing days within Azkaban had evidently taken a toll on both Lucius and Narcissa. Their spirits diminished compared to before. Fina began to contemplate whether to exacerbate the conflict and hasten the onset of war. Once the war commenced, she would be able to extricate Lucius and Narcissa. A few days prior, the Centaur had foretold that this was not an opportune moment for battle, prompting Fina to resolve to venture into the Forbidden Forest once more. Traversing through the Malfoy family's fireplace, she arrived at the potions office, where Severus Snape stood as he had days before the cauldron. Yet, he appeared somewhat unsteady, his complexion even paler than Lucius's, fatigue etched across his features. The liquid within the cauldron had transformed into a deep azure, and Snape, with a grave expression, meticulously added ingredients one by one. Fina dared not disturb him and quietly retreated. Upon reaching the Forbidden Forest, she found the Centaur awaiting her. Before Fina could utter a word, the Centaur, as if foreseeing her inquiry, bowed and spoke first. "Mistress, now is not the time for war." "What is it?" Fina inquired, glancing at the sky, which appeared unchanged. "Has the celestial alignment provided you with new insights? The brilliance of the main star has been waning in recent days. Now is not the most favorable moment to engage in battle." Fina furrowed her brow and inquired, "How long will it take?" The Centaur spoke gravely, "According to the stars, it will be no less than 6 months." Ferna forced a bitter smile. "I fear I may not last until that time. Should there be any changes in the celestial signs, inform me at once." She then produced a small green gemstone from her bosom and handed it to him. "Gently tap it 3 times, and I shall know you seek my presence." The Centaur accepted the gemstone with reverence, replying, "Yes, my master." Ferna lifted her gaze to the clear azure sky and softly spoke, "Moreover, be ever prepared. for war may soon commence. The centaur regarded her for a moment before responding in a measured tone. Indeed. At that very instant, a figure clad in a dark cloak materialized in the air. The centaur, taken aback, recognized the newcomer and immediately bowed in deference before hastily retreating, not waiting for Firna to utter a word. Filna gazed in bewilderment at the sudden appearance of Isabel. "Why is he so fearful of you?" she inquired. "During my time at school, I wove a blanket from his mane," she added. Isabel replied with an expression of indifference. Filna could not help but let out a chuckle. Isabel glanced at her, his eyes reflecting a sense of resignation, as if to say, "Enough laughter, let us discuss matters of importance." "What matters?" Filna inquired earnestly. "I have located the soul artifact," Isabel replied, extending his hand to present the ring nestled in his palm. "Apart from Nagini, this is the final piece. I have already verified its authenticity." Fiona felt a hint of delight as she sensed the ring's vibrations, raising her hand to accept it into her palm. Nagini could remain for the finale. Fiona narrowed her eyes, a mischievous smile gracing her face. "I have quite an affection for it. Once Voldemort is vanquished, I shall keep it close." Isabel nodded with a calm demeanor. "I shall assist you in examining it then. It is imperative to ensure it poses no danger if it is to be kept nearby. I shall rely on you for that." Fiona playfully winked at her. Isabel studied her face, slightly furrowing her brow. "How long has it been since you last rested properly?" 2 days, I believe. It has been exceedingly busy of late." Fiona shrugged, feeling the ring's tremors gradually cease. "The purification is complete." Isabel took the ring to inspect it, returning it only after confirming its safety, and casually infused a surge of dark energy into her body. The moment the dark energy coursed through her, Fiona felt all her fatigue dissipate. Meeting Fiona's astonished gaze, Isabel spoke with a hint of resignation. "The effect will last no more than 12 hours. Make sure to rest as soon as possible." "All right. Thank you," Fiona replied with a sweet smile. Given the multitude of unresolved matters at the Mainsnay Manor, their conversation was brief before Isabel took her leave. Fiona stealthily returned to the potions office. The concoction in the cauldron had already been bottled, and Snape gazed down at the writhing and suffering figure of Mrs. Greengrass on the floor, his brow furrowing in confusion. This formula had been meticulously refined through numerous iterations, yet it still seemed to lack some essential component. Snape picked up the parchment inscribed with Astoria's formula from the table, systematically cross-referencing each item, but found nothing amiss. The sound of a door creaking open interrupted his thoughts, and Snape impatiently turned to see Fiona stealthily entering. "What brings you here?" Snape inquired, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "Just arrived," Fiona replied with a resigned shrug. Observing Fiona's face, a passage from a potions textbook flashed through Snape's mind. Many still believe that the blood of a lover can counteract the effects of a love potion. Snape's gaze, now almost sparkling, fixed on Fiona, causing her to instinctively take a step back. "What do you intend to do?" she stammered. Snape turned and retrieved an empty potion vial, presenting it to her. "Fill it with your blood." "Fill it?" Fiona gulped, eyeing the large bottle in his hand. "Would a small amount suffice?" Snape frowned. "This is for Draco's antidote. There is not enough material to concoct it otherwise." Firna gritted her teeth and slashed her wrist, filling an entire vial with her blood. It was only when her face had drained of color that the bottle was completely filled. "Here you go," she said, approaching Snape's desk and placing the vial before him. Snape, engrossed in his research, lifted his head abruptly upon hearing her voice, only to be startled by the pallor of her face. "What has happened to you?" he exclaimed. Fiona gritted her teeth as she pushed the bottle filled with blood toward him. Snape, understanding her intent, emitted a soft "oh" and retrieved a vial of blood replenisher from the drawer, handing it to her with urgency. "Drink this at once." Fiona sighed, marveling at the remnants of humanity within him, as she uncorked the vial and gulped down the potion within. Observing her compliance, Snape then uttered the latter part of his statement. "One vial of blood may prove insufficient. Once it is consumed, you shall need to procure more." Fiona was sharply choked by the potion that she had yet to swallow. After she finished the draft, Snape disregarded her, returning his focus to the thick tome he was poring over, while Fiona departed from the fireplace. Chapter 141. Due to the multitude of witnesses regarding the incident involving the attack on the professors at Hogwarts, the matter had become widely known. Although the Board of Governors had forcefully suppressed the parents' demands for her expulsion, her reputation remained tarnished. In light of the impending war, it was evident that maintaining a pristine public image was essential. After much contemplation, Fiona resolved to seek out Rita Skeeter for an exclusive interview. After all, Rita's articles were renowned for their emotional appeal, and given the favorable relationship between the Malfoy family and Rita, she was the ideal choice for this endeavor. As evening approached, Fina scheduled a meeting with Rita for the following morning. Having not enjoyed a proper rest for 3 days, Fina sensed that the effects of the dark aura from Isabel were gradually waning. Stifling a yawn, she apparat to St. Mungo's, gently pushing open the door. She found Draco lost in thought, gazing out the window. "Just leave it on the table," Draco remarked, assuming it was a werewolf delivering a meal, without turning his head. Fiona took a seat beside him and playfully pinched his cheek. "What captivates you so?" she inquired. Draco, taken aback, turned to her and asked, "What brings you here? Do you wish for me to stay away?" Fiona raised an eyebrow. Draco averted his gaze, remaining silent. Fiona perceived that Draco appeared somewhat off. She leaned closer to his face and softly inquired, "What troubles you?" Before Draco could respond, a knock echoed from the door. "Enter," Fiona said, straightening her posture and distancing herself from Draco, her tone curt as she addressed the door. A werewolf entered, unflinchingly placing 2 trays upon the table before swiftly departing. Fiona had not consumed any sustenance throughout the day, and at this moment, the tantalizing aroma of food awakened her ravenous hunger. She completely forgot the slight oddity she had sensed from Draco earlier, and with a growling stomach, rushed to the table to retrieve 2 plates, returning eagerly to Draco's side. "The steak today smells exquisite. Are you not hungry? Let us indulge in a meal together." With deft hands, Fiona picked up an apple, transfigured it into a bedside table, and placed it neatly on the bed, arranging the plates upon the table. Draco gazed at Fiona, her face alight with excitement, and swallowed the words that had risen in his throat, tugging at the corners of his lips to reveal a faint smile. "Very well." Fina meticulously sliced the steak on her plate into small pieces, then pushed her plate in front of Draco, reaching over to take his plate and begin cutting again. Draco's hand paused slightly, his gaze lowered to conceal the turmoil within. "What's wrong?" Fina inquired, observing Draco's halted gesture. "Don't you like it?" "No," Draco replied, lifting his gaze to her and offering a smile as gentle as ever, spearing a piece of steak to his mouth. The steak was delectable, and the sauce was prepared to his usual taste, yet he found it difficult to swallow. His emotions had reached a boiling point, and the intensity of his feelings caused his stomach to churn, resisting the intake of food. Draco suppressed his nausea and swallowed the morsel. But he did not take a second bite. Filled with joy, Filna had satisfied her hunger, only to glance up and notice that Draco's steak remained largely untouched. "What is it? Is it not to your liking?" Filna inquired, her brow furrowed with curiosity as she gazed at him. "If there's something you desire, I can have it prepared and brought over." Draco let out a gentle sigh, maintaining the artificial smile he had donned. "No, I'm simply not very hungry yet." Fina raised an eyebrow. "I see. Please wait here for a moment while I take the tray out." As she prepared to leave, Draco instinctively reached out to grasp her hand. "What is it?" Fina inquired, holding the tray and gazing at Draco. Draco restrained himself from withdrawing his hand and managed a faint smile. "It's nothing." Fiona nodded slightly in an unusual manner and exited with a tray in hand. As soon as the door closed behind her, her expression darkened immediately. A werewolf stationed nearby approached her. One of them took the tray from her hands. "Have there been any unusual occurrences lately? Has anyone visited Draco?" Fiona inquired with seriousness. The werewolf respectfully leaned forward and replied, "There have been no anomalies. Nor has anyone come to see Mr. Malfoy." She furrowed her brow gently. The werewolf continued, keeping his gaze lowered. "Mr. Malfoy has been eating very little and sleeping even less." Ferna's brows knitted deeper, acknowledging the effort. She turned her gaze toward the firmly shut door before making her way to the doctor's office. The physician in charge was the same one who had examined her during the last consultation regarding potion-related injuries. Upon Ferna's entrance, the doctor rose and approached her. "I was just about to seek you out. What seems to be the matter?" The doctor sighed with resignation. "Mr. Malfoy is neglecting both his meals and rest, which is a significant strain on his health. As a family member, it is imperative that you encourage him to take better care of himself." Ferna furrowed her brow. "I came to inquire about this as well. Is he refusing to eat and rest properly due to physical discomfort?" "Not at all," the doctor replied with a shake of his head. "The pain-relieving elixir he consumes daily has a prolonged efficacy and does not hinder his appetite or rest. You must earnestly persuade him. If this continues, he will exhaust his body before the antidote can be prepared." Ferna nodded solemnly, acknowledging her understanding. Stepping out of the doctor's office, she let out a gentle sigh. It was not due to any physical ailment, nor had anyone visited to share news from the outside world. So why was she unable to eat or sleep properly? As she approached the door, Ferna instructed one of the werewolves stationed by the entrance, please prepare another steak, substituting the side with broccoli, and additionally, include a serving of pudding. The werewolf complied and departed. Fina pushed the door open and entered the room, where Draco was quietly gazing out of the window. Upon hearing the creak of the door, Draco turned to look at her, a gentle smile gracing his face. You have returned, he said. Fina approached and sat beside him, raising her gaze to fixate on his eyes. What troubles you? She inquired. Draco gently lowered his gaze. It's nothing, he replied. Fina leaned in to embrace him, allowing Draco's head to rest against her neck, her hand gently caressing his back. Would you speak to me? She asked softly. Draco remained quietly in her hold. His gray eyes turned towards the window where the moon gradually ascended, enveloped in silence. Under ordinary circumstances, his instinct would have been to return her embrace, rather than remaining motionless as he did now. Fiona perceptively sensed that Draco's sour mood might be connected to her. He remained silent, and she leaned in closer, whispering softly in his ear, Have I done something wrong? Chapter 142. At last, Draco found his voice. I simply cannot comprehend, he said, maintaining his previous position while gazing out of the window, his tone calm. You did not come to see me a couple of days ago, and I missed you dearly. Your presence this morning has brought me such joy. However, I noticed a golden strand of hair on you. His voice was flat, as though recounting an inconsequential matter. I fear you may have fallen for someone else, yet I am certain of your affection for me. My rational mind urges me to trust you, yet my emotions lean towards doubt. Is that why you have been neglecting your meals and sleep? Fiona gently brushed her fingers through his soft hair. Draco lowered his gaze and replied in a hushed tone, I simply lack the appetite and cannot find rest. Fiona gently reassured. The reason I was absent the past few days was due to my engagement in organizing some crucial data. The workload was quite substantial, and it took me 2 full days to complete it. The golden short hair belongs to a friend of mine. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence that some of their hair got attached to me. I could never fall for anyone else. The only person I truly care about is you. Draco lifted his gray eyes, locking his gaze with hers. May I inquire as to which friend this might be? Fiona hesitated, remaining silent. Shlomo was the steward of the Malfoy estate. Draco had surely encountered him while learning under Lucius. Mentioning his name would inevitably reveal her current oversight of Malfoy Manor, prompting inquiries about Lucius and Narcissa. Observing Fiona's reluctance, Draco lowered his gaze and gently said, It is all right. If you prefer not to speak, you need not. Felina let out a gentle sigh. I'm truly unable to disclose that to you at this moment. Her sigh, laden with helplessness, lingered in the air. Draco turned his gaze towards the window, striving to suppress the intense emotions swirling within him. After a brief pause, Draco composed himself and spoke once more. So, your 2 clandestine departures while I was asleep were also due to him, weren't they? Filna gazed at him in astonishment. How do you know? I wasn't asleep. Draco replied in a calm voice. Is it because of him? No. Filna met his gray eyes. The first time was to devise a plan. The second time was Voldemort summoning me. Draco furrowed his brow. What does he summon you for? Doesn't he rarely call upon you? Do not worry. It's merely a trivial matter. Filna gently stroked his soft hair, a faint smile gracing her lips. The doctor said you shouldn't overthink at the moment. Once you recover, I will recount everything that has transpired during this time, all right? All the emotions within Draco had been entirely squeezed out by worry. An unsettling feeling lingered that something significant, unbeknownst to him, had occurred. Will you be in danger? No, I won't. Fina's voice was gentle. If the situation were truly so dire, I would hardly have time to visit you. Draco let out a soft sigh of relief. Noticing the lingering sadness on his face, Fina soothingly assured him, I promise. Once you recover, I shall reveal everything to you. For now, your primary task is to heed the doctor's advice, eat well, rest adequately, and refrain from overthinking, all right? I swear I shall not fall for another, nor do I desire anyone else. In my heart, and by my side, there exists only you, Draco. Fina drew forth her wand and lightly tapped their wrists, conjuring a silvery thread that faded between them, leaving a delicate silver mark upon their skin. Draco gazed at his wrist in surprise. You. I have already pledged a magical vow, binding me to you alone. Please, do not be disheartened. Fina playfully entwined her arms around his neck. The shadows in Draco's eyes dissipated, yet his voice carried a hint of remorse. I apologize, Fiona pressed her finger against his lips, her beautiful blue eyes fluttering. Is there any need for us to utter such words? Draco couldn't help but smile at the corners of his mouth. So, may we enjoy our meal now? Fiona playfully winked at him. Young master. Draco felt a flush creep to his ears and cleared his throat awkwardly. It just so happens that I am rather hungry. Please bring it in. Fiona called out cheerfully to the door, and a werewolf entered, carrying a tray. With unwavering focus, he handed the tray to Fiona before promptly turning to leave. Fiona placed the plate in front of Draco, yet he showed no intention of reaching for it. Alas, my hand suddenly aches. Draco dramatically furrowed his brow, declaring, It appears I am unable to carve the steak. Fiona observed the furtive glances he cast in her direction, unable to suppress a soft smile as she sweetly proposed. Shall I cut it up for you? Then I shall trouble you, Draco replied, a triumphant grin akin to that of a sly fox adorning his lips. Contentedly watching as Fiona picked up her knife and fork to slice the steak. Now, open wide, she instructed, presenting a piece of the neatly cut steak to Draco's mouth. He eagerly seized the morsel, chewing and swallowing with delight, and together they indulged in the meal, one feeding and the other eating. Once Draco was satiated, Fiona discerned that the dark energy left by Isabel within her was beginning to dissipate. A wave of weariness spread from her heart throughout her entire being, prompting her to stifle a yawn. Are you tired? Draco inquired, leaning closer to scrutinize her face for a moment. How long has it been since you had a proper night's sleep? What is the matter? Fiona touched her face, questioning. Do I have dark circles? Draco gently shook his head, shifting aside to make room beside him. You appear quite fatigued. Fiona obediently climbed onto the bed and lay beside him, a wave of drowsiness overwhelming her body. Yet, she still made an effort to muster the energy to converse, murmuring, fortunately, perhaps the softness of the bed is too comforting. Before she could finish her thought, she succumbed to slumber. Draco, his heart aching, gently caressed her cheek and whispered, I am sorry for making you bear this alone. He had never loathed himself more. If only he had been more cautious at that time. If he had recognized Astoria's intentions sooner. If he had taken the reins of the Malfoy family to cultivate his own power earlier, would she not be experiencing this burden so heavily now? Regret was futile at this juncture. Draco could only strive to cooperate with the doctor's treatment in hopes of a swift recovery. Perhaps Fiona was truly exhausted. Or perhaps being beside Draco brought her a sense of security. Regardless, that night she enjoyed a rare, deep sleep. As the dawn light began to break, Fiona opened her eyes. Draco remained deep in slumber beside her, one hand resting on her waist while the other firmly clasped her hand, as if to prevent her from slipping away, enveloping her entirely in his embrace. The morning light was dim, and Fiona turned her head to gaze at Draco's tranquil face, realizing she had not observed him with such seriousness in quite some time. Chapter 143. His complexion appeared even paler than before, with faint shadows of dark circles under his eyes, and his brow furrowed in distress. Perhaps due to the lack of proper meals in recent days, he looked thinner, his once well-defined jawline now sharper, revealing a somewhat unhealthy frailty. Fiona gazed at him quietly until the sun rose high in the sky, at which point Draco stirred from his slumber. Sensing the warmth in his embrace, Draco felt a surge of happiness and tightened his hold on Fiona, nuzzling his face playfully against the pillow before finally opening his eyes. Good morning, my lady, he said softly, his voice still tinged with the huskiness of sleep. I am truly delighted that you did not slip away while I was dreaming. I too am overjoyed to see you the moment I awaken. Fiona pecked his lips gently, her deep blue eyes brimming with tenderness. Good morning. Although a myriad of tasks awaited her outside, Fiona longed to remain in this intimate moment with him. However, it was evident that the time she had agreed upon with Rita was fast approaching. Reluctantly, Fiona sat up, disrupting the tender atmosphere that enveloped them. Are you leaving? Draco inquired, a hint of reluctance shadowing his expression, that his smile remained gentle. I'll be waiting for your return. All right, Fiona replied, leaning in to plant a soft kiss on his forehead. Make sure to eat well, sleep soundly, and obediently heed the doctor's advice. Draco nodded obediently in response. Fiona hurried to Rita's home, fortunately arriving just in time. Oh, dear, do come in and have a seat, Rita warmly invited. Would you care for a cup of red tea? It's my specialty. Thank you, Fiona replied, politely nodding as she settled onto the sofa beside her. With a flourish of her wand, Rita poured a cup of red tea for her. My dear, what brings you to visit me today? Rita adjusted her glasses, her eyes sparkling with curiosity from behind the lenses. Actually, I would like to request your assistance in composing an article, Fiona said, her face adorned with the charming smile often seen among the nobility. A magnificent, captivating piece that conveys the truth to the public. Rita summoned a deep green quill and a sheet of parchment, both floating gracefully beside her, ready for the task. I would be delighted to assist, Rita said, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes glimmering with excitement. Their conversation unfolded over several hours, and as the deep green quill inscribed the final word, the parchment gently landed on Rita's lap. "Oh, truly splendid and engaging," Rita exclaimed, quickly scanning the article before handing the parchment back to Filna with a light-hearted smile. "I believe you will find it to your liking." Filna took the parchment and meticulously examined it, a satisfied smile gracing her features. "Very well," she said, returning the parchment to Rita. "When can I expect to see this article in the Daily Prophet?" "Tomorrow," Rita replied, adjusting her glasses and revealing a confident grin. "If you wish." "That would be splendid," Filna remarked, rising with an elegant smile. "I entrust this matter to you." "Rest assured," Rita nodded in assurance. In the old mansion's conference room, Bella knelt before Voldemort, saying, "My lord, the individuals behind him are exceedingly cunning. I could not locate them." Voldemort toyed with the golden goblet Bella had brought, a flicker of anger flashing in his crimson eyes. "Merely an excuse for your failure," he retorted, a tormenting pain. Bella was suddenly struck by a surge of red light. Though she had braced herself, the excruciating agony was still overwhelming. "My lord, grant me a little more time, and I will surely find him. Please give me a chance to redeem myself," Bella implored, laboriously crawling to Voldemort's feet. "Redeem yourself?" Voldemort snarled as he smashed the goblet against her head. "Fool! A mere replica of a goblet has deceived you." He raised his wand in fury. "I have no need for useless servants." Faced with the wand, Bella showed no sign of fear. Instead, guilt consumed her. Her dark eyes gazed deeply into Voldemort's, her affection cloaked in madness, creating an ocean of devotion. "My lord, I beg you for another chance. I swear I will find the one who tampered with it." "I have already given you an opportunity," Voldemort replied coldly. Once a loyal subordinate, Bella had perhaps been a capable ally, yet failure warranted punishment, especially since her capabilities seemed diminished since her escape from Azkaban. "My lord, I implore you for one more chance," Bella gritted her teeth. "I would offer the entire estate of the Lestranges to you." "Oh." Voldemort regarded Bella with a chilling gaze, his crimson eyes devoid of superfluous emotion. "Then, for the last time, I demand to see the genuine goblet within 3 days." A flicker of joy flashed in Bella's eyes. She remained undeterred by Voldemort's harsh demeanor, still kneeling devotedly at his feet. "Thank you, my lord. I swear I will accomplish the task this time." Voldemort withdrew his gaze, fiddling with his wand. "Assess the Lestrange estate and have everything sent over." "Yes, my lord." Bella spoke with unwavering respect. The disappearance of the Greengrass family had garnered the attention of many. In an effort to dissociate herself from the situation, Felena resolved to stage a performance. She first returned to St. Mungo's to obtain a strand of Astoria's hair, and then made her way to the potions office. The scene remained unchanged from her last visit. Snape was diligently stirring the deep blue liquid in the cauldron, while Mrs. Greengrass lay lifelessly to one side. Ferna approached the sofa with measured steps and seated herself, patiently awaiting Snape's completion of his task. Beads of perspiration clung to his forehead as he meticulously lifted the cauldron, pouring its contents into an empty potion bottle, then extracting a small portion to administer to Mrs. Granger. The moment the potion entered her mouth, she writhed in agony upon the ground. Observing her condition, Snape furrowed his brow in confusion. How could this reaction occur? Yet, he soon discerned the irregularity. Mrs. Granger was evidently not a proficient actress. Her portrayal of suffering was inadequate, and the resentment flickering in her eyes was nearly impossible to disguise. As she continued to convulse on the floor, oblivious to the exposure of her poor performance, Snape drew his wand and cast several simple diagnostic spells upon her, subsequently sealing the potion bottle with satisfaction. Chapter 144. The antidote has been successfully brewed. Snape grasped the sealed potion bottle in hand, turned, and donned his outer robe from the coat rack. It seemed the time had come to administer it to Draco. Ferna sprang to her feet in a surge of excitement, momentarily forgetting the purpose of her presence in that place. "Really? Then let us hasten back," she exclaimed, as she hurried toward the fireplace. In her peripheral vision, she caught a glimpse of Mrs. Granger's face, which bore an unsettlingly manic smile. Felina arched an eyebrow, raising her wand with a light chuckle as she spoke. "I nearly forgot about you." Before her words could fully dissipate, both the petrification curse and the shrinking charm struck Madame Gringotts, resulting in a diminutive statue that tumbled to the ground. Ferna approached and picked up the statue, subsequently departing the potions office alongside Snape through the fireplace. The flames within the hearth gradually settled into tranquility, and suddenly, the door to the potions office was flung open. Dumbledore entered, his demeanor alert. The room lay in emptiness, with various potion materials scattered haphazardly across the table, and several disheveled strands of hair strewn upon the floor beside it. Dumbledore knelt down to examine the few curling locks, a contemplative expression forming on his face. Behind him, a portrait that had long remained absent from its frame quietly appeared, somewhat taken aback, and remarked, "There was a woman here before. Where has she gone?" Dumbledore, lost in thought, cast his gaze across the table, his attention drawn to a vial of vivid red liquid. He reached for the potion and uncorked it. A wave of metallic scent wafting forth. The portrait interjected, "Ah, it seems to have been collected by a little girl with golden brown hair, who mentioned something about saving a Draco. I hid near the edge of the frame, fearing discovery, so I didn't catch it all. Golden brown hair, saving Draco. It is the blood of wit." Dumbledore pondered a thought, retrieving a small vial from his pocket to discreetly collect a sample of her blood. What if it is Mr. Carmen's biological daughter? Dumbledore narrowed his eyes. Although he had previously conducted an investigation, the current circumstances suggested her identity was far more complex. All prior judgments regarding her had been based on the premise that she was a half-blood adopted by Mr. Carmen. However, if she were indeed his biological daughter, then every conclusion drawn thus far would be erroneous. Dumbledore's expression darkened as he regarded the small vial of blood in his hand, and a new plan began to take shape in his mind. Fina and Snape arrived at St. Mungo's, making their way directly to the doctor's office. "Doctor, the antidote has been developed." The calm and composed expression that once adorned Fina's face dissipated, revealing the youthful exuberance befitting her age. Snape then stepped forward, placing the antidote upon the doctor's desk. The doctor, taken aback, gazed at the vial before him, cautiously uncorking it to inhale its contents. His expression transformed from astonishment to delight. "Splendid. I shall prepare the other medicinal treatments at once." With that, he promptly rose and exited the room. Fiona and Snape arrived at Draco's hospital room. At the entrance, two werewolves were entangled with a woman. "Let me in. I must see my son," the voice exclaimed. Filna hurriedly approached in astonishment, only to discover that the woman was none other than Narcissa. However, it soon became evident that something was amiss. Narcissa, who consistently embodied the grace and poise of nobility, would never resort to such public outbursts. Moreover, the demeanor and movements of this individual bore a striking resemblance to that of a man. Before Filna could utter a word, Draco's furious voice echoed from within the room. "Let my mother in." "Ahem, you are here to attend to me, not to surveil me." A violent fit of coughing ensued, revealing that Draco's body was ill-suited for such anger, and Filna furrowed her brow in concern. The werewolves cast uneasy glances at Filna, who raised her wand and silently cast a spell on Narcissa. A more intense bout of coughing erupted from the room, prompting Filna to signal for the werewolves to escort Narcissa away while she gently opened the door. Draco, clutching his chest and bent over in pain, looked up sharply as the door creaked open, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Filna. "Ahem, mother is being kept outside." Draco struggled to prop himself up, suppressing his cough as he anxiously peered towards the doorway. Ferna hastily approached him, gently supporting him as she carefully retrieved a cup of water and brought it to his lips. I understand. Please, take a sip of water first." Draco glanced at Ferna in surprise, seemingly perplexed by her refusal to allow Narcissa entry, yet obediently accepted the water from her hand and took a few sips. Noticing that his coughing had subsided after drinking, Ferna softly began to explain, "The person outside is not Aunt Narcissa." "But I clearly heard my mother's voice," Draco replied, tilting his head in confusion. Fina gently tousled his smooth locks, contemplating, "Perhaps it is the concoction that has stirred my senses. I must venture outside. Professor Snape has already devised the antidote, and the physician is preparing additional supportive potions. You shall soon recover." Draco's eyes widened with excitement. "Is that true?" Snape, standing behind Fina, raised an eyebrow. "Are you perhaps questioning the prowess of your godfather's potion-making skills?" The matter concerning Narcissa always left Fina with a sense of unease. However, with Snape present, she felt reassured about Draco's safety. After calming Draco, she stepped out. Not far down the corridor, two werewolves were holding Narcissa in a corner. The bustling atmosphere of St. Mungo's was clearly unsuitable for interrogating her. Thus, Fina approached and, along with the two others, disapparated to Malfoy Manor. Upon arriving at the estate, Fina immediately turned her gaze to Narcissa. "Who are you?" Narcissa's expression was peculiar, devoid of any emotion. Eerily calm, as if she had resigned herself to the worst possible outcome. This gaze resembled that of a professional assassin who had failed a mission. Chapter 145. Who sent you? Fina narrowed her eyes. Narcissa remained silent, refusing to speak. Fiona raised her wand and pointed it at Narcissa, uttering the incantation, Soul Extract. Before the spell could reach her, Narcissa suddenly collapsed onto the ground. The incantation grazed her fallen form and struck a vase behind her, which shattered into several pieces with a resounding chime, scattering fragments across the floor. Filna was taken aback, a wave of foreboding washing over her. As anticipated, a nearby werewolf bent down to assess her aura, lifeless. On the ground lay Narcissa's corpse, devoid of any signs of life. Panic surged within Filna as she stepped closer, searching the body for her wand. A sturdy, black wand was secured within her robe. Fina's pupils suddenly constricted. It was Narcissa's wand. Filna's gaze fell once more upon the lifeless body on the ground. Her pallid skin, golden hair, and now lifeless blue eyes unmistakably revealed her identity. No, it could not be. Narcissa and Lucius were still imprisoned in Azkaban. Even if they had managed to escape, they would undoubtedly have reached out to her. Fina pondered her demeanor at the threshold of the hospital room, steeling her resolve, while she was lost in thought. The werewolf had already turned over an empty vial beside her. It appeared to have previously contained some form of elixir. The werewolf handed her the empty bottle, revealing a faint residue of pale green liquid within. Filna carefully stored the bottle and instructed 2 werewolves to guard Narcissa's corpse while she apparat to the Ministry of Magic. Familiar with the Malfoy family's acquaintances, she navigated effortlessly to his office, seeking once more to obtain a visitation order for Azkaban. A visitation order? The man inquired, raising his head in surprise. What do you intend to do at Azkaban? I wish to visit Aunt Narcissa and Uncle Lucius, Filna replied, a faint smile gracing her lips. The man regarded her with curiosity. Did you not retrieve them yesterday? Retrieve them? Filna's smile faltered, her heart sinking. Did you not bring the release order to take Lucius and Narcissa from Azkaban yesterday? Noticing Filna's continued confusion, the man sifted through a stack of documents at his side and extracted a parchment. Look, the release order is still with me, and here is your signature. Fina hastily approached the desk and observed that the release order clearly stated the liberation of Narcissa and Lucius. In the lower right corner of the parchment, her signature was present. It was indeed her handwriting. Fina took a step back in disbelief, steadying herself against the edge of the table. This is impossible. Noticing the change in Fina's expression, the man furrowed his brow and inquired, What's wrong? Is there a problem? Grant me a visitation order. I must go to Azkaban. Fina replied, her mind too preoccupied to engage in further conversation. She struggled to compose herself, suppressing her emotions. This cannot be. It simply cannot. The man, sensing the gravity of the situation, swiftly issued her a visitation order. Fina immediately utilized her visitation permit to transport herself to Azkaban. The place appeared unchanged since her last visit. She had no time to marvel at the eerie surroundings or the chilling presence of the Dementors, as her mind was in disarray. Upon reaching the entrance, Fina presented her permit, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. I wish to visit Lucius Malfoy and Narcissa Malfoy. The moment the words left her lips, she held her breath. The few seconds of waiting for a response stretched infinitely, akin to a condemned prisoner awaiting their sentence, brief yet excruciatingly prolonged. At last, a voice broke the silence. These 2 individuals were released from imprisonment yesterday. Filna's complexion swiftly turned ashen. She staggered back a few steps, leaning against the stone wall behind her, her mind a tumult of thoughts. Someone had impersonated her to take away Narcissa and Lucius. The woman who perished today at Malfoy Manor still bore Narcissa's wand. Filna dared not dwell on the implications. What could be the ulterior motive of the individual impersonating her to take Lucius and Narcissa away? Regardless, the fact that Narcissa and Lucius had not reached out to her after their abduction indicated that this person was certainly not an ally. Perhaps they had been subdued or, worse yet, had met with their demise. Fiona leaned against the wall, her body hunched as she gasped for breath, striving to calm herself and ensure a composed mind. Images of Lucius, Narcissa, and the fallen Narcissa at the Malfoy Manor flashed incessantly in her mind. In agony, Fiona pressed her temples, her eyes tightly shut. Crouching beside the stone wall, how could she ascertain whether they still lived? Filna's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. The family tree. It reveals the life status of each clan member. Ordinarily, the names of the members shine brightly, but when a name dims to gray, It signifies that the individual has passed away. Filna immediately apparat back to Malfoy Manor. The names of Narcissa and Lucius still glimmered on the tapestry as she sank to the ground, utterly spent. Fortunately, they were unharmed. After a brief respite, Filna finally regained her composure. She made her way to the parlor, where two werewolves were still guarding the lifeless body on the floor. Approaching, Filna picked up Narcissa's wand and coldly instructed, "Dispose of it in the woods." Yes, the two werewolves acknowledged, dutifully preparing to carry away the corpse. Filna carefully stored Narcissa's wand and apparat to St. Mungo's. Inside the ward, Snape was seated beside Draco, engaged in conversation. As Filna composed herself and stepped through the door, she caught the latter part of their discussion. So, the powdered moonstone can neutralize the properties of wolfsbane, and when combined with powdered white ash, it will produce a highly potent toxicity? Indeed, if additional mandrake root is included, the potion will become even more formidable. The sound of Filna's entrance interrupted their conversation. "You're back," Draco exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he turned towards her, evidently having cast aside thoughts of the wolf's bane and mandrake. "How is your health?" Filna asked with a gentle smile, her gaze subtly flicking to Snape, signaling him discreetly. Snape furrowed his brow and stepped outside. Draco, however, remained oblivious to his departure. Fixated on Filna. "What about the person outside?" he inquired. "It wasn't Aunt Narcissa, it was someone in disguise, and I've dealt with it," Filna replied, moving to his side to rearrange the disheveled blankets covering him. Draco pouted in disappointment, his head drooping. "My parents haven't visited me in such a long time." Fina gently tousled his hair and reassured him, "Aunt Narcissa and Uncle Lucius are unable to visit you at the moment. Voldemort has assigned them numerous tasks, and their every move is under scrutiny. For now, you must present yourself as being in a deep coma. Many eyes are watching closely. This ruse has been carefully orchestrated from the beginning, and we have maintained it for quite some time." Indeed, Draco did not seem to harbor any suspicions. He merely pouted, still looking rather discontented. "Would it be all right if I stayed here with you tonight?" Fina softly pinched his cheek, adding, "The doctor mentioned that if the antidote proves effective, you should be able to leave the hospital and return home in a few days." Chapter 146. Draco appeared somewhat cheered by this news. "Then, once I recover, will I finally be able to see my father and mother?" With a gentle smile adorning her face, Filna suggested that once they had completed their task and pacified Draco, she would feign a visit to the doctor for inquiries. She then turned and exited the room. At the threshold of the ward, Severus Snape awaited her arrival. The situation had grown increasingly intricate. With no werewolf stationed at the entrance, Filna felt uneasy leaving Draco alone in such precarious circumstances. Consequently, the two of them dared not venture too far. Fiona withdrew her wand and cast several spells around them, ensuring that Draco would not overhear their conversation before speaking. "Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa have been abducted. What transpired?" Snape furrowed his brow. "Today, someone disguised as Aunt Narcissa attempted to enter the room to visit Draco. I brought her to Malfoy Manor for a thorough interrogation, but before I could successfully extract any memories, she took her own life." Fiona handed him the emptied potion vial she had found on her. Snape opened the cap and gently inhaled, immediately tightening his brow. "It is poison." Phyllis continued, "I discovered Aunt Narcissa's wand on her, which prompted me to visit the Ministry of Magic once more to obtain a visitation order to ascertain Aunt Narcissa's condition in Azkaban. However, the officials at the ministry informed me that just yesterday, someone impersonating me had presented a release order to liberate both Aunt Narcissa and Uncle Lucius from Azkaban. Subsequently, I rushed to Azkaban to inquire, and indeed, Aunt Narcissa and Uncle Lucius were no longer there." Snape's expression grew grave. "Do you have any leads?" Fiona shook her head, remarking, "The current situation is exceedingly chaotic. Both Voldemort and Dumbledore have embedded spies within the Ministry of Magic, and it remains uncertain who has orchestrated these machinations." Snape, contemplatively gripping the vial of potion in his hand, spoke, "The formulation of this poison is remarkably intricate, demanding a high level of expertise in potion making, which renders it quite rare. Furthermore, this particular toxin is predominantly utilized by noble families, as the ingredients required are prohibitively expensive for ordinary wizarding households. Additionally, this potion possesses a notably brief shelf life. It must be administered within 3 days of its preparation." Fiona lowered her gaze, lost in contemplation for a moment before sighing. Both Voldemort and Dumbledore's faction are supported by nobility, yet it remains uncertain who is truly behind the actions. Snape narrowed his eyes. "Nearly all of Dumbledore's potion supplies have passed through my hands. and the members of the Order of the Phoenix have nearly exhausted their resources to support him. They should be unable to afford such costly potions. Thus, it seems more likely that Voldemort is the culprit. Fiona furrowed her brow. Then let us begin with him. As the two conversed, a doctor from the potion injury department approached, carrying several vials of potions, and Fiona discreetly lifted the spell. The potions were ready. They could commence. A flicker of excitement sparkled in the doctor's eyes. After more than a decade in the medical field, confronting a myriad of perplexing potions daily, he believed his heart had grown as cold as a stone in winter. Little did he expect to encounter such a rare ancient potion, nor that someone could concoct an antidote for it. This was utterly exhilarating. Fiona and Snape ceased their conversation as they entered the hospital room alongside the doctor. Observing the physician place a tray laden with various potions upon the table, Fiona felt a surge of anxiety. Standing behind the doctor, she gazed at Draco's somewhat pallid visage, unable to suppress the clenching of her already damp palms. Draco, noticing her subtle gesture, offered a warm smile and gently addressed the doctor. "Doctor, I am feeling a bit apprehensive. May I request my fiancée to remain by my side?" The doctor, taken aback, glanced at him with surprise. "Of course." Draco beckoned Fiona with a wave, signaling her to approach. Fiona wiped the sweat from her palm and approached the bed, taking his hand in hers, her beautiful blue eyes swirling with emotion. "I love you." "I know," Draco replied, a faint smile gracing his bloodless lips. "Do not worry, I shall recover." The doctor interrupted their moment, presenting a bottle of dark green liquid. "Drink this." Without hesitation, Draco accepted the vial and gulped it down. Instantly, his body stiffened. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead and cascading down, his jaw clenched tightly. The veins in his neck bulged, and his face flushed crimson, as if a wave of excruciating pain enveloped him. "Endure it." The doctor, seemingly accustomed to such scenes, maintained a stoic expression, while Fiona's eyes brimmed with tears. Draco struggled to restrain himself from causing her harm, yet Fiona felt the pain radiating from the hand he held, her brow furrowed in concern as she dared not move. After what felt like an eternity, the agony finally subsided, and Draco exhaled softly. Without granting him a moment's respite, the doctor handed him a bottle of deep red potion. "Drink this." Again, Draco accepted it without hesitation. This potion did not invoke the same intense pain as the last, and he finally recognized the extent of his grip on Fiona's hand, which had turned red from his hold. With a pang of remorse, he released her hand, resolute in his decision not to grasp it again. Soon, the doctor presented a third vial, this one containing a deep blue antidote brewed by Snape. Before handing it to Draco, the doctor cautiously warned, "Everything remains uncertain. We cannot predict the effects of this potion. For your safety, please inform me immediately if you experience any discomfort." Draco accepted the potion but hesitated, shaking the vial of deep blue liquid. He lifted his gaze to Fiona, his gray eyes shimmering like a translucent gem, filled with pure love. He remained silent, sharing a moment of quiet connection with her before raising the vial to his lips and consuming its contents. Almost immediately, he curled into an odd position, blood vessels rapidly reddening his eyes, and his gray pupils constricted sharply. A painful whimper escaped his throat, steam emanating from his pores as his skin took on a delicate pink hue. Fiona was startled, and the doctor was equally taken aback, while only Snape furrowed his brow and observed calmly. What was happening? In a panic, Fiona turned to Snape, and upon seeing his composed demeanor, she managed to regain her composure. The doctor also glanced back at Snape, a normal reaction. Snape, feeling somewhat uneasy under their scrutiny, explained with a frown, "The stronger the toxin, the more excruciating the antidote's effects." At that moment, Draco could no longer produce even a whimper. His face flushed a deep red, almost purple, his eyes wide with despair as he opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to articulate something, yet his throat could emit no sound. Chapter 147. The doctor swiftly turned and grabbed a vial of potion from his side, but it was evident that Snape's response was even quicker. He hurried to the bedside, seized Fiona's wrist, made a small incision, and pressed it against Draco's lips. Almost instantaneously, upon the tip of his tongue making contact with the blood, Draco's complexion returned to normal. What was happening? Fiona stood rigidly, maintaining her wrist against Draco's lips, nearly too afraid to move. Only when Snape, with an expression of indifference, stepped aside did she dare to speak softly. Snape's voice remained steady. "It is nothing. The blood of a loved one can alleviate some of his suffering." Indeed. Draco's expression had calmed. His eyes were tightly shut, as if he had slipped into a state of unconsciousness. Fiona breathed a gentle sigh of relief, carefully keeping her wrist pressed against his lips. After a few minutes, Draco let out a soft grunt and slowly opened his eyes. He had just begun to utter something when he suddenly became aware of something resting against his lips. Fiona hastily retracted her hand and concealed it behind her back, her voice brimming with excitement. "You're awake." Draco regarded her with a puzzled expression, noticing her withdrawn hand. "What are you hiding?" "Nothing. Are you feeling unwell?" Fiona clasped both hands behind her, preparing to discreetly cast a healing spell upon herself. "No." Draco's keen eyes caught her movement. "What happened to your wrist?" "It's nothing." Fiona promptly performed the spell, swiftly waving her wrist before him. There's nothing at all. The newly healed skin from the spell left a faint pink scar, which would not fade for 24 hours. Clearly, Draco's sharp gaze had detected the mark. Reflecting on the sensation of her lips upon awakening and the taste of copper on her tongue, he had pieced together the situation. Before he could articulate his feelings, the doctor interjected, brandishing his wand. "Allow me to interrupt. I believe it is best for me to examine you now. Then I, the unwelcome third wheel, can vacate the room." Flina's cheeks flushed gently as she rose and stepped aside, granting the doctor space. A cascade of red and blue light enveloped Draco, and an expression of excitement illuminated the doctor's face. "The effects of the charm and the injury potion have been completely lifted. You merely need to rest for a few more days, and your health will be fully restored. Rest assured, there will be no lingering side effects." With a cheerful demeanor, the doctor stowed away his wand. "I shall not intrude any longer. I will step out to prepare your potion for tomorrow." With that, he picked up the nearby tray and exited. Severus, ever considerate, returned to Hogwarts, leaving them in solitude. The door opened and then closed, leaving only Draco and Flina in the room. Draco's complexion had finally regained its former vitality, the pallor of previous days replaced by a soft blush beneath his fair skin. And his lips now bore a hint of color, rendering him visibly healthier. "Show me your hand," Draco requested, extending his hand toward Flina, his gray eyes fixed intently upon her. Fina approached the bedside and took his hand, reassuringly saying, "It's all right now. See, it is healed." Draco, however, paid her no heed. His gaze fell as he gently traced the delicate pink scar with his fingertips, his voice trembling slightly. "Does it hurt?" "Not at all, truly. It doesn't hurt at all." Fina leaned in closer, gently lifting his chin with her hand, her deep blue eyes earnestly gazing into the depths of his own. "I am delighted to do anything for you." A glimmer of light sparkled in Draco's eyes, yet a warm smile graced his lips. "I am at a loss to repay you. It seems I can only offer myself in return." A wish fulfilled. Filna leaned in, brushing her lips against his before retreating almost immediately. Draco's body had yet to fully recover, and as he begrudgingly approached her once more, Filna swiftly withdrew, placing a finger gently on his lips. "Not now." The disappointment on Draco's face was unmistakable, his downcast eyes shielded by long lashes, the corners of his mouth turned downward, adding an air of petulance to his expression. Gently caressed his face, soothingly saying, "Be good. In just 2 days, you will be discharged. For now, focus on recuperating." Draco lifted his gaze to meet her eyes, the aggression in his own gaze unabashed. "By then, I will be able to." Fiona swiftly raised her hand to cover his mouth, her cheeks slightly flushed as she shot him a reproachful glance, playfully chiding. "This is a hospital." "I know," Draco replied, amused by her reaction, as he gently took her hand and pressed a kiss to her lips. "I merely meant to say that soon I shall return to school for classes." "What are you thinking?" His tone was innocently playful, yet the glimmer of mischief in his eyes was impossible to overlook. Fiona shot him another glare, but chose to ignore him. Draco, undeterred, continued to hold and playfully squeeze Fiona's hand, enjoying himself immensely. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to a small statue on the table. Chapter 148. Draco's expression instantly darkened. Noticing the shift in his mood, Fiona turned back in surprise, only to find him fixated on the stone sculpture of Astoria beside the bed. "Just wait," she gently reassured, placing her hand over his. "Punish her once you have fully recovered." Draco calmly averted his gaze, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Let's just throw her away for now," he stated coldly. "It's repulsive to look at." Filna curled her lips into a faint smile. Rising gracefully, she approached the statue of Astoria and gently lifted it. Previously, it had been placed nearby solely to suppress the toxins within Draco's body, a decision she had always found unsatisfactory. Now that the poison within him had been alleviated, she felt no further need to endure it. Conveniently, there was a wide-mouthed vial nearby, which had once contained a deep green potion. Draco had just consumed most of it, leaving only a small residue settled at the bottom of the bottle. Filna picked up the wide-mouthed jar and examined it, finding it to be just the right size. Without hesitation, she tossed the statue of Astoria inside. A gentle shake of the jar produced a crisp sound as the statue struck the glass. Filna then carelessly placed the potion bottle on the table and turned back to resume her conversation with Draco. In a corner, unnoticed, the statue's feet began to melt at an exceedingly slow pace upon contact with the potion. After a long day of exertion, the hour had grown late, and the two exchanged a few words before lying down to rest. Draco, having expended considerable energy detoxifying, and Filna, weary from her day's adventures, both quickly succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Filna awoke first. The daylight outside was bright, and she raised her wand to check the time. It was already 9:30. As she moved, Draco, nestled in her embrace, stirred awake. He groggily opened his eyes just enough to confirm Filna was still there, then buried his head back into the crook of her neck and drifted off once more. Fina lay ensconced in his embrace, hesitant to move lest she disturb him. Instead, she turned onto her side, enveloping him and adjusting into a comfortable position, settling deeper into his arms to continue her slumber. The two indulged in a peaceful nap, only rousing from their dreams by midday. Upon awakening, Draco discovered Fina still nestled in his embrace, and a wave of tenderness surged through him, filling him with joy that permeated his very being. He carefully held her closer, gazing at her serene sleeping face, captivated by her beauty. Fina possesses a demeanor that leans towards the ethereal and cool. In her gentle whispers, she often exudes an air of delicate grace. However, when she succumbs to slumber and relaxes, the softness that usually graces her features dissipates, revealing only the faintest curve of her lips, which instead imparts an air of solemnity. These past few days must have weighed heavily upon her, as the subtle shadows beneath her eyes linger still, and a faint weariness remains etched upon her brow. Even in the realm of dreams, Draco yearned to smooth away the fatigue that marred her brow, yet the moment his fingers brushed against her, she roused alertly, her eyes snapping open. In that instant, her gaze bore no trace of the disorientation one might expect upon waking. Rather, it pierced through Draco's heart like a sharpened blade. Seconds later, as realization dawned, Fina swiftly adopted a gentle expression, greeting him with a soft good morning. Draco witnessed the transformation from startled vigilance to serene relaxation, a sight that momentarily tightened his heart with an ache. "I appreciate your efforts during this time," he murmured, caressing her face gently. "In a couple of days, once I recover, I shall assist you with some matters." Curiously, he noted a fleeting stiffness in her countenance at his words. Yet, it was merely that brief moment. She quickly resumed her gentle demeanor, her expression flowing naturally as if the prior stiffness had never existed. "You promised to tell me everything once I am well again," she reminded him. Draco, undeterred by her momentary rigidity, attributed it to her recent awakening, believing her thoughts had yet to realign. With a subtle smile, Filna replied, "Once you have fully recovered in a couple of days, I shall reveal everything to you." "All right." Draco playfully nudged her with his forehead. "You mustn't deceive me." After spending a brief moment with Draco, Filna made her way directly to the newsstand. If all went well, the morning edition of the Daily Prophet would feature a major story. Indeed, prominently displayed on the front page was a bold headline, a deep dive into Miss Vite's attack on the professor. Is she an arrogant fiend or a helplessly devoted young woman? Filna continued to peruse the text. Rita's writing has always been exceptional. This piece has evidently undergone several rounds of refinement. The characters are vividly portrayed. The content is thrilling and captivating, and the language is both simple and exquisite, compelling the reader to delve further. Fiona read the article from beginning to end, nodding in satisfaction. In the narrative, she portrayed herself as a courageous student battling dark forces to save her beloved, crafting an image of a girl forced to attack her professor out of desperation. It was evident that war was imminent. Before it commenced, she needed to rehabilitate her reputation. Otherwise, once the conflict erupted, she would inevitably be categorized among the villains, and any attempt to alter that perception in the future would prove exceedingly arduous. The advantages of a good reputation during wartime would far exceed expectations, while the troubles stemming from a poor reputation might surpass even the plethora of letters Harry received on the day of his acceptance. For years, Dumbledore had diligently worked to solidify his persona as the greatest white wizard and Harry's role as the savior. Clearly understanding this principle, crumpling the newspaper in her hand, Fiona vanished into thin air. Her visit to Snape's office yesterday had initially been to procure Polyjuice Potion, But the timely success of the antidote had delayed that endeavor. Now that Draco's health had improved, Fiona returned to the potions office at Hogwarts. To her surprise, Snape was not present. After a brief scan of the room, she found no trace of him. Outside, a lively commotion of chatter and laughter echoed, and it suddenly dawned on her that students were still in class. Specifically, the fifth-year Gryffindors and Slytherins attending potions together. As anticipated, Snape soon re-entered the room. "What is it?" he inquired, slightly furrowing his brow upon noticing Fiona seated on the sofa. "I came to request 2 vials of Polyjuice potion," she said, stepping closer and revealing 2 strands of hair in her open palm, one golden and the other a light brown, both slightly wavy. Snape hesitated before speaking. "From the Greengrass family?" "Indeed," Fiona replied, glancing down at the hair in her hand, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "To dissociate from the Greengrass family's disappearance, a performance is necessary." Raising an eyebrow, Snape responded, "The Polyjuice potion is in the first drawer to the left of the 3rd cabinet." "Thank you," Fiona murmured, expressing her gratitude as she dashed to the cabinet, retrieved 2 vials of the potion, and uncorked them to integrate the strands of hair. "What are your plans?" Snape inquired, watching her with keen interest. "Simply." As Fiona began to speak, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a shadow moving within the frame on the wall. Her voice faltered for but a moment before she resumed her conversation with a semblance of normalcy, subtly casting a glance at Snape from a location obscured from the painting's view. Snape, almost instinctively, noticed the shadow lurking at the edge of the frame. Rising with an air of nonchalance, he engaged in conversation with Fiona while discreetly making his way to the potion cabinet, from which he retrieved a vial of liquid. Clearly, the shadow within the frame remained oblivious to the unfolding events. "I believe we should," Snape began in a calm tone. Yet his actions were swift as he poured the recently acquired liquid onto the painting without hesitation. The artwork was suddenly sealed off, and the figure within let out a cry, trembling in fear, too intimidated to approach Snape, who stood before the image. However, Snape disregarded the panicked figure entirely. After applying the potion, he turned promptly and returned to his desk, gathering a stack of assignments before him. He then gestured subtly towards the painting on the wall. Chapter 149. Fiona approached the portrait with a clear understanding, gently raising her right hand adorned with a ring to caress the frame. The ring of the head of the Witt family possessed the ability to purify soul vessels, and within the realm of magic, portraits contained a fragment of a soul, which could also be classified as a soul vessel. Theoretically, the ring should be capable of purifying the frame. Indeed, as her fingers made contact with the edge of the frame, it trembled ever so slightly. Although the wizard had bestowed life upon the portrait, the soul within could not be deemed a true soul, thus the ring exhibited no reaction. Yet, the image within the frame began to gradually fade into transparency. The terrified screams of the portrait filled the room as it helplessly recoiled, hurling the most venomous insults it could conjure in an attempt to drive Fiona away. However, such struggles were evidently in vain, and soon both it and its cries vanished entirely. When silence once again enveloped the room, Snape lifted his gaze from a pile of assignments. His tone had begun to grow irritable. Fiona speculated that he might be grading the work of Gryffindor. For the stack of papers beside him bore a multitude of grades, nearly all of which were DS or FS. This place was no longer safe. Snape leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. It was evident that Dumbledore had begun to keep watch over him. Fiona tightened her grip on the potion, stating, "Speaking of Dumbledore, I recently received a task assigned to me by the Dark Lord." "What task?" Snape inquired, raising his gaze toward her in astonishment. It was evident that the relationship between Voldemort and Fiona had always been one of mutual benefit, as she was seldom invited to the regular meetings. Thus, it was perplexing that he would suddenly assign her a task. Fleur revealed a bitter smile. "He has commanded me to eliminate Dumbledore within a week." Snape, evidently taken aback by such a daunting task, widened his eyes in shock and abruptly rose from his chair. "What? How could he disregard the sudden assignment bestowed upon you by the Cormac family?" Snape's expression turned anxious. "How could this be possible?" Fiona let out a soft sigh. "I have sworn my allegiance to him. The Dark Lord has imprisoned Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa, evidently for the assets of the Malfoy family. He afforded me but 2 choices: either surrender the entirety of the Malfoy estate or pledge my loyalty to him in place of the Malfoys. I was bereft of any right to choose." Snape regarded her steadily for a moment, then sat down and rubbed his face with his hands. "What do you intend to do next?" The situation had clearly spiraled into chaos. Fiona's voice grew cold. "I do not mind making it a bit more tumultuous. I intend to liberate Grindelwald. Snape gazed at her in shock. You are mad. Do not worry, Fina replied gently. I will ensure he remains under control. He is a complete lunatic. You cannot contain him. Snape roared, gritting his teeth. Fina disregarded his fury, her gaze steady as she addressed him. I have no alternative. I must either eliminate Dumbledore or release Grindelwald. This is a dilemma that cannot be avoided. It was evident that Dumbledore could not perish at this juncture. You already possess your own influence. You could, but then I would be unable to safeguard the Malfoy family, Fina interjected coldly. I will do everything within my power to ensure that the Malfoy family emerges unscathed from this conflict. This is war, Snape exclaimed, his face ablaze with anger. No one can emerge unscathed in war. Fina gazed at him quietly. The Malfoy family can manage. You are far too idealistic. Snape, in a fit of anger, swept his cloak aside. What do you think this is? A game? This is war. Countless individuals will invest their time, energy, resources, and even their lives for the factions they support. But the Malfoy family will not. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Fina's lips. I shall pave the way for them. Regardless of which side emerges victorious, they will be among the triumphant. And they will also be the most powerful aristocrats in the aftermath of this conflict. Snape felt an overwhelming urge to delve into her mind. Bewildered by how someone so adept at strategizing could suddenly resemble a child lost in fanciful dreams. His expression grew as grim as though someone had shattered his cauldron. Fina offered a soothing smile. Fear not. I assure you everything will unfold according to plan. Huh? Snape retorted bitterly. What a splendidly idealistic plan, a little girl, in pursuit of her love, weaving impractical dreams amidst the chaos of war. Felia's raised an eyebrow in resignation. Surely you can comprehend this, can you not? Snape fell silent. Neither of them spoke further, and after a prolonged pause, Snape finally managed to quell the anger that had marred his features. He resumed his usual, unperturbed tone. If you require assistance, I could aid you in eliminating Dumbledore. Filna was momentarily taken aback, then could not help but reveal a faint smile. Thank you. But I believe the time is not yet ripe. Severus Snape, picking up an assignment from the table, carelessly scrawled in sonnet with his quill without even glancing at the paper. If you are truly resolved, then I have nothing more to say. Snape muttered grimly yet. I still hope you will give it serious consideration. Trust me, this plan will yield unexpected delights. Upon witnessing Snape relent slightly, a mischievous grin flickered across Filna's face. Snape, visibly irritated, waved his hand dismissively, signaling her to leave promptly. Feeling slighted, Filna touched her nose and stepped over to the fireplace, seizing a handful of flow powder and tossing it into the flames. St. Mungo's. The moment Filna stepped into the flames, an unwilling voice resonated throughout the room. I wish you good fortune. Filna could not help but curl her lips into a smile. Within the lofty tower of Numengard, a delicate silver mist wafted through the window, coalescing into a petite silver fox upon the table by the window. Grindelwald gazed down at the fox perched on the table, certain that he had never encountered this particular Patronus before. The silver fox nimbly leapt onto his shoulder and softly whispered something in his ear, causing Grindelwald's eyes to narrow slightly. With its message delivered, the fox transformed back into a wisp of mist and floated out the window, leaving Grindelwald alone in contemplation by the window. Chapter 150. In St. Mungo's, Draco was intently observing the statue within the wide-mouthed potion bottle. As Fiona pushed the door open, she beheld him fixated on the statue of Astoria, his slender, pale fingers tightly gripping the potion bottle, and his gray eyes unwaveringly gazing at the stone figure within. If you feel distressed, I could release her, Fiona remarked, a hint of bitterness in her tone. Upon hearing her voice, Draco abruptly turned, only to find her visage adorned with jealousy. Come and see, I have discovered something intriguing, Draco said, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he beckoned her, still clutching the bottle in his hand. Fiona gazed at it, finding it exceedingly dazzling. Reluctantly, she approached and seated herself beside him, casting her eyes down at the bottle in his hand. Look here, Draco said, pointing through the glass at the statue within. Fina leaned closer, only to observe that the statue was gradually dissolving under the corrosive effects of the dark green potion, with nearly the entirety of its lower legs having vanished. This elixir appeared to possess corrosive properties. Draco tapped the bottle, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. It seems I must recover swiftly, lest she become one with the potion in just a few days. The jealousy of Filna has yet to dissipate. Indeed, how could she possibly blend in? Draco, rarely witnessing Filna's envy, felt an immense delight. He casually tossed the bottle aside and instinctively reached out to embrace her. Stop, Do not touch me, Filna sharply retreated, evading his outstretched hand. Draco gazed at her in confusion. Ferna retrieved a cloth from nearby and meticulously wiped his hands from within to without, discarding the cloth aside before resuming her seat. Draco's smile deepened, and he gently drew her into his embrace, his voice suffused with affection. How are you so adorable? Farina let out a haughty hum, leaning into his embrace, yet remaining silent. Draco held her close, a satisfied sigh escaping his lips as he lowered his head to gently nuzzle her forehead. Their gazes locked, brimming with tenderness. As they drew ever closer, Draco's eyes gradually fell upon her lips. Just as their mouths were about to meet, a sudden knock sounded from the door. Fiona's ears were slightly flushed as she gently pushed open the door and took a seat on the edge of the bed with decorum. Outside the door, the doctor entered, carrying a tray, only to find Draco scowling at him, while Fiona appeared composed, albeit with a lingering blush on her ears. There was little left to misunderstand. The doctor, with a sense of resignation, placed the tray beside Draco and handed him 2 vials of potion, without so much as a glance. Draco angrily uncorked one and downed its contents, swiftly returning the empty vial to the doctor. The doctor, bewildered, accepted the vial and hesitantly spoke. Your body has yet to recover. You should refrain from engaging in strenuous activities. A flush of warmth surged across Filna's face. Draco's ears also tinged with a rosy hue as he clenched his teeth and spoke deliberately. I understand. That is reassuring, the doctor remarked, promptly lifting the tray. I shall not intrude any longer. With that, he exited the room, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. As the lock clicked into place with a soft sound, Filna swiftly leaped into Draco's embrace, her flushed face nestled against his chest as she nuzzled him, murmuring in a soft voice, It's over. I shall never be able to face anyone again. Draco, suppressing a smile, gently tousled her hair in a comforting gesture, assuring her, It's all right. He will understand. Flina, her cheeks flushed, glared at him fiercely as she lifted her gaze. You still dare to speak. All right, I won't say another word. Draco gently held her in his arms, tenderly ruffling her hair while softly reassuring her, It's all right. Fina gritted her teeth and turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge him. After a moment of silence, the blush on her face finally faded. Draco gently pinched her cheek, clicking his tongue in a tone of regret. Filna cast a puzzled glance at him. However, Draco seemed to have become quite engrossed in his antics, manipulating her face into various shapes. Filna, with a hint of exasperation, rolled her eyes at him, but he feigned ignorance, relishing the playful torment of her features. Eventually, Filna's look of dismay morphed into one of indignation. She abruptly turned the tables and pinned Draco beneath her, seizing his face in her grasp. The two engaged in a playful contest, contorting each other's faces without yielding an inch. Eventually, they found themselves intertwined like a pretzel, and Filna, with her face being squeezed, uttered incomprehensible words. Let go of me. No, you let go first. Then let us both release. 1, 2. Before they could reach 3, the door was suddenly flung open from the outside. Chapter 151. Severus froze, his face etched with urgency. Fina and Draco quickly released their hands and sat down, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Was there something that occurred? Fina adjusted her expression and spoke. Snape had even forgotten to knock and had barged in. Undoubtedly something of great importance had taken place. What I mean to say is that Snape finally regained his composure from the shock and remembered the purpose of his visit. Dumbledore has vanished. What? Fina abruptly rose. What has happened? I do not know. Snape shook his head darkly. He has not been seen at the school for quite some time. Recently, he had asked me to prepare some healing potions for the Order of the Phoenix. Today, I went to the office intending to deliver the potions, only to find he was not there at all. I initially thought he had left unexpectedly, but Professor McGonagall hurriedly entered the headmaster's office, and from her, I learned that Dumbledore has not appeared at Hogwarts for a long while, leaving behind not even a word. Furthermore, we found a letter on his desk inviting him to meet at the Hog's Head Inn. Snape looked directly at Fina. The signature is your name. No, that is impossible. I have never summoned Dumbledore, nor have I ever written him a letter. Fina's brow furrowed sharply. Perhaps it was, she abruptly halted, casting a subtle glance at Draco. Yet Snape had already grasped her implication. I believe so as well, which is why I came to inform you immediately. Snape sighed. However, others do not seem to share this view. Not many are aware of this matter, but it is evident that everyone assumes you are involved. Therefore, you must exercise caution in the coming days. It is likely that several parties are simultaneously searching for you. I understand. Please assist me in keeping an eye on the movements of the Order and Hogwarts. Fina spoke with a frosty tone. I will personally investigate the individuals behind this. Very well, I shall watch over Dumbledore's allies for you. Snape warned with a furrowed brow. We are still uncertain of the intentions of those behind this. In any case, proceed with caution. I comprehend. After delivering the message, Snape departed promptly. At this juncture, he could not remain away from Hogwarts for too long. Draco, listening from the side, was utterly perplexed. Much of their conversation was unclear, as if they were deliberately avoiding him, prompting Draco to inquire as soon as Snape had left. Perhaps what? A soothing smile played upon Fina's lips as she reassured, It's nothing, do not worry. I must step out for a moment. Would you kindly rest in my absence? I shall return to see you when time permits. However, Draco stubbornly grasped her wrist, insisting, You promised you would inform me once you were ready. Fina leaned down and gently squeezed his face, a tender smile gracing her lips. Once you have fully regained your health, I shall divulge everything to you. For now, your primary task is to recuperate. Be good and wait a few more days. Will you? Draco, feeling somewhat aggrieved, reluctantly released his grip. Then, when I recover, you must tell me everything. Agreed. After soothing Draco, Fina turned to leave the infirmary, her expression abruptly darkening. The two werewolves stationed at the entrance approached her as she emerged. In a low voice, Fina commanded, Arrange for additional personnel to stand guard here. This period is exceedingly perilous. We must not allow any negligence. The two men responded with respectful bows. Fiona vanished into thin air. The disappearance of Dumbledore, along with Lucius and Narcissa, may very well be the work of the same group, as it is evident that both parties employed identical methods, disguising themselves as her. Initially, she speculated that the vanishing of Lucius and Narcissa was orchestrated by Voldemort's followers. However, since Voldemort had already assigned her the task of eliminating Dumbledore, it seemed unnecessary to send others to capture him. Yet, if it were not Voldemort's agents, who could it possibly be? The members of the Order of the Phoenix would certainly not turn against Dumbledore, and Voldemort had no reason to act against him either. Clearly, Fiona herself had not taken action, unless, perhaps, a fourth faction lurked in the shadows. After a moment of contemplation, Filna swiftly dismissed the notion. Initially, she had contemplated extracting Grindelwald to introduce a fourth faction into the fray. However, it was evident that she had yet to take action. The entirety of the British wizarding community had been depleted of any factions worth partitioning. Wizards had either aligned themselves with the Order of the Phoenix or the Death Eaters. Even if someone were to unite the remaining neutral families, it would not suffice to forge a formidable new force. Moreover, these neutral families had expended considerable effort and resources to maintain their neutrality, and it was implausible that they would affiliate themselves with a newly formed faction. Aside from the wizards, virtually all other powers were under Filna's dominion, leaving no room for the establishment of a fourth faction. Thus, the existence of such a faction was unequivocally impossible. Yet, in the absence of a fourth faction, who could it be? The circumstances surrounding the two incidents were almost entirely disparate, and despite her prolonged reflection, Filna remained at a loss. Reluctantly, she resolved to proceed with her previous plan. The pool of available individuals was indeed limited, but after much deliberation, Filna ultimately decided to seek out Isabel. Upon arriving at Mansname Manor, she was greeted by Fifi. Miss, come on. The master has instructed me to escort you to the study should you seek her, Fifi said with a respectful bow. Ferna exclaimed in astonishment. Does she know I am coming? Feifei hesitated for a moment. You may inquire directly with the master. Upon saying this, she immediately led Filna deeper inside. After navigating several turns, Feifei ushered her into a room where Isabel elegantly reclined in her chair, engrossed in a book on alchemy. Upon Filna's entrance, Isabel displayed no signs of surprise, as if she had anticipated her visit. Ah, you've arrived. Please, take a seat. She gestured towards the chair opposite her. You knew I was coming? Filna raised an eyebrow as she settled into the chair across from her. Isabel did not divert her gaze from the book, lifting a teacup from the side and taking a delicate sip before softly replying, I presumed you would. Why? Filna inquired, her expression tinged with curiosity. Finally, Isabel set aside her book and, meeting Filna's eyes, spoke in a calm tone. The situation outside grows increasingly chaotic, and trustworthy individuals are becoming scarce. I surmise that you might find yourself in need of assistance. Ferna pressed her lips together, her eyes shimmering with a hint of emotion. Before she could utter any heartfelt words, Isabel spoke calmly. There is no need for gratitude. The situation is too chaotic, and I have been tasked with maintaining order in the magical realm. However, I cannot act overly, so we are essentially in a cooperative relationship, assisting one another. Despite her words, the formidable strength of the Mansnay family meant that supporting either side would suffice to uphold the order. By offering this opportunity to her, Isabel was indeed extending her assistance. "Thank you," Ferna said, a genuine smile gracing her face. Isabel's expression turned slightly mischievous as she remarked, "If you would be willing to teach me how to create that protective ring, I believe I would be quite pleased." "Of course," Ferna replied, her smile warm. Isabel gently curved the corners of her lips. "Then let us wait until after this matter is resolved for the lesson. For now, I think it best to address the immediate concerns. Did you come to me with a specific request?" Ferna withdrew 2 vials of elixir from her pocket. "I must dissociate myself from the disappearance of the Grindelwald family. Therefore, I seek your assistance in masquerading as a member of the Grindelwald clan to journey to Germany and retrieve Grindelwald. The Mansnay family possesses a unique intelligence network, enabling them to be aware of nearly everything within their domain. Yet such information must never be disclosed." Consequently, Isabel exhibited no surprise. She merely picked up a vial of potion and swallowed it with a measured grace, taking advantage of the potion's onset to declare, "The task of retrieving Grindelwald must be undertaken by you alone. I cannot assist you. Germany lies beyond the jurisdiction of the Mansnay family, and Isabel cannot intervene in matters pertaining to other emissaries' territories. It is already perilous enough to aid Ferna in her disguise as a member of the Grindelwald family in Germany." "I understand." Fina lifted another vial of potion to her lips. This was the long-lasting compound elixir brewed by Snape, effective for a full 24 hours. Fina consumed the potion from Astoria, while Isabel had the one from Madame Gringlas. How utterly distasteful, Fina thought, glancing with disdain at her own form. Isabel, however, exhibited no reaction. She enveloped herself in a shroud of dark mist, enhancing the propriety of her attire. Fina raised her wand, casting a transfiguration charm upon her clothing. After inspecting themselves in the glass and ensuring no flaws were exposed, Fina retrieved Madame Gringlas' wand from her earlier concealment and handed it to Isabel, while she took up Astoria's wand. Chapter 152. Immediately thereafter, the two vanished with a flicker of apparition. They materialized in a quaint wizarding town in northern Germany, a place renowned for its magical heritage. The town was populated entirely by wizarding families, shielded from Muggle eyes by protective enchantments. Though modest in size, it was the epicenter of wizarding activity in Germany, attracting numerous noble families. Here, one could find the nation's banks, newspapers, hotels, shopping streets, and even the Ministry of Magic, all nestled within this enchanting locale. Fiona and Isabel first reserved 2 rooms at the hotel under the guise of the Gringotts family. They then spent the entire day leisurely exploring the town, even venturing to the German Ministry of Magic to inquire about available properties for sale. By evening, they returned to the hotel, thoroughly satisfied. Their extensive wanderings around the town would surely have drawn attention, thus fulfilling their purpose. With the mission accomplished, Isabel could not remain in Germany for long. Upon returning to their room, she immediately used apparition to return to England. Fiona, on the other hand, donned her wand and cast an invisibility charm before stepping outside. The effects of the polyjuice potion were limited, and she needed to locate Grindelwald before the potion wore off. Nurmengard was situated at the foot of a towering mountain in Austria. Fiona apparat to the base of the mountain, where magical restrictions were enforced. All magical disguises would fail in this vicinity, and both apparition and broomstick travel were prohibited. To ascend to Nurmengard, one could only proceed on foot. As soon as Filna's feet touched the ground, she sensed that her invisibility charm had faltered, and her form reverted to its original state. She lifted her gaze towards the towering peaks above, a slight headache beginning to form. Before she could devise a suitable plan, a strange male voice suddenly emerged from behind her. "Do you wish to ascend to the summit?" The voice resonated as if it were whispering directly into her ear, causing Filna to startle, spinning around, and stepping back cautiously, wand drawn. "Who are you?" A figure cloaked in black materialized behind her, entirely shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible for Filna to discern his identity. She maintained a vigilant grip on her wand, her eyes fixed on him. "Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm." The man's tone carried an unusual emotion, and the familiarity in his words prompted Filna to furrow her brow in confusion, though she was certain she had never encountered him before. "What do you seek at the top?" he inquired, tilting his head slightly towards the peak, revealing half of a pallid face beneath his hood. "Are you in search of Grindelwald? Who exactly are you?" Upon hearing Grindelwald's name, Filna's expression hardened. her wand unwaveringly aimed at him. Suddenly, an odd scent wafted through the air. Unprepared, Filna inhaled deeply, and an overwhelming wave of dizziness washed over her. Before she could react, her mind clouded, and the wand slipped from her fingers with a soft thud as Filna collapsed into unconsciousness. The man brushed off the remaining golden powder from his hands, cradling Filna's limp form in his arms, his fingers tenderly caressing her cheek. "You will come to love me, won't you?" With Filna in his embrace, he vanished from sight. Chapter 153. In the St. Mungo's hospital room, Draco, who had been slumbering, abruptly opened his eyes. His hand instinctively moved to his chest, where his heart beat strongly against his palm, leaving him perplexed as he cast his gaze downward. Was the fleeting pain in his heart during the dream merely a figment of his imagination? Though there was no discomfort within his heart, a sense of unease began to stir from the depths of his being. As he looked out at the misty moonlight filtering through the window, the feeling of unrest gradually intensified. Fiona has yet to return. As anxiety gnawed at him, Draco sat up and gazed at the fine silver line left on his wrist by the magical vow. The line continued to emit a faint silver glow, neither fading nor diminishing. Draco exhaled softly, forcing himself to regain composure, suppressing the turmoil within. Perhaps she was merely preoccupied with the chaos outside. She must be exhausted and should not be burdened further. Though he contemplated this, his thoughts remained tumultuous, refusing to settle. He sighed softly and made his way to the window, lost in the moonlight outside. On many nights at St. Mungo's, he would sit alone, entranced by the tranquil glow of the moon, which often soothed his restless heart. Yet, for reasons unknown, his unease did not wane as it usually did. Instead, it deepened beneath the moonlight. Ultimately, the agitation within him prevailed, and Draco furrowed his brow as he walked towards the door. As he pulled it open, two werewolves immediately approached. "Mr. Malfoy, do you require assistance?" Draco, frowning, spoke softly, "I wish to see Fiona." The two werewolves exchanged glances, and one of them respectfully bowed and said, "I will inform the leader to contact Miss Carmen." "Thank you." The werewolves lacked a direct means to reach Fiona, leaving Draco, despite his urgency, to return to his room and wait in silence. Gradually, the moon sank in the west, and the sky resumed its natural visage. The sun rose in the east, ascended high, and then slowly descended in the west. The sun rises and sets, while the moon sinks and ascends, in an endless cycle. For 3 full days, Fiona did not appear, nor did Draco receive any word from her. Until once again the moonlight enveloped the earth, Draco opened his door anew. This time, the two werewolves quickly approached. Before Draco could speak, they lowered their heads respectfully and said, "Mr. Malfoy, the leader has informed us that she is currently unable to reach Miss Carmen, as she may be attending to important matters. Please be patient. We will notify you immediately once we contact her." "No need," Draco replied calmly. "Fetch the doctor." The werewolves complied respectfully. Shortly thereafter, the doctor entered the room. "What brings you to summon me?" he inquired, appraising Draco momentarily. He appeared to be in good health. Draco's expression was frosty as he replied, "I wish to be discharged." The doctor hesitated, his brow furrowing slightly. "Your condition is not yet suitable for discharge. Yet I sense no issues with my health," Draco stated, meeting the doctor's gaze with tranquility. "Why have you delayed my release? From the second day of taking the antidote, the potions you provided have merely been ordinary nutritional supplements," Draco remarked evenly. "Surely, my health has long since returned to normal, has it not?" The doctor paused slightly, realizing the truth. "It was she who instructed you to remain in the hospital, wasn't he it?" Draco raised his gaze to meet the doctor's eyes. "She does not wish for me to leave this place," acknowledging that the matter was already exposed. The doctor reluctantly admitted, "Miss Carmen instructed me to ensure you stay here for a while longer. I am aware that my health is no longer in jeopardy." Draco calmly diverted his eyes. "I wish to be discharged." The doctor, with a resigned shake of his head and a soft sigh, ultimately conceded to his request. The werewolves at the entrance evidently received orders as well, yet they seemed hesitant to forcibly detain him. Thus, he left Street Mungo's without hindrance. Upon returning through the fireplace to Malfoy Manor, Draco was momentarily taken aback by the desolate emptiness of the house. It was in a state of disarray and dishevelment, with traces of a struggle evident on the floor, causing a jolt of unease in his heart. The house elf had not tidied the rooms, which was an ominous sign. Clearing his throat, Draco called out a couple of times, but received no response. The house elf was absent from Malfoy Manor, suppressing the rising panic within him. He approached the tapestry, and upon seeing the gleaming names of Lucius and Narcissa, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. His parents were not in imminent danger. However, he could not reach Felina, and their whereabouts remained unknown. He would have to seek out his godfather at Hogwarts for further information. Without delay, Draco stepped toward the fireplace, tossing in some firewood to ignite a roaring flame, then took a handful of flue powder and threw it into the hearth. In the Hogwarts potions office, a swirl of green flames enveloped his figure. Snape, dressed in his nightclothes, sat at his desk engrossed in writing, when suddenly a figure emerged from the fireplace. Draco? What brings you here? Snape furrowed his brow, clearly perplexed as to how he had managed to leave Street Mungo S. Draco did not respond to his inquiry. For the first time, he impolitely fixed his gaze on Snape's eyes and stated calmly, "Godfather, I need to know everything that has transpired recently." Snape regarded him for a moment before responding coolly, "These matters have been handled by Felina. Your task is to recover your health. Felina is missing." Draco's voice remained steady, yet Snape abruptly rose from his chair. "What did you say?" "Felina is missing." Draco's heart raced, yet his expression remained indifferent. Thus, "I require information regarding recent events. How could she suddenly vanish?" Snape's face reflected urgency as he began to pace, his mind racing. Draco would never jest about Felina's safety, thus it was impossible for this to be a mere fabrication for the sake of information. But if Felina truly was missing, who could be responsible? Could it be the same individual who had previously abducted Lucius, Narcissa, and Dumbledore? Severus Snape's gaze sharpened. If that were the case, it would pose a significant problem. With the Malfoy estate currently unattended and the influence of Felina lacking oversight, it would be most prudent for Draco to be made aware of everything. After weighing his options, Snape settled back into his chair and began to speak slowly. Recent events have been tumultuous. He leaned forward, resting his hands on the table, and looked intently at Draco. "You must brace yourself." "I understand," Draco replied calmly as he sat across from him. Since the day Draco fell into unconsciousness, Snape meticulously recounted all that had transpired during that period. Therefore, the current state of affairs is exceedingly complex, and I cannot ascertain the true reason behind Felina's disappearance. Snape sighed as he concluded, "However, I suspect it may be linked to the vanishings of your father and mother." Draco had already begun to suspect something regarding Lucius and Narcissa's absence. The mere fact that they had not shown themselves during his lengthy stay at St. Mungo's was enough to raise his suspicions. "When was the last time Felina saw you?" Draco inquired coldly. Snape furrowed his brow slightly. 3 days ago, she came to retrieve 2 vials of the long-lasting polyjuice potion, claiming she needed to disguise herself as a member of the Greengrass family to distance herself from their disappearance. 2 vials? Draco keenly seized upon the key phrase. This implies she must be acting in concert with another individual. "Indeed, 2 vials," Snape affirmed, "yet I am unaware of the identity of this other person. Given the current chaos, there are few trustworthy allies surrounding Felina. She has only recently begun to engage with the Malfoy estate's influence, and it is evident she would not seek out anyone from the Malfoys. Her own followers consist of scarcely any wizards. The long-lasting polyjuice potion is ineffective on other magical beings. Thus it cannot involve orcs, werewolves, elves, or giants." Draco analyzed the situation coolly. Therefore, the number of wizards she trusts is severely limited. Discounting students from Hogwarts and wizarding friends abroad, there may be but one individual remaining. Draco spoke coldly. "Isabel Munsney." Snape's body stiffened abruptly. Hearing that name once more after such a long time stirred an unusual sensation within him. "Godfather, do you know the location of the Munsney estate?" Draco inquired, looking up at him. "I believe I must pay a visit to Munsney Manor." Snape recalled the painful experience from their last encounter, but clearly, now was not the time for such reflections. He suppressed his emotions and replied coolly, "I know where it is, but I cannot enter. It is best if you go alone." "Very well." In a lavishly adorned bedroom, Felina gently opened her eyes. Her mind still clouded, she gazed bewilderedly at the unfamiliar surroundings. Raising a hand to massage her temples, she endeavored to regain clarity. As the fog in her mind dissipated, Felina finally recalled the events leading up to her fainting. A cautious expression began to settle upon her features as she quietly descended from the bed, searching for her wand, yet found it absent. The necklace around her neck had been removed, and the ring from her finger had been stripped away. She bore no means to channel her magic. For the first time, a profound sense of dread enveloped her. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a somewhat familiar man entered, carrying a tray laden with food. You're awake. His voice brimmed with excitement as he placed the tray on a nearby table, a gentle smile gracing his face. You must be hungry. I brought you some avocado toast, milk pudding, and orange juice. I remembered how much you enjoyed these three things in the morning. His voice was soothing, almost melodic. And Filna finally recognized the identity of the man before her. Chapter 154, Theodore Not. Filna could not recall having any past interactions with him. In fact, in her memory, Theodore was almost an invisible presence. She had never paid him any serious attention, and her impression of him was merely a reflection of the sporadic topics mentioned by Draco. Why are you looking at me like that? Theodore's face radiated with a profound tenderness. You should eat. You haven't had a morsel in 3 days. You must be famished. Fiona regarded him with caution. Why did you bring me here in such a daze? She inquired. Perhaps we could discuss this matter after you've finished your meal. Theodore's gentle smile remained unaltered. I prepared today's breakfast myself. Do give it a try. Worry not. I harbor no intention of causing you harm. With a thoughtful gesture, he lifted a glass of orange juice and offered it to her. First, have a sip to soothe your throat. Beside Filna, there was nothing that could furnish her with the capacity for resistance. Yet Theodore continued to gaze at her with gentle affection, the cup in his hand perfectly positioned before her. Ferna hesitated to act impulsively and merely accepted the cup, taking a sip under his watchful gaze. Upon seeing her drink the orange juice, Theodore's face lit up with joy as he handed her an avocado toast from beside him, urging her to try it. I recall how much you adored avocado toast for breakfast. Have you been observing me all along? Ferna inquired. Accepting the bread and lifting her eyes to meet his, her gaze brimming with caution. Seemingly oblivious to her wariness, Theodore sweetly replied, I have been paying attention to you for quite some time, even before Draco. At the mention of Draco, Ferna's heart jolted. She had been asleep for 3 days, which meant Draco had not seen her during that time, and she feared he must be worried. The mention of Draco caused Ferna to momentarily drift away, and Theodore's smile waned for an instant before he quickly restored his previous warmth. Do try the bread. After you've finished your meal, feel free to ask me anything. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he gazed at Ferna, and under his watchful gaze, she mechanically lifted the bread to her mouth and took a bite. The creamy avocado spread melded perfectly with the aroma of the wheat bread, causing her pupils to dilate. The flavor was nearly identical to that of her favorite restaurant in France. Noticing her reaction, Theodore's lips curled into a delighted smile. I remember that your favorite spot in France was je39's Nijember, and their avocado toast seemed to suit your palate perfectly. Thus, I sought out their baker and learned the art of making avocado toast. je39's Nijember, the restaurant Ferna cherished before attending Hogwarts. Ferna cast aside the bread in her hand and warily retreated, widening the distance between them. When precisely did you begin to fixate on me? She inquired. Seeing her discard the bread, Theodore let out a resigned sigh, his face still adorned with a gentle smile, reminiscent of one addressing a delicate child. Fixate? His gaze fell upon Ferna's face, and the affection in his eyes was laid bare without reservation. To be more accurate, I fell in love with you. When you were 6 years old, I accompanied my father on a trip to France. Perhaps you have forgotten. His expression grew increasingly contemplative, a sweet smile gracing his lips. At that time, you were in a bookstore with Mr. Carmen, and I distinctly remember you wearing a light green dress. Your delicate arms pointing to the highest shelf where the foundational book on alchemy resided, telling Mr. Carmen that you wished to have it. He seemed to recall a joyful memory, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Mr. Carmen refused to purchase it for you, and you sulked, refusing to speak to him, pouting in a corner as you poked at the dust-laden tome on potion ingredients below the shelf. He then turned, gesturing toward a slightly yellowed but well-preserved book on the shelf. It was that very book that I later bought. Upon hearing this, Ferna's heart jolted. He spoke the truth. She had indeed visited the bookstore with her father at the age of 6. At that time, her father had been reluctant for her to delve into alchemy so early, deeming it somewhat perilous for her. Yet, not long after, she received an anonymous gift containing the very book she had admired that day. She spent the entire day engrossed in its pages, unraveling many fundamental principles, thereby revealing her rare talent for alchemy. It was from that moment onward that her father consented to her pursuit of alchemy. However, throughout all these years, she had never discovered the identity of the person who sent her that book. She had inquired of all her friends, even the bookstore owner, yet none possessed any knowledge of it. That book, Ferna could not help but utter. Theodore's face remained adorned with a tender smile. Yes, I bought it and sent it to you. I can only imagine the joy you felt upon receiving it. Fiona lowered her head. Indeed, upon receiving that book. She was immensely thrilled. It held extraordinary significance for her as her introductory tome on alchemy, and to this day, it occupies a cherished place on her bookshelf. Theodore, wishing not to distress her, thoughtfully redirected the conversation. I sincerely apologize for bringing you here so abruptly. The situation outside is tumultuous. The entire magical community in Britain has become rather precarious. It appears that Voldemort has grown suspicious of you. For the time being, you may stay here and seek refuge from the storm. Verna pressed her lips together and replied coldly, No, I have important matters to attend to. Theodore's gentle smile remained unchanged. I believe nothing is more significant than your safety. Rest assured, this place is secure. You may reside here with peace of mind. What does this mean? Verna glanced at him with a sharp gaze. To imprison me here in the name of love? Fiona had anticipated a furious retort from Theodore. Yet he surprised her with his gentle demeanor and a voice brimming with understanding. You might perceive it that way, but I assure you, I would never bring you harm. Then return my wand to me, Fiona replied coldly. Theodore's lips curled into a slight smile. I fear that is not possible. I am well aware of the extent of your magical prowess. Was left with no choice but to negotiate. Then please return my ring. Upon hearing her mention the ring, a gentle smile momentarily faltered on Theodore's face. I'm afraid that is not possible. I do not wish for you to possess anything associated with Draco, let alone a pair of couple's rings. It is not a couple's ring. Retorted, it is merely an ordinary ring. Then why are you so eager to reclaim it? Theodore raised his gaze to her face, his eyes shadowed with a deep intensity. Behave. A layer of goosebumps erupted on Filna's back. You may move about freely here, but you cannot depart. Theodore approached the window and drew back the curtains, allowing the brilliant sunlight to pour in. Fiona raised her gaze to the outside world. Beyond the window lay a charming little garden, where flowers from every season blossomed in unison, creating a stunning tapestry of colors. At the heart of the garden stood a fountain, exquisitely carved from granite into the likeness of two swans entwined in a graceful embrace. The water erupted from their midst, soaring high before cascading back into the basin below, where the spray formed a delicate mist that glimmered in the sunlight, casting a tiny rainbow. Further afield, an endless expanse of dense forest stretched out, suggesting the presence of a manor nestled deep within the mountains. Here, domestic sprites would cater to nearly all your whims. Theodore turned to her, his expression unwavering. I will often come to keep you company. You may do anything you wish, except leave. Chapter 155. I only wish to leave this place, Fiona replied coolly. Theodore's demeanor remained unchanged, his gaze filled with affection. You will come to adore it here. Oh, by the way, Theodore added with a slight smile, I have disabled the flue network for the fireplace. Any magical creature that enters here will become disoriented. Outside the manor, there are muggle-repelling charms and various concealment spells. Any wizard who recklessly intrudes upon the estate will be swiftly eliminated by the defensive enchantments. So it would be wise not to attempt communication with the outside world. Draco will find me, Fiona retorted, lifting her chin defiantly. I trust him. Theodore's lips curled into a confident smile. Then let us wait and see. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave now, Theodore said as he straightened his posture and adjusted his black cloak. Good evening. It was only after the bedroom door was closed once more that Fiona let out a sigh of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, her foremost concern was to devise a means of escaping this place. Fiona gently unfurled the quilt, only to realize that her attire had transformed into a sleek black nightgown. It was evident that this nightgown had been enchanted with a transfiguration spell, as the intricate patterns on the fabric mirrored those of her previous black robe, albeit in a more lightweight form. Suddenly, a sharp sound resonated through the air, and a house elf materialized before Fiona. Master summoned Tita to attend to Miss Come On. The house elf exclaimed, its bright yellow-green eyes sparkling with excitement. Is Miss Come On resting well? Tita's voice rose in a pitch of enthusiasm. Master instructed Tita to find a suitable nightgown for Miss Come On, but there are no ladies' nightgowns here. Thus, Tita took the liberty of transforming Miss Come On's black robe into a nightgown. A hint of moisture clouded Tita's large eyes, and she promptly darted to the wall, banging her head against it. Naughty Tita. Bad Tita. Tita did not fulfill Master's task properly. Tita shall revert Miss Come On's robe immediately. Stop, Tita, Fiona said, feeling a slight headache as she rubbed her temples in response to Tita's agitated state. Let the robe remain as it is for now. Please guide me around this place, Fiona instructed. The manor was not overly expansive, and she intended to familiarize herself with the layout, searching for any potential means of escape. Tita immediately ceased her actions, looking at her attentively. Yes, Miss, come on. It appeared that there were no other inhabitants in the manor, and Tita led her on a tour, providing explanations along the way. This is the master's chamber, directly across from your room. This is the alchemical laboratory specially prepared for you by the master, with the adjoining room stocked with alchemical materials you may require. Over here is the dining room, and adjacent to it is the kitchen, then the pantry. This is the study, where alchemical texts are stored on the 6 bookshelves to the left. And here is the parlor. Tita guided her through every corner of the house. When was this place arranged? Fina inquired, feigning casualness as they reached the alchemical laboratory. It has been here for about a few years, Tita replied, blinking in confusion. However, previously, the master never permitted anyone to enter. Have many people visited here before? Tita hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. Aside from the master, no one has ever come here. Thus, it was evident that this was not a property of the Knott family. Fina furrowed her brow, oblivious to Tina's hesitation. If Theodore owned this property, it would indeed be more challenging to locate. After surveying the interior of the room, Tina led her outside. Upon reaching a certain greenhouse deep within the garden, Tina introduced, in this space, the master cultivates rare potion ingredients. I am unable to escort Miss come on inside, as the master has forbidden my entry. Fina nodded in understanding, yet her gaze remained inquisitively roving around the glass house. What could possibly lie within that was so precious that even the house elves were forbidden entry? She discreetly noted the location of the glass house. The estate's yard consisted solely of gardens or lawns, and after a while of wandering, Fina was beginning to feel fatigued. Just as she was about to suggest to Tina that they return, her eyes caught sight of a small iron door tucked away in a corner behind the house. What could that be? Curiosity piqued, Fina approached it. Tina, quick to react, immediately stepped in front of her, blocking her path. Miss, come on. That is the master's potion-making room. And entry is strictly prohibited. The potion-making room? Fina regarded the somewhat foreboding iron door with intrigue, unable to comprehend why such a significant area would be concealed and off-limits. Noticing Fina's continued fixation on the door, Tina swiftly redirected the conversation. There is a special area ahead where various peculiar stones are displayed. The master has instructed me to take you there. I am certain you will find it delightful, Miss, come on. What peculiar stones? Fina feigned interest and shifted her gaze, all the while silently committing the iron door's location to memory. She resolved to return covertly. The more concealed a place, the more likely it held secrets worth uncovering. With the topic successfully diverted, Tina cheerfully led Fina onward. At the end of the pebble path stood a stunning glass house. This glass structure was distinctly different from the previous one. Here, the glass was not frosted but rather comprised of large, transparent panels that interlocked seamlessly, refracting sunlight into dazzling shapes upon the verdant grass surrounding it. Tina stepped forward and opened the door to the glass house. Inside, there were 8 4-tiered iron shelves, each tier adorned with 6 exquisitely crafted boxes, in front of which lay an array of stones, accompanied by small brass carts. It resembled a miniature exhibition hall. Here, all the rare alchemical materials collected by the master were displayed. Tina opened one of the boxes beside her. The front showcased samples and descriptions of the materials, while the interior housed the corresponding stone specimens. As an alchemist, Fina found it nearly impossible to resist such allure. Venturing further inside, she was astonished to discover that everything displayed was of a rarity typically only available for purchase on rare occasions, collectible-grade alchemical materials. Fina was acutely aware that gathering these materials was no simple task, as many of them were rare treasures that had emerged in auctions several years, even over a decade prior. It must have taken considerable effort and time to amass such a collection. Observing the surprise in Fina's eyes, Tina spoke again. The master said these are gifts for you. However, upon hearing this, Fina pressed her lips together and turned to leave. These were Theodore's possessions, not hers. She could not accept such precious gifts without cause. Tina watched Fina's retreating figure in confusion. Although she did not quite understand why Fina had suddenly departed, she dared not inquire further, merely securing the door before following in her footsteps. Upon returning to her room, Fina dismissed Tina and sat alone. After surveying her surroundings, she found no vulnerabilities in the defenses. Evidently, everything here had been meticulously designed to prevent her escape. Unable to communicate with the outside world, it would be exceedingly difficult for Draco to locate her. Fina furrowed her brow in distress. Outside the Mansnine Manor, a platinum-haired youth quietly appeared. The house elf Fifi immediately sensed his presence and reported it to Isabelle. Draco Malfoy? Isabelle raised an eyebrow in perplexity. What could he want? With a batch of alchemical products halfway through preparation, Isabel sighed and set down her materials. Let him in and take him to the parlor. Understood. Fifi responded before vanishing into thin air. Outside the manor, Draco was still seeking a way to enter when a house elf suddenly appeared before him. Mr. Malfoy, the master requests your presence in the parlor. The house elf respectfully bowed its head and gestured for him to follow. Draco followed the house elf into the parlor, where he found Isabel seated on the sofa, sipping tea. Miss Mansny, Draco said politely, inclining his body slightly. Please, take a seat, Isabel replied coolly, setting down her cup. What brings you here, Mr. Malfoy? Filna has gone missing, Draco said, gently clenching his fists and lowering his gaze. It has been 3 days without news of her. I learned she sought you out 3 days ago, and I wanted to inquire if you knew her whereabouts. 3 days? Isabel's expression grew grave. Filna may be in some trouble. Hearing this, Draco's heart sank. 3 days ago, Filna came to me seeking assistance in disguising herself as a member of the Greengrass family, intending to travel to Germany. We spent the entire day wandering the town of Elbeck in northern Germany, ultimately booking 2 rooms at a hotel under the Greengrass name. Filna was going to Neumünster to meet Grindelwald, and as my identity is peculiar, I returned first. According to the plan, she was supposed to return to London that night with Mr. Grindelwald. At this point, Isabel's expression darkened. If she had not returned, it must mean she encountered some trouble. Grindelwald? Why was she associating with him? Draco clenched his fists, suppressing his trembling hands. Isabel shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. I can search for Fina's whereabouts throughout the entirety of the United Kingdom. Isabel furrowed her brow and spoke softly. But if she is not in the UK, I have no other means. That will trouble you then. Draco bowed his head in gratitude. Isabel opened her right hand, dark energy swirling within, gradually coalescing into a massive black scythe. Her eyes began to take on a lighter hue as she murmured obscure incantations. Waves of dark energy radiated from her, intensifying as her chants quickened. After a while, her eyes nearly turned white. The dark energy beneath her feet converged, resembling a surging black river. Finally, Isabel ceased her incantation, striking the ground heavily with the black scythe, causing the dark river to emit a series of rippling waves. Moments later, the dark energy swiftly retreated back into Isabel's body, and her eyes gradually returned to normal. Fina is not within the boundaries of the United Kingdom, perhaps due to the recent spell. An icy chill pervaded Isabel's voice. I cannot locate her. Draco lowered his eyes in disappointment. Thank you. Then I shall take my leave. Isabel regarded him expressionlessly as he bowed and departed. Upon exiting the Mainsnay Manor, Draco relaxed his stiffened fists, glancing down at the still bright silver thread on his wrist. She is safe. Draco pressed his wrist to his heart, attempting to soothe his restless spirit. Where could she be? Chapter 157 in the bedroom. Fina sat alone from dawn until dusk, still unable to devise any feasible escape plan. A gentle knock sounded at the door, but Fina, ensconced in the darkness, remained silent. Outside, Theodore's tender voice called out, Are you awake? Come and have something to eat. Ferna cast her gaze downward, as the gentle moonlight filtered through the window, casting a warm, golden hue upon the floor. Outside, Theodore remained silent, lifting his eyes to the crescent moon hanging in the sky, a trace of unfamiliar melancholy glimmering in the corners of his eyes. After a moment, the sound of footsteps faded at the door, and Theodore departed. Ferna shifted her stiff neck and raised her gaze to the myriad twinkling stars outside the window. She could have simply entered directly. Theodore found himself alone in the dining room when Tina promptly approached him, addressing him as master. Please deliver a meal to Miss Carmen's room. Theodore meticulously removed his well-coordinated jacket and draped it over the back of a chair before seating himself at the dining table. The 2 steaks on the table had already grown cold, having been prepared by his own hands. As Tina prepared to take the plate across from him to reheat it, Theodore interjected, Please prepare a fresh one. Yes, Tina acknowledged and departed. With graceful movements, Theodore picked up his knife and fork, slicing through the cold steak. Casting gentle glances at the vacant chair opposite him, he consumed the steak before him, each bite a reminder of his solitude. To claim there was no sense of melancholy would be disingenuous. He had loved her for so many years, witnessing her entwined with various companions. Yet he had endured through all the trying days. Now, she resided within this very house. What more could he desire? Patience was key. She simply needed time, and surely she would come to love him in return. In the bedroom, Tina appeared before Ferna, skillfully balancing a tray laden with food. The room was devoid of light, the sole illumination emanating from the moonlight outside. Bathed in the soft glow of the moon, Tina observed Ferna curled up on the floor by the window, gazing up at the night sky. "Miss Carmen, the master has instructed me to bring you your dinner," Tina said respectfully, bowing slightly as she presented the tray. Ferna continued to gaze upwards at the night sky, her posture unchanged. In a soft voice, she uttered, "Let it go." Tina placed the plate she held on the table and swiftly exited the room. In the dining area, Theodore elegantly dabbed his lips with a napkin, and Tina appeared before him in an instant. "Has Miss Carmen eaten?" Theodore inquired, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Tina lowered her head, her pointed ears drooping. "Miss Carmen has not touched the food Tina brought. She is sitting alone on the floor by the window, gazing at the moon. Go fetch a long velvet blanket to cover the entire floor of Miss Carmen's bedroom." Theodore discarded the napkin and rose, making his way to the door of Ferna's chamber, where he gently knocked. "Tina says you haven't eaten all day. Going too long without food can cause stomach pain. Also, don't sit on the floor. You might catch a chill. In a while, Tina will lay a thick blanket on the floor. Will you please get up and have something to eat?" The floor was undeniably cold at night, and the fireplace within the room had yet to be lit. Ferna shivered from the chill but remained stubbornly silent, receiving no response. Theodore settled quietly on the floor at her door, keeping her company until Tina's voice echoed through the room. "Miss Carmen, the master has instructed me to lay a thick blanket for you." After a brief silence, Ferna finally spoke. "Thank you." A tender smile crept onto Theodore's lips as he raised his gaze to the twinkling stars outside, retrieved the coat he had cast aside, and returned to his own room. The rustling sounds at the door startled Ferna, and she regained her senses only when she heard the click of the door closing across the way. Had he been there all along? Having gone an entire day without food, Ferna was indeed famished. She sat at the table and opened the plate, the still warm food emanating an enticing aroma. It was her favorite steak, accompanied by blueberry sauce. After so many years in England, she had lost track of how long it had been since she had tasted this dish, which she had requested the house elves to serve almost daily in France. Fina slowly cut a piece of steak and brought it to her lips, the familiar flavor bursting forth on her tongue. Tina had already spread out the blanket and approached Fina, curiously blinking her eyes, seemingly astonished that she actually enjoyed such an unusual taste. "Miss Carmen, does the steak still suit your palate?" Fina coldly lowered her eyes as she sliced the steak. "Is this yet another one of his creations?" she inquired. "No. This one was prepared by Tina," came the reply. Tina hastily waved her hands in protest, explaining, "The master suddenly expressed a desire for this particular flavor of steak. Each time I finished, I would present it to him for tasting. After a full month, he was only just barely satisfied with the steak I crafted." Felina's movements momentarily halted as she lifted her gaze towards Tina, calmly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. It tastes delightful." Tina, beaming with joy, executed a graceful bow before vanishing into thin air. In the adjacent room, Theodore writhed in agony, clutching his stomach as he curled up on the bed. His stomach had always been somewhat fragile, perhaps exacerbated by the cold steak he had consumed earlier or the chill he had contracted from sitting on the floor for a while. Regardless, his stomach was now convulsing violently. While there were antacids available at home, Theodore's belly ached with intense cramping, large beads of sweat cascading down his pained, pallid face. He bit down hard on his lip, unable to utter the name of the household sprite. The pain intensified, and trembling, he burrowed deeper into the blankets, rolling about in a desperate attempt to restore warmth to his abdomen. The movement caused the bed to gently tremble, the mattress pressing closely against the nightstand, which also quivered slightly. The picture frame atop the nightstand swayed precariously with the vibrations, ultimately losing its balance and crashing to the floor. The crisp sound of breaking glass echoing through the two doors and reaching Felina's ears. Ferna concentrated intently, yet no other sounds emerged. "Tina," Filna spoke softly, and Tina materialized in the room. "Miss Carmen, Tina is here. Please check across the way. A sound of shattering glass has emerged from there," Filna stated coolly. "Understood." "Miss Carmen," Tina replied, a flicker of surprise illuminating her large yellow-green eyes. She bowed to Filna before vanishing into thin air. Theodore lay curled up in his blanket, gripping his painfully throbbing stomach. The agony consumed his full attention, rendering him oblivious to the sound of the frame breaking. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air, followed by Tina's piercing scream. "Master, what has happened to you?" Theodore exhaled wearily, struggling to pull back the blanket and clutching his stomach. His voice emerged weakly, "Stomach medicine." Tina immediately grasped the situation and vanished once again. Fina had been attentively listening to the sounds outside her bedroom. Thus Tina's piercing scream effortlessly reached her ears. Had something happened to him? Filna felt an indescribable sensation within her. She rose from her bed and walked to the door of the adjacent room. Yet she hesitated to knock. If something unfortunate had truly befallen him, she would be liberated from this place. Fina contemplated this, yet her face could not betray a smile. Through the door, faint muffled sounds reached her ears, and she sighed with relief, turning back to her own room. Since he was unharmed, she need not remain troubled. Theodore, listening to the footsteps retreating from the door, noticed the opposite bedroom door gently closing, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As even the pangs of his stomach seemed to ease, she truly cared for him, did she not? Tina soon returned with medicine. Theodore tilted his head back, swallowing the entirety of the concoction, feeling the liquid gradually descend into his stomach, bringing him much-needed relief. Chapter 158. What brings you to my room so unexpectedly? Theodore lowered the bottle and gazed at Tina. Tina respectfully bowed her head and replied, Miss Carmen mentioned she heard the sound of shattering glass and asked me to come check. It was then that Theodore noticed the shattered picture frame on the floor. He bent down to retrieve a photograph from the shards, revealing a smiling girl of 3 or 4 years old, beaming at him. A gentle smile appeared on Theodore's face. Departing from the Mainsheim Manor, Draco's Shadowmorph arrived in the town of Elbeck. As a renowned wizarding town in northern Germany, it boasted an architectural style distinct from that of England, with colorful buildings stacked upon one another, lending the town a whimsical aura. Yet Draco paid little heed to these details. He made his way directly to the local inn. I wish to ascertain whether the occupant of room 302 is still residing here, Draco inquired of the elderly wizard behind the counter, whose hair was a mottled gray. The old wizard scrutinized him for a moment before asking, Are you her friend? Indeed, I am her betrothed, Draco replied, waving his ring. The old wizard shot him a cold glance and scoffed. She only reserved the room for a single day and has yet to settle her bill. She is no longer in the room, which has since been rented to another guest. Since you claim to know her, why not settle her account? Draco retrieved a handful of coins from his pocket and placed them on the counter, his expression grave. When did she leave the inn? Who knows? The old wizard replied, pocketing the coins into a silver box. Do you expect every wizard arriving here to depart in an orderly fashion? When did you last see her? Draco pressed. The afternoon of her reservation, the old wizard said, lowering his gaze to flip through a tattered ledger, continuing without looking up. If I were to see her a second time, I would certainly remind her to pay her dues. Could you take me to her room? The old wizard finally lifted his gaze to regard him. I cannot. The room is now occupied by other guests. However, I can tell you that the room contained nothing. Neither the bed nor the chair bore the marks of having been occupied. Only at the entrance of the room were there a pair of footprints, leading me to suspect that she had merely stood there for a moment. Draco pressed his lips together, offered a quiet thank you, and departed. Upon stepping out of the hotel's grand entrance, he instantly disapparated from the spot. He still needed to pay a visit to Numengard. At the foot of a mountain in Austria, a platinum-haired youth materialized. Layers of pristine snow concealed the mountain's original hues, and beneath his feet lay a blanket of glistening white. The sunlight reflecting off the snow was blinding, prompting Draco to squint uncomfortably. The snow crunched beneath his feet, and as he glanced down at the footprints he had left, he unexpectedly noticed specks of bright gold scattered amongst the snowflakes nearby. How could there be gold in the snow? Draco crouched down, brushing aside the thin layer of snow, and distinctly observed a patch of golden powder surrounding a set of footprints imprinted in the snow. The footprints were comparable in size to Felina's, causing Draco's heart to race intensely. With a flick of his wand, Draco gently cleared the top layer of snow until the footprints gradually became clearer. It was then he recognized that alongside the delicate prints, there were another set of footprints entirely different in size and depth, resembling those of a man. Draco clenched his fist. The surrounding golden powder glittered vividly against the snow, and he retrieved an empty glass vial to collect some of the golden dust before disapparating from that place. Bright sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, casting a warm glow upon Felina's face. Her eyelashes fluttered momentarily as she gently opened her eyes. Surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, Felina lay still for a moment, her thoughts gradually coalescing. She was in Theodore's manor. Ferna sat up, gazing vacantly out of the window. The boundless azure sky heralded a splendid day ahead. The blossoms in the garden bloomed vibrantly under the sun, and a gentle waft of floral fragrance drifted into her nostrils. Floral fragrance? Ferna gazed in astonishment at the tightly shut windows, commencing a thorough search of her surroundings to uncover the source of the floral fragrance. In a transparent glass vase upon the bedside table, red and black roses were artfully arranged, emanating the delightful scent. The red and black roses were her most cherished blooms. Filna stared absent-mindedly at the vase when a gentle knock resounded at the door. "Are you awake? Breakfast is ready. Come out and have something to eat." Theodore's soothing voice called from outside. Fiona averted her gaze from the vase, rising coldly to open the door of the room. Theodore, seemingly caught off guard by Fiona's sudden movement, displayed a fleeting look of surprise on his face, which was swiftly replaced by his usual gentle smile. "You're awake. Come down for breakfast," he said, his eyes glimmering with warmth. Ferna coldly circumvented him as she exited, offering not a shred of her attention. Theodore, seemingly oblivious to her indifference, maintained his gentle smile and followed her down the stairs. The dining table was adorned with an array of delicacies, all meticulously prepared to suit Ferna's palate. With a gentlemanly gesture, Theodore pulled out her chair before joyfully taking a seat beside her. Among the offerings were avocado toast, creamy matsutake mushroom soup, and strawberry pudding. Theodore nudged the dishes closer to her, watching her with anticipation. Fina lowered her gaze, pulling the plate before her to bring the food to her lips, deliberately avoiding Theodore's intense stare. Noticing that her expression bore no trace of displeasure or discomfort, Theodore let out a quiet sigh of relief. Today's breakfast was prepared by his own hands, and her lack of disdain was a comfort to him. They finished their meal in silence, but unexpectedly, Fina broke the quietude to speak. "I would like to visit your greenhouse where you cultivate herbs," she stated, her face impassive, not even glancing at Theodore. Despite her demeanor, Theodore was filled with joy. This was the first time Fina had taken the initiative to converse with him. "All right. When would you like to go?" "I will accompany you," he replied, pushing aside the half-finished bowl of soup, dabbing his lips with a napkin, and his eyes sparkling with undeniable delight. Filna's gaze swept coldly across his face before swiftly averting. "Now, very well." Theodore exchanged a knowing glance with Tina, who stood nearby, and rose to lead Filna outside. As they reached the doorway, Tina conveniently presented a thick cloak. Theodore accepted the cloak and took a tentative step forward, draping it over Filna's shoulders, his expression suffused with tenderness. "It's cold outside. You mustn't catch a chill." Chapter 159. The moment the cloak enveloped her, a warm sensation cocooned her entire being. Filna could not help but cast a fleeting glance at Theodore, only to immediately turn her head away, averting her gaze. "You should fasten the ties of your cloak. It is quite chilly outside, and grasping the wind will leave your hands cold," Theodore remarked, gesturing towards the cloak's ties that she held in her hands. Filna obediently secured the laces. As Theodore turned to lead her outside, she glanced at his thin suit jacket. Biting her lip, her eyes filled with conflict. Sensing her turmoil, Theodore compassionately remarked, "There are no other cloaks available in the manor for the time being, but fret not. My shirt is enchanted with warmth. The cloak has been freshly laundered, so there is no need for concern." His smile was gentle and radiant, prompting Filna to lower her gaze, her hands clenched into fists within the cloak. Theodore guided Filna to the glass house, retrieving a key to unlock its door. A warm breeze, infused with the earthy scent of soil, wafted into Filna's nostrils as she removed the hood of her cloak and stepped inside. The space was meticulously maintained, with various herbs planted in harmonious clusters, thriving splendidly. Ferna circled the glass room, yet found no suspicious elements. This truly appeared to be an ordinary herb cultivation chamber. In a fleeting moment, as her gaze swept across the space, a striking blue flower in the corner caught her attention. Amidst a sea of green leaves, the delicate blue blossom stood proudly on its slender stem, valiantly emerging from the layers of foliage. Noticing her gaze, Theodore approached the flower and knelt beside it, gently peeling back the surrounding leaves. It was bluegrass. Its stem, exceedingly fragile, bore an extraordinary resilience. Theodore carefully cradled its petals. The delicate stem supported the exquisite blossom above. Compared to other flowers, the bluegrass bloom appeared even heavier, yet its stem never bowed, steadfastly upholding its crown without yielding. Its slender leaves were remarkably diminutive, drawing nearly all nutrients to nourish the flower above. Fiona was captivated, crouching beside Theodore while drawing her cloak around her as she gazed at the flower nestled in his palm. Theodore's voice momentarily faltered as he turned to her, speaking softly. "Yet, if faced with an insurmountable wind, the stem will be the first to break, while the roots urgently channel all their energy to the leaves, causing them to rapidly grow and curl into a vacuum-like sphere, sheltering the flower within. It would rather perish than allow the flower to fall into the muddy earth." Noticing Theodore's gaze, Fiona averted her eyes, standing up. After a brief silence, she spoke again. "Let us go back." "Very well." Theodore concealed the deep emotions on his face, replacing them with a gentle smile. As they exited the glass house, Fiona caught a glimpse of a concealed iron door at the base of the wall, her thoughts shifting. I wish to see what lies beyond that door. She pointed towards the iron door. For a fleeting moment, Theodore's expression stiffened, but he quickly regained his composure. All right. I shall take you there. Fiona perceived the brief tension in his demeanor, yet his subsequent willingness to accompany her seemed somewhat contradictory, prompting her to furrow her brow in confusion. The two made their way to the iron door, where Theodore expertly produced a key to unlock it. A waft of decaying, damp air escaped, and Fiona instinctively recoiled slightly. Theodore, keenly aware of her reaction, remarked, "It is rather unpleasant, isn't it? This place isn't cleaned very often." He offered an apologetic smile, drawing his wand and casting a spell, instantly refreshing the air around her. "Thank you," Fiona murmured softly in gratitude. Theodore could hardly suppress the joy curling at the corners of his mouth as he said, "Allow me to lead you inside, but do mind your step. The stairs can be quite slippery." Fiona cautiously followed him inside. A thin veil of moisture enveloped the stone steps, making it difficult for Fiona to maneuver her feet, nearly causing her to lose her balance. Theodore hesitated for a moment before extending his arm towards her. "If you find it challenging to maintain your footing, you may lean on my arm." Without the slightest hesitation, Fiona placed her hand upon it. She was determined not to fall, with someone to support her. The stone steps became far more navigable. Theodore was exceptionally considerate of her pace, guiding her carefully with measured steps downwards. It was only upon reaching the level ground that Fiona realized it too was composed of stone. She cautiously moved a few steps, deciding it prudent to maintain her grip on Theodore's arm. Thus, they arrived before a door, where Theodore produced a key and inserted it into the lock, turning it to unlock. "Please, have a seat," he urged, pulling a chair towards her. As Fiona settled into the chair, she finally exhaled in relief. Theodore knelt before her and gently inquired, "You must be exhausted." Fiona averted her gaze, struggling to adapt to the situation. "It's fine," she replied. Theodore observed her hands kneading her legs and cautiously ventured, "If your legs are sore, I can attend to it myself." Fiona interrupted him coldly. A faint smile graced Theodore's face as he continued, "What I mean is, if your legs are indeed sore, I possess a potion that alleviates muscle aches you might wish to try." Fiona's cheeks flushed slightly as she awkwardly declined, "No, I'm fine." Theodore's smile deepened at the corners of his lips. Fiona averted her gaze and began to survey the room. It appeared to be an apothecary, with shelves lining the walls filled with vials of potions. In the center stood a cauldron, accompanied by various tools for potion making, while some low cabinets were scattered on the floor, seemingly designated for storing potion ingredients. Theodore's gaze fell upon her hands, which were still desperately grasping her legs. With a resigned sigh, he rose and approached a nearby shelf to retrieve a bottle of pale lavender potion, along with an empty vial. "This potion alleviates muscle soreness. You should take a sip." Theodore uncorked the bottle, then poured a measure of the purple liquid into the empty vial. "Fear not, the potion is entirely safe," he assured her. He took the entire contents of the vial himself before handing the remainder to Fiona with a wink. "I have tasted it for you." Fiona hesitated for a moment before downing the potion in one gulp. The elixir proved remarkably effective. Almost instantaneously, the aching in her legs subsided, allowing her to finally cease her massaging. "Thank you," she said. Theodore took the empty vial from her hand, raising an eyebrow with a playful smile. "You're welcome." Chapter 160. With her leg muscles no longer sore, Fiona rose from her chair, her curiosity piqued as she wandered around the room, while Theodore stood behind her, watching with an amused expression. Suddenly, the sound of dragging chains echoed from the open doorway, causing Theodore's demeanor to shift slightly. "What was that sound?" Fiona inquired, her senses sharpening as she turned to the entrance. Theodore quickly masked his expression, replying, "I don't know. Perhaps it's just the wind." "That's impossible," Fiona asserted with certainty, her deep blue eyes scrutinizing him. "I heard it clearly. It was the sound of chains scraping along the ground." Theodore feigned confusion. "Really?" Fear and wariness were etched upon Fiona's face as she retreated, instinctively widening the distance between them. "I just noticed a change in your expression. You must know what is happening." "Stop pretending," she asserted. The vigilance in her eyes was piercing, dissipating the previously warm and pleasant atmosphere in an instant. Theodore's lips curled into a bitter smile, his hands clenched tightly in tension as he spoke, his voice quivering slightly. "I can tell you everything, but could you please refrain from being angry with me?" The vigilance on Fiona's face showed no signs of waning. Theodore's lips curled into a bitter smile, his gaze fixated upon her, his light brown eyes harboring a tempest of fear, sorrow, and pain, yet all these sharp emotions were enveloped in an ineffable depth of affection, revealing only tenderness. Lucius Malfoy, Narcissa Malfoy, and Dumbledore are all confined here by me. His voice carried an inexplicable sadness and helplessness, laced with a hint of undeniable resentment. As Filna met his gaze with confusion. Why? Theodore averted his eyes, his long eyelashes casting shadows over the colors beneath, concealing the fleeting glimmer of resentment within. I know the Dark Lord has tasked you with the mission to kill Dumbledore. He spoke softly, his head bowed. I believe I could undertake that responsibility on your behalf, sparing you from the weight of public scrutiny and the potential dangers that might ensue. Filna was momentarily taken aback. What about Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa? Theodore clenched his fist behind his back, lowering his head in an effort to suppress the anger within him. With his eyes cast downwards, he spoke as calmly as he could. Upon returning to England from France, I discovered that the Corman family forbids any unfamiliar owls from outside France from entering their estate, thus preventing me from sending you letters. Later, I learned that the Malfoy family and the Cormans share a long-standing friendship. In my desire to know you, I penned countless letters, asking Mr. Malfoy to deliver them to you. However, on a subsequent visit to Malfoy Manor, I was astonished to find that those letters had not reached you. Instead, they were all discarded in a corner of a room within the manor. Had it not been for this, we might have already become acquainted. Why would they obstruct your letters? Filna queried in bewilderment. Who knows? Perhaps they wish for you to form a union with the Malfoy family, Theodore replied, gritting his teeth to suppress the fury evident on his face. Filna furrowed her brows, instinctively sensing that Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa would not engage in such childish antics. What did your letter contain? Yet, Theodore suddenly blushed. Merely some words I wish to convey to you. Filna regarded him with a quizzical expression as his face flushed crimson. Yet an unexpected thought suddenly crossed her mind. What name is signed at the end of your letter? Brother Note. Filna looked up at him in shock. Norte. Is that you? Yes, indeed. Did you know? Theodore replied, gazing at her with curiosity. Exhibited a bemused expression as she spoke. I believe I have discerned the situation. You have entirely wronged Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa. I did receive your initial letter. Yet the peculiar content and the signature from an unfamiliar brother Nate compelled me to request my father to investigate. Interestingly, I had exchanged pleasantries with your father at a ball, but I had never encountered you before. Following Father S. inquiries, he assumed that brother Nate referred to your father. In a fit of anger, he forbade Uncle Lucius from sending any more letters bearing that signature to our home. Uncle Lucius, clearly aware that the letters were from you, subtly attempted to persuade Father. But he was nearly beside himself with rage, insisting that Uncle Lucius keep those abhorrent letters for himself. Father did not disclose the true nature of the issue, leaving Uncle Lucius in a state of confusion, caught between an obligation to a friend's son and the ire of an old companion, perhaps to spare your tender heart. Uncle Lucius chose to conceal the letters within Malfoy Manor. Theodore, evidently taken aback by this narrative, stepped back, his countenance reflecting his dismay. Chapter 161. How could this be? Theodore, with an expression that danced between laughter and tears, exclaimed, Why is it like this? Are you all right? Filna approached Theodore's side with measured steps. Theodore leaned against the wall, closing his eyes momentarily, struggling to suppress his emotions as he forced a smile. I'm fine. I apologize for startling you. Not at all. Filna sighed softly. Where are Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa? May I visit them? Theodore fell silent for a moment, grappling with the realization that years of resentment stemmed from a mere misunderstanding, leaving him uncertain about how to confront Lucius and Narcissa. Fiona gazed at him with anticipation, and Theodore, moving his lips, ultimately relented. Very well, I shall take you. Exiting the potion-making chamber, he turned right, guiding her through a seemingly impenetrable stone wall, leading them to a place reminiscent of a dungeon. Before them, Lucius, Narcissa, and Dumbledore were confined in separate cells. Lucius and Narcissa appeared to have suffered no maltreatment, their complexions slightly more vibrant than before. Despite the dim and damp surroundings, the essentials for living were adequately provided. In the center of the cell stood an incongruous large bed, exuding a comforting warmth, clearly enhanced by a warming charm. Theodore, however, found it difficult to harden his heart against the uncle and aunt he had known since childhood. In stark contrast, Dumbledore's situation was rather dire. Thick iron chains encircled his wrists, clanging against the ground with each movement, producing a jarring sound. The clattering noise Fiona had previously heard was indeed emanating from this very place. Uncle Lucius, Aunt Narcissa. Fiona's eyes instantly turned red, and she rushed to the iron bars. Speaking softly, Lucius and Narcissa quickly approached, their spirits evidently much improved compared to their time in Azkaban, though they appeared considerably thinner. What brings you here? Narcissa grasped Fiona's hand through the gaps in the bars, the once warm and soft hand now gaunt and bony after enduring such trials. Theodore stood at a distance, leaning against the wall by the entrance, observing them. How have you been? Fiona's tears fell in streams. I am sorry for the suffering you have endured. We are well. Narcissa replied, her face breaking into a gentle expression reminiscent of the past. How is it that you came to be here? As she spoke, her gaze subtly flicked towards Theodore. I merely came to see you. Fiona refrained from mentioning how Theodore had brought her here after rendering her unconscious. Draco's poison has been cured. He is now in good health. An apologetic smile crossed Narcissa's face. You must have suffered greatly. In the presence of Dumbledore and Theodore, there were many things left unsaid, and thus the three merely exchanged pleasantries before concluding their conversation. As Filna approached Theodore, preparing to depart, Dumbledore suddenly called out to her. Miss Witt. Fiona turned to look at him. Dumbledore's countenance remained imbued with that benevolent expression, and the iron chains encircling his wrist seemed to exert no influence upon him, even though they rendered his hands firmly bound and unable to lift. Might I trouble you to convey a message to Professor Snape on my behalf? Fina raised an eyebrow and coldly declined him, stating, I apologize, Professor Dumbledore, but I believe there remains a considerable gap between myself and the owl. Having said that, she disregarded him entirely and promptly turned to leave with Theodore. Why not listen to what he wished to convey? Theodore spoke softly after they had departed. Who knows what nonsensical thoughts occupy that sugary mind of his daily? Even if he were to send a message, it would certainly be beyond my comprehension. Moreover, he might be feeding me misinformation. I have no desire to decipher his convoluted riddles. Let his schemes rot within him. Fina wrinkled her nose in disdain. Theodore chuckled at her reaction, the troubled expression that had once marred his brow finally dissipating. After a brief silence, Theodore spoke again. I thought you would ask me to release Mr. Malfoy and his wife. I did indeed contemplate that, Fina replied, turning her head to regard him. Would you set them free? Theodore met her calm gaze and softly replied, I would. Filna's eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity. However, I have a stipulation. What stipulation? Theodore's gaze traversed the newly emerged stone wall, and he spoke softly, let us make a wager. If Draco were faced with the choice between saving his father and mother or saving you, which do you suppose he would choose? Filna's gaze grew cold. I do not wish for him to make such a choice. Theodore's eyes shifted to her face, observing the sudden surge of anger within her, and he offered a self-deprecating smile. Let it be a fulfillment of my humble desire. If Draco chooses you, I shall release the three of you and pledge that the Knott family will assist the Malfoy household. However, if Draco opts for Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy, Theodore's warm brown eyes gazed tenderly at her. Then you must stay with me for a few more days, if you please. I assure you, I shall not engage in any inappropriate behavior. Should you not choose me by the time the wager concludes, I shall withdraw and will no longer intrude upon your relationship with Draco. Is that agreeable? A barely perceptible tremor laced Theodore's voice as he regarded Filna with gentle eyes, while his hands, hidden within his sleeves, nervously entwined. Filna weighed her options with utmost seriousness. The Knott family, as an ancient pure-blood aristocracy, had become one of Voldemort's favored allies. Should the Knott family decide to extend their assistance to the Malfoy family, it is likely that the Malfoys would swiftly regain their prominence, elevating Lucius's status and ensuring his safety in Voldemort's presence. Furthermore, judging by Theodore's conduct in recent days, he appears to be a man of his word, and Filna harbored no concerns regarding his intentions towards her. This wager could be deemed a surefire success. She had no reason to decline. Very well. Fina spoke in a low voice, prompting Theodore to loosen the grip of his intertwined hands, a relaxed smile gracing his face. In the potion office, Draco and Snape were grappling with the golden powder contained within a small vial. This powder had been brought back by Draco from the foot of the mountain, and Snape had already deduced that it was a type of narcotic, capable of rendering the inhaler unconscious. Such a narcotic was rare and its preparation exceedingly laborious, offering little advantage compared to other similar substances. Its sole merit lay in the fact that it bore no side effects. However, the side effects of common narcotics were not particularly severe either, rendering this potion seldom utilized. Snape held the empty vial previously provided by Fina, comparing it alongside the newly acquired one. Both potions were rare and exorbitantly priced, leading him to suspect they originated from the same source, yet he remained utterly at a loss regarding the identity of the user. The two meticulously sifted through all known adversaries of Fina and Draco, yet they could not ascertain the responsible party. Draco, in anguish, rubbed his brow in an effort to concentrate, but the strain on his mind caused sharp pangs of pain to pierce through. Since Fina's disappearance, he had not rested even once, and the prolonged fatigue had rendered his under-eyes a weary shade of darkened blue. Still, they could not be certain. The most likely perpetrators remained the Death Eaters. Snape, weary, closed his eyes momentarily, forcing himself to speak. Noticing Snape's exhaustion, Draco rose and approached the fireplace. Grasping a handful of flue powder as he declared, "Godfather, it is getting late. You should rest. I shall continue the investigation." With that, he promptly vanished into the fireplace. Snape opened his mouth to respond, but before he could utter a word, Draco had already departed. With a resigned sigh, Snape rubbed his temples, returning his focus to the two small vials on the table. Draco arrived back at Malfoy Manor, wearily casting himself onto the grand bed in Fina's room. Filna remains mysteriously missing. Each time he closes his eyes, visions of her dance before him, and he dares not succumb to slumber, fearing that even a moment's delay could place her life in greater peril. The silver thread upon his wrist continues to glimmer. Draco presses it to his lips, savoring the warmth radiating from his wrist. In recent days, he has cultivated the habit of constantly glancing at his wrist, finding solace only when he beholds the bright silver thread, a sign that Filna is, for the time being, safe from danger. Draco strives to immerse himself in Filna's bed, surrounded by her essence, the sheets and pillows imbued with her fragrance. Over the past few days, he has often sought refuge here, for only this atmosphere offers him a fleeting sense of relaxation. Chapter 162. Where could you be? Draco buries his head in the pillow, inhaling deeply, the familiar scent seeping into his lungs, soothing his restless heart. I miss you so much. The bedroom window stands ajar, the biting cold wind howling as it invades the room. Wrapping himself tightly in the blanket, Draco attempts to fend off the sudden chill. He hesitates to close the window, fearing that if Filna were to suddenly wish to contact him via owl, the creature would be unable to enter, though the likelihood of such an occurrence is minuscule. Draco clenches his eyes shut, striving to relax. He is utterly exhausted and desperately needs rest. Suddenly, the fluttering of wings disrupts his attempts to drift off. Startled, he snaps his eyes open to meet the glossy gaze of an owl. He jumps back in fright, recoiling sharply. The owl, with a disdainful hop, drops the letter it carried beside him, refusing to accept any morsel before soaring away, as if to escape the folly it might catch from lingering too long. Only when the owl's figure vanishes into the night sky through the window does Draco regain his composure. Beside him on the bed lies a pale yellow envelope, quietly waiting. Draco reaches for the envelope, tearing it open to reveal a thick parchment within, inscribed in dark green ink with the following lines: "If you wish to know the whereabouts of Mr. Malfoy, Mrs. and Filna Common, please come alone to May 9th, 16, Denoisen Road, Stuttgart, Germany tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Remember, appear alone. Should the defensive system of the second person's estate be discovered, it would seamlessly shift its position, rendering you unable to witness anything. Regardless of whether this constitutes a conspiracy, he must embark on this journey." Draco could hardly suppress the rapid thumping of his heart as he hastily scrambled out of bed, donned his outer robe, and meticulously scrutinized the letter in his grasp, ensuring that he had not overlooked any vital information. At long last, as dawn began to break, Draco instantly apparat to the designated address. Within the estate, Felina and Theodore ushered Lucius and Narcissa into the drawing room. "What is happening?" Narcissa whispered to Felina, taking advantage of Theodore's momentary distraction. She and Lucius were entirely oblivious to the wager between the two, only aware that early this morning, the pair had mysteriously extricated them from the dungeon. A gentle smile graced Filna's face as she reassured, "It's nothing. Draco will soon come to escort you back." Lucius furrowed his brow, seemingly on the verge of posing a question, but Theodore approached, holding something in his hands, compelling him to swallow his inquiry. Theodore stepped before them, raising the two vials of potion in his grasp, and softly urged, "Drink this." Before either could respond, Filna abruptly interposed herself between them, shielding Lucius and Narcissa. "What are you intending to do?" "Do not worry," Theodore replied, a wry smile escaping his lips as he noted her apprehension. "To ensure the proper execution of the wager, it is merely necessary for them to temporarily forfeit their hearing, sight, and voice, and appear somewhat more haggard. The effects of this potion last only 24 hours and will leave no lingering repercussions, so you may rest assured." Filna regarded the 2 vials of deep purple potions in Theodore's hand with skepticism. They were merely 2 revised versions of silent potions, now infused with ingredients that temporarily dulled both hearing and sight, along with some additives to enhance their appearance of weariness. Setting the potions down, Theodore extended a hand towards Filna, declaring, "I assure you, these substances bear no side effects, and their efficacy lasts only 24 hours. Should you require it, I can pledge a magical oath." "Indeed, I believe I need a magical oath as assurance," Filna replied, reaching out to clasp his hand. The resigned smile that once graced Theodore's face was replaced by a suppressed joy. Regardless of his intentions, this marked the first genuine contact he had ever had with Filna, and it was enough to bring him happiness. As Theodore's words faded, silver threads gradually enveloped their wrists, and Filna sidestepped to grant space. Lucius and Narcissa cautiously retreated, while Narcissa's gaze flitted between Filna and Theodore for a moment before she managed a strained smile, inquiring, "What wager is this?" With a soothing smile gracing her face, Filna reassured them, "There is nothing to worry about. Trust me, Draco will arrive to fetch you shortly. Mr. Knott has sworn a magical oath, and the effects of the potion are merely temporary. Please have faith in me." The 2 exchanged a glance before accepting the potion from Theodore, tilting their heads back to drink it. In the fleeting moment before the potion took effect, Lucius leaned closer to Filna and whispered, "Above all, please ensure your safety." "I understand," Filna replied, her smile radiating warmth. Soon, the potion's effects manifested, and Lucius and Narcissa visibly sank into a state of lethargy, abruptly losing their senses of hearing, sight, and sound. They exhibited signs of panic, their usual noble composure slipping away, leaving them to huddle together for comfort. Filna, burdened with worry, took a few steps forward, only to be gently halted by Theodore, who advanced a few paces to intercept her movement. His warm brown eyes gazed tenderly upon her as he implored, "Will you trust me, just this once?" As he spoke, he lifted his wrist adorned with shimmering silver threads, allowing them to sway delicately. Filna cast her gaze downward, observing the silvery thread that still shimmered on her wrist, and let out a gentle sigh, striving to suppress the worries that lingered within her. After a considerable span of time spent in turmoil, the hour had grown late. True to their earlier agreement, Filna concealed herself behind the shadowy door of the living room. It was a pact made at dawn. Filna was to remain unseen, with only Lucius and Narcissa, who had partaken of the potion, allowed to be in Draco's presence. After Filna concealed herself, Theodore produced the age-enhancing potion he had prepared and consumed it, subsequently donning a silver mask and enveloping himself entirely in a voluminous cloak. With everything in place, Tina suddenly materialized in the air. "Master, young Malfoy has arrived and is at the estate's entrance." "Let him in," Theodore replied in a lowered voice. The voice, altered by the potion, was now nearly unrecognizable, especially as he deliberately suppressed its pitch. The courtyard of the estate was resplendent. Yet Draco had no time to admire the scenery. From the moment he reached the entrance, his mind had been racing, contemplating how to rescue Filna and his parents. A house elf guided him to the drawing room, where Draco furrowed his brows at the familiar figure before him. Theodore was disguised, and although Draco felt an eerie sense of recognition, he could not pinpoint who it was. Before he could ponder further, Theodore interrupted him. "Young Malfoy," he spoke, his voice resembling that of a middle-aged man, a tone Draco was certain he had never encountered before. "Now that I am here, what do you desire?" Given that this individual had abducted Filna and his parents, it was clear they would not be released easily. Draco had envisioned countless scenarios before his arrival. Regardless of the demands placed upon him, as long as they would be freed, he would do everything in his power to comply. "I desire nothing," Theodore chuckled softly, beginning to speak. "You merely need to make a choice. Filna come on or the Malfoys. You can take only one." Chapter 163. With a subtle flick of the wand in Theodore's hand, the figures of Lucius and Narcissa materialized before Draco. They were helplessly entwined, their gaunt faces and pallid skin betraying the hardships they had endured. The 2 gazed wide-eyed, yet devoid of any spark of life. Draco, in disbelief, rushed forward and knelt before them. "Father, Mother." Strangely, they appeared oblivious to his presence, unable to hear his voice. Draco trembled as he waved his hands before their eyes, but they showed no sign of recognition. "Father? Mother?" Draco's voice trembled as he hesitantly attempted to speak, yet neither of them responded. At last, he nervously reached out to gently touch Narcissa's hand. She appeared startled, struggling to retreat, her face contorting into a silent scream. Though no sound escaped her throat, absolutely none. Draco knelt on the ground, his head bowed, his hands pressed tightly against his face. a broken sob emanating from within his palms. However, he quickly wiped away the traces of tears and rose from the floor, tentatively grasping Narcissa's hand, lightly scratching her palm as she had done during their childhood games. Narcissa fell silent. A look of bewilderment graced her once beautiful and elegant features as she turned her head in search of the kneeling Draco, yet all her efforts proved futile. Draco clenched his fists and raised his wand towards Theodore, who stood unperturbed in the center of the room. "Are you going to kill me?" Theodore raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, his voice laced with amusement. But Draco lowered his wand. "Where is she?" he asked through gritted teeth, suppressing his anguish. "Oh, she is quite well," Theodore replied, disappointment evident in his tone. "Have you made your choice? Which one will you take?" "I wish to see Filna." Draco tightened his grip on the wand. Theodore spoke softly. "That is not possible. You must choose Filna to see her." Draco glanced at the cowering Lucius and Narcissa, lowered his head, and closed his eyes, forcing back the moisture threatening to spill. "I choose to take my father and mother back," Draco heard himself declare. Theodore showed no surprise at his decision, yet his voice was tinged with anger as he irritably retorted, "Then take them and get out of here." Draco gritted his teeth, turned, and stepped towards Lucius and Narcissa, lifting them both as he waved his wand in performed apparition. The moment the three departed, Theodore's voice softly echoed, "You truly are a bastard." It was not until a considerable time had passed after the departure of the three that Theodore exhaled softly. An indescribable sensation swirled within him. This perplexing dilemma had been posed by him to Draco, and he had anticipated Draco's choice of Lucius and Narcissa. Yet, the ease with which Draco relinquished Felina ignited a surge of anger within Theodore. He lowered his gaze to the wand in his hand. Having already prepared himself for the possibility that Draco might take his life to rescue Felina, he had arranged for a house elf to administer the poison he had prepared in advance, subsequently declaring it a suicide, thus sparing Felina any additional distress. If Draco truly possessed the courage to kill him for Felina's sake, he would find a twisted sense of satisfaction in that. At the very least, it would affirm that Felina had not misjudged her choices. However, at this moment, Theodore forced a bitter smile as he removed his mask and cloak. Filna remained concealed behind the dim door in the living room when Theodore approached and opened it. She stretched languidly and emerged. "What took you so long? It's so cramped in there. I could hardly breathe," Filna murmured softly. Theodore's expression faltered. "Did you overhear my conversation with Draco?" "Of course I did," Filna replied, regarding him with a puzzled look. "I was less than 2 meters away from you." Theodore found himself perplexed by her reaction. He had anticipated that she would exhibit some semblance of sadness or, at the very least, a hint of disappointment, yet she displayed none whatsoever. Filna blinked, seemingly grasping his unspoken sentiment. "Do you believe I ought to be angry?" "Why not? He did not choose you," Theodore retorted, with a gentle smile gracing her lips. Filna remarked, "It is because he chose Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa." Theodore seemed unable to comprehend fully, yet Filna was disinclined to elaborate further. She settled onto the sofa, lazily grasping a cushion to lean against. "Shall we remain here, then? Are you not concerned that Draco might return with others?" Noticing Filna's reluctance to continue the discussion, Theodore ceased to dwell on it and took a seat beside her on the sofa, a mischievous grin curling at the corners of his mouth. The moment he departed from the manor, we had already transitioned to another location. If he were astute enough to leave any tracking enchantments, the manor's defensive system possesses the capability to obscure all forms of tracking magic. So, you may rest assured and keep me company here. Draco will not find you. Theodore winked at her. Fiona rolled her eyes dismissively and asked, "How long do you expect me to accompany you?" "We agreed on just a few days. I cannot be away for too long, as there are other matters awaiting my attention. Let Draco handle it." Theodore, still simmering with indignation at the mention of his name, retorted, "Since he has already rescued Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy, let the three of them toil together. Clearly, I have other obligations to attend to." Fiona shrugged nonchalantly. "Anyway, I haven't truly relaxed in ages. I might as well consider this a vacation." Theodore offered a resigned smile. "You are, after all, my little canary confined here. Could you not at least acknowledge your captivity?" Chapter 164. "Well, your canary is hungry. Hurry and prepare a meal." Fiona yawned and leaned against the armrest of the sofa. "I desire blueberry steak." With a resigned sigh, Theodore rose and made his way to the kitchen, feigning grievance as he complained, "Why not let me be the canary? I, too, wish to live a life where meals are served to me." Filna chose to ignore him, resting her eyes against the sofa, seemingly fatigued. The tenderness radiating from Theodore's face was almost palpable enough to dissolve the very air around them. At long last, Filna lowered her defenses and engaged him in conversation as a friend, an occurrence he had once deemed inconceivable. To spend even a few days in her company was enough to bring him enduring joy. On the sofa, Filna gently opened her eyes. In truth, Tina had slipped into the dim room to inform her the moment Draco departed from the sitting room. Additionally, Tina relayed that Theodore had assigned her a daunting task should Mr. Malfoy take his life in an attempt to save Miss Carmen. She was to administer poison to his lips and subsequently declare it a suicide. Astute as Filna was, she grasped his intentions in an instant. While Tina lamented the fortunate safety of their master, Filna found herself disinterested in continuing the conversation, regardless of the circumstances. The notion that someone would wholeheartedly consider her well-being was undeniably moving. Through these past few days of interaction, she could distinctly sense that Theodore was not a malevolent individual. His actions stemmed from genuine affection for her. Now that Lucius and Narcissa had safely departed, she felt no desire to inflict further harm upon him. Ferna leaned against the armrest, her gaze directed toward the kitchen. Let it be a small gathering among friends, merely a fleeting moment. Draco, accompanied by Lucius and Narcissa, arrived at St. Mungo's via apparition. The doctor meticulously examined both individuals, yet the results were entirely unexpected for Draco. Indeed, you heard correctly. Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy currently exhibit almost no health issues. They are merely a tad weakened, and after a few days of nutrient potions at home, they will soon recover. The doctor confidently stated. As for their auditory, visual, and linguistic functions, these are merely the effects of a modified silencing potion whose efficacy lasts only 24 hours. Presently, no residual effects have been detected. There is no need for concern. The mention of potions sent a jolt through Draco's mind, as he sensed a hidden conspiracy lurking beneath the surface, one he had yet to perceive. Why administer such a potion to Lucius and Narcissa? It must be an attempt to compel Draco to forsake Ferna in favor of them. Yet, if he wished to keep Ferna by his side, why would he be informed that she was there, thus pressuring him to make a choice? Unless Draco's pupils dilated sharply. Unless that individual's intent was to ensure Ferna was aware of his abandonment. Without further ado, Draco hastily arranged for Lucius and Narcissa to be admitted to the hospital and promptly vanished back to the previous location. All that remained was an endless expanse of dense forest. The manor's shadow had long since vanished. Damn it! Draco knelt on the ground, eyes reddened, fists clenched as he struck the earth with fervor. Meanwhile, in the manor, Theodore prepared a steak, only to discover that Ferna had already succumbed to slumber on the sofa. It was rare for him to witness her in such serene repose. Her delicate visage was contorted against the armrest, her rosy lips slightly parted, and her golden brown tresses cascaded to one side, obscuring part of her profile. Theodore, reluctant to disturb this tender scene, chose instead to sit beside her, gazing greedily at her side profile. Just a little longer, he thought. He yearned to etch this tranquil and beautiful image into his memory. He understood she would soon depart from him, and each fleeting moment of these days was invaluable. He needed to remember everything to sustain him through the days that would follow her absence. After a while, Theodore gently roused her from her slumber. She had just mentioned feeling hungry. He couldn't allow her to sleep too long, for prolonged hunger would surely bring discomfort. Ferna? Wake up, Theodore whispered softly. Crouching by her side, Filna opened her eyes in a state of bewilderment. Did I fall asleep? What time is it? She had not been asleep for long. Come, rise and have your meal. Theodore's eyes were filled with a tender light. After we finish eating, we shall ascend the stairs to rest. Fiona sat up, rubbing her eyes, her petite nose sniffing the air a few times, and suddenly, her demeanor brightened. I can smell the delightful aroma of blueberry steak and creamy mushroom soup. With that, she sprang to her feet and hurried towards the dining room. Theodore offered a resigned smile. Slow down. Don't trip. At the dining table, several dishes were ensconced under a warming spell, alongside a glass of purple beverage. Upon glimpsing the purple drink, Fiona's eyes sparkled with excitement. She rushed to the table to confirm her suspicions, turning back to Theodore with glee. It's the signature drink, crisp stone grass juice, from JE39's Nijamber. I recall how much you adore this. Fina could hardly contain her excitement as she lifted her cup and took a sip. Indeed, this was the flavor she had longed for. She felt almost ready to leap with joy, sweet and smooth. To think she could savor this here. Remarkably, the taste from all those years ago remained unchanged. Theodore corked a smile. Thank you for your affection. It appears my crisp stone grass has not been planted in vain. Did you create this? Fina exclaimed in astonishment, setting down her cup. Theodore raised an eyebrow at her reaction. What? Don't you like it? No, it's not that. Fina replied hesitantly, swallowing hard. I remember that improperly handled crisp stone grass can be toxic. Theodore chuckled, both amused and exasperated. Do you truly believe that someone capable of crafting a Felix Felicis would be unable to handle crisp stone grass? All the crisp stone has been properly cleansed with potions. Drink with confidence, little canary. I'm not doubting you. I was merely inquiring. Upon hearing his reassurance, Fina felt at ease, a charming smile gracing her lips as she reached for the purple beverage on the table and took a hearty gulp. The juice of the crisp stone grass was simply exquisite. She couldn't help but hope it would be served at Hogwarts. Theodore chuckled softly. If that were to happen, Dumbledore would surely go bankrupt. Filma shook her head in feigned profundity, remarking that it was evident the little sprites were incapable of handling the delicate stone grass. If Professor Snape were to concoct potions to address the juice consumed by the students, it was likely that they would meet their demise on the spot. Far from witnessing the day of Dumbledore's bankruptcy. Chapter 165. The thought of such a scene sent shivers down their spines. It must be said, Theodore possessed remarkable culinary skills. After Filma devoured an entire steak and a bowl of creamy mushroom soup, she found herself languishing in her chair, utterly satiated. With your culinary prowess, you would undoubtedly thrive should you decide to open a restaurant. When you do, be sure to inform me. I shall frequent it without fail. Theodore folded the napkin that had brushed against his lips, a gentle smile gracing his features as he replied, Oh, no, I couldn't possibly charge you. If you dined with me regularly, I would surely face financial ruin. Fina rolled her eyes and said, At worst, I shall invest in you. And you shall take charge of the kitchen. I will handle everything else. Only you have the audacity to command me thus. Had it been anyone else, I would surely have poisoned them. Theodore gazed at Fina, who appeared uncomfortably stuffed, and sighed with a smile, Shall we take a stroll? Reluctant to move, Fina lounged against the chair in a state of languor. With a sense of resignation, Theodore stood up, grasped her arm, and lifted her entirely, saying, Having overeaten necessitates some exercise. Change into your clothes, and let us venture out together. Filma cast him a mournful glance as she accepted the cloak Tina had brought and reluctantly donned it, mumbling softly, It's all your fault for cooking so deliciously. You've made me overindulge. Indeed, it is my fault, Theodore replied indulgently, and that is precisely why I am accompanying you for a stroll. Fina, with a haughty toss of her head, secured her cloak and stepped out first. Theodore followed her with a gentle smile. At St. Mungo's, the effects of the modified silencing potion that Lucius and Narcissa had taken had finally worn off. Draco sat at the edge of the bed. Observing as their pallor gradually shifted to a healthier hue, their gaunt faces slowly regaining their fullness, and the sparkle in their eyes returning bit by bit. At last, their expressions returned to their usual selves. Lucius raised his hand to clear his throat, a somewhat hoarse voice emerging. Where are we? St. Mungo's, Draco replied, pouring 2 glasses of water and handing them over. Narcissa's eyes shimmered with moisture as she gently turned her head to survey the surroundings, her expression slightly stiffening. Where's Fina? She is still there. Draco spoke softly from his chair, resting his chin on his hands. Why was she brought back with you? Lucius asked, furrowing his brow with concern. Draco, in a moment of defeat, covered his face with his hands. At that time, I had to make a choice. So Theodore made you choose one of us to bring back? Either us or her. Lucius's brow furrowed even deeper. I knew it. He had ulterior motives for giving us that potion. What? What do you mean, Theodore? Draco suddenly lifted his head. You don't know? You didn't see him? Lucius looked at him in astonishment. Theodore not. That estate belongs to him, and it was he who bound us. Theodore, Draco murmured, closing his eyes and burying his face in his palms, gritting his teeth as he uttered the name. He knew, of course he knew. Theodore harbored feelings for Fina. The questions that had previously eluded understanding now suddenly found clarity. Why that man forced him to make a choice, why Fina was not present at that moment. It was because Theodore not had feelings for Fina. Theodore undoubtedly desired for Fina to be disappointed in him. Should he wound her heart, then Theodore would have the opportunity to seize the moment. And he had, just as Theodore had hoped, wounded her heart. Fina must have been present, attentively listening to their conversation. What? Did you not see Theodore? Then you also did not see Fina? Lucius gazed at him with confusion. Draco, agitated, ran his fingers through his hair. No, he drank the aging potion, donned a mask, and wore a cloak. I did not recognize him. He did not allow me to meet Fina. I assumed Fina was not there. Draco rubbed his face vigorously, forcing back the tears that threatened to spill from his eyes. I thought he was deceiving me, or perhaps it was something else, but at that moment, I couldn't think too much. You and Mother were just sitting there. and I was unable to contemplate further. Ultimately, Draco could not hold back any longer, and tears streamed down his cheeks as he covered his face with his hands. "Oh, my dear, this is not your fault." Narcissa, filled with sympathy, approached Draco and gently embraced him. "Fina will forgive you." "No, she will not." A sob escaped from Draco's palm. "She was right there. She must have been watching me make my choices." Narcissa patted his back, yet struggled to find comforting words to say. After a moment, Draco calmed himself. He wiped the tears from his face and spoke in a deep voice. "Regardless of whether she is willing to forgive me, I must rescue her. Without her, we would not have been freed." Narcissa knelt beside Draco, her blue eyes earnestly meeting his gaze. "No matter what, we will support you." Draco seemed to draw strength from her gentle blue eyes. He took a deep breath, suppressing the restless emotions that churned within him. Lucius, who had been sitting pensively at the edge of the bed, spoke once Draco had regained his composure. "I suddenly recalled something. Did Fina not mention a wager between her and Theodore before urging us to drink the potion?" "Yes, I remember as well," Narcissa affirmed with certainty. "A wager? What kind of wager? Was it Fina who encouraged you to consume the potion?" Draco directed his gaze towards Lucius. "Indeed. It was Fina who urged us to drink the potion. We are unaware of the specifics of the wager. Fina did not express it clearly. But I suspect it may pertain to our departure," Lucius pondered aloud. "Fina must have had a reason for urging you to drink the potion. Perhaps this is part of the wager." Draco endeavored to maintain a calm analysis in his mind. Theodore has affections for Fina. His intent is likely to break her heart, compelling her to remain. He must have given you those potions so that I would choose you. But why was it Fina who urged you to drink them? Could it be related to the wager? Draco glanced towards Lucius and Narcissa for assistance. The couple reflected upon the events that transpired, yet given Theodore's proximity, they clearly had not the opportunity to converse extensively, and thus were uncertain about the wager. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged glances and shook their heads in resignation. "We are not privy to the specific details. The clues are insufficient, and for now, this is as far as we can deduce." Draco suppressed the questions swirling in his mind and inquired, "Is there anything else? Did anything else occur?" Chapter 166. Narcissa pondered for a moment before hesitantly responding. "Theodore urged us to consume the potion, but initially, Felina was vehemently opposed. It was only after he provided a magical oath ensuring the potion's effects would last only 24 hours without any side effects that Felina consented to let us take it. It seems Felina harbors doubts about him." A faint smile tugged at the corners of Draco's lips, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. "It is likely that Felina will not trust him again." A wave of indescribable heartache washed over him once more, prompting Draco to forcibly divert his attention, refusing to dwell on the distressing thought lingering in his mind. The most pressing concern now was to rescue her. Everything else was secondary. Lucius and Narcissa continued to strain their memories for details of that day, yet they could recall no further specifics. "It matters not. I shall strive to manage what comes next," Draco said, his demeanor composed as he rose. "Father and mother have yet to fully recuperate. So let us remain here for the time being. We can discuss everything once you are well." Lucius seemed poised to speak, but Narcissa placed a hand on his, interrupting him. "Very well, then. I shall entrust the affairs outside to you." Narcissa wore a gentle smile, as she always did. Draco nodded slightly and turned to leave. Only when the door closed did Lucius furrow his brow and voice his concern. "Why not allow me to assist him? The situation outside is chaotic. He cannot rely solely on himself." Narcissa smiled, interjecting, "Draco must learn to grow. Whether the process is joyful or painful, it is a journey he must undertake." How could Lucius fail to grasp this truth? After a prolonged silence, he finally sighed softly. "I merely believe the current turmoil renders it an unwise time to let go. But if we remain confined, Draco must shoulder these burdens alone." Narcissa lifted her gaze to the closed door. "He has already found someone he wishes to protect. He must become strong enough to wield that power." Lucius wrapped his arm around Narcissa's shoulders, a sense of relief washing over him as he spoke. "Then let him navigate his own challenges. We shall enjoy a respite." Narcissa smiled gently as she leaned against his shoulder. That night, Draco found himself alone in the study, poring over materials concerning the defensive magic of the manor. The movable defensive enchantments were rare, and should he uncover a flaw within them, he might just locate Felina. He spent the entire night immersed in research, yet as dawn broke, he had found no relevant records. All the texts conveyed the same message. A movable magical array was theoretically unattainable. As the sun gradually ascended, casting its golden rays across the azure sky, Draco gathered the tomes and resolved to visit Master Secreman's soul, seeking his insights on the matter. Secreman's soul. A renowned master of magical arrays and the president of the Magical Array Association, was the author of foundational theories on magical formations. Thanks to the Malfoy family's knack for forging connections, Abraxas Malfoy had once aided him during a time of peril, thus maintaining a relationship with him over the years. This connection afforded Draco the opportunity to consult with the esteemed master. In the afternoon, a platinum-haired youth stood at the doorstep of Mr. Sol's residence. Situated in a remote Muggle town in Sweden, Mr. Sol's home was as dilapidated as the others surrounding it, with weathered walls, an aging wooden staircase, and a door that appeared on the verge of collapse, adding an air of desolation to the scene. Few would suspect that such a humble and secluded location concealed a master of magical arrays, and precisely for this reason had Mr. Sol chosen to reside here. A person of great renown often finds it difficult to remain focused on their research. Mr. Sol had come to understand this truth over 3 years, declining all invitations to live in solitude while he continued his studies in magical formations. Ding dong. The ancient brass doorbell emitted a low, resonant chime, causing the nearby cobwebs to tremble slightly. The creaking footsteps drew near from within the aged wooden door, and a frail voice called out, "Who is it?" Mr. Sol, ever vigilant, peered through the peephole, and through the weathered glass, he discerned the striking platinum hair of his visitor. "Is it from the Malfoy family?" The aged voice echoed through the thin door panel, reaching Draco's ears. With a respectful tone, Draco replied, "Yes, I am Draco Malfoy, the heir of the Malfoy family. Here to pay a visit." "Come in," Mr. Sol responded, opening the door and turning back towards his home. "Close the door behind you. My experiments are not yet complete, and you may need to wait a moment." "Of course, please carry on. I shall wait on the sofa," Draco replied. Draco closed the door and turned to respond, but Mr. Sol had already waved his hand and entered the room. Draco slowly made his way to the living room and settled onto the sofa, surveying his surroundings with keen interest. The space was impeccably tidy, every item arranged in its rightful place, the floor devoid of even a speck of dust. The pristine white carpet lay unblemished beneath the coffee table, extending sufficiently for someone seated on the sofa to rest their feet upon it. Although the wallpaper was peeling, both the preserved sections and the exposed patches of wall were meticulously maintained, showing no trace of mold. Various tomes on magical circles cluttered the shelves, desk, and even the dining table. Draco's sharp eyes caught sight of a book on basic magical circle theory. Chapter 167. Mr. Sol was still occupied within the room, and Draco's gaze roamed over every detail to pass the lengthy and tedious time of waiting. At last, the door opened once more, and Mr. Sol emerged. Draco immediately stood to face the door, a gesture of respect. In the fleeting moment the door opened and closed, Draco noticed wisps of white smoke billowing from within. "Oh, do not worry," Mr. Sol said, seemingly aware of Draco's gaze, waving his hand dismissively. "It is merely a minor issue. Please, take a seat." Draco reluctantly resumed his position on the sofa. Mr. Sol approached and settled onto an adjacent sofa, taking a gulp from a cup of cold tea before inquiring, "What brings you here?" "Mr. Sol, I seek knowledge regarding movable defensive magical circles." Draco humbly lowered his head. "Movable defensive magical circles?" Mr. Sol abruptly looked up at him. "Who informed you of this?" His reaction was somewhat peculiar, prompting Draco to lower his voice as he spoke, his eyes discreetly assessing Mr. Sol's expression. "I encountered it at a friend's estate." "A friend?" Mr. Sol raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Draco. Draco suppressed his underlying anxiety, maintaining an appearance of composure. "Mr. Sir huffed lightly and withdrew his gaze. "That is acceptable. Now, what do you wish to know?" Draco discreetly exhaled in relief. "I wish to learn everything regarding movable defensive magical circles, such as the triggering conditions, usage scenarios, movement patterns, consumables, and potential vulnerabilities." Mr. Sol squinted, reassessing him. "What do you intend to do with the patterns and vulnerabilities?" Having been seen through, Draco decided to abandon his pretense. "It concerns my fiancée. She is awaiting my rescue at an estate where a movable magical circle has been set, but I am currently unable to ascertain its precise location. I apologize for deceiving you earlier." Draco leaned forward, bowing his head in a noble gesture. Mr. Sol waved his hand dismissively, speaking nonchalantly. "You could have mentioned that sooner. The Malfoy family has always favored a roundabout way of speaking, and your grandfather is no exception." Draco hung his head in shame. "All right, you may return now," Sol said, brushing off his clothes as he stood up. "I cannot assist you with this matter." "Sir, why must you be so bothersome?" Sol raised an eyebrow, hinting at him. "Do you believe that merely calling me grandfather will compel me to divulge my knowledge?" Grandfather Soul, Draco promptly grasped his meaning and obediently spoke. A look of satisfaction crossed Mr. Soul's face as he proudly lifted his chin. Do you truly need to consult me about something as simple as a mobile magic circle? It is merely the fusion and engraving of a mobile magic circle and a defensive magic circle. The movement destination is cyclical and fixed. The magic circle can only loop 3 times, with the appearing location determined by its master, relying on 3 types of energy stones: the Austrian carnelian fluorite, the Swedish Anchester flint, and the Mostakiana phoenix stone for energy provision. While the movement location cannot be predicted, if you can locate the manor's initial position, you may be able to trace its current location. At this point, Mr. Soul ceased his discourse. There is nothing more to discuss regarding the mobile magic circle. Draco, deeply engrossed, felt a surge of anxiety as Mr. Soul halted. How can one trace the current location through the manor's initial position? He inquired. Mr. Soul cast him a sidelong glance, lightly tapped his ear, and sighed dramatically. Alas, how could I forget? As one ages, memory tends to falter. Grandfather, please enlighten me, Draco implored, his face adorned with a charming smile, softening his tone. A satisfied smile graced Mr. Soul's face as he cleared his throat and continued. This matter is neither too difficult nor too simple. It merely requires some straightforward calculations, which I shall teach you. He resumed his seat on the sofa, retrieving a piece of parchment and a quill from the coffee table. Observe closely, he instructed. True to his mastery, he guided Draco through 3 methods, all of which Draco found nearly incomprehensible, elucidating how to derive the manor's current position from 3 perspectives. The pile of draft paper before him grew taller, yet Draco remained lost, confusion etched upon his fair face. At last, Mr. Soul paused, turning to glance at him, only to meet his bewildered gaze. With a gentle tap on Draco's head, Mr. Soul expressed his frustration. Can't you comprehend something so simple? Draco snapped back to reality, lowering his head in shame and shaking it. You are as foolish as Gellert, he thought. When he had taught him, Gellert had worn the same clueless expression. Mr. Soul, vexed, tossed his quill onto the table. Gellert Grindelwald? Draco exclaimed in shock, raising his face. Who else could it be? He could not even master a mere malleable magic circle, and in my frustration, I cast him out without further instruction. Mr. Soul, with evident reluctance, finally spoke. Since you seem unable to grasp this, I shall teach you a more intricate method. You must locate the 3 energy stones I mentioned and place them at the manor's original position. The magical array will draw upon this new energy, causing a surge of magical fluctuation. The disrupted array will then automatically transport the manor back to its initial location. Is this truly the complex method? Draco questioned, casting a skeptical glance at the crumpled draft on the coffee table. If you learn to calculate, you won't need to resort to such cumbersome measures as searching for stones. Mr. Soul shot him an exasperated glare. Draco surveyed the mountain of formula drafts strewn across the table and recalled the vast stone storage room within Malfoy Manor, deciding it best to remain silent. Noticing Draco's silence, Mr. Soul sighed and spoke earnestly. I have already revealed the method to decode the magical array. I simply hope you will not trouble the Knot family. How do you know? Draco asked, shock evident in his eyes as he looked up at Mr. Soul, certain he had never mentioned the Knots. Because I personally crafted their magical array, and that little rascal Theodore was taught by me as well. Mr. Soul shook his head in resignation, lamenting, this lad lacks skill. He must be brought back for further practice. To think an amateur could discern the workings of a magical array. Draco rubbed his nose and muttered softly, it wasn't me who figured it out. He told me himself. How dare he disclose that to you? Truly audacious. Mr. Soul appeared genuinely irritated. I must retrieve him to provide a thorough education. Despite his apparent fury, he was actually trying to protect Theodore and the Knot family, reminding himself not to take action against them. Draco grasped this nuance and exhaled softly. As long as he does not harm my fiancée, I assure you I will not take action against him. Mr. Soul immediately felt relieved. He won't. That boy, while somewhat foolish, is not inherently bad. Draco frowned in disagreement. Rest assured, I will deal with him later. Mr. Soul rose and patted Draco on the shoulder. It is getting late, and you still need to find the stones. I shall not keep you. Draco stood promptly, bowing respectfully as he took his leave. I shall not trouble you further. Thank you for your assistance today. The Malfoy family will certainly remember all you have done. Enough with the formalities. Just return home, Mr. Soul waved him off. With graceful movements, Draco turned and exited the room. Chapter 168 in the conference room of the Old Manor. Voldemort gazed down at the woman kneeling before him, a glint of fierce intensity flickering in his crimson eyes. Many days have passed. Where is the golden cup I instructed you to find? Voldemort's hand slowly glided over Nagini's head. Bellatrix knelt on the ground, struggling to suppress her tremors. Master, the goblet has yet to be found. I swear, next time. Voldemort, impatient, raised his wand, and Bellatrix was immediately struck by a beam of red light. This marks your third failure, he said furiously, glaring at the woman lying at his feet, her teeth clenched in pain, veins bulging. I have no need for useless servants. Master, I implore you for another chance. Bellatrix pleaded, but Voldemort, coldly flicking his cloak, turned away and strode out of the meeting room. Nagini slowly slithered to Bellatrix's side, flicking its vibrant red tongue to caress her face. Bellatrix let out a piercing scream. In the manor, Felena and Theodore had just finished lunch and were preparing to take a stroll in the small garden. The two had been getting along splendidly in recent days. Theodore was exceptionally considerate, anticipating Felena's every desire, fulfilling her wishes without delay, allowing her to enjoy a rare period of carefree happiness. As they donned their cloaks and approached the door, Tina suddenly appeared before them, her expression anxious. Master, Tina said hurriedly, bowing deeply, but in her haste. Her prominent nose nearly met the floor. Our mobile magic circle has encountered some issues and has returned to its initial position. Additionally, Mr. Malfoy is outside the manor attempting to breach the defensive system. Has Draco arrived? Felena inquired excitedly. Tina hesitated, glancing awkwardly at Theodore, who remained silent. Theodore's expression was peculiar, a blend of disappointment and relief twisting his features momentarily before he composed himself. This time, you can finally be happy, he said gently, turning to Felena. The fact that he has found this place indicates he is not entirely foolish. May I go to meet him? Felena looked at him expectantly. In recent days, regardless of where Theodore took her or what they did, Felena had never displayed such a blend of joy and surprise. Theodore sighed softly, a resigned smile gracing his face. Of course, when have I ever denied your requests? Oh, Theodore, you are truly considerate, Felena replied with a grateful smile. Draco's arrival signified that Felena would soon depart. Their warm companionship over these days had been something he had never dared to dream of. He was already content with this brief interlude. Ultimately, Felena and Draco were the lovers bound by love, and despite his reluctance, he knew he must let her go. Thank you for your companionship these past few days, Theodore said, his warm brown eyes studying her once more, as if to imprint her image in his memory. I am truly happy. In recent days, Theodore has been secretly observing her with a tender and affectionate gaze whenever she is unaware. Though she is not oblivious to his attention, she feigns ignorance. She cannot reciprocate his feelings, nor can she offer him false hope. Yet this time, Theodore does not deliberately distance himself. He stands before her, quietly, gently, and passionately gazing at her, etching every detail of her face into his memory. Chapter 169. Gazed into Theodore's warm brown eyes and sighed softly. I apologize, you know, she said. Theodore, reluctantly concealing the profound affection in his gaze once more, allowed a gentle smile to grace his lips, reminiscent of his usual demeanor. I have been quite content to spend these few days with you. Rest assured, I harbor no excessive demands. With Draco's arrival, you may return with him, and I shall finally be relieved from the daily task of cooking. Theodore exaggeratedly rolled his eyes. You have no idea how vehemently Tina expressed her dissatisfaction about me taking her job. Felena understood that Theodore did not wish for their farewell to be overly melancholic, so she complied with a light chuckle. It seems Tina will finally reclaim her position. Indeed, Theodore's face resumed its gentle smile. You may leave now. Draco is still waiting at the front door. As he spoke, he returned her wand, ring, and necklace, apologizing. I regret having detained them for so long. Filna playfully winked as she accepted the item, saying, Thank you for keeping this for me all this time. Theodore forced a smile. But as the moment of parting truly arrived, a sense of melancholy washed over him. Filna pressed her lips together, taking a step forward to gently embrace Theodore, before promptly releasing him and retreating to her original position. Thank you. I have truly enjoyed these past few days. If possible, I would be delighted to be friends with you. I also hope you find someone who resonates with your heart, someone who genuinely loves and understands you. Theodore clenched his fist tightly, striving to suppress the mist that threatened to fill his eyes. Thank you. This means a great deal to me. Ferna displayed a warm smile. The inevitable moment of parting had arrived. Theodore did not accompany her outside but stood quietly in place, watching her silhouette fade beyond the door. With a soft click, the door closed, and Theodore remained motionless for a long while. Outside the manor, Draco was diligently attempting to breach the protective magical barrier surrounding the estate. Clearly, the defenses were exceptionally robust, and despite his Herculean efforts, he found himself unable to dismantle it. He crouched on the ground, resting on his knees and gasping for breath, when a familiar figure began to approach him from the distance. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the figure leapt into his arms. Caught off guard, Draco was suddenly toppled, landing on the grass behind him. In that instant, he instinctively shielded the person in his embrace. With a radiant smile, Filna gazed at him, her lovely countenance brimming with joy. "Have you missed me?" Draco snapped back to reality, pulling her tightly into his embrace. "I have missed you so much. You have finally returned." His voice, tinged with a hint of emotion, whispered beside her ear, the warm breath sending a gentle shiver through her. Filna tilted her head, nuzzling against his neck. They lay together on the grass in a tranquil embrace for a while, until Draco finally exhaled softly and spoke. "What brought you out here so unexpectedly?" "Because you were here," Filna replied, propping herself up to meet his gaze. "Has he confined you?" At the mention of Theodore, Draco's tone turned icy. "No, he just forbids me from leaving the estate." Remarkably, Filna exhibited no trace of sorrow or anger at the mention of Theodore. In fact, there was a glimmer of happiness in her eyes. Draco dismissed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, reaching out to gently pinch her cheek, his voice laced with affection. "This is the first time I've seen someone so cheerful despite being confined." "He has mistreated me," Filna replied, her face still adorned with a warm smile. "Aside from missing you, everything else is quite pleasant." Draco, feigning indignation, raised his chin. "If you miss me so much, why is there no sign of it? Surely, you're not merely paying lip service." With a sweet smile, Filna leaned in and planted a kiss on the side of his face, the resounding smack causing a faint blush to rise on Draco's cheeks. "Is this acceptable, young master?" she inquired, her voice laced with mirth as she observed his flushed visage and earlobes. Draco, his gaze wandering, cleared his throat lightly. "Ahem, it's all right, I suppose. Can we return home now?" Filna playfully winked at him. "I long to return home and indulge in a good sleep." "Of course." In an instant, Draco swiftly embraced Filna, and, with a flick of his wrist, they vanished from their spot in a flurry of magic. Meanwhile, in the estate, Theodore stood alone, rooted in place until the twilight deepened, stirring only when the chill of the night seeped in. The darkness enveloped him in solitude and coldness, the crackling wood in the fireplace struggling to provide even a semblance of warmth. He had envisioned countless scenarios of her departure from the very beginning. Yet when that day finally arrived, the anguish of parting was not diminished in the slightest. Rather, it grew exponentially through the rehearsals of his mind. The pain, familiar and relentless, swiftly found its place within him, occupying every fiber of his being. Curled upon the floor, Theodore was engulfed by a torment more excruciating than the sharpest of blades, a cacophony of emotions clashing violently within his mind. He curled into himself, wrestling with the agony, forcing his thoughts to drift to happier times, dining with Filna, strolling together, baking little cakes, conducting experiments, and cultivating herbs side by side. Suddenly, his heart found a semblance of tranquility as Filna's visage illuminated his mind, dispelling the tumult of complex emotions that had besieged him. In the Malfoy manor, Phineas, Lucius, Narcissa, and Draco were seated together in the drawing room, engaged in conversation. "So, is it true that all these recent events have been orchestrated by Theodore?" Narcissa inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. Fina shook her head. "I believe that only the abduction of us and Dumbledore could be attributed to him. Everything else is unlikely to be his doing." Lucius nodded in agreement. With Dumbledore absent these days and the Order of the Phoenix remaining relatively inactive, it seems the likelihood of Voldemort taking action is considerably heightened. "Not necessarily," Fina interjected softly. "Although Dumbledore is imprisoned in the dungeon, we cannot dismiss the possibility of him having a contingency plan. Given his character, he would never simply sit idly by and allow Voldemort's power to grow unchecked during Dumbledore's absence. The situation had descended into chaos on a new level. Voldemort had launched a sudden and ferocious offensive, with various factions suffering consecutive attacks. The news of Dumbledore's disappearance had spread rapidly, causing turmoil within the Order, as its members sought to locate him while simultaneously contending with Voldemort's assaults, leaving them overwhelmed. Voldemort had ceased pressuring the Ministry of Magic, and the trial concerning Fina's use of an unforgivable curse against a professor was back on the agenda. Yet it faced significant public opposition and remained in deliberation. As a result of recent events, the Malfoy family's status had diminished considerably. However, Due to the pressure from the Cormac family, Voldemort had refrained from taking any action against them. Reports indicated that members of the Greengrass family had fled to Germany. And although Voldemort had sent individuals to search for them, no leads had been uncovered, all of which aligned with Fina's expectations. Furthermore, there were other peculiar occurrences, such as the sudden loss of trust between the Lestrange and Black families, alongside a notable increase in Voldemort's brutality. According to reliable sources from Snape, Voldemort's actions had become increasingly erratic and his methods exceedingly ruthless, exhibiting a level of savagery greater than before. As the turmoil escalated, it was plausible that Voldemort was eager to initiate a full-scale assault. The current circumstances were not particularly favorable for the Death Eaters, and his growing irritability was only to be expected. In the old manner, Voldemort's transformed fingers gently caressed Nagini's cold, smooth scales. Nagini, the situation is chaotic now. You must stay close to me and not stray. His voice, though somewhat frigid, retained a semblance of gentleness. Nagini tilted her head and flicked her tongue at him. Her black eyes filled with confusion. Someone will undoubtedly seek to harm you, Voldemort remarked coolly. All others have been found. You are the last. Nagini appeared to comprehend his words, as she nudged Voldemort's face with her massive head in agreement. After a moment of silence, an unkempt figure suddenly emerged, trembling as he knelt before them. Shaking like a leaf, Master Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew, knelt at Voldemort's feet, his nose barely touching the ancient, decayed floor. Voldemort continued to stroke Nagini's scales, shifting his gaze to Wormtail, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized him before slowly speaking. I have a task for you. Master, please, command me, Wormtail stammered. Little Wormtail Peter trembled even more violently, stuttering as he spoke. Voldemort, however, paid him no heed. He raised his wand and tapped it on the table, summoning a necklace crafted from emeralds and diamonds that appeared before them. Put it away and keep it safe. You must not show it to anyone, nor let anyone know, he commanded, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Absolutely no one must be aware of this matter. Rest assured, my master, I will take good care of it, stammered Wormtail, his face a tumultuous blend of panic, surprise, excitement, and fear. Voldemort harbored a disdain for such cowardly individuals. Casting a sidelong glance at him, he spoke coldly. If you understand, take the item and remember to safeguard it well. Otherwise, his crimson eyes locked onto Wormtail's terrified gaze. You know the consequences. Wormtail quivered like a leaf, utterly terrified to defy him. Why, yes, my master, I will surely keep it safe. Voldemort averted his gaze, his transformed fingers gently caressing Nagini. You may leave with the item now. His voice was icy, causing Wormtail to jump, as he hurriedly scooped up the box containing the necklace and vanished in an instant. Chapter 170. After a brief conversation, Fina and Draco ascended the staircase to rest. Life at Theodore's estate was indeed relaxing. Yet Fina felt a lingering unease without Draco by her side. Now that she was back with him, she was eager to indulge in a restorative slumber. After all, there were numerous tasks ahead. Thus, as soon as Fina entered the room, she eagerly flung herself onto the bed. Draco closed the door behind him and turned to her with a resigned look. Go change into your pajamas. Fina nuzzled the blanket like a kitten, letting out a soft sigh of contentment. Draco chuckled lightly, stepping closer to envelop her in his embrace. How can you be so adorable? Fina naturally embraced his waist, burying her head in his chest as she inhaled deeply, the scent of green apples instantly filling her lungs. I miss you so much, she murmured softly. Draco tightened his grip around her waist, enveloping her completely in his arms. I miss you too, he replied. After a long separation, simply holding each other was enough to stir their hearts. Neither Fina nor Draco spoke further. They remained nestled together in quietude, and within moments, Draco succumbed to sleep. He had been utterly exhausted in recent days, having gone nearly 2 days and nights without rest in his quest to find Fina. The dark circles under his eyes, the hollowness of his cheeks, and the stubble on his chin all bore testament to his weariness. Fina observed everything with keen awareness. With a gentle motion, she tilted her head and placed a soft kiss on Draco's chin, her eyes filled with tenderness. You have worked hard, she murmured softly. Draco was in deep slumber, and as Fina nestled against his chest, listening to the rhythm of his steady breathing, she too succumbed to sleep. This slumber lasted until midnight, only interrupted when the moonlight flooded the room. Slowly, Fina opened her eyes. Draco remained beside her, lost in dreams. With a delicate yawn, she sat up. The moonlight outside was serene, and barefoot, she approached the window, gazing quietly into the night. In his sleep, Draco turned over, instinctively reaching out for her. only to find emptiness. He blinked in confusion, his gaze landing on her solitary figure framed by the window. "Sweetie?" Draco rubbed his eyes and sat up, looking at her. "What is it?" Hearing his voice, Ferna turned to him, her softly smiling face appearing even more enchanting in the dim moonlight. "It's nothing. Did I wake you?" "No." Draco replied as he rose and moved behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist, resting his head against her neck. "I just suddenly realized you were not beside me." Filna gently ran her fingers through his hair, remaining silent. Bathed in the moonlight, Draco discerned a hint of melancholy etched upon Filna's face. "What troubles you?" Draco softly lifted her chin, meeting her gaze. Her once crystalline, deep blue eyes now appeared dimmed, as if shrouded in dust. "I am merely a bit concerned." Filna sighed softly. "I could take over the Malfoy estate. Perhaps I could alleviate some of your burdens." Draco tenderly caressed her cheek with his fingertips. "Do not worry. Everything will turn out well." Ferna tugged at the corners of her mouth, revealing a faint smile. "Let us hope." With a sudden sound, Tina appeared in the foyer, her large, yellow-green eyes brimming with tears. "Miss Ferna, your master left you a letter before she returned." Chapter 171 in an instant. Theodore extricated himself from the depths of despair. Like a drowning man grasping a piece of driftwood, a flicker of hope ignited in his eyes. What letter?" Tina, with trembling hands, retrieved a neatly folded sheet of stationery from behind her. The paper bore the crest of the Knott family, a sight familiar to Theodore. Yet it stirred within him an overwhelming tide of emotion as he reverently unfolded the letter imbued with profound significance. "Dear Brother Knott, please forgive me for addressing you this way for the first and last time. By the time you read this letter, I believe I shall have departed from the manor. These past few days spent with you have brought me immense joy. They are among the rare moments of leisure I have experienced in recent years. I am deeply grateful for your meticulous care and attention. I often marvel at your keen understanding of my habits and interests, as well as our many shared passions and the sudden rapport we have developed. Had we met in our youth, I am certain we would have become the best of friends. A misunderstanding from the past has caused us to miss our chance. I know you must feel a sense of regret, yet some individuals are simply destined to be friends, just as others are meant to be lovers. We cannot turn back time, so we must cherish the present. I hope that after my departure, you will not be too sorrowful. We shall meet again. I genuinely wish to be your friend and sincerely hope you find the love that is meant for you. Yours sincerely, Ferna, who will miss your culinary skills immensely." Theodore read the letter multiple times, scrutinizing every word, every letter, every stroke with utmost seriousness, before carefully folding it back and pressing it against his chest. His heart seemed to summon the strength to dispel the cold and anguish that had enveloped him. For years, he had frantically imitated Ferna's handwriting, penning letters to himself, masquerading as her during each holiday, sending himself gifts and blessings. Yet, no matter how he tried, a part of him remained devoid of strength. Now, however, that part had been rekindled with vitality. Tina stood quietly, observing as the light returned to Theodore's eyes. Witnessing the smile that crept across his face as he read the letter, noting his trembling hands and gradually calming breaths, she watched him finally rise again. Just as he always had, Theodore clutched the letter tightly to his chest and stood, step by step, returning to his room. Upon reaching his door, he slightly turned his head to glance across the way. That door remained firmly closed, as if Ferna still resided there. "Good night." "As usual," Theodore softly murmured with a gentle smile directed at the closed door opposite him, before retreating to his own chamber. The following morning, Filna and Draco set out early. Having long been absent, the werewolves, elves, orcs, and giants required Filna to coordinate their next mission, while Draco officially commenced his stewardship of the Malfoy family business. The duo seemed to have embraced married life, sharing breakfast together before donning their attire and departing, exchanging a tender kiss at the threshold. Lucius and Narcissa hastily greeted them that morning before promptly venturing out to reconnect with old friends, proclaiming that after years of toil, they could finally afford some leisure. Eager to explore and experience the world, Filna and Draco wholeheartedly supported this desire, as their escape from the perilous clutches of Britain was nothing short of ideal. Voldemort had long coveted the Malfoy estate, and after deliberation, Filna and Draco resolved that for the time being, Filna would act as the representative of the Malfoy family, publicly declaring Lucius and Narcissa missing, while citing Draco's health as the reason he could not assume control of the family affairs. This strategy was also designed to temporarily dissuade Voldemort from devouring the Malfoy legacy, for Filna was backed by the Carmen family, even if she pledged her allegiance to Voldemort. He would be wary of exerting undue pressure upon her. Departing from Malfoy Manor, Filna first made her way to Fenrir's temporary residence. Since the onset of turmoil, Fenrir had not returned to the werewolf gathering area, choosing instead to reside in London for the sake of maintaining proximity to Filna. Upon reaching the door, she gently rapped upon it, and a deep voice from within beckoned her to enter. Filna pushed the door open with a soft creak. Fenrir appeared unchanged since their last encounter. Upon recognizing Filna, he raised an eyebrow, a smirk gracing his lips. "I thought you had gone missing. I was beginning to wonder if you were reconsidering the invitations from the Order of the Phoenix or the Death Eaters. Oh, what a pity that would be." Filna flicked her wrist, revealing the shimmering silver threads of a magical vow binding her. "I believe you must continue to serve my interests for a while longer," she replied. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Fenrir's eyes as he donned a congenial smile. "However, I must admit, collaborating with you is quite enjoyable. I am pleased to continue our partnership." A formulaic smile graced Fina's face as she spoke. "Thank you. Shall we commence our discussion on serious matters?" "Of course," Fenrir replied, shrugging his shoulders and reclining once more against the chair's back. "Voldemort has been quite active lately. We must discern which of his movements warrant our attention. Therefore, I require you to assign someone to monitor the activities of Voldemort's followers and report their movements to me in a timely manner." "No problem," Fenrir readily agreed. "Oh, and additionally," Fina continued, extracting 2 small vials from a bottle and placing them before Fenrir with a nonchalant tone, "I require some werewolf saliva and blood, specifically from the transformation that will occur tonight, under the full moon." Fenrir's gaze swept over the 2 vials on the table before returning to Fina. His tone tinged with indignation. "What do you intend to do?" Filna spoke in a plain manner. "I wish to conduct a few minor experiments, and I hope you will cooperate willingly, rather than being compelled to do so under my supervision. What do you think?" A fleeting flash of anger crossed Fenrir's face, yet he managed to quell his irritation, though a hint of displeasure lingered in his tone as he replied, "I will comply." "Thank you." Filna offered a faint smile. "I shall come by to collect it tomorrow morning." Fenrir merely let out a soft hum in response. Filna paid him no heed. She departed the room and immediately utilized her shadowy form to arrive at the domain of the Fairy King. This place bore no distinction from her previous visit. The fairies toiled diligently as before. The sole difference lay in the fact that they did not even cast a curious glance in her direction this time. They continued their tasks with unwavering focus, not once lifting their heads. Filna approached the Fairy King without any hindrance. "You have arrived," the Fairy King said, slowly opening his eyes while seated upon the throne. Fina removed her hooded cloak and gazed intently into his eyes. "I have come here with a matter of great importance. I wish for Gringotts to cease operations from this moment forth and no longer provide services to anyone." The Goblin King, without a moment's hesitation, dismissed her request. "I believe that is rather unrealistic. The vast majority of the noble wizards have already chosen their allegiances. If Gringotts were to halt its services to them, the entire wizarding world would descend into chaos, and the esteemed reputation that Gringotts has painstakingly built over the years would be greatly tarnished. Of course, unless a remarkably powerful band of marauders were to attack Gringotts and wreak havoc, the bank would have no choice but to suspend operations in order to restore the necessary order." Fina offered a sly smile. "Naturally, the duration of the closure would depend on the extent of the destruction and the speed of restoration." "That is nearly impossible," the Goblin King replied, his gaze unwavering. "Gringotts has stood firm in the wizarding world for so many years due to its absolute security. If Gringotts were to suffer a significant assault, it would inevitably lose its credibility, unless the wizarding community were to endure a catastrophe that could rightfully be termed a nightmare." Fina met the Goblin King's gaze. "I shall orchestrate absolute chaos. I assure you, no one will question the safety of Gringotts. They will only lament the unprecedented calamity." The Goblin King slowly straightened his posture, his tone slightly grave. "The wizarding world cannot withstand such upheaval. I assure you, my methods are far gentler than Voldemort's," Fina replied, blinking. "After all, I have yet to earn the title of Dark Lord. I hope to avoid it in the future." The Goblin King regarded her with a dispassionate expression, seemingly unconvinced. "That is hardly likely." Fina smiled confidently. After her discussion with the Goblin King, Fina used the fireplace to transport herself to the potions office at Hogwarts. Ever since Draco had been afflicted by the potion, they had not returned to school for classes. The last incident, where Fina had attacked a professor with an unforgivable curse, had stirred considerable controversy. Opinions among the students were divided, but it was evident that many had begun to fear her, given her protection from the Board of Governors. Expulsion was unlikely, yet avoiding school was undoubtedly the best way to evade the storm of gossip. Moreover, she had little time to attend classes. Draco, too, was consumed by the complexities of the Malfoy family business. Taking on the full responsibility was no simple task, and he naturally had no time to return to school either. Fortunately, both were shielded by the Board of Governors. Thus they would not face expulsion for their absences, although discussions among classmates were inevitable. The potions office was deserted. Fina speculated that Snape might be teaching students. She cast an invisibility charm upon herself and deftly opened the door to the heart of the Forbidden Forest. Almost as soon as she entered, the centaurs appeared by her side, as they always did. "Mistress," the centaur bowed respectfully. Ferna responded softly, inquiring, "Is there any change in the celestial phenomena?" The horseman spoke in a measured tone. "The brilliance of the secondary stars appears to be diminishing. Yet the radiance of the primary star remains dim. It is not a favorable time for conflict. The celestial indications suggest that engaging in battle at this moment could lead to a disastrous outcome for both sides." Fiona furrowed her brows. Chapter 172. How much longer must we endure? Fiona spoke, her expression troubled. The voice of the centaur remained calm. The celestial signs do not indicate a favorable time. But it is unwise to engage in warfare within the next 3 months. 3 months? Fiona's gaze drifted into the distance. Her tone somber. "I fear it may not last that long." Upon returning to the potion office, Severus Snape had already arrived. His complexion was far from favorable, clearly a result of prolonged neglect of rest. Upon seeing Fiona, Snape momentarily appeared bewildered, followed by a sudden surge of mixed emotions, surprise, joy, and anxiety. "You have returned," Snape exclaimed urgently, rising to his feet. "How could you come here? It is far too dangerous." "What is it?" Fiona inquired, raising her head in surprise. Snape paused. Taken aback, "You do not know?" Ferna gently shook her head in response to his puzzled gaze. Snape's expression grew grave as he secured the door and cast several layers of concealment charms around them. Only then did he settle onto the sofa and slowly begin to speak. "The Ministry of Magic is seeking you, and Voldemort is also on your trail. There are reports from the Order of the Phoenix claiming they have located Dumbledore, yet the informant's credibility is questionable, thus it may not be true." "Wait a moment," Ferna replied, blinking as she sat on the sofa opposite him. "Let us take this one step at a time. First, what is this about the Ministry wanting me? Are you not aware?" Snape appeared bewildered. "Recently, the Ministry reorganized the Wisengamot to hold trials regarding your prior use of the unforgivable curses against professors at Hogwarts. The instigator is an informant planted by Voldemort within the Ministry." He furrowed his brow at this point. "How have you offended Voldemort?" Filna wore a perplexed expression, her mind racing as she contemplated how she might shield Lucius, Narcissa, and Draco from Voldemort's wrath. How had she inadvertently attracted the Dark Lord's ire? After retracing her steps, Filna was confident that she had not openly offended Voldemort. Any clandestine actions she had taken should remain unknown to him. Consequently, she found herself at a loss to identify where the issue lay. Unable to fathom the situation, she momentarily set her confusion aside and inquired, "What does Voldemort seek from me?" A sardonic smile crept onto Snape's face as he replied, "If your unfortunate old professor could ascertain the reason behind Voldemort's interest in you, would he not also deduce why the Dark Lord has chosen to target you?" Filna's mind momentarily faltered under his words, and she instinctively inquired, "Why?" He retorted, "If you cannot expel the foolishness from your clumsy mind, then I see no purpose in our forthcoming conversation, for you would scarcely comprehend." Snape narrowed his eyes at her. After his reprimand, Filna's thoughts finally rebooted. She reflected on her previous words and even deemed his scolding somewhat justified. Embarrassed, she touched the tip of her nose, striving to steer the conversation back on course. "What I meant to inquire was, what actions has Voldemort undertaken?" Snape rolled his eyes in exasperation. It appears he discovered something that provoked his ire. He was exceedingly furious and punished many Death Eaters. Consequently, the familial standings among the Death Eaters have shifted significantly. Following that, he commenced an exhaustive search for you, employing every conceivable method. Filna found herself increasingly perplexed. Did he recently have any need for alchemical instruments? The only reason she could fathom for Voldemort to mobilize his forces in search of her was this. "Regrettably, I must inform you that although the Death Eaters have been quite active lately, they have not yet reached the point of requiring alchemical protective gear." Snape wore a smile that was more grim than genuine. "Moreover, I recall that you seemingly gifted Voldemort a set of alchemical protective gear last time, which he has yet to utilize. The equipment he currently possesses should suffice for the time being." Oh, how unfortunate. Filna sighed softly, adding that it included many delightful features. If Voldemort were to send it to you, be sure not to wear it. Filna winked at Snape. Snape once again displayed that dreadful semblance of a smile. I believe your professor has not yet aged to the extent that his intellect has diminished. Fiona gazed at his expression, shivering with apprehension. What, then, is the matter with the claim made by the members of the Order of the Phoenix regarding Dumbledore's whereabouts? Snape's demeanor grew grave. A member of the Order alleged that they had spotted Dumbledore's silhouette in the quaint town of Devonclair. When did this occur? Fiona hesitated for a moment, her initial instinct being to wonder if Dumbledore had somehow broken free from his confinement, yet Snape's reply evidently quelled her concerns. 3 days ago. Upon hearing his response, Fiona exhaled in relief. It must be false. Snape, somewhat taken aback, looked up at her. How do you know? Filna innocently shrugged. I encountered him 3 days ago, in a dungeon somewhere. Ferna did not articulate her thoughts too clearly, partly out of concern for causing Theodore any trouble, and partly from a lingering reluctance to upset Snape regarding Dumbledore. However, it was evident that Snape was indifferent to Dumbledore's condition. He merely responded with a curt acknowledgement, expressing that it was a relief as long as it was not him. Should Dumbledore return, the situation would undoubtedly become more complicated. Filna nodded in acknowledgement, a hint of resignation evident in her eyes. It is likely far more troublesome than you envision. When Dumbledore encountered me in the dungeon, I was joyfully standing beside the very individual who had kidnapped him, and I had declined his request to relay a message. Oh. Snape responded with a calm nod. That indeed surpasses my expectations for the worse. It seems the most prudent course of action now is to prevent his return. Speaking of which, I do have an idea. A mischievous smile crept onto Filna's face. Since we cannot extricate Grindelwald, perhaps we could send someone in his stead? Snape frowned disapprovingly, as if he wished to interject, but after a moment's hesitation, his expression softened. Perhaps it is worth a try. However, it would be wise for us to prepare some provisions in advance. Filna curled her lips and spoke, for instance, persuading him to relinquish his wand and to consume a magical suppressor. Severus pondered for a moment. The ingredients for the magical suppressor are exceedingly rare. I currently lack any prepared reserves. He continued, I shall deliver werewolf blood and saliva to you by tomorrow. As for the other potion components, they are already assembled, awaiting your initiation of the brewing process. The quantity of the potion ingredients is ample. You may use them as you wish. Prepared, are we? Severus raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile gracing his features. Very well. Chapter 173. Upon departing from the potions office, Filna once again employed apparition to reach the giants' gathering area, not settling them in until nightfall. The giants' original habitat was far too distant. For ease of movement, Filna relocated them all to London, temporarily housing them in a secluded forest within the city, as they favored the woods for habitation. By the time she concluded her tasks, it was well past 10 o'clock at night. She promptly operated into the drawing room of Malfoy Manor. Since the manor's defensive system had been recently revamped, she had granted apparition privileges to Lucius, Narcissa, Draco, and herself, thereby circumventing the inconvenience of traversing nearly the entirety of Malfoy Manor when they returned home. The manor had an air of desolation. Lucius and Narcissa were visiting friends and would not return soon, while Draco appeared to still be engrossed in his work for the day. Noticing Filna's return, the house elf, Nini, promptly emerged to greet her. Miss Carmen, do you require a meal at this time? Nini respectfully curtsied. Filna removed her outer robe and scanned the room with her eyes. Has Draco not returned yet? She inquired. Young master said he would not be home for dinner tonight, Nini replied, standing to the side with her head bowed. Then let us commence the meal, Filna said, leaning back on the sofa, her eyes closed as she gently massaged her temples. Nini acknowledged her with a nod and gracefully bowed before departing. Fiona reclined on the sofa, meticulously reflecting on the recent revelations, with the most astonishing being Voldemort's inexplicable shift in attitude towards her. After all, she was the heir of the Carmen family. What could have driven him to so recklessly target her, disregarding even the pressures exerted by her lineage? Filna pondered each possibility that flickered through her mind, yet none aligned with her expectations. There existed a disparity of information between her and Voldemort, which allowed her to anticipate his actions. Now, Voldemort had transcended her predictions, committing an act that eluded her comprehension. This indicated that he must have either bridged or diminished the gap in information between them. So where could the flaw lie? After much contemplation, Felena found herself still grappling with a profound perplexity, which lingered in her mind until Nini summoned her to dinner. This distraction rendered her inattentive, even during the meal, yet she gleaned no insights. Following dinner, Felena returned to her chamber in Malfoy Manor, quietly observing the ethereal moonlight that filtered through the window onto the floor. As she mentally revisited her conversation with Snape, an essential remark he had made suddenly struck her, a point she had previously overlooked. He had imposed punishments upon numerous Death Eaters, leading to a significant shift in their familial standings. Voldemort had chastised many of his followers, resulting in a reordering of the Death Eater hierarchy. In such a critical moment, how could he contemplate a sweeping restructuring of the Death Eaters? There were only two possible explanations. Either the Death Eaters had betrayed him, or they had severely mishandled a crucial matter. Currently, there were merely three factions at play: Voldemort, Dumbledore, and herself. Should the Death Eaters contemplate betrayal, it could only be towards Dumbledore or her own camp. Clearly, the Death Eaters were likely unaware of the existence of a third faction, let alone the prospect of joining her ranks. Meanwhile, Dumbledore was imprisoned in the dungeon, and the Order of the Phoenix had lost its cohesion, preoccupied with its own troubles and unable to accommodate any defectors. Furthermore, most Death Eaters were pure-blood aristocrats from Slytherin. The notion of aligning with a group of foolish lions would be more unbearable than death itself, and they would never entertain such an idea. Thus, it was far more plausible that the other supposition held true. The Death Eaters had indeed botched something of great importance. At this juncture, Voldemort was in need of capable individuals, and trivial matters would not provoke such drastic actions from him. It must be something that could fundamentally shake Voldemort's foundation. A vague conjecture began to form in Filna's mind, yet she dared not affirm it. Perhaps she required a list of the Death Eaters punished by Voldemort. The hour was already late, and it was evidently inappropriate to visit Snape at this time. Thus, Filna had no choice but to suppress her anxious feelings for the moment. As the clock approached 1 o'clock, the sound of footsteps, carefully muted, finally echoed in the corridor. The footsteps paused momentarily at the door, but instead of entering, they turned into the room opposite. Phyllis raised an eyebrow. Had Draco returned from his social engagements only to retire to his own room alone? Just like that. In the room opposite hers? After a moment of incredulity, she noted that Draco had yet to make an appearance. The silence from the room across the hall was palpable, and the entire house was enveloped in a profound stillness. Excellent. Fina rose from her bed and quietly opened the two doors, entering the room across the hall. As she stepped inside, a wave of alcohol-laden air assaulted her senses, causing her to furrow her brow. Draco's suit jacket and shoes lay haphazardly discarded, while he lay sprawled across the bed, fast asleep. He had not even changed his clothes. The buttons of his dress shirt were undone at the collar, and his tie hung loosely around his neck. Clearly, he was not enjoying a restful slumber. The impeccably tailored trousers clung tightly to him, while the sleeves of his shirt were caught at his elbows. His brow was deeply furrowed, as if he sought to escape this vexing confinement, yet found himself helpless to do so. With a soft sigh, Fina waved her wand, transforming his suit into a comfortable nightgown, and cast a few cleansing spells upon him. Only when Draco's brow relaxed and a serene smile graced his face did she feel satisfied enough to leave. She wondered if he would awaken the next morning to find himself clad in a cozy nightgown and feel a sense of joy. Filna couldn't help but chuckle at the scene that played in her mind. She leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on Draco's cheek before quietly slipping away. Throughout the day, Filna had darted from one place to another, and by now, she was utterly exhausted. Once Draco returned, she felt a sense of relief. And as soon as she entered her room, she fell into a deep slumber. When she finally awoke, the sun had already risen, casting a warm golden glow across the sky, indicating that time had indeed slipped away. Furna stretched languidly as she sat up in bed, basking in the sunlight until she felt fully awake, at which point she softly uttered, "Nini." With a sudden sound, Nini materialized in the room. "Miss, come on." Nini acknowledged respectfully with a bow. "Has the young master awakened?" Furna turned her gaze towards her. Nini, with an expression of calm indifference, replied, "The young master left early this morning. He instructed me to deliver this to you, Miss Come On." As she spoke, Nini produced a delicate nightgown from behind her, which Furna instantly recognized as the one she had altered for Draco the previous day. "The young master expressed his desire for you to wear it for him tonight. He will return home earlier today," Nini stated, her face revealing little emotion as she conveyed this message. Furna lifted the nightgown and shook it open. But the moment she did, regret washed over her, for the garment before her was evidently dissimilar to the one he had conjured the previous night. The fabric was noticeably more streamlined, and the design had undergone a transformation. Fiona almost instantaneously lifted her gaze towards Nini. Fortunately, Nini, being an exceptionally competent house elf, had her head deeply bowed to the ground, her pointed nose nearly touching the floor. Ahem. Fiona tossed the crumpled pajamas aside and inquired, "Is breakfast ready?" "Yes, Miss Carmen." "It is prepared," Nini replied in her usual monotone, which eased some of the warmth from Fiona's cheeks. "Then we may commence our meal." After breakfast, Fiona reappeared in the potions office via the fireplace. Severus Snape seemed to have just concluded a class, as he had only just entered from outside. 2 boxes of vividly colored potions floating beside him. Judging by Snape's expression and the hues of the potions, it was evident that it had been yet another lesson for Gryffindor. Upon noticing Fiona, Snape set down the boxes and coldly inquired, "What is it?" Fiona absent-mindedly touched her nose, feeling as though she bore the brunt of the ire directed at the students of Gryffindor. She was curious to know the recent list of Death Eaters who had faced punishment. Snape's countenance revealed little emotion as he strode directly to his desk, casually seizing a blank parchment and fervently inscribing upon it with a quill. Moments later, he tossed a list toward Fiona. "Here, take it, and do be careful," he remarked, his expression darkening as he glanced at the 2 boxes of refuse on the desk, which he promptly discarded into the trash bin. The vials tainted by poison were utterly unsalvageable. Fiona swallowed hard, promptly recognizing the situation as she grasped the list, preparing to depart from the fireplace. Just as she was about to toss the flue powder into the flames, she abruptly halted her actions, as if a thought had struck her. "Ah, of course." Fiona glanced back at Snape and remarked, "There may be a minor upheaval in the magical community soon. Do not worry, and refrain from intervening in this matter." Snape raised an eyebrow, indicating his understanding. Fiona promptly cast the flue powder into the fireplace, and with a flash of green flames, she found herself back at Malfoy Manor. Draco was not at home. Clutching the list, Fiona seated herself on the sofa, meticulously examining each name. The first entry was Bellatrix Lestrange. Missing, this revelation left her astounded. In terms of both prowess and loyalty, Bellatrix was among the most distinguished of the Death Eaters. How could she have vanished so suddenly? Fiona furrowed her brows and continued to read. The Black family, loss of trust. The Lestrange family, deemed useless. The Malfoy family, expelled from the Death Eaters. Following this, there were names of several lesser families, most of which were evidently linked to the aforementioned families and had clearly been implicated. Bella, as the daughter of the Black family, married into the Lestrange family, and now both families had been ousted from Voldemort's inner circle, while Bella had mysteriously vanished. Fiona could not shake the feeling that this matter was somehow connected to Voldemort. The families that faced punishment were all pure-blood aristocrats, holding considerable prestige within the Death Eaters. However, the Knott family and the Caro family also met this criterion, yet it was evident that they were not on Voldemort's list of targets. Fiona meticulously reviewed the list from beginning to end and finally uncovered a significant clue. These several families had all once undertaken the task of safeguarding Horcruxes for Voldemort. Horcruxes. A chill coursed through Fiona, aligning perfectly with her conjectures from the previous night. Losing a Horcrux was undoubtedly a grave error. Could it be that Voldemort had already uncovered the fact that the Horcrux had been purified? The Horcruxes that had been purified thus far included the diary, the diadem, Harry, the locket, the ring, and the golden cup. The diary was destroyed by Harry in his second year. The diadem was discovered in the room of requirement, and Harry was able to locate it through the ring, both purifications occurring almost simultaneously, with Voldemort displaying no reaction at the time. This suggests that he remained oblivious to the destruction of the Horcruxes. The locket was found at the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. Clearly beyond Voldemort's reach for verification, the ring was located by Isabel, and Voldemort would have been unaware of this. The only Horcrux that he might have known about was the golden cup, which was stored in Gringotts. At that moment, she had placed a small mouse beside the cup in an attempt to mislead them into thinking the thief had failed. However, this ruse was evidently penetrated by Voldemort, who must have personally inspected the cup and discovered it to be a forgery, subsequently examining each Horcrux. Whether Voldemort was aware of the purification of the Horcruxes was of little consequence. What mattered was the reason behind his sudden targeting of her. Had he realized that she was responsible for all of this? This indeed caught her off guard. Fiona earnestly recalled every detail from that day at Gringotts, with only that particular incident harboring the potential for exposure. She remembered how Bella had arrived in haste, leaving her with no time to escape, forcing her to conceal herself nearby with the golden cup. Could it be that Bella had discovered her then? The moment this thought crossed her mind, Fiona quickly dismissed it. Given Bella's temperament, had she sensed something amiss, she would undoubtedly have drawn her wand and delivered an Avada Kedavra on the spot. rather than allowing the golden cup to be stolen and then discreetly revealing the matter to Voldemort later. Once again, Filna found herself ensnared in a mental impasse. The disappearance of Bella, the expulsion of the Malfoy family, and Voldemort's sudden and targeted aggression filled her with trepidation. These three occurrences were wholly unforeseen. Filna had an unsettling sense that something had slipped beyond her grasp. Perhaps it would be prudent to initiate conflict before Voldemort's scheme fully materialized. Yet, the Centaur's astrological prophecy cautioned her against engaging in hostilities in the near future. Fina, with a throbbing headache, gently massaged her temples while leaning against the sofa behind her. The situation had begun to grow increasingly complicated. Meanwhile, on the other side, Draco was not faring any better. As the newly appointed head of the family, Draco was tasked with familiarizing himself with and managing all the assets, businesses, and connections under the family name. Every family has its share of unruly subordinates, and the Malfoy family was no exception. Although Draco possessed the Malfoy family ring as the head, he needed not only to command respect but also to instill fear. Clearly, he had yet to achieve this. Simultaneously, the Malfoy family's business faced a sudden onslaught of setbacks. Several Death Eater families unilaterally terminated their collaborative projects with the Malfoy family, resulting in significant financial losses. Additionally, some internal traitors emerged, betraying the Malfoy family while absconding with crucial secrets, and Draco suspected that more traitors remained hidden in the shadows. In summary, the most pressing issue was to eliminate these infiltrators within the Malfoy family. In Chapter 175, when the previous traitors departed, Draco had uncovered certain clues. Through these leads, he identified several individuals and compiled a list of suspects, although it was evident that this was not exhaustive. Over the past few days, Draco meticulously reviewed the accounts, discovering numerous instances of inflated and fictitious expenses. Furthermore, during a recent meeting, he noticed that while some business plans were clearly delineated, others were riddled with inconsistencies, indicating a significant problem. Draco earnestly retraced all the steps but still could not piece together a concrete strategy. Time was slipping away, and Draco glanced at the chaotic pile of documents on his desk, letting out a resigned sigh. In the Malfoy manor, Fina nestled on the sofa in contemplation when suddenly, the fireplace before her erupted with an emerald flame. Draco's visage flickered in the firelight, and he spoke with a hint of regret. "I may be late returning today. There are still some documents I have yet to finalize. I apologize." Fina was momentarily taken aback, but soon her face blossomed into a gentle smile. "Then do your work well and return home early." "Very well." The flames in the fireplace resumed their former vigor as Draco cast his gaze upon the towering pile of documents before him. Gritting his teeth, he rose to his feet, stacked the papers into a formidable heap, and resolutely cast them into the fireplace. Today, nothing would deter him from returning home to see Fina. What were mere documents? After all, he could manage them at home. Ferna was instructing the little sprites to prepare the meal when she turned around and discovered a large stack of documents emerging from the fireplace. Filna was taken aback, abruptly drawing forth her wand, only to discover the platinum-colored head that had been concealed behind the documents. Upon seeing Filna, Draco swiftly discarded the papers in his hands. Stepping forward to embrace her tenderly, his voice laced with affection, "I have missed you dearly. I have returned to be by your side." Ferna raised an eyebrow, gazing at Draco, who nestled in her neck, reluctant to lift his head. Who was truly accompanying whom? Glancing at the towering stack of documents beside them, nearly half her height, Ferna felt her heart soften. She lifted her hand to tousle his hair gently, murmuring, "You've worked hard." "Not at all," Draco replied, his eyes sparkling as he raised his head. A kiss would suffice. Filna was amused by him and tilted her head to press her lips against his. Aside from the gentle kiss they exchanged before departing in the morning, this was their first intimate contact since their return. Draco, almost unable to contain his eagerness, swiftly sought to part her lips. The tip of his tongue barely grazed her, yet before he could make any further advance, Filna abruptly pushed him away. Draco gazed at her in confusion, seeking understanding. Filna's cheeks flushed as she turned her head towards the entrance of the dining room, softly remarking, "A house elf just came by to call us for dinner." She noticed the surrounding individuals abruptly widening their eyes, and in that moment, she caught sight of an unfamiliar house elf standing silently against the living room wall, staring at them. Her face grew warmer, prompting her to hastily push Draco away. Draco surveyed the area, but it was evident that the seemingly empty living room contained only the two of them. "Is that so?" he mused, gently lifting her chin for a tender kiss, then calling into the air, "Nini, prepare dinner and deliver it to the bedroom in 3 hours." A voice of affirmation from the house elf echoed in response. Draco effortlessly lifted Filna and carried her upstairs, leaving behind the towering stacks of documents and the sumptuous dinner. Almost as soon as Filna's back made contact with the bed, Draco closed the distance. The temperature in the bedroom was noticeably cooler than that by the warm fireplace in the living room. As Filna's skin gradually exposed to the air, she felt a chill that sent a shiver coursing through her. Draco encircled her with one arm, while the other drew his wand, giving a subtle flick towards the fireplace behind them, which quickly ignited with crackling flames. "Still cold?" he inquired, pressing his lips against her arm. Feeling her chill dissipate as her skin regained its smooth, pale complexion. "Much better," Filna replied, her deep blue eyes blinking softly, exuding an indescribable hint of intimacy. Her gaze slowly drifted to Draco's lips, which were slightly parted. Without hesitation, Draco leaned down and captured her lips in a kiss. 3 hours later, Nini stood at the door with 2 plates of food, listening to the ongoing sounds from within, before swiftly retreating. 4 hours later, Nini reappeared at the door with 2 freshly heated meals, her pointed ears instantly catching the sounds from inside, prompting her to vanish once more. 5 hours later, it was not until midnight that Draco emerged from the bedroom clad in a robe. He instructed Nini not to disturb Filna. Then, with a look of contentment, he dove into the study, clutching a half-tall stack of documents. In the bedroom, Filna lay soundly asleep on the cream-colored bed, her lovely face still adorned with a lingering blush. Meanwhile, in the study, Draco diligently tackled the backlog of paperwork, a faint smile gracing his lips, undeterred even by the most complex and tedious documents. As dawn broke, Draco finally completed all the tasks he had brought home. Filna lay in slumber, enveloped in the warmth of her dreams, while Draco stealthily ascended the bed to embrace her. Instinctively, she turned towards him, wrapping her arms around him before nestling into a comfortable position within his embrace, settling down once more. The entire exchange was seamless and fluid, her eyes remaining closed throughout. Draco enveloped her entirely in his arms, his gaze tracing the contours of her serene sleeping face, his heart swelling with tenderness. She was his wife. This realization brought a smile to his lips. He cautiously pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, then relaxed, closing his eyes as he lay beside her, drifting into slumber in harmony with the rhythm of her breathing. When they finally awakened, the day had dawned bright and clear. Filna rubbed her eyes and sat up, observing the peacefully sleeping Draco beside her and the radiant sunlight streaming through the window, momentarily stunned. As her consciousness gradually returned, vivid memories of the previous night began to flicker in her mind. Flina's cheeks flushed slightly as she cast a reproachful glance at the slumbering Draco. Reaching out to adjust the blanket draped over him, a glaring red mark was imprinted upon his pale skin at the hollow of his collarbone. Biting her lip, Flina grasped her wand, preparing to cast a spell to erase the blemish. Draco was set to venture out today. She could not allow him to roam about with such an unsightly mark. At the moment the wand pointed toward Draco's neck, he lazily opened his eyes. Grasping the tip of her wand with his right hand and applying gentle pressure, caught off guard, Flina was pulled into his embrace, nestled against him. "Are you attempting to commit fratricide by pointing your wand at your fiancé so early in the morning?" Draco teased, holding Flina tightly as if she were a human pillow, his eyes lazily fluttering shut once more. "I decree that you accompany me in slumber a while longer." Thanks to his previous specialized training, Draco's arms were sculpted with smooth muscle lines. In other words, resistance was futile. Accepting her defeat, Flina tossed aside her wand and turned to burrow into his arms, seeking a comfortable position to continue her rest. Thus, they remained entwined until the midday sun pierced through the curtain seams, casting its brilliance upon Flina's face, prompting her to awaken once more. Beside her, Draco had long since risen and departed. Stretching languidly, Flina climbed out of bed. The situation from the previous day had been thoroughly assessed. Today, she intended to visit the Mainsney estate to confer with Isabel regarding the Mainsney family's intentions. Should the Mainsney family acquiesce to her plan, preparations for chaos could commence in the coming days. However, prior to that, she needed to deliver the werewolf blood and saliva to Snape, ensuring he could expedite the potion's creation. After breakfast, Flina promptly apparat to Fenrir's residence. Fenrir sat in the center of the room, a scowl upon his face as he gazed out the window, with 2 vials brimming with potion resting on the table before him. The air shimmered as Flina materialized within the room. "Are the blood and saliva ready?" she inquired coolly. On the table, Fenrir replied, a grimace twisting his features into a sardonic smile. "Use it sparingly. Such items are not easily acquired." Filna adorned her visage with a feigned aristocratic smile, uttering a courteous thank you. With that, she vanished into thin air. leaving Fenrir alone to angrily pound his fist against the table. After departing from Fenrir's temporary abode, Filna sought out a fireplace and arrived at the potions office of Hogwarts. There, Severus Snape was ensconced behind his desk, diligently grading a mountainous pile of assignments. The warm, golden flames of the fireplace suddenly surged high, transforming into an eerie shade of green, yet Snape remained utterly unfazed, continuing to immerse himself in the tedious drivel he was reviewing, not even sparing a glance in her direction. Moments later, Filna emerged from the flames, clutching 2 potion vials. Having recently acquired the blood and saliva of a werewolf, she placed the vials upon his desk and inquired, "When can we commence the brewing of the magical suppressants?" Snape glanced at the assignments before him, his expression inscrutable as he replied, "In 1 hour." Fiona discerned his impatience, yet she pressed on with her inquiry, "When shall I be able to obtain it?" "In the afternoon," Snape replied, his displeasure evident as he furrowed his brow and lifted his gaze from a mound of wretched essays. If Miss Carmen had diligently perused the Advanced Potions Compendium, she would have noted that the preparation of the magical suppressant requires merely 2 hours. "Very well," Fiona exclaimed, abruptly seizing a handful of flue powder and retreating to the hearth, a sycophantic smile gracing her face. "You carry on. I shall return in the afternoon to collect it." With that, she vanished from the fireplace. Snape glanced at the 2 overflowing potion vials on his desk, then apathetically redirected his attention to the tedious task of grading the abhorrent submissions. Upon departing the potions office, Fiona reappeared at the entrance of Mansnigh Manor, uncharacteristically. Isabel was not ensconced in the alchemy chamber. Instead, the house elf guided her to the study, where Isabel was engrossed in a book she held in her hands. Noticing Fiona's entrance, Isabel set the book aside and looked up at her. "You have returned." Fiona pulled out the chair opposite her and sat down, her expression tinged with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, she did not seem inclined to elaborate, and Isabel, sensing this, shifted the conversation. "What brings you here this time?" Filna lifted the steaming cup of freshly brewed red tea brought by her house elf and took a delicate sip. Her voice composed as she spoke. "There is a matter I wish to inquire about regarding the intentions of the Mainsbury family." Upon hearing Filna's address, Isabel too adopted a serious demeanor. "What is it?" Fiona looked up at her with an indifferent tone, stating, "I plan to initiate combat in the coming days." Isabel furrowed her brow. "Isn't it too soon?" she replied, a hint of concern lacing her voice. "You have only just returned, and the current situation does not favor us. With Dumbledore missing, I have a means to extricate him from the conflict. Voldemort's increasingly frenzied oppression and expansion makes me suspect he harbors ulterior motives. The Order of the Phoenix is nearly defenseless against his onslaught, and recently, even the neutral family seemed to waver. I wish to commence battle before Voldemort's schemes fully materialize, to disrupt his plans." Fiona furrowed her brow. Now might be the most opportune moment to commence hostilities. Isabel pondered for a moment, then nodded gently. "The Mainsney family will not intervene in this matter, but one thing is certain, the casualties must not be excessive. Rest assured." "I shall do my utmost to minimize losses," Fiona assured. After conversing with Isabel, Fiona had begun to formulate a general plan in her mind. Indeed, the initiation of war had become an inevitability. However, the challenge lay in strategizing and mitigating casualties, which required Fiona to make prior arrangements. Regardless, in the coming days, she needed to inform others and address various trivial matters to pave the way for the forthcoming actions. In the Hogwarts Potions office, Fiona emerged from the flickering flames. Snape, reclining on the sofa, sensed her presence and abruptly turned, swiftly drawing his wand from within his robes. Fiona gazed at the menacing Snape, innocently raising her hands in a gesture of surrender. "Hey, don't be tense, it's me. The potion is ready, it's on the table, the blue vial." Snape reclined back onto the sofa, weariness evident as he massaged his temples. Filna approached and grasped the potion bottle. Its surface was pleasantly warm, evidently freshly brewed. Beside it lay several vials of varying sizes, all clearly prepared not long ago. She carefully tucked the blue bottle into her bosom. "There is one more matter." Filna began softly. "Tomorrow, I will initiate our advance. Under no circumstances should you intervene in the events that will unfold at Gringotts." Snape opened his eyes and regarded her with a hint of concern. "Isn't tomorrow rather too hasty? Once Dumbledore is gone, Voldemort will undoubtedly exert every effort to expand his influence." Filna replied with calm assurance, "At present, this is the most prudent course of action." Chapter 177. Upon exiting Hogwarts, Filna wasted no time and made her way directly to Theodore's estate. The surroundings were as resplendent as they had been when she departed a few days prior. Devoid of any trace of winter's desolation, Filna strolled into the estate, taking in the vibrant blossoms in the garden. In the study, Tina had just reported Filna's arrival to Theodore, and in the blink of an eye, he had vanished from sight. In the garden, as Filna leisurely made her way to the living room, she spotted Theodore approaching, clad in a thin shirt. "You've returned." Theodore's face bore the same gentle smile, his voice tinged with unmistakable delight. "I have returned." Filna revealed a faint smile. "There is something I wish to discuss with you. Feel free to do whatever you desire." Theodore's face displayed an expression of resignation. "You are well aware that I cannot possibly oppose you." Filna was amused by his antics, her eyes sparkling with laughter as she said, "But I cannot simply take advantage of this to bully you." The two of them chatted and laughed all the way to the living room, where Theodore poured Filna a cup of hot tea and draped a soft blanket over her shoulders. "So, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Let me see how you intend to torment me." Fina wrapped the blanket around herself and lifted the warm tea to her lips, taking a delicate sip. She felt the chill within her dissipate, warmth spreading from the tips of her hair to the very ends of her toes. "May I take Dumbledore with me?" Fina inquired softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "A battle is imminent in the coming days." "A battle?" Theodore exclaimed, his eyebrows arching in surprise. "How could it escalate so swiftly?" Fina shook her head and said nothing further, her voice soft as she advised. "It would be wise for you to refrain from venturing outside for a while, or to seek refuge in a secure location. The situation beyond is quite tumultuous." A flicker of anxiety crossed Theodore's face as he inquired, "And what about you?" Fina lowered her gaze to the steaming porcelain cup cradled in her hands, replying, "I cannot leave, you know that." Theodore fell into silence. After a pause, he softly suggested, "I will take you to the dungeon." It seemed he deliberately avoided the subject of leaving England. Fina cast a hesitant glance at him, yet ultimately chose not to voice her thoughts. As they made their way to the dungeon, Fina encountered Dumbledore once more. The once vibrant elder appeared somewhat worn, though his spirit still shone brightly, a testament to his resilience despite the prolonged confinement. "No, I believe I should address you as Miss Carmen," Dumbledore remarked, his gaze as sharp as ever. Fiona raised an eyebrow, observing him in silence. Her taciturnity was an implicit acknowledgement. Dumbledore revealed a faint smile, his words laced with a hint of melancholy. "Miss Carmen, your skill is commendable. Alas, it is only now that I have begun to fathom your true identity." Filna had no desire to engage in excessive conversation with him. The old fox, Dumbledore, had 1,000 ulterior motives hidden within a single sentence, and she found it tedious to contend with him. Drawing her wand, Filna pointed its tip at Dumbledore and softly uttered, "Wand, fly forth." A beam of blue light emanated from the wand's tip, yet it elicited no response. Theodore leaned closer to her and whispered, "Over here." Fina was certainly aware, yet she feared that Dumbledore might possess some hidden means. Now that he was without his wand, Fina felt less apprehensive. She retrieved a blue potion vial from her pocket and presented it before Dumbledore. "Drink this, and I shall lead you out while informing you of the current situation outside." Dumbledore's gaze flickered between Fina and the potion for a fleeting moment before he extended his hand, bound by iron chains, to accept the vial and raised it to his lips, consuming its contents in one swift motion. The instant the potion slid down his throat, he sensed the magic within him beginning to wane. He cast a surprised glance at Fina but refrained from uttering further words. It wasn't until his magical reserves dwindled to a level approaching that of a mere squib that Dumbledore offered a faint smile. "Now, may I be informed?" "Of course." Taken aback by Dumbledore's compliance, Fina discreetly employed her wand to assess his magical levels, and upon confirming the potion's efficacy, she spoke softly. "Voldemort is ruthlessly suppressing the Order of the Phoenix. The activities of the Death Eaters have become increasingly frequent, as though they are plotting something. Even the neutral families seem to be wavering." Fina candidly conveyed her feelings to him. Dumbledore, after a moment of contemplation, lowered his gaze and remarked in a serene tone, "Now is indeed the opportune moment to commence battle. Alas, it seems that the Order of the Phoenix is not yet adequately prepared for such a confrontation." Filna was not inclined to divulge any further information. She exchanged a glance with Theodore, who, with a lingering gaze, reluctantly rose from his seat and stepped back. Fina approached Dumbledore, grasping his wrist as she whispered, "Apparate." In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped them, and they vanished from their previous location. Theodore cast his gaze downward, concealing the melancholy in his eyes. At the foot of a mountain in Austria, Fina and Dumbledore materialized in a snowy landscape. A flicker of uncertainty, panic, and evasion crossed Dumbledore's face. which had always been adorned with a calm smile, now betraying a hint of resistance. "Why have you brought me here?" Dumbledore managed to suppress his emotions, forcing a slight smile. "You could kill me." "Kill you?" Fina tilted her head, a gentle smile gracing her features. "That task does not fall to me. Let us ascend the mountain." Felna coldly uttered a dismissive remark and took the lead. The chains binding Dumbledore's limbs remained unbroken. He was nearly devoid of magical power and had lost his wand, leaving him utterly defenseless. The two ascended the mountain in silence, with Dumbledore casting glances at the ever-approaching Ermengarde, desperately attempting to negotiate. "If you take me back to London, I can assist you." "No need for that." Felna replied with icy rejection, her pace unwavering as she continued toward the summit. As they climbed higher, Dumbledore's resistance grew increasingly palpable, and Felna remained vigilant, wary of the possibility that he might leap to his demise from the precipice. Fortunately, they reached the mountaintop without incident. Felna, accompanied by Dumbledore, made their way through the castle towards the highest cell. Strangely, since entering Ermengarde, Dumbledore's expression had regained its tranquility. Felna could even discern a flicker of struggling anticipation upon his face. Indeed, it was a tumultuous blend of remorse, despair, anguish, and turmoil, mingling with that struggling hope. Fiona was not particularly aware of the complexities between them. She had only heard vague whispers. Yet it was evident that their relationship was far from a simple matter that could be brushed aside. Chapter 178. Upon arriving at the highest cell in the tower, Fiona beheld Grindelwald, who sat at his desk, his back turned to the door. Noticing the footsteps behind him, he turned with indifference, only to find himself face to face with someone he never imagined would grace this place. Albus. In disbelief, he approached the iron bars at the cell door, gripping them tightly with both hands. It was indeed Albus. The myriad of emotions that once adorned Dumbledore's face had vanished, and he spoke in his usual tone, though now laced with a tremor. "It has been a long time, Gellert." Grindelwald's tumultuous feelings evaporated, and his mind was engulfed by a thunderous roar. Echoing only that name, Gellert. He called him Gellert. The fractures, the betrayals, the duels, all seemed to dissolve into nothingness. Time appeared to rewind to that unforgettable year of 1899, when the young Albus whispered in his ear, "Gellert." In the nearly 50 years that followed, he had endured anger, resentment, despair, and regret. He once believed that his greatest sorrow was the unrealized potential of his grand aspirations, yet during his confinement, what occupied his thoughts most was not his unfulfilled dreams, nor the vanquished dark wizards, nor the black magic he had studied for a lifetime, but Albus, who had occupied his life for a mere 2 months yet had left an indelible mark on his existence. Through decades of imprisonment, he gradually came to understand himself. The pain inflicted upon his beloved in their youth tormented him incessantly, as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at his heart, rendering him nearly lifeless. Thus, when Fiona's letter reached the heights of Ermengarde, despite harboring countless doubts and denials, he still clung to an earnest hope. Dreams and lost power could not bear the weight of such anticipation. His sole desire was simply to see him again. Days turned into weeks, and Fiona ceased to send any news. He believed that hope had slipped away, yet he continued to sit at the window, yearning and praying for the only glimmer of hope and redemption in his 50 years of confinement. He never imagined that one day they would truly meet again. "Albus." Grindelwald's voice was hoarse as he fixed his gaze upon Dumbledore, unwilling to look away for a moment. The complexity of emotions within him was beyond Fiona's comprehension. Dumbledore, too, gazed back with his wise, light-colored eyes. Their gazes intertwined, laden with unspoken words and boundless sentiments, yet neither chose to break the silence. Filna silently observed the tender exchange of glances between the two, and with a resigned cough, she said, "Ahem, Mr. Grindelwald. I believe it is now your responsibility to attend to Mr. Dumbledore. He is devoid of his wand and magical powers, so I must ask that you take care of him from here on." Fina once pondered whether Grindelwald might, in a fit of passion, take the life of Dumbledore. However, it appears she was mistaken. Judging by the current dynamics between the two, should male wizards possess the ability to bear children, it is likely that next time they meet, they may even arrive with offspring. Upon hearing Fina's voice, Grindelwald reluctantly shifted his gaze towards her, a myriad of emotions swirling within his eyes, yet gratitude prevailed. "I shall take good care of him," Grindelwald declared in a solemn tone, his gaze returning to Dumbledore's face. Dumbledore, with a complex array of emotions, turned his head slightly to glance at Fina and inquired, "Why?" A subtle smile curled at the corners of Fina's lips. "Why ponder so many questions? Your distance from the battlefield is a boon for me, sparing me from your hindrance. I had thought you would take my life." Dumbledore's gaze was sharp as he fixated on him. Filna raised an eyebrow, meeting his gaze. "Then let us see how you intend to appease Mr. Grindelwald. Having lost your magic and wand, if you wish to lead a more agreeable life, it will ultimately depend on Mr. Grindelwald's disposition." Ferna cast a fleeting glance at Grindelwald, who was fixated on Dumbledore, and swiftly raised her right hand adorned with a ring, exclaiming, "Bind him swiftly." Grindelwald was caught off guard by the spell, which ensnared him, causing him to stumble backward a few steps. He glared at Ferna in a mix of shock and anger, demanding, "How dare you use magic?" Fiona shrugged, offering no response. In that brief moment of eye contact, she realized that although the magic within her was suppressed in this place, and her connection to her wand severed, the ring on her right hand still possessed the ability to channel a modicum of magical energy. While such a minimal amount of power was insufficient for the casting of intricate spells, it was certainly adequate for a swift binding enchantment. Dumbledore, taken aback by her actions, did not dwell on her capacity to wield magic under such stringent constraints. Instead, he promptly declared, "You may kill me, but spare the innocent." Innocent people? Fina tilted her head to glance at the brooding Grindelwald, uncertain if the innocent person Dumbledore spoke of was indeed him. "Do not misunderstand," she said, offering a non-threatening, gentle smile. "I am merely taking precautions. Once I can find Dumbledore, I shall release the bindings." Despite Grindelwald's formidable power, which was presently suppressed and devoid of his wand, Fina remained vigilant. After all, her ability to cast spells here indicated that the confinement bore vulnerabilities, and she could not afford to take risks. Observing Grindelwald immobilized in his restraints, Fina cautiously seized Dumbledore, swiftly opening the iron bars of the cell to thrust him inside before promptly locking the door. Only when she confirmed that the iron gate was secured as it once was did Fina exhale in relief. The spell is suspended. Ferna faithfully untied the bonds, and the expression of surprise and rage that once adorned Grindelwald's face had vanished, replaced instead by an enigmatic smile directed at her. Being gazed upon in such a manner was evidently not a pleasant experience. Ferna could not suppress a shiver as she took a step back and spoke. "The task is complete, and I must take my leave. I wish you all the best." As Fina turned to leave, having taken only a few steps, Dumbledore suddenly called out to her from behind. "Wait." Fina turned in surprise, inquiring, "Is there something else?" Dumbledore glanced at Grindelwald, who was leaning against the wall, and a faint smile unexpectedly graced his features. Unlike the insincere, feigned benevolence he often displayed, this smile emanated genuine delight. "I believe there is something I need to entrust to you." Dumbledore retrieved a peculiar silver lighter from his sleeve and presented it through the gap in the iron bars. "I trust you will find it useful." "A lighter?" Fina regarded the object he offered with skepticism, uncertain whether to accept it. Grindelwald, seemingly recognizing the item, spoke with a calm demeanor. "I believe you ought to accept it." Filna pondered for a moment, yet hesitated before stepping forward to take it. The instant the silver lighter landed in her grasp, her heart surged to her throat. Had it not been for the protective necklace adorning her neck, she would never have dared to take such a risk. However, it was evident that Dumbledore had no intention of causing her harm this time. The object bore no offensive enchantments or dark magic. "Do not fret. It's merely a little extinguishing device," Dumbledore quipped, playfully winking. "After all, an old man locked away in a prison has little use for it. But perhaps it may assist you." Observing the playful demeanor of Dumbledore, Filna was suddenly struck by memories of his machinations over the years, sending a chill down her spine. Concealing the lighter, she suppressed the strange feelings welling within her, softly expressing her gratitude before turning to depart. With all preparations complete, the time had come to engage in battle. Upon her return to London, the first order of business for Filna was to relay a message to Draco. The impending battle was set for tomorrow, and the Malfoy family needed to be adequately prepared. As she watched the agile silver fox vanish into the ether, Filna made her way to the forest to seek out the giant clan. The plan for the morrow required their execution. Additionally, she needed to coordinate new collaborative tasks for the centaurs, elves, and werewolves. By the time Filna had arranged the affairs for the following day, midnight was fast approaching. Outside, the stars twinkled in the winter sky, a rare clear night. Filna gazed up at the immaculate, ink-black heavens and exhaled softly. After tonight, it seemed unlikely that such tranquility would grace her for a considerable time. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a sense of unease lingered in Filna's heart as she sat on the edge of a London street, staring up at the luminous moon, lost in contemplation. Tomorrow, the battle would commence. Only when her inner turmoil had subsided did Filna perform the disapparation back to Malfoy Manor. To her surprise, Draco was waiting for her in the sitting room. "You're back," he exclaimed, rising to his feet as Filna materialized before him. A gentle smile graced Felena's face as she remarked, "Yes, I have returned." In contrast, Draco bore no semblance of a smile. His brow furrowed as his slender fingers delicately traced her cheek. "What troubles you?" he inquired. The realization that her disguise had been so swiftly discerned caused the forced smile on Felena's face to fade, revealing the anxiety lurking in her eyes. "I just arranged the plans for tomorrow. We are to engage in battle," she confessed. Draco's expression softened into a tender smile. "Do not worry. You have performed admirably. This is indeed the most prudent choice at present." "Is it truly so?" Felena exclaimed, her gaze lifting to meet his. Her eyes reflecting the urgency of a child in search of reassurance. "Is this really the right decision?" "Absolutely," Draco assured her, his hand continuing to caress her cheek as he held her gaze with unwavering gray eyes, filled with pride. "You are a wise leader, and this is a sentiment shared by all. Voldemort and Dumbledore both recognize you as a formidable opponent. Werewolves, giants, elves, and centaurs all place their trust in you. A testament to your exceptional capabilities." Filna relaxed her brow, and the flicker of unease within her seemed to vanish, if only for a fleeting moment. Observing the softening of Filna's demeanor, Draco gently wrapped his arm around her, his voice tender. "Regardless of whether your decisions are right or wrong, I shall support you unconditionally. Moreover, I firmly believe that no one could navigate this situation better than you." Fina nestled close to his chest, listening to the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, her emotions gradually settling into tranquility. The onset of battle was inevitable. If it were to be under her command, she could at least strive to minimize the casualties. Regardless of the outcome, she had to make every effort to try. The person in her embrace began to relax, and Draco lowered his head to place a gentle kiss upon her forehead. "Are you tired? Shall we return and rest for a while? Tomorrow promises to be busy." Fina gently shook her head, utterly devoid of sleep. Even though her emotions had been soothed, the tumultuous thoughts in her mind continued to swirl incessantly. Draco pinched her cheek and let out a resigned sigh before turning to fetch 2 cloaks. "Since you cannot find rest, allow me to take you to a place." Filna obediently donned her cloak, revealing a gentle smile as she remarked, "All right." The journey was not particularly short. Draco had transported her through 3 different locations via apparition before arriving here. This place was a charming little cave, distinguished by its walls adorned with a myriad of luminous gemstones. The cave, though modest in size, was illuminated by the diverse hues emitted by these gems. The light, while exquisite, was not harsh. Rather, the interplay of colors created a harmonious effect reminiscent of sunlight filtering through stained glass. "Do you like it?" Fiona was gazing around with unabashed astonishment and joy written all over her face, yet Draco still posed the question. He yearned to hear her utter the word like. Fiona's gaze shifted to Draco's face, illuminated by the light that painted his features in vibrant hues, yet accentuated the strength of his lines. Unbeknownst to her, the boy who had quietly followed her from behind had grown into a figure she now had to look up to in order to meet his eyes. Over the years, she had witnessed many facets of him and had inadvertently caused him pain on numerous occasions. Nevertheless, the depth of emotion reflected in his eyes had never waned. Rather, it had intensified with the passage of time. "Draco," Fiona said, standing on tiptoe to wrap her arms around his neck, "will we always be together?" "Of course," Draco replied, gently tousling her hair, his eyes filled with affection. "No matter what, we will always be together." Fiona gazed intently into the depths of his pupils, where her own reflection stared back at her with a visage of palpable unease. "Do not fret, for I shall always be by your side," Draco murmured, gently caressing her hair. "As long as you do not abandon me, I could never forsake you." Ferna's deep blue eyes gazed unwaveringly into the depths of his, as her wrist curled around his neck, gently lifting her feet to kiss his lips. Their soft lips briefly met, only to part almost instantly. Filna shifted slightly backward, her wrist still entwined around his neck. "Let us wed after the war." Draco's gray starry eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. "Really?" "Of course," Filna replied, finally allowing a smile to grace her lips. "I have longed to do so for the past decade since that photograph." "Thank you," Draco said, blinking away the moisture in his eyes, his face illuminating with a rare, radiant smile. "Thank you for agreeing to marry me and fulfilling my most cherished desire of the past 10 years. Chapter 180. The following day, as dawn broke, Filna and Draco had already dressed and were seated in the living room. The previous day, Draco had put a halt to the Malfoy family's business. granting leave to the staff until after the war. Therefore, during the forthcoming period of conflict, barring unforeseen circumstances, he should not be overly occupied. Filna, too, had no need to venture outside today. She had arranged all her plans the day before and now simply needed to wait for news in the living room. At 8:25, the appointed time for action arrived, and Filna lifted her teacup, taking a delicate sip. At 8:30, a flash of green flame erupted from the fireplace, and a stranger in wolf form emerged, respectfully stating, "Miss, come on. Everything is proceeding smoothly at Gringotts and Diagon Alley." Filna nodded gently as the werewolf retreated from the flames. At 9 o'clock, another werewolf emerged from the fireplace, addressing her with respect. "Miss Kamon, the giant clan of Gringotts has successfully evacuated. 2 individuals sustained minor injuries, but there were no fatalities. Currently, Gringotts is closed for reorganization. The werewolf clan has also evacuated safely with no casualties. However, Diagon Alley has suffered devastating damage, and both Madame Malkin and Mr. Ollivander have sustained minor injuries. There is no news from Nocturne Alley." "Understood," Filna replied coolly. The werewolf inclined his head slightly before departing once more. The initial step of the plan agreed upon yesterday was to incite a disturbance at Gringotts, leading to its temporary closure, while simultaneously deploying werewolves to vandalize other shops to divert attention. Meanwhile, another group of giants was dispatched to Nocturne Alley to create chaos alongside the waiting orcs. Approximately an hour later, a third werewolf appeared in the living room, displaying a far greater sense of urgency than the previous 2. "Miss Kamon, there has been a situation in Nocturne Alley." As soon as he steadied himself, he bowed his head and continued, "We encountered a small contingent of Death Eaters and are currently engaged in combat." Verna squinted her eyes and spoke coldly. "How many of them are there?" "Approximately 5 or 6. Filna pondered for a moment, her gaze cast downward. "Inform them to evacuate immediately and remember to evade any pursuit." "Understood." The werewolf hurriedly departed. How could they have encountered the Death Eaters? Was it mere coincidence, or had Voldemort anticipated her plans in advance? Fiona suddenly furrowed her brow. "What's wrong?" Draco inquired softly, noticing her troubled expression. "I am pondering whether our encounter with the Death Eaters today was mere coincidence or a breach of our plans." Fiona maintained her frown. If it were a breach, it would imply the presence of a traitor. Draco contemplated for a moment before slowly shaking his head. "Not necessarily a traitor. If Voldemort had prior knowledge, why would he send only 5 or 6 individuals? It is likely that we simply crossed paths by chance." Upon hearing his reasoning, Fiona exhaled gently. "That does make sense." Soon after, the werewolf returned to report. "Miss Carmen, the skirmish in Nocturne Alley has concluded. 1 giant was injured and another perished, while 3 orcs were injured but unharmed. 2 Death Eaters were killed, and the rest were wounded. Yet none pursued those of us who retreated. Currently, all shops in Nocturne Alley have been shut down." The werewolf hesitated, casting a glance at Fiona. "Additionally, we accidentally killed a young individual who suddenly dashed out from one of the shops. He appeared to be in his teens." Verna abruptly shut her eyes, suppressing the tears that threatened to spill, and after a moment, exhaled a heavy sigh. "I understand. You may return now. The healing potion will be delivered by the centaur." The werewolf bowed and withdrew. The room was once again left with only the 2 of them. Draco moved closer, enveloping Verna in his embrace, softly reassuring her. "War inevitably demands sacrifices. We can only strive to minimize the casualties." Fiona simply rested her eyes against his shoulder in silence, refraining from uttering a word. A single tear quietly seeped into Draco's shoulder. The war had been declared, yet it was evident that the moment was not yet ripe for her confrontation with Voldemort. The Order of the Phoenix still held its ground. She must first devise a strategy to ensure their removal from the equation. Fiona suddenly recalled the lamp extinguisher gifted by Dumbledore. Perhaps this item could assist her in a minor endeavor. After lunch, Fiona made her way to Hogwarts to seek out Snape. The potions office was empty, and Fiona settled into a sofa, waiting for quite some time before Snape hurriedly entered through the door. Upon seeing Fiona, Snape's first words were, "Did you wreak havoc in Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley?" Fiona innocently blinked. "Indeed, what a folly." Snape, his teeth clenched in fury, roared, "Do you have any notion of the consequences this will entail? Every facet of the wizarding world has been severely impacted." Fiona shrugged nonchalantly. "It will only be restored post-war. You are well aware of this. So why would you proceed with such actions?" The anger on Snape's face intensified. "Countless innocent lives will be lost due to this incident that should never have transpired." Fiona regarded him with a calm demeanor. "If I do not take action, the repercussions of war will inevitably affect each and every one of them. The challenges of rebuilding after the conflict will prove far more arduous than they are now. I am aiding them in preserving their existence amidst the turmoil of war. However, both Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley have been shuttered, and Gringotts is also closed. What shall the wizarding world do next? Snape's temples throbbed with tension. Fiona's voice remained serene, awaiting the conclusion of the war, after which everything would return to normalcy. This was their most prudent option. She lifted her gaze to Snape, her eyes devoid of any tumult. This is war, losses are inevitable, and I can only strive to mitigate them as much as possible. Snape, with his eyes closed, exhaled deeply. He comprehended Fiona's sentiment. It was far easier to recover from the closure of the shop than to endure the ravages inflicted by the war. Yet, that child. Snape clenched his jaw, suppressing the welling tears within his eyes. He had just stepped outside due to the arrival of two parents seeking to withdraw their child from school. They had intended to let their child rest at home for a year, considering the tumultuous times. However, they had not anticipated that while out shopping, the child, driven by curiosity, would venture into the alley just as a battle erupted between giants, beasts, and Death Eaters, merely in the second grade. He fell victim to the senseless violence of this conflict. Snape lowered his gaze, concealing the emotion swirling within. Fina sensed that something was amiss, yet observing his demeanor, she hesitated to voice her concerns and chose to remain silent. Thus, the two lingered in silence, neither daring to break the stillness. It was only after a considerable time had passed that Snape finally raised his head, his expression having returned to its customary aloofness. "What brings you to me?" he inquired. Fina pressed her lips together, retrieving the silver snuffer from her bosom and extending it towards him. "I would like to request your assistance. The Phoenix Society need not persist in unnecessary sacrifices." Chapter 181. Severus Snape immediately recognized the snuffer that belonged to Dumbledore. "How did this come into your possession?" Snape regarded her with suspicion. "Did you steal it?" Fina could not help but roll her eyes. "It was given to me by that old bee." Snape, somewhat skeptical, took the snuffer and fiddled with it. "Why did he give this to you?" "I do not know. He merely mentioned that this object might assist me." Fina shrugged. "I would like you to convey a message to the Order of the Phoenix." "A message about what?" Snape pondered, stroking the snuffer in his hand. "Just tell them." Fina contemplated for a moment, informed them that Dumbledore has sensed a change in circumstances and wishes for the Order to suspend all activities until his return for further arrangements. Snape furrowed his brow, musing aloud. Merely a snuffer may not suffice to earn their belief. "I also have his," before Fina could finish her sentence. A phoenix suddenly flew in from outside, circling above their heads before quietly landing on Snape's shoulder. It then issued a resounding call, its eyes fixated intently on Snape. "Fawkes." Snape gazed in astonishment at the phoenix perched on his shoulder. A short, sharp trill erupted from its throat, seemingly in response to Snape, or perhaps urging him towards something. Snape furrowed his brow, listening to Fawkes' call, and after a moment, nodded with earnest conviction. "Then this matter is indeed feasible." Filna stared in astonishment. Can Snape truly understand the language of animals? Fawkes emitted another brief trill. After concluding his communication with Fawkes, Snape turned to continue his conversation with Filna, only to find her expression frozen in shock. "What is the matter?" Snape asked, momentarily taken aback. Fina's voice changed pitch in astonishment. "You can still converse with animals?" Snape turned his head to glance at Fawkes, as if he comprehended something. Fawkes cast a disdainful glance at her and emitted a brief call. Fina understood this. It conveyed the message, "Fool." Fiona clenched her small fist in anger. Fawkes's mode of communication was rather peculiar. It was as if it conveyed understanding at the moment one was ready to comprehend. Snape began to elucidate. "Moreover, you would do well not to strike it, as our plans for the Order of the Phoenix depend on its assistance." "Why?" Fiona replied, her fists falling in indignation. Snape raised an eyebrow. "Because Fawkes claims it can assist us in substantiating that Dumbledore requested the Order to cease its operations. Isn't that phoenix raised by Oldby? Why would it be willing to aid us?" Fiona cast a sidelong glance at the proud phoenix perched upon Snape's shoulder, its neck arched regally. Could there be some ulterior motive? The phoenix seemed to comprehend her words, for it emitted a long, resounding cry almost immediately. This utterance contained at least 20 vulgarities. But stripping away the insults, the essence of its message was clear. "My master has instructed me to cooperate with your plans." Filna chose not to dwell on how a mere phoenix could utter such a lengthy string of uncivilized words. Instead, she retorted with a hint of perplexity. "When did your master instruct you to cooperate with my plans?" Observing Fawkes still leaning indifferently against Snape, a sly smile crept upon Filna's lips. "Could it be that you have betrayed your master but lack the courage to admit it, resorting instead to claiming it was your master's command?" Fox visibly bristled with indignation, the exquisite red feathers on his neck standing on end. He let out 2 resounding calls before casting a displeased glare in her direction. Fina skillfully sifted through a barrage of insults to extract the crucial information. Essentially, it conveyed that the master had sent a message a few days prior. Yet Fina was unable to ascertain the master's location to seek him out, thus she could only act according to his directives. This implied that Dumbledore still had the capacity to communicate with the outside world. This realization sent a chill down Fina's spine. But it seemed that Fox was aware that he had divulged too much, for he remained silent despite Fina's earnest pleas and her pointed inquiries regarding their method of communication. At the very least, she had clarified that Dumbledore could indeed maintain contact with the outside. However, she needed to ascertain whether this connection was unilateral. If Dumbledore merely relayed messages to her, it posed little threat. Yet, if he was capable of gaining knowledge about the external circumstances, the situation could become perilous. Contemplating this, Fina's gaze shifted slightly, and she spoke softly. I need you to convey a message to your master, informing him that the previously discussed plan has commenced. And he need not worry. Fox tilted his head to regard her, his proud little head bowed slightly, emitting a brief chirp. I cannot relay messages to my master. Fiona exhaled in relief. Since Fox could not deliver a message to Dumbledore, she felt assured. The matter of halting the activities of the Order required Fox's intervention for validation, which allowed Fiona to remain courteous towards him, at least not angered by the lengthy discourse. Snape and Fiona had other matters to discuss. Glancing at Fox perched on his shoulder, Snape gently patted him, and Fox immediately understood his intent, taking flight. It was only after the Phoenix's silhouette completely vanished beyond the door that Snape resumed speaking. Voldemort has become aware of your actions. Following this morning's events, he was in a furious rage and summoned a meeting of the Death Eaters at noon to assign subsequent tasks. Among them, Old Knot and the Carrows have been given the directive to eliminate you. It appears you have supplanted Potter as Voldemort's foremost target. At this, Snape curled his lips into his sardonic smile. Fina rolled her eyes. Is this truly a commendable honor? At the very least, it can be seen as Voldemort's acknowledgement of you. Snape lifted his gaze, a clear hint of mockery adorning his face. Furna spoke with a hint of sarcasm. I am truly elated to have received the Dark Lord's recognition. Snape raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying her sentiment, and swiftly redirected the conversation to the matter at hand. In any case, Voldemort has orchestrated 3 tasks for today. Firstly, he requires me to brew a substantial quantity of potions. Judging by the list of demands he provided, it appears he desires a swift resolution to the impending conflict. I suspect that Voldemort is not yet prepared for war. Secondly, Old Knot and the Carrows, as the primary executors of this mission, have one paramount objective, to locate and eliminate you. Furthermore, should any other Death Eaters seize the opportunity, they too are permitted to strike you down. It can be said that your demise has now become one of the foremost priorities for the Death Eaters, aside from their allegiance to Voldemort. Thirdly, it seems Voldemort is clandestinely plotting something, as this marks the 3rd occasion he has retained Wurtail for a private discussion following a meeting. On this note, Snape furrowed his brow in contemplation. Moreover, Bellatrix has been absent from several meetings, yet Voldemort has not uttered a single word regarding her. In fact, the Lestrange family has remained utterly silent about her. Snape thoughtfully massaged his temples. It appears that Bellatrix's disappearance may be linked to Voldemort. Perhaps he has assigned her a particular task of significance. After a moment of contemplation, Filna spoke again. For now, let us set them aside. I shall assign someone to keep watch over the Lestrange family, the Black family, and the diminutive Peter. How are matters within the school? Snape's expression returned to its customary indifference. Everything is as it should be. Those trolls continue their nightly escapades, and there has been no progress whatsoever in potions. Fiona could not help but curl her lips in a suppressed smile, striving to stifle the laughter that threatened to escape. And what of Harry? He has been remarkably subdued of late. Snape, his expression remaining impassive, replied, Ever since Dumbledore's departure, he has attended classes diligently, no longer engaging in nightly escapades, causing mischief, or holding secret gatherings. Has his little society disbanded? Fiona paused momentarily, her brow slightly furrowing. I believe it is essential for students to learn some defensive magic. Snape elongated his words. Indeed. Therefore, upon Umbridge's exit, I shall assume the position of defense against the dark arts instructor, providing those little brutes with a much-needed refresher in this subject. Upon hearing his tone, Fiona shivered involuntarily, feeling somewhat fortunate that she was not yet required to attend classes. Umbridge has departed? Snape raised an eyebrow disdainfully. The Ministry is in utter chaos. Naturally, she must return. Filna sighed softly, remarking on the current state of the Ministry of Magic, where a chaotic mix of spies from various factions had gathered. It was indeed time to seize an opportunity to cleanse the Ministry thoroughly. Not yet, Severus pondered before speaking. I believe Voldemort will soon make his move against the Ministry. We should wait a little longer. If Filna were to launch a reckless attack on the Ministry, she would position herself in opposition to justice. However, if Voldemort were to strike first, and Filna were to lead the charge in aiding the Ministry against him, she would gain the moral high ground. Filna understood this reasoning well and promptly nodded in agreement. Then we shall wait for the time being. After Filch's departure, Snape arrived at number 12, Grimmauld Place. Since Dumbledore's disappearance, the meetings of the Order of the Phoenix had become infrequent due to the absence of a strong new leader. As soon as Snape stepped inside, a familiar stream of curses echoed through the air. You filthy, disgusting bastard. With a deft flick of his wand, Snape silenced the portrait of Mrs. Black, and the sharp invectives ceased abruptly. At that moment, only Sirius Black was present, languidly reclining on a worn-out sofa. Upon seeing Snape enter, he raised his eyes in sardonic acknowledgement but refrained from uttering a word. This was perhaps the first occasion on which Snape felt compelled to engage Sirius in conversation. His countenance was more somber than usual, his pale lips pressed together in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he coldly announced, I wish to convene a full meeting. As the proprietor of Grimmauld Place, it was typically Sirius's duty to summon the members for such gatherings. However, it was evident that he had not done so in quite some time. Sirius let out a derisive snort, as if he had heard a particularly amusing jest. On what grounds? The order is hardly yours to command, you despicable Death Eater. Snape's expression remained unyielding, as though the mockery were not directed at him. I bring news from Professor Dumbledore. Sirius's demeanor shifted. He straightened up, scrutinizing Snape intently as if weighing the truth of his words. After a moment, he replied coolly, I shall trust you this once, but you had better not harbor any treachery. Indifferent to Sirius's skepticism, Snape turned and made his way to the meeting room. Shortly thereafter, the majority of the Order's members arrived, all but Mundungus. After surveying the room, Snape stood at the head of the conference table and spoke with an air of detachment. This meeting has been called to convey new instructions from Professor Dumbledore. As a former Death Eater, Snape's credibility within the Order was essentially non-existent. And as soon as he uttered this statement, several voices immediately questioned him. How can we know if what you say is true? Why would a Death Eater be the first to contact Professor Dumbledore? How could Professor Dumbledore entrust you with an important task? Remaining composed, Snape stood his ground. I believe Professor Dumbledore's trust in me is well documented. At that moment, Fawkes suddenly flew in through the window, circling above the conference table before finally landing on Snape's shoulder. For the smooth execution of the new task, Professor Dumbledore specifically sent Fawkes to assist me. Snape continued, and Fawkes nodded in agreement. The murmurs of skepticism around the conference table instantly dissipated. Fawkes, the Phoenix of Dumbledore, had often conveyed messages and undertaken tasks for him. Thus, upon seeing Fawkes, the doubts in everyone's hearts had largely been assuaged. The meeting room fell silent once again, and Snape spoke with his usual detachment. Professor Dumbledore has sensed a shift in circumstances and wishes for the Order of the Phoenix to suspend all activities until his return, at which point he will provide further instructions. The previously suppressed doubts erupted once more, with Sirius Black's voice rising above the rest. Given the gravity of the situation, with Voldemort poised to wage war at any moment, and the recent unrest in Diagon Alley instigated by unknown forces, how could Professor Dumbledore possibly order the Order of the Phoenix to cease its operations? I suspect you have fabricated these words to facilitate Voldemort's plans, allowing him to achieve his aims with ease. Sirius slammed his hand on the table, causing a loud thud. I believe your intentions are nefarious. How could a Death Eater genuinely care for the Order of the Phoenix? Fawkes emitted a low cry directed at Sirius. Confused, Sirius regarded the Phoenix, but soon concocted a plausible explanation for Fawkes' defense of Snape. You wicked Death Eater! Have you ensnared Fawkes with some potion? Sirius craned his neck anxiously to scrutinize Fawkes. In response, Fawkes angrily let out two sharp cries, which Sirius misinterpreted as confirmation of his suspicions, prompting him to leap to his feet. Fawkes has always been attuned to emotions, never harboring any animosity towards members of the Order. It must be that you, the Death Eater, have administered some potion to him. In a fit of indignation, Fawkes flew over and swatted Sirius with his wings. Meanwhile, Snape remained calm and unfazed, retrieving a small silver object from his pocket and raising it, his tone still indifferent. Professor Dumbledore anticipated that there would be questions and thus entrusted me with this portkey as a token. As the assembly beheld the portkey in Snape's hand, the skepticism once again faded. If there were any possibility of Fawkes being under the influence of a potion, this portkey could not be forged, for it had been crafted by Dumbledore himself. With doubts silenced, the attendees were finally willing to listen to Snape's words. And even Sirius begrudgingly took his seat. Chapter 183, Mr. Dumbledore's intention, Snape began again, is for the Order of the Phoenix to pause its activities. He is currently attending to some minor issues and will arrange matters upon his return. Of course, if you disagree, I shall not impede you. Snape's gaze met Sirius's with calm resolve. After all, I am merely a messenger bearing tidings. Sirius's eyes were still filled with disdain, yet he refrained from uttering another word. Furrowing his brow and diverting his gaze, the others evidently shared his sentiment, as no objections were raised. Observing the silence, Snape spoke with an air of indifference. Very well. Let us proceed as per Mr. Dumbledore's instructions for the time being. When will Mr. Dumbledore return? Inquired Lupin. Snape met his gaze with a flat expression. I do not know. In the drawing room of Malfoy Manor, a flicker of green flames erupted from the fireplace, and Filna emerged from within. Draco lounged on the sofa, whimsically toying with a wide-mouthed potion bottle in his hands. What is this? Filna asked, shedding her outer robe and tossing it to the house elf, as she leaned closer to Draco to inspect the bottle. Inside, remnants of a deep green potion swirled, with a half-formed statue suspended within. Filna's eyes widened in astonishment as she turned to Draco. Astoria? A cruel smile twisted Draco's lips. Indeed. I suddenly remembered this today and made a point to retrieve it. Unfortunately, it is nearly dissolved. He shook the potion bottle, causing a few drops of the lingering deep green liquid to splatter onto the already distorted visage of the statue. Fiona pouted and pinched his face, insisting, clarify for me. What exactly is it that you find regrettable? Draco dramatically turned his head, feigning agony as he lamented, Oh, it hurts, it hurts. I meant to say that we haven't had the chance to torment her and relieve our frustrations. It is indeed a pity. Filna released her grip with a sense of satisfaction. Draco's complexion was remarkably pale, and even without exerting any force, her touch had left a faint red mark upon his skin. Heart aching, she tenderly caressed the area a few times. Draco observed the expression on her face. The cruel smile that once graced his lips vanished, replaced by a tender demeanor. It doesn't hurt, he reassured her gently. Filna cast a resentful glance at him, her voice laced with playful reproach. It is entirely your fault for having such fair skin that easily bears marks. Indeed, it is my fault, Draco replied, leaning closer to Filna, his gaze darkening with intensity. I too am quite susceptible to leaving impressions. Would you care to test that? The atmosphere instantly grew sultry. However, Filna, being inherently mischievous, rolled her eyes and teased with a sly smile, playfully covering her mouth as she chuckled. If that is your request, I could easily bring you to tears tonight. Felina slowly blinked at him, her eyes shimmering with allure. Draco's voice was slightly husky. Very well. Filna always felt that the meaning he comprehended diverged from his own thoughts. Draco still clutched the wide-mouthed potion bottle in his hand. Filna sidestepped Draco's advancing form, swiftly turning to seize the potion bottle and seating himself on another sofa. Miss Greengrass must have been quite stifled being confined inside. Perhaps I shall lend her a hand. Filna crossed his legs, gently swaying, the delicate and fair calf dancing tantalizingly before Draco's gaze. Draco's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he reached out, resting that slender calf upon his own leg. Fana raised an eyebrow at him, a provocative smile playing on her lips. What is Master Malfoy up to? Draco casually replied, his hand gently kneading her calf. I am merely offering you a massage. Fina pressed her lips together to suppress a hint of a smile, crossing her other leg over his knee. Then please, Master Malfoy, assist me earnestly with a massage. Draco lifted his gray eyes, peering at her with a profound gaze, before nonchalantly averting his attention once more. Very well. Filna's attention returned to the potion bottle, within which the statue had been almost entirely eroded by the faint effects of the elixir. How pitiable, she remarked without a hint of compassion. Yet a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in her deep blue eyes. Perhaps it is time to release you. Fina casually poured the contents of the potion vial onto the floor, and with a resounding thud, the remnants of the dark green elixir fell alongside the statue onto the ground. The Malfoy family's floor was specially designed. The potion vanished instantly upon contact, leaving not even a trace behind, while the statue lay forlornly on the surface. Filna waved her wand, watching as the statue on the ground gradually enlarged, then slowly transformed back into Astoria. The moment the spell was lifted, Astoria let out a piercing scream. She could hardly believe the agony radiating from every part of her body. Her once beautiful, slender legs had vanished, replaced by decaying shreds of thigh, her formerly smooth. Fair skin had morphed into a patchy tapestry of red scars. Even her facial skin bore the same fate. She sensed her vision blurring in one eye. The skin on her face having eroded to meld with her neck, and her lips twisted into a grotesque shape that was difficult to part. Her once proud nose was nearly consumed by decay, and her lovely golden hair was almost entirely gone. In a fit of terror and rage, she shrieked and recoiled, vehemently cursing Filna, only to catch a glimpse of Draco as she turned her head. He was intently massaging Filna's calves, his delicate fingers gently kneading her soft, pale skin. A sight that was strikingly pleasing. No, how could this be? No, it was impossible. Astoria stared blankly for a moment before abruptly raising her hand to cover her face. Chapter 184. She struggled to inch backward, attempting to crawl beneath the coffee table, seeking refuge from Draco's gaze, yet her mouth continued to unleash curses upon Filna. Draco, initially reluctant to intervene, realized that Astoria was oblivious to the necessity of silence, thus he resolved to assist. The wandless spell. A spell shot forth from the tip of Draco's wand, striking Astoria directly. In the instant he cast the spell, he glanced at her with an impassive expression, then immediately returned his focus to massaging Filna's legs, maintaining an air of indifference throughout. With a satisfied smirk, Filna shifted her gaze to Astoria, who was writhing and screaming on the floor. She spoke lightly, "To be careful not to dirty the floor. The house elf will need time to clean it." Astoria glared at her in fury, her corrupted eye sockets distorting grotesquely, with a significant portion of her eyeball bulging out, especially when she glared, rendering her particularly terrifying. Filna feigned alarm, covering her mouth with a delicate gasp, and suddenly dived into Draco's embrace, her voice soft and vulnerable. She asked, glaring at me, "I'm so frightened." "Fear not, I am here," Draco replied, fully aware of her deliberate theatrics. Nevertheless, he held her closely, his voice soothing. "Be good, I shall blind her." With that, Draco picked up his wand and gave a gentle flick toward Astoria, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Astoria screamed, covering her eyes in horror. "No. How could you do this to me?" For Astoria, the psychological torment far outweighed the physical. No matter how Filna tormented her, she could rationalize it as jealousy between rivals. But Draco could not harm her. How could he? They were meant to share a lifetime together. "Draco, you must have been enchanted. This isn't how it should be." Unable to see, Astoria crawled in a direction guided solely by instinct, believing in the connection and fate she shared with Draco. "Draco, we were meant to be husband and wife. We were supposed to be loving. Filna must have given you a love potion." Clutching his leg, she struggled and wept. "It shouldn't be like this." Draco paid her no mind, utterly content to hold Filna in his arms, with no thought to spare for anyone else. Meanwhile, Filna quietly observed as Astoria clung to the leg of the coffee table, calling Draco's name, her eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Astoria's tone was so resolute. It made Filna question her own beliefs. It was clear that Astoria firmly believed she was to be Mrs. Malfoy, and that Draco would be her husband. But what could account for her unwavering certainty in something so improbable? There were only two possibilities. Either she had lost her mind, believing in her own delusions, or some prophecy or similar force had convinced Astoria of her destined fate. Filna leans towards the former. The existence of prophecy until this day is not without reason. There are numerous powerful seers capable of accurately foretelling future events. However, at present, she and Draco are already engaged, with marriage imminent, and their bond is profound. It is inconceivable that Draco would abandon her for another, thus the likelihood of prophecy is exceedingly low. The only remaining possibility is that she has succumbed to madness. Contemplating this, Filna finds her interest in further tormenting her waning. Just a madwoman. Seeing the silence enveloping them, Astoria erupted in fury, shouting, "Filna, Draco is mine. Do not think you can take him away. You should not exist in this world. You will soon vanish, I assure you." Draco abruptly turned to her, his expression icy and menacing. "Since you wish for oblivion, I shall grant it." Raising his wand, his voice cold and resolute, he uttered, "Avada Kedavra." A flash of green light shot forth from the tip of Draco's wand, striking Astoria in an instant. She had no time to react, her face still contorted in rage. As she lifelessly collapsed to the ground, Fina leaned against Draco, gazing at the lifeless form of Astoria before them, and lazily yawned. "I feel tired. Shall we retire for the night?" "Very well," Draco replied, lowering his head to place a gentle kiss on her forehead, his countenance softening once more. as if the malevolent casting of the Avada Kedavra curse had never emanated from him. He cradled Fina in his arms as they ascended the staircase, while the house elf appeared unfazed, swiftly tidying the area and disposing of all items that were not meant to be there. Since the cessation of operations by the Order of the Phoenix, the struggle between Fina and Voldemort had become considerably more straightforward, though Voldemort was still frantically expanding his influence. With Snape relaying information to her, she was able to thwart his plans almost every time. This significantly hampered Voldemort's execution of his schemes, causing his temper to flare increasingly, leading to more frequent punishments of his Death Eaters, which in turn drove them to act with even greater recklessness. The Ministry of Magic could no longer sustain the Day of Peace. More and more citizens began to suspect the truth behind the daily occurrences of malevolence, prompting Cornelius Fudge to finally admit Voldemort's return. This revelation plunged the entire wizarding community of Britain into a state of profound panic, as the fear that had been barely suppressed following the shutdown of Diagon Alley resurfaced among the populace. It was unclear who had leaked the information, but many wizards became aware of Dumbledore's disappearance, leading parents to express their concerns about their children remaining at Hogwarts, inundating acting headmistress Professor McGonagall with letters requesting their children's return. The flood of correspondence nearly overwhelmed her, and after 2 arduous days of deliberation, she resolved to temporarily suspend classes. This marked perhaps the first time that young witches and wizards, having only recently been sent to school for a mere 2 or 3 months, were to return home. Nevertheless, apprehension about the future loomed on their faces, particularly among the 7th-year students who were grappling with the dual pressures of the N.E.W.T. exams and job hunting, only to find their education abruptly interrupted. The 5th-year students were not faring any better, as their teachers had been emphasizing the importance of the O.W.L.S. in recent months. Thus, the sudden closure of the school and return home was hardly welcome news for them. On the Hogwarts Express, students exchanged heartfelt farewells, while Harry, Hermione, and Ron sat in the same compartment, silently observing the scenery outside. "Harry, you must promise to stay safe." Hermione was the first to break the silence. Her brown eyes filled with concern as she gazed at him. "With Voldemort back, you are undoubtedly his prime target." "I understand. I shall return to my godfather." Harry nodded in response. "You both must be cautious as well." Hermione ran her fingers through her unruly brown curls. "I plan to take my parents to Sweden for a while, treating it as a vacation. It's best to avoid this place for now." Harry concurred. Indeed, Britain is no longer very safe. Ron remained silent, gazing out of the window, choosing not to partake in the conversation between the two. Noticing his reticence, Hermione shifted her gaze to his face. "And you, Ron?" Chapter 185. Ron's expression was far from cheerful. He forced a smile that barely curled the corners of his lips. "I can only stay here. Where else could I go?" Mr. Weasley had sustained severe injuries during a recent skirmish with Death Eaters and was still recuperating at St. Mungo's. Although his life was no longer in jeopardy, the medical expenses posed a significant burden for the Weasley family. Harry looked at him with concern, his mouth opening as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Sensing Harry's inner turmoil, Ron gently shook his head. "I'm fine. Father is at St. Mungo's, so he doesn't have to go to the ministry. The order has also ceased its operations for now, so we should be safe for the time being." A loud whistle echoed as the train began to gradually accelerate away from the platform, Hogwarts slowly disappearing from view. "Let us hope we can return." As the progress on Filna's end hastened, the war had reached a fever pitch. Voldemort ceased his efforts to expand his influence, instead devising new plans to suppress Filna's power. Unfortunately, all of Filna's activities aimed at disrupting Voldemort's schemes ceased as soon as he halted his own actions. Now, the werewolves and giants were absent from their usual haunts. Centaurs and fairies remained conspicuously uninvolved, and orcs employed various disguises during their missions, rendering Voldemort nearly incapable of tracking Filna's movements. This drove Voldemort into a fury. He dispatched all his Death Eaters to conduct surveillance. However, Filna remained exceedingly cautious, employing protective gear that obscured their activities, resulting in not a single clue being uncovered. Unable to make inroads with Filna, Voldemort shifted his focus to the Malfoy family. But it was evident that they had adequately prepared for such scrutiny, since the last forcible intrusion by the Ministry into Malfoy Manor. Filna had replaced the defensive enchantments with a concealment and displacement array, fortified by a host of peculiar alchemical creations in the protection of werewolves, transforming the estate into a veritable fortress. Thus, when Voldemort arrived at the former site of Malfoy Manor, He was enraged to discover it had been transformed into a dense forest, the once grand estate having relocated entirely. "Where is the Malfoy estate?" Voldemort roared in anger amidst the thick underbrush, while the Death Eaters behind him trembled, their eyes cast downward, none daring to respond. The moment the defensive enchantments were activated, Filna and Draco sensed the shift. Before either could react, a house elf hurried over with news. "Master, we have just detected that Voldemort has led a large contingent of Death Eaters to the vicinity of Malfoy Manor. The estate has activated its automatic defenses and has relocated to Sandiforniki." Nini bowed respectfully and said, "Understood." Draco leaned back lazily against the sofa, embracing Filna. Nini then swiftly departed. Fiona nestled in Draco's embrace and yawned. It seems that Voldemort can hardly contain himself any longer. During this time, he has faced relentless defeats, and his Death Eaters are increasingly restless. He must be quite enraged. Draco replied in a calm tone, "It is no wonder he is unable to remain still. It appears that the current plan to thwart Voldemort's schemes is proving to be quite successful." Fiona toyed with a strand of her chestnut hair. "It is time to launch our final offensive." Draco gently caressed her cheek. "Very well. If we resolve this matter swiftly, we shall soon be wed. At present, Voldemort still possesses a Horcrux, Nagini, which has yet to be dealt with. To prevent his resurrection, purifying Nagini is imperative. However, it is clear that Fiona must confront Voldemort that day, and Draco naturally must remain by her side. Severus Snape, due to his unique position, cannot stand with them, while the orcs, werewolves, elves, and centaurs are ill-suited for the task of purifying Nagini. Therefore, Fiona sought out Isabel. Upon returning to the manor of Mainsnay, Fiona made her way directly to the alchemical chamber. A few days prior, Isabel had inquired about a particularly challenging alchemical problem, and she was likely still immersed in her studies. As expected, upon pushing open the door to the chamber, Fiona found Isabel bent over the workbench, engrossed in her tasks. Noticing Fiona's arrival, Isabel discarded her current project and turned to her. "You have come. What is it that you need? I would like to ask for your assistance." Fiona replied, removing the ring from her right hand and offering it to Isabel. "I am preparing to initiate the final war, but I cannot purify Nagini on that day. I would like to request your help in purifying her and checking whether Voldemort's Horcruxes have been entirely eradicated." Isabel gazed at her silently, her eyes shifting from a dark crimson to a bright red before gradually returning to their original hue. After a moment, she spoke with a cool demeanor. "Very well, but you should keep the ring. To purify a remnant spirit inhabiting another body, I can utilize the powers of the Harbinger of Death. This ring must remain on your person at all times. You must not remove it," Isabel added with solemnity. Ferna cast a peculiar glance at her before retracting her hand to properly adorn her finger with the ring. "Very well, I understand. Then the task of purifying Nagini shall fall upon you." Isabel scrutinized her for a moment before gently nodding in agreement. Soon, Ferna had meticulously arranged everything. At last, the fateful day arrived. The sky over England was shrouded in a gloomy pallor, refusing to brighten. Dark clouds gathered from all directions, nearly obscuring the entire expanse above, while sporadic flashes of lightning momentarily illuminated the scene, only to vanish again, leaving behind a lingering, thunderous resonance. This secluded location was Ferna's chosen site, nestled within a tranquil, remote valley. It was far removed from the hustle and bustle of urban life, devoid of any traces of wizardry. Indeed, Muggles would never stumble upon this place. The imposing mountain that loomed outside was entirely concealed from those without magical abilities, having been transported here by an unusual magical array that rendered it invisible to non-magic folk. The previous night, Ferna had taken the initiative to send word to Voldemort, designating this spot as the battleground. Thus, she arrived early in the day with her companions. Chapter 186. Orcs, werewolves, giants, and centaurs stood fully armed behind Ferna, a culmination of her plans that had been laid out over the past several years. Although she possessed no absolute certainty of victory, she was resolute in her belief that she would not succumb in this battle. Yet, for reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling gnawed at her heart today. "Do not worry," Draco gently squeezed her hand that hung at her side. "We shall prevail." Fiona cast her gaze upon the ring adorning Draco's ring finger, a protective charm against the killing curse bestowed upon them by their father. She gently opened her hand, intertwining her fingers with his, as the ring of the head of the Weasley family clashed against Draco's protective ring. There was no cause for concern. Every precaution had been meticulously arranged. Both Draco and Snape wore rings against the killing curse, and Isabel would remain unharmed, All other significant individuals were absent from England. There was no need for worry. Everything had been orchestrated with care, and those she cherished would remain unscathed, regardless of the circumstances. Fiona felt a slight sense of calm settle within her. Soon, the appointed hour arrived. Voldemort emerged before Fiona, accompanied by a throng of Death Eaters. "Now, let us unveil the identity of this intruder," his chilling voice echoed. "Miss Carmen, I have pondered numerous times on the identity of the one who has thwarted my designs from the shadows." Voldemort's scarlet eyes fixed upon her, a look of incredulity crossing his face. "I never anticipated that it would be you, one who vowed to pledge allegiance to me." Fiona astutely observed that Voldemort had not brought Nagini with him, which aligned with their expectations. As the last remaining Horcrux of Voldemort, he would undoubtedly be reluctant to bring it to such a perilous battlefield. Fiona raised an eyebrow, reflecting on the unexpected display of a self-proclaimed great leader resorting to the despicable tactic of coercing loyalty through threats of love. Coercion? Voldemort emitted an odd chuckle. "To pledge allegiance to me is an unparalleled honor. I perceive it as a notorious honor that is universally despised," Fiona retorted with a cold laugh. "There is no need for such lengthy discourse. Since you are here today, I assume you are prepared for battle." Voldemort suppressed his mirth, his transformed fingers toying with his wand. "Youth often lacks patience. I merely observed your frail demeanor and feared you might not survive until our conflict begins." Fiona smirked with derision. "Given your physical condition, I shall expedite our war." "Impudence!" Voldemort furiously raised his wand towards her, only to instantly revert to a terrifying grin. "Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige you." The tip of Voldemort's wand remained pointed at her. "Step forward. We shall engage in a one-on-one challenge, and no one is permitted to intervene." Draco tightened his grip on Fiona's hand. Fiona cast a soothing glance at him before gently releasing his hand and making her way towards Voldemort. Draco clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed intently upon Fiona as she advanced, each step deliberate and unhurried, as if every footfall resonated within his heart. He silently tightened his grip on the wand he held. Both Fiona and Voldemort took a few steps forward and came to a halt. Yet a considerable distance still lay between them. Voldemort spoke with a sinister chuckle. "How utterly foolish." Fiona also raised her wand towards him, her voice calm and composed. "You may find out just how foolish you are." Voldemort did not utter another word. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in his crimson eyes, and with a flick of his wand, he unleashed a streak of green light hurtling directly toward Fiona. Avada Kedavra! Fiona swiftly evaded, retaliating with a similarly deadly curse aimed at Voldemort. Voldemort, quick to react, deftly dodged the spell. His formidable foundational skills and immense magical power often allowed him to unleash unexpected spells. However, Fiona's agile mind and extensive combat experience equipped her with a versatile arsenal of techniques. The two engaged in a fierce back and forth, neither able to gain the upper hand. As the battle raged on, Draco seized the moment. He abruptly raised his wand, pointing it directly at the Death Eater across from him, and unleashed a killing curse directed towards Mr. Caro. Given the heightened vigilance on the battlefield, the curse did not strike Mr. Caro, but instead ignited the chaos of war. The clash began in earnest, with Death Eaters and Fiona's allies screaming and entangled in a chaotic melee. The Caro siblings, incensed by the recent ambush, charged directly at Draco. Amidst the chaos, limbs and debris scattered, yet the confrontation between Fiona and Voldemort remained undisturbed, as both consciously distanced themselves from the fray. Fiona gradually gauged Voldemort's strength. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, their powers appeared to be evenly matched, and it was likely that the current conflict would not conclude swiftly. Draco, facing the Caro siblings alone, showed no signs of being outmatched. His recent specialized training had significantly enhanced his magical prowess, and his practical experience had also seen considerable improvement. Fiona harbored a deep concern for Draco's predicament, often yearning to divert her attention to his plight, yet Voldemort evidently denied her this opportunity. Waves of increasingly ferocious curses hurled towards her, compelling her to summon all her strength to confront them. Meanwhile, Isabel stealthily infiltrated the old manor. Nagini coiled in the corner of the conference room, feigning slumber, but upon sensing Isabel's presence, it abruptly opened its eyes, its crimson tongue flickering from its gaping maw, issuing a warning hiss. Undeterred, Isabel approached, a wisp of dark mist escaping her hand and entering Nagini's mouth. Instantly, the serpent lost its aggression, its dark eyes blinking in perplexity before it succumbed to drowsiness once more. Without pausing, Isabel concentrated, summoning a mass of black mist that gradually coalesced into the shape of a scythe. With a gentle twist of her wrist, a scythe adorned with red gemstones materialized in her palm. Her eyes lightened in hue as an ever-increasing swirl of black mist lifted her into the air. Softly, she intoned an arcane incantation, wielding the scythe towards Nagini. Moments later, Isabel's eyes returned to their normal shade, the black mist retracting back into her being, and the scythe dissipating into a cloud of darkness. Nagini slowly reopened its eyes, gazing at Isabel with a glimmer of curiosity reflected in its dark orbs. Hissus. The serpent tilted its brownish-gray head, seemingly puzzled. Your master is Filna. She is currently occupied with other matters. You shall accompany me for now, Isabel stated coldly. Nagini blinked slowly, affectionately flicking its tongue at her. Shrink down, Isabel instructed with a frown. Obediently, Nagini transformed into a diminutive serpent, no longer than a forearm. Slithering up Isabel's outstretched hand to coil around her arm. With Nagini in tow, Isabel departed. Chapter 187. On the battlefield, the two factions remained locked in relentless conflict. The battle between Filna and Voldemort remains unresolved, while Draco appears to have gained a slight advantage in his confrontation with the Caro siblings. Distracted for a moment to glance at Draco, Filna noticed he was unharmed and returned her focus to the ongoing duel with Voldemort. The situation on the battlefield is increasingly dire. Numerous corpses lay strewn across the ground, shattered wands and severed limbs scattered about, and blood splatters the earth. Amidst a cacophony of screams and incantations resonating through the air. Judging by the current circumstances, it is evident that Filna's side holds the upper hand. The giants possess tremendous combat strength, although their large size renders them somewhat clumsy. Their high magical resistance means that many spells inflict far less damage than they would on a typical wizard. Werewolves and orcs, driven by their primal ferocity, are constrained by the conditions of their transformations. The werewolves are unable to shift into their wolf forms and must fight in their wizardly guise against the Death Eaters. In contrast, the orcs are unbound by such conditions. Revealing their true forms enhances their combat prowess and agility, and their resistance to magic surpasses that of ordinary wizards, thus allowing them to hold their ground for the time being. The Elvenkin largely remain in the rear, offering assistance to their comrades engaged in battle. Most elves possess a knowledge of an ancient elvish tongue, enabling them to chant incantations that summon the natural magic surrounding them to replenish the energy of their struggling allies. The centaurs stand alongside the elves, excelling in ranged attacks with magically infused arrows capable of inflicting damage from great distances. The fairies, however, prove to be even more formidable. Filna's alchemical wand channels the magic within them, and the innate characteristics of their race grant them a significantly higher magical capacity, along with a much swifter recovery of their magical energies, resulting in a nearly overwhelming advantage when facing off against them. The magical prowess of the Caro siblings evidently pales in comparison to Draco's. After a flurry of fierce assaults, their magical reserves begin to dwindle, and their rate of attack slows. Seizing this opportunity, Draco surveyed the area but could not locate Snape. Where could the Godfather be? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Yet the Caro siblings seemed to sense his momentary distraction, launching an even more ferocious assault. Draco was compelled to suppress his uncertainties and engage fully in the battle. Meanwhile, in the old mansion, Isabel had no choice but to close the recently torn rift in space, reappearing in the conference room with Nagini. She had initially intended to tear through space directly with Nagini, but the serpent appeared unable to withstand the pressure of the rift. The moment she stepped into the fissure, Isabel felt the weakening pulse of Nagini around her arm, prompting her to retreat immediately. The small serpent, with its big eyes filled with grievance, looked up at her and weakly flicked its tongue. With a sigh of resignation, Isabel infused it with a surge of dark energy to help restore its strength. This little creature had caught the eye of Filena, and it was imperative to bring it back alive. Thus, Isabel opted for apparition. However, within the conference room, it seemed a spell had been cast to prohibit apparition. As she led the small serpent out of the conference room, she keenly heard a cackling sound emanating from a nearby room, reminiscent of the eerie noises made by someone on the brink of death. As a harbinger of death, Isabel typically would have shown little interest in such matters, yet an inexplicable impulse compelled her to push open the door. Inside, the dim light revealed a man with dark hair slumped against the wall, the cackling sound escaping from his throat. A gaping wound in his neck oozed blood, and he gazed at her with a dazed expression, his black eyes betraying a complex mix of emotions. Isabel recognized him as a professor from Hogwarts, one who had once ventured to the manor of Mainsbury alongside Dumbledore. She held no fondness for him and was about to turn away when the man reached out a hand towards her, seemingly wishing to retain her presence. Isabel faintly heard him utter 2 syllables from his throat, Lily. As he neared death, she found little reason to heed his words and turned to leave. Just as she prepared to exit, however, Nagini tightened its grip around her arm. What is it? Isabel frowned at the small creature coiled around her wrist. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Nagini glanced back at the man, then at Isabel, shaking its little head and flicking its tongue. Isabel furrowed her brows. Did Felena know him? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Nagini flicked its tongue again, nodding its gray-brown head. This was troublesome. Isabel, her impatience mounting, turned back to the man, gathering a surge of dark energy in her hand and forcefully directing it into his body. After completing this act, she did not linger to observe his condition but turned to depart. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Nagini struggled to raise its small head and glance back at the man. Isabel pressed down on it, sternly admonishing, He won't die. Stop looking. If you fall, I won't take you with me. Nagini, feeling aggrieved, averted her gaze and tightly entwined her arm around Isabel's. Isabel, with no further delay, exited the old residence, accompanied by the apparition of Nagini as they vanished. Within the chambers of the dilapidated house, Snape's neck wound gradually healed. The bleeding ceased, and he finally regained some strength. With a pallid complexion, Snape retrieved several vials of potions from his robes, tilting his head back to consume their contents, and then leaned weakly against the wall. Sensing the gradual restoration of his body, time passed unmeasured until the serpent venom within him was ultimately purged, and his vitality restored significantly. Outside, the sky had darkened, and the room was enveloped in utter darkness. Snape struggled to rise, supporting himself against the wall as he made his way to the door, vanishing in an apparition. All that remained on the ground were a few empty potion vials and a pool of blood, testifying to the events that had transpired there. Approximately 2 hours after the onset of the war, the advantage for Felena became increasingly evident, with the remaining Death Eaters now a mere shadow of their former selves. Draco had swiftly dealt with the Caro siblings and initially intended to assist Felena. However, he was soon beset by 2 additional Death Eaters, forcing him to engage once more in battle. Voldemort and Felena continued their fierce confrontation, their attacks slightly slowed, yet the potency of their spells remained formidable. It seemed unlikely that a victor would emerge in the immediate future. Chapter 188. With the dwindling number of Death Eaters on the battlefield, Voldemort's demeanor grew increasingly agitated. No one could thwart his plans. No one. His eyes gradually turned a fierce crimson as he frantically exerted the magic coursing through his veins, unleashing even more powerful curses at Felena. Impossible. No one could defeat him. Fiona perceived the shift in Voldemort's demeanor and immediately focused her attention on the impending confrontation, daring not to allow even a moment of complacency. The elves, too, became aware of the unfolding battle and began to chant an ancient incantation, striving to replenish Fiona's magical energy as swiftly as possible. Voldemort sensed the gradual restoration of magic within Fiona's body. He understood all too well that if this continued, she would undoubtedly gain the upper hand. Consequently, his minions intensified their onslaught, frantically unleashing a barrage of deadly curses upon her. Once the mindset of war becomes agitated, vulnerabilities may emerge, marking the onset of defeat. Fiona was acutely aware of this reality. She began to shift from offense to defense, fending off Voldemort's assaults while seeking out his vulnerabilities. As the magical energy within her gradually replenished, the spells she cast grew increasingly potent. On several occasions, Voldemort was compelled to evade her potent incantations. Draco, engaged in combat with 2 Death Eaters at Fiona's side, quickly discerned that the battle on her front was intensifying. The barrage of spells Voldemort hurled at her became ever more relentless, yet Fiona focused primarily on defense, rarely launching her own attacks. Concerned that she might succumb to the pressure, Draco couldn't resist stealing a glance her way. In that fleeting moment, a Death Eater opposite him seized the opportunity to unleash a disarming charm. Catching Draco off guard, his wand flew from his grasp, along with the protective ring he wore. The wand and ring traced a graceful arc before landing not far from Fiona. Avada Kedavra, he heard another Death Eater, engaged with Draco, snarl as he uttered the incantation. Without a moment's hesitation, Fiona abandoned her confrontation with Voldemort, pivoting to cast a killing curse that deflected the incoming spell. The 2 green lights collided in midair, momentarily entwining. Yet Fiona's spell was evidently more formidable. One beam of green light dissipated while the other struck the heart of the Death Eater who had cast the lethal curse. In a flash of lightning, Voldemort seized the moment to unleash another spell from behind Fiona. Fear gripped Draco's heart, but he was too late to utter a warning. In the reflection of his eyes, Fina saw the green light advancing toward her. Evasion was no longer an option. Her deep blue eyes brimmed with helplessness and sorrow as she offered Draco an apologetic smile, her red lips parting to whisper, "I'm sorry." The green light struck her from behind. Draco felt the air around him fall into a profound silence, as if the sounds of battle had vanished. All he could see was that blinding green light and the figure that crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Everything around him began to warp into a surreal haze. The figures of those nearby distorted, and a ringing in his ears robbed him of sound. He started to doubt the authenticity of it all. Surely, this must be a fabrication, merely a fleeting dream. The figure of Filna gracefully descended, akin to a lifeless butterfly, settling upon the tainted earth. Her face lay pressed against the ground, marred by dirt and blood. Her skin had lost its once translucent whiteness, and her dull golden brown locks cascaded over her pallid complexion, robbing her of her former vibrancy. How could this be? It was inconceivable. Draco felt as though he were treading upon a soft, ethereal cloud as he staggered to kneel beside Filna, cradling her face in his hands. Her skin was so rigid, so cold. The warmth and softness he once knew had vanished. Draco's hands began to tremble as her deep blue eyes still gazed upon him, now devoid of their lively spark, revealing a profound stillness of death. A smile lingered on her lips, the same apologetic smile she had given him before her fall, as she uttered, "I'm sorry." Sorry for what? Sorry for failing to fulfill her promise of marriage? Sorry for not ensuring she would never leave him? Sorry for not being able to share the rest of her life with him? No, it could not be. How could she bear to abandon him? She had vowed to remain by his side. Chapter 189. As Voldemort stood in the center of the arena, laughing maniacally, the centaur leader drew back his bowstring, releasing a golden arrow that pierced Voldemort's heart. Voldemort stared incredulously at the arrow embedded in his chest. He had just slain Filna, and these individuals should have surrendered immediately. How dare they strike at him again? The golden arrow transformed into a blaze of golden flames, consuming him from the chest outward, and within moments, Voldemort was reduced to ashes. Voldemort was dead, and the few remaining Death Eaters who still resisted quickly surrendered. The centaur leader's face was etched with sorrow as he lowered his bow and bowed deeply in the direction of Filna. The other centaurs followed suit, laying down their bows and bowing profoundly towards Filna. Unlike the others, Filna was acknowledged as the rightful mistress of the centaur clan, whether she lived or died. Her commands were to be fulfilled. Draco remained kneeling in the midst of the battlefield, holding Filna, whose body had grown stiff and cold. Her pallid skin, dimmed eyes, and ashen lips all signified the departure of her life. Plop. A drop of water fell upon Filna's face. Draco lifted his gaze to the somber sky. Yet it was not raining. Where could this water have come from? Plop, plop. The world before him began to blur, and as he reached to touch his eyes, he unexpectedly found traces of moisture on his face. It was tears. His own tears. How could he weep? Filna has not yet succumbed to death. So enamored with beauty, she has been soiled. Draco hurriedly raised his hand to wipe away the tears cascading down Filna's face, along with the grimy earth and blood. He meticulously cleaned her visage with his sleeve until no trace of filth remained, yet suddenly, a wave of panic washed over him. With the dirt and blood erased, her complexion appeared so pallid, devoid of any hue. "Please, do not abandon me," he implored, bowing his head to rest his forehead against Filna's, his gray eyes fixed intently on her lifeless deep blue ones. "Do not leave me alone, I beg you." Yet, the figure cradled in his arms would no longer respond. Snape, accompanied by personnel from the Ministry of Magic, hastily arrived. The Aurors forcefully apprehended the remaining Death Eaters, and Snape gazed in astonishment at Draco kneeling in the center of the battlefield, holding Filna. "What has transpired?" Snape inquired, furrowing his brow as he approached Draco. Suspecting Filna might have sustained injuries, though a more dreadful premonition lurked in his mind. "What is the matter?" He crouched near Draco, and finally beheld the face he held so protectively in his embrace. That rigid, ashen, lifeless countenance. Snape stared at her in disbelief. How could this be? Draco sensed someone approaching and abruptly raised his head, a fierce intensity mingled with hostility in his eyes. Upon seeing Snape, his demeanor softened momentarily before he returned his gaze to Filna. In that fleeting moment, Draco noticed an object glinting with a metallic sheen. A ring. Yes, a ring. Despite the presence of the protective ring against death bestowed upon her by Mr. Come-On, how could the life-taking curse possibly take effect? This must all be an illusion. She surely cannot be dead. Perhaps this is merely a ruse created by the ring to deceive enemies. A joyful smile broke across Draco's face. She must be unharmed. Eager to verify his thoughts, Draco immediately grasped Filna's hand in search of the protective ring, only to find that she bore only the family ring. Undeterred, he shifted his gaze to her neck. Surely, she must have fashioned it into a necklace. Draco cautiously lifted her collar, yet only the protective necklace adorned her neck. It suddenly dawned on him that he had never seen her wear that ring. Impossible. She would have brought such an important talisman to a battle of this magnitude. Draco began to frantically search her for any possible hiding place for the ring, but found nothing. A conflicted expression, a blend of laughter and tears, crossed his face as he murmured, "How could you not wear the ring? How could you not?" Snape frowned as he observed the nearly frantic Draco, acutely aware of the turmoil within him. He had experienced a similar anguish upon learning of Lily's demise. He could offer Draco no comforting words, for he understood their futility. Unbeknownst to anyone, a fleeting glimmer of white light flashed from the ring on Filna's hand, quickly vanishing. The sky grew darker, and the frigid wind whipped the snowflakes into a chaotic dance, when suddenly, a figure emerged. As the harbinger of death, Isabiel was well acquainted with life and death. Yet upon seeing Filna lifeless in Draco's embrace, her pupils constricted sharply. Sensing the presence beside him, Draco abruptly lifted his gaze, meeting Isabiel's penetrating stare fixed on Filna. "Isabiel." Draco's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as he implored, "You're here. Tell me Filna is not dead, right? She is still alive, isn't she?" Isabiel regarded Filna's lifeless visage, struggling to suppress her emotions. "She is dead." Her voice was colder than usual. "Impossible. She possesses the protective ring against death." Draco clutched Filna tightly, his gaze no longer divided with Isabiel. "You are deceiving me. The ring against death?" Isabiel suddenly recalled the moment in the library when she had seemingly exchanged that very ring with Filna. "I desire the alchemical protection you wear upon your hand. In exchange, I can assist you in 3 endeavors." "I agree." A sharp pain pierced Isabiel's head. Why had she consented to exchange rings? Where had the ring gone after the exchange? She could not recall. Isabel's crimson eyes gradually brightened as she shifted her gaze back to Filna's face, only to catch a glimmer of metallic sheen in her peripheral vision. It appeared that the dark-haired man possessed a rather formidable alchemical gauntlet. Isabel crouched down, intently observing the man's hand. Upon his knuckles, an ancient silver ring emanated a potent aura. "Why do you have this ring?" Isabel's expression was icy as she regarded the man before her. Snape was taken aback. This was the first time Isabel had spoken to him since her memory loss. "Filna gave it to me. Do you recognize it?" Snape removed the ring from his hand. Isabel's voice remained cold. "This is the ring that protects against the killing curse." Both Snape and Draco were momentarily frozen in disbelief. "How could this be?" "Filna told me it was a trinket she had devised for me to help test," Snape stammered. Isabel replied with certainty, "It is indeed that very ring. The precise reasons escape my memory, but I recall trading it with Filna under 3 conditions. I simply do not understand how it came to be in your possession." Snape's hand, still clutching the ring, trembled. Why? He could surmise. It must have been that Isabel, fearing for his safety, exchanged the ring with Filna. Draco stared at the ring, his mind blank. Isabel bit her lip and unfastened the small serpent from her right hand, placing it before Draco. Her voice softening. "This is Nagini, the serpent nurtured by Voldemort. Filna previously expressed a desire to keep it as a pet. The soul fragment within Nagini has been purified, and I have verified its safety." "I am sorry." Isabel lowered her gaze to conceal her emotions, but, in the fleeting moment of her glance, she caught sight of Filna's ring, the heirloom of the Witt family. This ring seemed capable of harboring souls. Draco was teetering on the brink of despair. Isabel dared not provoke him further. The conditions to contain a soul within the ring were exceedingly stringent, and she could not confidently assert that Filna's soul endured. Furthermore, she had endured a curse that demanded a life. Even if her soul remained, it would likely be feeble, on the verge of dissipating, and even if it persisted, it might not be enough to restore her. Draco's gaze remained fixated on the ring in Snape's palm as Isabel quietly slipped off Filna's ring and vanished from sight. 3 days had elapsed since that calamitous battle, and Draco still could not come to terms with the reality of Filna's death. That night, he had carried Filna back to Malfoy Manor, yearning to return her to their shared sanctuary. She had loved him so deeply. She would surely be reluctant to part from him. Yet, as he cradled her back to Malfoy Manor, Lucius and Narcissa awaited him in the drawing room. "Draco." Lucius's face bore a rare expression of sorrow. "We are all aware." Lucius's gaze fell upon the fragile figure of Filna cradled in his arms. Narcissa was weeping inconsolably. Chapter 190. Draco had vigilantly remained by Filna's side for an entire 2 days without nourishment, his countenance alarmingly haggard, with deep-set dark circles, stubble of an ashen hue, and a pallid, emaciated face that suggested he might faint at any moment. Both Lucius and Narcissa endeavored to compel him to rest for a while. Yet Draco steadfastly refused to leave the bedside, even resorting to physical aggression against Lucius. "Get away" was the sole phrase he uttered during those 2 days. He seemed ensnared in a state of obsessive fixation, his gray eyes unwaveringly fixed on Filna, never straying for even a moment. Anyone who approached him would be met with a vigilant raise of his wand, scrutinizing them until he was assured of their lack of threat before returning his gaze to Filna. Since 2 days ago, when Draco brought her back, Filna has been resting on her bed. Draco tenderly washed her face and gently closed her beautiful eyes, making her appear as though she were in a serene slumber, with the faintest hint of a smile gracing her lips. This was the last expression she offered him before the spell was cast upon her, a slight, apologetic smile. Although that smile now seems somewhat rigid, Draco remains utterly transfixed, unable to tear his gaze away. The pain in Draco's head felt as if it would explode, and his eyes were painfully dry. Yet, he still endeavored to tug at the corners of his mouth, striving to display the smile that Felina cherished so dearly. She had once expressed her fondness for witnessing his joy. Subsequently, everything seemed to unfold with a natural inevitability. Mr. Come-On and Nicole arrived, unable to accept the heartbreaking reality of Felina's demise. They sat in anguish by Felina's bedside, silently gazing at her lifeless visage, their hearts heavy with regret. If only they had spent more time with her, if only they had not permitted her to travel to England, if only they had remained to fight alongside her. Alas, it was all too late. They wished to take Felina away, but Draco was resolute. He would not part with her under any circumstances. "I am sorry. It is my failure to protect her. You may strike me, berate me, or even kill me, but please, I implore you, do not take her away." Draco knelt on the floor, his eyes glistening with desperation. "Please." In truth, Mr. Come-On did not hold Draco accountable. Felina had made her own choices, and Draco had done nothing wrong. Yet, he felt compelled to bring his daughter home. "Draco, this is not your fault," Mr. Come-On said, looking down at him. "But I must take Felina back. France is her home." Draco's eyes widened in panic, his face etched with a desperate plea. "We are engaged. Malfoy Manor is her home as well. I beg you, do not take her away." "You are not yet married," Mr. Come-On replied, fixing his gaze upon him. "Felina's name is not woven into the tapestry of the Malfoy family. This is not her home." No, Draco stammered, desperately grasping for words. Yet he found himself powerless to retain her. "Please." He knelt at Mr. Come-On's feet, beseeching him. "I beg you." He could only implore them not to take Felina away. "Regardless, I must take her with me." Mr. Come-On averted his gaze from the kneeling Draco, fully aware of love's burdens, yet he was Felina's father. He could not allow his daughter to wander without a home. "If you consent, I will marry Felina immediately," Draco urged, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "I implore you, allow me to wed her." Mr. Come-On's gaze returned to the prostrate Draco, and after a prolonged silence, he coldly responded, "I will not consent. I must take her back." Mr. Come-On had not anticipated Draco's unwavering devotion. To claim he was unmoved would be disingenuous. Felina's life had come to an end. Yet Draco had a long life ahead of him. He was unwilling to let this tragedy ruin Draco's future. He believed his daughter would not wish for Draco to suffer thus. Draco trembled, prostrate on the floor, grappling with the fact that Mr. Come-On opposed their union. How could he possibly hold on to Felina? He quietly brushed the wand concealed within his sleeve, contemplating whether to incapacitate them all and escape with Felina to a safer location. No, that would not do. Draco clenched his fists. They were Felina's parents. She would never wish for him to resort to violence against them. Kneeling on the floor, Draco desperately sought a way to keep Felina safe, yet it was evident that Mr. Carmen was not inclined to grant him such an opportunity. A beam of red light struck Draco, and he suddenly succumbed to unconsciousness as Mr. Carmen stowed away his wand. Draco had gone too long without rest. Perhaps it was time for him to enjoy a well-deserved slumber. With reddened eyes, Mr. Carmen approached the bedside and lifted Felina, who was no longer the agile and light-hearted girl she once was. The brilliant blue eyes, reminiscent of Nicole's, would never again open. Unbeknownst to anyone, a small snake stealthily slithered down Felina's sleeve, curling up beside the unconscious Draco. "Today, father returned, bearing a message. Fina has perished." Theodore could not suppress a laugh. He cast a scornful glance at Mr. Knott, his face betraying unabashed disdain. even if you wish for me to relinquish my affections for Fina and seek out those so-called noble ladies. There is no need to concoct such a fabrication. Yet Mr. Knott's visage exhibited not the embarrassment of a lie being exposed, but rather a peculiar blend of pity and reluctance. She fell victim to the Dark Lord's killing curse. Mr. Knott's complexion was far from favorable. Theodore could even discern a flicker of delight in his eyes. His father's unwavering loyalty to Voldemort and his deep-seated animosity towards Fina lent a certain credibility to his expression. However, Theodore remained unconvinced by his words. He coolly mocked him, watching as he spun one falsehood after another in an attempt to deceive him, until he hurled a copy of the Daily Prophet onto the table. The headline read, "The Savior Fina Carmen perishes alongside the Dark Lord. Her deeds shall be eternally remembered." Perish alongside him? Impossible. Theodore abruptly discarded the newspaper, as if casting away something foul. She was so intelligent, her magic so formidable. How could she possibly meet her end alongside Voldemort? Chapter 191, but Mr. Not almost immediately interjected. At that moment, she had stepped in to shield young Malfoy from a curse, and the Dark Lord struck her down from behind with a killing curse. Mr. Knott's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement and pride as he spoke these words. Despite Voldemort's demise, he still idolized him. Theodore's gaze swept across Mr. Knott's face and landed on the discarded newspaper, the bold, glaring headlines cutting into his heart like daggers. A wave of nausea gripped Theodore's stomach, and he swiftly drew his wand, disapparating from that place. No, it cannot be. She will not die. With a familiar wave of dizziness, Theodore materialized in Diagon Alley. No one noticed the sudden appearance of a wizard. Every face was alight with joy, all discussing the obliteration of Voldemort. Merlin, Voldemort has finally been vanquished. Have you seen the Daily Prophet's report? That girl, she was the fiancée of the Malfoy heir. I hear she was only in her 5th year. What a tragedy. It seems that the one who previously attacked the professor was indeed her. I had sensed that she must harbor some profound sorrow. Earlier, the Prophet's Daily reported that most of the shops in Diagon Alley had reopened. With bustling crowds merrily crossing the streets, everything appeared so radiant and splendid. Yet the girl remained forever ensnared in the shadowy valley of a perpetual overcast. Theodore stood quietly in a corner of Diagon Alley, listening to the conversations of passers-by regarding that girl, piecing together the events of that day. It was said that she was evenly matched with Voldemort, but ultimately he had ambushed her with a killing curse. It is said that she sacrificed herself to shield her fiancé from a deadly curse, the heir of the Malfoy family. Indeed, they had been engaged for quite some time. And on the day of their engagement, even Voldemort made an appearance. Theodore stood in Diagon Alley for an entire afternoon, engulfed in uncertainty about how to react. As if he were merely a bystander to a tale belonging to a stranger, distant and devoid of any pangs of sorrow. It was not until evening, as the crowd in Diagon Alley gradually thinned, that he calmly apparat back to his estate. The flowers in the garden were still in bloom, when Felena had resided there. She remarked that the blush-pink roses were the most beautiful, prompting him to cultivate an entire flower bed of them. The newly planted ones had also blossomed, their delicate hues interspersed among the verdant leaves, creating a stunning spectacle. The pebbled path of the estate was chosen with great care by Felena. She often lamented that the previous azure path clashed with the flowers in the garden. Together, they devoted an entire afternoon to replacing all the paths with white pebbles. He still remembered her, exhausted and seated on the ground after the task, insisting that he had coerced her into labor, and in the end, she had plucked all the fragile stone grass to extract a glass of juice. The glass house shimmered on the lawn as Theodore opened the door and stepped inside. The moment he entered, a warm breeze infused with the scent of earth enveloped him, and a smile graced his lips. He recalled how Felena adored this glass house, dismissing the roaring fireplace in the living room, claiming that this was the warmest spot in the estate. She had conjured a cozy armchair and a small tea table, often reclining in the chair to read and sip tea, all in the name of savoring nature's essence, inadvertently trampling a few windrock grasses in the process. With a gentle smile, Theodore secured the door and hurried back to the house. Previously, he would be greeted by house elves upon his return, but since Felena's departure, he had forbidden them from welcoming him, as each return was a bittersweet journey through memories of her, and he wished to remain undisturbed. He hung his outer robe on the coat rack in the living room and made his way to the kitchen. Suddenly, he craved a blueberry steak. As the steak sizzled in the pan, its enticing aroma wafted through the air, and Theodore numbly plated it, drenching it in the prepared blueberry sauce. He approached the dining table, deliberately choosing the seat where Felena once sat. The freshly cooked steak still emitted steam as he mechanically cut a piece and placed it in his mouth. only to be met with a searing sensation that rendered his tongue numb. Theodore seemed impervious to the pain, continuing to consume piece after piece of steak, yet unable to perceive any flavor. How peculiar, he mused, that there was no taste at all. He pressed a hand to his chest, where a wave of tearing agony coursed through him. Suddenly, shallow dents appeared in the sauce, the tears diluting the once thick, deep purple concoction into a lighter hue. Theodore felt a spasm in his stomach, the remnants of the steak igniting a fierce pain. A tumult within him that made it difficult to discern whether his heart or stomach ached. The remnants of steak rolled within him. Yet he fought against the urge to vomit, forcefully shoving the remaining pieces into his mouth, compelling himself to swallow against his instincts. This was her favorite dish. He must consume every last morsel, for he could not bear to waste it. She had once expressed a desire to savor his steak again. Had even stated that she would support him if he ever opened a restaurant. Yet, he had not yet had the chance to establish a restaurant solely for her. And now she was gone. She still has so many unfinished matters. She has yet to marry the person she desires. He had finally managed to persuade himself to fulfill their shared happiness. How could she have suddenly departed? Theodore clutched his chest and slid off the chair, crashing heavily to the floor. He curled into himself, pressing his knees against his churning stomach, his hands grasping the fabric over his heart. No, how could she? Trembling all over, Theodore felt his stomach convulsing violently, his heart aching as if it were being torn apart. He sensed that every part of his being was besieged by anguish. Pain invaded his mind, numbed his muscles, and robbed him of breath. He gasped like a dying fish, yet felt no air filling his lungs. He could neither think nor move, relegated to a fetal position on the floor. She must be terrified as well. Alone. She departed in solitude. She must be so lonely. Perhaps I could accompany you. What Draco could not achieve, let me accomplish this time. I only wish that in the next life, I could strive a little harder and meet you sooner. Then perhaps we would not have missed each other for so long. Perhaps then I would have the chance to stand by your side. Please, wait for me. On the kitchen counter lay an empty potion vial, remnants of a pale purple elixir emanating a dangerous aura. A warning note was affixed to the outside of the bottle, inscribed with the words, highly toxic, dangerous. Chapter 192. Isabel had possessed the ring for 3 days. After bringing it back, she sent a strand of her soul to investigate and unexpectedly discovered the frail essence of Felena lingering within. Her soul was in a state of extreme fragility. As if it could dissipate at any moment, this condition was beyond any repair. Isabel had no choice but to place the ring in a hidden chamber, where it could be nourished by the Reaper's contract. The contract held a favorable impression of Felena. Voldemort's return would have wrought greater devastation, claiming countless lives in that war. However, Felena's scheme had forced Voldemort to commence hostilities prematurely, allowing many innocents to survive. Thus, when Isabel entrusted Felena's soul to it, there was no hesitation in its agreement. Nourishing a soul is no simple task. It requires not only the power of the Reaper's contract but also many precious potions. Fortunately, the Mansnive family possesses considerable wealth. And Isabel is not at all stingy. She has transferred the long-accumulated provisions from the storeroom to the secret chamber for Felena's use, significantly accelerating the rejuvenation of her soul. With the hope of restoring her soul now in sight, Felena's body cannot be interred. Isabel swiftly appeared at Malfoy Manor. Lucius was engrossed in paperwork in his study, while Narcissa sat on the sofa, her gaze vacant as she stared at the fireplace, lost in thought. Suddenly, Isabel materialized before Narcissa, her expression icy as she inquired, "Where is Felena?" Startled, Narcissa was taken aback, and before she could utter a word, Isabel continued, "I am her friend." Narcissa lowered her eyes, the elegance befitting the lady of Malfoy absent, her lips curling into a faint, bitter smile. She has already been taken away by her parents. No sooner had the words left her lips than Isabel vanished into thin air. France, at the Carmen estate. The news of Fina's death traveled from England to France. The Carmen family had many connections with wizarding families, yet Mr. Carmen refrained from announcing Fina's demise, and thus, no one dared to pay their respects. In Fina's former chamber, she lay quietly on the bed, adorned in her once favorite red gown. Her skin, no longer ashen, glowed with a translucent whiteness, and her body had lost its rigidity, though her lips remained pallid. Mr. Carmen had exhausted every means to procure a potion that could preserve the deceased's appearance, preventing decay and allowing them to appear as they did in life. They wished for their daughter to depart in beauty, and Fina certainly would not have desired her skin to turn gray or her visage to become lifeless. Nicole and Mr. Carmen stood silently by the bed, gazing at her, unable to restrain their tears. Their daughter was still so young. As the couple mourned, Isabel quietly appeared behind them. Mr. and Mrs. Carmen, Isabel called from the doorway, prompting them to notice her presence. Who are you? Mr. Carmen hastily wiped the tears from his eyes. Logically, Fina's soul had not dissipated, and her body would not decay. Isabel's gaze swept over Fina's form, her heart settling slightly. Yet, why did her body appear almost indistinguishable from that of a living person? Could it be due to the nourishment of her soul? Isabel furrowed her brow in confusion, her voice cool. I am Fina's friend and the heir of the Mansney family. My name is Isabel. Mr. Carmen's expression faltered, and he cautiously inquired, Are you a messenger of death? Indeed, Isabel replied, nodding gently as her gaze returned to Fina. I cannot explain the specifics, but Fina's soul has been preserved. It is merely in a weakened state. I am endeavoring to nurture and restore her. If the restoration succeeds, she may return to life. A look of surprise spread across Mr. Carmen's face, and Nicole abruptly lifted her head to gaze at her, excitement gleaming in her deep blue eyes. Observing their eager expressions, Isabel, concerned they bore too great a hope, spoke once more with a tone of caution. However, this endeavor is fraught with uncertainty. Fina's soul is exceedingly fragile, and I cannot guarantee success in its restoration. The risks are considerable, and you must be prepared for the possibility of failure. Mr. Carmen bowed deeply to her, expressing his gratitude. Regardless of the outcome, we shall accept it. Please, do your utmost. The Mansney family's kindness will forever be etched in the Carmen family's memory, should there be a need for our assistance in the future. Do not hesitate to call upon us. Isabel raised her hand gently, a wisp of dark energy rising to assist Mr. Carmen to his feet. I must take Fina's body with me. Isabel gently spoke, causing Mr. Carmen to pause, instinctively glancing back at his wife. Nicole hesitated momentarily, casting a reluctant look at Filna before nodding softly. Then I leave it to you. Isabel stepped forward, enveloping Filna's body in a shroud of dark energy, ready to carry her away. Just as they were about to cross the threshold, Mr. Carmen suddenly seemed to recall something and hurriedly spoke. Please wait a moment. Isabel halted and turned back. What is it? A mixture of excitement and regret washed over Mr. Carmen's face as he hesitantly began. I previously administered a potion to Filna that preserves the corpse from decay. As he spoke, he produced an empty vial from his person, with remnants of a pale pink elixir inside. This is it. Isabel accepted the vial he offered, uncorked it, and inhaled its scent, her eyes revealing a flicker of surprise. This potion could greatly assist in the fusion of souls. Should the soul restoration succeed, it would facilitate Filna's spirit returning to her body. A faint smile graced Isabel's lips. That is indeed fortunate. Mr. Carmen sighed in relief, his gaze drifting over Filna, still cradled by the dark energy. As he softly stated, Then I entrust this matter to you. Isabel nodded slightly and departed with Filna. In the ensuing 3 days, numerous events transpired. Voldemort was vanquished, and the wizards returned to their former lives. Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge was compelled to resign, and the newly appointed minister swiftly dispatched all Aurors to apprehend the remaining Death Eaters who resisted capture. Currently, only a few controversial Death Eaters remain elusive. The new Minister of Magic enjoys a robust relationship with the Malfoy family. Thus they, along with Severus Snape, are temporarily excluded from the ministry's pursuit. Hogwarts has reopened, but with Dumbledore missing, the Board of Governors had to appoint a new headmaster. Initially, they had chosen Severus Snape, but due to his unresolved ties to the Death Eaters, Professor McGonagall was appointed as the acting headmaster. The Hogwarts Express once again departed from London. Parents gathered on the platform to bid farewell to their children, each face alight with joy or excitement. Yet many students would never return to school again. Fleur met her untimely demise in that great battle. Draco, unwilling to return to Hogwarts to continue his studies, opted for a leave of absence. Theodore Nott remains in St. Mungo's, fighting for his life, with his fate still uncertain. Many children of Death Eaters, either ensnared by Voldemort's influence or affected by upheaval within their families, have also been unable to pursue their education. That fateful evening, Tina discovered Theodore collapsed in the dining hall. She promptly transported him to St. Mungo's and handed over the emptied vial of deadly potion to the physicians. Fortunately, her timely intervention provided a glimmer of hope, as the doctors indicated there was still a chance for survival. Meanwhile, Mr. Nott was taken away by Aurors that very night, unaware that his son had sacrificed himself for Fleur. When Draco awoke once more, it was already the afternoon of the following day. He opened his eyes to behold the dark green ceiling, momentarily bewildered, and instinctively reached out beside him, only to be met with the absence of a soft, warm body. Memories flooded back in an instant. The battle, that ashen face, that lifeless form, and those once vibrant deep blue eyes now devoid of life. Filna Draco abruptly sat up, frantically racing towards Filna's room, only to find the vast bed devoid of her presence. Where is she? Where is she? Draco's anguished were summoned a house elf, who cowered in the corner, trembling as he spoke. Miss Carmen has already been taken away by Mr. Carmen. Taken away. Draco sank to the ground in despair, his fists pounding against the floor. Hearing the commotion, Lucius and Narcissa hurriedly approached, witnessing Draco's anguished form kneeling on the ground, his eyes already red-rimmed. Narcissa cautiously advanced a few steps, kneeling before Draco, tentatively extending her hand, yet hesitating to touch him. Her voice a mere whisper. Draco. No sooner had she spoken than Draco abruptly lifted his head, his swollen eyes burying themselves in Narcissa's shoulder as he wept uncontrollably. Narcissa, heartbroken, gently patted his back, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lucius turned away, covering his eyes, striving to suppress his own emotions. After a long while, Draco gradually calmed, wiping away his tear-stained face and lifting his head from Narcissa's shoulder. Mother, I wish to go to France to see her. Chapter 193, in the Mansonet Manor. Isabel placed Filna's body into the secret chamber, right beside the ring. The power of the Death Pact could preserve her body in the state it was before death, preventing it from weakening due to the prolonged absence of her soul. Once Filna was settled, Isabel turned her gaze to the Death Pact and gently inquired, "How is her soul?" A red light flickered, and a line of text appeared on the parchment. Status good. It should be ready for restoration soon. In the study of Carmen Manor, a house elf suddenly appeared before Mr. Carmen. Master, young Master Malfoy is seeking an audience with you outside the manor. Draco? Mr. Carmen rubbed his temples. Let him in. The house elf complied and soon returned with Draco in tow. I know why you are here. Before Draco could speak, Mr. Carmen interjected, but you cannot see her. Draco bowed deeply to Mr. Carmen, pleading, I beg you, allow me one last glimpse of her. Filna has already been laid to rest, Mr. Carmen replied flatly. Return and begin anew. Draco trembled, incredulously lifting his gaze to him. Filna has been buried? Yes, Mr. Carmen said, unable to meet his eyes. Please, go back. Though Isabel suggested the possibility of Fina's resurrection, success was by no means guaranteed, and Mr. Carmen had no intention of disclosing this to Draco. He understood the depth of Draco's feelings for Fina. Revealing such news could subject Draco to yet another heart-wrenching blow, particularly if Isabel's efforts were to fail. There was no need to burden him with further anxiety. Should Fina return and discover Draco still cherished her and was willing to marry her, they would naturally embrace the union. However, if she were to awaken only to find Draco had wed another, it would merely indicate that fate had dealt them an unkind hand. If the attempt at Fina's revival were to fail, Draco was still young, with much ahead of him, and it would be futile for him to squander his time on her. Draco stumbled backward, lowering his head to conceal the tears that had spilled from his eyes. Please, take me to her grave, he implored. Observing the tears he valiantly suppressed and the tension in his clenched hands, Mr. Carmen turned away, exhaling a sigh as he fought back the moisture threatening to surface in his own eyes. His voice remained cold. Only members of the Carmen family may enter the family mausoleum. You are not Fina's husband and do not possess the right to enter. Your engagement has been annulled. Do not return to Carmen Manor again. The harshness of his words was unbearable, and unable to bear the sight of Draco any longer, Mr. Carmen stood and turned his back to the window. Draco remained rooted in place, still bowed in sorrow, and after a long silence, he gritted his teeth and choked out, I apologize. I shall leave at once. Days turned into weeks, and before long, over a month had passed. Ever since returning from Carmen Manor, Draco had sequestered himself in his chamber, refusing food or drink for 2 full days. Ultimately, it was Lucius who forcefully broke down the door and extracted Draco from within. Draco still recalled Lucius's words with clarity. Remember this. Your life was purchased with Fina's own. If you truly love her, do not betray her. Take care of yourself. From that day forward, Draco resumed his previous diligence in eating and sleeping. He took over all affairs of the Malfoy estate and even began to study combat, alchemy, potions, and dark magic. He filled every moment of his time, save for meals and rest, with activities, functioning like a machine, adhering to a strict schedule. Regardless of the importance of his endeavors, he halted all tasks promptly at mealtimes or bedtime. He never spoke of Fina. Yet he relocated his bedroom to where she once resided, insisting on sleeping each night with her former garments in his embrace. His favorite books transformed into comprehensive tomes on alchemy, and his passion evolved into the collection of diverse alchemical materials. He proclaimed, I shall live well in her stead. Chapter 194. Within the confines of the Munsnai Manor, the biting cold was kept at bay by the protective enchantments, rendering the atmosphere as warm as spring. Isabel hurriedly made her way to the secret chamber. Moments ago, the contract had summoned the house elf to relay urgent news that there were complications concerning Filna's soul, necessitating her immediate presence. Unable to restrain her pace, Isabel quickened her steps. In the secret chamber, Filna was perched on the table, swaying her legs while gazing at the flickering crimson light of the contract before her. Her voice was gentle as she remarked, "Deceiving her in this manner will surely incite her wrath." The crimson light of the contract pulsed, revealing a line of text. "Your soul indeed requires her soul threads for restoration. This cannot be deemed deceit." Before Filna could utter another word, the door to the chamber was abruptly thrust open, and Isabel entered with a grave expression, striding purposefully. "What has happened to Filna?" Filna turned around, a joyful smile blooming on her lovely face. "Long time no see." Isabel gazed at her in confusion, clearly unable to comprehend what was happening. Filna swiftly leaped to Isabel's side, pointing at the contract, her voice tinged with innocence. "It was all its idea. It sought to deceive you. I know nothing." The contract pulsed with a crimson light, revealing a line of text. "You heartless little creature, had it not been for my companionship over the past month, you would have languished in silence. And now, the moment you can speak, you betray me. Just wait until I make you weep." Furness swiftly darted behind Isabel, softly lamenting, "It frightens me." Isabel raised an eyebrow, his deep crimson gaze directed at the contract. "Do not intimidate her." The contract, agitated, flickered with a tumultuous red light, and a bold line of text materialized upon the parchment. Felina hid behind Isabel and made a face at it. Isabel turned slightly, pinching Felina's cheek, and spoke with a hint of exasperation. "Do not provoke it any further." The contract, in a haughty manner, shook the parchment and, seizing the moment while Isabel was not facing, swiftly inscribed a line of text. "Look, little Isabel is still on my side." After enough mischief, the two settled before the parchment to discuss serious matters. The parchment glowed red, revealing a line of text. "This little one's body is no longer a concern. However, her soul still bears some fractures that require you to mend with soul threads. First, assess whether her current soul strength can endure the repair." Isabel nodded in understanding and summoned a sphere of dark energy into Felina's body, retracting it after a brief examination. "No issue. Her soul has considerably strengthened." The contract proudly shook the parchment. "Of course, my powers are boundless. Nurturing a mere soul is a trivial matter. Once the soul was stabilized." Isabel drew a strand of soul thread from within and gently advised Felina, "The repair of the soul's fractures may cause some pain. Try your best to accept the entrance of the soul thread." "All right." Despite her mental preparation, the moment the soul thread entered her body, pain coursed through her, causing her teeth to chatter. Noticing Felina's suddenly pale face and her furrowed brow, Isabel softly reassured her, "It will be over soon. Just endure a little longer." Filna had been rendered speechless by pain. The moment the soul thread penetrated her body, it felt as though someone had violently torn her apart. The agony coursed through her body slowly, leaving her vision darkened, with no refuge from the torment. After enduring this excruciating ordeal for over half an hour, Isabel finally retracted the soul thread. Filna was drenched in sweat, her delicate face pale to the point of being ghastly, as she slumped exhaustedly in her chair. Isabel then summoned a wisp of dark energy to enter her body. This shadowy essence acted like a potent analgesic, dissipating her pain and restoring some strength to her body. After a while, Isabel withdrew the dark energy, a hint of relief and pleasure illuminating his features. "All is well now. The rift in your soul has been mended." Thanks to the dark energy's effects, Filna finally mustered the strength to offer a faint smile. "Thank you." Chapter 195. In the study of Malfoy Manor. Draco sat behind his desk, lost in contemplation with his wand in hand, while Nagini curled up in a corner of the desk. A fortnight prior, he had unexpectedly discovered Nagini hidden within Filna's wardrobe, suddenly recalling that Isabel had mentioned Filna's desire to keep it as a pet snake. As far as he remembered, it had been left on the battlefield by Isabel, and he was uncertain how it had ended up in Malfoy Manor. But it seemed that Filna had once been quite fond of it. Draco observed Nagini quietly for a while before instructing the house elf to take good care of it. From that day onward, whenever he was at home, Nagini would follow him at a respectful distance, never intruding but always remaining within his line of sight. At night, it would accompany him back to Filna's bedroom, curling up in her wardrobe to rest. The wardrobe still housed many of Filna's former garments, which Draco forbade anyone from touching. When Nagini crawled inside, it would carefully avoid disturbing Filna's clothes, huddling in a corner, pitifully resting. Draco's fingers gently caressed the sleek black wand, his movements tender and slow, his gaze imbued with longing. This was Filna's wand, which he had secretly hidden away, having not been taken by Mr. Carmen when he left. Since Filna's departure, he had kept the wand close, scarcely using his own. He missed her dearly. Since Filna left, he had never dreamt of her, not once. Each night, he would excitedly embrace Filna's clothes as he fell asleep, hoping she might visit him in his dreams, yet she never appeared. He even consulted his father for a vial of dream potion. That entire night, he experienced a myriad of bizarre dreams, but regardless of the dreamscape, her presence remained elusive. Draco recalled Mr. Carmen's words from that day at Carmen Manor. Filna has already been laid to rest. Only members of the Carmen family may enter their burial grounds. You are not Filna's husband and thus lack the privilege to enter. Your engagement has been rendered void. Henceforth, do not return to Carmen Manor. Is she blaming him? Which is why she never visits him in dreams. Draco clasped his wand in his palm, closing his eyes to suppress the tears welling within. I implore you, allow me to see you once more. The news of Filna's successful resurrection was swiftly delivered to the Carmen Manor by Isabel. Thus, when Filna returned to the manor, she was greeted by the sight of Nicole, overwhelmed with tears of joy, and Mr. Carmen, whose eyes were slightly reddened. Father, mother, Filna exclaimed, her eyes brimming with emotion as she dashed into their embrace. In the past, they had shown little concern for their daughter, and only after experiencing loss did they realize the depths of their prior neglect. A surge of excitement and guilt flooded their hearts. Nicole wept profusely while holding Filna tightly. Initially, Filna attempted to suppress her emotions, softly sobbing, but as she listened to Nicole's cries, she too succumbed to the overwhelming tide of grief. And soon they were both weeping uncontrollably. It was Mr. Carmen, with his own eyes glistening, who ultimately managed to soothe their tears. My dear daughter, I promise I shall no longer roam aimlessly. Whatever you wish to do, eat, or play, I will accompany you, if that pleases you. Nicole's eyes were already swollen from crying as she replied, I am so sorry. In the past, I often indulged in my own pursuits, neglecting your feelings. I vow never to leave you alone again. Filna's eyes and nose were swollen from crying, giving her a rather pitiable appearance. Mother, I have never held anything against you. Hearing such understanding words from her daughter, Nicole felt tears welling in her eyes once more. Mother understands. After a lengthy pause, the three of them managed to calm their emotions. Filna hesitated for a moment before softly inquiring, how is the Malfoy family? The Malfoy family is well. And Draco is fine, Mr. Carmen replied, perhaps sensing Filna's concerns. He continued, everything is a matter of your own choices. I bear no ill will towards the Malfoy family on that account. Fena let out a sigh of relief, a sweet smile gracing her lips. You're the best, Dad. Mr. Carmen gazed at Fena's small face, seemingly on the verge of expressing something, yet his lips parted several times without uttering a word. Noticing his hesitation, Fena inquired, what's the matter, Dad? Is something wrong? What do you think of Draco? Mr. Carmen's gaze turned serious as he replied, no matter what you choose to do. Your mother and I will always support you. Filna blinked in confusion, seemingly perplexed. Of course, it's marriage. We are already engaged, bound by our vows. Mr. Carmen cleared his throat, feeling somewhat awkward. Earlier, when your friend from the Munsnai family came to take you away, they mentioned that resurrection might not necessarily be successful. Subsequently, Draco wished to see you, but I did not inform her of the possibility of your revival. Instead, I sent him away. Mr. Carmen recounted the conversation from that day in the study to Filna, adding at the end, the engagement is null and void. If you have other intentions, your mother and I will support you, or you may wish to contemplate further. At this point, Mr. Carmen seemed to recall something and continued. Do you know the lad from the Knott family? Theodore? Filna tilted her head towards Mr. Carmen. I know him. What of him? He has taken his own life. It is said that during his rescue, he kept uttering your name. Mr. Carmen furrowed his brow, seemingly trying to remember who this individual was. His father was a Death Eater, now imprisoned in Azkaban, leaving him the sole survivor of his family, cared for only by house elves in the hospital. How is he now? Filna inquired, her tone laced with concern, for she regarded Theodore as a friend and could not fathom why he would suddenly choose to end his life. He is no longer in immediate danger, but he will require extensive recuperation. Mr. Carmen observed Filna's expression and tentatively suggested, there are some restorative potions in the manor. Perhaps you might take some to him? Fina was preoccupied with thoughts of Theodore's suicide, unaware of the probing tone in Mr. Carmen's voice, and casually replied with an affirmative. When she regained her focus, the house elf had already brought the potion as instructed by Mr. Carmen. "Father, is my wanted home?" Fina asked, turning to look at Mr. Carmen as she took the box containing the potion. "Isn't it with you?" Mr. Carmen furrowed his brow, stating, "We have not seen your wand." "It's not with me." "It might be with Draco," Fina responded calmly. She meticulously examined the potion in her hands, confirming its integrity before softly speaking, "Father, Mother, I need to step out for a while and will return in the evening." Naturally, they had no reason to object. Once again, she apparat to Malfoy Manor, where everything seemed unchanged. The courtyard appeared as familiar as ever. The roses in the flower bed bloomed vibrantly, unaffected by the chill in the air. A thin layer of snow had settled on the gravel path, crunching softly underfoot. The lawn behind the small garden remained lush and green. And near the house were the lounge chairs and small tea table where she and Narcissa once chatted. Fiona made her way to the living room. As she entered, a house elf suddenly appeared before her. "Miss Carmen," the house elf exclaimed with wide, astonished eyes. "Hush," Fiona swiftly gestured for silence. "Is Draco here?" The house elf's turquoise eyes brimmed with tears as it struggled to suppress its high-pitched voice and whispered, "Master Draco is in your bedroom. What about Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa?" "The master and mistress have gone out and will return by evening," the house elf replied, bowing respectfully, its pointed ears nearly touching the ground. "Understood." Fiona nodded and slowly walked towards her bedroom. Gently pushing the door open, she beheld Draco lying on the bed, curled up in the blankets while clutching her gown. Filna approached stealthily. As she drew nearer to the bedside, she discerned Draco's condition. His face had become gaunt, and dark shadows beneath his eyes were stark against his pallid skin, rendering him considerably haggard. His brow was furrowed, and his beautiful eyes were tightly shut, tears cascading down and dampening his lashes. He was softly murmuring something, evidently caught in an uneasy slumber. A glimmer of pain welled up in Filna's eyes as she gently reached out to caress his face. To her surprise, he abruptly opened his eyes and grasped her hand. The sorrow and moisture in his gaze unable to retreat in time, even the corners of his eyes tinged with crimson. Upon seeing Filna, Draco momentarily froze, then swiftly pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly. His voice, choked with emotion, nestled in the crook of her neck, and within moments, tears had soaked her collarbone. "You have finally come to see me. You have finally chosen to visit." Filna listened with a sense of bewilderment, but seeing Draco in distress, she suppressed her questions for the moment, embracing him and softly comforting, "I have returned." Draco continued to murmur, "Will you take me with you? Please, I beg you. Take me away. I did not dare to seek you. I feared you would blame me. Now that you have come, you finally agree to see me. Will you take me with you? I truly cannot bear to be without you." Chapter 196. Upon hearing this, Filna could comprehend nothing further. Draco believed he was still ensnared in a dream. "Draco," Filna gently caressed his cheek, her beautiful deep blue eyes gazing into the watery depths of his own. And she spoke softly, "I'm not dead. I have returned." For a fleeting moment, Draco's gray eyes reflected confusion as he looked at her, his gaze imbued with sorrow and tenderness. "Yes, you're not dead. Please do not leave again. Whether in life or death, I only wish to be with you." Observing Draco's childlike demeanor, Filna felt a tinge of helplessness and responded in kind, "But if I were to take you away, what would happen to Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa?" Without a moment's hesitation, Draco replied, "If you are willing to take me, I shall grant them complete oblivion. I have already arranged everything concerning my family. All memories of me will be erased, and no one will ever speak of me again. Then, I will truly belong to you alone, with only you aware of my existence." A fervent smile appeared on Draco's face, his gray eyes dark and filled with a glimmer of madness. Fina had merely posed a casual inquiry, yet Draco's response was so meticulously detailed that it seemed premeditated. "What do you mean by having made arrangements?" Draco lowered his head in guilt, resembling a child who fears reproach for having erred. His hand, which rested on her waist, tightened further as his voice trembled. "I am sorry. I simply cannot continue living in solitude." "So, do you intend to take your own life?" Fina's voice suddenly escalated in pitch. Draco's body jolted, and he buried his face in the crook of her neck, his voice shattering and hoarse. "I am sorry. I truly miss you. Please do not be angry with me. I beg you. I just wanted to see you once more." Fiona's fury was extinguished while Draco still trembled. She tenderly brushed his hair back, a gesture reminiscent of their past. "I have not perished, and I shall not abandon you again," Fiona gently reassured him. "My soul has been preserved by the ring, and Isabel carried me away." For over a month, she has been aiding me in the restoration of my spirit, allowing me to return to life. Draco abruptly lifted his gaze to meet hers, as if pondering the veracity of her words. Such a dazed expression was rare for him, and a hint of amusement danced in the corners of Fiona's eyes. "If you doubt my words, you may pinch my cheek to see if it is warm," she offered, leaning her face closer to him. Yet Draco did not reach out to touch her face. Instead, he suddenly pulled Fiona onto the bed, enveloping her entirely in his embrace. "Is it true that you will never leave me again?" he asked earnestly. Fiona blinked, her fair and delicate face displaying a hint of despondency, as she realized he had only absorbed the initial part of her words. "Yes, I will not leave you." Fiona, restrained yet unstruggling, nestled quietly in his embrace, her voice soft and gentle. "It's all right. Take your time. He will eventually come to realize that she is still alive." In his arms, Fiona was as tender as ever. Draco blinked, concealing the moisture that threatened to spill from his eyes. He had her once more, and it felt wonderful. But what if nap time arrived, and the house elf came to rouse him? After this dream was interrupted, would he still have the chance to see her again? Panic suddenly gripped Draco. "Fiona," he trembled as he spoke, the anxiety in his voice leaving her somewhat bewildered. "What is it?" Draco's voice wavered further. "Will I still be able to see you when I wake up?" With a sense of resignation, Fiona tugged at the corner of her lips, intending to utter some words of comfort. However, a novel thought suddenly flickered through her mind. Her striking deep blue eyes glimmered as she spoke with a hint of seriousness. "That is acceptable, but you must adhere to my instructions." Chapter 197. You may speak. Draco's eyes instantly brightened, and his voice took on an urgent tone. "I will certainly accomplish it." Fiona's expression was enigmatic as she instructed, "Lie down." Draco immediately complied and reclined. "Close your eyes." Draco obediently shut his eyes. "Take a nap." Draco opened his eyes, gazing at her in confusion, uncertain as he inquired. "A nap?" "Yes, a nap." A hint of grievance flickered in Draco's eyes. "Are you deceiving me? Are you planning to leave once I fall asleep?" Fiona, with a hint of exasperation, rubbed her brow and said, "I have already promised you. I will not leave." Draco lowered his gaze, his voice tinged with melancholy. "You once said the same, yet you still departed." Fiona's heart softened into a puddle. "Shall I sleep with you then?" Fiona lay beside him, embracing him. "If you hold me like this, you'll know whether I've gone or not." Draco's eyes sparkled with delight, his gray irises shining brilliantly. And even his voice took on a brighter tone. "Really?" A gentle smile graced Fiona's face as she tilted her head to brush her lips against his, her voice sweet as honey. "Of course it's true." Caught off guard, the light in Draco's eyes transformed into mist, quickly coalescing into tears that spilled forth. "What's wrong?" "Please don't cry," Fiona exclaimed in a flurry, hastily wiping away his tears. "What's the matter?" Draco's eyes, rimmed in red, glistened with tears. Their long lashes dampened and clumped together, evoking a heart-wrenching sight. "Have you truly returned?" Draco's voice was soft and delicate, laced with a tender, cautious hope. Fiona gently wiped away the traces of tears from his face, her voice soft and tender. "Indeed, I have returned." Draco gazed at her intently, as if discerning the authenticity of her words. A faint smile danced in Fiona's eyes as she leaned down to plant a kiss on his lips. "Can you feel it?" "It is I." Draco reached out to caress her face, his gaze lovingly tracing her features, his voice husky. "It truly is you." Before he could finish, his voice choked with emotion. "I have missed you so much." "I know, and I shall never leave you again," Fiona replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I promise." Draco looked at her with a complex mix of emotions, the intertwining of obsession and affection flickering in his eyes, yet he remained silent. He had never felt secure in this relationship. It was only through Fiona's actions that he gradually found solace. Yet now, unease washed over him once more. He yearned to keep her close, to lock her away by his side. A wild light flickered in Draco's eyes, but it was swiftly extinguished by reason. No. She would be angry. Fiona sensed something amiss with Draco and raised her gaze to meet his, only to find in his eyes the same shadowy obsession that had lingered years ago. In that instant, she comprehended his thoughts. With a soft sigh, Fiona leaned closer to his ear, her voice sweet and delicate. "Do not be afraid. I shall remain by your side until you come to trust me." Draco suddenly pulled her tightly into his embrace, his voice laced with guilt and remorse. "I'm sorry, I just need a little time." "It's all right." Fiona gently reassured him, her hand soothingly patting his back. "We have plenty of time." They had not seen each other for a month, a period during which much had transpired. Draco recounted the developments within the magical realm and everything he had undertaken in that time. while Furna shared her experiences during her soul's restoration. Initially, her spirit had been frail, and she spent most of her time in slumber, traversing an array of peculiar dreams. Occasionally, when she awoke, she would recount her dreams to the contract. As time passed, her soul grew increasingly robust, and her periods of wakefulness lengthened. In those moments, she was unable to leave the chamber or communicate with anyone. Even Isabel could merely sense her essence without engaging in conversation. During the long and tedious hours, only the contract kept her company. Eventually, she began to feel the call of her body, and with a sudden flash of red light from the contract, she returned to her physical form. Fina's voice was soft and warm, lulling Draco into a peaceful slumber unbeknownst to him. For over a month, he had scarcely enjoyed a moment of true rest, awakening several times each night only to find her delicate form absent from his side, leaving him in the company of an unending chill. Each night, her garments surrounded him, imbued with the lingering fragrance of Fina, providing a fleeting sense of solace. Yet it was but a temporary reprieve. Awakened in the dead of night, he would often find himself spiraling into despair, yearning to seek her out, only to be quickly reminded of Lucius's words, forcing him to grapple with his anguish alone until dawn broke. Draco had long been deprived of such serene moments of repose. Now, he slept deeply, his chest rising and falling with steady breaths, his countenance free from the weary unease that had plagued him, the corners of his lips faintly curving into a subtle smile. Filna gazed at him in silence, seemingly unable to take her eyes off him. At the moment the spell struck, only Draco's face occupied her mind. She pondered what he would do if her presence were to vanish from his life in the latter half of their journey. Upon hearing of his suicidal intentions, her heart skipped a beat. She could scarcely imagine the consequences had she returned a few days later, or what might have transpired if he had not held on until now. The overwhelming feelings of helplessness, confusion, guilt, and sorrow in that fleeting moment allowed her to suddenly comprehend Draco's emotions. Were she in his position, she might not have endured until this point at all. Filna couldn't help but lean in and plant a gentle kiss on his cheek. Fortunately, everything was still in the realm of possibility. Draco, feeling the sensation on his cheek, drowsily pulled Filna into his embrace, murmuring, "Don't be troublesome, stay with me a little longer in slumber." It felt as though a cloud of cotton candy had brushed against Filna's heart, soft, sweet, and tinged with a slight itch. He always had the power to stir her emotions. The designated nap time had long passed, yet no one had come to rouse them. With Filna's return, the house elves naturally refrained from disturbing them, and both Lucius and Narcissa had yet to return home. Thus, Draco remained in slumber until dinner time. "Awake now?" Filna beamed at Draco, who still bore a hint of confusion in his gray eyes from his recent awakening. "Yes, I'm awake," Draco replied, lazily pulling Filna closer into his embrace, his eyes drifting shut once more. "So sleepy." Filna nestled against his chest, her tone imbued with affection. "Let us sleep a while longer." Draco softly murmured in agreement. But mere seconds later, he abruptly opened his eyes to gaze at Filna in his embrace, his eyes ablaze with fervor and tinged with disbelief. "Yes, I have returned. This is no mere dream, it is reality." Sensing Draco's unspoken thoughts, Filna, with a smile, interjected, "I shall not leave again, I promise." Draco's gray eyes remained fixated upon her, his eyelids reddening with emotion. Filna, her heart aching at the sight of his slightly swollen eyes, admonished him playfully, "No more tears." Startled by her sternness, the moisture gathering in his eyes dissipated, and his lips could not resist curling into a gentle smile. "Very well, I shall not cry anymore." Fiona gently caressed his cheek with concern, her voice still carrying a hint of fierceness. "How have you lost so much weight? Is it because you haven't been taking care of yourself in my absence?" "I haven't," Draco replied, his gaze fixated on her every expression, unwilling to look away for even a moment. "I have been eating and sleeping well. I just long to see you." Fiona blinked away the moisture in her eyes, still pursing her lips as she admonished him, "You are not to work for the next few days. Rest and regain your strength." "Very well," Draco agreed readily. He would gladly forego work forever if it meant spending every day entwined with Fiona. Perhaps sensing that the two had awakened, a voice from outside called out, belonging to a house elf, "Master, Miss Carmen, dinner has been prepared. The master and mistress have sent word that they will not be dining at home." "Understood," Fiona replied loudly. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Draco. "Let us have something to eat." "All right," Draco stood up, only to realize that the shirt and trousers he was wearing had transformed into what appeared to be a rather peculiar rag. Draco raised an eyebrow at Fiona, who averted her gaze slightly, feeling a twinge of guilt. I am still getting the hang of the transformation spell with the ring. As she spoke, she seemed to suddenly recall something. Do you have my wand? Indeed, Draco retrieved the wand from the bedside and handed it to her. I have kept it close at hand. Filna blinked in confusion. Where is your wand? It should be in the study, right? Draco furrowed his brow uncertainly. So you've been using my wand all along? Filna raised an eyebrow at him. Is it comfortable to use? It's adequate, though it occasionally misbehaves. Draco replied with a hint of laughter. Much like you. Filna, in a fit of anger, snatched the wand from his hand, exclaiming, You resemble a wand. As her gaze fell upon Draco's attire, she felt a pang of guilt and swiftly restored his clothing to its original state. Draco, clad in a white shirt, looked exceedingly handsome. With just a fleeting glance, Filna's ire dissipated, and she couldn't resist planting a gentle kiss upon his lips. Chapter 198. Filna was still adorned in that resplendent red gown, a garment exquisite yet undeniably cumbersome for movement. Consequently, she approached the wardrobe, intending to select a more convenient outfit. As she pulled the cabinet open, her gaze fell upon a somewhat familiar little snake coiled in the corner. Sensing the disturbance, Nagini lifted her small head and swayed it, unexpectedly encountering Filna's presence. Hiss. Nagini, with a hint of excitement, unfurled her form and swiftly ascended from Filna's calf to her arm, hissing softly. Nagini? Filna recognized her and gently caressed the little serpent's head. Nagini joyfully nuzzled against her cheek, displaying an affectionate demeanor. Draco, observing the scene, felt a sense of irritation. His hands clenched at his sides, wishing to cast the creature away. Perhaps sensing Draco's discontent, Nagini suddenly froze in her affectionate gesture, promptly coiling herself properly upon Filna's shoulder, no longer daring to encroach upon her space. As the two descended for dinner, Lucius and Narcissa returned, their hearts filled with joy and melancholy upon seeing Filna, which caused Draco's eyes to redden once more. When the excitement of the four subsided, Filna inquired about the current state of affairs in the magical realm. Presently, the majority of Death Eaters had been apprehended and confined to Azkaban. Cornelius Fudge had stepped down, and the new minister, named Grana, maintained a favorable relationship with the Malfoy family, ensuring their current stability. However, matters regarding Snape proved more complicated, ever since the conclusion of the Great Battle. An Auror had been keeping a close watch on him, and his allegiance remained unproven. I have continuously urged Grana to delay this issue while dispatching others to seek evidence. Yet none has been found thus far. Ferna's brows furrowed sharply. I had meticulously arranged everything. After the war, the werewolves were to testify on your behalf. Did they not carry out my plan? Lucius's expression darkened. The werewolves did indeed appear, yet the Ministry of Magic refuses to acknowledge it. At that time, Fudge was still in office. Subsequently, when Hrothgar took charge, most of his subordinates were still those appointed by Fudge, which is why the department has consistently withheld its acknowledgement of this matter. With a chilling gaze, Filna remarked, If you refuse to comply, then let the entire staff be replaced. Having just stepped down, Fudge, as the newly appointed Minister of Magic, found himself constrained and unable to dismiss all of his subordinates. Thus, he had endured until this moment. However, Filna harbored no such reservations. Those who obeyed would remain, while the disobedient would be replaced. Though Gerona found it inconvenient to act, she was not similarly hindered. It was imperative that the Ministry of Magic be populated by her own allies, for otherwise, every endeavor would be fraught with limitations. Their discussion continued until the late hours of the night, after which Lucius hurried to his study, and Narcissa retreated to the bedroom, leaving only Filna and Draco in the sitting room. I promised my parents I would return home tonight. Filna turned her gaze towards Draco, before she could finish her sentence. Draco's expression darkened suddenly. The hand resting at her waist tightened abruptly, his eyes clouded with despair. You promised you would not leave me. With a hint of helplessness, Filna gently pinched his face and said, I was hoping you could accompany me home, if you wouldn't mind. Draco relaxed his grip slightly, a look of uncertainty crossing his features. Last time, Mr. Come-On mentioned that he would prefer I not return to Come-On Manor. I am aware. Father has spoken to me about it, Filna replied, tilting her head to plant a soothing kiss on his cheek. That is merely because the matter of my resurrection remains uncertain. Father does not wish to burden you with apprehension, fearing it might ultimately lead to disappointment, which is why he expressed those sentiments to you. Draco enveloped her in his arms, his tone becoming tender and soft. So, does our engagement still hold? Of course, Filna affirmed, cradling his face as she bestowed another kiss upon him. Who else would dare to marry you besides me? Nobody at all, just you, Draco murmured, his heart swelling with the answer he longed to hear, the corners of his lips curling upward, his gray eyes sparkling with joy, utterly adorable. Ferna, with a tender heart, melted into a puddle of affection, cradling his face and showering him with kisses, reluctant to let him go even for a moment. Although she had elucidated the circumstances surrounding their situation, Draco could not suppress his anxiety when he arrived at the Carmen estate. "Relax, I am here. Father will not trouble you," Ferna reassured him, gently shaking his hand, her face adorned with a radiant smile. "Trust me." Draco managed a somewhat stiff smile. The once confident young master of the Malfoy lineage, accustomed to navigating social gatherings with ease, now found his palms clammy and his mind racing with trepidation, devoid of any semblance of composure. As they entered the living room hand in hand, it came as no surprise that Mr. Carmen and Nicole awaited them with palpable concern. "Father, Mother, we have returned," Ferna announced with a bright voice, prompting a look of relief to wash over Mr. Carmen and Nicole. However, upon meeting their gaze, Draco's anxiety intensified, his heart racing wildly within his chest, and his voice emerged dry and shaky. "Father, Mother, greetings." As the words left his lips, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Draco's mind momentarily faltered. He could hardly believe what he had just uttered. Mr. Carmen's expression darkened, casting a disapproving glance at the intertwined hands of Ferna and Draco, emitting a discontented grunt. Nicole, on the other hand, remained relatively composed, her gaze flitting over Draco before promptly returning to Ferna. Ferna wore a look of suppressed laughter, striving to maintain her composure for Draco's sake, resisting the urge to smile. Ultimately, it was Mr. Carmen who shattered the silence. "Humph, you certainly possess some audacity. Our daughter has scarcely been home for an hour before she rushes out to find you, only to return in the dead of night." Mr. Carmen's words tinged Ferna's ears with a faint blush, and before she could respond, the flustered Draco blurted out a second remark. "It was the least I could do." Mr. Carmen inhaled sharply, stifling the impulse to cast him out. Fiona cast a sidelong glance at Draco, whose expression appeared vacant and his gaze vacuous, as though he had fallen victim to some soul-binding curse. She noticed his fingers trembling slightly and the increasing perspiration on his palm, prompting her to helplessly interject. "How could you say such a thing, Father? I have been deeply concerned for both you and Mother, and I returned from England immediately after our discussions." Fiona pouted her lovely little face in discontent, prompting Mr. Come-On to immediately amend his words. "Yes, indeed, we are here to discuss serious matters. And he is not to blame." Draco felt a tinge of pink rise to his ears as he discreetly grasped Fiona's hand, letting out a gentle sigh of relief. "Uncle, Auntie, good evening." Draco finally regained the decorum befitting the young master of the Malfoy family, performing a perfectly executed bow. "Good evening," Nicole replied with an elegant nod, waving her wand to check the time. "It is getting late. You should return to rest, and we shall address matters tomorrow." "Very well." Fiona rose to her feet, taking Draco's hand as they prepared to ascend the stairs. Mr. Come-On swiftly intervened, saying, "Wait a moment." His gaze shifted to Draco. "Where do you intend to go?" Fiona sensed the tension and, noticing Draco's hesitation to respond, she interjected, "To my room." With a tone that was almost playful, she added, "I haven't seen Draco in ages. We just want to talk and spend some time together." Mr. Come-On gritted his teeth and replied, "That is not permissible." Fiona fell silent, her small head drooping toward her chest, exuding an air of discontent, while Mr. Come-On quietly observed her. After a brief standoff, it was Mr. Come-On who yielded first. He shot a fierce glare at Draco and asked, in a menacing tone, "When are you getting married?" Draco almost immediately replied, "Tomorrow." Mr. Come-On cast a cold glance in his direction, prompting Draco to swallow the rest of his words, adding instead, "Any time is fine." "Humph." Mr. Come-On let out a heavy grunt, wrapping his arm around Nicole as they turned away. Chapter 199. Mr. Come-On and Nicole ascended the stairs, while Fiona led Draco back to her room. The space was decorated in a remarkably simple and bright manner, with a cream-colored shag carpet covering the floor, a light-colored wooden bed adorned with a warm white blanket, and both the ceiling and walls painted in a soft beige hue. Near the window stood a light wooden desk with a wardrobe, nightstand, and bookshelf crafted from the same material. The bookshelf held a collection of bedtime reading materials that Fiona had cherished since childhood. Intrigued, Draco approached and discovered that most of the books were related to spells and alchemy. He casually pulled out a volume on advanced alchemy and flipped through its pages, noticing that nearly every page was filled with detailed annotations. "These are my bedtime reads," Fiona remarked as she walked beside him, glancing at the book in his hands. This one was given to me by my father when I was 7. Draco then selected another book, a comprehensive guide to advanced spells, and casually flipped through it. Observing the dense handwriting made with a quill, clearly more mature than before, he raised an eyebrow at Filna. I bought this on my 9th birthday, but unfortunately, my father had already taught me most of the spells within, and it sat and used after that. Later, an uncle sent his child to stay with us for a few days, and the child often wanted me to play outside with him, disrupting my study plans. So I ended up teaching him the contents of this book, Filna said, touching her nose. After 2 days, he could no longer endure it and wrote to his uncle to take him back. Draco couldn't help but chuckle, envisioning a 9-year-old Filna with the demeanor of an adult, sitting at her desk and lecturing a small child. What a cruel punishment for a little one, he remarked, his voice filled with amusement. Fina's beautiful eyes fluttered, sensing that he seemed to have misunderstood something. At that time, he was already 16, engrossed in studying this book, and I was merely assisting him with his lessons. The charming image of little Fina teaching children in Draco's mind shattered. The hour was late. Fina returned the book in Draco's hands to the shelf and took his hand, leading him to the bedside. It's quite late today. Let us rest for now. Tomorrow, I shall take you on a tour of Come On Manor. She gently pressed him down to sit at the edge of the bed and turned to retrieve 2 nightgowns from the wardrobe, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Since you forgot to bring your pajamas, would you mind wearing my nightgown for the time being? Although a simple transformation spell could have easily resolved the matter, Fina pretended to be at a loss, clearly doing so on purpose. Draco curled his lips into a soft smile and replied gently, "All right." Fina first embraced her garments and entered the bathroom. Seizing the opportunity while she bathed, Draco took hold of Fina's wand and cast a multitude of enchantments throughout the room. It was only after he had employed every concealment spell he knew that Draco returned her wand to its original place and obediently settled by the edge of the bed. Fina soon emerged, and as she wished, Draco took the nightgown into the bathroom. The lingering aroma of Fina's shampoo and body wash enveloped the air, a delicate blend of grapefruit essence mingling with the steam that wafted into his nostrils, utterly delightful. Over the past month, he had yearned for this scent profoundly. Before long, Draco reappeared, his hair still damp, a faint blush gracing his pale cheeks from the steam, adorned in the nightgown she had provided. While the gown reached Fina's ankles, it barely concealed Draco's knees, and the shoulders appeared somewhat constricted, making it fit him rather awkwardly. Draco seemed unfazed, leaning in with wet hair to kiss her, prompting Fina to quickly retreat a step. "Why not dry your hair first? I'll fetch a towel," she chided, casting him a reproachful glance before swiftly descending from the bed and re-entering the bathroom. Draco glanced down at the bulge in the robe, expressionless as he arranged the fabric to create some folds for modesty. Filna soon emerged with a towel in hand, gently sitting behind Draco to absorb the moisture from his hair. Neither of them uttered a word. Draco quietly savored her touch, warmth radiating in his gaze. Before long, his platinum locks became partially dry, the freshly washed strands languidly falling across his forehead, rendering Draco particularly docile. Unable to resist, Filna leaned down and placed a tender kiss on him, murmuring, "So good." Draco's eyes darkened, his beautiful lips pressed together slightly as he spoke in a soft, almost pleading tone, "Kiss me again." Fina found it impossible to resist Draco's playful charm. Once more, she leaned in to brush her lips against his, yet this time, retreating proved to be far more challenging. Draco enveloped her in his embrace, one arm circling her waist while the other gently lifted her chin, drawing her closer. Their lips met in a tender press, and as the silky fabric of their nightgown slid higher, they ultimately fell discarded upon the floor. As Filna lay supine upon the bed, her dazed gaze momentarily cleared. "No, Mom and Dad are just next door." Draco's soft lips grazed her collarbone. "Do not worry. I have cast numerous spells." Overwhelmed by her emotions, Filna wrapped her arms around Draco's neck. The following day, as they awakened, it was nearly noon. Filna fluttered her eyelashes as she stirred, nuzzling against Draco's chest like a kitten. "Good morning." Draco leaned closer, planting a gentle kiss by her ear, his voice deep and tender. "Good morning." Filna lazily draped her arms around his neck and murmured sleepily, her eyes fluttering shut once more. "I feel so tired." Chapter 200, Could we perhaps sleep a little later? The house elf has already come to urge us several times. Draco, with a resigned smile, pressed a gentle kiss to her cheek. "Let us go downstairs for lunch before returning to our slumber. What shall we eat?" Filna suddenly opened her eyes wide. "What time is it?" "It's just past 11. A playful glimmer sparkled in Draco's eyes. "Lunch has already been prepared." Fina suddenly sat up, her lovely face filled with panic. "Oh no, Oh no, I never lie in at home. Do my parents know? Draco found her flustered demeanor amusing and intentionally teased her. What do they know? That you haven't gotten out of bed, or that we... Feyna abruptly lunged forward, covering his mouth, her delicate face flushed with a vibrant crimson. She feigned ferocity, casting him a reproachful glance. Do not utter another word. Alas, her flushed cheeks and hushed tone rendered her intimidating demeanor rather ineffective, almost resembling an invitation. Draco's gaze remained fixed upon her, unwavering, with a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips as he extended his tongue to tantalizingly trace her palm. Filna quickly withdrew her hand as if scalded, her ears turning crimson. Observing Filna preparing to rise and dress, Draco's expression darkened. He raised his hand and pulled her back. Do not fret, dear. Your uncle and aunt left early this morning. Filna let out a sigh of relief, only to suddenly realize something and stared at him with wide eyes. Were you doing it on purpose? Draco innocently blinked and replied, What do you mean, on purpose? Filna gritted her teeth and turned around, forcefully pushing Draco onto the bed. Are you deliberately teasing me? You knew all along that Mom and Dad were not home and chose not to inform me, didn't you? You just wanted to see me in a panic, didn't you? A hint of amusement flickered in Draco's eyes, yet his voice remained innocent as he replied, I am unaware of what you were speaking about. Fiona clenched her teeth in frustration, ready to voice her thoughts when a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated her mind. The expression on her face transformed swiftly from embarrassment to alluring charm as she spoke with a soft, delicate tone. You are deliberately teasing me. The playful inflection at the end of her sentence lightly tugged at Draco's heartstrings, sending a shiver coursing through his entire being. With eyes as deep as the night, Draco's gaze lingered on her lips, which parted and closed enticingly, seemingly whispering secrets he could no longer comprehend. How he longed to steal a kiss. Fiona appeared to fathom his innermost thoughts, lowering her head to bestow a gentle kiss upon his lips, her soft mouth emanating an alluring fragrance. Draco's gaze deepened with intensity. Seizing the moment of Draco's vulnerability, Fiona swiftly grasped her wand from the bedside, aiming it at him. Bind swiftly. A beam of light erupted from the tip of her wand, only to be thwarted by a blinding flash, striking Fiona directly, who was unable to evade its force. Fiona found herself momentarily paralyzed. The protective gear she had crafted with her own hands was indeed remarkable. Fiona was seething with anger, her teeth clenched in frustration. Upon witnessing her furious demeanor, Draco let out a few delightful chuckles, his words dripping with mock sympathy as he remarked on the plight of his dear lady. Yet, he had no intention of lifting the curse. Instead, he seized her wand and ring, leaving her defenseless. Do not fear, my lady, he reassured her. I shall not harm you. The loose nightgown slipped away, revealing her fair skin marked with red welts, and Fiona thought to herself, I have truly fallen for your deceit. Nonetheless, before dinner, Fiona managed to partake in a meal. On the third day after her resurrection, Fiona chose a moment to visit St. Mungo's. The healer in the potions injury department recognized her immediately and promptly escorted her to see Theodore. The ward was permeated with the scent of antiseptic, and Theodore lay alone, gazing out the window, devoid of any other company, not even a house elf in sight. As Fiona pushed the door open, Theodore turned his head toward the entrance, only to be met with an unexpected pair of eyes. Theodore, Fiona's voice rang out, reminiscent of their past conversations in the manor, soft and sweetly melodic. Theodore stood frozen in place. It was not until Fiona approached the bedside, her face alight with a smile, that he managed to clear his dry throat and utter, Fiona? Filna casually dragged a chair to sit beside the bed. It is I. Theodore furrowed his brow in confusion, his eyes reflecting a hint of skepticism, though it quickly dissipated. How could this be? Hadn't Filna perished? Everyone claimed so, even the prophets daily asserted it, yet here she stood, vibrant and alive. Was it an act of someone else? Yet her voice, demeanor, movements, and even the fragrance emanating from her were undeniably Filna. Sensing Theodore's bewilderment, Filna softly spoke, It is truly me. I have been resurrected. When the death curse was cast upon me, a ring on my hand fortuitously preserved my soul. After more than a month of recuperation, I have returned to life. A peculiar expression emerged on Theodore's pale face. It seemed to be a smile, albeit intermingled with something else. Theodore? Filna gazed at him with concern. Are you all right? Awakened by her voice, Theodore revealed a gentle smile, reminiscent of days gone by. As long as I am alive, that is enough. How is your health? Filna tilted her head to glance at the card by his bedside, which read, Administering highly toxic potion, corrosive in nature. Before she could finish reading, a hand swiftly covered the card. I am quite well. My recovery is progressing nicely. Theodore nonchalantly let his hand fall, conveniently obscuring the card. Since she was alive and well, he decided it best to allow her to enjoy her time with Draco without burdening her with unnecessary knowledge that could weigh on her heart. Should she feel even a trace of guilt or unease, it would only deepen his own self-loathing. While Theodore was lost in his thoughts, Filna gently tapped the back of his hand, her tone light and cheerful. "Why are you lying here? You promised to prepare me blueberry steak and crispy grass juice. Are you not one to keep your word?" Upon observing his drooping hand and contemplative expression, Filna surmised his thoughts. Since he preferred to conceal them from her, she decided to feign ignorance. Noticing the playful demeanor on Filna's face, unchanged as ever, Theodore's lips curled into a gentler smile. "I am not intentionally evading. This is merely a coincidence. You cannot cast such a heavy accusation upon me. Once I recover, I shall open a restaurant, specializing in blueberry steaks, avocado toast, creamy truffle mushroom soup, strawberry pudding, and crisp grass juice." With her eyes shimmering, Filna swallowed hard. Observing her gluttonous expression, Theodore felt his negative emotions dissipate in an instant. Ultimately, her happiness was paramount. He spoke tenderly. "Once my health improves in a few days, I shall prepare a meal for you. It's a promise." Filna gazed into his eyes, nearly radiant with joy. As her gaze drifted downwards, she finally recalled the assortment of potions she had brought. These were all concoctions aimed at restoring health. Filna lifted a collection of vials and waved them before Theodore, saying, "I consulted the doctor, and he assured me these would benefit your condition. They can be taken alongside the healing potions to aid your recovery. You must focus on recuperating and regain your strength." Filna nodded earnestly, her eyes brimming with hope, nearly betraying her desire for him to prepare delightful meals once he recovered. Unable to suppress a gentle laugh, Theodore's voice was laced with affection. "All right, I understand." After engaging in conversation with Theodore for a while longer, Filna noticed the encroaching twilight and decided it was time to depart. Once she left, Theodore finally released his grip on the cover of the medical report. The concealed portion read, "Treatment recommendation, conservative therapy, lifelong medication treatment outcome, irreversible corrosive bodily damage, prolong life as much as possible." On the fourth day following Filna's return, the Daily Prophet reported on the matter, prompting a flurry of media inquiries, all of which were barred at the door by young Master Malfoy. On the fifth morning, Filna arrived at the Ministry of Magic and delivered a public address at 10 o'clock. Her speech elucidated three principal points. First, both the Malfoy family and Severus Snape had joined Filna's faction prior to the war, severing ties with the Death Eaters. Their intelligence significantly contributed to Filna's triumph. Second, the esteemed former headmaster of Hogwarts, the great wizard Albus Dumbledore, had been secretly murdered by Voldemort, with his funeral scheduled to take place 3 days hence at Hogwarts. Third, with unanimous consent from the Board of Governors, Severus Snape was appointed as the new headmaster of Hogwarts. The delivery of this speech immediately stirred a tempest within the magical community. The nefarious Malfoy family had, shockingly, allied with Filna before the war and provided her with crucial intelligence. The controversial Hogwarts professor Severus Snape had ostensibly been a source of information for Filna, absolving him of any association with the Death Eaters, and even ascending to the position of headmaster, while the revered Albus Dumbledore had inexplicably passed away. Many were skeptical of these claims, particularly the news of Dumbledore's demise. A cacophony of scorn and derision began to emerge within the wizarding world, most vociferously from the ranks of the Order of the Phoenix. However, 3 days later, as they stood before Dumbledore's coffin, gazing upon the serene visage of the venerable elder being laid to rest, all doubts and accusations dissipated. No one questioned the authenticity of Dumbledore's remains. Firstly, they could not fathom that anyone would engage in such trivial pursuits to malign the great wizard, and secondly, Dumbledore's own wand was firmly grasped in his hand. Regrettably, Filna had indeed committed such a trivial act. She had taken a death row inmate from Azkaban, administering Felix Felicis to him, and to allay suspicion, she had procured Dumbledore's wand from Theodore and inserted it into the scene. Meanwhile, the insidious old bee was presently entangled in a romantic liaison with his former lover in the depths of Nurmengard. Filna could not help but reminisce about her visit to Nurmengard yesterday. Voldemort had perished, and the tumultuous times had settled. One could now find solace in remaining here for a lifetime. Do not entertain thoughts of leaving. I shall not permit your departure. Filna stood coldly outside the iron bars, observing Dumbledore, whose mental state appeared markedly improved. A sudden sensation akin to having consumed dog food washed over her. The cunning glint once prevalent in Dumbledore's eyes had vanished. Perhaps he understood that escape was no longer an option, or perhaps the absence of burdensome concerns or even the embrace of love had liberated him from the treacherous games of life. In any case, all Filna discerned in his gaze was an unwavering tranquility. "Thank you. Rest assured, I shall not entertain thoughts of leaving." Fiona gazed at Grindelwald, who stood behind Dumbledore with a gaze imbued with longing, and suddenly felt a lump rise in her throat. "I shall arrange a funeral for you, after which there will be no more Dumbledore in this world." Dumbledore paused, momentarily taken aback, but Grindelwald behind him quickly cleared his throat in discontent. Regaining his composure, Dumbledore responded with a relaxed smile. "Then it shall be a labor of love for you." Grindelwald displayed a look of satisfaction. Fiona cast a glance at Dumbledore and then at Grindelwald, a sense of unease washing over her as she felt she ought not to be there. She pursed her lips and turned to leave. Before departing, she glanced back at Grindelwald and remarked, "I had anticipated your methods would be far more ruthless." Without waiting for his response, she strode away. Grindelwald, observing the silver-haired Dumbledore, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. They had already squandered the better part of their lives. The remaining moments should not be overshadowed by disappointment, torment, or hatred, especially since he found himself unable to act upon such feelings. Both he and his beloved had aged, enduring the trials and tribulations of life, filled with separations and longings. He wished to no longer waste time. He could not bear to inflict mutual suffering upon the one whose very gaze sent shivers through his soul. Amidst this solemn gathering, where the suppressed sobs of countless individuals echoed, Fiona recalled the way Grindelwald had gazed at Dumbledore the day before, a chill coursing through her. How utterly sentimental. Sensing her tremor, Draco waved his wand and gently tapped her, lowering his voice to inquire, "Are you cold?" A wave of warmth spread throughout her being as his voice enveloped her, and when Fiona turned to look at Draco, she was unexpectedly met with a gaze reminiscent of Grindelwald's, eager, affectionate, and tender. Fiona suddenly found that Dumbledore and Grindelwald were not as bothersome as she had previously thought. It was not cold. A soft, sweet smile blossomed on her lips, only to be swiftly replaced by the realization that smiling at a funeral was rather inappropriate, compelling her to forcefully bring her mouth down. Observing Fiona's contorted expression, Draco could not help but lower his head. He must not laugh. He must restrain himself. Absolutely must not laugh. Draco bit down hard on his lip, his body trembling with the effort. Suddenly, someone beside him gently patted his shoulder and offered him a handkerchief. It was unexpected to find someone from the Malfoy family shedding tears for Mr. Dumbledore. "Do not be too sorrowful. Take care." Draco's expression twisted for a moment as he stiffly accepted the handkerchief. Seeing that he still had not raised his gaze, the person, considering that the Malfoy family valued their image, assumed he was embarrassed to weep in front of others and quietly departed. Only when that person had walked away did Draco grit his teeth and lift his head, only to be met with Fiona's smiling eyes. Chapter 202. After Dumbledore's burial with Voldemort's affairs finally settled, everything returned to normal. Fiona and Draco began to reconsider their return to school. Fiona nestled closer into Draco's embrace and suggested, "Shall we go back to classes?" It seemed like an eternity had passed since Draco had been incapacitated by Fiona's injury to the professor, yet in reality, only a few months had elapsed. Their fifth-year courses were not yet complete. If they returned now, they could still catch up with the final reviews. Draco affectionately ruffled the golden-brown hair nestled against him, but he remained silent. It was not that he did not wish to return to class. Rather, he desired to marry her first. He felt he could not bear to be apart from her for even a second unless her name could shine brightly on the tapestry of the Malfoy family lineage. However, whenever he broached the subject indirectly, Fiona's lack of enthusiasm led him to speculate that she might have other plans. Fiona rested her small head, eagerly awaiting his response. Draco cleared his throat, drawing her closer into his embrace, his voice tinged with a hint of anxiety. "Before we return to school, there is something of greater importance I wish to attend to." Filna observed the anxious expression on his face and could roughly surmise what he intended to convey. She sighed softly, her charming visage shifting to one of melancholy. "You wish to marry first, do you not?" Draco discerned her reluctance, yet he still nodded in affirmation. Fiona buried her head on his shoulder, her voice muffled as she murmured, "But I wish to return to my classes first." Draco felt his heart momentarily halt. Yet he endeavored to maintain a gentle tone as he inquired, "What is it? Do you not wish to marry me now?" "It's not that I don't want to." Fiona's voice conveyed a lingering discontent. "I simply hope to graduate before we wed. I want to focus on my studies for now." Draco softened his voice as much as possible, though he could not suppress a faint tremor. "Even after our marriage, I shall not interfere with your pursuits. We can return to our studies together then." Fiona pressed her lips together, her voice soft and delicate. tinged with a hint of grievance, but I still wish to graduate before getting married. For some reason, she was particularly resolute about this matter. Why was that? Draco felt his voice quiver increasingly with intensity. Fina appeared oblivious to his emotions. She merely buried her head against his shoulder and fell silent. The two remained in a stalemate. The flames in the fireplace dwindled, and Fina had succumbed to slumber in Draco's embrace. Yet he found himself unable to close his eyes. Why did she hesitate to wed him? Draco struggled to comprehend. Their relationship had always been harmonious, devoid of quarrels, and their parents, elders, and friends wholeheartedly supported their union. There were no issues of infidelity or familial opposition. So what was amiss? Rest eluded Draco as he gently laid Fina down on the bed and quietly exited the bedroom. He needed a space to reflect. With a flick of a wand, the flames in the fireplace were coaxed into a larger blaze, casting a warm glow that banished the encroaching chill. Yet Fina's furrowed brow remained untouched by the warmth. She must be troubled by this matter too. A kiss landed softly upon her forehead, smoothing the creases of worry, as Draco departed quietly. The study's lamp remained lit, indicating that Lucius was still engrossed in his work, but Draco had no desire for conversation. He tread lightly to avoid the study and descended the stairs alone. Disapparating in the living room, Draco was uncertain of his destination. His heart was a tumult of thoughts, and solitude was his only solace. When his feet touched the ground once more, he realized he had arrived at St. Mungo's. The hospital was ablaze with light that night, during wartime. A constant stream of injured souls flowed in without regard for day or night. Now, with the war paused, St. Mungo's was less frenetic, and the doctors sat comfortably in their offices, either engrossed in books, scribbling notes, or dozing in their chairs. Draco moved quietly, unbothered by anyone, as the nighttime wanderers in the hospital were plentiful enough that his presence would go unnoticed. He made his way to Theodore's ward. It was a familiar place. He had been here before when he had escorted Fina to visit Theodore, but after delivering her to the door, he had departed. This was the first time Draco saw Theodore out, fully aware of his feelings. The ward door creaked open softly, revealing Theodore still lost in slumber. Draco approached the bedside deliberately. As he neared, Theodore's eyes fluttered open with caution. Draco waved his wand, illuminating the room with 2 lamps. Theodore squinted for a moment, adjusting to the light before recognizing Draco. "Are you unwell?" Theodore asked, regarding him as if he were mad. "Coming here in the middle of the night to scare me?" Draco's expression betrayed no emotion. He could not fathom why he was here. Their relationship had never been particularly close, yet at this moment, he yearned for a conversation. He pulled a chair from the side and sat down gracefully, finally meeting Theodore's gaze. "I wanted to talk." The pallor of Theodore's face deepened as he muttered a curse under his breath, retreating beneath the covers and closing his eyes once more. Draco, choosing silence, remained seated beside him, observing quietly. After a brief moment, Theodore rolled his eyes, threw back the covers, and sat up, irritation evident in his voice as he urged, "Speak your mind." Draco, eyes cast downward in confusion, found himself at a loss for words. "Do not tell me you came in the dead of night merely to rouse me for this idle chat?" Theodore nearly reached for his wand to cast the killing curse, only restrained by the thought of how it would distress Filna. Draco maintained his gaze downward, and after a considerable pause, he finally spoke in a soft voice. "I simply find myself perplexed by certain matters. Seeking emotional counsel from a rival might be the most foolish endeavor he had ever undertaken." Yet he harbored the hope that Theodore could offer some valuable insight. It appeared that Theodore would not allow himself to rest until Draco was dispatched. Rubbing his eyes and stifling a yawn, Theodore patiently inquired, "What troubles you?" Draco, still looking down, replied quietly, "I wish to propose to Filna." Theodore's movement froze, and he regretted not having unleashed that curse after all. Was this merely a display of rivalry? Before Theodore could respond, Draco continued, "However, it seems she does not wish to marry me at present." Theodore's irritation began to dissipate. "What is it? She risked her life to save you, and now, just because she does not wish to marry you, you begin to doubt her love?" Draco shook his head gently. "I do not question her love. I simply cannot comprehend the reasoning behind her hesitation." "What reasoning?" Theodore scoffed. "If she does not wish to, she simply does not wish to. Wherefore all this reasoning? If she does not want to marry you now, wait until she does. Your current turmoil only serves to pressure her into making a decision that aligns with your expectations. If you cannot wait, then allow me to step in. Even if she never agrees to marry me, having her by my side would suffice for my contentment." Draco narrowed his eyes dangerously as he raised his gaze to meet Theodore's. Unfazed, Theodore met his stare boldly. Do not use your love as an excuse. If you cannot learn to respect her wishes, I will not hesitate to claim her for myself." With that, Theodore turned away, burying his head back into the covers to sleep. Draco, sensing the finality of the moment, departed without another word. It was only after the door to the ward had closed that Theodore uncovered himself, sleep no longer a possibility. Perhaps this was the distinction between being favored and being unloved. Upon returning to Malfoy Manor, Draco gazed at Filna, who lay peacefully asleep in bed. His thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. Theodore's words pierced through his heart like a thorn. Was he truly attempting to coerce Filna into a decision that would satisfy his own desires? He pondered that if Filna were to consent to marry him at this very moment, he would undoubtedly feel immense joy. Yet, this prospect seemed insufficient to dispel the lingering doubt within his heart. Why was that? Draco sat quietly on the edge of the bed, gazing at Filna, who appeared so serene in slumber, a delicate and soft bundle nestled within the covers, utterly enchanting. As he observed her, Draco sensed a gradual calm enveloping his heart. Once again, he questioned himself. Was it truly to coerce her into making the decision he desired? Before he could arrive at an answer, the little bundle beside him suddenly furrowed her brow, her tiny hands flailing in search until they finally found his, at which point her expression softened, and she returned to her peaceful sleep. Draco looked at the gentle, soft hand resting upon his, and clarity dawned upon him. It was not coercion. He was merely afraid of being abandoned once more. With a formal bond, at the very least, he would no longer have to witness her being taken away. Powerless to intervene, nor would he face rejection at the gates of Carmen Manor. Yet, the little bundle seemed to harbor some reservations. Draco studied Filna's Tinder profile and could not resist the impulse to plant a gentle kiss upon her. Never mind, if she disapproved. He could wait until after graduation to discuss it further. The uncertainties in his heart dissipated, and he swiftly shed his clothing, slipping beneath the covers, enveloping the little bundle entirely in his embrace. So soft and warm, she nestled against him, truly adorable. Draco planted another kiss upon her cheek. Fina was well acquainted with Draco's scent. Despite his antics, she remained undisturbed, merely nuzzling her head against his chest in search of a comfortable position to continue her slumber. Draco felt his heart soften into a tender mass, unable to tear his gaze away from Fina's face, increasingly captivated by her beauty. As Draco held Fina throughout the night, the consequence was that he failed to rise in the morning. Fina, observing Draco's discarded clothing on the floor and his slightly weary visage as he slept, fell into deep contemplation. Had he ventured out last night while carrying her? What could he have possibly been doing? Why did he appear so fatigued? Fina ground her teeth lightly as she leaned closer to Draco, gently inhaling the scent that surrounded him. The aroma of minty shower gel wafted into her nostrils. Last night, during their conversation, she had nestled in his embrace and drifted off to sleep. In the past, whenever such a situation arose, he would typically take a moment to freshen himself up before holding her close for the night, only to shower in the morning. Yet, she pondered, why had he chosen to bathe last night? Feeling increasingly suspicious, Filna abruptly slapped the sleeping Draco awake. What were you up to last night? She inquired ominously, clenching her small fist. Still lost in the haze of slumber, Draco instinctively replied, just chatting. Filna's voice softened. With whom? A chill surged down Draco's spine, and he abruptly snapped back to reality. No one. He certainly could not confess that he had ventured out in the dead of night to converse with a rival, only to return chastised. Yet, inexplicably, Filna appeared deeply aggrieved by his response. Then why did you take a shower? Draco, momentarily bewildered, blinked his dry eyes as he had just awoken, furrowing his brow in an effort to keep them open. Of course one must shower before sleeping. To Filna. Draco's expression came across as annoyance. She endeavored to appear more composed, but tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. The bold words she had intended to express vanished from her lips, leaving her sitting on the bed with reddened eyes, her voice a gentle accusation. Why? If we have conflicts, must you seek solace in another? At last, Draco grasped the gravity of the situation. In a flurry of panic, he reached to embrace Filna. But she resisted, refusing his touch. You have someone else, so do not come near me. I no longer want you. Fiona wept pitifully, her eyes rimmed with a sorrowful hue, streaked by 2 trails of tears upon her face, while 2 glistening droplets clung precariously to her lashes. Draco felt as though his heart were shattering at the sight. Please, do not cry, he implored gently. I did not seek anyone else. I went to find Theodore not. Filna was so astonished that she forgot to cry, her soft voice trembling with excitement. Is it because I do not wish to marry you at this moment that you intend to be with Theodore? Draco, with a hint of exasperation, gently tapped her on the head. What are you thinking? I am merely feeling a bit unsettled and sought someone to converse with. And coincidentally ended up at St. Mungo's. Ferna blinked at him and inquired, "Are you suggesting that you sought out a rival to serve as your emotional advisor?" "Indeed," Draco replied, gritting his teeth. Filna lowered her head, pressed her lips together, and despite her effort to contain herself, a laugh escaped her. Draco let out a gentle sigh, revealing a helpless smile. "Are you satisfied now?" He opened his arms, and Filna naturally fell into his embrace, her face resting against his shoulder as she playfully replied, "I am satisfied." Draco tenderly patted her back, his voice soft. "I've given it some thought, and marrying after graduation is certainly an option." Fiona nuzzled against his shoulder, her voice soft and sweet as she spoke. "In truth, I have considered that getting married now is not entirely unacceptable." Draco did not respond with the excitement she had envisioned, lifting her in a jubilant embrace. Instead, he gently replied, "As long as you are happy, that is all that matters." Filna felt as though her heart was filled with honey as she planted a kiss on his neck, a reward for him. Chapter 204. The Conclusion. Last night, Filna dreamed of another Draco. It was the same pale, weary, and fragile Draco she had encountered in her dreams before. From the perspective of an observer, she watched him bear the weight of the vast Malfoy estate alone after Uncle Lucius was imprisoned in Azkaban. He bore the dark mark and accepted the task assigned by Voldemort to assassinate Dumbledore. He had repaired a peculiar cabinet placed in Hogwarts, from which numerous Death Eaters emerged, coercing Draco to commit the murder. He endeavored to appear strong and resolute, yet she could distinctly perceive the vulnerability in his eyes. Upon awakening, she suddenly realized that the dilemmas she had been entangled in were merely trivial matters. If there were any lingering repercussions, it mattered not. As long as they were together, that was enough. Filna had yet to acquiesce to Draco's proposal of marriage, preferring to bide her time, concerned about the potential repercussions on her health. The phenomenon of resurrection was exceedingly rare. Even Isabel was uncertain whether it would leave her with any lingering effects. She had been in a state of turmoil, contemplating that if she discovered any abnormalities in her health over the next 2 years, she would forego the wedding, not wishing to burden Draco. Yet, merely envisioning him marrying another filled her with a profound sorrow, making it difficult for her to breathe. She could hardly fathom how she would cope if he truly took another as his bride. Perhaps it was time to be selfish. Regardless, she longed to be with him. If she inadvertently became a liability, she could always make amends in another lifetime. The preparations for the wedding proceeded seamlessly, with Lucius and Narcissa overseeing a substantial portion of the arrangements, while Mr. Carmen and Nicole managed the remainder. Draco and Filna found their days consumed with trying on attire and discussing the guest list, a remarkably effortless endeavor. Given that Filna wished to return to school to sit for her 5th-year O.W.L.S. exams, their wedding date was set rather close. Fortunately, Lucius and Narcissa had commenced preparations for their nuptials almost immediately after the engagement, allowing ample time. At long last, the day arrived. Siegfried, Autumn Zhang, and Hermione arrived early at Malfoy Manor, the two as bridesmaids needing to prepare with makeup and attire changes, for the sake of Filna's wedding. Hermione had even taken 2 days off work just 2 weeks prior to the O.W.L.S. exams, sacrificing 3 sleepless nights to compensate for the lost time. However, upon witnessing Filna adorned in her wedding gown, Hermione felt every effort was worthwhile. The pristine layers of delicate tulle cascaded upon the gown, creating a voluminous skirt. The contrast between the fitted bodice and the billowing lower half accentuated her slender waist. The sheer fabric at her chest was adorned with diamonds, harmonizing beautifully with the intricate diamond tiara upon her head, lending her an air of regal elegance. Isabel's status precluded her from serving as a bridesmaid, yet she was nonetheless invited to the ceremony. Seated among the guests, she watched the couple approach each other, unable to suppress a smile. How delightful! The wedding proceedings concluded swiftly, with guests presenting their gifts, and Isabel, holding a meticulously wrapped small box, extended it to Filna, a special gift to be unwrapped later. Fiona bestowed a sweet smile upon her and expressed her gratitude, obediently putting away the box. It was not until midnight that the guests began to depart gradually. Sigrid, Qiu Zhang, and Hermione all declined Fiona's entreaties to stay and left Malfoy Manor. When Filna returned to their marital abode, Draco was elegantly attired in a suit, leaning against the bed in anticipation of her arrival. "You look truly resplendent today," he remarked, a gentle smile gracing his features. "I am indeed fortunate to be the one who has brought you home." Filna cast him a sidelong glance, not complying with his wishes to approach him. Instead, she made her way to the desk and picked up the small box resting upon it. It was the gift that Isabel had bestowed upon her. Filna gently opened the box, revealing a necklace exquisitely crafted from emeralds and diamonds, stunningly beautiful. Fiona picked up the necklace and discovered a card hidden beneath it. This necklace is a newly crafted Horcrux by Voldemort, which I fortuitously stumbled upon while addressing an incident a couple of days ago. Now that Voldemort's soul fragment has been eradicated, I have meticulously examined it and can assure you that no other Horcruxes remain. This necklace should hold great significance for you. So I present it to you as a wedding gift. I sincerely hope you cherish it. Wishing you a blissful marriage. Fina gazed at the sparkling diamond pendant on her necklace, a gentle smile gracing her lips. After the wedding, she and Draco returned to school to continue their studies. Draco, reluctant to part from her, moved back into the room of requirement, and occasionally, they returned late, inadvertently encountering patrolling professors. However, most of the professors chose to overlook them, never causing them any distress. The students' attitude towards the couple was remarkably friendly. Gryffindor no longer harbored as much prejudice against Draco, and they would occasionally greet him, which took Draco some time to adjust to. The most joyous aspect for Draco was their marriage. Upon returning to school, the annoying figures who sought to undermine their relationship were no longer present by Fina's side. Everyone was aware of their union, and even Potter had ceased to be bothersome, as he was rumored to be involved with a Gryffindor girl. Who knew? In any case, their days were blissful, with the help of Hermione's notes and private tutoring from professors. They successfully obtained their O.W.L. exam certificates. Professor Snape still maintained his usual stern demeanor, but students seemed to refer to him less as the greasy old bat. And even Gryffindor students showed him greater respect, if only they could improve their potion skills. Theodore had been discharged from the hospital and returned to classes. After the O.W.L. exams, he opened a restaurant in Diagon Alley, with signature dishes such as avocado toast, creamy truffle mushroom soup, blueberry steak, and crispy grass juice. Strangely, Draco appeared to harbor less animosity towards him and had even dined with Fina at Theodore's restaurant several times. Not long after Fina and Draco's wedding, Cho Chang and Cedric also tied the knot, opting for a wedding trip. Cho sent Fina various alchemical materials she discovered during her travels. In summary, everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. Chapter 205, Theodore's Side Story. 1. In the adjacent room, Theodore was curled up in bed, clutching his stomach in agony. His stomach had always been sensitive, perhaps due to the cold steak he had consumed that day, or maybe from sitting on the floor for a while and catching a chill. In any case, his stomach was in severe turmoil. The intense pain rendered him unable to rise and retrieve the stomach medication he usually kept at home, even preventing him from calling out Tina's name. He could only tremble and roll himself into the blankets, attempting to warm his stomach once more. The shaking bed collided with the bedside table, causing a picture frame to crash to the ground, shattering the glass into countless fragments. Ferna keenly sensed a subtle disturbance in the room and cautiously summoned Tina. With a sharp crack, Tina materialized within the chamber, prompting Ferna to furrow her brows and speak. "Go and check across the way." I heard the sound of shattering glass. A flicker of evident delight crossed Tina's face as she eagerly acquiesced and promptly vanished into the ether. Moments later, a piercing scream resonated from the adjacent room. "Master, are you all right? Has Theodore come to harm?" This realization sent a jolt through Ferna's heart, and before her mind could fully comprehend the situation, she found herself standing at the threshold of Theodore's room. Through the barrier of the door, she could faintly hear muffled groans emanating from within, causing her brow to knit tighter in concern. Unable to restrain herself, she gently rapped on the door. "Are you all right?" There was no response, and the muffled sounds from Theodore had abruptly ceased. Filna bit her lip and gently pushed the door open. The room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight streaming through the window, revealing Theodore lying on the bed, his complexion pale. "What is the matter with you?" Filna's voice was laced with undeniable concern as she hurried to his bedside, tenderly brushing her hand against his damp forehead. "Where do you feel unwell?" Fiona's hand gently rested upon his face, and Theodore felt as though he were experiencing a phantom pain. His pale lips quivered delicately, his voice imbued with an incredulous delight. "Fiona, it is I. How have you fared?" Filna spoke softly, raising her hand to gently wipe the sweat from his forehead. Theodore seemed poised to utter something, yet an overwhelming wave of pain surged through him, compelling him to clutch his stomach tightly, biting down on his lip to stifle the whimper that threatened to escape his throat, striving to maintain an appearance of composure. Noticing Theodore's tremors, Filna observed his hands pressed against his abdomen and reached out to lightly cover his hands with her own. The instant her fingers made contact with Theodore's, a frown creased Filna's brow. His hands felt like ice, chilling to the core, as he pressed firmly against his stomach. Filna could even feel the pronounced veins on the back of his hand. "May I help you?" Filna asked softly, her warm, gentle hand delicately prying away Theodore's frozen palm. Taking over the tender massage of his abdomen, a wave of warmth enveloped him, and Theodore found that the pain in his stomach had lessened. He gazed dazedly at Filna's gentle profile, fervently hoping that this was not merely a beautiful dream he had conjured. "Are you feeling better?" Filna's delicate voice wafted into Theodore's ears, causing him to swallow nervously. He reached out and gently touched Filna's wrist, his voice dry as he murmured, "Are you feeling better?" Filna revealed a gentle smile, poised to utter a few words, yet Theodore trembled once more, suppressing his distress. The familiar ache in his stomach resurfaced. He bit down on his lip with such fervor that the sharp edges of his teeth drew forth a trickle of crimson from his lower lip. Filna furrowed her brow, scanning the surroundings for anything he might bite down on, but found nothing. She extended her hand towards his lips, yet how could Theodore bring himself to bite her? Instead, he delicately held her hand with his mouth, while his fist clenched tightly behind him, battling the urge to gnaw at his lip. He knew it would cause her sorrow. With great effort, Theodore fought to remain conscious amidst the overwhelming pain. He could not allow her to be harmed. Fina also noticed that Theodore was reluctant to bite her. After much contemplation, she removed her shoes, climbed onto the bed, and lay beside him. Theodore was shivering with cold. Fina gently wrapped one arm around him while using the other to pull the blanket over both of them. Theodore's body tensed suddenly, and the fist he had clenched loosened, causing him to forget the pain in his stomach. He stared unblinkingly at Fina's actions, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. How could she possibly want to embrace him? This must be an illusion. Theodore, with his hand hidden behind him, pinched his arm sharply, a jolt of pain radiating through him, leaving him bewildered as he blinked. Could there be pain even in an illusion? Before he could ponder further, the ache in his stomach intensified once more. Ferna gently wiped the sweat from his face, observing as he bit down on his lip once more, her brow furrowing with concern. His lips, pale from the pain, bore the marks of his torment, while the lower lip, stained with the crimson trace of blood, displayed an unsettling hue of vibrant red. Fiona anxiously called out, "Tina." Tina appeared in the air, responding, "Miss Carmen." "Tina is here. Did you not go to fetch the medicine? Where is it?" The master's medicine was gone, and Tina had been diligently trying to procure it. But all the potion shops had closed at this hour. Tears glistened in Tina's large eyes, and a swollen bump on her head was evident, clearly a result of a collision. Having already studied the course on pain relief potions, Fiona's potion-making skills were not advanced, but she felt compelled to try. She prepared to rise and have Tina lead her to the potion-making room, but Theodore immediately grasped her wrist. "Please, stay with me." Theodore's voice trembled, laced with a fragile plea. "I merely wish to brew you some pain relief potion." Fiona gently reassured him, yet Theodore stubbornly maintained his gaze on her. "Dontigo, I'm fine. Please stay with me a little longer, I beg you." Whether it was due to his stomachache or something else, a quaver tinged Theodore's voice, and Fiona felt a pang of compassion. She reached out and gently embraced him, murmuring softly in his ear, "All right, I want to go. I'll stay with you." Theodore seemed to find solace in her words, his expression shifting to one of fleeting ease before being replaced by a mask of restraint. Fiona turned to Tina and said, "Go fetch some hot water." Tina promptly vanished into the air. The flames in the hearth gradually dwindled, and the temperature in the room began to drop. Given Theodore's current condition, it was evident that he could not cast spells. Fiona gently searched his body with her soft hands. Despite the fabric separating them, a flush of warmth crept onto Theodore's face. "What are you doing?" Theodore's voice sounded peculiar, but Fiona was oblivious. She spoke softly, continuing her actions. "I am looking for the wand." For some inexplicable reason, upon hearing this, Theodore seemed to become suddenly melancholic, and Fiona could distinctly sense the joyful aura around him dissipate. Chapter 206, Theodore's Side Story 2, not fully grasping his sudden sorrow. Fiona assumed he was experiencing stomach pain again. In haste, she withdrew her wand and waved it toward the flames in the hearth, then promptly discarded the wand and embraced him once more, soothingly saying, "Be good. The room will warm up soon, and Tina will be back shortly. Just endure a little longer, and it will soon cease to hurt." Seeing her discard the wand and return to embrace him, Theodore was momentarily taken aback, only for an indescribable joy to surge within him. She had chosen not to use her wand to leave, but had instead adjusted the hearth's flames to keep him warm. Did this not suggest that she cared for him, even if just a little? Theodore hesitated, wanting to inquire about her feelings, yet fearing the answer might not align with his hopes. He opened his mouth hesitantly, summoning the courage to ask, when Tina appeared in the air, carrying a cup of water. "Miss Carmen, Tina has brought hot water." Tina approached the bedside and handed the water to Fiona. Filna took the cup and tested the temperature, ensuring it would not scald Theodore before handing it to him. "Drinking some warm water will help," she suggested. Theodore gazed at the cup she offered, swallowing back the words that lingered on his lips. Let him savor this moment spent with her a little longer, as long as he kept his silence. He could pretend that she cared for him. He propped himself up, accepting the cup from her hands, and drank the warm liquid. The soothing warmth flowed down his throat into his stomach, dispelling the chill that had enveloped him and alleviating the cramps within. After consuming the warm water, Theodore's pallor improved significantly. The roaring flames in the fireplace enveloped him in a comforting warmth, gradually restoring feeling to his icy hands. As she sensed Theodore's taut muscles beginning to relax, Filna let out a sigh of relief and prepared to rise from the bed. Suddenly, Theodore grasped her wrist. Though it was merely a gentle touch, devoid of any real strength, it bore a pleading essence. "Please don't go," he murmured softly. "Stay with me a little longer." With a sense of resignation, Filna withdrew her hand, gently covering him with the blanket as she softly spoke. "I shall go prepare some potions for you." Before Theodore could utter a word of refusal, Filna continued, "I shall return shortly." As she spoke, Filna rose from the bed, picked up the wand that had been carelessly discarded on the floor, and waved it towards Theodore, saying, "May I borrow your wand?" A sudden panic surged within Theodore, and he hastily propped himself up, eager to say something, but Filna had already vanished from the manor in a blink of an eye. She was gone. The sorrow and disappointment etched on Theodore's face were undeniable as he murmured softly to himself, curling back into the blanket. Would she return? Return to someone who had enchanted and imprisoned her? The absurdity of his thought struck him, and he buried his head deeper into the blankets, where a lingering trace of Filna's fragrance still remained. He recalled the urgency and concern in her eyes as she had embraced him moments before. But what if? Theodore clung to a flicker of hope, continuing to wait. What if she truly cared for him, even a little? The fire in the hearth dimmed once more, and 2 long hours passed without Filna's return, causing the last remnants of hope within Theodore to shatter. How could she possibly come back? The temperature in the room plummeted rapidly, and the blanket could not shield him from the encroaching chill. Pressing down on his now throbbing stomach, he enveloped himself entirely within the blanket. In just a minute or two, footsteps echoed in the room, followed by the soft sound of someone sitting at the edge of the bed. Unable to contain his anticipation, Theodore pulled back the blanket to peer out, only to meet Filna's astonished gaze. "You're still awake? I thought you had fallen asleep." Filna gently lifted her hand to wipe the sweat beading on his forehead. "Why are you sweating so much? Is your stomach hurting again?" Theodore barely registered her words, his heart swelling with overwhelming joy. She had returned. This realization sent a shiver of exhilaration through him. Noticing Theodore's dazed expression, Filna helplessly retrieved a box she had brought back, selecting a vial from among dozens of potions and handing it to him. "Drink this." Without a moment's hesitation, Theodore uncorked the vial and poured the liquid into his mouth. "Aren't you afraid I might poison you?" Seeing his unflinching action, Filna raised an eyebrow as she took the empty vial from his hand. "It's fine," Theodore replied, his gaze fixed on her. His throat moved as if he wished to say more, yet ultimately, the words remained unspoken. It was fine, even if it were poison. He would willingly drink anything she offered. Fearful that such love might burden Filna, Theodore kept these thoughts to himself, observing Theodore still gazing at her in a daze. Filna couldn't help but smile wryly. "Do you miss me that much?" The tenderness in Theodore's gaze deepened as he endeavored to adopt a more relaxed tone. "Indeed. You may hold my wand." The smile at the corners of Filna's lips deepened as she suddenly pushed Theodore onto the bed. Her rosy lips hovered tantalizingly close to his slightly pallid ones, yet they maintained an almost imperceptible distance, refusing to come together. Is this the sole reason? The fragrance that enveloped Filna permeated the air around Theodore, and he wished for time to linger just a moment longer. He found himself on the brink of yielding to the urge to kiss her lips, yet he restrained himself, clenching his fists tightly to suppress his impulses. Chapter 207, Theodore's Side Story. 3. Theodore offered no response to her words, nor did Filna require one, for in the next instant, she pressed her lips against his. The moment their lips met, Theodore's mind went blank. He was engulfed in disbelief, acutely aware of the soft sensation upon his lips, yet frozen, afraid to move. Filna did not harbor any profound intentions. She merely brushed her lips against his before straightening up, her face illuminated by a cheerful smile as she gazed at him. She had witnessed Theodore's elegant indifference towards outsiders, as well as his gentle consideration for her. Yet this moment of his adorably dazed demeanor was a sight she had never encountered before. Felina gazed at him with a smile until Theodore suddenly snapped back to reality, a flush of crimson rising on his pale cheeks. He seemed to want to articulate something, yet his throat felt parched and his heart raced uncontrollably, almost as if he could see the trembling of his chest. What? Felina had never witnessed Theodore in such a state. She couldn't help but lift her hand to pinch his cheek, beaming with a radiant smile. Indeed, I kissed you. What of it? Are you dissatisfied? Content, yet somewhat discontented. He replied. The mere fact that she would kiss him filled him with ecstatic joy, but a voice within him clamored for more. Theodore's gaze drifted to her lips. Human nature is forever rife with desires. Once he merely wished for her to glance his way, yet now he yearned to feel that fleeting softness once more. The intensity of Theodore's gaze was so exposed that Felina immediately discerned his thoughts. Gently resting her forehead against his, she spoke with a hint of resignation. Let us discuss this when you're better. The implication was clear. Would there be another opportunity in the future? Theodore's eyes sparkled with hope as he redirected his gaze to meet hers, and she was looking back at him. In those deep, oceanic blue depths, only his reflection remained. Suddenly, Theodore questioned whether all of this was merely a dream conjured during his fainting spell from stomach pain. If it were a dream, he wished never to awaken. Cocooned in his blanket, only a fuzzy little head peeked out, its warm brown eyes sparkling as they fixated on her. Felina's heart softened at the sight, and she leaned down to kiss his lips once more. Now, be a good boy and sleep well. She gently ruffled his hair, her voice soothing. Theodore's eyes remained unnaturally bright, showing no inclination to sleep. With a sigh of resignation, Felina extended her hand to cover his eyes, softly threatening, if you don't sleep, I shall never kiss you again. Almost as soon as the words left her lips, his eyelids fluttered shut, brushed by her palm. This version of Theodore was unlike any she had encountered before, so obedient that it melted her heart completely. In truth, Felina had just returned to Carmen Manor, hastily rushing into the potion storage room to gather all the potions for treating stomach ailments. As she prepared to leave, she unexpectedly spotted Nicole waiting at the door. What's wrong? Nicole inquired, her curiosity piqued, yet her hurried movements abruptly halted. Indeed, what was the matter? Why did she become so flustered whenever he fell ill? Fiona gently placed her hand upon her chest, where her heart was tumultuously racing within. Noticing the bewilderment etched upon Fiona's face, Nicole took her hand and sat her down on the sofa, softly inquiring. Yet, Fiona found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, why did she harbor such concern for him? She spoke softly, divulging all her thoughts to Nicole, yet concealed the incident of Theodore rendering her unconscious and taking her away. Why the secrecy? She feared Nicole's anger, worried that it might tarnish her perception of Theodore, and dreaded the possibility of Nicole not allowing her to return. Filna suddenly gained clarity about her own heart. She rushed back to her room and found the book on alchemy, gifted to her by Theodore. This volume had been meticulously preserved. Aside from the pages having slightly yellowed over the years, it bore no damage or creases. Fina gently opened the book and beheld the words pinned by her 6-year-old self on the final page. How she longed to meet the person who gifted her this book. Alas, he had never shown his face. If she were to encounter him in the future, she would surely express her heartfelt appreciation in person, conveying just how much she cherished it. Filna's lips curled into a gentle arc. It was time to confide in him. As her thoughts coalesced, Filna gazed at Theodore, who appeared to be in slumber, and leaned down to whisper softly in his ear, I truly adore that book. Though Theodore did not open his eyes, a pleased smile graced his lips. The hour was growing late, and concerned that Theodore might suffer from stomach pains later, Filna decided to forego her shoes and outerwear, slipping into bed beside him. The flames in the fireplace dwindled, prompting Filna to enchant the fire to blaze more brightly. Turning to her side, she pulled back the covers and nestled within. Almost instantaneously as Filna burrowed into the blankets, he reached out to envelop her in his embrace. Yet he kept his eyes shut, feigning sleep. However, his trembling eyelashes and taut muscles betrayed his true state. Fiona felt the air around her turn sweet as she reached out to embrace Theodore's lean waist. He was evidently not as frail as he appeared. The muscles beneath his shirt were defined, prompting Fiona to run her fingers over them. Theodore's muscles tensed further, his breath quickening, and the sound of his heartbeat resonated distinctly in the stillness of the night. Filna mischievously reached out to unfasten the buttons of his shirt, managing to undo two before her wrist was seized firmly. Theodore could no longer maintain his facade and opened his eyes. "No," he murmured, his voice hoarse and imbued with an ineffable ambiguity. "Not yet. Is it you who cannot, or I?" Filna arched an eyebrow, suppressing the smile tugging at her lips as she gazed at him. Theodore, flustered, averted his gaze, a flush rising to his cheeks. "It's not that I cannot. It's just that now is not the right moment." He wished to wait a little longer, until she had truly clarified her feelings and was assured that she would not regret it. Filna let out a soft laugh. "What do you mean it's not appropriate now? I merely thought that sleeping in a shirt might be uncomfortable for you, and I wanted to help you loosen it. What are you thinking?" As soon as she spoke, Theodore realized her intentions. The warmth in his face faded, and a mischievous smile played on his lips as he replied, "What do you think I'm thinking?" "I'm thinking about you." He didn't utter the rest of his thought, but merely shaped the words silently with his lips. Filna's face flushed slightly. Yet she managed to offer a coy smile as she softly replied, "I shall await the outcome with keen anticipation." In this exchange, it was Theodore who ultimately succumbed, his cheeks turning a deep crimson as he averted his gaze, unable to bear the intensity of her stare any longer. Filna ceased her playful antics, gently tapping her wand against Theodore's shirt and trousers, transforming them into loose and comfortable pajamas, while her own attire morphed into a soft nightgown. It was time to retire for the night. With a yawn, Filna nestled her face into the pillow and murmured, "Good night, Theodore." She shifted closer to him, but Theodore instinctively recoiled slightly. "Good night," he replied. Turning onto his side, he quietly observed her face, unable to suppress the sweet smile that lingered at the corners of his lips. He hesitated to embrace her. The loose pajama pants concealed his growing feelings. Yet he knew that if he drew too near, she would surely notice. Fiona cast a furtive glance at the spot where he lay beneath the covers and softly inquired, "Do you not wish to hold me while we sleep?" Theodore paused for a moment, taken aback, and replied, "It is not that I do not want to. Rather, it is simply not feasible at the moment." Fina curled her lips, not insisting. It was only when Fina fell into a deep slumber that Theodore dared to extend his hand. He carefully cradled Fina in his embrace, relieved that she did not awaken. Instead, she nestled closer, finding a comfortable position against him. A tender warmth enveloped Theodore's heart as he gently wrapped his arms around Fina's waist, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he succumbed to sleep. It was not until his breathing had steadied that Fina opened her eyes, sparkling with amusement. "Wasn't he this quite delightful?" Chapter 208. Theodore's Epilogue. 4. At the break of dawn, Theodore awoke. Even before he opened his eyes, he sensed the soft warmth in his arms. He cautiously blinked awake to find Fina nestled sweetly against him. He meticulously traced her features with his gaze, yet dared not move a muscle, fearing he might disturb her slumber. What time could it be? After an indeterminate period, Fina suddenly furrowed her brow and murmured as she opened her eyes. Theodore instantly stiffened. "What is the matter?" Sensing Theodore's rigidity, Fina tilted her head in inquiry. "Does your stomach still hurt?" Seeing that Fina was not upset, Theodore finally relaxed, his voice soft as a cloud of cotton candy drifting in the sky. "It no longer hurts." Fina yawned sleepily, releasing her embrace and sitting up. As the warmth of her presence dissipated, Theodore felt a pang of disappointment as he instinctively clenched his hand, attempting to preserve the lingering heat. "Drink this," Fina said, oblivious to the expression on Theodore's face, as she retrieved a vial of potion from the small box she had brought back the previous day and handed it to him. Without a moment's hesitation, Theodore uncorked the bottle and swallowed the liquid inside. The icy potion slid down his throat into his stomach, leaving a bitter trail, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Suddenly, he felt something soft press against his lips, and he froze as Fina gently pecked his mouth. "You took your medicine so well. This is your reward." After a few tender kisses, she pulled away, her face adorned with a soft smile as she tilted her head and looked at him. "Why are you in a daze again?" Theodore's throat felt parched, and he could sense a voice in his mind urging him to reclaim that warmth. He obeyed this inner voice, leaning in closer to Fina, only to halt just before their lips could meet. "Is it all right?" he heard himself ask, his voice hoarse and laden with intense longing. Fina did not respond to him. Instead, she boldly pressed her lips against his. As their mouths met, Theodore eagerly placed his hand on the back of her head. Men, it seemed, instinctively knew how to navigate such matters. After a few tentative attempts, he quickly grasped the nuances, gradually taking the lead. Fina gasped as she pulled away, a rosy blush adorning her cheeks. Her deep blue eyes clouded with a hint of mist. "Let me catch my breath." Theodore chuckled at her, his deep laughter resonating in her ears, causing a delicate pink hue to bloom at her earlobes. "Don't laugh," Filna admonished with a faint fierceness, though her soft and charming demeanor lacked any real intimidation. Theodore, clearly unfazed by her attempts at severity, graciously suppressed his laughter. "Very well, I shall refrain from laughing." When Filna noticed that he truly restrained his laughter, she could not help but smile. She leapt into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist, her voice soft as she confessed, "I like you." Theodore's body stiffened. He eagerly lifted her face with gentle hands, gazing into her eyes as he cautiously asked, "Really?" "Of course, it is true." Filna felt her heart soften, tilting her head to plant a kiss on his chin. It seemed as if Theodore had been struck by an unexpected delight. The depth of affection and joy swirling in his brown eyes nearly overwhelmed Filna. "So, do you like me?" Despite Filna being acutely aware of Theodore's feelings for her, she still yearned to hear those words from his lips. "I love you," Theodore replied, his eyes brimming with tenderness. "Thank you for being able to like me. You are so wonderful. How could I not like you?" Filna rested her head against his neck, her voice somewhat muffled as she admitted, "I do not wish to deceive you, but I think I only like you at this moment. This affection is already a longing I once dared not hope for." Theodore lowered his head, whispering softly in her ear, "Please, do not carry any burdens in your heart. I will not demand all your love. Just a small portion of your affection is enough to send me into ecstasy." "But that seems unfair to you." Filna's voice remained subdued. "Love itself does not adhere to notions of fairness. I merely desire a hint of reciprocation from you." Theodore's voice was laced with laughter. "If you feel weary, you need not do anything at all. As long as you are willing to accept my love, even if you are reluctant to respond, that will suffice." Filna's eyes suddenly felt heavy with emotion. She nuzzled against Theodore's chest, her voice soft and tender. "You are so wonderful. I am certain I will fall in love with you." Theodore refrained from uttering more words, for he realized that his feelings seemed to weigh upon her. Instead, he gently enveloped Filna in his arms, soothingly patting her back. It was not until Filna's emotions had settled that Theodore shifted the conversation. "Are you hungry? What would you like me to prepare for you?" Filna's eyes sparkled as she nestled in Theodore's embrace, playfully counting on her fingers. She craved avocado toast, blueberry steak, creamy truffle mushroom soup, and crisp stone grass juice. Clearly, such a lavish breakfast was beyond her reach, yet Theodore uttered not a single word of complaint. "Rest a while longer. I shall call for you once it is ready," he assured her. Rising from the bed, he gently adjusted the blanket around Filna and, with a flick of his wand, intensified the flames in the fireplace. Having accomplished these tasks, he leaned down to bestow a tender kiss upon her forehead. "Sleep well," he whispered, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he exited the room, closing the door softly behind him. What a remarkably gentle soul he was. A sweet sensation stirred within Filna's heart. Instead of succumbing to slumber, she quietly rose and made her way downstairs. In the kitchen, Theodore was busily engaged, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his gracefully sculpted arms. His movements were deft and methodical as he meticulously prepared each ingredient, tossing them into the pot, from which an enticing aroma soon wafted. Unbeknownst to him, Filna stood quietly behind, observing until he turned to retrieve a plate and finally noticed her presence. "What brings you here?" Theodore promptly approached her, saying, "Darling, please step outside. It's quite pungent in here." Filna could not help but reveal a warm smile. She gently rose on her toes and kissed his cheek, her voice sweet and soft. "Then I shall wait for you outside." Chapter 209. Theodore's Side Story 5. In recent days, Filna had been residing in Theodore's estate. After a brief trial period, she decided to move in with him. The reason was quite simple. Theodore was exceedingly attentive. On chilly days, before she could even utter a word, a cloak was already wrapped around her. When hunger struck, her favorite dishes appeared on the table without her needing to speak. When fatigue set in, he had already taken her to bed before she could voice her weariness. And during moments of boredom, he whisked her away for adventures before she even opened her mouth. After these few days of trying it out, Filna found herself yearning to live with him at every moment. How could someone be so considerate? She simply had to make the move. At this very moment, she and Theodore were seated in the drawing room of the Carmen estate. "Want to move in together, Mr.?" Carmen scoffed coldly. "You've only known each other for a few days. How can you be certain of his sincerity?" Theodore spoke gently. "I swear my feelings for Filna are genuine. I can cast a magical oath, and you may place a curse upon me if I am untruthful." "Mr." Carmen hesitated. "Even if your feelings are sincere, how can you ensure there will be no future obstacles? My mother passed away long ago, and my father is destined for Azkaban. leaving me with no one to interfere in my affairs. I possess no other relatives who could pose any hindrance. Mr. Carmen paused again. But how will you ensure Fina's happiness? I am the de facto head of the Knott family, though my father remains the nominal head. I oversee 16 estates and 363 shops across Europe, engaging in 17 industries, including 97 chains and 135 renowned enterprises. The Knott family has 39 estates and 2,253 shops, with 630 chains and 1,179 prestigious businesses. Mr. Carmen snorted derisively. What else can you offer her besides wealth? I maintain a rigorous fitness regimen 5 days a week, undergo biannual health checks, possess above-average magical abilities, and an exceptional skill in potion making. Apart from brewing potions, I have no other hobbies. I shall devote all my energy, time, and emotions to her. Mr. Carmen regarded him with a skeptical glance, a mocking smile curling at his lips. Why should I trust you? Theodore continued to smile gently. I can cast a magical oath, and you may place a curse upon me. Mr. Carmen's smile faltered. He seemed poised to say more, yet after several attempts to speak, he fell silent. Ultimately, he coldly remarked, then you may stay here for a few days. I shall assess the situation. Very well. In the ensuing week, Mr. Carmen employed every conceivable tactic to probe Theodore, yet he found not the slightest flaw. Theodore was considerate and attentive, exhibiting remarkable politeness and humility, coupled with exceptional abilities and an exquisite sense of propriety. For a full 7 days, Mr. Carmen could not discern a single negative trait in him. He began to ponder how his daughter could have captured the interest of such a paragon. Casting a glance at Filna, who was nestled comfortably on the sofa, engrossed in a book while indulging in snacks, and then at Theodore, who was seated beside her, tenderly massaging her shoulders, he promptly made a resolute decision. They must relocate. Immediately. He could not allow Theodore to slip away. Thus, with the approval of the household, Filna and Theodore prepared to move in together. Before they departed from Carmen Manor, Mr. Carmen grasped Theodore's hand firmly and spoke earnestly. From now on, Filna is entrusted to you. Filna felt a pang in her heart, and her eyes instantly brimmed with tears. My dear child, you have endured so much, Mr. Carmen said, gently patting Theodore on the shoulder, his expression filled with compassion. Filna held back her tears. Aware that they were about to depart, Nicole hurriedly emerged, her gaze sweeping across the faces of Filna and Theodore, her expression growing somewhat grave. I caution you. Filna's eyes reddened. How wonderful her mother was, a gentle soul who had sternly warned Theodore for her sake. Before she could let her tears flow, Nicole spoke again. The child is your responsibility. I have no time for this. Filna silently held back her tears once more. What is there to be nostalgic about? She should hasten her departure and return home to wait for Theodore to prepare blueberry steak for her. Fina rolled her eyes and stepped into the fireplace, vanishing from sight. Once she disappeared, Mr. Cumont's demeanor darkened. I warn you, treat my daughter with utmost care. Should I ever learn that she has endured any distress, neither you nor the Knott family shall live in peace. Nicole approached as well. You had best understand what is expected of you and what is not. If Fina were to bear a child before marriage, both the lady and the child would no longer belong to you. Do you comprehend? Uncle, aunt, please rest assured. I shall take excellent care of Fina and ensure she experiences not a trace of sorrow, Theodore stated earnestly. Mr. Cumont's expression softened. He patted Theodore's shoulder once more, a look of tenderness returning to his face. In truth, it may be you who feels the greater sorrow. Upon returning, Theodore wore a broad smile. When Fina inquired about what her parents had said, he refused to divulge any details, merely stating that they loved her dearly. Of course, she was already aware of that. Filna sweetly accompanied Theodore in preparing the meal, diligently helping him carry the dishes to the table. Am I not hardworking? She inquired, her deep blue eyes sparkling with a radiant light. She often regarded him with such a gaze, each time softening his heart. As Theodore skillfully sliced the steak on her plate, he heard her words and responded with a tender smile. Indeed. It's quite impressive that you managed to bring over such a hot plate. Filna, basking in the praise, opened her rosy lips to savor the steak presented to her, while her fair and slender legs gently swayed on the chair. Filna does not have a penchant for wearing pajamas most of the time at home. She prefers to don dresses. Concerned about her catching a chill, Theodore ensures that every room maintains a comfortable temperature, which inadvertently leads to Filna's nightgowns becoming increasingly sheer and shorter. At present, her nightgown barely covers half of her thighs, her long, fair legs swaying before his eyes, leaving him captivated solely by her legs. What is the matter? Noticing Theodore had paused in his cutting of the steak, Filna tilted her head in curiosity. Theodore pursed his lips, discreetly spearing a piece of steak and gently offering it to her lips, his voice soft as he replied, "It's nothing." The sound of his knife and fork scraping against the plate pierced the air, unsettling his heart. Huh? Filna was startled by the harsh sound, and Theodore, sensing her sudden flinch, immediately set down his utensils and enveloped her in a gentle embrace. "I'm sorry, I was paying attention. It won't happen again. Don't be afraid." He tenderly stroked her silky long hair. Chapter 210, Theodore's Epilogue, Conclusion. A month after Filna moved into Theodore's estate, the couple became engaged. Just half a month prior, Filna had received the shocking news that Voldemort had choked on a strawberry cake. Reflecting on the meticulously laid plans over the years, she found herself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry upon hearing the news. Isabel, upon learning of this event, rushed to Voldemort's side to assess his soul, ensuring the destruction of all his Horcruxes. The wizarding world breathed a collective sigh of relief, feeling as though they had been struck by a fortuitous windfall. And the celebrations continued for several days. Poor Voldemort, who had diligently toiled his entire life for his grand ambitions, found his legacy reduced to infamy for perishing in such an absurd manner, a tale that reached even the distant wizards in Africa. Regardless, with the formidable threat eliminated, Filna and Theodore enjoyed a blissful existence together. With Voldemort's demise, Filna, after a moment's contemplation, decided to seize the opportunity to organize their engagement celebration in the coming days, to double their joy. Theodore was elated about this and insisted on personally overseeing every detail, from the wedding itinerary to the guest list, leaving no aspect to others. When Filna attempted to assist him, he steadfastly declined her help. Just a glance at the stack of documents on his desk revealed the complexity of the preparations. Theodore was reluctant to burden her with the stress, and she was content to enjoy her leisure. Thus, after a whirlwind of preparations lasting more than half a month, their engagement ceremony was finally successfully held. The downfall of Voldemort left the Death Eaters in disarray, with some captured and others killed. Mr. Knott was imprisoned in Azkaban within the first 2 weeks, and naturally, he was absent from the engagement ceremony. The mere mention of Mr. Knott caused Filna some distress, for, not long ago, he had inexplicably discovered her relationship with Theodore. He hastily arrived at the Theodore Manor, intent on expelling Filna, but was thwarted by Theodore, who ultimately had to personally eject him after a flurry of futile attempts at matchmaking. The engagement ceremony was rather simple, as both Filna and Theodore were disinclined towards extravagance, resulting in a guest list that included only a few familiar faces. After the luncheon, the engagement ceremony concluded, and the guests took their leave, leaving Filna utterly exhausted on the bed. She wondered how she could feel so drained. Thankfully, the number of invitees was limited, or she might have been completely overwhelmed. After resting for a while, Filna suddenly recalled something and retrieved a delicate chiffon dress from the wardrobe, changing into it before swiftly entering Theodore's bedroom. Indeed, Theodore's bedroom. Until now, they had been sleeping separately. Regardless of her subtle hints, Theodore remained steadfast with one unwavering response: not until marriage. Filna clenched her teeth. Now that they were engaged, he could no longer reject her. With hope in her heart, Filna lay down on Theodore's bedroom bed, wrapping herself snugly in the quilt, leaving only her little head exposed. This time, she was determined to succeed. Outside, Theodore paused at the doorway of his bedroom, a faint smile playing on his lips, before turning to enter Filna's room. That little girl had been insistent on climbing into his bed. Today, a splendid opportunity was one she would certainly not let slip away, and she might very well be lying on his bed right now. Gently, Theodore pushed open the door to Filna's room and, to his delight, found she was not there. His smile deepened as he removed his coat and lay down on Filna's bed. Having spent the last fortnight preparing for their wedding without much rest, he finally felt at ease now that she was his, and soon, fatigue overcame him, lulling him into slumber. In the adjacent room, Filna, waiting in vain for Theodore, reluctantly called for Tina, only to learn that Theodore had already fallen asleep in her bed. How infuriating, that Theodore! Fina angrily pulled the quilt over her. Can one truly endure such indignities? Very well. Let us see if he can maintain this composure once they are wed. It was only after Theodore found himself locked outside on their wedding night, spending an entire month sleeping apart from Fina, that he bitterly regretted his actions of that day. What of chivalry and honor? A man who cannot share his bed with his wife is hardly a man at all. Alas, Theodore, blissfully slumbering in Fina's bed, remained oblivious to this realization. Introduction: Draco, believe me, I would never inflict harm upon you. I would do anything for your sake. I have come illuminated, ready to pull you back from the abyss. I care not for the stances we may hold. You are my eternal allegiance. Whatever choice you make, you shall find me steadfastly at your side. If you find it difficult to relinquish the goodness within, I shall take on the mantle of villain for your sake.